You only took one night to transform from a young hunk into a formidable man, while others have to consume protein powder to achieve an 8-pack. You only need to take a stroll to attain it. Yet, even so, this troubles you greatly. It's all because of this system. Although it has improved your physical fitness, it has also made your appearance terrifying to others. Just a single glance can scare even the most vicious criminals into calling the police and confessing. And even your parents suspect you are not their biological child, rushing to the city for a DNA test overnight. At this moment, you are standing on the street, looking at the little girl who has fallen to the ground. You want to help, but when you think of your fierce and intimidating appearance, you can only smile wryly and turn away. It's all the fault of this damned system, which rewards you with intangible things like charisma. At this moment, as you walk down the street, the voice of the system suddenly echoes in your mind. A knife robbery is about to occur on Dongshan Avenue. Please assist. And the task reward is 30,000 yuan. Hearing this, your eyes light up. You finally receive a reward in real money. Unlike the previous rewards that were all useless things like charisma, Dongshan Avenue is just nearby, only a few minutes walk away. Meanwhile, on Dongshan Avenue, a sweet-looking girl is holding a selfie stick, smiling at the camera as she says, "Hey guys, I'm Daisy May, and I'm out here doing outdoor live streaming." Daisy May is a popular female streamer on Douyu, known for pranking passers-by and has gone viral across the internet. As soon as she starts her stream, tens of thousands of viewers flood into her live room. Seeing the lively atmosphere in the stream, Daisy May smiles so much that her eyes squint into a narrow slit. As a streamer, the more viewers in her live room, the happier she becomes. Today we're going to do something big. Randomly prank a passerby, find a young man to borrow his phone for a moment, then run off with it and see how he reacts, Dai Xiaomei said with a smile, and the viewers in the live stream all agreed, thinking it was very interesting. Alright, Dai Xiaomei clenched her fist and started looking for a target on the street with her selfie stick. Moments later, she spotted a young man about 1.7 meters tall, with a handsome appearance, standing by the roadside, seemingly waiting for someone. I've decided, it's this young man, Dai Xiaomei shouted to her fans in the live stream. Next, let's see the performance of your little tyrant, Dai Mei. A few dozen seconds later, Dai Xiaomei stood in front of the handsome young man, pretending to be weak and sweetly said, "Excuse me, can you help me with a small favor?" The handsome young man was a bit shy from Dai Mei's sudden approach. His fair cheeks flushed with 2 red spots, and he stammered, "What do you need help with?" Seeing the first step succeed, Dai Mei felt secretly pleased, showing her signature tiger teeth and pretending to be pitiful. "My phone is out of credit, and I can't take the bus home. Can I borrow your phone to call a friend to top up my credit? Then I can go home. Can you help me, young man?" At this moment, the handsome young man's heart was almost melted. He didn't suspect anything and didn't ask more. Quickly took out his phone from his pocket, unlocked it, and handed it to Dai Mei. "Thank you, young man. You are really a good person." Dai Xiaomei secretly made a gesture of a successful scheme with a mischievous smile as she took the phone. She pretended to click on the screen, put the phone to her ear, and slowly walked away, then suddenly took off running, and she ran very fast. "Damn, someone is stealing my phone," a passerby shouted angrily, not bothering to wait for anyone, and rushed to chase after her. "Stop right there, someone is robbing me," the young man shouted breathlessly while chasing. Out of shape, he couldn't catch up with the silly girl. The silly girl was running fast with a selfie stick in one hand and her phone in the other. Oh no, guys, I feel like he's serious. Am I going to get hit later? Is there anyone nearby to help me? I can treat him to a meal, the silly girl said playfully to the camera, and the atmosphere in the live stream quickly heated up, with comments flying and various gifts pouring in. Looking at those large gifts, the silly girl didn't forget to express her gratitude. At this moment, her stamina was rapidly declining, but in order to keep the lively atmosphere of the live stream going, the silly girl chose to keep running, and her attention was almost entirely focused on the live stream. Just then, a sound of "ah" came from the throat of the dazed girl. At that moment, she felt as if she had been hit by a big truck. Her whole body was knocked around, her head was spinning, and she stumbled to the ground due to the impact, her soft bottom making intimate contact with the hard ground. It hurt so much, the dazed girl rubbed her bottom with one hand and her head with the other, while her selfie stick and phone fell to the side. Coincidentally, the camera was aimed at the disheveled dazed girl. Oh no, the streamer has crashed. Dazed girl needs to be careful. At this moment, the dazed girl felt as if her whole body was falling apart, almost crying from the pain on the spot. She thought it was some fool who had placed an iron plate on the sidewalk, causing her to be knocked down like this, and she didn't even realize she had bumped into someone, until a shadow approached and enveloped her. Are you okay? You looked at the petite girl on the ground, speechless. To complete your task, you hurried to Dongshan Avenue, hands in your pants pockets, with a fierce gaze scanning both sides of the street, always ready to respond to any sudden knife-wielding robbery. But you couldn't find the criminal, and instead, you were the one who got knocked down. Although you were completely unharmed, the other party looked as if they had been in a car accident, slumped on the ground. It turned out to be a person. The dazed girl looked up in confusion. What came into view was a man with an extremely fierce face, his eyes filled with killing intent. The dazed girl instantly trembled, her eyes wide open, not daring to move. Even her heart skipped a beat. What a scary man. What should I do? Beautiful lady, are you okay? You looked at her in a daze, not even daring to respond, your brows furrowed, wanting to reach out to help her up. This scene appeared differently in the eyes of the dazed girl. The muscular, fierce-looking bald man in a suit was getting impatient, reaching out an arm thicker than his legs towards her, and she couldn't help but think, is he going to hit me? I won't get involved with the gangsters, will I? Dai Xiaomei couldn't care less about the livestream. She screamed and covered her head with both hands. Don't come over here. Seeing this, you were completely speechless, thinking that those who didn't know the situation would think you were bullying a civilian in the street. If this escalated and the police were called, it would be troublesome. Moreover, you were eager to complete the task given by the system to get cash and go out to enjoy yourself. Just as you were contemplating whether to turn and leave, a loud shout came from not far away. Big brother, quickly stop her. She's the one who stole my phone. You looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a handsome young man who was out of breath, his face flushed from the intense exercise, pointing at Dai Xiaomei, who was sitting on the ground. Robbery. A flash of realization crossed your mind. Finally found you. With a cold laugh, you stepped forward, grabbing Dai Xiaomei by the collar with one hand and lifting her up. The height of Dai Xiaomei, just over 1.5 meters, is completely insignificant in front of your 2.1 meter height. This scene happened to fall into the live broadcast, and netizens widened their eyes and said, "Wow, what did I just see? Is that Zhang Fei or Li Kuei?" Another netizen gave a different opinion. That person is clearly wearing a suit. Obviously a suit thug or a gangster. At this moment, Dai Xiaomei, with her toes suspended in the air, completely blanked out. It was the first time she had been lifted like this, and the man in front of her looked really fierce. After a brief silence, Dai Xiaomei waved her hands and feet in the air, desperately shouting for help, hoping someone would come to her aid. But looking at your unapproachable appearance, who would dare to come and help? As a result, a group of onlookers stood far away, pointing and discussing. Some were too afraid to intervene and secretly called the police from behind. Still dare to shout for help? You said fiercely, the thief shouts to catch the thief. Tell me, where is the knife hidden? At this moment, your brutal gaze combined with a fierce expression and explosive muscles reached maximum lethality. The pampered girl, Daixiomi, had never seen such a scene. She was first stunned, then burst into tears helplessly like a child. You also knew that your appearance was extremely ferocious, and it was normal to scare this girl to tears, but the system task clearly stated it was a knife robbery, which proved that this girl in front of you was not as weak as she appeared. She must be hiding a weapon. Since you refuse to speak, don't blame me for being rude. Your thunderous roar exploded in Daixiomi's ears. At this moment, Daixiomi's face was covered in snot and tears. I don't have a knife. Big brother, I don't even know what you're talking about. Please don't hit me, okay? At this moment, she looked at the suit-wearing thug with tearful eyes, trembling all over, thinking about how someone's palm could be bigger than her head. Daixiomi was extremely scared. Seeing her like this, you also began to doubt. Such a weak girl shouldn't be robbing with a knife, right? Just as Chen Xian glared angrily, the little passerby who had been robbed of his cell phone ran over, weak and gasping for breath. He managed to catch up. Luckily, the thief, who grabbed the cell phone, was stopped by his big brother. The little passerby was holding onto the wall and was just about to thank Big Brother. Nima, only to see that a ferocious man with the physique of a bear was picking up the robbed one like a chicken. That visual impact, bar none. The little brother was so shocked by this that his legs gave way and he directly knelt down. Chen Xian's eyebrows furrowed even higher. Why are they all acting like limpets? And yet they are all softies who can't talk. Hey, kid, did she steal your cell phone? Having no choice but to do so, Chen Xian took the initiative to speak. Hearing the thug in the suit offer to strike up a conversation, the little brother shook violently a few times, and with that, only then did he come back to his senses. He said, and pointed to the cell phone that had fallen to the floor. Now that we have all the human and material evidence, what else do you have to say? Chen Xian was pained that such a flowery little girl, at such a young age, had actually embarked on an illegal path. LOL. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. Dull little sister wiped her nose and eyes and whined. Ooh, I didn't really grab her cell phone. I'm an anchor and I'm live outdoors right now. The live stream is about randomly screwing over a passerby. Don't believe me? Check my cell phone if you don't believe me. It's still live. The dorky little sister, who was being carried in midair, pointed to the selfie stick on the floor. Live broadcast? Chen Xian was skeptical. He basically didn't watch live streams and didn't realize they would be so fancy and outdoorsy. At that moment, a passerby recognized dull little sister. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't this the dorky little sister from Tease Fish? How come she's like this? Right, it's the dorky little sister. I couldn't remember if you didn't tell me. Big brother, that really is an anchor. Just go check her cell phone. Some passersby shouted at Chen Xian. Chen Xian was also aroused curiosity. Usually always hear what live. Today also see the real person. He put dull little sister down, kind of worried about dull little sister running away or pulling out a knife. Chen Xian pointed a finger at dull little sister and said fiercely, "Be honest." This ferocity, once again, stunned dull little sister. The tears that had stopped flowed once again. Chen Xian stepped forward and picked up the selfie stick. Light up the screen. It is indeed on the air. The number of people was quite a lot, reaching more than 2 million people. And it looked like this girl was still a well-known big anchor. Is this the legendary tough guy? A single look from across the screen almost scared the pants off me. Mommy's got a ghost. Why do I get the feeling he looks at people like he wants to eat them? Upstairs, be confident. That look is a look to eat. It's like Zhang Fei and Li Kuei come back to life. Chapter 4. Armed Robbery. It's scary to see the pop-ups scrolling up there one by one. Chen Xian's face sank. What Zhang Fei? What Li Kuei? Can they be like me and have the absolute barbarian king system? I, Chen Xian, will be going to college soon. I'm a man of culture. Oomph. A cold grunt. The viewers in the live room were shocked through the screen. Chen Xian pointed at the camera and said, "Who can prove that this is a whole live broadcast?" A low, raspy voice that creeped out millions of people on the air. Holy, I've never peed myself watching a horror movie, but today I was actually peed on live. Upstairs is great. Let's not talk about it. I'm going to change my pants first. Laughing my ass off. I changed it a long time ago, but now I have to change it again. It's annoying. Brother tough guy. I can prove that this is a live prank show. If you don't believe me, you can watch the replay. That's right. Nerd girl didn't mean to grab the phone. Now that technology is so advanced, who would dare to rob a cell phone on the road in public? Besides, that little brother's cell phone won't fetch much money. Brother ruthless, please spare my wife. Countless pop-ups flashed by like shooting stars. Chen Xian, indeed, also saw a lot of pop-ups in favor of this girl. It seems that he had misunderstood. It was, really, just a live broadcast. Chen Xian turned to the camera and revealed what he thought was an extremely gentle smile. I'm sorry, I was mistaken. The live feed blew up. A crybaby. Brother ruthless, don't be like this. I'm scared if you are like this. Stop laughing, or I'll have to change my pants again. Big brother, let the little sister go. She only has a pair of A's. She's still a kid. Are they all so disrespectful? Laughing at myself. Those watching live, can't they all say something nice? Do you have to say you look scary? Chen Xian's face, again, darkened. The group of viewers on the live feed started ghosting again to find pants to change into. Facing Chen Xian's big black face straight on, they realized why dull little sister was scared to tears. If they were present instead. I'm afraid I'm not even as good as dumb little sister. Chen Xian felt that it was necessary to clarify himself once again. After all, this was a big live room with millions of viewers. Dozens or hundreds of people misunderstood him. And that's okay. He's used to it anyway. But it's a full million people. If it got out on the internet, wouldn't he, Chen Xian, really be rumored to be a man-eating monster? Chen Xian tried to calm himself down. He turned to the camera and said, "People are misunderstanding me. Actually, I don't eat people. I'm a good law-abiding citizen yet." This statement was made. It wasn't just the pop-ups on the livestream that stopped for a split second. Even the sobbing dorky little sister. The passerby guy sitting dumbly on the ground. The onlookers eating. They're all frozen. Big brother, you don't look like a law-abiding person, do you? It's almost like a big, bone-crushing demon is saying to the harmless young girl, "I'm a ing good guy." Chen Xian saw the crowd's reaction. Got it too. He gave up. It doesn't make sense. The moment he obtained the absolute barbarian king system, he was destined to not be understood by ordinary people. A tall man is often as lonely as snow. Ugh. Chen Xian no longer looked at the live broadcast. Looking at it would only upset himself. And it's not like there's any way to subdue them from across the room. Chen Xian walked over to dull little sister and shoved the selfie stick into her hands. Dull little sister, right? In the future, less of these easily misunderstood things. Then, a heavy pat on the dorky little sister's shoulder. The dumbfounded dorky little sister just felt like she had been hammered by the Hulk's fist a few times. Her shoulders sore and aching. She always knew. The thug in the suit in front of him. Not some murderous triad boss. Instead, it's a triad boss who sees justice. Yes, big brother, I will never make such a mistake again. The dorky little sister who was giggling and holding the selfie stick nodded heavily with a serious expression. Only a face full of snot and tears made dull little sister look particularly endearing. The fans in the live room, their hearts melted. The passerby boy also had the sense to stand up, picking up his cell phone with his ass, not even daring to look at Chen Xian, twisting his head and running. For those who don't know, they think he grabbed a cell phone and ran. Chen Xian touched his large bald head. Why does it feel like there's something wrong with the other person's name calling? But he didn't have time to care anymore. He hadn't finished the quest on East Mountain Avenue yet. Just as he was about to leave, 2 police officers rushed over. Don't move. It's you, the big bald guy. Don't you move. We're the police from Dongshan Police Station. At that point, the police also quickly arrived. A middle-aged policeman with his young protege. When they saw the scene for the first time, they saw the 2-meter-tall giant with that fierce and vicious look, which was exactly like a prisoner in a prison who had done nothing wrong, especially with his tattoos. Where does a normal person get such horrible tattoos on their body? Chen Xian touched his large bald head, more and more speechless. This isn't the first time a cop has mistaken a prisoner for a prisoner. The tattoos on his body weren't something Chen Xian went to a tattoo parlor to get himself, but rather a reward from the completion of the mission system. Chen Xian cried out in his heart, is it against the law to look fierce? Drying her tears, dull little sister shook her hand at the 2 police officers and explained, Uncle Policeman, he's not a bad guy, this is just a farce. No one is breaking the law here. However, no matter what dull little sister said, the 2 police officers should at least come over to understand the situation and register it in order to comply with the rules. Just as the 2 police officers approached, suddenly, a clamor erupted behind the civilian police. There's been a robbery. Quick, call the police. He's the one with the watermelon knife. Quick, call the police. A cacophony of voices overpowered the murmurings of the crowd over here. Chen Xian, on the other hand, had keenly captured the 3 words watermelon blade. Armed robbery. I've been waiting for you, for a long time. Chen Xian's eyes flashed as he shouted to the police, there's an armed robber over there. Get over there. The 2 police officers quickly reacted and ran behind them. Downtown. Armed robbery. This thing, it's not small. Nerdy little sister also quickly realized the seriousness of the situation and directly flipped the camera and ran after the police. Anyway, the live stream continues. She could have broadcast live how the police handled the armed robbery. Experienced middle-aged police, also in the first time to pick up the waist intercom, said in an urgent voice, Dongshan Avenue, an armed robbery, requesting support. Chapter 5. You underestimate him. The words were not finished. The 3 of them, then, saw a behemoth of a man, rushing toward the scene of the crime at a speed that far exceeded theirs. That speed, it's scary fast. The live feeds were all up in arms. Armed robbery? Nerdy little sister, go to the scene. You can play the role of a journalist too. Did you all see a flash of black? I think it's Big Brother Tough Guy, right? No, 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 no. Oh, Yao Ming's height, Lu Xian's speed. If Big Brother Tough Guy was in ancient times, he could at least be a mass murderer, right? 10,000 people? Brother Ruthless has to eat several of them in one meal. You underestimate him. Chen Xian's speed was fast. After 4 years of missions, his physical fitness had improved to a level unimaginable to ordinary people. Go to an Olympics and get a gold medal at the drop of a hat. Now, overtaking 2 police officers and a girl is a breeze. The crime scene isn't far away. Soon, Chen Xian saw it. In front of a store, an oily, red-faced man was waving a watermelon knife around. In his hands, there was another hostage. Extremely coincidentally, it just so happens to be the same passerby guy who was screwed over by the dorky little sister. At the moment, his face was pale, and there was a not-so-deep bloodstain on his neck. Roadrunner-chan was having mixed feelings right now. In his heartfelt words, he had only just gotten out of the tiger's mouth and into the wolf's den. Moreover, there were still a few bloodied figures lying on the ground in the stores vaguely, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. One step too late. Chen Xian sighed as he saw the scene. However, according to his system-enhanced eyesight, those lying wounded in the store were at least still breathing and had not been killed on the spot. Seek death. Chen Xian let out a low gulp. The low, raspy voice made the crowd around him unconsciously move away from him. Meanwhile, the crowd was suspicious. This man, is he going to go up recklessly? Just as Chen Xian was about to strike, the police and dull little sister rushed over. Big brother, don't be impulsive. Seeing Chen Xian's actions, dull little sister summoned up the courage to stop him. If you go up like that, you'll only make the other party even more agitated. What should I do in case I cause more harm to the little passerby brother? Wow, I always thought dumb girl had small breasts and no brain, but now she's actually smart? I can't believe I'm blocking the way of big brother tough guy. From now on, no matter what others think of you, you're the little bully in my heart. Ruthless big brother is also warm-hearted. Ordinary people see this scene. How dare to see justice. Brother Ruthless doesn't even hesitate. It turns out that he really is a good law-abiding citizen. Dumb little sister has a point. The police are here. Just wait for them to take care of it. Chen Xian could see the dull little sister, who had a pale face and messy hair, was absolutely terrified at the moment. But, even if she was so scared, she could still act like that. In Chen Xian's heart, he couldn't help but think highly of dull little sister. Turns out, she's not just a limp noodle who only cries. She can use her brain when it counts. The two police officers also stopped Chen Xian, for fear that he, who was quick-witted, would rush up in a fit of rage and fight with the knife-wielding suspect. In case they caused more casualties, the two of them could hardly escape the blame. The middle-aged police officer spoke in a serious manner to Chen Xian. Young man, don't be in a hurry. This matter will be taken care of by our police officers. Just stay aside obediently. Meanwhile, the young civilian police officer spoke into the intercom, requesting backup. The suspect currently has one hostage in his hands and at least 3 people behind him who are alive or dead. 139, East Hill Avenue. Just as the police were straining to deal with calling for backup and evacuating people, Chen Xian, who was rubbing his big bald head, felt a headache in the face of this petite sister who had bravely stopped in front of him. Immediately, Chen Xian took a step closer. At 2 meters 1, she was extremely intimidating to the nerdy little sister who was a little over 5 meters tall, but dull little sister clenched her lips and refused to budge an inch. Big brother, although I know you have a great sense of justice, but recklessly striking out now will only harm everyone. Chen Xian was not an unreasonable person. Leaning down, he whispered in his dorky little sister's ear, believe it or not, if you can divert his attention for a moment, I can quickly save the hostages. Somehow, nerdy little sister saw the serious look on the suit thug's face. Surprisingly, I felt a hint of security for the first time in a long time. She thought to herself, is it really true that I've been single for too long? As my girlfriends say, even a stranger I meet for the first time can give me a sense of security? Ghostly. Well, I believe you. Dorky nodded bravely and looked at the strong man in front of her. The two police officers were busy evacuating people and waiting for help. They weren't very good at negotiating with suspects. And, look at the prisoner. He's very unstable. Seeing the police approaching, there was no telling what contingencies might occur. Suddenly, the police heard a clamor. Looking back, only to see a wonderful young girl appear in front of the empty store. Although her face was pale and her hair was disheveled, she walked slowly towards the entrance of the store with a determined step. Walking, crime scene of an armed robbery. The suspect saw an unarmed, tender young girl approaching and flailing with her hand holding a knife. What do you want? Get lost if you don't want to die. The passerby boy whose elbow was stuck in his neck had trouble breathing for a moment, and his eyes rolled back in his head. Don't do anything rash. You girl, why are you so confused? The two police officers were also afraid of causing the suspect's mood swings and did not dare to go forward, but only whispered a rebuke. Dull little sister looked at the brightly shining watermelon knife, and fear rose in her heart. But, the thought of the burly big brother with a great sense of justice standing behind him, the thought of his unwavering security for himself. Dumb little sister, don't be afraid. The suspect in front of him, even with a watermelon knife, I'm afraid the force value can't catch up to half of brother justice. Dull little sister whispered, he's going to be stuck with you. Do you recognize me? I'm nerdy little sister from T's Fish Live. I would trade me for this little brother. I'm so skinny, I'm sure I won't be any threat to you. Look, I don't have any weapons on me, dorky little sister said, and spread her hands out, signaled that he indeed did not have any weapons with him. The cell phone on the selfie stick, too, was removed ahead of time and placed down in the front pocket of her jeans. The camera, aimed at the very same suspect who was robbed at knife point. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into an uproar when they heard dull little sister's words. Chapter 6, Nerdy Little Sister Held Hostage. This group of viewers in the live broadcast room were all watching the real scene in the live broadcast room. Really say anything? Some viewers worry about dull little sister's safety. Let dull little sister hurry off the air to run away. Some worry about the safety of the little brother of the passerby. There are even said that this is in order to live the authenticity of the intention to engage in. Anyway, say anything. The whole live room 7 mouths into a pot of gruel. Pop-ups are to be paralyzed. The suspects still couldn't believe it when they heard this said to Xiaoming. With their past experience, such a skinny little girl couldn't possibly be so bold. Unless the little girl wasn't holding back any good farts to be so brave as to trade herself for a hostage. The suspect looked at the perky and smart dorky little sister and couldn't believe this was coming from a little girl like her. Suspicion began to suspect that dull little sister is not a fraud. He took the fruit and pointed at dull little sister, sternly rebuked. You a little girl, why should I believe you? You do not give me to play any caution, or I will have to take his life on the spot, the suspect said angrily while waving the fruit knife in his hand. Passerby little brother looked at the suspect in the hands of the sharp fruit knife, scared as wow, yelling straight, Big brother, do not kill me. Do not kill me. There are things we slowly discuss. You want money? You let go of me. I put all my valuable things to you, okay? The suspect listened to the passerby boy rambling on and viciously said, Shut up and don't play any tricks, or I'll kill you with a knife. After saying this, the suspect's arm that holds the fruit knife more vigorously poking straight into the neck of the passerby little brother. The passerby's face was so white with fear that he didn't dare to move a muscle, and he didn't dare to say a word when he heard the suspect speak in a vicious tone. The passerby little brother had no choice but to cast a pleading look at dull little sister. Dull little sister looked at the stunned passerby brother, hurried to the suspect, said, You do not have to be so nervous. I am a nothing anchor. You are not all see? I have nothing. You still have what not to worry about. You let him go. I give you as a hostage. The suspect looked at the persistent dorky little sister, really helpless. It wouldn't do to keep this stalemate. The longer this dragged on, the longer it would be for him. It wouldn't do him any good either. The suspect pointed a fruit knife at dull little sister and said loudly, Little girl, don't you play any tricks. Walk over here slowly with your hands up. Dorky slowly walked over with her hand raised, and a quick movement in the suspect's hand swapped the two of them. The police looked at all this in front of them and really admired dull little sister. They couldn't believe that such a little girl had such big guts. Looking at the hostage dull little sister, the police both admired dull little sister's courage and worried about dull little sister's safety. But there was nothing they could do. They couldn't act blindly. They could only stabilize the suspects, or else dull little sister would be in even more danger. The police watched this unfold in front of them and had to wait for help to arrive. Time passed like this, and the suspect was getting more and more agitated. Everyone was clenching their fists, and finally, help arrived. The police shouted towards the suspect, Suspect, listen, hurry up and release the hostage. We will punish you lightly. If you refuse to obey, you will be severely punished. Listening to the shouts of the police, the suspect was not at all moved. An hour ticked by and the police were still circling the suspect to no avail. Considering that dull little sister may not be able to hold out much longer, the police have no choice but to show down with the suspect and press on. The suspect was cornered, and he took dull little sister captive and headed toward a pitch black room. This room was pitch black. There was no light, and dull little sister's live room went straight to black. The viewers of the live broadcast were getting scared, and what had been a live broadcast just a moment ago was now becoming blacked out. Some viewers were even more worried about dull little sister's comfort, especially dull little sister's favored fans, who were nervous, not daring to utter a single breath, and some members of the audience began to regulate the atmosphere. It's okay, don't worry, dumb little sister's great. There are police. What are you afraid of? So many police officers can't subdue a single suspect. Go Dorky, you're the best. Dorky, be good. We're all waiting for you to be funny. Wow, it's really an eye-opener to have such an exciting broadcast. It happens in real life. I've only seen it in TV shows. Instantly dull little sister's live room was burst. There are worried about dull little sister. There are directly watching the fun. There are directly brush all kinds of gifts to dull little sister cheer. Dull little sister's cell phone, almost paralyzed by the hole. Fortunately dull little sister with tens of thousands of dollars of cell phones, memory and so on, not to worry about, or her cell phone has long been dead. Dumb little sister was taken to the dark and broken house, and she started to get scared too. After all, she was a little girl. No matter how big her guts were, she was not afraid of being brought to such a pitch-black house by a suspect. Dull little sister cheered herself up. She encouraged herself not to be afraid. She would be fine. Someone would get her out. But now she had to find a way to distract the suspect and give herself time to stall. Big brother, what is this house for? How come it's so dark in here? Said dumb little sister in a weak voice. The suspect simply and gruffly replied back, Shut up and keep your mouth shut, or what will happen to it? I can't vouch for that either. Dull little sister ignored what the suspect said, because she knew that the suspect couldn't do anything to her inside this small dark room. Big brother, why did you go down this path? Dull little sister was still chattering away, even though the suspect couldn't do anything to him in this little dark room. Dull little sister was still nervous as hell inside. Dull little sister used talking in this way to reduce her nervousness. She couldn't be sure how soon the police and her righteous big brother behind her would be able to come to her rescue. Why are you asking so many questions? Don't talk so much. My business is none of your business, said the suspect impatiently. The audience of the live broadcast heard such a calm dull little man and had a renewed understanding of dull little sister. The whole broadcast is starting to buzz again. Nerdy girl is great. Nerdy girl, you're really awesome. Nerdy girl, you're my idol. Dorky, I love you so much. But dull little sister can't see these cheering audiences for him. she now hopes that someone will come to her rescue in a hurry. Just then, her giant justice big brother squeezed in from the small dark room. Chapter 7, The Suit Thugs Punish the Bad and the Good. Chen Xian's appearance gave dull little sister hope, and her entire body became excited. Only Chen Xian's appearance was a bit awkward, and it was really a bit difficult for this giant, 2-meter-tall big man to enter the small dark room. Chen Xian bent over and managed to squeeze in with great difficulty. This image of a large figure entering such a small dark room was truly hilarious. After Chen Xian entered the small dark room, the suspect was stunned as he watched a tall and powerful black shadow walk in. With his size to fight this tall and lanky figure, he would surely die. The suspect's legs are a little weak, but a little unsteady. He began to question Chen Xian. Who are you? Are you on the same side as me and want a piece of the pie? Chen Xian, who heard these words, burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. The laughter made the suspect even more nervous. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? The suspect asked Chen Xian with a bit of a stutter. The suspect's voice was shaking a little with nervousness. What are you laughing at? Don't you understand what I'm laughing at? You don't think what you say is funny? Why should I go all the way with you? Is your kind of work honorable? You're a big man. Holding a little girl hostage, you're really giving us men face. Chen Xian threw out a whole bunch of questions in his head. The suspect was dumbfounded by Chen Xian's chain of questions. You? What do you mean? You mean I'm not all the way? The suspect said, his palms sweating nervously. That's natural. Want to get money, don't use such vulgar means. You're a big man who can't do anything, but have to do this kind of unseemly thing, which is detrimental to yourself, Chen Xian said mockingly. Chen Xian was pressing step by step. The suspect was a bit overwhelmed. The suspect took a few steps back, and Dorky felt the suspect tense up. Dorky made to take a few steps back, and it didn't help that the suspect was taken several steps straight back as well. Those are some good steps back. The suspect accidentally hit a switch on the wall. With a wow, the entire small dark room was all lit up, and the suspect's legs began to shake when he saw the tall, powerful man in front of him. Looking at the tall body of the man in front of him and the tattoos on his body, he was really shocked and he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. What kind of man stood before him he knew nothing about. Seeing the tattoos on his body, he could only feel that this man was not simple. His tough attitude slowly began to soften, and that's when the popularity of the live room quickly soared as the lights came on. Oops, lights on, lights on. Hey, there's 3 of us now. Who's that big, burly man? Who is that man? That man looks amazing. He doesn't look like a good guy. Nerdy little sister won't be held hostage by 2 big men, will she? Gee, don't talk nonsense. He's a very righteous man. I've seen him punish the wicked and do good. This one message caught the eyes of all the people on the air. Really? You're full of. I swear that what I say is true, and I will be damned if I say otherwise. Cut. The swipe pop-ups were starting to lag. The live stream audience was really going crazy. What ensued was not 2 large men holding a small girl hostage as they claimed. Instead, it was the incident of the suit thugs punishing evil and fighting suspects that quickly made the hot list. I have to say that in this age of the internet, news travels really fast and unbelievably fast. Brush the number of people in the dumb little sister's live room soared off. Just a bunch of people who crowded into the live room began to make a demon. Some people say it is to increase popularity. Some people scolded for money can do anything, directly let the pendulum shoot. Of course the person who said that didn't get a single benefit, and was spat on hard by dull little sister's favored fans. Come on in if you can. Shut up if you don't know what's going on. It's none of your business. They're doing it for the money, and they're capable of writing this kind of script, so you don't have a clue. That's it. Give me some credit upstairs. Nerdy little sister's live room was really lively today. Only nerdy little sister didn't see such a lively scene. She's being held hostage by the suspect with no way to move. Chen Xian looked at dull little sister, who couldn't catch her breath. Her usual kind of brutality gone. The more Chen Xian looked at her, the more pitiful he felt. This was the first time he had seen such a pitiful appearance from dull little sister. Inexplicably he felt a bit of heartache for his dull little sister. Chen Xian hurriedly interrupted him from such thoughts. How about it? Let's have a good talk. Chen Xian uttered these words word for word. He spoke in a very calm tone. Chen Xian was also doing this to distract the suspects and take advantage of them to rescue dull little sister from the suspects. Chen Xian gave dull little sister a small hint when he said this again. And of course dull little sister understood what Chen Xian meant at a glance. Just the small action suspect did not find. He is now, but the spirit is in a highly tense state. These subtle small action he cannot find. The highly nervous suspect's heart was thumped by Chen Xian's fiercely poking words. Sure enough, Chen Xian took advantage of the suspect's second of distraction to quickly snatch the fruit knife in one hand. You want? The suspect froze right before he could finish a sentence. The fruit knife in his hand was gone, and when he looked back the fruit knife was already in Chen Xian's hand. I don't want to talk to you about anything right now. I'll spare you if you release her. Otherwise you know the consequences, Chen Xian said as he viciously pointed at the suspect. By what right you say what you want? I won't let go. What can you do to me? The suspect's aura weakened considerably. Then don't blame me for not being polite, said Chen Xian as a whirlwind leg to knock the suspect to the ground. He took the opportunity to pull dull little sister from the suspect's hands. However, the suspect was still in a state of confusion, and immediately afterward he lifted the sprawled suspect from his back and squeezed him dead in his own hands. Chen Xian had easily subdued the suspect just like that, and the viewers in the live broadcast room were simply stunned to see this scene. Chen Xian had saved dull little sister just as simply as that, and upon seeing the saved dull little sister, the live stream audience began to frantically thank Chen Xian for saving dull little sister. Wow, this man is so handsome. Thank you, handsome, for saving our little nerd sister. Thank you, warrior, for saving my life. All of a sudden, dull little sister's live room began to buzz again. Little sister Dull was so handsome by Chen Xian's actions just now that she stared blankly at Chen Xian and began to make all sorts of mentalizations. She hurriedly looked out, and it turned out to be the police and rescue workers coming to rush over. Chapter 8. Settlement. After dull little sister got back her physical initiative, the first thing she did was to retrieve her cell phone. She was well aware that her cell phone was now live all the time, and the room had just lit up. The Taizies in her live room must have seen the full course of events. Dull little sister secretly moved her arms, thinking that this time, she had really earned a lot. Now because Chen Xian had saved his own thing had been on the hot search, the attention of her live broadcasting room had already been considered the highest popularity within the same time period, and there were almost no bad comments, except for the ones that were making snide remarks. This is the best earnings since the dull little sister do live broadcast. The platform of the bounty let her next month. The next month of food and clothing do not have to worry about. Dull little sister to the camera on their own, decided to take this opportunity to make further efforts, and strive to build themselves in one fell swoop to become a tens of millions of fans of the super netizen. After all, it is not impossible. Before the fish platform above a lot of big net red is also from the very simple common small things to do up. Even stay small sister know there is an uncle, specializing in the countryside inside the tofu well-known network, known as male version of the tofu shisher. Stay small sister has been to him as his idol. A number of people inside the pop-up inquired after seeing dull little sister. Little sister, how is the situation? Any injuries? What's going on at the scene? I'm in a hurry. Let's see what's going on in the field. New to hot topic. Can you tell me what's going on? Dull little sister looked at their own live room 5 or 6 minutes of work and directly into the 300,000 or 400,000 people. The heart is simply happy flowers, and immediately held up their own just pinched by the suspect's red wrist, while sharing with the fans just now the experience. Family, you know just now the situation is how dangerous it is? I was almost going to be destroyed by that thug. Do you guys think this is a big disaster for me? Everyone was also heartbroken. Dumb little sister said, it's so heartbreaking, blowing through the screen for you. Little sister, oh, little sister is really heartbreaking. Come and give me a hug in my sister's arms. Girl, don't be afraid. Next time it's better to go out with your boyfriend. After all, it's not safe to be a little girl by yourself anyways. The thug next to him struggled for a bit, and was directly pressed to the ground by Chen Xian with absolute suppressive force. And dull little sister's eyes looked over and saw that this righteous big and tall man was still accompanying himself to wait for the police to come over, and his attitude towards him changed in his heart. Dull little sister felt that in fact Chen Xian, this person is just a little bit taller and a little bit scary looking, but in fact this person is not bad. Even on the contrary, it is also very kind. This time, if there is no him, it is not possible for oneself to get out of the suspect's control so quickly, and it is not possible to get out of danger so smoothly. However, right now, Chen Xian was controlling a dangerous person under his hand that could go berserk at any time, so dull little sister was just carefully snapping a few pictures on the side to show her fans, and didn't go over there with any fanfare to avoid any other dangers from happening again. Outside slowly came the footsteps of law enforcement officers. Dull little sister breathed a sigh of relief. Until now the situation has been completely stabilized, so it is not in control. Directly to their live camera aimed at Chen Xian. Chen Xian saw such a large camera aimed at himself, but also startled. Do not know what the situation. Froze and asked, what's going on? Are you a reporter? Dull little sister shook her head. Looking at the live broadcast room all of a sudden grew by more than 100,000 people again. The most expensive gifts also began to come out. Knowing that by going the camera on Chen Xian, she was mastering the traffic code that belonged to her, and afraid that this person will leave directly, so he hurriedly said, No, I'm an anchor who broadcasts live on the website. I'm really thankful for your bravery just now, otherwise my little life would be gone. Just now my live broadcast didn't shut down, so the fans in the live broadcasting room saw the whole process of the matter just now, and we all worshipped the hero, so we all want to see your front face as well. Chen Xian was unable to understand this type of live streaming stuff, so he asked, didn't you already know what I look like after seeing the whole thing just now? Why do you still need to see the front face? Dull little sister shook her head and explained, this is not the same. Just now my cell phone fell on the ground. The camera is stained with dirt. Coupled with the light inside the house is not good. The effect of the shot was not particularly clear. And you just shot the action too fast. My cell phone is the model of the previous years. We're about to change, so the camera technology is not as powerful as you think. You run so fast. In the camera inside is sure to blur the picture. There is even my own in the live broadcast inside waving with everyone. The hand part will be directly paced off. Before Chen Xian had a chance to speak, the police and rescuers suddenly pounced on the door and took the suspect away from under his hands. And the police even questioned Chen Xian with a serious look on their faces, saying, who are you? Why did you appear at the scene of the crime? And what's the relationship with this hijacked victim of ours? Since we don't have a clear grasp of the suspect's identity at the moment, as an eyewitness, is it convenient for you to provide us with some clues that you know of? Chen Xian disdainfully glanced at him, feeling that this group of people were just watching the fun, and thus did not want to answer at all, even if he was a police officer. These things had nothing to do with him, and could purely be considered as a way to help out. The police had arrived, and since the matter of the suspect had been resolved, Chen Xian felt that he should also leave. Thinking of this, he did not say anything directly stride long legs to leave the scene. The police because they also have to go back to the arraignment of the suspect, so there is no chase over. Chen Xian turned around to leave the footsteps a little fast, because of the fear of other people catching up to ask questions, or look at this does not allow him to go all kinds of trouble, so it is inevitable to walk in a bit of a hurry. Accidentally knocked over Dull Little Sister. Dull Little Sister held up her cell phone. Her slender arm was used as a human selfie stick, and the arm that had just been tanned and said that it was pinched was now fine, except that the 5 fingers holding the cell phone naturally weren't that sturdy, and Chen Xian bumped over it with such a bang, and Dull Little Sister's cell phone rolled straight down to the ground. Dull Little Sister exclaimed, froze for a moment and then hurriedly squatted down to check. The result is still found his cell phone broken. The original live broadcast is still continuing, and now as a cell phone our black screen state simply cannot be used. Dull Little Sister directly squatted on the ground and cried out, holding the arm looks very helpless, while crying and said, you this big man how can this? Crashed my cell phone do not know say a word of sorry? You bad man. Big bad man. Chapter 9. Subduing suspects. The police and rescuers immediately folded back inside the room after hearing Dull Little Sister's voice, wanting to see if something unexpected had happened to Dull Little Sister. After all, they could hear from amongst Dull Little Sister's voice that Dull Little Sister seemed to be very broken at the moment, and they felt that it would be better for them to go and take a look. In case Dull Little Sister was held hostage by the suspect just now and caused the current situation, then they were more or less to blame. Since the police and rescuers ran to Nerdy Little Sister, the suspect was just left alone at the door. The police didn't give the suspect a second thought, as they had already handcuffed him long ago. In their opinion, now the suspect can't move at all, so they can't run away even if they want to, and they don't have to worry too much at all. And the suspect he had a smug grin on his face immediately after seeing the police and rescuers leave, only to see that he quietly took out a wire from among his sleeves, and then 3 times directly pried open the handcuffs. Seeing that he was finally free of his restraints, the suspect couldn't help but shake off his hands before he immediately ran towards the outside. No good. The prisoner has escaped. At this time a police officer's afterglow accidentally saw the suspect outside and immediately exclaimed, his face becoming serious. How could they not have imagined that because of their momentary negligence, they had allowed this suspect to escape? If we really let him give it a run for his money, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. After all, he had already dared to injure someone with a knife today, so there was no telling what serious things he would cause next time. The police and rescuers couldn't care less about staying Little Sister at this point, and immediately chased after the suspect in the direction of the suspect. Chen Xian had already planned to leave, but he hadn't expected the situation to suddenly become like this again. Chen Xian hesitated slightly for a moment before making a show of not seeing anything, as if what was going on outside had nothing to do with him. The suspect couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw Chen Xian like this. He was really worried that Chen Xian would chase towards him. After all, Chen Xian his appearance made people very afraid, and if he really came over to chase himself, the suspect wasn't even sure if he would be able to escape or not. And after realizing that the suspect's gaze was not on his own, Chen Xian immediately climbed to the 2nd floor of this house. By the time Chen Xian he rushed to the 2nd floor, the suspect had only just come within range of the downstairs. The suspect had by now focused all of his energies on the police and rescuers behind him. Therefore, he didn't even notice that Chen Xian had arrived above his head at some unknown time. After seeing the suspect below, Chen Xian just hemmed and hawed, then without saying a word, he directly jumped straight up. The suspect was still a little confused as to what was going on when he heard the gasps of surprise from those around him. but by the time he had just tried to raise his head to look over, Chen Xian had already pressed down heavily on him, making it impossible for him to run even if he wanted to. The suspect fainted right then and there. After all, Chen Xian he was so big, so that caused his impact to be very great as well. Maybe the suspect he never dreamed that he would one day be caught in this way. Although the suspect he had fainted, Chen Xian was not injured at all, and only stood up after determining that the suspect as well was incapacitated. Who is this young man? Surprisingly, he jumped from the second floor with no problem. It's too scary. Yeah, even though it doesn't look like it's very high, he's just jumping like a nobody's business when he says he's going to jump. The crowd of onlookers on the sidelines couldn't help but murmur after seeing this scene. They truly did not expect Chen Xian to be so bold as to jump directly from the second floor when he said jump. However, although they had been discussing Chen Xian, their voices were very low, fearing that Chen Xian would hear them. After all, Chen Xian just looked like someone who couldn't be messed with, and whoever offended him definitely didn't have a good ending. And it was only after Chen Xian he stood up that the police and rescuers arrived late. They couldn't help but widen their own eyes when they saw the suspect lying unconscious on the ground. Young man, I'm really thankful to you this time. Without you, I might have really let this suspect escape. After realizing what exactly was going on, the police officer immediately walked over to Chen Xian and gratefully shook his hand and said to him, the police officer he was really very thankful to Chen Xian. After all, if it wasn't for Chen Xian, then this suspect might have escaped from under their noses today. It's okay, it's something I should do as a legal citizen. You guys don't have to take it to heart. Upon hearing the police officer's words, Chen Xian however only laughed a few times, stating that this was all something he should do. After speaking, Chen Xian ignored the police officer and directly turned around to prepare to leave. After all, he had only chosen to come over to help just now because he had seen something happen here. Otherwise he wouldn't have come here at all. Now that the matter of the suspects had been resolved, then of course Chen Xian would choose to leave immediately. However, Chen Xian had only just taken a few steps away when he suddenly felt as if someone had tugged on his sleeve. Chen Xian immediately turned his head to look, wanting to see just who was pulling himself. By the time Chen Xian he twisted his head to look over, he realized that the one pulling himself was no other than dull little sister. Looking at dull little sister pulling on herself and refusing to let herself leave, Chen Xian's heart only felt very strange, unable to figure out what she was doing. After all, in Chen Xian's opinion, it seemed like he hadn't even messed with her, right, and had just saved her from the hands of a suspect. You bad man, you just broke my cell phone. You have to pay me back or I won't let you go. Just as Chen Xian he was having doubts in his mind, dull little sister immediately opened her mouth and spoke to Chen Xian, stating that Chen Xian must compensate his own self. Although dull little sister she was still a little scared in her heart even as she looked at Chen Xian. As long as she thought of her broken cell phone, she felt as if her guts had grown a lot bigger. Chen Xian looked at his dull little sister who was looking at him with a puff of air, and in his heart, he only felt very helpless and somewhat impatient at the same time. Chen Xian also didn't want to get too involved with dull little sister, so he simply shook off dull little sister's hand and then immediately left the place before he could react. Chapter 10. New students starting school. Chen Xian returned directly to his home after leaving and began to pack up his belongings. After all, tomorrow was the day that the new students would start school, and Chen Xian, as a freshman, was still more or less apprehensive in his heart. And before that, although Chen Xian he had tidied up slightly, he was still worried that he might have missed something and decided that it would be better for him to check first. This way, even if you are missing something you can find it in time and not be temporarily overwhelmed. After he had finished packing up everything, Chen Xian laid down on his bed early and began to prepare for rest. You know, if you don't get your spirits up, then I'm afraid it's going to be hard to cope with what's coming tomorrow. On the other hand, by the time dull little sister she came back to her senses, she realized that Chen Xian had already disappeared. That bad man, don't let me see you again next time. Seeing him directly leave like this, dull little sister's heart only felt very angry, and couldn't help but stomp her own foot, secretly cursing. At the same time, dull little sister she had already made up her mind that if she ran into Chen Xian again next time, she would definitely not let him leave so easily. Nerdy little sister didn't stay here any longer, but quickly looked around for a cell phone repair store. After all, his own cell phone was broken in such a way that it wouldn't work at all and had to be fixed. It's fixed, pay for it. The guy at the cell phone repair store quickly fixed dumb little sister's cell phone and also popped the price of the repair. After hearing the price, dull little sister immediately stared with wide eyes. How could she not expect that repairing a cell phone would be so expensive? If she had known that it was like this, dull little sister she wouldn't have repaired it here at all. This place was a complete black store. But on the contrary, now his own cell phone in the body of others, dull little sister she did not also simply impossible. After all, they have been repaired. Nerdy little sister was very helpless to give the money to the person at the cell phone repair store before she finally got her phone back. After getting the cell phone, dull little sisters was finally a lot more relieved, and then immediately went back home. When she arrived home, dull little sister immediately couldn't wait to lie down on the family's large bed, feeling much more comfortable throughout. There were just too many things that came up today, and it made dull little sister feel very tired, and she felt like she had to get some rest. But dull little sister, she hadn't been lying down for long when her own cell phone rang. Dull little sister didn't want to answer the call at all, but when she saw that the caller ID was her best friend, Mo, she immediately got her spirits up again. After all, Xiaomeng is not someone else. That is dull little sister's best girlfriend. Her phone, dull little sister, of course. It is impossible not to answer. And to be honest, when she received Mo's call, dull little sister's heart was still very happy, and she even felt that her fatigue from earlier had been swept away. Dorky sat straight up from the bed and hit the answer button. Mo, it's this time of the day. What do you want to see me about? After picking up the phone, dull little sister immediately inquired at Mo, wanting to know the reason why Mo was looking for her. In her impression, it was rare for Mo to call herself while this was happening, which made her feel really strange. Your live stream was on the hot seat today, and I was a little worried about how you were doing right now, so I called you to check in. It was only after Mo heard dull little sister's voice that she finally breathed a sigh of relief and didn't tense up as much as she did before. As she saw the hot search, she was afraid that dull little sister would suffer some kind of harm at the hands of the suspects. However, from the current situation, it seemed that dull little sister should be fine. After all, it could be said that he was in the middle of the air when he spoke. So that's what it is. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with me. It's that suspect that's miserable. After hearing Mo's words, dull little sister couldn't help but smile before this hurriedly said, after all, that suspect's fate today dull little sister had also seen, and in her heart she couldn't help but sympathize with him greatly. At the same time, dull little sister's heart was also a little surprised. How could she not expect that her live broadcast this time would be able to be on the hot search? Although dull little sister had been live streaming, she was nothing more than a small anchor, and there wasn't much heat at all. Usually watch their own live broadcast or some old fans only, but did not think that today's live broadcast content actually let themselves so scurry on the hot search. It is too terrible. Dull little sister decided that after hanging up the phone later she must take a good look at it herself, and might be able to analyze any data. Fine, I'll leave you alone then, but remember to never go live again tomorrow. You still have to take me to school. Remember to rest early. Xiaomeng also cried and laughed a little after hearing what dull little sister said, and quickly changed the topic. Mo said that he would tell dull little sister not to go live again tomorrow. After all, he was going to start school and really didn't have the time to mess around that much. And dumb little sister, she, as Mo's BFF, would definitely have to send Mo along to school tomorrow. Today dull little sister will have to get some rest or she won't be able to fight tomorrow. I definitely won't forget tomorrow. Just wait for me. After hearing Xiaomeng's words, dull little sister nodded her head repeatedly, stating that she had already written these down, so that Xiaomeng she didn't have to worry. To be honest, if it wasn't for little Meng suddenly mentioning this matter to dull little sister might be about to forget about it. After all, she had been so tired and busy with live broadcasting the past few days that she had simply left this matter behind. However, since Xiaomeng had already said it, then dull little sister she definitely had to prepare properly, and there was absolutely no way she could let Xiaomeng down. Okay, I'll hang up then. You must remember to rest early. Mo on the other side of the phone only smiled slightly after hearing dull little sister's assurance before hanging up the phone. After all, it was already very late, so if he fought with dull little sister any longer, it would only delay dull little sister's and his own bedtime. We're all going to meet tomorrow anyway, so anything you have to say can totally wait until tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, dull little sister immediately rummaged through her house, stuffing anything she saw that could be used inside the box. Nerdy little sister she had prepared some necessities for Mo just because she was worried that he would carelessly forget about them. After seeing what she had packed out, dull little sister couldn't help but nod her head in satisfaction, thinking that these things should be enough. Dull little sister put all of these necessities in separate categories, ready to bring them with her in the morning, and then go over to find Mo. Chapter 11, Going to School. That night, both Chen Xian and dull little sister had a good night's sleep. A dreamless night, very comfortable. Time quickly arrived the next day. Chen Xian got up early and prepared to go to school after organizing his luggage. Chen Xian didn't have a lot of luggage. After all, he felt that if there was anything he wanted, he could absolutely add to it when he got to school. Chen Xian chose to take public transportation to school when he left the house. After all, Chen Xian he wasn't a spendthrift. Even now that he had some savings on him, he was still reluctant to spend money on these unnecessary things. By the time Chen Xian he got on the bus, He could clearly feel that everyone was casting some strange glances at him. Chen Xian did not take these stares to heart. He had long since grown accustomed to them. After all, he was so big that it was rare to see someone as tall as him on the road, not to mention the fact that he had those system bonus tattoos on his body, which made him look just like a socialite. Chen Xian felt that even if he were to change into himself, if he were to see such a person on the road one day, I'm afraid that he would feel strange in his heart. Chen Xian's heart was also very clear that the reason why everyone was looking at him in this manner was merely because they were too curious. Get over here and stay away from him. It's bad if you mess with him. A grandmother even pulled her grandson over after seeing Chen Xian, fearing that her grandson would mess with Chen Xian. Hearing the old grandmother's words, Chen Xian's heart was truly very helpless. He also wants to prove to everyone that he's actually the good guy, but there's nothing he can do about it. He felt that if he just went ahead and said outright in front of everyone that he was a good person, he was afraid that no one would believe him at all. Young man, come here for a minute. We need you to register here. Leave an ID number and a phone number or something. What's more, Chen Xian hadn't even done anything before he directly started asking Chen Xian to register his personal information. With regards to these requests, Chen Xian he did not reject any of them, and one by one, he did as they said. Of course he knew exactly what everyone was afraid of in their hearts, and he felt it would be better for him to cooperate. If it was at the beginning, Chen Xian's heart might have felt a bit uncomfortable, thinking that everyone was ostracizing him. However, as the days passed by, Chen Xian had long since gotten used to this matter and felt that it was nothing at all. Chen Xian traveled all the way around in circles, and it was only after 6 hours that he finally arrived at the school. It's finally here, and my college life looks like it's going to start here. Looking at the gates of Dongshan University in front of him, Chen Xian only felt a great deal of emotion in his heart and couldn't help but say to himself, the moment he thought that he would be spending the next several years inside this school, Chen Xian began to somewhat look forward to the days to come. Chen Xian even took a special selfie at the entrance of the school, which was a sort of souvenir of his first day of school. After that, Chen Xian didn't stay at the school gate for much longer, and directly rushed towards the inside of the school, intending to get all the enrollment stuff done as early as possible. After all, the first day of school tends to be the busiest, not only dealing with enrollment, but also organizing dorms and whatnot. Chen Xian he had just spent so much time on the road that he was running out of time today. However, what Chen Xian never expected was that he was just about to enter the door when he suddenly realized that the entrance to the school had long been surrounded. Perhaps it was because Chen Xian his entire attention had just been focused on the name of the school at the entrance of the school, so he didn't even notice this for a moment. After seeing the situation at the school's entrance, Chen Xian couldn't help but frown. How could he not expect the entrance to be so jammed? He had already guessed before and felt that it was quite normal that the number of people should be very high as today was the first day of enrollment. But no matter how many there are, as long as everyone goes their own way, there shouldn't be much traffic. But based on what Chen Xian he saw, not only were the people outside unable to enter, even the people inside were unable to exit. Seeing this, Chen Xian could not wait to turn around and leave, but after thinking about it, he decided that he had better go over and take a look at the situation first. After all, I'm afraid the doorway won't be open for a long time if it really keeps going like this. Chen Xian quickly made his way near the entrance, and also faintly heard the murmurs coming from amongst the crowd. Look at her. Isn't she that little anchor from earlier online? When you say it like that, it seems like it's really she wouldn't be in the same school as us, would she? I haven't been in a school with a netizen in my entire life. I'm really looking forward to it. Chen Xian could hear from the conversations of the passersby that what they were discussing should be the girl surrounded in the center of the crowd. However, since there were simply too many people surrounding him, Chen Xian he simply couldn't tell who the person surrounded by them in the center was. However, with regards to this matter, Chen Xian he did not pay much attention to it. After all, who exactly the people surrounding the center were had nothing to do with Chen Xian. The only thing he was more concerned about was when exactly he would be able to enter the school. What the hell is going on here? Why are they all blocking the school entrance? Aren't they all going to enroll? Chen Xian thought for a moment, then immediately inquired to the passerby beside himself, wanting to know what the matter was really like. The passerby had not intended to ignore Chen Xian when he heard himself being asked. After all, he himself was watching the fun right now. However, when he looked up and realized that Chen Xian was so big and looked so fierce, he was immediately taken aback. Isn't this a little anchor on top of the teasing fish that's on fire? Everyone came over to watch the fun, and some paparazzi came over to take sneak peeks. The passerby simply didn't dare to ignore Chen Xian and immediately told him everything he knew. It turned out that the reason why there were so many people surrounding the school entrance was because they had learned that dull little sister was here, so they thought to come over and watch the fun. There were even quite a few paparazzi, who, after learning of the news, ran over to get first-hand information. Not that I'm saying, I thought before that these anchors just looked good on their cell phones, but it didn't occur to me that this dorky little sister looks just as good as she does when she's live. The passerby even couldn't help but lament about dull little sister's beauty after he finished telling Qinxian what he knew. After all, nowadays many anchors look very good, but only because of the addition of beauty filters. Originally, passersby thought that dull little sister also looked like this, but today, after watching dull little sister, I realized that people's beauty is real. Chapter 12. Demobilization of the masses. And at this time, dull little sister, who was surrounded in the middle of the crowd, felt very speechless in her heart. How could she not have thought that she was merely sending Mo over to start school today, only to be surrounded by these people? What started out as nothing more than a chance encounter with a fan turned out to be nothing more than him calling out his name. And then more and more people gathered around. Seeing this situation, dull little sister's heart was really very helpless, and she had absolutely no idea what to do. She wanted to be rude and tell these people to leave, but she also knew it would be very degrading if she did that. There were still paparazzi in the neighborhood taking pictures at all times, and there was no telling what they would proclaim if they did. As for Chen Xian, he couldn't help but shake his head after figuring out the ins and outs of the matter before preparing to leave this place. He felt that it was better for him to stay out of this kind of thing, or else he might even get himself in trouble if he wasn't careful. Chen Xian turned around, intending to go elsewhere to see if there were any other entrances to the school that he could enter. He didn't think it was realistic to think that in a school this big, there couldn't just be this one entrance. However, Chen Xian he was just about to leave when suddenly the sound of the system enacting a mission came from inside his head. The host dismisses the onlookers and receives $50,000 in prize cash. Chen Xian immediately brightened up after hearing the system's voice. This 50,000 yuan bonus is not a small amount of money. If you can get their hands on it, this whole college living expenses do not have to worry about. After thinking of this, Chen Xian felt that this mission seemed like he had no choice but to complete it. Originally, Chen Xian he didn't want to get into this muddy water at all, but now that this reward was so tantalizing, Chen Xian felt that he might be able to give it a try. After figuring this out, Chen Xian didn't care about anything else and directly relied on his size to squeeze inside the crowd. The others had planned to say something, thinking that Chen Xian's behavior in this manner was not quite right. However, they were immediately startled after seeing Chen Xian's appearance, not daring to say anything more. It had to be said that Chen Xian's his current appearance had really brought him convenience in many ways. As for Chen Xian, he didn't hesitate too much after squeezing in and directly rushed to dull little sister his front. Dull little sister had just been a little surprised in her heart when she saw Chen Xian squeezing in, not expecting to see Chen Xian here. Big brother, you, little sister dull opened her mouth, wanting to question Chen Xian to see what exactly he wanted to do when he came in. After all, dull little sister she could sense that Chen Xian had never been a nosy person, so how could he suddenly come in? What's wrong with you people? Why do you walk here when you walk? Knowing that you're a bit popular, you still don't know how to pay attention, blocking the road. Have you ever thought about other people's feelings? Chen Xian didn't care if dull little sister he was planning on catching up with himself or not. He directly interrupted dull little sister's words and roared loudly at dull little sister. Chen Xian he directly vented all of the anger in his heart onto dull little sister, believing that the responsibility for all of this was all on her. After all, if it wasn't for dull little sister her not paying attention, how could it be possible for someone else to discover his whereabouts? As a public figure, you should pay more or less attention to it, or else it will easily affect other people's lives. It was as if these onlookers were now completely blocking the road, causing Chen Xian he had planned to go around the road just now. After hearing Chen Xian's roar, little sister dull froze for a moment. How could she not have expected Chen Xian to say such words? She still felt a bit innocent. She hadn't even done anything herself, and she ended up being surrounded by so many people. However, after listening to those words spoken by Chen Xian, little sister dull didn't know why, but she felt as if what Chen Xian had said wasn't wrong. Perhaps one should have paid some attention to it when going out in the first place, or else it wouldn't have caused the situation that it did. As for what exactly was going through dull little sister's mind, Chen Xian did not care. What are you people still surrounding here? Blocking other people's paths? Don't you know? Hurry up and disperse. Do what you need to do. After Chen Xian finished scolding dull little sister, he immediately turned back to the crowd of onlookers and said very nonchalantly to them. Chen Xian's appearance was already very fierce looking, and now that he was speaking in such a tone, everyone's hearts only felt very frightened. At the same time, there was some shame in their hearts as they knew that what Chen Xian had just said was indeed very sensible. No matter from which angle, Chen Xian was not at fault for scolding them. Come on, we'd better hurry up and go inside the school. The names haven't even been reported yet. Geez, after all the hilarity just now, there really isn't much to see now. Let's just hurry up and go. This big guy looks too fierce too. Maybe he'll do it later. I have a feeling there isn't some kind of grudge between him and dull little sister. Don't get us people involved later. The passers-by who had gathered around had a word for you and a word for me, and then they left in droves, some going inside the school and some going outside. It could be seen that a large portion of the people here were not rushing over to the school, but were merely attracted by dull little sister, and after seeing that the crowd of onlookers had already left, dull little sister then reacted to the fact that Chen Xian should have been relieving himself by doing that just now. After all, if he didn't say that, it would certainly be impossible for those onlookers to leave the place for a while. Dull little sister wanted to properly thank Chen Xian. After all, if it wasn't for Chen Xian, she might still be here for quite a while. However, as long as she thought of the words Chen Xian had just scolded herself with, dull little sister's heart only felt very embarrassed. Dull little sister lowered her head deeply, not even daring to look up at Chen Xian for a moment for fear that she would think of the words he had just cursed herself with upon seeing him. Dull little sister had never been scolded like this in her entire life. To be honest, if Chen Xian he scolded himself for just some made-up things, then dull little sister probably wouldn't have taken it to heart. After all, the dorky little sister wouldn't even worry about something she'd never done herself. However, Chen Xian's words just now were all reasonable, making it impossible for dull little sister to refute them. Just by the mere thought of this, dull little sister felt very justified, and at the same time, there was also some shame. Chapter 13, A Visit to the School. Chen Xian had no intention of staying after seeing that the surrounding crowd of onlookers had pretty much dispersed. After all, there were still a lot of things he hadn't solved yet, and he didn't want to waste his time here. However, what Chen Xian did not expect was that he was just about to leave when suddenly dull little sister pulled on his sleeve. Seeing dull little sister's actions, Chen Xian could not help but frown, wondering what she was planning to do. At the same time, Chen Xian's mind was vaguely wary. After all, he still remembered that yesterday, dull little sister had been pulling himself for compensation. What do you mean by that? I don't seem to have messed with you anywhere today. Thinking of this, Chen Xian simply asked directly at dull little sister, wanting to clear the air with her directly. After all, in Chen Xian's opinion, not only had he not done anything to apologize to dull little sister just now, he had even helped him dispatch those onlookers. If it wasn't for her own help, it's not certain if dull little sister she would have gotten into school today. No, can we tweet? Seeing Chen Xian his appearance, little sister dull hurriedly shook her head, stating that she did not have any malicious intent in pulling Chen Xian this time. After shaking her head, dull little sister still seemed to feel a little embarrassed, and only after a while did she say what she had in mind. It turned out that the reason why she suddenly pulled Chen Xian down was because she wanted to ask Chen Xian for WeChat. As for Chen Xian, after hearing these words from dull little sister, he immediately frowned. How could he not have thought that dull little sister had pulled himself back because of this reason? I don't seem to have any friendship with you either, so I don't think there's any need at all to add WeChat or anything. Chen Xian didn't even hesitate in the slightest and directly rejected dull little sister's request, stating that he didn't want to add WeChat with dull little sister. It seemed to him that he and dull little sister had only met a few times, and were not at all familiar enough to add WeChat. Seeing that dull little sister she was so enthusiastic about adding her own WeChat, Chen Xian even began to doubt dull little sister's purpose in the back of his mind. I don't mean anything else. I just want to find some time to say thank you properly, and I won't be bothered with you for what you did earlier when you broke my cell phone. Seeing that Chen Xian should have misunderstood her meaning, dull little sister hurriedly opened her mouth to explain to Chen Xian, stating that the only reason he added Chen Xian was because he wanted to say thank you to him. After all, if it wasn't thanks to Chen Xian this time around, one would definitely be in great distress, and now is not a good time to say thank you. Stay little sister thought of the first WeChat added. Wait until after there is time to ask him out to say thank you. At the same time, dull little sister had also decided that she wouldn't bother with Chen Xian about the matter of him breaking her cell phone earlier. Dull little sister thought so in her heart, thinking that she was quite generous. Chen Xian should be able to agree. There's no need to say thank you, and I didn't take this one to heart at all. I just didn't want them to get in my way. After hearing dull little sister's reasoning, Chen Xian even shook his head on the spot, stating that he did not need dull little sister's thanks at all. For Chen Xian, if it wasn't for the task released by the system just now, he would never have helped dull little sister. As a result, dull little sister she seemed to have misunderstood herself nowadays, thinking that she was there specifically to do her a favor. Chen Xian he really didn't want to have any more contact with dull little sister. He felt as if he would meet trouble every time he encountered dull little sister. It was like this last time, and it was still the same this time, and he hated to be able to stay away from dull little sister in the future. Little sister dull did not expect that even though she had lowered herself to speak to Chen Xian in this manner, Chen Xian still had no intention of agreeing to her request. Thinking of this, dull little sister's heart only felt very embarrassed, and at the same time, there was still some embarrassment. Seeing Chen Xian his appearance like this, It was also very clear in dull little sister's mind that Qin Xian he was afraid that he was not willing to approach himself at all. Dull little sister didn't want to dwell on it any longer, and hurriedly left the place in a hurry after finishing this sentence with Qin Xian. By the time she had finished speaking, dull little sister's tears fell almost instantly, looking very pitiful. However, dull little sister she didn't seem to want Qin Xian to see herself in this state nowadays, and hurriedly covered her face as she flew away. Seeing dull little sister's back as she left, Qin Xian then couldn't help but scratch his head as he felt as if his words just now had not been said too heavily. But he hadn't said anything to embarrass him from the beginning to the end, and all he had said was the truth. Qin Xian was really a bit puzzled before he prepared to enter the school. Hello, this student. You must be a student at the school. I don't think I've even seen you before. And just as Qin Xian was about to make his move, Xiao Meng, who was on the side, immediately walked up, then stopped Qin Xian with a hand and asked at Qin Xian's. Xiao Meng she had just seen dull little sister leave in a huff and puff, and in her heart, she was also very clear that she was afraid that dull little sister and Qin Xian should have had some sort of dealings before. Xiao Meng wanted to get a good look at the relationship between Qin Xian and dull little sister to see what kind of relationship they had. After all, Qin Xian didn't look like he was very good to be messed with, and he felt that it would be better for him to help ease the relationship between the two of them. That's right, I did just come to East Mountain University today. What's your business? Once again being stopped, Qin Xian's heart was actually somewhat impatient, but he still forcefully suppressed the impatience in his heart. After all, he was able to tell that Mo should have no ill will towards himself, so he might as well see what he really wanted to do. I'm also from Dongshan University, but I'm a junior. You should call me a senior. You helped us out just now, so why don't I take you on a tour of the school as a token of appreciation? After hearing Qin Xian's question, Xiao Meng smiled faintly before this hurriedly said to Qin Xian. Xiao Meng didn't say anything more after those words, and just quietly waited for Qin Xian's answer. Xiao Meng was the school flower of Dongshan University, and now that she was smiling like this, it was quite pleasing to the eyes. He thought about the fact that Qin Xian was even a freshman at the school, so he thought that he must be unfamiliar with the school. If he himself had offered to take him on a tour of the school at this point in time, he would not have refused. Moreover, he was using the name that he wanted to thank Qin Xian, so I'm sure that any other person wouldn't be able to refuse himself. And one could just take this opportunity to poke around about Qin Xian and see what kind of person Qin Xian really was. Chapter 14 Arm Twisting Competition. Qin Xian refused Mo's invitation without thinking. Anyone who replaced him like this to walk around the campus a few more times might have to scare a few more kids. In order to maintain social stability and harmony on campus, Qin Xian decided not to disrupt this beautiful environment. People are supposed to do well in school, and if he wanders around freaking people out, maybe the principal will come after him. A hard-earned campus life should never be ruined on something like this. However, Qin Xian couldn't wear down Xiao Meng's petulant and shrewish methods. Xiao Meng kindly advised, you just came to the school. You should familiarize yourself with the environment more, otherwise you'll easily get lost. I really want to thank you for helping out with the trouble. Take a walk. It won't waste much of your time. You don't have anything else going on right now anyway, do you? Mo saying such words in a petulant tone, paired with good looks, was indeed quite enticing. Unfortunately, Qin Xian didn't feel it. It was just that the passers-by were looking at them pulling and tugging on the side of the road, which was a bit out of character. Qin Xian then agreed, and Xiao Meng was happy to hear that and immediately greeted him as he walked forward. Qin Xian looked at her impatient appearance and asked suspiciously, aren't you afraid of me? Why do all the other people hide far away when they see themselves? People's delicate little girls aren't scared. Mo answered honestly, I was quite scared at first, but I saw that you helped keep order, so I thought you should be a good person. Qin Xian bristled, I'm already a good person. Xiao Meng smiled cheekily and looked serious as she introduced the campus in quite a detailed manner. Qin Xian felt like he was being led by a tour guide. Look, over here is the school's library, which has an extremely large collection of books and everything you need, so if you want to learn anything, you can go in and read it. Over here is the cafeteria for our students. There are 8 of them, with every flavor, so no matter where you're from, you can find one you like. Qin Xian nodded while listening and asked, which cafeteria do people who usually like chili go to? Mo brightened up and immediately replied, that's going to be the 3rd cafeteria. Could it be that you like spicy food too? Qin Xian didn't feel the need to lie about such matters and simply said, it's alright, I'm not a picky eater. Since obtaining the absolute barbarian king system, his physical condition was already much better than before, and his physique was even better than that of a normal person. No matter what you eat, there's a swagger that's all over the place. The two continued walking and soon came to the front of a gymnasium. Qin Xian stopped in his tracks curiously, and Mo sensed his line of sight. This is the school gym. There's usually a lot of people working out. do you want to check it out? As Xiaomeng said this, she deliberately looked at the muscles on Chen Xian's body. It felt like a muscle-bound man like him should be quite fond of sports or exercising, and if he could be allowed to exercise a bit in there, he might even be able to see what his suit looked like when he lifted iron. Although he was too tall, he was quite good-looking, in a different way. Chen Xian felt the strange look in Xiaomeng's eyes and couldn't help but touch his cheeks. Do I have dirt on my face? Mo shook his head quickly. No, I heard there's an arm wrestling contest today. Let's go in and check it out. Chen Xian was instantly interested and quickly headed inside, finding it hot and heavy. Someone is coaxing. Hurry up and knock him down. Ouch. Haven't you eaten today? Like you would have died 1,000 times earlier. You go on. You do not see who the opponent is. Who meets him is no help. Don't forget he's the undefeated king of the ring at our school for 1,000 years. If anyone can get him off, it would be a real eye-opener today. Agreed. It's not in vain that I ran out after class and didn't even eat. Chen Xian went over to watch the fun and saw a tall man sitting on one side, looking at the crowd with a smug expression. He asked Mo, who was that? Mo explained, the ringmaster is a member of the school basketball team. No one in our school has been able to arm wrestle and win over him, and he's usually quite dejected. And he's more famous. He's very popular in school, especially those new elementary school girls. They're especially easy to fool. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow and was just about to speak when he heard the system enacting a quest for him. Host, please listen to the new mission. This time the mission is that you need to win first place in the arm wrestling competition. Reward for completing the mission, transfer contract for the famous gym. Chen Xian's eyes widened in surprise, not thinking that coming to watch a lively event would actually result in a quest. Luckily for himself, following Mo out on campus this time was somewhat rewarding. Just then, the man on the stage was calling out, anyone want to challenge the next one? I'll try. Chen Xian raised his voice and was about to squeeze through. As a result, before he could walk onto the field, the students around him spontaneously made way for him, and there were also people who exclaimed in shock, I go, how can someone be so tall? This body is too absolute. Is he a student? Can't be. Where did we get this kind of superb girl from our school? Hey, you don't say. He's looking over. He's going to beat us up later. Two can't fight one of him. Why does it feel like a social worker? It's strangely intimidating. I'm getting weak in the knees. You're a no-gooder. You look so mean. Help me up. I'm weak in the knees too. Chen Xian turned a deaf ear to everyone's murmurs and went straight onto the court, addressing the members of the basketball team. What are the rules of the game? The ringmaster, long intimidated by the sight of a large man, said stiffly, in 1 minute, if you break me, you win. He timidly looked towards Chen Xian, always feeling that he couldn't lose in terms of aura, and forcefully stretched out his arm. Chen Xian slowly grabbed his wrist. You yell start. The ringmaster readied himself and gritted his teeth. Begin. The ringmaster exerted all his strength, but he didn't expect to be killed in seconds in the blink of an eye. The spectators were dumbfounded, not expecting Chen Xian to be so strong that he simply did not resemble a human being. It took less than 10 seconds for him to win the ring. This is defeating the myth. So the legendary ring myth is so unbearable? For a moment, jeers went up. The ringmaster has met his match today. I thought how strong he was, but I didn't expect to be killed by the man in the suit in a second. It's really a big shame. This giant isn't open, is it? It's quite fierce looking, but it's really strong. Chen Xian stood up with a relaxed face and raised a smile at Mo, but it scared the audience. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't laugh, big brother. I'm creeped out. Goosebumps are rising. This is not a good place to stay. I'm going to slip away. The ringmaster lost, recognizing that he had lost face, and was very unconvinced. So he secretly pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to his best friend. You hurry up and come help in the school gym. There's just been a stampede. Chapter 15. Access to contractual incentives. Chen Xian was unaware that the ringmaster had already notified his best friend to come over and save the day as he stood in the ring, putting on a calm demeanor. Students around the room were enthusiastically discussing the first place winner of this competition. Fierce and handsome, he practically danced on my heart. Please don't be a nymphomaniac. Don't you want to die? I still think he looks like a gangster, but he's the first place winner of the arm wrestling competition, because Chen Xian had already defeated the ringmaster. He was the rightful champion. Just as the referee was about to hand Chen Xian the gold medal representing the champion, the ringmaster suddenly stopped him. The referee was a little unsure. What's going on? The ringmaster gritted his teeth and said, this match isn't over yet. Just wait. My friend will be here soon. Chen Xian sniffed and did not express any objections to this. Anyway, no matter how many people came from the other side, all of them were under him. No one could match him in terms of strength, and they would only be disgraced if they came. It was just that Chen Xian had to show his face in order to fulfill the system's mission, and probably after this time, he was a celebrity on campus. But the referee was a bit upset. Humph. I'm the referee. Why should this be at your mercy? Get out of the way. Don't think just because you've been champion before that you're secure in this position. The referee decides that someone has already defeated the ringmaster and now a new champion has been crowned. The ringmaster said defiantly, "There is no limit to the number of participants in this tournament. It's feasible for my best friend to come to the tournament now." Meanwhile, the crowd underneath was restless, shouting for the ringmaster to get out of the ring. Although many people were quite afraid of Qin Xian in this mold, even more people liked to see the ringmaster being pushed off the pedestal. It's an honorable match, and even a child understands the principle of willingness to gamble. Don't you take up space up there, get your ass down here. Qin Xian listened carefully to everyone's words and felt that the ringmaster should have made enemies in the school for a long time, so he couldn't help but be secretly wary. If he was going to do well in school, he should never get into this situation, or at the very least, not offend so many people. Mo had been stunned listening from the side, not realizing that the legendary king of the ring had actually fallen to the point where everyone was taunting him. There were quite a few girls mingling in the spectator arena, and most of them had come to support the ringmaster. Only their voices were so small that they were quickly drowned out in the crowd. The ringmaster, deaf to the chatter around him, stubbornly blocked the referee's action until his best friend arrived. Qin Xian looked at the few people in front of him with a relaxed expression, realizing that the height of the other party was far below his shoulders. If people see it, they will only think they are bullying children, right? Unfortunately, he was now riding the tiger, and could only remain unhurried, sitting down in the last position and waiting for the next contest. The students around them noticed that all the characters that came this time were the more well-known ones in the school. That includes the captain of the basketball team. Due to the captain's large fan base, the scene was even more lively than before, with a portion of the students falling directly to the ringmaster's side. "You're the eternal myth. Hurry up and defeat the giant. Go captain." Under the ringmaster's arrangement, his close friends decided to challenge Qin Xian one by one. The first to go was another member of the team, and it didn't take him more than 5 seconds to lose, walking off the stage looking dejected. Each of the next suffered the same situation, and finally it was the captain who came on. As if teasing a small child, Qin Xian smiled brightly at them. It was just that in the eyes of the other side. It was as if they saw a man-eating devil. The members of the basketball team inevitably broke out in a cold sweat, all of them glaring angrily at Qin Xian, feeling that he was provoking him. But there were too many bystanders in the way, so no one dared to make the first move. As a result, there was no doubt that the captain had also failed miserably, and had nearly had his wrist broken by Qin Xian. The ringmaster's heart fires up as he sees his friends go down to the ring with their arms covered. "You'll see in the future. Don't let me see you on campus," the ringmaster said viciously to Qin Xian. His voice lowered. Qin Xian's face changed, and there was an indescribable depression in his heart. It's clear that he came to the competition to fulfill his mission, and he didn't expect to add to his enemies. It's just a matter of seeing them on foot later. It's not like he's afraid of not being able to beat them. Besides, even if he couldn't afford to mess with it, he could still hide from it. After this one match, Qin Xian and the basketball team had formed a bond, or the one that can't be reconciled. The referee, seeing the results of the match, looked at the ringmaster with a smug, sarcastic look. "So you're here to embarrass your friends? It's not enough for you to embarrass yourself alone. You have to drag them along. It's bad luck for them to have friends like you." The ringmaster wanted to punch the referee away, but Qin Xian was watching him intently from the side. He didn't dare to make the slightest movement again, and could only watch as the referee placed the gold medal on Qin Xian's neck. The referee asked Qin Xian's name in a low voice before announcing the winner to everyone. "Congratulations to Qin Xian for winning first place." Some of the audience at the bottom cheered facetiously, and sporadic applause rang through the pavilion. Qin Xian looked towards Xiao Meng and realized that her entire body was excited, clapping especially vigorously. Just as the referee announced that he had won first place in the match, the system suddenly popped up with a prompt. "Congratulations to the host for completing that quest. The reward is on its way and will be arriving soon." Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Xian let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling that this mission was even tougher than the last. Although you don't have to grab the knife, the heart is worse than the knife. Because Qin Xian had made a big splash in the school gymnasium, Xiao Meng, who was following him around, had also been spotted by the students. The sharp-eyed ones could tell at a glance that it was the junior varsity. Some gossipy person put a video of the two of them together online, so the entire campus network saw it. Qin Xian was taken on a tour of the campus with Mo, and many people speculated about their relationship right under the comments. Are these two brother and sister? Or are they a couple? Envious. He actually has the ability to get the schoolgirl to take him around campus. You don't have to be envious upstairs. If you look like him, you'd have the ability to get the schoolgirl to take you around campus with you too. Can't you see that his fist is bigger than a casserole dish? You're wrong. People are not violent, and they have seen justice before. If you don't believe me, Go and watch the live broadcast platform. Then someone saw Dull Little Sister's live video on the live streaming platform and instantly recognized that Chen Xian was the ruthless little brother who had seen justice in the picture. The whole forum was abuzz when this video was released. The students compared the places where Chen Xian had appeared twice and found it unbelievable. Chapter 16 New Housemates. Chen Xian was still unaware that he had become a celebrity on the campus network, and was walking in the direction of the dormitory with Xiao Meng. When Xiao Meng heard Chen Xian say that he wanted to go to the dormitory to take a look, she offered to take him to the dormitory. Since witnessing the bout just now, Xiao Meng had been so excited that she couldn't stop talking to Chen Xian about how awesome he looked during the match. You stayed on the stage, and I don't know if you noticed the look on the ringmaster's face. He looked like he'd eaten. It really made my day to watch. Chen Xian gave her a somewhat speechless look. I just participated in an arm wrestling competition. Is it worth all of your heated discussions? To be honest, Chen Xian felt as if Xiao Meng had a rather large opinion of that ringmaster. I also wondered if her friend had been bullied by the ringmaster before, or if they had some other previous beef. It was just that the relationship between the two was not considered familiar now, and it was not convenient for Chen Xian to ask such personal questions. Mo shook his head. You are unaware that this match has been dominated by the ringmaster for the title, and many are thinking of knocking him off. Chen Xian nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is, the two said as they walked towards their dormitory. As a result, on the road, I saw many people pointing at them. Presumably, word had gotten out in the school gymnasium, and it was now clear to everyone that Chen Xian was the new champion. It was just that Chen Xian wasn't too used to being surrounded by people like this and looked over with a cold face. As soon as those people saw his line of sight, they immediately lowered their heads and pretended that nothing had happened, but their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Chen Xian's appearance was just too scary looking, with the feeling that it could stop a small child from crying. Anyone else would not want to mess with such a pugilist. Chen Xian's bald head originally stood out inside the campus. Coupled with his taller than usual stature, he attracted countless eyes along the way, and in the dormitory at this time, there were 3 boys who came to the dormitory earlier than Chen Xian and were eagerly discussing the school news. The name Chen Xian sounds familiar. Isn't it the one roommate from our dormitory that didn't arrive? I really hope it's not him, but you can't really find many people with the same name and specialty, and we're going to have to live with him from now on. Another person said worriedly. I didn't think my campus life would be so exciting. With people like this living in our dormitory, can we still sleep at night? You have to think in another direction. If we become friends with him, it means that no one will dare to bully us inside the school from now on. That's true, but by the time we get out, we might end up being ostracized by everyone. So what then? Just as they were getting carried away with their discussion, Chen Xian came in. The 3 of them hurriedly shut their mouths and boldly welcomed Chen Xian. Wang Gong said, You must be Chen Xian. I just saw your match at the school gymnasium. It was really impressive. You won the ringmaster in one go. Li Shang chimed in. Yeah, and the fact that you were fantastic on the air before. We think you're a very warm-hearted person. It's thanks to you that the man was saved safely. Before Chen Xian had a chance to speak, he heard these few people give themselves a big speech and couldn't help but freeze a bit. If his ears weren't failing him, he'd heard them talking about what they weren't before he'd entered. I didn't realize that the other party was now acting as if nothing had happened. But in the future, we are all in the same dormitory, so it is inconvenient to have conflicts. Truth be told, most of the time during college, aside from having to attend classes, I spent most of my time in the dorms. Having a bad relationship with your roommate can directly affect the quality of your entire school career. So Chen Xian endeavored to show a conciliatory smile and said to them, Hello, thank you for your attention. I would like to ask where my bed is? Those few people immediately gave up a seat. We've all chosen. This one is reserved for you. If you're not satisfied, we can switch, and I dusted it for you earlier. It's clean. Chen Xian said indifferently. No need to change. Thank you. Ji Gung trembled a bit, inexplicably having a creepy feeling when he heard Chen Xian say thank you. It's as if a murderer has given you a notice before he kills. He barely managed to stand still and made a brief self-introduction with Chen Xian. My name is Ji Gung. You can call me Daijing. I'm from the next city over. A bit far from here, but my score is just right to be able to attend this school. Someone started it off and others ran over to introduce themselves. After they exchanged names, they shook hands with each other in a dignified manner, and then made a date to go out to eat together. In the name of promoting friendship between dormitories, Chen Xian didn't really want to go to the appointment, but he was new to the city, so it wouldn't be good if he acted too out of place. Thus, Chen Xian agreed to go out to eat with them. With about half an hour before dinner, everyone went to make their respective beds and then cleaned the dorms inside and out. Because Wang Gong had come the earliest, he had already prepared the water dispenser and boiled water, and was kind enough to pour Chen Xian a cup. Chen Xian was a bit flattered to receive it, then smothered a large glass of water in one gulp. When it was time to go out to eat, Chen Xian accidentally realized that they happened to have booked a restaurant that was downstairs from the celebrity gym. Chen Xian was pleasantly surprised when he saw that address, so he looked at the upstairs gym a few more times. I wonder when the system will notify him again and give this one gym to himself. However, Chen Xian was also hungry and could only go and fill his stomach first. During the meal, the atmosphere was quite pleasant, and everyone had the intention to draw closer to each other. The crowd talked about a lot of school gossip and interesting things they had encountered in their lives. Everything from the state of the school's curriculum, and the choices for the school bully and the schoolgirl, plus the personalities of the various teachers. We all talked and laughed and ate, and ordered a couple cans of beer and snubbed each other's drinks. The boss was quite abashed at first when he saw Chen Xian's presence, but when I saw the student-looking people next to me, my heart settled down and I enthusiastically served them many dishes. The other housemates felt that the meal was effective and greatly contributed to the bonding of the dormitory. However, Chen Xian felt very uncomfortable and was thinking of what excuse to use to leave the restaurant early. After all, everyone was new to the school, and there were no classes in the evening, so honestly, that's a really bad excuse. Chen Xian thought, why don't we just borrow Mo's name to come up with a way to get away? Chapter 17, The Gym Fiasco. However, before Chen Xian could think of a better way to get out, he heard an unusual sound coming from upstairs. Chen Xian settled down and listened attentively for a while, realizing that there seemed to be a fight going on up there. That crackling sound should have been made by everyone fighting each other with their weapons. The housemates who were eating also paused, beer cans raised in their hands, stopped in the air and did not continue to drink. Wang Gong heard the commotion upstairs and frowned tightly. What's going on here? How could this sound suddenly pop up? Li Shang guessed. Could it be that someone has gotten into a mob fight? Why is it so dangerous out there this late at night? Wang Gong waved at the boss and called him over. Boss, you're still safe in this restaurant, aren't you? That group won't run down in the middle of a fight? If they were in the middle of a meal and someone else swarmed in and got into a fight, the get-together would not be worth it. As a matter of fact, Wang Gong kinda regretted that he chose this place. Had he known better, he would have chosen a quiet tea house to eat. Hey, who knew there were always all kinds of hazards out there in restaurants? The owner of the restaurant heard this commotion and rushed over to explain. Hey, young man, you can rest assured. We are very safe here. It must be the upstairs gym that is being troubled by the rival group of coaches. These days, I don't know what's going on. They come looking for things every time, so I guess they're bullying again. Honestly, it's not a good thing to have a female owner running such a large gym. Even if the lady boss's physical strength was good, she couldn't beat those men. Ji Gung was surprised and said, could it be that the owner of the gym upstairs is a woman? The restaurateur sighed and said quickly, not really. Where's a woman in charge and no one to help watch the gym? Places like this are usually run by a lot of people, and it's not easy for a weak woman to survive inside this industry. Curious, Li Sheng asked, what's the name of the rival gym? The restaurant owner replied, it's called something like Bohong, I think. Hey, I can't remember. Anyway, the world is hard, and there are many obstacles to doing any kind of business. Chen Shen couldn't help but feel a bit angry in his heart when he heard them chatting. Originally those coaches were the bad guys. They came and messed up every time, and now people still think it's the lady boss. That kind of thinking is long overdue for a change. It's not like it's an old time. In this society, where men and women hold up half the sky, gender should not be a shortcoming in careers at all. Wang Gong sighed. It's really not an easy thing to do. Right, should we go and see what's going on? Ji Gung timidly shook his head. Didn't you hear the boss? That's a group of fitness instructors. They definitely outnumber us. If we go over there, maybe we'll be beaten up too. Chen Xian despised him, feeling that this kind of statement from him was really growing others' ambition and destroying his own. Let's not talk about whether or not he has this mindset, but those who won't come to the aid of others in such a situation are generally not people of any kind of bravery. Chen Xian was just about to speak when the system suddenly stirred. Host, please pay attention. A new task is now enacted. You need to go and fix the trainer who is causing trouble in the gym. The reward for this mission is $500,000 in business startup capital. Chen Xian's eyes were wide open. It was the first time he had heard the system offer real money rewards, and the bonuses were quite large. $500,000. Now you can realize your goal of earning money to start your own business. As soon as he heard this, Chen Xian couldn't care less about his meal and rushed over with an arrow step, directly running in the direction of the stairs. The housemates were startled and stayed in place, and before they could react, they realized that Chen Xian's figure had disappeared. Li Sheng took a sip of beer and slowly said, I'm not blind. Right, just now he ran away from us. How come we didn't even see his back? Wang Gong replied, don't mention it. I think he's about as fast as a cheetah. He's gone in the blink of an eye. Why don't we follow him up and take a look? If Chen Xian encountered any danger, everyone would still be able to help. Ji Gung hesitated, not knowing whether to agree to this offer of his. if they followed up and failed to be able to help, but instead became a hindrance to Chen Xian, then it would be a wasted trip. But if people don't go, the little bit of dormitory bonding that has just been cultivated will be worn away just like this. Just as Jigen hesitated, the other two stood up. At this time, Chen Xian had already rushed up to the second floor and ran straight into the gym. He saw that the lobby was empty, not a soul in sight, while a group of fitness instructors were surrounding the gym's owner in the inner room. Lily hid in the corner with a panicked look on her face, holding a long iron pipe and pointing it accurately at the troublemakers. Don't come any closer, and whoever takes another step forward, don't blame me for being rude, Lily threatened. If you guys know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. Chen Xian fixed his eyes on it and realized that the steel pipe was presumably removed from whichever fitness facility the lady boss had been working out from, and the port had uneven creases, so it seems that the lady boss still has a lot of strength. It's just that she's facing a large group of male coaches these days, and it's just not convenient for her to wrestle with them. One of the coaches, seeing the female boss in this state, hugged his arms proudly and said to her, "You said the same thing before, but in the end, you were still eaten to death by us." The other coach took an unsuspecting step forward. "Look, now that I'm moving forward, what can you do to me?" Lily was furious and desperately swung forward with the crowbar, pouncing and hitting the man. The trainer next to her saw something wrong and took some dumbbells and threw them at the lady boss, almost hitting her feet. The lady boss was so shocked that she simply ducked further away. Seeing that it worked, the others picked up various pieces of equipment in the gym and went for the lady boss's body. There were several times that Lily couldn't dodge and was directly hit by those instruments, and couldn't help but exclaim in pain. When Chen Xian saw this scene, his entire being was wrapped up in rage. In this world, they actually bullied a woman like this. It is really not the behavior of heroes and heroines. Chen Xian looked around and realized that there weren't many customers left in the gym at all. When the members saw this, they ran out the back door in horror, none of them coming forward to help, afraid that if they ran a step slower, they would be grabbed and beaten by those coaches. Seeing the cruelty of reality, Chen Xian lost even more of his heart and felt very sorry for this boss. Chapter 18, Fighting Off Troublemakers. It was just that now was not a time that could make Chen Xian emotional or sad. He first had to solve the current problem. Seeing that Lily was scared to tears all of a sudden, he still stood without moving, and when the group of male coaches saw Lily crying, they became even more aggressive, desperately smashing the gym equipment around them, without any sense that they were destroying private property. Chen Xian was enraged. Were these people unenlightened savages? Lily's entire body panicked when she saw them about to smash her beloved equipment and pounced on them to stop them, but he was pushed away hard by one of the male coaches and fell to the ground. Chen Xian couldn't watch any longer and directly let out a loud yell, drawing everyone's attention over. "Stop it, all of you." The group of male coaches suddenly froze at the sound of the middle voice. Turning back to look, Chen Xian stood there with a strong sense of presence, with an air of intent to kill. Chen Xian was really ferocious. The muscles on his body had all sprung up, and standing in the inner room felt like the top of his head was almost next to the ceiling. But that group of people just forced themselves to stabilize their minds, relying on their large numbers, and made a strong effort to psychologically build themselves up. The other side was only one person even if they were powerful, but there were about 10 people on their side. Any way you count it, they have the advantage. The head coach said viciously to Chen Xian, "Don't mind your own business." So he said, but the men around him were all in battle positions, with a stupid light in their eyes. When Chen Xian saw the sight, his face grew even colder, and a surge of anger welled up in his heart. A bunch of big men bullying a woman. Have you got any face left? If you guys know what you're doing, hurry up and leave now. I can leave you alone, or you can't blame me if you get hurt later. The coach's eyes rolled a few times, thinking that Chen Xian had help, but after rushing in the direction of the door for a while and not realizing that no one else had come in, he felt relieved. Is it hard to believe that this man is bluffing? So he scoffed, "You think you're a hero saving the day, but in our eyes, you're just a bear. Honestly, you've grown so big for nothing. Can you fight a dozen of us alone?" The people around them burst into laughter as soon as they heard this, as if they were mocking Chen Xian's self-importance. Seeing their reactions, Chen Xian felt that they just shouldn't have ended up well. Indifferently, he said, "I'll give you one more chance. Are you sure you don't want to go?" A lewdly shaped coach was unimpressed and raised a middle finger at Chen Xian. "I'm not leaving. What can you do to me? If you're capable, just let your horse come." It was the first time Chen Xian had seen someone rushing up to meet the king of hell, and intending to directly do as he wished. He took a step forward. Since the toast was not to be done, he would not be blamed for not being polite. As the saying went, rights before arms. Chen Xian had already given them a chance, but they hadn't closed, so he could only beat them into submission. Lily felt strange in her heart when she saw Chen Xian's appearance. She hadn't thought that someone would come to help. All along, when that group came to make trouble, everyone had decisively avoided the battlefield. Unexpectedly, Chen Xian was able to come to his door to help himself, truly a hero. It's just that Lily was worried that he couldn't beat the group, so she made a wink for him to leave. Chen Xian turned a blind eye to the situation and directly ran forward with an arrow step, smashing a coach with a punch. Use the left hook again and take the second one down. The rest of them saw that two of their companions were knocked to the ground at once, and took a few steps back in panic. Even their legs couldn't help but tremble. This thug in a suit. It's terrifying. I didn't realize that he didn't have an empty frame, but was really so capable of fighting. The coach in charge saw his partners backing down and hated it, saying, "You guys go for it." In order to be able to give an explanation to the boss, they could only meet it with their heads. Humph, a bunch of death-defying people. Chen Xian directly swept his foot out across the room, and he knocked down the few people who were close by. But this does not relieve his anger. He directly took a dumbbell and smashed it over to them, as a kind of payback the hatred of their bullying Lily just now. Just as Chen Xian was in the middle of his fight, a coach suddenly ran over to sneak up on him. Luckily, Chen Xian's reflexes were sharp, sensing the movement beside him, and immediately yanked his fist tight and swung it out backwards, smashing the man's chest in one fell swoop. The man cried out in pain, holding his chest tightly and not letting go. When the people next to him saw this, they were furious and wanted to come up to settle the score with Chen Xian, but before they could run over a few steps, they were dragged down by Lily. Lily took a long chain and threw it around their calves, knocking them to the ground. Chen Xian hadn't expected Lily's fighting prowess to be particularly strong, and subconsciously gave her a thumbs up. Lily was just about to let out a laugh when she realized that the group of male coaches were running over again and hurriedly turned to escape. Chen Xian shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, he was still too optimistic, but this time, he no longer kept his strength, and directly beat them up so hard that they cried and wailed all over the place and couldn't even stand up. There are also people who are not afraid of death to put out vicious words. You wait for me, when I go back and let the boss get you killed. Seeing that he was such a dead duck, Chen Xian simply stepped forward and blocked his mouth so that he couldn't spit out a single word. The group were no match for him and could only put up a fight, only to be repunched. That group of coaches crying and begging seems like a bunch of losers too. Chen Xian didn't want to get anyone killed, so after thinking about it, he let them go. Before leaving, he gave them the threat, next time you dare to come, I will definitely not stay my hand, so you better watch out for yourselves. After the group left, Lily looked at the mess all over the place. Her face was unable to hide her sadness. However, what she was more worried about now was whether Chen Xian would be retaliated against by that group of people. Lily couldn't help but worry. You shouldn't have run out. Now that they hold a grudge against you, you need to hide far away from them. Although from the fight scene just now, Chen Xian was more than capable of dealing with them, but he couldn't help the fact that the other party was a bunch of scumbags. If they were going to pull any underhanded tricks, then he probably wouldn't be able to hide from them. Chen Xian wasn't worried about this at all, and only asked with concern if she was injured. Lily hurriedly said, I'm not hurt. Thank you for your concern, it's just hard for you to stand up for my gym. Chen Xian smiled and directly took out the transfer contract. That's a bit of a misnomer. You see, here's the transfer contract for this gym. I'm actually kind of sticking up for myself. Recalling the image of Lily desperately defending the gym just now, Chen Xian made a suggestion. I see that you've poured a lot of heart and soul into this gym, and I'd like to hire you as the head of this gym. How about that? Chapter 19, a new mission is coming. Lily had frozen the moment she saw Chen Xian take out the transfer contract. Every word Chen Xian said next never even entered her ears. Not to mention the fact that Chen Xian had asked himself later on whether or not he wanted to accept his hiring and become the gym's mastermind. Even the words that preceded it were inaudible to Lily. Chen Xian looked at her expression and understood her thoughts in his heart, immediately explaining, Now it's not that I'm asking you to make a decision right away. It's just that you think about whether or not you want to accept the position first. If you want to continue working in the gym, then becoming an officiant here would be a great option as well. When Lily heard Chen Xian's voice that could be described as amiable, the entire person seemed to still be in a dream, while a strong suspicion arose uncontrollably in her heart. Why was Chen Xian still willing to accept the gym after seeing the current situation? Did he have another agenda? Or was he simply trying to make the gym a better place? Lily thought this, then didn't hold back from asking the question. As you can see in this state today, the gym has offended a lot of people, and every now and then people come looking for trouble. She counseled. In this case, you shouldn't really be looking for a gym like this if you're going to thrive better. Chen Xian ticked the corner of his mouth in disbelief, feeling that this was not a problem at all, but seeing as Lily was uneasy, he decided to patiently explain it all over again. Don't worry, that group of people are no match for me. Even if they come looking for trouble afterward, I'll have a way to handle it. He paused and added, That's not something you need to worry about. You just need to consider whether or not you want to accept the position. Lily remained skeptical, carefully observing Chen Xian's face before asking, Do you have another business to run? Or are you borrowing the gym to act as some sort of venue or something? Chen Xian was kinda helpless in his heart when he saw that she had misunderstood his intentions, but he still maintained his smile. It's not what you think. I just want to make the gym bigger and stronger. And in doing so, I do need some help. You're definitely familiar with the industry, and I would definitely feel comfortable with you taking over. And I can tell that you truly love this gym, and I'm sure he can play better in your hands. Lily nodded thoughtfully and didn't say anything for a while. Chen Xian asked again. However, there is one thing I would like to ask. Why did you choose to create this gym? As a matter of fact, most of the girls who come out to choose their careers will generally favor clerical jobs. It's not that people are prejudiced against them, but the real world dictates that there are certain limitations to their practice. While many women shine in other professions, it's only a small percentage of cases. Looking at Li Li in such a soft manner, Chen Xian didn't feel like the type of girl who would specialize in creating a gym. Probably he looked away. When Li Li heard the question, she didn't rush to answer, but thought carefully for a moment. Feeling that Chen Xian did not look like the type to ask with a mocking attitude, he also calmed down a bit and then spoke to Chen Xian about the origins of the gym. I know a lot of people are wondering why a woman like me would work so hard to create a gym. It started years ago, when Lily had just come to the city and didn't have much experience, thinking that if she wanted to work out, she would first look over at the gym. As it turned out, she realized that most of the owners of the gyms here were predominantly male. To be precise, it's an almost entirely male owner, and there are a lot of rules in there, plus a smaller variety of fitness equipment. And a very important issue, that's the fact that most of the gym's members are guys and the trainers are predominantly male. In such a situation, it is actually very difficult for a female customer to seek justice if she encounters unfair treatment inside. Lily spread her hands. I once witnessed a girl being bullied by other trainers inside the gym while the people around her would only be up in arms. There's been no one to lend a hand, and then I thought we should be helping each other, or at the very least saving the girls who are being bullied. Chen Xian felt surprised. He hadn't thought that such a thing would still happen inside a big city, but thinking back, it was not uncommon for the group of male trainers to come to the gym and bully Lily. He then came to his senses, thinking that this was probably the inferior nature of human beings, who always like to bully the good and fear the evil. But he still didn't understand why those people always bullied those members. As a matter of fact, those customers are all members, and as the saying goes, the customer is God. So shouldn't they treat their customers well? Why is bullying allowed to happen? Lily shook her head. It's not a rare occurrence, and they have a steady stream of customers. They may feel that one more customer is not too much and one less is not too little. Add to that the fact that this is the norm at gyms, and they are probably in the same situation no matter which gym they go to. Because of this, everyone is emboldened to allow these vices to continue to be passed down. Chen Xian was clear on the ins and outs of this matter, and then resumed asking the question he had just asked. And do you promise to take over the position? Lily agreed without a second thought this time. I promise you that I will be the head of this gym, and I will make it my home from now on, and I will carry this business forward. She then asked, Boss, when will you probably be coming over? If you're coming to the gym, give me a heads up in advance and I'll pick you up. Chen Xian smiled bitterly. I still have classes to attend, so I probably won't have the time to come over, so I need you to be in charge here. Lily was getting more and more confused. Are you going to adult college? Chen Xian was embarrassed as he scratched his head. I'm a freshman at Dongshan University. Don't look at me looking like this. I'm actually not that old. Lily almost shocked her jaw, not thinking that someone like Chen Xian with this appearance was actually still a college student. There was absolutely no way to cover up the surprise on her face, and it was displayed directly in front of Chen Xian. Chen Xian was also helpless and didn't want to count these things, so he and Lily proposed to leave first. Lily froze as she watched Chen Xian go out the door, still not having recovered from the shock she had just experienced. Right from the moment Chen Xian descended the stairs, the system suddenly enacted the quest. Congratulations to the host, completing the task of chasing away the troublemakers. 500,000 rewards have arrived. Please check. Now a new task is issued. You are asked to recruit 100 members and 3 senior fitness trainers within 7 days. The reward for this mission is $1 million of business money. Chapter 20 Recruitment of Coaches. Chen Xian was surprised in his heart when he heard the system's voice. He didn't expect that the reward for this mission had actually doubled from the last one. By that math, could it be that his reward doubles after each mission is completed? If this is in fact the case, it's really great, and I'm sure it won't be long before he's able to save up enough money for a real business venture. When the time comes, one can do whatever one wants to do. Chen Xian walked downstairs and returned to the restaurant he had just been in to find his housemates still sitting properly in their seats, seemingly waiting for him. It's just that no one continues to eat food or drink anymore. For some reason, Wang Gong was persuaded and did not come upstairs to help. Chen Xian did not know about the turmoil and did not feel much for them. In fact, This is human nature. When it comes to things, as long as it is not a matter of concern to you, you can just hang on to it. I really can't blame them. After all, not everyone is brave enough to pull the trigger. Most of this society is still weak and greedy. Li Shang was greatly relieved to see Chen Xian return. You're finally back. Is everything alright? They were sitting in the restaurant just now, hearing all kinds of noises coming from upstairs, getting more and more scared, then taking a few steps and running back to their seats to wait. Later, when they saw the group of coaches coming down the stairs, beaten up and swollen, they didn't dare to go up to see what was going on, but walked off to hide. It wasn't until the group was gone, their backs disappearing down the road in front of the tavern, that they resumed their seats. The owner of the restaurant just shook his head in disappointment and didn't say anything when he saw his housemates in this state. I'm fine, I'll go back to my dorm. Thinking about his mission, Chen Xian had no intention of continuing to stay inside the tavern with them and wanted to go back to school. During today's meal, Chen Xian had after all left in the middle of the meal and felt quite embarrassed, deciding to apologize to them regardless of sentiment or reason. Sorry about today. However, the other housemates were ashamed of their cowardice and did not blame Chen Xian, hurriedly waving their hands and saying that it was fine. When he returned to the school, Chen Xian posted a job advertisement on the internet, then took pictures of himself and put them on the campus website to show off his body. The bottom of the webpage states that Celebrity Gym is looking to hire a couple of veteran trainers. With Chen Xian's muscular body and powerful qualities, several people soon came to the city and contacted Chen Xian directly. Chen Xian wasn't too sure about the conditions for recruiting coaches, and remembered that Lily was in this line of work, so she should be more knowledgeable. He simply took the applicants to the gym to conduct the interviews on the spot, while asking Lily to help go over the eyes. Lily was happy to see so many people come, then carefully examined their skills and passed a series of tests. Only then were 3 candidates finally identified, and the application materials were handed over to Chen Xian. Chen Xian watched her choose from the side, but he himself did not understand this. But still, he looked at them seriously. What do you think of these guys? Can they be senior coaches? Lily pointed to one of the recruiters and said, this one has the strongest physical qualities. I tested his functions and he should be the most sensitive of all the applicants. And this one next to him, he's got over a decade of experience in this gym business. And that's definitely the kind of talent we need in our gym. Chen Xian was curious. What about the last one? Lily smiled. His personality is best suited for recruiting trainees. If he can make a good relationship with the trainees, then we won't be afraid of not recruiting enough members in the future. Chen Xian recalled that the system had also issued him a task to collect 100 members. Then he nodded his head in agreement. Those 3 then. You've raised their salaries by half, and the money will come from my side. Lily jumped up excitedly. That's great. I'm sure they'll work hard. After explaining these things, Chen Xian went back to the school and also promoted the celebrity gym at the school. However, the part-time staff was disrupted by Bohemian Gym while distributing flyers. Someone came over and took over the turf and said they wouldn't let them hand out flyers. Chen Xian ran straight over when he heard the wind and saw a familiar person who sneered and said, so it's you, the defeated one. I didn't expect that you still wouldn't die and come over to provoke. The other party was in agony. It was the boss who sent him here. And if he didn't have orders and didn't dare to smash his own bowl, he definitely wouldn't have come over to curry Chen Xian's dislike. At this point in time, he had no choice but to confront Chen Xian with his head. As a result, he was severely beaten by Chen Xian again, beating him so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. Chen Xian easily resolved his opponent and overheard someone in the distance, presumably trying to create news. Chen Xian quickly walked over and snatched the camera, questioning the man. What are you doing? The sneak peeker was enraged. You people from the celebrity gym, you actually bully others. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Chen Xian gave him a funny look. The camera is in my hands. What else can you do? The man said defiantly. If you break it, I'll make you pay for it. Chen Xian thought he was just a sizable cutie, casually revealing his true purpose, but he had other ways to dispense with the threat. Chen Xian numbly opened the camera and erased all the records inside, waiting for all the data to disappear before throwing the camera back to the sneak peeker. The man took the camera with his hands and feet, quickly checked the data inside, and found that there was no record at all anymore, and his face couldn't help but turn white. This is screwed. The mission wasn't accomplished, and I'm sure I'm going to get my ass kicked by the boss. When Xiao Meng heard about this matter, she hastily utilized the convenience of her position in the student council to open the door of convenience to Chen Xian. Since joining the student union, Xiao Meng was quite close to the other students, and this time, in order to promote the gym for Chen Xian, she appealed to everyone to help forward the information about the recruitment. With Xiao Meng's help, Chen Xian's process of recruiting members went much smoother, and he had recruited dozens of members within a week. Chen Xian roughly did some calculations and realized that there was still a small gap from the tasks laid out by the system, and thought to himself that he would have to work harder before he could do so. During Chen Xian's busy period, Xiao Meng and dull little sister discussed quite a bit about Chen Xian's recent news. Among them was the matter of Chen Xian standing up for the gym, and also included the fact that Chen Xian had taken over the gym. Now that they're recruiting members, Mo has talked to Dumbass several times to get Dumbass to check out the action. Dull little sister thought about it for a while, didn't think there was much point in it, so she politely declined. We'll talk about it later. I don't have the heart for it at the moment. Dull little sister thought. It turns out that Chen Xian sees righteousness as a habit of nature. No matter who is in danger, he will go to help. Chapter 21 $1 million in account. Nerdy little sister heard about the original owner of the famous gym as a woman. The heart is a little bit not taste. There is always a kind of inexplicable feeling of displeasure. I don't know if it was because she had seen it before, but Chen Xian's behavior of pulling out a sword to help someone on the road. Dull little sister thought that he was an upright and kind young man. Even if the look is not gentle enough, the character is still very good. To be honest, dull little sister hadn't seen Chen Xian in a long time. The last time I saw him was on the campus website of Dongshan University. Chen Xian took pictures of his muscles and put them up to catch everyone's eyes, taking this opportunity to publicize the famous gym. Nerdy little sister looked at the person in the picture and just laughed. Chen Xian really didn't look much like this kind of person. The awkward expression that surfaced on that face, living up to his reputation as a Lianshan hero who was forced to open for business. Dull little sister wanted to take the initiative to find Chen Xian, but she was suffering from a lack of suitable opportunities. Chen Xian was busy with the recruitment of the famous gym, but he was ultimately a student, and if dull little sister went over to the gym to see what was going on, she wouldn't necessarily be able to see Chen Xian. Besides, what excuse should I use to approach him? The more she thought about it, the more lost she became, biting the straw of her milk tea and moping on her cell phone until she heard the voice assistant's reminder to come back to her senses. Little sister, it's time for you to go to the live broadcast room. Don't keep the audience waiting. The voice assistant spoke in a mechanical sweet female voice. As an artificial intelligence, the voice assistant was unable to sense the user's emotions and was only concerned with reminding nerdy little sister to go live on time. Nerdy little sister climbed up in distress and tried to squeeze out a smile before opening the live streaming software. Friends of the audience, good evening everyone. What have you all done today? Is there anyone who is looking forward to my appearance? If there is, please deduct to 666. Dull little sister spoke with a big smile, but the laughter didn't reach the bottom of her eyes. The audience boiled over and wrote a bunch of pop-ups in a very appreciative manner. 666, 666, 6 is not enough. Ha, ha, my little sister's husband is here. Upstairs, get out of the way. You're breaking formation. You've got no shame in talking about others. You're breaking formation yourself. Seeing how cooperative everyone was, nerdy little sister pretended to open her mouth wide with happiness. I feel everyone's enthusiasm. Let's talk about recent fun today, because the mood is not very good. Dull little sister can only be in the live broadcast of the forced smile. Fortunately, good acting did not let the audience to see the end. On the other hand, Chen Xian was sitting in the gym's conference room, gleefully counting his membership cards. 1, 2, 3, 99, 100. Great. Finally enough. Chen Xian let out a fierce sigh of relief, feeling that this mission had been accomplished so quickly that his entire being was about to float. When Lily heard Chen Xian's words, she came over with interest and laughed. Why are you so happy? It's obviously only 100 members. Chen Xian smiled mysteriously. Secret. Anyway, it's a good thing. Yeah, boss, you're so mysterious. People who don't know would think you're from the Secret Service, Lily said in an exaggerated tone. Chen Xian scratched his bald head in embarrassment. Lately his scalp was a bit strange and would occasionally itch. At first, Chen Xian thought that he was going to grow hair, but after looking in the mirror for half a day, he didn't even see a root. He sighed helplessly, thinking that maybe it was his own fault. However, in the face of Lily's flirting, Chen Xian was still a bit incapable of resisting. That I didn't mean to lie to you. It's just that there are a lot of things then that can't be explained to others for a while. Chen Xian spoke sincerely and even unfurled a smile at Lily. Lily instantly felt a cold sweat break out on her back, and her entire body trembled gently. Even if Lily knew in her heart that Chen Xian was a very good person, not only did he have a good personality, but he was also a warm-hearted, helpful and generous person. In any case, one should not be afraid of him. It was just that the reality was harsh, and she still had a feeling of dread, hoping that she could change that in the future, after spending more time together. When Chen Xian saw Lily's confused look, he couldn't help but feel a bit strange. What's wrong with you? Lily shook her head quickly. It's fine. I'm fine. Chen Xian let out an "oh." Then let's discuss how to arrange the activities next, shall we? As soon as his words left his mouth, he heard the system speak again. The system has detected that the host has completed the mission and the reward has arrived. Your account has been honored with $1 million in business funds, and the current account total is $1.5 million. Chen Xian listened cheerfully, his face overflowing with joy. Lily quickly noticed the change in him and asked suspiciously, "What activity are you talking about, boss?" Chen Xian felt the need to correct her on the name-calling issue first, so he adjusted his face and coughed lightly. "That, Ms. Li, you can just call me by my name, you don't have to call me boss." For a woman older than himself to call himself a student his boss every day, Chen Xian felt somewhat self-conscious that he could not bear it, but Lily stood by her call. "I think it's a respectful act to call you boss, and that's okay, I'll call you that." She was afraid that Chen Xian would keep dwelling on this issue and hurriedly change the subject. "Geez, boss, let's forget about these things for now. Why don't you tell us what you think? You were saying you wanted to do some kind of event?" Seeing this, Chen Xian didn't mind too much and simply spoke out his thoughts. "Let's hold a weight loss program with prizes. Just become our member and then lose enough weight in a set period of time to get cash prizes." This was the first thought that popped into Chen Xian's mind just now when he received the $1 million reward from the system. Anyway, there's enough money now to run a few more events. However, the prize diet is the first step to test the market, and he has to test the waters before deciding what to do next. In order to recruit more members, holding appropriate events or incentives is a necessary step. This is a good idea. Lily sniffed and her eyes widened in surprise. "I didn't realize that the boss was quite business-minded for his young age. I'm sure this event can attract a lot of people to come and participate, especially those young girls who love beauty." Chen Xian raised an eyebrow, secretly saying that Lily's pattern was still a bit small, and that the target customers of the event were definitely more than just the younger crowd. Age should never have been a limitation in life. No matter what the person is, if he wants to do it and is serious about it, he can achieve his goal. "Then I'll leave this to you. Write up a protocol for the event and show it to me first before you put the word out." Lily answered cheerfully, making an okay gesture toward Chen Xian. "No problem, boss, this is on me." Chapter 22, Messing Up. This weight loss activity set up by Chen Xian was originally more eye-catching, but Chen Xian ran out of being able to attract contacts. Once again, he set up a campaign where anyone who took out a membership and lost fat during the campaign period would be able to receive a large cash prize. Once this event came out, it became even more noticeable, and the news quickly spread through the streets. People knew about it right away, and famous gym was instantly on fire. Chen Xian's idea resonated with everyone, and soon, a lot of people gathered at once at the entrance of the celebrity gym. It's all about getting a membership and getting that one cash reward. The staff at the famous gym got busy all of a sudden. Seeing that all of these people had come to get their memberships, they were still really impressed with Chen Xian, and one by one, while they were busy, they did not forget to praise Chen Xian a few times. Chen Xian was happy to see that his idea had attracted so many people at once. The entire outside of the celebrity gym was packed with people shouting and looking lively. The scene quickly reached Bohemian Gym, and when they heard that all the people were attracted to celebrity gym, they were all of a sudden outraged. After seeing this situation, an employee of Bohong Gym ran to report the situation to the boss in a hurry. The owner of Bohong Gym stood with his back, a fierce look on his face now in front of the window, not knowing what he was calculating in his mind. Boss, is not good," an employee of Bohong Gym shouted out in panic. The owner of Bohong Gym slowly turned around with a cross face and squinted at the employee who ran in. "Say, what the hell is going on? What's the panic? There's no such thing as rules." The owner of Bohong Gym blackened his face and said angrily. The employee is overwhelmed and nervous all of a sudden when he sees his boss looking upset. "Boss, the celebrity gym side is using cash rewards to tempt people to apply for membership cards, and all of these people have gathered there in order to be able to get that one cash reward," the Bohong Gym's employee reported to the boss. "Cash rewards?" the owner of Bohemian Gym mouthed. The employee didn't dare to look up at the boss and coyly told him about the situation over at the famous gym. "Go down, I got it," the owner of Bohem Gym said in exasperation. "Yes, boss." The employee ran out in a huff. The owner of Bohong Gym frowned slightly, his heart filled with dissatisfaction, very jealous of celebrity gym. His mind slowly developed a sense of defiance towards the famous gym, and he had to find a way to stop this behavior of the famous gym. "Somebody." "Yes, what are your orders, boss?" "Bring me a group of people. Find a way to stamp out Chen Xian, and go to the celebrity gym to see what they're trying to do." "Yes, I'm on it." Pop. What followed was an angry punch from the owner of Bohemian Gym, hitting the table hard. "Chen Xian, how can I let you attract these people over so smoothly? You don't know the heights of heaven if I don't give you a bit of a wink. I don't believe you're that good. I'd like to fight you." The boss of Bohong Gym stared out of the window and spoke viciously. His men had already led a group of punks in the direction of Celebrity Gym at this moment. Chen Xian had been constantly busy there and hadn't even thought that Bohong Gym had already dispatched people over here to cause trouble. The busy Chen Xian suddenly heard someone shouting loudly. He was in a state of curiosity. He put down the work in his hands and hurriedly walked out. But see, outside the queue of customers do not know for what reason actually quarrel. Even both sides appear to be very emotional. Seeing that both of them were about to fight, Chen Xian could only find a way to pacify them in order to keep them from causing a scene here. For the sake of the safety of the other customers, then find a way to get them out of here and get active about it. Just as Chen Xian was being pestered by them, a group of punks from Bohong Gym rushed into the crowd of card holders at the famous gym. They started making a big fuss and started slandering Celebrity Gym and not letting these people get memberships here at Celebrity Gym. The behavior of these punks instantly caused dissatisfaction among the employees of the famous gym, and they began to fight back. The two sides had let the conflict intensify in their incessant entanglement, and even this side had fought. However, the number of people on the side of the famous gym is not large, and the side of the Bohong Gym is full of a bunch of punks, and they are too ruthless. There was no mercy for the people on the side of the famous gym, and without a moment's time, the people from the famous gym were already outnumbered and defeated, and each one of them was already seriously injured, beaten up by the gang of punks from Bohong Gym. Their noses were bruised and swollen, and each one of them was lying there moaning non-stop. The scene was very chaotic for a moment, and Chen Xian, who was over there dealing with customer conflicts, after hearing the commotion on the gym side, he immediately rushed over, and when Chen Xian saw the scene in front of him, hurrying up was already too late, and seeing his employee beaten up like this, Chen Xian was furious beyond words. "Stop! What are you doing? Running here to spread your wildness?" Chen Xian questioned loudly. All the members outside the door were watching what was happening in front of them, wanting to know what side of the Celebrity Gym and Bohong Gym would come out victorious. The gang of punks from Bohong Gym still had an arrogant attitude after seeing Chen Xian. "What? You're the boss here?" A punk looked at Chen Xian with a defiant look. Chen Xian glared at him, not putting him in his eyes, and cursed loudly. "All of you get the hell out of my way or I'll be impolite." Gee, isn't that a mouthful? Before the Bohong Gym punk could finish his sentence, he only heard a miserable scream before he was dropped by Chen Xian in one fell swoop. By the time he reacted, he was lying there, feeling nothing but pain all over his body. Chen Xian angrily looked at the gang of punks in front of him, and one by one, he slammed them all out, seeing them lying on the ground moaning one by one. Only then was Chen Xian satisfied, displaying a wave of powerful strength in front of these members for them to see clearly. Bohong Gym was still unconvinced by Chen Xian, and as they got up and fled, they didn't forget to make a date with famous Gym. Chen Xian really couldn't stand it a bit when he looked at this arrogance of Bohong Gym. To actually come over to him at this time to cause trouble and be too unbridled, Chen Xian had not really expected it. Chapter 23 Anchor Challenge. Upon hearing that the Bohong Gym's people had made an appointment to fight with him, Chen Xian didn't care in the slightest and directly agreed to the matter. Anyway, Chen Xian was still very clear about his own strength in his mind, and knew that it would be very easy for him to deal with these people. It wasn't that Chen Xian he was boasting. If he were to really go up against these people, I'm afraid that he would be able to take care of them all by himself. Humph, just you wait for us. Looking at Chen Xian and his appearance that he didn't give himself the slightest bit of attention, the Bohong Gym's people only felt very angry in their hearts. However, they didn't look like they were going to compete with Chen Xian right now, but instead, they directly agreed on a time for the challenge with Chen Xian. They weren't cuties either. Through the situation just now they had also been able to see that Chen Xian's strength must be very strong. After all, Chen Xian's size was already so big, and his strength was even more predictable. They were now taking advantage of the fact that they had to hurry up and find a helper to take them on Chen Xian before the time came. Chen Xian thought that if he had agreed to this matter, there shouldn't be anything behind it, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. However, he never thought that he would not go to cause trouble, but trouble would still find him of its own accord. Chen Xian was wandering around the school this day when he suddenly realized that there was a basketball court inside the school. Chen Xian was instantly interested and decided to go inside the basketball court to have a look. After all, Chen Xian he had played basketball before, so he was very interested in this matter of basketball. It was only because he hadn't gotten a clear picture of the situation inside the school before that he hadn't come over, and now since he just happened to stumble upon it, then of course Chen Xian decided to come over and take a look. However, Chen Xian he watched for a while, but suddenly felt very uninterested, because in his opinion, the ball skills of these people were really too poor. Chen Xian shook his head before preparing to leave this place. What did you mean by shaking your head just now? Could it be that you're looking down on us? However, just as Chen Xian he was about to leave, a boy suddenly stopped Chen Xian. Chen Xian looked at the jersey he was wearing and realized in his heart that he was afraid that he should be on the varsity basketball team. However, no matter who he was, Chen Xian wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. He himself was merely expressing his opinion. Was there anything wrong with that? I just have a feeling that you guys aren't as good at the game as I thought you were. So please move over, classmate. I have things to do. Chen Xian finished speaking these words to this boy across from him before preparing to leave the place. He really didn't intend to continue pestering him any further, saying that we are not good at ball games. Then I would like to see how strong you are. Do you dare to compete with us? The boys, however, had no intention of letting Chen Xian leave, and directly addressed Chen Xian, stating that they wanted to take a look at Chen Xian's strength. And as the boy spoke these words, he also raised his head high. A glance showed that he was very much looking down on Chen Xian in his heart at this time. Seeing the boys as like this, Chen Xian's heart was actually unwilling to take care of them, but he was also clear that if he shouldn't, I'm afraid that he really won't be able to leave today. Thinking of this, Chen Xian then had no choice but to decide to respond, knowing that with his own strength, wanting to deal with these people simply couldn't be simpler. Alright then, since you guys have to be like this, if I refuse you guys, instead it would still look like I'm afraid of you guys. Chen Xian took on this challenge with great ease, not a trace of nervousness visible on his face. Seeing this appearance of Chen Xian, the varsity basketball team could not help but secretly mock Chen Xian in their hearts. It even felt like he just hadn't seen the world, or else how could he even be afraid? It was important to know that the people on their varsity basketball team had been selected through layers and layers of selection, and the fact that they were all able to stay inside this basketball team nowadays was already proof of their strength. As for Chen Xian, a nobody that they had never heard of before, they simply didn't believe that he could be as strong as he was. After all, if Chen Xian he really was someone who was very good at playing basketball, then he would have chosen to join the basketball team back at the beginning of the school year. However, they had never even seen Chen Xian play basketball, not to mention seeing him join the basketball team. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Xian left the basketball court while the varsity basketball team stood frozen in place. How could they not have expected that this Chen Xian, whom they had never heard of, would defeat them in their best field of basketball? As for what exactly those people's hearts were thinking, it was not within the scope of Chen Xian's concern. After all, Chen Xianyi had never thought of destroying their self-confidence in the beginning. Instead, it was they themselves who wanted to come over and compete with Chen Xian, and since they had chosen to compete with Chen Xian, they should have expected that they might encounter such a result. And before Chen Xian his appointment with Bo Hong Jim began, Amusing Fish Live carried out an anchor challenge, and each anchor can bring a helper of his own, as long as he feels he can help, regardless of occupation. Anchor to anchor challenge each other, and the person who succeeds in the final challenge will be rewarded by the official Amusing Fish Live. Dull little sister hadn't taken this matter to heart. After all, she knew what she was capable of, and felt that she shouldn't be able to do this. Instead of becoming someone else's stepping stone when the time comes, dull little sister felt that it would be better for her not to make a fool of herself, and just do her own thing in peace. But by the time dumb little sister she saw the rewards that the official teasing fish was willing to give, dumb little sister immediately changed her mind. Looking at the generous rewards, dull little sister finally made up her mind and decided to participate in this anchor challenge. After all, if he was able to achieve a good ranking in this anchor challenge, the audience would have a good impression of him in the future. But when dull little sister she decided to participate, she suddenly became distressed again, because she didn't know exactly where she was going to find this helper. It was at this time that dull little sister suddenly thought of Chen Xian before deciding to let Chen Xian go as her helper. After all, Chen Xian he had appeared inside his own live broadcast before, and as a result, he had caused many viewers to like him. She felt that she might be able to gain a good amount of heat this time if she could have Chen Xian's help. After thinking of this, dull little sister did as she said, and then immediately rushed towards Chen Xian's dormitory. She had already inquired with Chen Xian before, so she knew exactly where Chen Xian's dormitory was. Dull little sister felt that she was begging Chen Xian for a favor this time, so it was better for her to put on a better attitude. Chapter 24 Live Broadcast Appearance. Chen Xian hadn't seen dull little sister for a long time, and thought that she was too busy live streaming to come to school to play. However, from what Mo said, dull little sister's recent live hours haven't changed much, except that the platform has organized a challenge contest. How could Chen Xian not have anticipated that dull little sister would actually come and invite herself to help? At first, Chen Xian was very reluctant to agree. To put it mildly, throwing his weight around like that wasn't something he really wanted to do. It's just that dull little sister keeps persuading him, and all the petulant and cute and splashy tricks are used, which really makes it hard to resist. By the end of the day, dull little sister's eyes were moist and red, so close to falling into tears. Geez, just help me out this once, please. Dull little sister persisted in her invitation until Chen Xian nodded helplessly. It's okay, it's a deal. I'll help you this one time. Chen Xian sighed. I don't dare to guarantee that I will succeed, but I will try my best. Chen Xian quietly pinched a cold sweat, not sure if all girls had such an ultimate weapon. Dull little sister's eyes lit up and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Great! As long as you say yes, you don't have to worry about the rest. Since dull little sister had said so, Chen Xian felt that he could agree to it. The big deal was that he would just go in front of the camera and do what she asked. Life is either a disgrace here or a loss somewhere else. It's okay. Just as Chen Xian was thinking about how he was going to make a perfunctory appearance, he didn't expect the system to suddenly enact a task for him. This forced Chen Xian to work hard. He had to find a way to increase the popularity for dull little sister's live room. Host, please pay attention. A new task is now being enacted. You need to do everything you can to help dull little sister and gain the title of popular anchor. Good lord, now I can't even think about being lazy myself. Chen Xian had bitter words to say, and only hoped that the system would be able to give a generous reward. What's the point of taking a gold finger yourself if not for startup capital? Moreover, after these few mission enactments, Chen Xian had already become accustomed to it. Now, he was waiting for the reward that the system would announce next. It was probably because the previous quest rewards were all in cash, and now that Chen Xian had gotten a taste of it, he didn't quite reject the quests enacted by the system anymore. Sure enough, the system continued to speak the next second. The cash reward for the completion of this mission is $300,000. This was not in line with Chen Xian's fond hope of doubling the cash rewards. Instead, the rewards were even less. But in his opinion, the mission was not particularly technical. It was no wonder that the system had lowered the reward for this quest reward. It's just that it's better than nothing, and having to earn money is a good thing, and I don't know how many people dream of that. Chen Xian then said to dull little sister, what is your theme this time? Has the scope of the competition been mapped out clearly for you? Dorky little sister was a bit unsure and shook her head hesitantly. The platform only asked us to try to attract the audience's attention to gain more popularity, and did not specify the scope of the competition. Chen Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully. That means we can plan or rehearse some small programs on our own. Nerdy little sister immediately agreed. That's right. When I was live earlier, the interaction with the audience was quite boring, and thanks to the audience giving face, the live broadcast could go on smoothly. Speaking of small programs, the number of times an anchor performed was relatively small, so if Chen Xian could really come up with a good program, it would really be half the work with half the effort. Chen Xian thought seriously for a moment, and felt that there was a certain level of sophistication to this program as well. If the program is too simple, like riddles and the like, it's not engaging at all, let alone fun. The audience is so demanding nowadays. They are tired of watching many programs. They want to come up with something new and original. They must have a good plan. Chen Xian thought for a long time before making a suggestion. Why don't we perform magic for the audience? In the past, magic shows were a combination of a male magician and a female assistant. Most of the magicians were mysterious and handsome, while the female assistants were sexy and beautiful. But Chen Xian's current image of a thug in a suit, paired with dull little sister's cheerful and vivacious personality, might be a more adorable contrast. As long as the audience buys it, all is well. Nerdy little sister heard about the magic show and first panicked for a moment, thinking that she wouldn't necessarily be able to handle this mysterious trade. Honestly, this is so difficult. If we don't do it right and the broadcast flops, it's not worth it. Chen Xian did not agree with dull little sister's statement, but instead patiently explained. Then we can also think of it as an opportunity to amuse the audience. And if they want to go see real magic, then they'll definitely buy tickets to see it live. Even if we fail, it's not out of fun. Some people might even decipher it inside the live stream, so we'll definitely have enough interaction. With the right performance, the live audience will grow. Dorky thought back and realized that few of the previous anchors would have planned it this way, and magicians don't go on live streaming platforms to interact with people, so that gives them a chance to set a precedent. With just a few days to go before the competition, nerdy little sister decided to catch up on her training. Chen Xian found a few simple magic tricks on the internet for dull little sister to learn, striving to make the tricks even better. The process was riddled with mistakes, but in the end, nerdy little sister gritted her teeth and persevered. On the day of the live broadcast, dull little sister first greeted everyone, and then she let Chen Xian out of the picture. As soon as Chen Xian came out, everyone realized that this was the man who had appeared in dull little sister's live broadcast before, the thug in a suit who helped two police officers catch a robber. The pop-ups were instantly hilarious. I'm not mistaken. The assistant dull little sister hired this time is ruthless. Upstairs brother, I tell you, there is absolutely nothing wrong. Everyone can group lick the screen. These two may be able to collide with more sparks. I think they've demonstrated superb rapport before when it comes to catching prisoners, and now it looks like they've won the starting line. We are willing to work hard to add bricks and mortar to that path in order for dumb little sister to earn the title of popular live. because the audience was so enthusiastic. The popularity of Dull Little Sister's live broadcast room surged, and it didn't take long for it to climb to the top. Chen Xian looked at this scene in surprise, wondering how the popularity of the two had skyrocketed to the top a few spots when their program hadn't even come out yet. The comparison for other anchors is a bit dismal. The popularity gap with Dull Little Sister's live room was extremely large, even pulling away a large distance. As the other anchors failed in their efforts to regain popularity, they simply hired a water army to go to Dull Little Sister's live room to make trouble. Chapter 25, Invitation to Dinner. Seeing that the popularity of the live broadcast was growing, Dull Little Sister took advantage of the heat to announce the theme of her live broadcast this time. I believe that you will encounter various problems in your life, and then you will find quite a lot of know-how on the way to solving them. But have you ever thought that what can really change the world is actually the one thing that we have less access to, and you can guess exactly what it is? Meanwhile, Chen Xian set up all the props so that the camera could see the various props on the table. Many netizens guessed the correct answer at first glance and swiped it in their pop-ups. Am I reading this right? This time they're getting a big show? This little live broadcast is actually hiding crouching tigers. I don't think the thug in the suit necessarily knows any of this stuff, and even if it was performed, it would be easy to wear out. After all the talk upstairs, how come no one has come up with an answer? I'll tell you, use the process of elimination first. It's certainly not about riddles. Aren't you talking crap? Those props are clearly laid out. They are going to perform magic. Just then, Dull Little Sister, sensing that the time was almost right, smiled and opened her mouth. I see that many netizens have guessed the answer. And yes, we are going to show you some marvelous magic today. Something a little different from other magic is that I'm the magician, and this fierce man next to me is my assistant, so I hope you'll all appreciate it. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Dorky Little Sister picked up one of the fans on the table and turned to the camera. For the first magic trick, I'm going to show you a broken fan restoration, and the first thing I've got is a folding fan, and you can look at it first. It's intact. Dull Little Sister turned to the camera and showed everyone, before handing the fan to Chen Xian next to her. Chen Xian took the fan and casually glanced at it before dismantling it in 3 or 2 strokes, turning it into scattered sticks and fan faces. Then he handed the broken fan to Dumb Little Sister. The audience watched in awe, thinking that Chen Xian was really quite violent, dismantling the fan in less than 2 strokes. Dull Little Sister said with a helpless face, "Now you see that the fan is broken, but it doesn't matter. I'll make it as good as new in no time." Nerdy Little Sister pretended to wave the fan in her hand a few times, and then with a vigorous slap into her palm, she unfolded it as soon as she rushed at the camera. What appeared in front of everyone was a complete fan, with the gaping hole from earlier completely unnoticeable. The audience immediately exclaimed their amazement, and then some were anxious for Dumb Little Sister to continue the show. Chen Xian looked at the screen with satisfaction, realizing that everyone's enthusiasm for magic was still quite high. He was happy in his heart and felt that he had chosen the right path. As long as this heat could be maintained, the popularity of Dull Little Sister's live broadcast room would definitely be able to reach the top spot. Seeing the audience's request for a reveal, Nerdy Little Sister smiled mysteriously and said to the group, "This can't be revealed for the time being. If you guys are interested, you can go to Baidu and maybe you can find the answer." Nerdy Girl's tone of voice explained easily until the audience stopped obsessing about it and started clamoring for the next act in the show. Right at this moment, Chen Xian realized that some rather strange comments had appeared in the pop-up screens of the live broadcast room, like in someone deliberately messing with it. "Liar, get out. This magic trick of yours has already been sold on a certain treasure. You still have the nerve to bring it out to show off. Isn't this cheating the audience? I think this person is just trying to attract eyeballs and has no real skills. That's it. What's the use of always coming up with props? If you're capable, you should perform a real magic trick. Don't let people break it down." Not a moment later, another tutorial on magic was posted up, which just happened to be about recovering a broken fan. The audience saw at once how the magic trick was really performed. Seeing that the situation was not right, Chen Xian hurriedly said to the camera, "There are some trash messages on the pop-up screen, so please ignore them and pay no attention to these people." And then he warned the troublemakers, "If you don't follow pop-up etiquette, I'll report you, so behave yourselves. Don't think that the internet is your umbrella and you can't do whatever you want in the virtual world." Luckily, the viewers had sharp eyes and were not affected by these waterbenders, but in turn supported Dumb Little Sister to continue her performance. "Dumb Little Sister, you don't care about these people's comments. Perform your magic. If they don't watch it, they can just poke their own eyes out. Don't affect us watching the show. The anchor shows magic for everyone just for the sake of having fun, and it's really a villainous act for you guys to read the air like that." Nerd Girl watched the scene with relief and quickly performed another trick for the group, completely unaffected by Sailor Gate. Chen Xian was relieved to see the troublemakers subside and worked diligently as an assistant. Just like that, the popularity of Dull Little Sister's live broadcast quickly climbed to the top of the list. Many people swiped gifs on the live broadcast in order to show their support for dull little sister's behavior. One more tycoon. What submarine airplane? All is a big hand gift. All to the live room inside the smash. Nerdy little sister was a million times more surprised to see everyone swipe their gifts and perform even more vigorously. When the final results of the contest came out, nerdy little sister made it a point to go through the list first. The big stone in my heart was put down when I realized that I had been sitting at the top of the list. This time, dumb little sister deservedly got the title of popular anchor. Dull little sister gleefully looked at her account and graciously gave Chen Xian a wave. Today's my treat. We're going to have a nice dinner as a celebration of me getting the title. And thank you so much for your help. This one wouldn't have gone so well without the idea you brought up. Chen Xian refused without thinking. He felt that he had completed his mission this time and did not want to reach out to more people. From what nerdy little sister said, I'm sure I'll see other people when I go to dinner. After all, she's so famous now, she'll probably meet quite a few fans. Dull little sister couldn't help but feel a little sad when she heard Chen Xian reject her, but she didn't want to force him to eat with her. Then he thought it would be nice to buy him a gift to say thank you later. After Chen Xian returned to his dormitory, he realized before he even entered the door that his housemates were discussing today's live broadcast, and even mentioned his name. Did you watch Dull Little Sister's live stream just now? That male assistant is Chen Xian, Wang Gong said triumphantly. Even though he wore makeup, I could tell it was him right away. Chapter 26 Nerdy Little Sister Hacked. Chen Xian hadn't taken this matter to heart at all after hearing them talk about themselves. After all, as soon as he had started in helping Dull Little Sister, he had thought about the possibility that it might very well be possible. Otherwise, Chen Xian wouldn't have kept choosing to refuse when Dull Little Sister had first asked for his help, simply because he was a person who was afraid of trouble. Therefore, after returning to the dormitory, Chen Xian directly sat down on his desk, intending to quietly read for a while. However, what Chen Xian did not expect was that he had only just sat down for a short while when Wang Gong suddenly walked over to his side and tapped his shoulder. Feeling Wang Gong's movements, Chen Xian's heart only felt very strange, not understanding what exactly he meant by this. What's wrong? Chen Xian didn't even have the slightest intention of getting angry. He only softly asked Wang Gong, because Chen Xian he was very clear in his mind. Wang Gong he now came over to tap his shoulder. He must have something to say to himself. However, Chen Xuanjia was still very curious and wanted to know what was going on. After all, his own relationship with a few of them was merely average, and he didn't have much to talk about with them. Is all that stuff on the internet true? While Chen Xian's coldness, Wang Gong did not take it to heart. Instead, he also squeezed his eyebrows and asked it Chen Xian in a gossipy manner. What is it? After seeing Wang Gong his appearance, Chen Xian could not help but frown before inquiring at him. In fact, Chen Xian he wasn't much interested in these gossips at all, but there was always a feeling that the things Wang Gong was saying out of his mouth weren't good. Therefore, Chen Xian felt that it would be better for him to inquire first, in case this matter really had something to do with him. He could also find out about it. It's just that someone on top of the campus forum said that the nerdy little sister was helped by you because she gave you money. Isn't that true? Seeing that Chen Xian looked like he didn't know anything, Wang Gong became even more interested and hurriedly told what he knew. It turned out that the few of them had just been discussing this very thing, and now that they saw that the rightful owner had returned, of course they wanted to ask Chen Xian about it. Yeah, is it true or not? I didn't think that dumb little sister usually looks quite innocent, but she ended up doing this kind of thing behind her back. After hearing Wang Gong's words, the others in the dormitory also became interested, so Li Sheng hurriedly said to Chen Xian. At this point a few of them had completely bought into what was being said on the internet and thought the dull little sister was exactly what they said she was. The reason for asking Chen Xian now was merely to get a definite answer from him. Who's making this up? There's no such thing. The only reason I'm helping her is that I just don't happen to have anything to do. After hearing the words of a few of them, Chen Xian immediately frowned. How could he not have expected it to be something like this? And without the slightest hesitation, Chen Xian immediately refuted them, stating that this was not the case at all. After all, Chen Xian, he has spent so much time with dull little sister. He is also very clear about what kind of person dull little sister is. And of course he does not want dull little sister's reputation to be ruined just like this. Moreover, Chen Xian he was indeed right. The reason why he had agreed to help dull little sister was never because of any previous dealings between him and himself. He merely thought that dull little sister she was a pretty good person. So when it came to this kind of thing, he was willing to help dull little sister out. Besides, this matter had nothing to lose for Chen Xian, and he didn't think there was any problem with helping dull little sister. However, how could he not expect that the internet had spread this matter into such a state, and it looked like it didn't want to let dull little sister have a good time. Is that so? After hearing Chen Xian's words, Wang Gong and the few of them were also somewhat a little surprised, not having thought that the truth was like this. When they saw what was said on the internet, they thought it was all true, but they didn't realize it was false. After all, although their relationship with Chen Xian was only average, they had also gotten to know Chen Xian's character a little bit over the course of so many days, knowing that he was definitely not a person who loved to lie. Now that he had said so, it meant that there was absolutely no deal between him and dull little sister. Sorry, it just occurred to me that I have something else, I'll leave. While facing the surprise of Wang Gong and the few of them, Chen Xian did not have the intention to continue explaining further, and left the dormitory after hastily finishing his words to them. Seeing Chen Xian, he left in such a hurry. Wang Gong and the few of them were not in any way upset. They had also guessed in their hearts at this point that Chen Xian had left at this time and must have gone to busy himself with the matter of dull little sister. Chen Xian immediately began dialing dull little sister's number after leaving the dormitory, wanting to contact her and talk to her about this matter. He didn't know whether this matter was clear or not in dull little sister's mind, but he felt that it would be better for him to talk to dull little sister first. That way, if dull little sister wanted to respond in any way, she herself could cooperate with her and get this matter resolved sooner. But what Chen Xian hadn't expected was that after calling himself several times, none of the dull little sisters had connected. Hearing the beeping sound coming from inside the phone, Chen Xian's heart only felt very irritated. On the other hand, Xiaomeng soon learned about this matter and was even more surprised in her heart. She hadn't thought that the people on the internet would be so over the top, nearly eyeing Mo for getting a popular anchor, and doing something like this. He knew both Chen Xian and dull little sister relatively well, and knew that there would never be a deal like this between the two of them. Xiaomeng could not care about anything else at this time, and immediately told his friends about this matter, and they were all righteously indignant after hearing the news. Several of them didn't hesitate at all, and immediately found the forum owner who had said this matter above the campus forum. Do you know what the truth of this matter is really like? Just talk nonsense like this. I'm dorky little sister, her friend, and I'm sure he's definitely not like that. Mo took those buddies of his to the forum owner with very strong words, and had even started cursing him. Originally, Mo thought that if he did this, the forum owner would delete that post of his, but she never expected to be educated by those at the bottom of the post instead, since she didn't have proof. Chapter 27, A Countermeasure. Seeing such a situation, Xiaomeng's heart only felt very angry, but she couldn't do anything about it, because she knew she didn't have any evidence at all in her hands now, so she could only be in a passive position, and she could tell that all those netizens seemed to have taken the forum owner's word for it. They were more inclined to believe him, and instead still thought that they had come over to help dull little sister clear her name. Mo was so anxious that he went around the dormitory, trying to think of ways in his mind, trying to see if there was anything else he could do to help dull little sister. Just as she was thinking about it, she suddenly brightened up and thought that she had found a good candidate. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaomeng immediately called Chen Xian over, deciding to find Chen Xian to come over and help. After all, no matter what, Chen Xian's look of a social big brother made Xiaomeng feel very secure just by looking at him, and if he sought Chen Xian's help in this matter, perhaps he would have some other methods as well. Besides, this matter involved not only dull little sister alone, Chen Xian was also involved, and she believed that Chen Xian would never want his reputation to be tarnished by other people just like this. Chen Xian, on the other hand, was also anxiously calling dull little sister at this time, but he had not been able to get through, so he could not do anything about it. Just when he was about to give up, he suddenly received a call from Mo and immediately couldn't wait to pick it up. Chen Xian, did you see those messages on the internet? After waiting for the phone to be picked up, Xiaomeng immediately couldn't wait to ask Chen Xian, not saying any other nonsense at all. After all, this matter was really too urgent, and Mo didn't want to waste any time at all, only wanting to hurry up and get this matter resolved. After Chen Xian heard that Xiaomeng had sought himself out because of this matter as well, he left to discuss a solution with Xiaomeng. On the other hand, when dull little sister arrived at her daily live broadcast time, she realized that today's popularity was very low. Seeing this situation, dull little sister's heart only felt very strange, but couldn't figure out exactly what it was because of. After all, he himself is now no matter what, can be a popular anchor? It is reasonable that the fans should also be very much, not to this point, and even when he hadn't won the popularity anchor before, his fans had never been as few as they were today. The more dull little sister thought about it, the stranger she felt, but even with this look, she didn't show the doubts in her mind. Nerdy little sister was relieved when it went off the air, and then she was ready to go eat first. By the time she was eating, dull little sister could vaguely hear other passers-by talking about herself, and that's when she finally realized what had happened. At this time the dull little sister's heart only feel very lucky. Fortunately I just went out when wearing a mask, otherwise this time I am afraid that has been recognized by others. Although she also felt that she hadn't done anything wrong, he would still feel very uncomfortable in his heart if he was given the finger just like this. Dull little sister didn't stay too long and immediately returned to her place after eating, then called Mo. Mo, did you see those things on the internet? I didn't do those things at all. How did I become like this? After little Mo picked up the phone, dull little sister immediately said to little Mo. The whole person was a bit at a loss for words, not knowing what to do at all. After all, dull little sister. She had never experienced this kind of thing before and had absolutely no idea how to react. And at a time like this, the only person she could think of was her best friend, Mo. Even if Mo didn't know what to do, but at least he could discuss it with her, and maybe he'd finally come up with something. Dull little sister, you don't need to worry. My side has already gotten in touch with Chen Xian. The two of us have already thought of a way, so hurry over and find us. And over here, Xiao Meng. After she heard dull little sister's words, she immediately comforted dull little sister, stating that dull little sister should not worry. Xiao Meng she had just discussed with Chen Xian for a while, and had quickly come up with a solution to the problem. And now Xiao Meng and Chen Xian were waiting for dull little sister to hurry over and join them together, and they would settle this matter together. After all, no matter what, dull little sister she was the main character in this matter, so she should be present when this matter was resolved. Really? Then this is just great. I'll be right over to you guys. After hearing Xiao Meng he said that he had found a way. Dull little sister also looked very excited. Then she immediately hung up the phone and rushed towards Xiao Meng in their place. Dull little sister really wanted to get these things out of the way as soon as possible. Otherwise she felt that she wouldn't even dare to go out. Just like now, when she went over to look for the two of them, Chen Xian and Xiao Meng, she not only wore a mask but also a hat, covering up her entire person. She was just afraid that if she met someone who knew her on the road, they would then point at her right in front of her. However, very quickly, due to the fact that dull little sister her speed was very fast, she was finally able to arrive at Chen Xian and little Meng in the shortest amount of time, and was not recognized by the other people. And by the time dull little sister she rushed to Chen Xian and the two of them, she realized that apart from Chen Xian and Xiao Meng there was surprisingly another person. The three of them were gathered around a computer at the moment, watching the boy guy in the center tapping away, wondering what in the world they were doing. Seeing this situation, dull little sister's heart only felt very strange, not understanding what exactly they were doing. Mo, what are you guys? Dull little sister simply asked directly at Mo, wanting to get an answer from her. Dull little sister, you're finally here. This is Chen Xian, his friend, Wei, a senior in the computer department. We're now asking him to help look up the IP address of that forum owner. After hearing the woman's voice, Xiao Meng realized that dull little sister had already come over, and then she immediately introduced Wei to dull little sister enthusiastically. Well, I've found it. And at this time, Wei had also knocked down the last key on top of the keyboard, as if he was relieved to say to Chen Xian and the few of them. Wei had already managed to find the address where the forum owner was located, and without hesitation, Chen Xian and the few of them immediately rushed towards the place they had found out. I must ask this matter once and for all with that man and see what he really means. While hurrying towards that side, dull little sister said to Chen Xian and the few of them, deciding that this time around, she must ask the matter clearly. Chapter 28, The Man Behind the Curtain. The forum owner's name is Li Xiao, the person behind the posting. But Li Xiao didn't expect the dull little sister would bring a group of people to the door, and the whole person was a bit flustered. However, the place he lived was so small that there was no place to hide. It would be a shame to have him crawl under the bed. Li Xiao quickly gave up the idea, but the window he didn't dare to jump out. If you fall from a building this high, you'll be a meatloaf. Thus, Li Xiao could only stay behind helplessly, caught by dull little sister and the others. Surrounded in a corner and unable to move, Li Xiao stalked his neck and scolded, "Who are you people? You're trespassing. I can sue you. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here." Dull little sister said nonchalantly, "It's you we've come to see. You trickster. How dare you be wicked? What a deadbeat. Don't even think about what you've done." Li Xiao refused to admit it and said with a stiff upper lip, "You're talking nonsense. I didn't do anything. If you're capable, you can say I did something." Nerdy little sister was so enraged that she threw the evidence right in his face. "Look, isn't this your IP address on here? That's where we got it from. You're smearing me on the internet. Can't I come and settle the score with you? In this world, how can there be a situation where someone else bullies you and you can't fight back?" At first, dull little sister stood at the forefront, and Chen Xian did not come in. Observing the environment from the outside, he was relieved to make sure that there was no danger all around him, and waited until he heard the sound of quarreling in the room before stepping in quickly. Unexpectedly, as soon as Li Xiao saw Chen Xian's appearance, he shivered in fear and his face turned a few shades of white. Jesus Christ, how tall is this guy? Dull little sister was such a petite little anchor, but she would have such fierce and vicious friends. Could it be that in order to deal with herself, She had gone and invited the triads over? But this is too much of a martial art, isn't it? It's really too much for young people to engage in such despicable tactics. Li Xiao thought so, and also did not hold back to curse out the words. Dull little sister was exasperated and laughed at the sound of it. For someone who's done a bunch of bad things on your own, you have the nerve to say that we don't keep our morals? You're unkind and I'm unrighteous. Isn't that normal? Besides, where did you get the idea that this is the triad I invited? He, Chen Xian, is a freshman at Dongshan University, a dignified college student. Where is he as unpleasant as he said? Chen Xian also cannot understand Li Xiao's brain circuits. He himself living in the mud, cannot blame others or Lotus Nope, not a Lotus myself either. Chen Xian rubbed his chin sheepishly, knowing that he had almost been sidetracked by the other party. Cut the crap and tell me exactly why you're going to hack dull little sister. Chen Xian said in a deep voice. Name your reasons, and I can consider sparing you. Chen Xian's implied threatening voice made Li Xiao even more afraid, and subconsciously dodged towards the corner again. Dull little sister really couldn't stand to look at him in this manner and said impatiently, Don't you delay. Tell me everything you know or I'll be rude. Chen Xian cooperated and stood forward a few steps so that Li Xiao could clearly see the muscles on his body. Condescendingly, he looked at Li Xiao, a pair of eyes staring at him with a deadly stare, an appalling aura emanating from his body. Li Xiao only felt that a black curtain of death was shrouding down over his head. At that moment, he didn't dare to hide anything and said the words directly. I say, spare my life, you guys. I just took money from one of your academy sisters to do this. Chen Xian frowned and asked, what was that person's name? Li Xiao shook his head in panic. I don't know what that person's name is. If you guys are going to find out the truth, don't bring me along. I really don't know anything. You would not know? Who believes that? Dull little sister was furious. Li Xiao pleaded. I'm just short of money to do my job. I have an old man and a young man. The pressure is too great to do such things. Please forgive me. Chen Xian didn't want to stop and ferociously forced Li Xiao to call that person. Since we've come here, there's no way we'll return empty-handed. Chen Xian hugged his arms. You'll definitely have that person's contact information. So call him now and you don't have to care about anything else. Li Xiao was in agony, but facing Chen Xian's casserole-sized fists, he could only slump in defeat. Resigned to his fate, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Chen Xian reminded in a cold voice. You turn on the amplification. Li Xiao dutifully did as he was told, and the call went through in no time. From the opposite side came a voice that Chen Xian did not expect, or someone he recognized. It was Lily's voice. Lily's voice was small, but very clear. Why did you call me all of a sudden? Didn't you say not to take the initiative to contact me? Chen Xian was silent for a split second. He hadn't even thought in his death that the instigator behind the scenes would actually be Li. The others were also stunned when they heard this voice, and dull little sister always felt that this voice was quite familiar, so she couldn't help but look at Chen Xian. Noticing that Chen Xian's expression was somewhat frightening, he shut his mouth in a ghostly manner. After leaving Li Xiao's house, Chen Xian planned to head straight to the health club, saying that he would go to Li to inquire about the situation. Chen Xian said in a warm voice, no matter what, I will give you an explanation for this matter. Wait for me to poke around first. Don't rush. Dorky nodded. I'm sure you'll take care of it, but I want to go to the club with you. Seeing that Chen Xian wanted to leave, dull little sister mentioned that she wanted to follow along. Either way she wanted to ask why Lily was doing this. Dull little sister explained, obviously I have no grudges with her. How come I somehow found someone to hack me? There might be some misunderstanding among them. Chen Xian sighed and thought to himself. He also hoped that it was a misunderstanding. However, since dull little sister had requested it, Chen Xian brought her along to the health club. At the end of the day, nerdy little sister was the victim in this case, and there was no excuse for following along. In no time at all, the group rode together to the club. Upon arriving at the club, before Chen Xian could see Lily, he saw a group of people squatting in the club's field. A large group of boys were sitting on the floor talking and laughing and seemed to be waiting for someone. Dull little sister took a glance and asked curiously, why do these people look a bit familiar? Chen Xian fixed his eyes on a few people who weren't exactly strangers and quickly spotted them, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Hey, it's the basketball team guys. Sure enough, as soon as the head basketball captain saw Chen Xian coming, he flung himself to his feet and ran in his direction. He said in an arrogant tone, that match we agreed to last time. We want to honor it today. Do you dare to answer? Chapter 29 Live Basketball Game. Chen Xian stood in place with an indifferent face, his light sight falling on the basketball captain in front of him. To be honest, he had agreed to this fight, but he hadn't set a time for it, and now he didn't want to tangle with this group. Thus, Chen Xian intended to refuse this one. After all, he had more important things to do. It wasn't too late to play this ball game with them after we settled the dumb little sister thing. When dull little sister heard the visitor mention the basketball game, Her eyes dripped a bit as she approached Chen Xian's side and asked, "Why? Are you going to a basketball game?" Chen Xian shook his head and was just about to tell dull little sister that he wasn't playing the game when he heard the system suddenly enact a quest. "Host, please note that if you win the basketball team this time, there will be a reward at the end of the game, and the reward will be $2 million in school funds." $2 million? Chen Xian's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe his ears. The reward for such a basketball game is actually $2 million? Has the system gone haywire for no reason, or has it fried its brain? Chen Xian's heart was instantly moved, and the words he was just about to say were immediately swallowed back. And then he said in a warm voice to dull little sister, "Dumb little sister, you wait for me to finish this basketball game, then I'll go find Li Li for you and ask for the truth about this." Before dull little sister could say anything, Chen Xian turned his head to the captain of the basketball team and said, "I can play against you, but I don't have enough teammates right now. You'll have to give me a little time. I'll find someone to team up with." The captain of the basketball team looked at their group of a few people with contempt, and pretended to be generous with a wave of his hand. "Go ahead and call anyone you want. As long as you answer the battle, everything is fine." Chen Xian hooked the corners of his mouth before turning around and asking Xiao Meng to go help find someone. Mo was worried. "They're professional basketball players. I'm not sure I'll be able to beat them if I go get someone now. Do you know any friends who can play?" Chen Xian said in a relaxed tone. "Just find me someone. It's fine. I'll win them over." Mo nodded and opened his cell phone to start contacting the alumni, and soon a group of boys rushed over, bringing a few girls with them. Once the players on both sides were ready, everyone went to the basketball court and stood on one side. The competition was refereed by another experienced student who was known for his fairness and openness. Seeing this situation, dull little sister couldn't care less about herself and immediately transformed into a cheerleader, standing with the group of girls who had rushed over at the sound of the noise, hollering slogans to cheer everyone on. Before the match started, dull little sister thought seriously about it and decided to turn on the live stream. "Anyway, I'll spare you the meditation on today's topic and just put this basketball game on the air so that everyone can watch a great game more than anything else." Nerdy little sister smiled brightly at the camera. "Hello viewers, I'm little sister, and I'm here to bring you a different kind of basketball game today. I'm sure everyone usually enjoys watching sports games, and it just so happens that today I met both players of equal strength and immediately thought I'd share it with you." Xiao Meng heard the sound of the live broadcast platform opening, and with a thought, she also opened the platform interface. Later on, she would be able to send some words inside the pop-up, which would make it more enjoyable for the viewers to watch. It's a contribution to dumb little sister's livestream, who has lost some popularity before and now wants to redeem herself. Chen Xian and the basketball captain stood face to face, waiting for the first ball to be thrown out by the referee. The atmosphere on the field became tense. With his height advantage, Chen Xian firmly snatched the ball into his hands before taking a big step forward and rushing towards the opponent's defender, who knew that those few people had already been on guard and immediately ran over to block Chen Xian when they saw him charging over. Chen Xian was surrounded by a group of people and couldn't move an inch at all, so he could only choose to throw the ball to his teammates. The ball was handed off fairly well and the team managed to get the ball. However, this teammate couldn't seem to keep up physically, and within a few steps he was out of breath, and the basketball was directly stolen by the enemy. Chen Xian looked dumbfounded, not having thought that after only a few steps, the basketball had changed owners. He secretly sighed, thinking that even a great god would find it hard to win a battle with his piggy teammates. It's just a matter of him forcing the ball to attack the boards next time, and not making easy passes to his teammates. At this time, some people in the live broadcast room saw the scene of the match, and there were a lot of swipes, all of which were ha 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 words. Dull little sister was a bit helpless and rubbed her forehead. "It's okay, this is just the beginning. Let's watch, maybe he can save the day." Soon someone underneath responded, directly swiping a gift for dull little sister and leaving a message saying something, "Regardless of what you guys think, I'm going to bet on the guy in the suit to win anyway. I know he's strong and even with piggybacking he'll be able to carry it off." Dull little sister was also quite confident in Chen Xian and gave a thumbs up in the face of the audience's bet. "Thank you for the gift and for your support. I believe in heroes." The inside of the pop-up was buzzing again. "So, dull little sister is in favor of the thug in the suit. Gah! Not to mention dull little sister. Even if it's me, I want to support him. This look is not on the same level as them." Sure enough, a marvelous scene appeared in the camera at this point. Chen Xian, with his height advantage, as soon as he grabbed the ball, he kept attacking forward, without leaving any room for maneuver, and directly dunked the opponent's basket. He snapped 3 balls in a row, and the opposing captain's face was ironic. Anyone with eyes could now see that at this point, Chen Xian's team clearly had the upper hand, and the direction of the cheerleaders had reversed. All the girls had a tacit understanding and kept shouting for Chen Xian's team to cheer. Go for it, go for it. Go Chen Xian. Chen Xian will win." The captain was on fire as he listened to the neatly chanted slogans and quietly passed a meaningful look to his teammates. Receiving the signal, the team members nodded their heads in a fatally invisible manner and ran over to Chen Xian as if nothing had happened. Chen Xian ran 2 steps with the basketball in his arms and was about to cross over to the other team's defense when he realized that there was suddenly an extra foot underneath his feet. It looked like it was about to trip him, and he subconsciously took a leap to avoid the foot while throwing the basketball. Unfortunately, this one only hit the basketball board and didn't go into the basket. Fortunately, Chen Xian jumped just in time, and the man's leg didn't knock into his foot, or else he would have fallen on his ass. If Chen Xian had fallen onto this concrete slab, he would probably have broken a few bones. Before Chen Xian could stand still, one of the enemy players crashed straight into him. However, Chen Xian was already on guard, and hastily dodged out of the way with a lightning-fast move, not allowing himself to be injured in the slightest. Chapter 30, Strife. On the other side, Lily had also arrived at the scene, but she still pretended like she didn't know anything as she ran to cheer on Chen Xian. While Chen Xian's cheerleaders had no one else besides dull little sister and Xiaomeng, the rest of the basketball team had a large group of fans surrounding them cheering and shouting. Only do not know Lily is how to think. Although in the online black dull little sister black particularly energetic, but in reality it seems to be treated as if there is no such thing, and even pretend to simply do not recognize dull little sister this person as well. Moreover, in the middle of a group of cheerleaders cheering for others, Lily alone seemed to directly win over 1,000 armies. And nerdy little sister couldn't help but sigh when she lifted her cell phone to Lily's side, because Lily alone didn't even hold a trumpet, but her loud voice directly overshadowed a whole bunch of cheerleaders next to her. Basketball team has a UNIF, IED cheerleading squad. Before it is said to enter the cheerleading squad also need to special height and weight requirements. The requirements are very strict. Cheerleaders shouted the most vigorously of a person this moment also shouting cannot be. Unscrewed a bottle of mineral water cannot help but ask the people around, who is this person? I've never seen or heard of him before. He's not a fan of that guy, is he? The original is to do the food market big payoff? Shouting half a day and still so energized? The person next to him rolled his eyes and said with a displeased face, how do I know? So many of us shouted but not one of her. This is really a shrew. Annoying. The others were also cross-eyed at this Lily, but unfortunately, Lily acted as if she couldn't see or hear, and continued to bring out her loud voice, and in the end, Chen Xian couldn't help but glance over to the audience. Toward the end the referee got a little tired of this one-upmanship, whistled a little, and then said, that woman inside that west corner please be quiet and stop yelling. Lily then sputtered and shut up. During the halftime of the basketball game, Lily was probably finally tired and was about to buy a bottle of water inside the store next to her, but she was pulled by her arm by dull little sister. Lily frowned at her and asked, what are you doing? Do you know that good dogs don't get in the way? Dull little sister sneered, what's wrong with me stopping you? Don't you know that I have something to find you myself? Or do you think I shouldn't come to you? Lily's eyes fluttered as she lowered her head. I don't know who you are, nor do I know what the hell you're talking about. I think you should have recognized the wrong person, right? Nuts. Dull little sister opened the live broadcast directly to her face, questioning her. I think you are the psychopath, right? I have no grudge against you, and even before this I didn't know you at all, so I came to you today to specifically ask for a statement. I want to know that we originally did not have any interactions, so why did you smear me on the online platform for no reason? Maliciously making me lose face? Lily gave her a blank look. This situation should be normal, right? I said a lot of things on the internet. How do I know who you are? How do I know which thing you are talking about? Picking up anything these days? But I still saw for the first time that there is a plainly picking up curses. This world is really what kind of people are there? Dull little sister stomped her foot in anger, and the comments section began to attack Lily. But no one had the time to care about the content of the pop-ups in the comments section now, and dull little sister raised her voice and said, do you have the nerve? It's obvious that you're the one who maliciously slandered and rumored about me inside the comment section, yet you haven't apologized at all. I've never seen anyone like you. Lily snorted coldly. What's wrong with someone like me? Do you really think you're some kind of absolute beauty by idly showing your face live on the internet and idly acting with passers-by? You don't know how many layers of filters you put inside the network, and you don't know how much loose powder you put on your face when you go out. Xiaomeng just couldn't stand it anymore and rushed to the middle of the two and said, what do you mean by that? Let me tell you, even if our little sister is ugly, she is still much better than you. A woman with a duck's voice, Bao Gong's skin color, and Dong Shi's appearance. You are here to chirp. Open your mouth and shut your mouth without a word of human words. I really don't know who in the end is being sour. Lily, however, did not attack the meaning of Xiaomeng. On the contrary, have always been grasping the dull little sister not to let go. You this woman less to their own face gold. They would have been hired purely acting just. You this kind of net red in order to achieve the interests they want. Simply unscrupulous. the last kidnapping thing looks quite real. Even the police have shown their faces. You are not afraid of the real police uncle to come to look for you, to take you in and say that you fake. Police? Dull little sister do not know this person without evidence. In the end, why have to bite his own? All these episodes are in the theater. But there is a kind of people in this world, even if they are not clear whether things are black or white, but also always take for granted that since this thing is not white, it is bound to be black, and it is the kind of black that is hidden to a very deep. Lily cocked her nostrils high in self-righteousness and stated in a bullish manner, "Dull little sister, right? I've seen a lot of people like you. You just usually have nothing to do, so you take yourself too seriously, thinking that the whole world is screwing you. In fact, I'd like to tell you that I can't even look at people like you." Xiaoming glared at Lily with a puffed-up face and said on behalf of her, "You don't look up to us? Do we look up to you? Our little sister has a face value, a body with a body, a strength with a strength, which is loved by the netizens. Compared to her, what are you? But is a brainless vase only. The wind blows to the edge of the table will be broken. Not worth mentioning at all." Lily was furious when she heard this. "I'm a vase? Then you are not even the mud in the vase, and I am simply a world away. I'm a vase that's also a blue and white porcelain from Jingdajun. What are you guys? What are you?" Dull little sister red eyes pulled a little Meng, but little Meng continued to say with a lingering feeling, "I see that you are simply a villain. On the strength is not as powerful as our little sister, so you start to engage in that kind of unorthodox small means. I see that you say those words are simply jealous of the ability of the little sister." The referee blew the whistle. The second half of the game officially started. The basketball game on the court continued. Lily and Mo, two people in the audience, but more and more intense noise. Dull little sister cannot stop. Chen Xian's mind was laid on the playing field, not knowing if it was God's favor that he was actually able to win under such a chaotic situation. It was simply an unexpected surprise. At the same time as the win, the system's reward arrived in the account. Chapter 31, Being Caught on Camera. The roommates were all very surprised, not thinking that Chen Xian would actually be so good as to win the basketball game. Hurriedly running over like him to congratulate him, he said, "Congratulations, congratulations, Xian Zi, you're really getting better and better now." Looking at his roommate's face with a smile and a look of adoration for himself, Chen Xian's heart was very satisfied. It's not bad," Chen Xian said indifferently. Still good? What's that concept? You're much more powerful now than before. Even a few of us aren't your opponents anymore. Xian Zi, we're really convinced of you now, the roommate said in a very exaggerated manner. Chen Xian's heart was very refreshed. This was the feeling of being recognized, and his mood became much better. He smiled lightly and said, "My current strength is just average, I guess. I haven't reached my strongest state yet. If I were to reach my strongest state, I would probably become even more powerful." Hearing Chen Xian's words, the roommates were all very shocked in their hearts. Did such words come out of Chen Xian's mouth? It's awesome. Was this showing off to them that he already had the strongest power? "Zhenko, are you blowing off awesome here?" the roommate asked suspiciously. Hearing their roommate ask this, everyone else nodded in agreement. After all, what Chen Xian had just said was too cocky, too arrogant, and too hard for people to accept. But Chen Xian didn't care about his roommates' reactions. "You guys can give it a try. I promise to let you know what the truth is." Chen Xian looked at his roommates with a smirk. As soon as the roommates heard this, their hearts were very much looking forward to what exactly Chen Xian's words meant. The roommates immediately wimped out. After all, Chen Xian had won the basketball tournament, so he must have two tricks up his sleeve. Where would they be his opponent? One of the roommates laughed and said, "To celebrate your victory, why don't we go out for karaoke tonight?" Right. I also think it's a good idea to celebrate. After all, Xian Zi, you've also won the championship now. We have to celebrate. Celebrate. Xian Zi, just say yes. How about it? Another roommate suggested with a smile. Hearing the words of his roommates, Chen Xian was also very happy in his heart, although he also wanted to go out and have a good time with them. After all, these roommates had helped him a lot as well, but he did have some other things he needed to take care of, and couldn't go out and have fun with his roommates, so he spoke very helplessly. "I still have the matter of staying little sister to deal with, so I won't be able to, and I'm also a bit tired, so I want to go back to the dormitory to rest a bit." As soon as Chen Xian's words fell, his roommates froze, not expecting Chen Xian to actually refuse to go to the KTV with them. This wasn't Chen Xian's character either. He had a very bold personality. However, they were able to understand. After all, Chen Xian had already won the basketball game, so he was now a veritable prince of basketball. If he still went out to go hang out with his roommates, he would surely spark outrage. So Chen Xian didn't dare to go out. After all, he was a celebrity, and a celebrity at school. You'd better not go out just like that, in case a bunch of people are watching outside. Seeing the looks of his roommates, Chen Xian was able to guess what was going on in their minds, so he opened his mouth. Oh, you guys don't mind too much. I just don't want to go with everyone else. After all, we're just normal students too, and I'm in need of some time off. Well, don't worry, we know who you are and what's on your mind right now, and we'll leave you alone. Hearing Chen Xian's words, the roommates only nodded their heads. They could understand. After Chen Xian walked out, he happened to hear a voice in the corridor, which was still familiar. He quietly walked over and saw the two of them, Mo and Li, arguing. Both are beautiful-looking types. One is clean and cute, the other flirty and sexy. These two styles, but in their body is very compatible. Upon seeing the two, Chen Xian's mind immediately conjured up Xiao Meng's large, watery eyes and that pink, cute, pretty face. Lily clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Xiao Meng with an unkind face, saying, "Don't think that I don't know what's in your mind, so don't even think about hooking up with Xianzi. There's no way that he would look at someone like you." Seeing Lily denigrate herself so much, Mo's fire rose and said, "Who cares about hooking up with Chen Xian? He's not my cup of tea. Don't even dream about it." "Humph, I don't want to be the second Chen Xian. You'd better save your breath. I'm not going to give up. I'm definitely going to pursue Chen Xian. I'll pursue Chen Xian until I get Chen Xian. Just give up. Chen Xian belongs to me. He's destined to be mine." Hearing Mo's words, Lily was also very reluctant. She also liked Chen Xian, and she could also see that Chen Xian was very fond of her. But now Chen Xian actually said that he didn't belong to her anymore, which made her heart very sad. Looking at Xiao Meng's face, Lily secretly said in her heart, "I'm going to fix you up this time so that you completely lose the chance to seduce Chen Xian. I'm not going to let you off easily this time. Don't be delusional. I'm telling you, there's no way Chen Xian will be with you, so stop daydreaming," Lily said cynically. "I don't care if he's willing to be with me or not, but he must be mine. I don't believe that Lily, don't have the means to chase Chen Xian into my hands. Just wait and see. There will be a day when I'll make you kneel on the ground and beg me." This time Chen Xian won the championship of the basketball tournament, so what can it be? He's still our classmate after all. I won't let you get what you want. Chen Xian can only be mine. I won't be able to snatch it from you, Lily said as she gritted her teeth and looked at Mo. Chen Xian was also a bit speechless as he stood by the side. This Lily's personality was really something that made people feel speechless. Seeing that little Meng was being bullied, Chen Xian stood without sitting down and directly walked out, looking at Lily with an icy complexion and said, "Lily, I'm warning you, stay away from dull little sister in the future." As soon as this voice came out, Lily was instantly surprised, not expecting that he would actually see Chen Xian here. And the way he looked at Chen Xian was not as playful as it used to be. Seeing Chen Xian's expression, Lily became somewhat alarmed. After all, Chen Xian's temper was notoriously short-tempered, and he was still a student who usually didn't even hang out with them. His roommates. I didn't expect that he would suddenly appear here today, and that his target would actually be Mo. Looking at Chen Xian's ice-cold demeanor, Lily's heart grew a bit timid. Chen Xian, on the other hand, left with dull little sister and Li Meng. But what he didn't expect was that this scene was caught on camera. It was also maliciously edited and posted on a campus forum. All of a sudden, Chen Xian was caught in the middle of public opinion. Chapter 32, Investigating Thefts. The students maliciously edited the video and posted it on top of the forums inside the campus, causing Chen Xian to be instantly caught in a public opinion storm. It was something no one expected, but it just happened without warning. Dull little sister and Li Meng felt that this matter was really a little bit of a shame for Chen Xian, letting Chen Xian get caught in the storm of public opinion for their sake. The two men saw these public opinions intensify and chastised Chen Xian for fear of affecting him. After seeing all of this, Xiao Meng and Dull little sister both discussed and decided that they still wanted to go and clarify this matter for Chen Xian. Dull little sister and little Meng were anxious in their hearts when they saw such a situation. They didn't want to see Chen Xian being scolded because of this matter. Xiao Meng asked anxiously, "Dull little sister, why don't you say something? What should we do? Are we just going to watch Chen Xian being chastised by public opinion and we're going to do nothing about it? I just can't watch this anymore. I have to make this clear and stop this from going any further." Mo's face showed a look of anxiety, and as Dull little sister listened to what Mo said, she wanted to do the same thing. She just didn't know if it would work. Dull little sister sighed deeply and said, "That's what I thought. But I'm still a little worried. What if none of us believe what we say? Wouldn't Chen Xian be too wronged?" Mo looked at Dull little sister a bit angrily and said, "I don't care if I believe it or not. This is something I have to do, and I don't care what you think. I'm just going to do it." After saying that, Mo left angrily, leaving Dull little sister alone and dazed, not knowing what to do. Xiao Meng followed her own idea, and as soon as possible, she made a big publicity campaign above the campus forum to clarify this matter of Chen Xian. However, It had been several days since Mo's clarification message was sent out, and it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It didn't do any good at all. Mo couldn't believe that no one actually believed this, and Mo was a little disheartened. Her mood was very low, which happened to be seen by Qin Xian, who looked at the downcast little Meng, smilingly comforting Mo. He said, "What's wrong? So unhappy." Xiao Meng looked up at Chen Xian and said sadly, "Chen Xian, I'm sorry, I had wanted to clarify this matter for you, but it didn't help at all. My clarification message went out for so long and I've been posting it every day, but it's like a stone dropped into the sea. No one believes it at all. What do you say about these people? Why are they inclined to believe those bad opinions?" Chen Xian looked at Mo complaining about this matter, but he was acting as if it was unimportant. After seeing Chen Xian's expression, Xiao Meng was surprised and said, "Chen Xian, why do you look like you don't care at all? Look at what the internet has cursed you into. You actually don't even care. I'm still this really kind of impressed." Chen Xian, however, laughed at this matter and didn't care at all, looking a bit shocked at Xiao Meng. Although this matter was spreading like wildfire above the school's forums, Chen Xian's roommates did not cold-shoulder Qin Xian because of this matter. Instead, they believed in him as always, which made Chen Xian feel very pleased in his heart, thinking that his group of roommates were still very good. Chen Xian's case was not over yet, but there was a theft in the school immediately afterward. Soon after, the quest about this theft case was issued above the system, and this quest caused an uproar all of a sudden. All of them began to focus on this theft case mission, and were slightly distracted from Chen Xian's matter. There are still people who pay attention, but it's relatively much better. The quest enacted by the system showed, as long as you can catch the thief of this theft, you can get a place inside the Academy Scholarship. As soon as this quest was released, all the people began to pay attention and felt that this quest was still very attractive. School scholarships for internalized places are a great achievement for learners. The theft spread all over the school for a while, and students said all kinds of things about it. They began to play with their imaginations, but the truth was always lost. No one knows who the perpetrator of this theft really is, and there is speculation without the slightest clue. Chen Xian really can't stand to watch, so he took the initiative to help. Want to go to find the school theft case this matter. After dull little sister and little Meng found out about this matter, they were both trying their best to persuade Qin Xian not to let him meddle in these matters anymore, because Qin Xian's public opinion still hadn't completely ended. However, Chen Xian simply couldn't listen to it. He was so intent on getting to the bottom of this theft that he threw his own public opinion to the side and didn't give a damn. Dull little sister and little Meng also really had no choice, even if they were anxious and worried about Qin Xian. All to no avail as well. Chen Xian did as he was told and proceeded to investigate about the theft. When Chen Xian saw that dull little sister and little Meng had been worrying about themselves all day, he felt that there was no need for that. Chen Xian looked at the two people who were on tenterhooks and said comfortingly, "Don't look so sad all day. It's not relevant. This matter will always pass. Just let them talk about it. Don't pay any attention to them. The more you care, the more people will be interested in you, and it'll never end that way. Instead, you don't have to bother with them. They don't mean anything, and over time, the matter fades. I've got other things to go through. There's no way I'm going to wimp out just because of this. Where's the look?" Chen Xian explained this matter to dull little sister and little Meng, hoping that the two would stop worrying about themselves. What exactly he himself was doing? Chen Xian's heart knew very well that he couldn't let one thing go unresolved. Just don't do anything else. This is not what Qin Xian himself wants to do. Originally for Chen Xian's is malicious public opinion. Chen Xian then didn't put it on his mind that he wasn't going to step in to fix such a big thing that had happened in the school now. What else can be done? Chen Xian's heart is loaded with more than just this one thing. If this catty thing goes on, there would really be no way for Qin Xian to go about his days. And dull little sister and little Meng saw that they simply couldn't persuade Qin Xian. The girls also looked helpless, and let Qin Xian do what he wanted to do. They could do nothing else but silently support Chen Xian behind him. Regarding this worry of Chen Xian's, dull little sister and little Meng were only able to silently keep it in their hearts. Chapter 33, Mo's Substitute. Seeing Chen Xian's single-mindedness in wanting to investigate this theft, Xiao Meng was only able to accompany Qin Xian, just in case Qin Xian encounters something that he is not able to do. Xiao Meng being around will also be able to be a bit more convenient and find a bit of clues for Qin Xian. Sure enough, Xiao Meng's fears had really happened, and when Chen Xian arrived at the girls' dormitory, he was stopped. Chen Xian looked a bit anxious. He was not able to enter the girls' dormitory. How else was this matter going to be investigated? How else are you going to investigate the truth of this matter when you can't even access the scene of the crime yourself? Chen Xian looked a bit embarrassed, and was only able to go and seek help from Xiao Meng, hoping that Xiao Meng could help him make the trip. Chen Xian came to Xiao Meng in a difficult situation and said, "Xiao Meng, you go in, run for me and take a look at the scene of the crime. Remember, it must be done carefully and conscientiously." It is impossible to spare even a single corner. Remember? Also, if there's anything you don't understand, remember to ask me anytime. I'll be here when you get back. Chen Xian very carefully explained this matter to Xiaomeng, hoping that Xiaomeng would be able to go to the scene of the crime and help himself find a little clue. Although Chen Xian wasn't very relieved, there was really no other way. When Xiaomeng saw that Chen Xian had asked for help, she was more than happy to make the trip for Chen Xian. Mo said with a serious face, "Alright then, I'll go in and take a look. Hopefully I can help you. I'll check it carefully and conscientiously and not miss a single corner." "Don't worry." Chen Xian gently nodded, a hint of anxiety on his face as Mo turned around and walked in towards the girls' dormitory. Just shortly after entering, before Mo could reach the dormitory where the crime scene was, he encountered the last person he wanted to see inside the building. When Lily saw Xiaomeng walking over, she said in a conspiratorial manner, "Ai Yang, it's really a narrow road. How come I met you again? Everyone, come and see. This meddler is at it again, really out of his depth." As soon as Lily saw Xiaomeng, she didn't have the good sense to complain somewhere, and Xiaomeng heard Lily that yin and yang voice. Her heart was uncomfortable. Originally she was not in the mood to care about Lily, but, hearing Lily where she said she was nosy, Mo just couldn't swallow it. She glared at Lily and disliked her angrily. "I don't want to be shady all the time. What's wrong with me being nosy? Next to what's going on with you, it's really the emperor who is in a hurry. I don't want to see your face. Get out of my way. You've gone too far. You wait for me," Lily said furiously. Mo didn't even want to waste her breath with Lily there because she had important things to do, not wanting to let her mood be affected because of Lily. Lily had a furious look after being disliked by Xiaomeng and looked at Xiaomeng with no other way. After the two argued for a few moments, Mo left to head to the dormitory. And dull little sister really wasn't in the mood to go back to live streaming today. She was always worried about Chen Xian and didn't know what was going on his side. Dull little sister's heart was always in a state of turmoil. Therefore, dull little sister was only able to come to the school to take a look at Chen Xian's side of the situation. Wanting to know what exactly Chen Xian was doing, dull little sister had just entered the school when she was recognized by Chen Xian's roommate, Ji Gung. Dull little sister didn't want others to recognize her and kept her head down the whole time. Ji Gung's vision was really impressive. He had already missed with dull little sister, not knowing how had backed up, looked at dull little sister in surprise and said, "You're dull little sister?" Seeing that Ji Gung recognized her, dull little sister was a bit embarrassed and asked, "Yes, I'm dull little sister. May I ask who you are?" Ji Gung's surprised idea mouth said, "I'm Chen Xian's roommate. My name is Ji Gung. Nice to meet you." Dull little sister smiled and nodded, "Nice to meet you. Are you really Chen Xian's roommate?" Ji Gung nodded and said, "Yes. Are you here to find Chen Xian?" Dull little sister smiled slightly and said, "Yeah. Do you know where he is at the moment? I'm looking for him for something, so please can you let me know for me?" Little sister Dull didn't think it would be such a coincidence that she would actually be able to meet Chen Xian's roommate, which would make finding Chen Xian much easier, not having to ask around on her own. Dull little sister still felt happy in her heart, and Ji Gung heard that dull little sister had come over to look for Chen Xian. He was very enthusiastic, so he took the initiative and said, "Don't worry, I'll take you to Chen Xian. I know where he is, just follow me with confidence." "Really?" Dull little sister looked delighted. She was still worried about whether or not Ji Gung would agree to bring himself to do search for Chen Xian, but she didn't expect Ji Gung to be so enthusiastic and take the initiative to bring himself to search for Chen Xian. Dull little sister instantly felt much more relaxed as she traveled with Ji Gung on her way to find Chen Xian. Dull little sister had been inquiring about Chen Xian in front of Ji Gung, and the two of them were chatting very happily. In Ji Gung's place, dull little sister learned a lot about Chen Xian, and on the matter of Chen Xian's public opinion, dull little sister sidestepped to ask Ji Gung about it. Ji Gung also said whatever he had to say and told dull little sister everything without hiding anything. Dull little sister was really grateful for this enthusiasm of Ji Gung, which in turn helped her a lot. Xiaomeng here also finally found the stolen girls' dormitory, just when Xiaomeng wanted to enter the dormitory to find out, but they found that the door of this dormitory could not be opened, and they were actually locked out and could not enter. Xiaomeng has always been very patient, but did not expect to encounter this matter after Xiaomeng really feel very disturbed, thinking that Chen Xian was still waiting anxiously outside. She couldn't keep being turned away like this. Xiaomeng had to think of a way to go into the dormitory as soon as possible to check out the details, otherwise she had no way to give Chen Xian an explanation. Although Xiaomeng was a bit anxious in her heart, on the surface she was relatively calm and composed and did not show a trace of panic. Mo then hurriedly greeted a few of his roommates, wanting everyone to work together to kick down this dorm room door. Luckily, these female classmates were quite enthusiastic and were willing to help Mo. helping her to go inside the dormitory room as quickly as possible to check the specifics of the situation inside. Chen Xian had been waiting anxiously outside, looking inside from time to time, waiting for Xiao Meng to come out with good news. Chen Xian felt that this time was so long. It had been a while since Mo had entered the dormitory building, and still not a single word had come in. Chen Xian also didn't know what exactly was going on Xiao Meng's side, and he wasn't able to enter himself, so he could only wait here. Over here, Mo and a few female classmates were trying their best to open the doors of some of the girls' dormitories. Chapter 34, Helping a Stolen Hostess. It took Mo and a few of his classmates a lot of effort to kick the door to the dormitory open, but the scene after kicking the door open was a bit unbelievable to everyone. The dormitory was a mess. Not even a place to put their feet. Dormitory. By the window of a bed also sat a cloaked female student. This female student is the theft of female students. She looked a little deranged, with a lifeless look on her face and her dark hair draped haphazardly over her body. It really blends well with this in the dorms. All the people who entered the dormitory were stunned by this spectacular scene in front of them, and all of them were staring at this in disbelief, with no one taking a step forward. Mo looked at the situation, lifted his feet to find a place to put them, and took one small step at a time to come to the stolen heroine. Looking at the stolen heroine in front of me, everyone's heart ached. The stolen heroine looked really messed up, not a bit of her usual student self. Beauty, are you okay? Mo asked the cloaked and stolen heroine with concern. However, what everyone did not expect was what was sent. All the students were dumbfounded, staring dead at the two people in front of them. That image seems to be frozen in that moment forever. Just as Mo asked the words, "What are you doing?" the vicious eyes of the stolen heroine looked at Mo all at once, and that look was as if she wanted to eat Mo. But everyone didn't care, including Mo, because they could never have imagined that the stolen heroine would do such a thing. The stolen heroine's next move left everyone in disbelief as she lifted her skinny arm and gave Mo a hard slap in the face. There was a snap, a sound that brought all the voices in the dormitory to a screeching halt. Everyone turned their gazes in the direction the voice came from, and they were all in a daze, not knowing what was going on. This look everyone couldn't believe, more like didn't want to believe, I guess. There were 5 naked handprints on Mo's pink and tender face. Geez, no way. What's going on here? Why is this stolen heroine hitting Mo? This is the biggest question inside all the students, right? This hard slap from the stolen heroine left everyone dumbfounded, and Mo even stood there for half a day without reacting, until a female student anxiously shouted, "Oh my god, Mo, you're bleeding from the corner of your mouth. Hurry up, someone have some paper." All of them also reacted with the yell before realizing what had happened. It was only then that Mo slowly reacted. Mo was completely dumbfounded by a slap. After reacting, Mo naturally reached up and touched the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the corners of the mouth are bleeding. However, the current Xiao Meng was exceptionally calm. She was like a different person. In the past, Xiao Meng had a grudge, but today Xiao Meng was so calm that people were a bit scared. In the past, Xiao Meng did not eat any losses, not to mention a slap, or even bad words. She would dislike them fiercely. That's probably because Mo took pity on the stolen heroine. The slap in the face from the stolen heroine did seem a little too hard. However, not waiting for Xiao Meng to say anything, the theft of the heroine came back to a piggy bank. Again, Xiao Meng severely criticized the stolen heroine loudly and angrily scolded Mo for being nosy. "Who are you? I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. How capable do you think you are? Don't pretend to be capable here." The stolen heroine directly pointed at Xiao Meng's nose and cursed out loud. All female students are confused. This girl is really crazy. This girl is really crazy, right? The nerves are not normal. Xiao Meng, this is to help her. She is also that is to beat and scold. She still do not distinguish between good and bad. All the female students were furious and instantly had no sympathy for the stolen heroine. At this time there are female students to fight for Xiao Meng. A female student angrily scolded, "Hey, you, this person brain is not good. Can't you tell good from bad? Can't you see that Xiao Meng is helping you? Others are too lazy to care about you. You really don't know what's good for you." The female student standing on the side tugged on the clothes of this female student who was fighting for Mo, signaling not to irritate the stolen heroine anymore, so as not to make things more and more difficult and make things worse. The female student who fought for Mo looked away for a moment and then didn't speak again. Mo asked the roommate of the stolen heroine aside, "What's her name and why is she like this?" The roommate told Mo that the theft of the hostess named Hu Minzi. She is some cannot accept the theft of this thing, so this. Hearing her roommate say this, Mo was also quite relieved. This situation also makes Xiao Meng very helpless. People beat and scold her, can only take it. She can't go with a mental disorder to pussyfoot around. Mo could only endure it all without too much reckoning. And at this time being catty would make her look like she had a bit of a problem as a person as well. Alright, don't just stand there. Get to work. In this process must be confident and patient view, not sloppy. Mo opened his mouth to urge. This group of students were still very strong in action. When Mo said this, all of them immediately started to act. Everyone was careful not to miss a single detail, patiently checking out the traces of Hu Minzi's dormitory. When dull little sister heard about this matter, she also put down the matter at hand and rushed over in a hurry. Just as everyone was concentrating on checking out Hu Minzi's dormitory, dull little sister also arrived at the dormitory. Nerdy little sister didn't interrupt as she watched such a dedicated schoolgirl, and she quietly joined in. Dull little sister started with Hu Minzi's bed first, but she found nothing after searching for half a day. Finding nothing on the bed, dull little sister turned her attention to the underside of Hu Minko's bed. The effort was not enough, and soon dull little sister found a little clue from underneath Hu Minzi's bed. Dull little sister excitedly flopped down and crawled straight to the floor to remove a small note from under the bed that had been discarded in the corner. I found a note. What do you guys got? Dorky shouted excitedly. Listening to the dull little sister said so all the people are curious to gather over. But is a small note. All the people gathered over cannot see anything. Some of the female students left feeling uninterested and went back to searching for clues in earnest. Nurchan took the note to Mo, who was still seriously looking for clues. Little Mo, come over here and we two will study together. What is this written here? Dull little sister pulled Xiao Meng and walked over to the window. The handwriting on top of the note was a bit scribbled, so dull little sister couldn't really read it alone. So dull little sister could only pull Mo along to study it. Chapter 35, Strange Note. Dull little sister hand holding the note and also called the little Meng. The two are so concentrated on the hand of the note, constantly looking at. Mo looked at the note suspiciously. Where did you get this note? Meanwhile, dull little sister was very puzzled as she held this note inside her hand. Nerdy little sister pointed to the table in front of this. Get it right here. I don't know who the hell put it in this place. So the two of them viewed the note with such meaningful scrutiny, constantly speculating as to who had put it in this place. Why don't we open it and see what's actually written in here? Maybe we'll be able to deduce whose note this is. That's what Mo said suspiciously. After all, now he really wanted to know what was inside this note? Dull little sister was a bit torn. That's not very nice. If this really is someone else's note, it would look very rude of us if we just opened it without permission. But Mo was not impressed. She felt that since this person had left this note in this place, he was not afraid of being seen by others. Since he has put this note right here in this place, it proves that he is not afraid of being seen by others either. Really not. What are you blindly worrying about here all day? At most dissuasion, dull little sister didn't know what to say. However, the current him was also very curious about what was inside this note, coupled with the words that Mo was saying right now. So he couldn't help his curiosity and opened the note just like that. However, what they did not expect was that the content of this note was to ask Qin Xian to meet at the woods behind the cafeteria. Ah, why is it a note about Qin Xian? Dull little sister said in surprise. At this moment, he was very shocked. What's so rare about that? Isn't he the national god? So what's so strange about someone asking her to meet him? Mo, however, was unimpressed. He felt that this matter was very normal, so there was nothing to be surprised about. So the two of them were going to leave the note just as it was and continue to leave the place. Suddenly, dull little sister just reacted. Maybe the owner of this note didn't know that this note hadn't reached Qin Xian's hands inside the time, in case she had been waiting for Qin Xian at the woods at the back door of the cafeteria. Then what? But dull little sister then thought, why should she mind her own business? This matter didn't have much to do with herself in the first place. So dull little sister pulled Mo away, but then he immediately both turned back. He sighed. Who let himself be a nosy one? It just so happened that he was the one who saw the note again. We'd better inform Qin Xian of this matter, lest that person keep waiting here. Dull little sister, I realized that you really are just a dog with a nosy dog. These things are obviously none of your business, but why must you take it inside your own business? Mo was really getting a headache, and she really hoped that dull little sister would change this nosy temper of his. Dull little sister began to pout. Meng, I know you're the best. Will you just accompany me? I promise that after I go and tell him, we'll leave right away and definitely not stay there for much longer, said dorky little sister, and did the kind of poses that were guaranteed. Alright, I'll accompany you, but first things first, next time don't be so nosy. Dull little sister giggled happily. I knew you were the best. Little Mo was also really speechless. This nosy temper of dull little sister. But helplessly, he really couldn't stand dull little sister's pampering, and could only accompany dull little sister to do these things. So dull little sister thus brought little Meng to find Qin Xian, and told Qin Xian about this item in its original form. Hey, someone's asking you to meet them in the woods at the back of the cafeteria at the beginning of the day. So remember to bring a few extra people with you, dull little sister said with such arrogance and left after that. Hey, why don't you spell it out for me? How am I supposed to get there if you just leave me a sentence like that? Qin Xian just looked excitedly at dull little sister's departing back and shouted. But the current dull little sister, that had the time to give him a slow answer to these questions, and after giving Qin Xian these words, she hurriedly ran away. Chen Xian felt the identity of the situation, and he didn't understand why dull little sister would say these things to her, and also instructed himself to bring a few more classmates with him, although Chen Xian didn't know why. He thought that since dull little sister had said so, there must be some reasoning behind what dull little sister had said, so without thinking much about it, he chestily went to the cafeteria or door that afternoon to check on the situation. He wanted to see what the little sister was up to, and he didn't believe what the little sister had said about the note. He always felt that all this was just the little sister's self-direction. So when Chen Xian arrived at the woods at the back door of the cafeteria, he discovered, surprisingly, nothing. Chen Xian felt very speechless, and he thought that dull little sister was playing tricks on him. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he suddenly saw a short schoolmate slowly walking over. Could this be the person who wrote him the note? Because of what dull little sister had said to him earlier, this made Chen Xian unable to resist his suspicions. However, this short schoolmate then walked straight up to Chen Xian and was saying some strange things to him. The item is not in my possession now? If you want the thing, then you'll have to agree to my demands. Chen Xian was truly speechless, not even understanding what words the short schoolmate was saying. Could it really be that this person had written a paper treaty to come out on his own? How could Chen Xian somewhat not believe it? But that kind of showed great curiosity about what this schoolmate had just said. Tell me, what are your conditions? Who knows that this and the schoolboy even does not put Chen Xian in the eyes of the face. So Chen Xian felt very angry. So Chen Xian will directly pick up this short schoolboy questioned him. What exactly do you mean by those words you just said? You give me all of it honestly and clearly, or else I will never spare you. Who knew that after the schoolmate was picked up by Chen Xian? Surprisingly, he did not feel scared. Instead he gave a weird smile and looked at Chen Xian and said, I'll tell you straight up. You can't go past this look if you want to accomplish your mission, or else you won't have the means to accomplish your mission. This statement from the schoolmate directly caused Chen Xian's hands to soften, so he placed the schoolmate back on the ground again. Chen Xian just stared at this schoolmate in front of him. He felt very strange. This schoolmate seemed to be acting as if he knew Chen Xian's true identity. Chapter 36, The Inexplicable Huminzi. Chen Xian felt that this matter was not so simple, but it was necessary to get these things straight. But the vital point of this matter was in this schoolmate. So she must find out who this schoolmate really is? Why does he know so much about himself? Who the hell are you? Why do you know these things? Or did someone tell you? Chen Xian just looked at this schoolmate in a very serious manner. But this schoolmate was still very mischievous, completely disregarding Chen Xian, as if she hadn't heard the words Chen Xian had just asked her. The schoolmate left this place in silence, leaving Chen Xian alone to be able to be in this place. Chen Xian really was also speechless. How could he have met this kind of person, who had so disregarded him? Chen Xian made up his mind. He must find out exactly who this person was. But when this schoolmate left, he actually left a set of dormitory keys behind. Chen Xian picked up the string of keys and carefully observed it. In the end, there was still nothing to be found as well, and Chen Xian intended to hand this string of keys over to the hostel manager of the girls' dormitory, because he didn't know what to do with this set of keys if he left them with himself. Chen Xian then brought this set of keys to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Hey classmate, can you call your hostess aunt for me? In the face of such a male god hitting on her, this girl was simply blown away. Okay, that's fine, just wait for me here. So after a while, the hostess aunt of the girls' dormitory came over. Were you the one who was thinking of me? This is the girls' dormitory. What are you doing here? Although the hostel auntie was also very shocked when she saw Chen Xian, because Chen Xian is really too handsome. But this is after all the girls' dormitory. The school still has the rules of the school. Auntie, I picked up a set of keys not far from here, and I didn't know what to do with them, so I thought I'd hand them over to you. Seeing such a knowledgeable Chen Xian, this hostess was very happy. So they just chilled out and talked to each other for a few moments before Chen Xian hurriedly left on the pretext that he had something to do. Right after Chen Xian left the girls' dormitory, the system suddenly prompted Chen Xian to complete less than half of his quests. Chen Xian felt very anxious. After all, if he wanted to complete these quests, it would not be an easy thing to do. Chen Xian was just like this, alone and worried inside the playground. And just at this time, dull little sister also saw Chen Xian, so he ran over, inquiring about Chen Xian's situation. Why do I see you hanging your head? Did something difficult happen? Why don't you tell me about it? In the face of such a dumb little sister, Chen Xian really didn't know what to say about him, but Chen Xian stayed silent and didn't answer his own question. And dull little sister was obviously a bit lost. If you don't want to say it, then I won't force you. Chen Xian clearly sensed dull little sister's loss, and he knew that if he did so, it might make dull little sister think something. He then pulled dull little sister and told dull little sister all about what had just happened. Dull little sister was very shocked after hearing this. How could this happen? Then how are you going to deal with this matter? Chen Xian shook his head, stating that he didn't know what to do anymore, which was why he was now hanging his head. and at that moment, on the other side Mo informs everyone in the girls' dormitory to pay attention for fear that the thief will come back to steal again. Everyone should be careful. It's not if we lose it next time. If we're not a little more careful then it might go along with what these thieves are up to. Because the matter of merchants Chen Xianren giving away the key had already been rumored. After all, it was also blamed on the fact that he was simply too flashy looking. Just in the small amount of time she had been here delivering the keys, there were so many girls crowding inside wanting to see her. So it would be strange for this matter not to be known by others. And Mo just carefully reminded everyone that they must pay attention to their things so that they would not be stolen by those who had the intention to do so. Then this matter could be troublesome. And it was only after less than a moment that this matter had spread almost all over the school. And at this time, dull little sister and Shen Xian also separated and went off to do their own things separately. However, just at this time, Shen Xian was pondering about who exactly that schoolmate was. Suddenly, with a flash of darkness before his eyes, he was stopped in his tracks by a person. Chen Xian was about to scold, who the hell is this person? This road is so wide. Have to bump into yourself here. Is not deliberately stirring up trouble? Chen Xian lifted his head to look and did not expect it to be Hu Minzi. Why was he in this place? Chen Xian felt that Hu Minzi was deliberately blocking his way. What? Do you have something in mind for me? This road is so fast. You have to bump into me. You have something to say, just hurry up. I'm really in a hurry right now. I don't have the heart to pull this with you here. Originally, Shen Xian's heart was very irritated right now because she couldn't figure it out. Who exactly was that schoolmate? Why would you know so much about yourself? But coincidentally, at this time, Hu Minzi was trying to mess with her. Who knew that Hu Minzi would actually question Chen Xian angrily? Why didn't you pursue me to ask if I had lost my things? Why couldn't you care about me? After Chen Xian heard what Hu Minzi said, he was simply speechless. He didn't have any relationship with this person either. Why should he care about him? Besides, just because Hu Minzi unilaterally likes himself, should he obey him too? I'm afraid this person doesn't have some problems with his head. Why should I pursue you to ask if you've lost anything? What does it have to do with me if you lost something? Chen Xian said with such an expressionless face, making Hu Minzi, who was standing in front of Chen Xian, feel very angry. She always felt that Chen Xian did not leave him any face at all, so he cursed angrily. How can there be people like you? How dare you say these things here? I don't know how you have the face to say such things. Could it be that as a classmate? Shouldn't you care if I lost something? If you have the heart to care about other people, why don't you come and care about me? Hu Minzi just looked at Chen Xian angrily, and Chen Xian really didn't understand why he was so confident that he must care about his affairs. Even though they were classmates, there was no need to make it a rule that it was a must to care about her affairs. Besides, the current Chen Xian was really upset, and he really didn't have the heart to dwell with Hu Minzi here any longer. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been calming him down, he would have been unable to resist making a move. Chapter 37, The Hidden Truth. Dull little sister listening to this Hu Minzi speak feel harsh, but this time actually because of this small matter up scolding. Dull little sister angry, immediately went forward to retort. What do you mean by this? People are kind enough to help you find something, but you still have this attitude. Should they be at your disposal and be scolded if they don't do a good job? Hu Minzi, you should pay more attention. Not that I'm talking about you. This is too overbearing. Hu Minzi stared at his eyes. Under the head full of messy hair looks like it has been ravaged a face as if it has been 70 years old. When he spoke, it was also a Cockney voice. So what? Before it is he volunteered to find things for me. My things lost was already very bad luck. Now someone to find things for me still buy to find back. But also do not allow me to be angry. Hearing this, Li Meng immediately pushed her. Hu Minzi, what do you mean? I advise you to put a little respect. Your own matter is unlucky, but in the end it has nothing to do with us at all. The school didn't even manage your matter that thoroughly. It just told you that you don't have to go to class for the time being. What else did it do? Hu Minzi froze for a moment, because what Li Meng said was the truth. So she didn't find the words to refute it for a moment before Li Meng disliked her once again. The school didn't even care about the matter of what you actually lost. It just told everyone to pay attention to this matter. Do you think that we deserve to mind our own business? Don't flatter yourself. It's good enough that we're helping you, okay? Dull little sister is also very angry. Yes. Besides, we were not meant to solve the problem for you. Our purpose is to make the general environment of the school a little bit safer. The purpose is to catch the thief. You don't really think of yourself as God. We are not even slaves of your family, okay? Saying that we're not doing our job well. If you're capable, you can go find it yourself. Go check it out yourself. Huminko was so angry that she was about to jump out of bed. And dull little sister felt as if she was going to come over and rip her hair out in the next second, to make herself a brainless lunatic just like her. However, their side of the crowd, coupled with the natural say also has a reason. If the quarrel or tear fight, maybe other people look at the joke, or maybe the house teacher also want to come over to ask about the situation. Then, this matter she also has nothing to say, can only be hugging the bedsheets and quilts to continue to miserable play pitiful. It was just that she was already pathetic enough now, or rather her patheticness had already been seen by others once, and if a person's patheticness was recognized too many times, it wouldn't be pathetic, but might turn into making fun of and despising, and that was the last thing she needed now. As it was, there was nothing to be gained by carrying on, and then it would be a real shame. Moreover, this time the matter is indeed a person's obligation to dedicate, and he or she has little qualification to add conditions. Hu Minzi holding a mouthful of sulk, even if their hearts have 10,000 unhappy, for a time also dare not say anything more. Chen Xian glanced at her after not saying anything more. After all, think about it, also let a person feel quite speechless. Originally, in order to their side to complete the task, want to find to see who the thief is, the results were taken for granted as a flower protector, followed by splitting the face of a scolding. If who the heart also may not feel good, right? Although it was that girl named Hu Minja who had gotten ahead of herself from the beginning to the end, and she didn't know anything about it and was the victim of this theft. The sufferer was just that, a sufferer, and didn't have much more of a right to boss people around than anyone else. After Qin Xian walked out of the dormitory, he immediately began to utilize the contacts he had accumulated over the years to investigate the identity of that schoolmate. Finally, the person on the other end of the phone asked respectfully, "Brother Chen, is there anything else I need to do? You also know that I don't have much other skills, but hacking into his computer and digging out a little something that will make his life inside this school unforgettable is still possible. You know, men generally like to have a private space inside their computers." Chen Xian refused to say after hearing it, "No need, I'll call you when I need to. Right now I just want to figure out what this person's name is. It's best to check the people around him as well, to see if there are any that have a deep intersection with me. Otherwise I have no grudges against him, so I guess that this kid won't be able to come over here and find out about it for nothing." And, when he said this, Chen Xian paused for a moment, and that side immediately followed up with, "And what?" Chen Xian shook his head, seemingly feeling a bit incredulous himself. "And what's particularly interesting is that he knows a lot of things that I've never told anyone else. So if you can look into it, you can see what people he's been in frequent contact with lately." After a moment of silence over there nodded. Picking this up was a whole lot of crackling and banging on the keyboard. After a while the man continued, "Brother Chen, isn't it? You let me check, is this short little brat? This should not even constitute a threat, right? What can this person have?" Chen Xian directly interrupted, "Just tell me which class he's in, or just tell me a place where I can find him. The rest is a big deal, I'll ask him myself." That person instantly shut up. Then the next second was serious. "Report, Brother Chen. This short runt, this student is your school business administration major, but he seems to be not particularly good grades, because since he came to this school, only the first semester did not fail, so now every day will be in the library inside the frantic check the information to study." Chen Xian sighed. "Alright, just tell me where I can find him if I want to go look for him now." The man looked up the surveillance equipment around the school, and then said, "Right now he should still be inside that classroom on the second floor corner of the business administration's teaching building, and the course still has 25 minutes to end. So based on where you are right now, you can slowly walk over to him." After hanging up the phone, Chen Xian walked to the classroom door and glanced at his watch, and the next second the bell did ring, and then when this schoolmate went out after class, Chen Xian directly crossed the center of the road with a Jew, successfully blocking the person in the doorway. The schoolboy was surprised that he could find this place, but Chen Xian directly opened the door and questioned him. "I know all about the theft in the girls' dormitory before. Why did you do that? Hurry up and give me an honest explanation or I'll send you to the principal's office to look even worse." The schoolboy blushed and was forced to say, "It's not like I volunteered for that one. It was all because the captain of the previous basketball team told me to do it." Chapter 38, Clash with the Basketball Team. Chen Xian hadn't thought that this matter was related to someone from the basketball team. How could he not think that it was someone from the basketball team who had instructed this schoolmate to do this? How could Chen Xian not understand why the basketball team would do such a thing? Did he or she have some sort of animosity with them? In short, there was no way he could just put up with this matter. He had to find the basketball team and ask what was going on. He remembered that you yourselves didn't have much to do with the basketball team, but if these people even wanted to cross themselves, then there was no need for him to have to let them off the hook. Chen Xian came to the basketball team in such a rage, and belatedly, the basketball team was training, and the captain of the basketball team was directing his players on what to do. Chen Xian then immediately rushed over and grabbed him by the collar. "You bastard! I have no grudges against you on a regular basis. Why would you harm me like this?" And it was the captain of the basketball team who was already baffled. She didn't know what kind of madness Chen Xian had gone through to say those words to him right here. The captain of the basketball team wasn't willing to show any weakness. After all, he wasn't the type to let others bully him in the first place. so how could he let Qin Xian fiddle with himself like this? And it was in front of his own teammates. If he lost face like this, he really didn't know how to manage these teammates in the future. He then gave Qin Xian a punch right after sending the money. What the hell are you so mad about here? I'm warning you, this is where the basketball team trains, so if you want to go crazy, go somewhere else. Qin Xian hadn't thought that the captain of the basketball team would be this strange, but he still thought of the words that his schoolmate had said to her. So he then looked at the captain of the basketball team angrily again. Could it be that you didn't do this thing? But why would anyone say that someone from your basketball team ordered it? Qin Xian spoke in such a puzzled manner, but the captain of the basketball team didn't give a damn about what Qin Xian said. Uncles, he didn't put Qin Xian inside his eyes at all. She always felt that Qin Xian was really too inexplicable. I'm warning you, get the hell out of here. Don't make me blow you out of the room, and then you won't be able to save face. The captain of the basketball team said so angrily, as Qin Xian's presence here was already seriously affecting their training. Moreover, Qin Xian was here to wreak havoc. He really didn't want Qin Xian to stay in this place anymore. Right now he looked at Qin Xian with great displeasure. If you don't explain this matter to me clearly, then I'll be here all the time on guard. And I'd like these people to see what kind of people you have on the basketball team. At this time, Qin Xian could no longer listen to any words. That just wanted to hurry up and get to the bottom of that matter. After all, this matter was indeed too important to him. In fact, the captain of the basketball team was already getting impatient. She always felt that Qin Xian was just too stubborn. He had clearly said that this matter was none of their basketball team's business at all. But Qin Xian was just asking for trouble over nothing. He was beginning to suspect that Qin Xian was here to purposely interrupt their training. Right now he really wanted to go up and beat Qin Xian violently. If it wasn't for the fear of being disciplined, he would be fighting Qin Xian right now. The captain of the basketball team got angry and found his way to Qin Xian. I'm warning you, please stop slandering my guys like that. There's absolutely no way my guys would do something like that. Our basketball team would never practice that kind of stealing. The two men just stared at each other in all directions, neither of them taking an impossible step back from the other. However, now at this time, dull little sister also ran through, and dull little sister took out her cell phone to broadcast live, because she felt that this scene was too difficult, so he felt the need to record it. So dull little sister brought it on like this, taking out her own cell phone and starting to shoot. However, in fact, Qin Xian and the others hadn't even noticed that dull little sister was live streaming. Qin Xian was very angry. He always felt that these basketball teams just dared to do what they dared to do. If they have the guts to do such things, why don't they come forward and admit it? In fact, Qin Xian really looked down on these basketball team members too much, but there was no way he was going to just let it go this time. She had to get to the bottom of this matter. Isn't it easy to get me to leave this place? Then you let me go in and check it out. And if there's nothing wrong with it when I check it out, then I'll naturally leave. Qin Xian said so arrogantly. But how could the captain of the basketball team thin this humiliation from Qin Xian? She always felt that her own face would be lost if she let Qin Xian in, so she resolutely refused to allow Qin Xian to go in for inspection. Are you insulting our basketball team? I'm warning you, don't give me an inch. Just because I'm not making a move right now doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. The captain of the basketball team was already on the verge of not being able to hold back the anger in his heart, but since he had to think of his basketball team, that's why he wasn't so impulsive. If you haven't done anything like that, then why don't you allow me to go in and search? Are you afraid of what I might search for? Chen Xuanjiu said this aggressively. In short, right now, he very much believed in what that schoolmate said, so he was very stubborn and had to go in and search the place before he could feel comfortable. But the basketball captain just wasn't willing to let Qin Xian go in for an inspection, so the two of them had a direct confrontation like that. I'm telling you, as long as I'm here today you won't be able to get in through here. If you don't believe me, come and try. The captain of the basketball team said so provocatively. However, at this time, Qin Xian had already made his desired plans. Anyway, this time, no matter what, he had to go in and take a look, because only then would he be able to fulfill his mission. Well, if that's the case, then we'll see. Qin Xian directly resisted the crowd, and just like that, he directly entered this inside where they were storing their things, and before these people could react, Qin Xian corner had already slipped inside. What are you guys still standing here for? Why don't you hurry in and blast her out? The captain of the basketball team then said angrily. He hadn't expected Qin Xian to be so cunning. However, just as they were planning to go in and blast Qin Xian out, Qin Xian slowly walked out. I don't need you to rush me. I'll come out on my own. Qin Xian directly threw the stolen item in front of the captain of the basketball team. Didn't you say that your people would never do such a thing? Then how do you explain this? Looking at the items inside Qin Xian's hands, the basketball team captain's eyes directly widened. How could he not have expected that this thing would actually be found inside his own crew? Chapter 39, Going to Celebrate. Looking at the things inside Chen Xian's hand, everyone present was too surprised to say anything. After all, the basketball captain had just said so confidently. But now this was a good slap in the face. Why now you should have nothing to say? You need to take a good look at your own people. After saying that, Chen Xian directly turned around and left. At this moment, Chen Xian was very happy because his mission had been completed and the system had already given her the reward she deserved. At the same time, the basketball team was disciplined because the incident had such a huge impact on the entire school. Adding to the fact that Chen Xian had made such a big deal out of this, it would be too much to ask if the school didn't give the basketball team disciplinary action. And this matter must also concern the girls' dormitory. The girls' dormitory people are worried every day the school must also give them a comfort. After Chen Xian returned to the dormitory, Chen Xian's roommates were all very enthusiastic and went up to embrace Chen Xian. Brother, you just can. This time you really made a great merit for the school. I wonder how else the school will reward you. Chen Xian's roommate just said excitedly, because this matter was really too big. So also as far as they were not at the scene, they all already knew all the things that happened at the scene. Chen Xian nervously touched his head. Don't you guys say that, I actually didn't do anything? I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. And besides, it's just a matter of lifting my hands when I do these things. Seeing Chen Xian in such a modest manner, his roommates began to praise him. Anyway, for now, you're an idol in our hearts. After being praised by his own roommate, Chen Xian was directly unable to speak with joy. However, this matter of Chen Xian catching the thief had even reached the point of being reported. When everyone saw the news looking to publish Chen Xian's picture, they felt very honored. After all, they were in the same dormitory as Chen Xian. However, at the same time before Chen Xian reprimanded Li and other things were also Small Meng don't come out to clarify. Small Meng to explain to everyone before things are a misunderstanding. That with Chen Xian has absolutely no relationship. So also hope that everyone will not continue to misunderstand Chen Xian. Adding to the fact that Chen Xian had now caught the thief for the girls' dormitory. So these girls all admired Chen Xian very much. So now everyone had a very good impression of Chen Xian. With that, her roommate cheerfully took out a newspaper and flung it in front of Chen Xian. Guess what's really hot in today's newspaper? I'm sure you'll be surprised to death. Chen Xian's roommate spoke with such excitement, because at the same time, he had already known what was in the newspaper. So how could he not be excited? What's this? Chen Xian was very puzzled as he received the newspaper, as he had never been in the habit of reading newspapers before. So Chen Xian was very confused as to why his roommate had sent this newspaper to him. Take a look. I guarantee you'll be very interested in what's in here. But his roommate was going to keep urging. Chen Xian really couldn't resist him, so he opened the newspaper. Either that or when he saw this newspaper, it was indeed as his roommate had said. Chen Xian would be taken aback, because Chen Xuanjiao people also did not think that the content of this newspaper will be his own to catch the thief of this thing. He knew that this thing will be praised by the school, just he did not think that the school will actually publish him in the newspaper. Brother, you are really too can. Now you are the celebrity of our school. In the future, when you have made a name for yourself, you can never forget your brothers. Chen Xian's housemates just looked at Chen Xian excitedly as they were really very excited right now. They were thrilled at the thought that they were now living inside the same dormitory as the school celebrities and had even slept in the same bed. I propose that it's a double whammy, so we have to celebrate. Chen Xian's roommate said so happily as they hadn't had a get-together for quite some time. Stumbling upon such a good thing, they had to go and have a good get-together. Otherwise it would be a regret for the rest of their lives. Chen Xian was somewhat helpless. Forget it? I don't think there's a need to make such a fuss. And besides, I also think it's just too much. Chen Xian always felt that this would seem a bit too pretentious, so he didn't want to do this. And he also felt that there was no need to do this. She always felt that it would be a waste of time if she did this. It's a rare occasion, and it's been so long since we've had a get-together. So let's just go have some fun and then casually celebrate you. Chen Xian's roommates then said in such a somewhat petulant manner, because they also knew what kind of temper Chen Xian had. As long as they were soft, then Chen Xian would definitely not be able to fight them. As expected, not knowing what they said, Chen Xian really couldn't stand them like this, so he agreed to them. Okay, you guys don't look like this. I promise to just go with you guys. I really can't stand you guys. After obtaining Chen Xian's consent, Chen Xian's roommates couldn't wait to prepare for these things, because they had waited for this opportunity for far too long. Thinking about it made them a little excited. After arranging the location, they went out for a get-together together. So at the same time nerdy little sister came over. Chen Xian's roommates realized that dull little sister was just too cute, so they all asked dull little sister for a photo. You really are so cute looking. I've never seen a girl as cute as you in my life. I wonder if you could take a picture of us together. Chen Xian's roommates spoke shyly like this, and Chen Xian felt very greasy when he looked at them like this. After all, how could Chen Xian not know what they really looked like? Exactly? Dull little sister felt very shy. After all, she was also the only girl here. If it wasn't because of her relationship with Chen Xian, then he definitely wouldn't have gathered with a large group of boys alone like this. Since these people were now saying this, how could he have the heart to refuse? Besides, even if this person was not very good at refusing people by nature. Besides, Chen Xian's roommates, they had already complimented themselves on their pavilion, and he didn't know how he should refuse. It's okay. After obtaining dull little sister's consent, Chen Xian's roommates began to take pictures with dull little sister one after another, while Chen Xian quietly watched from the sidelines. In his heart, he was surprisingly a bit unfavorable, and he didn't know how to explain it. Chapter 40: Upgrading Equipment. After Chen Xian managed to get a sum of money, he began to think about what exactly he should do with the money. The funds he had previously accumulated were a good deal of money by now, yet the portion he spent was still relatively small, taking up a very small percentage of the total. Chen Xian's hands now had liquidity, so it was definitely possible to do a little something else, or it would be good to take it and start a business. Just as Chen Xian was meditating, he suddenly received a call from the front desk of the gym. When Chen Xian saw the caller ID, he couldn't help but be taken aback, and subconsciously felt that something had happened over at the gym, so he hurriedly picked it up. "Hey, what's wrong?" Chen Xian asked eagerly. The coach's voice soon came from across the room. "Boss, it's me. I need to report something to you." Chen Xian settled his mind and said in a low voice, "If there's anything you want to say, just hurry up and say it." After the coach's description, Chen Xian realized that something rather unexpected had really happened at the gym. It turned out that there was suddenly a problem with a piece of equipment inside the gym, and one of the trainees accidentally got his finger caught while using the equipment. Luckily, the coach reacted extremely quickly and pulled the girl out of the way in one fell swoop before too much damage was done. But that member was still angry and kept spitting on the gym. It wasn't until the coach promised to send that member 2 additional sessions and a week-long training session that the other person stopped. There were a lot of people in the gym at the time, and a lot of them knew about it and were soon talking about it. Then, other minor issues with fitness equipment were also brought up. Although the accident hadn't caused any major damage and the customers had been pacified, Chen Xian was still worried. Chen Xian said to the coach, "It's good that the client is fine. I'll follow up on this issue later, so go back to work." The coach quickly responded, "Got it, boss." Chen Xian couldn't help but let out a long sigh after hanging up the phone. The fact that this happened actually reminded him of the fact that the equipment in the gym was older. Nowadays, it seems that upgrading the equipment for your gym is a very necessary thing to do. As soon as Chen Xian thought of this, he quickly took action and started searching for a suitable supplier on the internet, but he couldn't find one even after looking for a while. Later on, Chen Xian really had no choice but to simply post a message directly on the internet, saying that he wanted to upgrade a batch of fitness equipment, hoping that any supplier who saw it would take the initiative to come to him. At the same time, Chen Xian wrote clearly in the notes, hoping that the supplier to send the style specifications and price of the equipment, to say clearly the specific requirements. After all, this was one of Chen Xian's criteria for selection, and he naturally wanted to buy inexpensive equipment. Not long after the news was released, one after another, there were suppliers who took the initiative to contact Chen Xian. However, Chen Xian took a closer look at their information, such as the offer and the brand of the equipment and so on, finding that it doesn't meet their requirements. These devices are either overpriced or the brand is not of high quality. Chen Xian thought that since he was there to upgrade his equipment, he certainly couldn't buy some equipment that was inferior to what he had before. Finally, he politely rebuffed the group of vendors. In fact, when Chen Xian saw that this result was not as good as he had hoped, he inevitably hung his head a little, wondering if he had been unlucky today. Surprisingly, his online announcements didn't attract the real right people either. He even wanted to give up on the mission and didn't want to go to the supplier himself. Forget it, why don't we just leave this to Lily? She's more experienced in this line of work anyway. Maybe she more easily finds the most suitable supplier and saves herself from fiddling around. Just as Chen Xian was about to close the webpage, a message suddenly popped up on the dialog box. It turned out that the owner of one of the suppliers saw his need and offered to send him videos and pictures of the equipment. Chen Xian thought about roughly watching the video and then finding a good reason to refuse, but he didn't realize that the equipment looked pretty good. Chen Xian felt that his luck was quite good, actually being able to see such a good device just a second before closing the page. So, without thinking, he replied to this vendor's message. Soon the supplier saw his reply and called Chen Xian. The other party introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Li. You can call me Old Li or Boss Li." Chen Xian thought that the name was kinda strange, but he didn't think much of it, so he called out in a submissive manner, "Boss Li, hello." Then Chen Xian discussed with the owner Li and said that he wanted to buy purchase equipment. "Boss, I know this batch of equipment of yours is quite good, but I don't have much money on hand. Can you give me a cheaper price?" In fact, Chen Xian had enough money on hand, but he wanted to be able to purchase this batch of equipment at the most favorable price. Boss Li heard this and hesitated for a while before reopening his mouth. Why don't you start by saying what kind of price you want, and I'll see how it goes, and if I can give it to you, then I'll sell it to you. Chen Xian brought it up directly. I would like to purchase the equipment at a 70% discount. The quantity I need is quite large. What do you think of this? The boss, Li, heard the figures he said, made a rough judgment in his mind, and then expressed his disagreement. I'll tell you what. These are great pieces of equipment. At most I can give you a 20% discount, and I have one more requirement, and that's that you send someone over to pick them up. The owner, Li, complained. Otherwise, I'm really losing too much money to do this business. Chen Xian did a quick mental calculation of the price and felt that he could still afford this price, so he agreed readily. Alright then, it's a deal. I'll have them pick up the equipment as soon as possible, and I'll credit the funds to your account, which you'll send to my cell phone later. Once the two of them had discussed the matter, Chen Xian agreed on a time and place, and asked Boss Li to prepare the equipment. The owner, Li, readily agreed, saying that he would pack the equipment right away, and that he would be notified to pick it up as soon as the inventory was clear. Within 2 days, the trainers from the gym went to get the equipment back. Everyone was giddy and felt that with the new equipment inside the gym, customer satisfaction would definitely go up. With that in mind, they walked all the way back, talking and laughing. As a result, when they came back and opened the box, they realized a serious problem. All of this so-called new equipment is actually used equipment and has a lot of depreciation on it. One of the coaches huffed. It's simply some elimination goods. We've been screwed this time. Chapter 41, someone's up to no good. The coach next to him couldn't believe it, so he wondered. No way. Could we have gotten the wrong one? Maybe he got the wrong one for us? The coach who spoke first said unconvincingly. How can it be wrong? I've asked that boss several times. And he's talking about this pile of equipment and I don't see any other equipment in his store, but it's kind of strange how a store that big can only have this batch of equipment. It was as if after selling to them, he was out of other people's business. The moment this person's words came out, the others felt hairy in their hearts as they listened. Things are really getting a bit off. Why does it sound more and more like a trap? Forget it, let's not discuss it. Let's hurry up and contact the boss to see what's going on. Maybe the boss knows the truth among them. The others came over to take a look and realized that the equipment was broken. Not new equipment at all, and their hearts came to fire through and through. Everyone felt that this matter must not be allowed to rest, and that they must settle the score with that black-hearted boss. So they hurriedly contacted Chen Xian. Chen Xian had just received an account number from his boss, Li, along with a photo. Chen Xian glanced at it and realized that the photo was of the gym's trainer going to move the equipment. He didn't think much about it and quickly gave the money to the other party. But he didn't expect to get a call from the gym the next second, and had a vague sense of foreboding. As a result, the coach quickly told Chen Xian a bolt from the blue. The coach said eagerly, Boss, it's no good. All the equipment we received came in rags. The kind of used equipment. I guess we were cheated. Chen Xian froze at the words, then became anxious and immediately took out his phone to contact his boss Li. But the owner, Li, simply won't answer his calls. Chen Xian remembered the address he had talked to Boss Li about earlier, so he took a car directly there. Unfortunately, he saw that the storefront had been shut down, and it was probably a storefront that the owner, Li, had intentionally rented in order to frame Chen Xian. Chen Xian was furious and felt that the owner, Li, had only rented the store to get himself hooked. Chen Xian was so angry that he wanted to spit out blood, but there was nothing he could do now, so he could only turn around and go back into the gym. When the coaches saw that Chen Xian had returned, they all gathered around to tell him about the equipment they had gotten today. Chen Xian opened the box and inspected it, finding that the equipment was all obsolete goods, and there were even some equipment that were simply counterfeit. It seems that he was screwed by that boss Li this time, and as a result, the other party even escaped with the money, so that he couldn't find it in any way. Just as the crowd was struggling, Lily happened to return to the gym. She heard about it and immediately asked everyone what the owner, Li, looked like. By the time Chen Xian and the coaches had finished describing it, Li's face had become very ugly. She guessed, I know that guy. He seems to be acquainted with the owner of Bohong Gym. The two of them are simply in cahoots. Chen Xian then realized that he was really framed, but the money to purchase the equipment had already been transferred, and at the moment it could not be recovered. Hey, I blame myself for not being more cautious in checking it out, and I ended up falling so hard. Seeing this, Lily didn't know what to do, but seeing Chen Xian's troubled appearance, she couldn't bear it, so they consoled. It's okay, let's figure out how to see what's going on over there. If we can go and get the bill back then we'll do it. If not we may have to file a lawsuit. Chen Xian thought carefully for a while and felt that it was actually rather difficult to judge when this equipment thing went to court. After all, it was buying the equipment back at a 20% discount, so if they had to say that's what the used price was, there was nothing they could do about it. Just as everyone was worrying about what to do, an unexpected visitor suddenly arrived in the gym. The coach thought at first that a client had come to the door and subconsciously greeted him with a polite smile. "This gentleman, may I ask what kind of business you want to handle? We have all kinds of more favorable activities in our gym. You can learn about them first." But the visitor didn't give him a look at all, and directly took out an iron bar from behind his back, then walked quickly to the store and started to smash things rampantly. The coach's entire body was stunned, and he immediately rushed up to attempt to stop him, only to be swung by the man with an iron rod, scaring him so much that he hurriedly dodged back a bit. Seeing that he would not be able to stop this disruptive element, the coach did not dare to stay longer and quickly turned around and ran back upstairs, ready to carry help. Seeing that this coach had left, Fancher became more and more reckless with his iron bar, smashing things everywhere, especially the pile of equipment they had just brought back, which had been smashed several times by the runestone, all of which had tumbled out of the outside of the box. The man smashed it while pulling out his cell phone to take a picture while shouting into the camera, "You guys check it out. What kind of equipment is used in this crap gym?" The boss talks a good game about upgrading his equipment, but he ends up buying this pile of crap. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for the customers and hope they get hurt? In order to get definitive proof, Fanshawe made it a point to take several shots at the equipment sign and the marks on it, before ending the recording. This video was quickly recorded and Fancher posted it directly to the platform. Soon a netizen saw the video, and when he had finished watching it, he commented angrily and reposted it casually. This then caused a chain reaction, resulting in wider viewing and discussion. There are also good netizens who are only interested in the world. The name of this gym rummage, published on the internet. Fanshawe spoke in a pop-up and drew followers. "Can these broken things make it to the stage? If I don't smash them to pieces today, I won't be a human being. I support you. We can't let these black-hearted bosses harm people, and we will resolutely defend our interests. People don't say it's bad behavior. I know you all hate these merchants that are always using substandard goods to replace good ones, and that gym is no different. Since they are doing business with the public, they should use the best equipment. But these shady gyms have actually come up with this method of substituting good for bad. There's no need to save their face. Boldly say the name of the gym. It's a celebrity gym. Ever since someone named the gym in a pop-up, a lot of people have been boycotting celebrity gym. As a result, the business of the famous gym fell apart and its reputation was directly damaged. Lily's side of the family has received a number of calls from customers wanting to withdraw from the course, and a few making a fuss about getting all their previous money back. Lily really had no choice but to anxiously go and ask Chen Xian, "What should we do this time?" Chapter 42, a live competition. In the face of all those questions Lily had asked himself, Chen Xian was very anxious, as he had never imagined that such a thing would happen to his gym, and he didn't know how to deal with this matter at this time now. After all, this matter was really too complicated for him, and besides, it was also his first time touching this kind of thing, so it was said that at this time his heart was really very flustered. Just when Chen Xian was at a loss for words, dull little sister found Chen Xian in a hurry, as he also knew how much this matter had affected Chen Xian. He also knew how much the current Chen Xian needed someone to accompany him. After all, this was a huge bump in the road, because dull little sister herself knew what had happened in this matter. He was unconditionally on Chen Xian's side. He believed that Chen Xian would never do such things. There was probably some kind of misunderstanding. Dull little sister hurriedly ran to Chen Xian's body, and just at this time, Chen Xian was degrading himself by drinking mulled wine. Dull little sister ran up and called for the bottle of wine in Chen Xian's hand to be brought over. "Look at what you look like now. Are you really going to keep degrading yourself like this?" Seeing Chen Xian in this state, dull little sister's heart was also very unfavorable. He sincerely hoped that Chen Xian had a good life, but things were not what he wished for. Then what can I do now? Besides, this matter is all over the world now. If I run out to explain now, do you think anyone will believe me? Chen Xian just said with his eyes full of red. Dull little sister also knew that his heart was very bad right now, but he really didn't want Chen Xian to degrade himself like this. He just couldn't look down. "I'm aware of the whole thing in this case, so I can help you out by asking inside the live stream if there are any that do gym equipment?" Dull little sister said anxiously like this, as he really couldn't think of how to help Chen Xian even now, so he wasn't willing to let go of any opportunity, and she thought that she could utilize her live streaming method to maybe find a way to solve the trouble for Chen Xian. After Chen Xian heard dull little sister propose this, he didn't say any words, but instead just raised his head and quietly looked at dull little sister. Dull little sister knew that Chen Xian was waiting for him to finish his sentence, so she hurriedly said impatiently, "Just trust me on this one. It will work." Chen Xian nodded his head as he couldn't find a better way right now. He didn't know what to do other than trusting dull little sister. He really needs to make a comeback now, so he's definitely not going to let go of any more opportunities. After obtaining Chen Xian's consent, dull little sister began to live broadcast. However, just after dull little sister live broadcast, not to a moment later, the live broadcast room inside found because the city's fitness big brother. This fitness bigwig then prompted a match with Chen Xian, and dull little sister was taken aback, turning to look at Chen Xian, who gestured for him to continue listening to the man down the line. If he wins the fight with me, then I will give Chen Xian all of my own instruments, all of them, and all of them will be high grade. After hearing this sentence from this sword saint brain, Chen Xian felt very moved, because these instruments were too important to him right now. As long as he could win this match, then it meant that he could get these instruments. Chen Xian then tugged on dull little sister's hand. Ask him if what he said is true. Nerdy little sister went back inside her live broadcast. This uncle, is what you just said true? As long as this youngster beside me wins your competition, will you end up giving her all of your own instruments? The fitness guru laughed disdainfully. Do you think I would go back on my word? I'll make it clear here. As long as you are able to win my competition, then all of these things are yours. A promise is a promise. Well, since that's the case, then we'll accept your challenge. Chen Xian said loudly like this. At this moment, he was very excited. He no longer knew how to express the excitement within him, so the fierce competition between them began. However, the competition fitness has a project. Nerdy little sister are full live, because only if this was the case could he achieve the effect he wanted. Dull little sister turned her head to look at Chen Xian. Just don't worry, you're definitely winning this competition. I'm sure you'll be able to win this match, and I'll celebrate you properly when the time comes. Dull little sister then spoke in such a cheering manner for Chen Xian, as he also knew that right now, Chen Xian was the one who needed encouragement the most. Chen Xian nodded towards dull little sister. Yes, I also believe that I myself am capable of achieving victory in this competition, so just watch me well from the sidelines. Hearing Chen Xian say these words to himself, little sister Dull turned naive and laughed, and so the match between them began, and the scene was intense, plus the fact that dull little sister had been live streaming the entire time, so the popularity of his live streaming room skyrocketed. Everyone had come out in droves to watch the contest between Chen Xian and this fitness bigwig, all of them constantly wondering who would be the ultimate winner in the end. The pop-ups on the live feed were right there, and they just kept going and going. Oh my god, I'm really excited. I didn't think I'd be able to swipe such an exciting match inside the livestream. The friend in the livestream just said excitedly on the pop-up screen, because he actually didn't know how to express his inner excitement anymore. Guess who will be the final winner? I guess it will definitely be that fitness guru. After all, people have been working out for so many years. No. Chen Xian seems to be in good shape as well. Besides, he's so young, so it's more than enough to defeat this fitness big shot. The pop-up conversation gets hotter and more exciting the more you talk about it. I say you all stop guessing here. Let's just watch quietly here. Won't the result be known soon? You guys are really messing with people's minds by guessing around here, because there were so many of these pop-ups being sent around. They were all directly blocking the sightlines of these people. Some people were even starting to throw skinny tantrums, because he had just wanted to quietly watch the game, but what he hadn't expected was that these people would send out so many pop-ups. Moreover, he also felt that there was no point in these people guessing around here. It would be better to watch the game closely here. In any case, they would know what the final result would be, so there was no need to spend that kind of useless mind to guess. She always felt that these people were really too boring to do such a boring thing. Chapter 43, Winning the Competition and Getting the Gym Equipment. Sure enough, after the fiasco on the air, there were indeed far fewer pop-ups, but what was even more exciting was this. A very bullish fitness professional expert went straight into the inside of its livestream because everyone admired the fitness professional expert so much, so everyone followed suit, which led to the live feeds dawdling in numbers. In fact, the dumb little sister on the sidelines of the silly eyes, their own live room inside has never come so many people. He hadn't thought that Chen Xian would have such great charisma. Surprisingly, he had attracted even such a bullish fitness industry expert into the live broadcast room. Just those netizens in the live broadcast room were very excited. Look everyone, who is this coming in? Gosh, this is actually an expert in the fitness industry. I didn't think that this live broadcast would have such a big face. Families, I'm dying of excitement. At this point the inside of the broadcast room became very hot again, because this is after all suitable for experts in the fitness industry. So these people think he is all very good. However, what Dorky didn't expect was for this fitness industry expert to say something that was very shocking. This person who is competing against Chen Xian is the #1 in the country, and he's defeated a very large number of people, so there's simply no one who can beat him. This young lad is making a fool of himself by fighting her. I'd like to see how the hell he loses this match in the end. Everyone was very shocked when this fitness industry expert uttered these words, as so many people had previously been on Chen Xian's side. But after hearing these words, they all parted and began to waver a bit, because they feel that it is, after all, the word of an expert in the fitness industry, so it still has more credibility. However, Chen Xian was just an unknown person, so faced with such a choice, they would definitely choose to believe what the fitness industry experts said. Since people are expert assignments in the fitness industry, there must be a need to believe in what they say, so obviously the results of this fight are in. Looking at these pop-ups spraying Chen Xian, dull little sister felt very angry, but now that the match was in the heat of the moment, he couldn't just turn off the live broadcast straight away, then that would certainly invite even more criticism, so dull little sister just held her tongue, knowing that Chen Xian would definitely not let her down. No matter how many of these people on the internet didn't believe in Chen Xian, no matter when, he always believed in Chen Xian. Dull little sister secretly vowed in her own heart that she would always stand by Chen Xian's side no matter what. However, it was at this point that the fitness industry expert began to speak up again. There's no point in watching this fight any longer either, as the result is already obvious and it would just be a waste of time to watch it any longer. This time, everyone directly listened to what he said, and all of those who were previously on Chen Xian's side fell to that fitness bigwig side in droves. I think the fitness industry experts are right. This Chen Xian is definitely set to lose. Didn't you guys just listen to people say how many matches this one from Honan on the competition has won? Yeah, I feel the same way. Besides, look at how strong he is for a fitness brain. Chen Xian is no match for him at all. If you knew that you were all going to lose, why are you still here to make a fool of yourself? Isn't this asking for trouble? The pop-ups were all saying that Chen Xian was going to lose, and right now there weren't many people inside the live broadcast room who were on Chen Xian's side at all, as they had all come to believe that what the experts in the fitness industry said could never be wrong, because they all very much believed in what the fitness industry experts were saying right now. They had all been thinking that Chen Xian would absolutely lose this match. However, at this point, the weights had been reached and the big man lifted an extreme weight, and everyone inside the broadcast room cheered. See, I told you that Biggie is awesome. Biggie is the eternal god inside my heart. Boing boing, Biggie is just awesome. I will always support you. The people inside the live broadcast room just exclaimed in astonishment. They all felt that the big brother was very powerful. Chen Xian was definitely going to lose this time. After all, they always felt that Chen Xian simply couldn't possibly lift the extreme amount of weight. But right at this moment, what shocked everyone even more was that Chen Xian not only lifted the brain limit weight, but also added another 50 pounds on top of that. The netizens inside the live broadcast room exclaimed that this was impossible after seeing it, because the extreme amount of weight was already a very heavy weight. Only what they didn't expect was that Chen Xian added another 50 pounds on top of it. How could they not dare to think about what that 50 pounds really meant? Even the fitness guru found it very shocking, because even he himself couldn't do it at such a high level. He didn't expect it. Chen Xian looked so young, yet he was able to have such a great ability. He also really started to admire Chen Xian from the bottom of his heart. He knew that Chen Xian was definitely not a simple person. Oh my god, how is this possible? To add another 50 pounds to the limit. What kind of person is capable of doing something like this? Everyone inside the live broadcast room was discussing this matter in droves. They felt that it was just too unbelievable. Could it be that they had underestimated Chen Xian's strength too much before? But that fitness industry expert had already said that it was absolutely impossible for Chen Xian to win this big man's match. However, it was at this time that the netizens some suddenly remembered that expert in the fitness industry. They were about to go ask him these questions when they realized that at some point, the fitness industry expert had long since exited the broadcast. With that, the big man just lost the weightlifting competition and moved on to other fitness tool competitions. The end result was the same, and the big man was very impressed. Little brother, I really admire you so much. I'm willing to bet. I haven't admired a few people in my life, but you really surprised me. The big man, just talking excitedly, because he had never met anyone so powerful. Since I'm the one losing now, I'll definitely do what I promised you before. And so the big brother made a promise, and a team of horses could not follow it up. He then gave Chen Xian all those fitness equipment that he had previously promised to give him. Just then, both dull little sister and Chen Xian were very happy. Sure enough, they hadn't made this fight in vain, and they had gotten what they wanted. Dull little sister thought darkly in his own heart. He knew that God would favor those who were hardworking. Chapter 44, The Gym Reopens. After that fitness bigwig who had competed with Chen Xian had delivered those equipments, Chen Xian's gym was restarted again, which made Chen Xian very happy. After all, he also knew that all of this was because of dull little sister. If it wasn't because of dull little sister, then he wouldn't even know where he was still falling now. Chen Xian then found dull little sister. Just once. I'm really thankful to you. If it wasn't because of you, I wouldn't know what to do. However, the gym wouldn't have been able to restart. Chen Xian just looked at dull little sister with eyes full of gratitude. In fact, he already didn't know how to be grateful to dull little sister. She always felt that dull little sister was helping him too much. However, nerdy little sister was not impressed. You don't have to say that. And I didn't do you too much of a favor. I just did what I could. Your gym was able to restart. And that's all because of your own strength, yeah. So the two of them laughed happily like that. And they just looked at each other with 4 smiling eyes. The gym was relaunched with a discounted offer, which drew in a good crowd. Xiao Meng was even personally helping Qin Xian with his publicity, with his interpersonal relationships, helping Qin Xian to publicize. But it is an easy thing to do, coupled with her human nature and kind-hearted character, will definitely attract more customers. Only knowing that dull little sister was really very happy. He was content in his own heart just watching Qin Xian be happy every day. She watched as Qin Xian's gym restarted in her own heart. However, Qin Xian's gym not only attracted a lot of customers, but also people from Bohang. Look at Qin Xian gym business. So good. The company's people are very angry. The company's fitness boss and Li is thinking of ways inside the store. How should Qin Xian? After all, they didn't want to see Qin Xian having a good time just like this, and their hearts were itching to see Qin Xian having such a good time. Li was very agitated and slapped the table. Are you just going to watch it restart the gym? Didn't you see his business? It's still that good. If it goes on like this, then where will your company go? Besides, do you think that if his gym just expanded, that there would still be a place for you guys to exist? Will those people still come to your gym? Isn't that just self-defeating if you keep it open here? Li has deliberately said these words to the company fitness boss to listen to, because he also knows that the company fitness, the boss originally did not like Chen Xian this thing. So the bottom of the heart is also very mind Chen Xian, because the company's fitness boss and Chen Xian were originally arch rivals, and besides, they were both in the fitness business. They were destined to have only one gym exist between them from the beginning. What's the rush you're looking for here? It's just to meet with you here. Isn't it just to think of a way to deal with it? Besides, do you think I'll really just stand by and see Chen Xian get better? The company's fitness boss just got agitated and said knowing this with more than a little bit of resentment inside his eyes. I'm just reminding you, but don't ever forget what you're supposed to do. After all, if Chen Xian's gym grows bigger, then there won't be a place for us. They were thus insidiously and cunningly discussing how to deal with Chen Xian. In short, no matter what, they just didn't want to let that kind of good time pass. So now they watched Chen Xian get better. So they were very angry. Don't induce the rate to get Chen Xian well again. However, right at this time, Chen Xian had also received a quest from the system. So Chen Xian turned directly to the door, facing Chen Xian, who had come to his door. Boss Li felt very sudden. After all, she had just been plotting to trap Chen Xian like this. But this second, Chen Xian just appeared in front of him, making her feel a little scared. After all, he was afraid that Chen Xian had heard what they had just said. If that was really the case, then Chen Xian would definitely not let him go. Chen Xian saw this nervous appearance of the boss. Li felt very puzzled. Could it be that he looked so intimidating? Why are you scared to see me? See how nervous you are? Chen Xian just like this, very incomprehensible said, because she always felt that she looked very amiable. But why the boss Li saw himself showed such panic? How come I see you panicking? By the way, how did you have time to come to me? Could it be that you've come to me for something? Boss Li then said in such a puzzled manner. After all, he had never had a Hunan theme for his residence, so he always knew that Chen Xian was really too strange. Chen Xian did not bother with him, but instead directly entered inside his room. This was because Chen Xian also felt that there was no need to talk nonsense to him here, and even he himself did not have the spirit to talk nonsense to him here. Chen Xian always felt that it would be a waste of his spirit to talk to him properly. Chen Xian just sat down on the sofa, and turned his head to coldly look at Boss Li. What? Did I come to you? Why are you not clear in your own mind anymore? At this moment, Boss Li was a bit flustered in her heart, and even her speech stuttered a bit. After all, she felt really scared when she saw the imposing Chen Xian, and Chen Xian's aura was not ordinary. Moreover, she had just said bad things about Chen Xian behind his back, and he was really afraid that those bad words would be heard inside Chen Xian's ears. So now he was guessing whether Chen Xian had heard those words or not. I find it hilarious that you're a man of your word. I don't even know how you know about this place yet, and here you are asking me rhetorical questions. When Boss Li uttered these words, Chen Xian just couldn't stand it anymore, so he went up and lifted Boss Li's collar, as he had been patiently suppressing his anger just now. But Boss Li was just on the verge of committing a fatal act. Since you don't know, then I'll tell you that I'm here today to get my own money back, and if you don't earn my own money and give it back to me, I'm definitely not going to let you off the hook. You better not be important to me. I'll make you eat your words. This was how old Banli said nervously. After all, she was really afraid of Chen Xian's fist landing on his face. If that was really the case, then he wouldn't want this little face of his. But since Chen Xian had already made up his mind, how could what Boss Li had said possibly threaten him? Chen Xian had already made up his mind. No matter what today, he would also get back the money that Boss Li owed him. Chapter 45 Welcome Party. And so this matter was like that. After a few days, both Chen Xian and dull little sisters had been living peacefully, as there was nothing troubling them anymore either. Finally, the school welcomed the welcome party. Everyone was very excited. The school informed that any program can be submitted to perform in the welcome party. This made a lot of people very excited, because they had been waiting for this day for far too long. So at this time, a lot of people could no longer hold back their excited hearts. Many people in the school were very much looking forward to the male and female performances, as Chen Xian was a big celebrity in their school. She has a face and a height, so everyone loves her, and at the same time, they are eager to see her perform the show. After the school had distributed the enrollment list, everyone had blocked in front of Chen Xian and handed the enrollment list to him. Hey, God, what program are you going to participate in? Here's the application form. Let's fill it out for you. At this time, many people had already come to surround Chen Xian, and they were all looking forward to what kind of program Chen Xian would choose. Chen Xian glanced at the enrollment list, so with great disdain, he turned around and left. When these students who had come to watch saw that Chen Xian was planning to leave, they anxiously ran to Chen Xian's front and told him to stop. They had already made up their minds today, so how could they possibly just let Chen Xian leave here so easily? It's the school's hard-earned welcome party. Don't you really just want to attend? Yeah, maybe you won't have the chance to participate in such school-organized group activities in the future. And besides, you're the school's man of the hour. Everyone is very much looking forward to the performance that you will bring for everyone. Are you really so willing to let everyone down? Letting everyone wait for nothing? Everyone will definitely be very lost when they find out. After all, everyone present has been waiting for a very long time. These students said with such excitement as they could only find ways to get Chen Xian to agree to go to the event now. Otherwise, they would have wasted their time. This made Chen Xian feel very embarrassed, as he was not fond of such occasions in the first place. Besides, he didn't know what the hell he was supposed to be performing, so he really didn't want to go. But seeing everyone like this, he really couldn't bear to refuse. After all, we are all classmates. It would not be good if he made his relationship so awkward. So Chen Xian stammered a bit, but I don't know what I should perform myself, so I guess I'd better forget it? As soon as everyone heard Chen Xian's tone, they felt that there was an opportunity, so they gleefully crowded up. What's so hard about that? Besides, do you know any less? If you really can't, isn't fitness what you're best at? You can sign up for the fitness show. If that's really the case, then everyone is going to die of joy. After letting everyone give this offer, Chen Xian felt very speechless. These people really did think of any tricks in order to watch him perform. Fitness? How can this stuff be done as a performance? Besides, there's no precedent for that at school, and the school might not allow it if I did, Chen Xian said in such a very entangled manner, hoping that if he said this, then these people would let themselves go. However, what he hadn't expected was that these people had already thought of a countermeasure. What's up with that? It's just because it's just a precedent that's never been set before in the school, so it's up to you to start it. Besides, it's supposed to be something you're good at, so what are you afraid of? Geez, I'd say don't hesitate here. I'll put your name on the sign-up sheet right now, so get ready to perform for everyone. So this classmate then hurriedly Jiang Nanlord's name was written on this enrollment list. Everyone saw Chen Xian's name just like this, often brightly printed on the enrollment list, before they were satisfied to let Chen Xian leave. Chen Xian shook his head. He also felt speechless, but there was nothing he could do about it, because this was, after all, a classmate that he had spent time with. Chen Xian thought that there was nothing wrong with satisfying them for once. Time flies. Finally the orientation party started. Everyone was dressed up very fancy because they had been waiting for this day for a long time already. Among them, these girls were thrilled to death as they were so excited that they couldn't breathe at the thought of Chen Xian performing fitness for them in person. They then began to fantasize if they would be able to see that Chen Xian's wonderful body. The more they talked, the more excited they became. However, Zhao Zhao, a rich young man who was courting Mo, takes part in the singing, and in fact, he is interested in a practice to get Mo's eyeballs. But what he didn't expect was that Xiao Meng didn't like him at all, so no matter what he did, Xiao Meng also didn't have him in her eyes. When rich kid Joichi opens his mouth with his emotional voice, coupled with his suave look, after the show, he then won the applause of many people. Everyone is under the performance stage have discussed too. This rich second generation Zhao is really too handsome and much gold. How good it would be if it was his boyfriend. And at that moment, Mo was just shaking his head. He was really speechless. These girls now, obviously have never understood others, just because they saw the bright and shiny appearance of others, so identified with others. After the concert was over, this rich young man, Zhao, came to Mo's side and started to hit on Xiaomeng. "Mo, I wonder if you have time today? Let's have a meal with me. I've already booked a high-class Western restaurant." Richie Zhou then said with such deep emotion that if it were any other girl, she would have already been unable to hold it. After all, this rich second-generation Zhao's face wasn't bad-looking, and besides, he was willing to spend money for Mo. Otherwise, he wouldn't have customized that fancy restaurant, but Mo didn't care. "I'm sorry, go find someone else to eat with you. I don't really have time right now and I don't feel like it." However, after Xiaomeng finished those words, she turned her head to look at Chen Xian. The way Xiaomeng looked at Chen Xian, Richie Zhao himself knew exactly what Xiaomeng's heart was thinking, so he felt very angry. After all, Mo had rejected him just like that in front of so many people, but you have to know, in the past, the girls he had his eye on had never rejected him before, but now, Xiaomeng had even rejected him for Chen Xian. This made the rich second-generation Zhao feel very disgraced. However, at this time, Xiaomeng didn't pay any attention to him at all. Instead, he kept looking at Chen Xian fondly, as if there were so many people in the world and Chen Xian was the only one inside his eyes. Chapter 46 Richie chose mockery. What kind of person is rich second-generation Zhao thinking about? Surprisingly, he squinted at Mo so much that he wanted to see what kind of person it was. So Fuyao Zhao just struggled to get a good look at Chen Xian's face, so she kept waiting for the right moment. So after Chen Xian turned his head, Richie Zhao got to see Chen Xian's appearance as she wished, and she felt very disdainful. He began to think to himself in his own mind, "I thought I was so handsome, but it turns out I'm not half as handsome as I am. Che, I realized that these people really don't have any vision. Such an ugly person, but also dare to call himself a male god." The rich second-generation Zhao just said unconvincingly. He didn't understand where he couldn't compare to Chen Xian. He clearly felt that he was handsome and multi-gold, but his own relationships just weren't as good as Chen Xian's, and he didn't understand what these people were thinking. Did they really all have their eyes in the back of their heads? Inside the eyes of the rich second-generation Zhao, Chen Xian was simply poor, and the rich second-generation Zhao was truly speechless. For someone like Chen Xian to still dare to steal Xiaomeng from himself, it would simply be a self-inflicted humiliation. Moreover, Richie Zhao also knew that Chen Xian was a fitness performance. He had never heard of anyone performing fitness at the Spring Festival Gala, which allowed Richie Zhao to find a good opportunity to satirize Chen Xian. So, Richie Rich Zhao then said there in a mocking manner, "I haven't really heard of anyone performing fitness at the Spring Festival Gala. Is it because they're not talented enough? Can't find any other programs? It's really hilarious, isn't it? Also really speechless and really can't figure out why this Thai school even put this oddball act on the list." The rich second-generation Zhao just looked at Chen Xian like this and said, but Chen Xian was completely unaffected, still maintaining the same indifferent look he had a moment ago. He thought it was nothing more than that. Besides, how could he possibly give up just like that for the 2 or 3 words that Richie Zhao said? And there were a lot of people waiting for his performance. He definitely wouldn't let these people down. Rich Zhao was a bit angry when he saw Chen Xian's indifference. Could it be that the words he said weren't lethal enough? So Richie Zhao then called his whatever little brother, and his own little brother followed suit to taunt Chen Xian. "Boss, it's really a disgrace. A disgrace. I really haven't heard of performing fitness. I really don't know what it's for." Chen Xian still didn't pay any attention to them, and just quietly watched those on the stage perform. Just Richie Zhao felt like losing a lot of face, and moreover in front of his beloved girl. He felt very upset and he had to dismiss this face, so he gave his little brother a death glare. The junior brother also immediately comprehended what the look meant. He then found his way behind Chen Xian and pushed him. "Why are you such a rude person? Didn't you hear me talking to you? I really don't know how I can still be good enough to carry that program of yours here. Why don't you just not go up and perform? Going up there is much more humiliating anyway. You can afford to lose that face. Our school really can't." Their words just went on, getting more and more over the top, and Richie Zhao even laughed out loud from the sidelines, allowing the little brother beside him to humiliate Chen Xian just like this. Although Chen Xian didn't say anything on the surface, there was definitely something inside his heart. He just didn't express it. It had to be said that Chen Xian's ability to hold back was really too strong. It had come to this point in time he was still able to remain standing here as if nothing had happened, while Xiaomeng beside Chen Xian could no longer stand it. She always felt that this rich kid Zhou was just too much. How could she humiliate a person's self-esteem like that? Moreover, this person was still Chen Xian. Thus, Xiaomeng walked up to this rich Zhao and pushed him away. "I'm telling you, this man is just disgusting. Can you please stop doing all this boring stuff here? There's no way I'm going to like you no matter what kind of things you do. And don't you go look at yourself in the mirror to see what you look like? Just because you deserve to like me. And besides, who are you to talk about anyone else? How good do you think you are? Please don't be so self-righteous here. Not everyone likes people like you, so if you know what's good for you now, get the hell out of here. Otherwise I really can't help but want to hit you. You asshole." Mo just spoke out all the anger in his heart in one angry breath, because he had long since been unable to endure it. If he hadn't taken into consideration that Chen Xian was around again, he would have long since exploded his temper. He really hadn't thought that because he was rich Xiao would humiliate Chen Xian in such a way. Moreover, the thing was that Chen Xian had also been holding back his anger, and he had been staring at those words right next to him. He really couldn't listen to it anymore either, so he had to stop Fu Erjiao from doing so. Hearing what Xiaomeng said to herself, Richie Zhao acted very shocked. It was obvious that he never expected that Xiaomeng would yell at her like that for Chen Xian. He also didn't really want to make his beloved girl angry, so he had to call it quits now, and he could only leave this place with his little brother in anger. Although Richie Cho didn't say anything on the surface, secretly he ordered the others to. Letting Chen Xian make a fool of himself during the performance would be the only way to dispel the anger in her heart. I'll tell you this thing, if it's done successfully, it's heavily rewarded. With that, rich second generation Zhao said meaningfully. At this point, he had already thought of what Chen Xian's teased appearance would actually look like. Thinking about it made him happy, and his little brother was also very confident. Boss, just don't worry, I will definitely do this matter for you, properly, and will definitely not let you down. The rich second generation Zhao was very happy to hear this answer from her little brother. She was really looking forward to Chen Xian making a fool of himself in front of so many people. Thinking about it was a very exciting thing. It was finally an exciting moment, and it was time for Chen Xian to perform. Chen Xian went up to the stage and began to perform, and the entire audience quieted down and just quietly watched Chen Xian's performance. And just at this time, because Richie Zhao had ordered it ahead of time, so it quietly turned off Chen Xian's music like this, and Chen Xian just stood on the stage with no music. The people present felt very puzzled, and everyone was guessing what was going on. Moreover, Chen Xian wasn't panicking because before going onto the field, Chen Xian had already received the task given to him by the system. If the performance scored a perfect score, he would receive a set of fitness secrets. So this time, no matter what happened, he had to run the show successfully. Chapter 47, Working with a Gym Boss. Even though there was no music on the stage, Chen Xian's performers were so wonderful that everyone was watching him intently. Even without the music to go with it, Chen Xian's performance was very impressive. And Richie Zhao, who saw Chen Xian not stinking ugly, was very angry. How could he not understand what these spectators on stage were thinking? Why were they so protective of Chen Xian? Soon enough, Chen Xian's performance was over, and everyone was very happy and applauded fiercely. Fu Erjiao watched quietly from the sidelines, his teeth itching with anger. Although he himself had performed very well just now, it was obvious that not so many people had applauded for him. Looking at his own popularity, he was thus overpowered by Chen Xian. Richie Zhao felt very disgraced. After all, she had worked for this performance, but she had spent a long time on it. But surprisingly, it was not as popular as Chen Xian's fitness, so Richie Zhao just left in anger, because he felt that there was no point in staying in this place. Instead he was making a fool of himself. However, just as he was about to leave, he ran head-on into Chen Xian, who had finished his performance, and Richie Zhao slammed into Chen Xian's shoulder in anger. Chen Xian didn't think much about it while socializing and walking over like this, as he really didn't have the hearts and delaying with this kind of person here. Besides, he was really tired from the performance on stage just now, and right now Chen Xian just wanted to rest, but Fu Zhao had no intention of letting him go. Fu Zhao just stuck close by Chen Xian's ear and said with a threatening tone, "I'm warning you to be careful in the future, or else I'll make you eat your words." After saying that, Richie Zhao barged right past Chen Xian, who didn't think much of anything, so he returned to his position. After leaving the orientation party, Richie Zhao then found the owner of the gym. Since he more or less knew a little bit about the gym owner and Chen Xian, he thought that since Chen Xian had so many enemies, there was no need for him to personally take action yet. So Richie Zhao approached the gym's senior class with such dominance. "I want to work with you. I don't know if you're interested." The rich second generation Zhao just opened the door and said. At this time, she was really hurrying to take revenge on Chen Xian, so he couldn't wait a moment now. Listening to what Richie Zhao said, the gym owner felt very confused. Even she didn't quite understand. "This gentleman, I don't seem to understand what you mean." Richie Zhao sneered. "What? Don't you recognize this person Chen Xian? Didn't I hear that you and him are having a hot fight recently?" Looking at the rich second generation Zhao on this tone, the owner of the gym smiled smugly as he had already guessed that this was also someone who was very displeased with Chen Xian. "So, what is it that you came to see me about today?" "There's nothing going on. I just want to do you a big favor." The owner of the gym laughed helplessly. "I see that you don't have much ability, but you have a big mouth. Tell me instead, how are you going to help me?" The second generation Zhao did not explain something to the gym boss, and then launched a free fitness card 100. The second generation Zhao do not believe it. These people will resist the temptation. Looking at the rich Zhao who was so generous, the fitness boss was very happy. Not only did this increase his sales, he didn't have to worry about anything himself. It was a complete win. And on that day, Richie Zhao appeared at the entrance of Chen Xian's gym. Chen Xian expressed great disdain after seeing her, and just directly skipped over Fu Er Zhao as if he hadn't seen him. The rich second-generation Zhao sneered as he looked at Chen Xian, as he had come here today just to pull people in front of Chen Xian's gym, as that would block Chen Xian's customers. And these people absolutely can't stand the free 100 fitness cards from the gym owner there. So today Richie Zhao was imperative and also showed a lot of arrogance. But Chen Xian didn't even put the rich second-generation Zhao in her eyes. She always felt that these behaviors of the rich second-generation Zhao were really too childish. Then she shook her head helplessly. This made the rich second-generation Zhao feel very upset. It had come to this point. He didn't expect Chen Xian to still be so arrogant, so he was very angry. Then he directly rushed to Chen Xian's face. I've warned you long ago. You can't fight me at all. If you don't want your gym to be finished, then you should stay away from Xiaoming. If I find out you're seeing Mo again, then you won't blame me. Chen Xian disdained it, and just like that, he pushed Richie Zhao to the other side and walked inside his gym. Richie Zhao was behind Chen Xian, shouting angrily, I'd like to see just how long you can drag yourself around. Chen Xian did not think. After not long time, fitness professionals five brother came with the crowd to find Chen Xian, said to return the card. We don't care today no matter what. You have to give us our money back. We're not getting a card from you anymore. Fitness expert V is about to say this without mercy, completely disregarding their previous feelings. It's because Richie Cho had already bribed him with a large sum of money long ago, and that's why he's now compelling the crowd to return their cards. How could Chen Xian not see those little thoughts in her heart? But Chen Xian wasn't a good bully either. He certainly wasn't going to condone these people's irrationality here. And in the face of so many people vehemently requesting for a card refund, Chen Xian didn't feel flustered in the slightest. Chen Xian walked up to them in such an imposing manner. If you want to return your card, you can. After all, you guys have found a better place to belong, and there's nothing I can do to stop you, right? That's why I'm also very much in favor of you guys returning your cards. It's just that it's necessary for me to make it clear to everyone. But I have a rule here. If you return it and want to do it again, it will be triple the price of the previous one. So everyone should think it over. Otherwise, everyone don't regret it at that time. However, after hearing Chen Xian said this sentence, fitness expert V brother felt very shocked. Now have come so many people asked for a refund of the card. Chen Xian can still say this kind of big words here. Fitness expert brother V began to take these people mockingly. I really do not know where in the end you come from self-confidence. Do you think we returned will still handle this kind of card? That's right, even if it's given to me for free, I don't want it anymore. This place is really too bad luck. Let's hurry to return the card and leave. In the face of the crowd's taunts, Chen Xian didn't take it to heart in the slightest. She always felt that these people were really too uninteresting, so there's no point in trying to get into it with them yourself. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Chapter 48, The Hot Fitness Video. The crowd expressed great confusion. Well, we don't have the heart to talk to you about this nonsense here, so just hurry up and return the card to us. Chen Xian was indifferent. Since you guys don't regret it, then it's fine to back out. I won't make things difficult for people here anyway. Besides, you all don't have the heart to stay inside my gym right now, and it wouldn't be good if I just forced you to stay. Everyone felt that Chen Xian was very strange, and they all felt that Chen Xian was being foolish and whimsical. Now the other gym has 100 free gym cards waiting to be claimed inside, and they have to hurry up and return your gym card to use that free stuff. All of them aren't stupid, and who wouldn't be tempted when faced with something free? Since that place had all the free stuff already, and they were determined to push off their cards at Chen Xian's, how could they possibly come back and redo it? So then in droves, they all returned their cards and just left the place. Chen Xian just looked at the background of these people leaving and didn't feel sad. He just found it ironic. These people are really too snobbish. But one day, I will definitely make you all regret that you made these behaviors today. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Chen Xian just said to himself. He didn't know what was wrong with him. She was not sad to see the customers that Mo had managed to pull together for herself go away one by one just like that. This was because Chen Xian was convinced that in the future, the business of his gym would be much better than before, even 100 times better. Chen Xian goated his shoulders and just walked inside his gym as he opened the fitness secret book that the system had given him earlier. It was a secret fitness book that she had only gotten after completing a mission before. She had to cherish it. After all, it wasn't an easy task for her to complete that mission. So Chen Xian opened the set of fitness secrets with such care, and he realized that there were surprisingly many interesting things inside the set of fitness secrets. After Chen Xian finished reading this set of fitness secrets, he was very happy, and he firmly believed that the things inside this set of fitness secrets could definitely make him rise again. Chen Xian then put down the fitness secrets he had in hand and began to learn. After a short while, he became very skillful. So Chen Xian took videos and posted them online. In this way, it surprisingly delayed him all morning, and it wasn't until the afternoon that he returned to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Xian was simply too tired, so he laid down on his own bed and just huffed and puffed his way to sleep. I don't know how much time passed before Chen Xian woke up, but when he did, he realized that it was almost nighttime. Chen Xian didn't expect that an afternoon had passed like this, so Chen Xian intended to take out his cell phone to see what time it was, but what he hadn't expected was that the video he had shot out this morning had hundreds of thousands of hits, leaving her feeling very shocked because she hadn't had anything like this happen to her before. Chen Xian had just casually posted a video, but what he hadn't expected was that it would have hundreds of thousands of hits. He also didn't expect that the fitness secret given by the system would be so good. Chen Xian just checked the comments underneath the video one by one, and the netizens were all very excited, as if they had found a treasure. Gosh, brothers, these moves are really very useful. Brothers, move with me. What kind of cowboy discovered this? I really admire him too much. If I can see her with my own eyes, then I must worship him as my teacher. Chen Xian couldn't help but smile as he looked at the comments, realizing that these netizens were just too cute, right? Chen Xian then continued to scroll down, and only then did Chen Xian realize just how hot this video was, and in the end, Chen Xian found his private messages again, which also had a lot of people looking for him. Chen Xian had all clicked on these private messages, and everyone was saying, following this action of Chen Xian's, it was surprisingly exceptionally effective, much better than the ones they had done in the past. Then it didn't occur to me that this one of my own randomness had gained such a huge wave of fans, and my own video was also on the hot search as a result. Now everyone was learning the movements inside this video of Chen Xian, because this movement was indeed very useful, and even Chen Xian himself felt very comfortable. The big names of the crowd had left messages to ask Chen Xian some questions. I don't know how you found these moves. It's really amazing, isn't it? You are simply our idol. We really admire you. Even through the screen, Chen Xian felt the intense heart of these people. This made Chen Xian feel a warmth in his heart. After all, Chen Xian himself had not felt this way in a long time. May we ask you a question? Chen Xian immediately gave a reply. Of course, to answer the questions in your minds. That would be my honor and the essence of why I made this video. After seeing Chen Xian give their reply, these netizens were very happy, because they were really excited right now. They didn't know how to express their hearts. You posted these online. Are they all of them? Chen Xian replied, these are just some fur. I just wanted to post them on the internet so that everyone could look at them together. God, it's only skin deep. This already works better than any of the ones I've used before, and the movements are very comfortable and effective to do. The more netizens chatted, the hotter the conversation got, and the more people watched this video, and more people asked Chen Xian for some advice on fitness. Chen Xian did not dislike them either, but instead, he had explained to them patiently, as Chen Xian felt that since these people just genuinely liked it, then he himself would be genuinely happy, nor would he feel that what he was doing wasn't worth it anymore, but instead felt an overwhelming sense of relief in his heart as he did it, requesting full video of the entire process. Suddenly, a netizen offered to watch a whole set of Chen Xian's videos, and Chen Xian hesitated for a moment. After all, this is an opportunity to resurrect his fitness suit. He must make good use of it. So went to Chen Xian on the bottom of his video, posted a message, become a VIP member of the gym and give them all the moves yourself for free. When that comment went out, everyone on the internet was abuzz. Chapter 49, Encountering Rich Kid Zhao Zhao. Chen Xian then began to pack up his things and left the dormitory in a hurry, as he was now going to go inside the gym. After Chen Xian arrived at the gym, he found Xiao Meng standing at the entrance with a cup of milk tea in her hand. After Xiao Meng saw Chen Xian, she just slowly walked over. However, he did not raise his head to look at Chen Xian, but instead just kept his head lowered as he slowly said, I'm sorry, if it wasn't for me it wouldn't have gotten your gym in the shape it's in. I'm really so sorry. Xiao Meng always felt that the reason Chen Xian's gym was the way it was because of that rich second-generation Zhao. When she thought of this, she was very angry. She was really too disgusted with that rich second-generation Zhao. She didn't think that rich second-generation Zhao would do such hateful things for him, but Chen Xian was unimpressed. It doesn't matter. Besides, this matter doesn't have much to do with you, so don't beat yourself up here. Looking at Chen Xian's reaction, Xiao Meng looked a little shocked. He hadn't expected that Chen Xian would not take this matter to his heart, but instead keep saying to himself that it didn't matter. Is it possible that this gym is not his heart and soul all along? This kind of Xiao Meng is a little bit unable to guess. Looking at Xiao Meng's forehead was just tightly wrinkled, so Chen Xian wanted to relax their atmosphere with each other. After all, he really hated this kind of tense atmosphere. Chen Xian then laughed. Well, I'd say you shouldn't think about anything more. This matter didn't have much to do with you in the first place. Chen Xian looked towards Xiao Meng again, with the milk tea he was holding inside his hand, so he said somewhat jokingly, "Look, you can't even gag your mouth with such a big cup of milk tea. Hurry up and drink the milk tea." Little Meng mischievously poked his tongue out at Chen Xian, whereupon he took a handful of money from inside his own pocket and placed it inside Chen Xian's hand. "I'd like to get a gym card. Is that okay?" But this one act of Xiao Meng's made Chen Xian feel that Xiao Meng was helping himself, and he didn't like this feeling of being pitted by others, so he simply refused, and threw the money back into Mo's hands. "I'll tell you what, if you're doing this because it's deliberate, then I advise you not to do it, because I didn't have that one thing on my mind in the first place. Besides, as I've said many times, this matter has nothing to do with you, so you don't have to blame yourself." Chen Xian spoke very seriously like this, as he really hated this feeling, and he didn't want to be pitted by any of them. Who knew that Mo had put that money back into Chen Xian's hand again and just looked at him playfully. "I really don't know what you've been thinking about all day. I just simply want to work out." "What? Isn't it possible to get a gym card here?" Chen Xian looked at all this money in his hand and recalled what Xiao Meng had just said to him, feeling very shocked. "Are you telling the truth?" Mo nodded. Then there was nothing that could be done. After all, people were really here to get a card. It was impossible to block it. "Okay, then I'm going to get you a gym card right now. And if I find out that you must have ulterior motives, then I won't spare you." After saying that, Chen Xian walked into the gym, and Xiao Meng, holding the milk tea in her arms, also ran in on her ass. And so the fitness between them began, with Chen Xian calling out to Mo to move, and Mo feeling very happy. This was because just as Chen Xian called him to action, he felt Chen Xian's broad shoulders, which made him feel very at ease and made him vaguely moved. Thinking about it, Mo's face turned red all of a sudden, and so it was that they ended their workout for the day, with Xiao Meng taking the initiative to walk over to Chen Xian's side. "I see that you've been busy here for such a long time. You must not have eaten either, right? How about we go eat together? I'll treat you to dinner." Chen Xian had wanted to refuse, because he still had a lot of things on his hands that he hadn't dealt with, plus the fact that he was going to dinner alone with Xiao Meng. Chen Xian always felt that it wasn't very good. Xiao Meng seemed to have seen those careful things of Chen Xian's, so before Chen Xian could even open his mouth to speak, he ran to Chen Xian's side. "Geez, don't even think about it. It's just going to be a meal. I'm really starving right now. I have to properly replenish the energy inside my body. I feel like I'm going to be weak now." This deadpan skill of Xiao Meng's, Chen Xian was really speechless. Since Xiao Meng had already said this, it really wouldn't be too good if he refused him again. Then since that's the case, let's hurry up and get going. I also feel like I'm getting a little hungry when you say that. So Xiao Meng found a nearby restaurant and led Chen Xian inside. No matter where he was eating, as long as the person beside him was Chen Xian, he felt very happy, and little Meng was just very happy with his meal. From time to time, he also secretly looked at Chen Xian, while Chen Xian was eating what was inside his bowl in a desperate manner, completely not realizing that Xiao Meng was peeking at him. However, at this very moment, they unexpectedly encountered the rich second-generation Zhao. However, it was just that Xiao Meng's eyes were filled with only Chen Xian alone, completely failing to realize that the rich second-generation Zhao was right beside them, quietly looking at them. The rich second-generation Zhao was very angry as she looked at this look in Xiao Meng's eyes as she looked at Chen Xian. In her heart, she also resented Chen Xian even more. She always felt that it was because of Chen Xian's existence that Xiao Meng had refused to accept her own feelings. Richie Zhao felt very angry when he saw Chen Xian eating alone with Xiao Meng just like that. After all, he had warned Chen Xian before, and he hadn't expected that Chen Xian would just treat his words as if they had fallen on deaf ears, not taking them to heart at all. Just let her feel very angry. Plus before he wanted to invite Mo for dinner and Mo refused. However, what he hadn't expected was that now Xiao Meng was happily eating with Chen Xian here, and Xiao Meng's face was still full of happiness. It just made her feel very irritated, and she felt as if Chen Xian was deliberately trying to irritate him. So, Richie Zhao became very angry and directly took out his phone and dialed his little brother. He was going to have his little brother come over and properly clean up Chen Xian, who had made Chen Xian not take what he had said earlier to heart. After all, before, one had already made it that clear with Chen Xian, but he even wanted to meet with Xiao Meng alone. Not only that, not only did the two of them meet, the two of them were still eating their meals here with you and me. Chapter 50, Surrounded by Punks. Chen Xian hadn't expected that they would be surrounded by a group of people just by coming out for a meal. He did a rough count of the number of men, almost 7 or 8, all of them of the bull-tall variety. I wonder if there's anyone else lying in ambush nearby, or waiting at any time to pop up later and help with the fight. Xiao Meng was sitting next to him and shivered a bit at the sight, subconsciously grabbing Chen Xian's sleeve. Chen Xian looked down and immediately tried to shake off that small, white hand, but after thinking about it, I think this behavior is slightly more harmful to girls, so he made no other move and let Mo grab his sleeve. Luckily, Mo reacted and quickly let go, asking numbly, "What are these people trying to do?" Chen Xian shook his head hopelessly. "It's probably someone sent to teach me a lesson. This doesn't even need to be looked at. It's definitely here to find Chen Xian in trouble. People are directly disliking the front. What else is there to explain?" The leader of the gangsters with a head of yellow hair shouted at Chen Xian, "What are you still sitting there for? If you know what's good for you, hurry up and get your ass over here." Chen Xian turned a deaf ear to his words, sitting on the chair as usual without moving, completely ignoring the group of punks in front of him. When the other few punks saw Chen Xian's lack of response, they couldn't help but become even more angry, an annoyed expression appearing on their faces. Chen Xian was as stable as a mountain, with an undaunted demeanor. Xiao Meng, however, panicked and immediately asked, "Then what should we do? What else can we do? We can only fight." Chen Xian sighed deeply. It really was true that one could not go through the world without being stabbed. He was about to stand up when he realized that Mo had stood up first. Her entire body was in front of Chen Xian, but unfortunately, her weak body could not block anything. It just adds a hilarious twist. Xiao Meng anxiously reminded Chen Xian, "You go, I'll block them." Chen Xian could barely hold back his expression as he was about to burst out laughing. He hadn't thought at all that Xiao Meng, so small, would actually have such a strong explosive power, daring to face a group of punks without changing his face. Chen Xian was slightly touched in his heart, and little Meng even stood in his way. No, Mo should have been very scared, but she still blocked herself as usual. The group of punks wouldn't care about Mo's words at all. Seeing her in this state, they laughed out loud. Yellow Hair said in a loud voice, "I advise you not to think of yourself, just go away, we don't want to hurt you." The punk next to him chimed in, "That's right, we don't want to hit the girls either, so hurry up and get out of the way." Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, feeling that the group of people in front of him truly did not know the heights of heaven. Little Meng forced herself to hold back her retreat and continued to stand in front of Chen Xian, refusing to leave. Chen Xian gently patted Xiao Meng's shoulder and said in a warm voice, "All right, wait for me next to you for a while, pay attention to protecting yourself." Mo was worried about his safety and couldn't help but ask worriedly, "What about you? How can one person beat so many of them?" Before Chen Xian could reply, a sinister voice suddenly interjected, "Yo, someone wants to heroically save a beauty, and they don't see if they have the skills." Chen Xian and Xiao Meng sniffed and looked over to see a playful man, who turned out to be the rumored Zhao Gongzi. "What are you doing here? Is it hard to believe that you found all these people?" Geez. When Xiao Meng saw the appearance of Zhao Gongzi, she couldn't help but take a step back and blossom and couldn't help but point her finger at him, but she couldn't say a word. Chen Xian comfortingly glanced at Xiao Meng and passed over a reassuring look, signaling her not to be afraid. Zhao Gongzi was even more disgruntled here when he saw the interaction between the two. These two had the audacity to browbeat him right under his nose, as if he didn't exist. Zhao Gongzi hummed contemptuously, "Humph, if you don't give Chen Xian a little color this time, you won't even know why the flowers are so red." Zhao Gongzi waved his hand at the group of punks. "All of you." The gangsters saw that the boss had given the order and immediately swarmed up, all of them with an expression that they would not stop until they had a fight on their hands. Chen Xian sarcastically skimmed the corners of his mouth before welcoming them and tangling with the group of punks. Yellow Hair rushed to the forefront, carrying an iron bar and smashing it towards Chen Xian, but before he could hit Chen Xian's body, Chen Xian held the iron bar in one hand. Yellow Hair was caught unawares and had his weapon pinned. The whole person panicked for a split second, and hurriedly yelled for his accomplices to come over and help. "Are you guys blind? Why don't you come over here and help me out?" Chen Xian did not intend to give the others a chance at all, and directly knocked down Yellow Hair with a handful of sticks before kicking him away. Chen Xian didn't stay any longer and went straight to beat up the remaining group of punks. Soon, everyone could see that the 7 or 8 people were lying on the ground in an eastward direction, their screams continuous. Seeing this scene, Mo couldn't help but applaud. "Wow, you're really too good." Chen Xian smiled faintly. "Well said. These few people don't have particularly high force values." When Mr. Zhao saw that the gangsters he had brought with him were all defeated, his eyes went wide as he looked at Chen Xian incredulously. Then he scolded the punks fiercely. "You bunch of losers, you're really a disgrace." Zhao Gongzi stared viciously at Chen Xian. "You wait and see, I won't let you go." Chen Xian completely ignored the other party's threat and said in a calm tone, "Let's ignore all those things we had before. For example, in today's case, take a look at it. How should you compensate me for my loss?" Duke Zhao snorted and unceremoniously hurled insults. "You think so? If you have free time, then go find a village to pick a dung bucket. Don't nag me here. It's annoying to be obsessed all day." Zhao Gongzi felt that Chen Xian, with this demeanor, would only bully the punks a bit and would never dare to make a move against himself. As it turned out, Chen Xian directly used his actions to tell Zhao Gongzi that his thoughts were wrong. In the next second, Mr. Zhao's entire face had changed drastically, becoming bruised and swollen. He hung his head and knelt in front of Chen Xian, desperately begging him for mercy. With a handful of snot and tears, Zhao Gongzi cried, "Don't fight! Don't fight! Let me go! I know I'm wrong." Chen Xian laughed a bit. "Why don't you continue to be tough? Weren't you very imposing just now?" Mr. Zhao was so scared that he didn't dare to say a word of complaint and curtly said, "Chen Xian, it's your turn to be the master now. What do you like me to do? Feel free to bring it up and I'll do as I'm told." Chen Xian pondered a little and made a request. "It's simple. Just compensate me for $100,000. Chapter 51 The Purpose of the Visitors. When Mr. Zhao heard this figure, his entire body froze. He had completely not expected that Chen Xian would Leoneize him and ask for $100,000. He looked around at the mess all over the place with difficulty. When the restaurant owner was also staring at him intently, it seemed to be thinking that if Mr. Zhao didn't compensate, the boss was going to keep beating him up. When had Mr. Zhao ever suffered such aggravation? But he didn't have so much cash on him. Had to borrow $100,000 from someone to have the cash sent over. Chen Xian watched all of this with interest, holding his arms as he and Xiao Meng stood on the sidelines watching the action. Zhao Gongzi paid out the money to Chen Xian and the boss, and the other punks all lowered their heads in shame when they saw that they couldn't do their job, and even got Zhao Gongzi to pay out the money. But Zhao Gongzi had no way to settle the score with them now, and could only think about saving his own life. So he turned to Chen Xian and said, "The money has been given to you. Can you let us go now?" Chen Xian weighed the words of Zhao Gongzi and felt that he was speaking with no sincerity at all, so he shook his head in dissatisfaction. "If I am to promise you that I will not trouble you in the future, then you must give me a guarantee." Zhao Gongzi asked in an anxious tone. "What guarantee?" Chen Xian replied without thinking. "It's that you can never do anything to Xiaomeng again, much less bother her again." When Xiaomeng heard this, she couldn't help but look at Chen Xian, her eyes filled with emotion. However, Chen Xian didn't pay attention to her expression and continued to speak to Mr. Zhao. "I'm sure you still have the rest of the girls around you, so if that's the case, why don't you go to them and have to come pester Mo?" Zhao Gongzi didn't know how to answer, but he knew that if he didn't make a guarantee, Chen Xian wouldn't let himself go easily, so he weighed his options and decided to make a promise against his will, promising that he would never harass Mo again. Once this matter was resolved, Chen Xian returned to the school with Xiao Meng. At the fork in the dormitory area, the two of them then went their separate ways back to their dormitories as originally planned. Chen Xian had just returned to his dorm room and found that his roommates were all discussing tomorrow's class, and more importantly, the teacher of that class. As soon as Chen Xian entered the door, he realized that someone was sitting on his bed and asked curiously, "Why are you sitting here?" Ji Geng replied, "It's not like I just came back and didn't find a place to sit, so I'll just sit here for a bit, just to discuss tomorrow's lesson with everyone." After this period of time together, Chen Xian's relationship with them had eased a lot, and he wouldn't mind this little matter, so he nodded casually. "That's okay, make yourself at home. I've heard that teacher is a schoolteacher and a stunningly beautiful woman." Wang Gong smiled and said, "I don't know if those little brats are lying, but I hope they are telling the truth." Chen Xian wasn't interested in this topic, and when the other two housemates heard this, their eyes couldn't help but release a bright light. "If that's true, it would be great, and I'm sure I pay a lot more attention in class. That's what school should do. Hire more teachers with higher values. Then there will be a lot of student attendance. Yeah, everyone study hard. Then when the grades go up, the school's face will be honored, right?" Ji Geng said. "It's not even your own problem. If you don't pass your GPA and fail the class when the time comes, do you think the school will let you off the hook? When the time comes, not only do you have to make up the test, but you also have to pay a whole bunch of various fees, and you won't get your diploma." Chen Xian listened to them cracking up and felt quite uninterested, so he packed up his clothes and went back to the bathroom, ready to take an early rest after the shower. The next morning, Chen Xian had no classes scheduled, so he took the time to go to the gym. However, just as he arrived at the gym, he found a bunch of top figures from the fitness world surrounding the entrance, looking like they were squatting on Chen Xian. Chen Xian couldn't help but lose his smile, thinking that the gym was quite lively lately. He just didn't know what the purpose of this group of people coming here was. Chen Xian thought that if the system could give him a special function that allowed him to read their minds, he would be able to make sure whether the people coming were enemies or friends, then take appropriate measures now before the gym suffers. But this system didn't seem that advanced yet, and so far all I could hear was that it kept enacting quests to itself. But the fact that he was able to give himself some rewards was a rather impressive golden touch. At the very least he had more opportunities than anyone else, and a lot of startup capital. Luckily, the people who came this time were all looking to learn the secrets of fitness from Chen Xian and had no other intentions. As soon as everyone saw that Chen Xian had returned, They all gathered around and said in a sincere tone, "I saw the video you posted online earlier. That was really awesome. I want to know how the hell did you do that? By the way, could it be that you purchased these secret books back somewhere else? If you have them on hand, can you sell me a copy as well? I will definitely not disclose them to others. I can offer a better price, and as soon as you ask, our deal is struck." Before Qin Xian had a chance to speak, he heard the group ask a whole bunch of questions. He felt a bit speechless and hurriedly spoke out. "Everyone be quiet for a down and listen to me. These have been my exclusive all-secret books. I have no intention of trading them for now. Sorry to disappoint you." Within this pile of fitness bigwigs was Brother V, who had previously mocked Qin Xian. He blended in with the crowd and thought that Qin Xian hadn't noticed, but Qin Xian had sharp eyes and saw his presence in a flash. It seemed that this person knew about Qin Xian's strength and took the initiative to come to the gym this time, but his purpose should not be those fitness secrets. Qin Xian couldn't help but turn his gaze towards him, revealing a hint of a smirk. Brother V exchanged a glance with him and was quickly able to guess what Qin Xian was thinking, so his face became a bit hungover. However, he knew deep down that he had come this time because he wanted to rejoin the gym to get a card, and he could not start a conflict with Qin Xian. So he held his temper in check and went forward to explain the request to Qin Xian. After Qin Xian heard the other party's words, he lightly said, "It's fine if you want to get a card in our gym again, but my requirements have changed. You have to buy a new membership for 10 times the price." Brother V was directly dumbfounded and immediately became irritated and wanted to make a move. However, Qin Xian's reaction was extremely fast, and with a grip on his fist, he taught him a hard lesson in front of the crowd. Brother V couldn't beat Qin Xian in any way, and in the end, he could only kneel down pitifully and beg for mercy. "Please let me go. I don't dare." Chapter 52, Taking It Out on Your Roommate. Qin Xian, just like that wife knew, returned inside his dormitory, because he really didn't want to stay in that place any longer, so he could only return inside his dormitory now. When Qin Xian opened the dormitory and realized that Wang Gong was not in the dormitory at all, this made Qin Xian feel very puzzled, so he asked the other roommates. However, it was also only Li Shang and Ji Gung who were inside the dormitory room. Discussing what? So Qin Xian just quietly walked up to them and kept staring at them. It just made Li Shang feel very puzzled, because he had the distinct feeling that the current Qin Xian was very angry, but she didn't know how to say it either. "How come Wang Gong isn't inside the dormitory? Where did he go?" Qin Xian asked with such a no. Li Shang immediately swallowed a mouthful of water, before slowly opening his mouth to say, "You said Wang Gong he went to look for his ex-girlfriend, and only went out for a while. Why didn't you see it when you came back?" Qin Xian nodded indifferently, so he didn't say anything else and turned around to return to his own bed, but then he realized that there seemed to be something wrong, so he turned to look at Li Shang and Ji Gung again and said, "Are you sure he just went out? But I just got back and I didn't see him, so it's only logical that we should have bumped into each other." The more Qin Xian thought about it, the more wrong he felt. In short, right now, his heart was just apprehensive. Actually, we're not too sure, because we were all minding our own business just now, so we didn't pay too much attention when he left. Ji Gung just said awkwardly, but it's true that none of them paid too much attention when Wang Gong left just now. They only knew that Wang Gong went out this time in order to find her ex-girlfriend. Qin Xian felt a bit angry when he heard this reply from them, so a few of them also realized that something wasn't quite right, so they took out their own cell phones and started to contact Wang Gong, but they couldn't get in touch at all. Even the phone number they dialed was, "Hello, the number you have dialed is not answered at this time. Please dial again later." Not only the phone cannot be reached, send a message also do not see back, which makes Qin Xian feel very worried. After all, Wang Gong is only now and his ex-girlfriend broke up. If he is now stimulated by what words? That cannot be. "You guys wait here, I'll go out and look around. If Wang Gong comes back, you guys call me in time." Qin Xian held his cell phone and said in such a hurry. Before they could wait for Ji Gung, their reply Qin Xian ran out in such a hurry. I don't know how long Qin Xian searched before he realized that Wang Gong was drinking at the school's restaurant clearing bar. Qin Xian saw, through the window outside, Wang Gong, who was drinking alone, and Qin Xian's hanging heart instantly fell. Qin Xian breathed heavily. After all, just now he was really running too fast, so some of them were really exhausted. After regulating himself again, Qin Xian turned slow and walked in. Walking over to Wang Gong, "Why did you run to this place alone? Do you know how worried we are about you? You didn't answer the phone. You didn't reply to the messages. What do you really want?" However, Wang Gong did not pay attention to Qin Xian, and remained there drinking his own mulled wine alone. Looking at this appearance of Wang Gong, Qin Xian's heart was very bad. After all, this person in front of him was his classmate brother. How could Qin Xian just bear to see him get hurt by his love? "I know that you're sad in your heart right now, but you should drink less. After all, this stuff can't solve the essential problem, and if you keep drinking like this, It will only harm your body. Chen Xian just sat down beside Wang Gong and quietly accompanied him as he drank, because Chen Xian himself knew how bad Wang Gong's heart was right now. After all, that was his girlfriend that he had been with for so many years, just suddenly said to break up. The wheel fell on who? Who can bear it? However, I don't know how many cups of wine later, Wang Gong slowly opened his mouth. Chen Xian, you know what? My girlfriend followed the rich kid and left me. You think it's ridiculous too? We've been in a relationship for so many years now, and it's worthless in the face of profit. I really regret why I'm not a rich man. If that was the case, then Lily wouldn't have left me. Wang Gong spoke with such sadness and despair, and every now and then there were tears, which crossed his cheeks, but Chen Xian just looked at him in silence. Can anyone tell me? Why did he just leave me like that? Could it be that after all the years of our relationship, did he really just give up? Wang Gong directly broke down and bawled, and it was at this time that Chen Xian finally couldn't look on, so he went up to Wang Gong and comforted him. From now on, you'll follow me around. Isn't it just a few stinking dollars? We don't care about this kind of people. Under Chen Xian's kind words, Wang Gong's mood finally stabilized a lot. Chen Xian saw that Wang Gong had already drank so much. If he continued to drink like this, it wasn't a solution either. So Chen Xian planned to take the opportunity to take Wang Gong away from this place. So Chen Xian just helped Wang Gong to walk out. However, what they didn't expect was that after walking out from the clear bar, they actually saw Wang Gong's girlfriend and the rich second generation. The rich second generation showed great disdain after seeing them, and just like that, he put his arm around his ex-girlfriend's waist in front of Wang Gong, as if he was showing off with him. This made Chen Xian feel very frustrated. Chen Xian really couldn't stand to watch, so he went up and grabbed this rich second generation's collar. So you're that second generation rich guy, with a few bucks? Can you trample on other people's dignity like that? Chen Xian just like this very angry said, but the rich second generation is very unconcerned instead of some complacency said. What? Are you here to take it out on this loser? How come you're not capable yourself? Also came early to help When the rich second generation hadn't even finished his words, Chen Xian's fist landed on the rich second generation's face in such a way that the rich second generation felt very shocked at that moment, because no one had ever dared to hit him in the face since she was old enough to do so, and in public at that. But Chen Xian showed great disdain. Apologize to my housemate. Don't force me to do it again. I don't know what kind of ho-hum people like you have in the end. Chen Xian spoke in a very domineering manner like this, because he really couldn't stand to watch anymore. So he also felt that there was no need for him to hold his tongue like this any longer. Chapter 53, Opening a Gym Branch. It was just that the rich second generation's face was already swollen, and she felt very angry, but he knew in his own heart that he was simply no match for Chen Xian. If he continued to stay here, he would only be asking for trouble. After all, right now Chen Xian was taking the heat for his own brother. The rich second generation himself was clear in his own mind about how he had humiliated Wang Gong in the first place, so now his heart was really a bit flustered. After all, Chen Xian was a bodybuilder, and with Chen Xian's muscular body, how could this rich second generation be his opponent? Thus, the rich second generation was forced to leave the place. He also didn't want to stay in this place any longer. He always felt that it would really be too humiliating for him if he stayed in this place. After this rich second generation left in a sorry state, Chen Xian brought Wang Gong back inside his dormitory, and gathered all of his housemates together because he had something very important to say to them, what their housemates hadn't expected. However, was that Chen Xian, on the other hand, was planning to open another gym branch and have a few of his housemates manage it. When Chen Xian told these housemates what she had in mind, her housemates were shocked. After all, they had never managed a gym before. They don't know what to do to make this right, so they were really very worried. But Chen Xian didn't think so, and comforted them by saying so. In fact, managing a gym is really a very simple thing, and you don't even have to put too much effort into it to manage him well. In the face of such comfort from Chen Xian, the few housemates felt as if Chen Xian was lying to them. After all, that was managing a gym. How could it be as easy as Chen Xian said? Don't you dare lie to us. Although it's true that we don't know much about this stuff, there are some things we know a little bit about. Besides, what if we don't manage it well in the future? The housemates said so helplessly. Although they did quite want to manage the gym, they were really afraid of what kind of trouble they would cause. In that case, they would be very guilty of Chen Xian. But Chen Xian simply did not take what they said to heart, because Chen Xian had already decided on his hand that they wanted them, these few people, to look after the gym branch for themselves. After all, he could only look after the actual gym's main store. Anyway, this is settled. One person will be paid $10,000 plus commission. If you all agree now, then let's go see the store. This amount sounded very heartwarming indeed. So Chen Xian's housemates felt very troubled, and they didn't know whether they should agree or not. Chen Xian saw their hesitation. I really don't know what you guys have to worry about. Don't you see that I'm doing just fine? Listening to these provocative words of Chen Xian's housemate also made up his mind. They thought that if Chen Xian could do it, then they must be able to do it themselves. Besides, a person giving $10,000 in salary plus commission, this was indeed a very cost-effective thing for them. Fine, we promise you, Chen Xian's housemates. With that, said in unison, Chen Xian was very happy. Then this matter is settled. I'll go see the store in a few days. The next day, in the morning, Chen Xian decided to go and take a look at the store. After all, this matter couldn't be delayed for too long. It had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Chen Xian arrived at the nearest large shopping mall to the school. As this mall was not only exceptionally close to their school, but the foot traffic here was also very extensive. It would definitely be a great option to open its gym branch in this location. Thus, upon entering this large mall, Chen Xian took a fancy to a store. Chen Xian found the sales boy of this store. May I ask how you calculate the price of this store in your house? Sir, you're very discerning. If this store of our family is opened here, no matter what kind of store you open, it will be very hot, because it's a very good location, and now all the people are grabbing good locations. The sales guy just kissed ass. After all, the truth of their business was that the more he bragged about it, the more powerful it was, the better he touted the place, the quicker he could sell the store. Chen Xian nodded as he listened to what the sales boy said, because he also knew that this store was indeed a very good location. Otherwise, he would not have chosen this place himself. So they bargained over the price in this manner, and Chen Xian himself felt that it was very suitable. Chen Xian then did not hesitate to use all his savings to buy a 200 square meter store. Chen Xian thought that such a large store, it should be enough. After buying the store of his choice, Chen Xian happily returned inside his school. Today's matter has finally been taken care of, so the rest of the day can be spent properly decorating. On his way back to his own school again, Chen Xian thus said to himself. He thought that he didn't have anything else to do now anyway, so he might as well go back to school, and it just so happened that he also had a class this afternoon. The class of the beautiful teacher Shan. The students here love to take classes from this teacher, who is not only kind but also very good looking, so his classes are highly popular. The crowd took out their own cell phones to take pictures and send them to their friends. After all, this teacher's class is very rare, and everyone felt so happy to have such a beautiful teacher for them that they had to record this wonderful moment with their cell phones. However, the good times always go by so fast, and soon it was time for class to end. However, as Chen Xian was about to leave the classroom, he was suddenly stopped by the beautiful teacher, Shan. Then who? Oh, right, called Chen Xian right. Can you help me take these things inside my office? Chen Xian was very puzzled and turned his head to look at the beautiful teacher. Shan just used her own finger and pointed at those things on the podium. Chen Xian had no choice. After all, his credits were very important. Of course, teacher, I'll send all of these inside your office right now. The beautiful teacher Shan tenderly turned her head and smiled at Chen Xian, so she left. Chen Xuanjia was very helpless, and with these things in hand, he bumbled along behind the beautiful teacher Shan. Chapter 54, Applying for a Job as a Fitness Instructor. Chen Xian followed the beautiful teacher Shan in this well-behaved manner all the way to the inside of the teacher's office. However, just at this time, the teacher's phone suddenly rang. Ding ding ding. The teacher hurriedly took out his cell phone and awkwardly smiled at Chen Xian. Excuse me, I have to take a call first. Chen Xian smiled and responded to the teacher. Chen Xian, just like this, had been quietly waiting for the teacher to pick up this call. He had originally thought of just quietly leaving. However, he felt that this was really rude, so he chose to wait here until his teacher returned before leaving. After all, if the teacher came back and saw that she wasn't in this place, it wouldn't be a good impression of herself. I don't know how much time passed before the teacher came back. However, the current teacher looked sad, not at all the warm and cheerful beautiful teacher just now. Looking at this appearance of his teacher, Chen Xian felt quite uncomfortable in his heart, so he walked over to his teacher. Although he didn't know what had happened to his teacher at this time now, but as his own student, it was impossible to just watch the teacher suffer any wrongdoing. As long as the teacher said something, no matter what, Chen Xian was going to help the teacher in any way he could. Teacher, if there's anything you can tell me, you can find me too. With that, Chen Xian comforted the teacher and said, but the teacher didn't respond to him in any way, so Chen Xian left in silence. Going inside the school's gym, Chen Xian followed the secrets of fitness and taught a few VIP members. After all, they had charged a lot of money to become VIP members, so wouldn't it be too much of a loss if they weren't allowed to learn a little something real? Moreover, with Chen Xian's temperament, he couldn't do something so unethical, and the reasoning that a penny is worth a penny is something that Chen Xian understands. Besides, he wasn't willing to tarnish his gym's reputation just to take advantage of these guys. However, a series of fitness moves were accomplished in such a way as to elicit a barrage of applause on the spot. Quite a few people had already come and were watching Chen Xian and the others. After all, this fitness method of Chen Xian's was indeed very useful. You really are amazing. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known until now that there would even be such an amazing gym. Chen Xian's VIP member then said. He had never thought that he was losing out on this VIP charge. Instead he felt that he was somewhat unworthy of Chen Xian's elaborate teachings with all this money. Anyway, now he really admired Chen Xian very much. She felt that Chen Xian could break into such a career at such a young age. That really was also a very remarkable thing. However, just at this time, Li Li suddenly found Chen Xian, which made Chen Xian feel very puzzled. But looking at Li Li who had been waiting there for him, he hurriedly walked over. Why have you come to this place to find me? Could it be that you've run into something troublesome? After all, Li Li never came to this place to look for him before. They also only contacted each other on the phone and rarely met in private. But this time Li Li had rushed to him in such a fiery hurry. So Chen Xian concluded that something big had definitely happened this time, which was why Li Li was in such a hurry. With that, Chen Xian fiddled with his cell phone while looking at Li Li and said, however, right now, Li Li's demeanor was so tense that it caused him to speak in such a sloppy manner. Chen Xian, think of a way. The previous fitness trainer was poached by Bo Hang, so there's a shortage of trainers inside the gym right now. We don't have any trainers inside the gym at all, and those people don't want to come anymore. Hearing what Li Li said, Chen Xian realized in his heart that the previous fitness trainer, in the end, why did he leave? It turned out to be Bo Hang's ghost. Bo Hang just can't get along with his own gym. This thing Chen Xian's own heart is also clear. But what Chen Xian just didn't expect was for them to do something so despicable as to go and poach their gym's fitness instructor. But at this time, Chen Xian has already played in his own heart. Fu Hong thought, so digging out Chen Xian's fitness trainer. In the future, Chen Xian and their gym wouldn't be able to open. But he didn't understand what kind of person Chen Xian was. In short, no matter what, Chen Xian wasn't the kind of person who would easily admit defeat. So this little bit of difficulty won't stop him at all anymore, and Fuan will at best be wasting his efforts, and spending a very large amount of money to dig up this fitness trainer, and the only ones who will lose out will be them. But as Chen Xian looked at Li Li's so anxious appearance, Chen Xian comforted him and said, don't worry, I'll definitely take care of this matter, so don't worry about it. But now that our fitness instructors have been poached, what else can you do? Li Li said in a very puzzled manner. After all, they are now inside the gym, but very short of coaches. If they couldn't find any more coaches, then their gym would have to close down. Who knows, that Chen Xian suddenly sneered. If there's no fitness trainer, then we can recruit new ones. I don't believe it. Such a big place still can't find a fitness trainer of my choice. Now I'm going to send out job postings so that I can personally coach any trainer who applies to our gym. What? You're actually going to personally instruct them? Li Li just said with great surprise. After all, he also knew exactly what Chen Xian's influence was right now. Now a lot of people dream of getting Chen Xian's guidance. After all, Li Li also knows that when Chen Xian sent out that fitness video is how hot. Even now there are still people learning that video inside to do those movements. So he knew in his own mind that if they filled in that sentence on the job list, then there would be a lot of people coming to the interview. Chen Xian, are you sure you really want to do this? Li Li then said in such a doubtful manner, as he was afraid that those were just words that Chen Xian had uttered in desperation. Chen Xian looked at Li Li and nodded. That's right, just do as I say. As Li Li turned her head with the intention of leaving, she was called back by Chen Xian. Remember, we must be hiring at a high salary because what we need right now is a very good fitness instructor. Don't worry, I know, I'll handle this beautifully. After the job list inside Chen Xian's gym was sent out, because it was labeled that Chen Xian could personally instruct, everyone couldn't wait to come for the interview. With that, surprisingly, more than 20 people came to apply for this fitness instructor job. Chapter 55, Netflix Gym. Faced with so many people coming to apply for his gym's coach, Chen Xian felt very happy. Sure enough, he knew that his approach definitely worked, and it seemed like that result wasn't a blowout. Chen Xian handed over some of the parts inside his fitness secrets to each of these people. After all, if he wanted these people to be the coaches of his gym, then he still needed to put in a little bit of effort. Since you guys sincerely want to be coaches inside my gym, then you must do your own thing, or else I will definitely not condone that kind of loiterer here. These fitness trainers who had come to apply for the job were thus brought together by Chen Xian on their first day of work. This was because Chen Xian had to tell them some of the rules, so that they could remember them more clearly in their own minds. They hadn't expected that Chen Xian looked so young. Surprisingly, he was still so capable, so these few fitness trainers all greatly admired Chen Xian. After Li Li's report, the school forums were all discussing this matter of Chen Xian's gym becoming a Netflix gym. How could people not expect that Chen Xian, who seemed to usually look so quiet, would even build his gym into a Netflix gym, with state-of-the-art machinery and trainers in her place, and with all of his trainers trained by him personally? These people now know just how good he can be. After all, when her fitness video was on the hot search, it would be too false to say that these people do not know him. After all, when that thing was a big deal, you can dare to say that there is no one who does not know. Plus, he had lost all these fitness machines to the fitness gurus, so they weren't so easy to get. And yet, Bo-hong didn't have any of those things. However, now that Lily had made Chin Xian's Netflix gym as hot as it was on the school's forums, there were very few people at Bo-hong Gym, and it looked like there weren't many individuals going for a day. It made the owner of Bo-hong Gym very angry. You bunch of useless losers, look at how other people, Chen Xian, can rise from the dead every time and make his gym a success, and look at us here. The boss looked at her with great disgust, the group of henchmen under her eyes. She always felt that she had spent money to raise these henchmen, but these henchmen were of no use at all. They were completely useless against a Chen Xian, and these henchmen didn't dare to say anything when they looked at their boss so angry. They didn't even dare to utter a single breath, because they also knew that their boss was so angry, and if they did anything wrong again, the boss would definitely take it out on them. When Bo-hong's boss saw that these men of his were indifferent in the face of what he said, he became even more angry. Shouldn't you guys give me some kind of explanation? What's the point of me raising you guys? Boss, it's not something we can decide. Besides, our minds aren't as flexible as Chen Xian's. We wouldn't have been able to think of those tricks of his. His henchman said so carefully, because he also knew in his heart that if he was not careful, his boss would take him. But he really couldn't listen to what the boss was saying to him anymore. He always felt that this boss was really very over the top, sending them to do things every time, and she didn't care about anything, so he had no idea how difficult these things were to deal with. And she also didn't know just how difficult an object Chen Xian was to deal with. Anyway, I don't care. There are very few of us inside Bohemian Gym right now, and if it continues like this, then we will be closing down, and by that time you will all be unemployed. Are you all really just willing to be brought to this current state by Chen Xian? Are you all really willing in your hearts? Boss Bohem's compulsion to do this made his handlers start to panic. After all, their family depended on this job of theirs to support their family. If you do lose this job, then you really don't know what to do in the future. Boss Bohong Gym absolutely can't be closed. Otherwise, what should we do in the future? Besides, this is boss, your hard-earned blood. His men just started kissing asses and saying that, because they also knew what kind of significance Bohemian Gym really meant to their boss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to go against Chen Xian before. And this was the best proof of that. Of course you guys are right. That's why we can't just sit back and wait. We have to come up with a good way to deal with this today. Only then can we defend our interests. The boss just said meaningfully. Her eyes were very deep. Who knew what she was thinking? But the people under his hand knew in their hearts that what the boss was thinking was definitely not good. But boss, what should we do now? You give us some pointers. Anyway, for now, his men were just willing to do anything. After all, they really didn't want to lose out on the job. They know how hard it is to find a job these days if they lose this one. Tonight you go and get me some gangsters over. We must make Chen Xian's gym pay in blood. Didn't you say that his place is a Netflix gym? I'd like to see how much longer it can remain red. At this moment, the boss's eyes were filled with hatred, as if she wanted to tear Chen Xian apart in front of him. Otherwise, her heart would not be willing. So that night, Wahong's boss led the gangsters to smash Chen Xian's gym. Don't you value this gym of yours? Now I'm going to smash it all up for you. Let's see what you'll do then. Brothers, give me a hard smash. Don't ever go soft. Better smash the hell out of it. The Bohemian boss said so venomously. And in his own mind he knew exactly how ruthless these punks were. After all, these punks are taking money from people to do things for them. So what does the boss tell them to do? They do what the boss tells them to do. So they don't care about any consequences. See, this gym inside was smashed almost. Later Bohong boss is satisfied to leave. Wait until the next morning after. Chen Xian passed, but let him surprised. This was because he saw that the gym that was still intact yesterday was now in shambles. The machines that Chen Xian had gone to check out found that all of them were smashed, and they simply didn't work anymore. Those things were all his heart's blood. At this moment, Chen Xian was really very distressed. This made Chen Xian feel very angry. In fact, his heart guessed who it was because he was the only one who would use such underhanded tactics. Chapter 56, Chen Xian's Revenge. Chen Xian looked at his wretched gym very angrily. Obviously when he left yesterday, this place was all still intact, but now it had turned into this. Chen Xian was so angry that he directly clenched his fists, and he couldn't wait to rush to find this person who had destroyed its gym to comment on it right now. However, right at this time, the system issued a new mission, and after Chen Xian opened it up to look at it, he realized that the mission was to make Bohong Gym close down. Chen Xian's mouth revealed an evil smile. Wasn't this what he was thinking about? If that was the case, then don't blame him for not being polite. He would definitely not show any mercy to Bohong Gym. In short, all the damage to her gym today was on Bohemian's gym. However, The system also gave a time period of 1 week. Chen Xian secretly thought in his heart that a week was really too much time. After all, it was not a difficult thing to make Bohong Gym go out of business, and with a little bit of one's own brain, it would be a piece of cake. Chen Xian then began to clean up his gym as he carefully picked up all of these broken parts and stored them away. Seeing his smashed up gym, after it was pretty much put away by himself, Chen Xian patted his hand. So he walked out of this gym and instead turned around and went to Bohong Gym. After Chen Xian appeared, everyone was very shocked. After all, who knows that their family is a deadly rival? So they always felt that Chen Xian's visit here this time was bound to be no good. So these henchmen stores hurriedly sought out their boss, who upon hearing of Chen Xian's visit, began to worry about yesterday's events. But his heart had already thought of a countermeasure. No matter what, he couldn't admit that he was responsible for that incident. Otherwise, really dead. The boss called this pretending to be calm as he walked over to Chen Xian's side. What are you doing here? Could it be that you want to come here to pick a fight? Then I advise you to hurry up and get lost. Don't delay me from doing business here. Chen Xian sneered as he looked at the boss. What? I can't believe I didn't know when? Boss, your business here has become so good. Of course, the boss knew that Chen Xian was mocking him by saying this, so he became even more angry. I'm warning you, don't even think about picking a fight here, or I won't even let you go. But Chen Xian was dismissive. Boss, what kind of words are you talking about? I just wanted to come here to get a gym card. It doesn't mean anything? Is there a door-to-door business? Are you just going to willingly let it go like that? I'm sure you would never do that. Chen Xian said so smugly, and the owner of Bohong Gym laughed awkwardly as if he had been guessed. How is there a mistake you say? It's true that you don't miss out on any unsolicited business. After all, you're a businessman too, I think you understand that. The boss of Bohong Gym said so. He thought in his heart that in the end to see what Chen Xian's plan? Thus, under the leadership of these people, Chen Xian then managed to get a gym card. It was as if she had really come here just to get a gym card. But this reason was obviously something that the owner of Fu Hong Gym definitely did not believe. After all, she and Chen Xian were mortal enemies. And after something like that happened yesterday, with Chen Xian's intelligence, how could he not know that thing was his own doing? That was why the owner of Bohong Gym felt that this matter was not simple. The owner of the Bohong Gym was about to watch Chen Xian use his entire body's brute strength there like this, and didn't see Chen Xian do anything strange. Instead, they were there training hard as if they were really there to train. This makes the boss of Bohong Fitness Gym feel what can be puzzled. Cannot help but think in his own heart, is it possible that Chen Xian has taken some kind of medicine, so it makes her a little less normal? But since the owner of Bohong Gym had been uneasy about Chen Xian had stood guard on the sidelines. But Chen Xian's patience was very impressive, so he just kept training there without resting at all. Finally the owner of Bohong Gym just couldn't hold on. After all, he had been standing here for almost an hour or so. That was why she was really very weak in the legs right now. She really admired Chen Xian for being able to hold on for such a long time. If it was him, maybe he would have gotten tired a long time ago. With that, the owner of Bohong Gym said in a self-satisfied manner. Anyway, now that he had been standing in this place for such a long period of time, Chen Xian had not made any moves. Maybe I'm just too cautious to be that wary. Besides, this was his territory, so Chen Xian wouldn't dare to do something about it, right? After all, this place could be filled with his people. So, the owner of Bohong Gym turned around and went to sit down on the sofa because he couldn't take it anymore. So he just drifted off to sleep. I don't know how much time passed like this, but suddenly, the owner of Bohong Gym heard a loud bang before slowly opening his eyes. The result showed him, to his astonishment, a glimpse of the treadmill and other equipment all rotted into several large pieces. Let her be very shocked. After all, just now when Chen Xian came in, they have also been checked. Chen Xian's body simply does not carry any tools that have the power to harm. So what in the world is going on with this treadmill? Obviously just now when all was still good, but now even become now this way. This makes Bohong Gym boss feel very confused, but he was also very helpless. After all, Chen Xian did not do anything. The whole time under surveillance. Chen Xian Rod do what? So he had no choice but to let Chen Xian leave the place. And so a few consecutive days passed in this manner. All of the equipment in the Bohemian Gym is like this, slowly breaking down, which makes the owner of the Bohemian construction room feel very puzzled. However, there was no way for him to go find trouble with Chen Xian. After all, these things had nothing to do with Chen Xian at all, and he didn't have any direct evidence pointing to Chen Xian. Besides, Chen Xian had already paid for a gym card at this place, so it was his freedom to come to this place. There was no way for the people of Bohemian Gym to stop him, because it certainly wouldn't be good for their reputation. After all, the owner of Bohong Gym still wanted his gym to return to the same hot business as before. So he didn't want anything to happen at this juncture. Chapter 57, Straight Streaming Bandwagon? Bohemian Gym had to close its doors, and no one knew that it would even be a competition-winning finale because the boss was so strong. Chen Xian looked at Guan Zhang's gym. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. Although the smile in Chen Xian's opinion is already considered to be a smile amiable and harmless, but it still managed to frighten the children next to him. After all, with his stature, with his kind of size, no matter what kind of action, what kind of expression, it will look a little bit panicky, especially the children who have not been sharpened by anything. It is even more felt horrified. This man is horrible. Mommy! Listening to the child's loud cries, Chen Xian turned his head with a helpless face to try and comfort the child, while the child's mother on the side, seeing her child crying and holding her child, was about to get angry, but saw Chen Xian with this expression, and thought that Chen Xian was going to come to make things difficult for the mother and her daughter, and so she just hugged her daughter, shivering and not daring to speak. This poor mom thought she had met a thug and was about to bring her daughter down on her knees to beg Chen Xian to let the mother and daughter go, but Chen Xian walked away without looking back. This kind of situation he has already seen. There is always deal with this kind of situation before you can slowly walk away to do your own thing. But he also tried to take his good guy's image of being a human being in the beginning. But his own image is too strong. After all, 2 meters 1 tall and anyone who seems to be afraid of. So there is no choice but to take the decision to turn back to walk away from the image of indifference and callousness. No, don't be afraid. He's a good man. This uncle, he won't hurt you. He'll protect you. He just saw you crying and wanted to comfort you but didn't know what to say. In the end, there was a sweet female voice that was actually able to painstakingly explain to the passers-by on behalf of the fierce-looking Chen Xian, who turned back with a grateful face. Chen Xian was rewarded with one hint. Although he didn't know what he had done to trigger this bonus passive, he was still happy to pleasure the system for this prompt. Finally getting something out of yourself instead of just scaring the little kids to tears. And the most competitive Fu Hong gym even closed down. That for themselves again is undoubtedly a business opportunity. Their kind of image if they appear in the gym inside the words, not the least bit out of place it, and strong muscles can also be used as their own signboard. This is also the reason why Chen Xian in the first time to take over the Fu Hong gym. This gym is actually ontologically speaking is good. Is the equipment is also very advanced kind? Only, to because of Chen Xian's this visit, and seem a little bit out of reach, so had to close down just. Chen Xian this time to take over is also to help their bosses to solve the economic disputes on some debts. Both solved their own competitors, but also to help competitors to solve. His trouble Chen Xian can be said to be a 1-2 punch. From now on in the opening of the gym on this road, Chen Xian is unimpeded. I didn't think that there would even be people courting to speak up for me with a fierce face these days. Chen Xian looked back at the band of little sisters in front of him. For a moment he did not know what to do, expressing only to speak softly, then turned around and prepared to leave, continuing to ignore. Such a lovely woman. If she was scared by her own tears on the spot, how unugly it would be. And seeing as how that girl should be an anchor. It wouldn't be a shame if such a nice girl cried out in public because of her intervention. But before she could take a few steps, the girl at the end called out to herself. This gentleman looks like you have amazing bones. You must be a fitness expert. Can I interview you for a few words? Nerdy little sister invited Chen Xian to join her for an offline fan meeting, which was live-streamed in its entirety. Go pro. Can you help? In that case it's just me without you in the shot and my fans want to see you. Anyway, I understood what I wanted to pursue with my little sister. So I took this in my hand and wrapped one arm around the waist of my belt-carrying little sister so that he could sit in the crook of his arm. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This little sister is what luck a big slugger up. And this sitting position is also too TMD thoughtful it. Simply all the fans of the welfare female fans have muscle men can see male fans and can see a single little sister like this. Did he grow up eating cows? I want a screenshot. I want a picture. Envy me. I was there I could have taken a lot of pictures for $5 a piece. Low price. Ding dong system prompt. Congratulations to the host. About to enter the popularity surge link. If it grows to a certain level, the speed will get a very high reward. Oh. The smile that appeared at the corner of Chen Xian's mouth wasn't just in line with the gesture of bringing his little sister. It was also because of this prompting in his mind. If there is really a generous reward, then Chen Xian hopes that it is an almighty weight. After all, he came to this world for so many days, and obtained this system for so many days also did not see the system. What is fun to come out? Although he would still help himself occasionally, but if compared to the rewards, Chen Xian only needed to be rewarded for his desire to become violently rich and wealthy, and to dominate this world. Now Chen Xian knows that he is whimsical. His smile and the next move to make when the little sister's live room, even more popularity show, so that his own welfare is also getting stronger and stronger. Only he does not know is that the system is about to give him a reward that will make him unforgettable for life. Many fans saw Chen Xian's appearance and took pictures. Such strong muscles must be practicing fitness. Right. Which gym is it? Can you recommend it to me so that I can go and watch the male god? One by one, pop-ups were presented above the screen, and Chen Xian took the opportunity to publicize the upcoming gym branch. That dull little sister's live broadcasting room unexpectedly turned into Chen Xian's personal special show for a moment, and the onlookers also cast their gazes at Chen Xian in droves, among which there were many of Chen Xian's fans. So this recording shoot unexpectedly turned into a sort of fans meet and greet in a sense. The fan meeting ended, and as a result, someone actually tried to kidnap dull little sister on the way back, which was resolved by Chen Xian. If you speak of keeping your chin in your chin, where it belongs, then don't hit him next time. This place is my field, so get lost and wait for me to buy you dinner. The man's words let the thugs under the broken guts, has long been the ass, not a few steps before falling to the ground, and then rushed to get up and continue to run. Chapter 58, Investing in Stocks. After Chen Xian had resolved the troubles he had recently encountered one by one, he was finally slightly free. However, as soon as a person is idle, all kinds of thoughts come alive. Chen Xian suddenly remembered that he had gotten a hint reward once before, and thought to himself that he should take advantage of the fact that he was idle at this time, and directly cash in the reward to the system. Chen Xian then summoned the system out and made a request with it to redeem the rewards. The system thought that Chen Xian had accidentally made a mistake and patiently reconfirmed with him. After realizing that Chen Xian was indeed about to cash in his reward, he handed him a private message. Chen Xian was surprised when he heard this news, not realizing that the system had directly told him about a stock, saying that it would definitely go up. However, the system also reminded him that this cash out was limited to one day. Therefore, Chen Xian then thought that he must go to the securities company as soon as possible to buy this stock. He roughly calculated that the funds on hand are at least a few $1,000,000. If he all invested in that can certainly earn a pot full of money. However, Chen Xian thought that he should be cautious and did not intend to have all of his funds poured into it. After all, he still didn't know if the system was really that reliable or not. Originally, these things were a bit nebulous, even after so many trials, but Chen Xian was still quite worried. That night Chen Xian asked Wang Gong in advance to see if he was free tomorrow. After receiving an affirmative answer, Chen Xian chose to bring Wang Gong along to the securities firm. When Wang Gong heard that he was going to buy stocks, he was quite excited and thought about whether he should follow along and buy some. Anyway, according to Chen Xian, said he had an inside source channel and knew that this stock was definitely going to go up. Therefore, Wang Gong took a portion of the money he had saved from his living expenses and planned to follow Chen Xian to invest. As for the other two roommates who were not in the dormitory at the time, Chen Xian thought it would be inconvenient to bring too many people along, so he did not notify them. By the time the next morning rolled around, Chen Xian had called Wang Gong up early in the morning and the two of them took a car to the securities firm. Who knew that at the front door of the stock company, they would find two people they didn't want to meet, especially when Wang Gong saw those two figures clinging to each other. An expression of anger and sadness appeared on his face. He quickly hid his expression though, even if his eyes still couldn't hide the loss. Chen Xian easily sensed Wang Gong's emotions and subconsciously reached over and patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Forget it, brother, there is no grass at the end of the world. Why do we need to fall in love with a single flower? We're here today but we have business to attend to. Don't pay attention to these irrelevant people. Chen Xian knew of the previous beef between Wang Gong and those two, and in his heart, he did not want this matter to get in their way. Coupled with the fact that Chen Xian didn't think this was worth it at all, he said what sounded sort of windy to Wang Gong. Luckily, Wang Gong understood what he meant and knew that this was not what he had in mind, so he quickly got himself in the right frame of mind, and then the two of them entered the gates of the stock company together. At this time, the securities hall wasn't quite full of people, but many of them were shocked upon seeing Chen Xian's appearance. People didn't expect to meet a pugilistic man who looked like a triad to collect debts in such a public and legal and reasonable place. Quite a number of people were now afraid to even look at the newspaper, and hastened to hide in the corner, fighting to shrink into a small ball. Mentally, he was silently praying that the big man had better not notice him. However, Chen Xian's attention wasn't even on the others at all, as he only stared at the numbers scrolling on the big screen. The name of the stock the system had told him about was then quickly found. The words New Energy Power Technology didn't stand out amongst all the stocks, but Chen Xian noticed them right away. His eyes lit up and he pulled Wang Gong toward that side, but before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by a man. Chen Xian fixed his eyes and realized that it was Qian Xiong and his girlfriend Lily, and this Lily is also Wang Gong's ex. Chen Xian looked at Wang Gong with the rest of his eyes and realized that there was already a change in Wang Gong's eyes. Chen Xian sighed, feeling that he might not have gone out without reading the yellow calendar. How he didn't go to provoke others. Others still took the initiative to provoke on, but at a time like this, he couldn't back down no matter what. Chen Xian pulled Wang Gong and took a direct step forward, fearlessly looking at Qian Xiong and Lily. Qian Xiong was unflinchingly sarcastic, just you two bumpkins, How did you come to a place like this? Can you read these tables? Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Get back to your school. Lily watched as Chen Xiong spoke sarcastically about them and didn't mean to stop them, but instead looked coldly at Chen Xian and Wang Gong. When Chen Xian heard Chen Xiong's loud words, his heart immediately came to anger, and he wanted to fight him right then and there, but he was pulled back by Wang Gong. Forget it, don't bother with this kind of people, lest you get your hands dirty. We're here today for a more important mission. Have you forgotten? Wang Gong felt quite helpless. Just now Chen Xian had advised him to let go of the past, but as a result, he was slightly irritated by the other party, and his state was off. Wang Gong thinks that he and Lily have already broken up anyway, and what happens to each other has nothing to do with each other anymore, and he doesn't really want to make things more complicated between them. Chen Xian turned his thoughts around and quickly understood the reasoning behind it, so he did not intend to pay any attention to Chen Xiong, but instead reached out and gently pushed him away as he continued to walk forward. However, Chen Xiong relentlessly chased after him, clamoring, "You two cowards, why are you leaving like this? If you're capable, you guys can bet with me." After a pause, he added, "Actually, you don't have to go through too much trouble. Just buy a stock here and let's all compete. What do you think?" Before Chen Xian could speak, Wang Gong answered, "Since you're rushing up to the door, let's have a bet. If you have the guts, we'll just buy today's stocks and see who earns more. How about one game to decide the winner?" After all the previous events, Wang Gong had already treated Chen Xian as a godlike existence. He felt that Chen Xian must have a way that he would win, and without fear, he laid down a challenge to Chen Xiong. At this moment, when the crowd heard the words of these two, they gathered around. Seeing that there were more people, Chen Xian felt that it was unlikely that Chen Xiong would go back on his word in this place, and thus proposed a bet with his opponent. "Let's make a bet. The stakes are $500,000. If you dare, let's start betting." Chen Xiong was already reasonable and unforgiving, and when he saw so many people watching around him, he simply did not dare to lose this face and immediately agreed. Chen Xian smiled coldly and bought a stock that was not favored by anyone according to the system's prompts. Chapter 59, Winning the Wager. After Chen Xian proposed the bet with Chen Xiong, the eyes of the crowd unconsciously widened as if they couldn't believe their ears. People didn't expect that these two young people would actually gamble so much, but they were all curious as to who would win as a result, so they ran over to continue to watch the events unfold. As soon as everyone saw the stock that Chen Xian had bought, a look of surprise could not help but appear on their faces. Most of the onlookers were middle-aged and old people, and as soon as many uncles and mothers saw Chen Xian's choice of stocks, they couldn't care less about their fearful emotions this time, but instead came forward to persuade Chen Xian. Someone soon said to Chen Xian in an anxious tone, "Young man, you can't buy this stock. You should hurry up and change it. I see if you've been fooled by those scammers. If you want to look at stocks, don't go to those small websites. Look at the serious financial networks. Come, Master here happens to have a newspaper. Do you want to read it? Young people, listen to Auntie a word of advice. You are now betting not a small amount. Do not easily buy really cannot. I come to you to recommend a few stocks." Chen Xian was persuaded by a group of grandparents, and his entire body was at a loss for words. He stood in a daze, feeling helpless. Wang Gong hadn't expected that just a private bet had attracted the attention of so many people, and the group looked like the kind of people who flaked out, and even though the two knew they had good hearts, their behavior probably didn't match up. Chen Xian then politely rejected their good intentions and insisted on choosing that stock. The crowd of onlookers collectively sighed once they saw this. "You're sure to lose this way. I don't know what's wrong with the lad's brain at such a young age. Probably just want to waste money. You don't care about them. They are able to come up with $500,000 to place a bet here. They are probably not short of money. Let's worry less about that." Even so, most of the people still didn't leave, all surrounding Chen Xian ready to see the results. Chen Xiong saw the stocks that Chen Xian had bought and a smug look emerged on his face. "Are you sure you're buying this one stock? And if you are, then you can't back out." As soon as he saw Chen Xian's stock picks, Chen Xiong thought he was going to win, and his whole body was beaming. He looked ambiguous as he took Lily's hand and gently touched it a few times, even calculating in his mind what kind of gift he would buy Lily to make her happy after winning the bet. Chen Xian observed Chen Xiong's behavior, and in his heart, he probably guessed what he was thinking, and could not help but sneer a little. "I thought to myself that this person was really funny. How could he show such an expression when he hadn't even won yet? Could it be that he really thinks he's stupid and has come to give away money for nothing?" Everyone waited anxiously, eyes blinking at the information scrolling above the screen. After a few moments passed, a new push message blared from a nearby television set. The news report said, "The veteran president of New Energy Power Technologies is understood to have launched several new products that are today the very best sellers on the market, with the company's market value soaring." Before long, the stocks Chen Xian had bought kept rubbing upwards. The crowd stared at the stock in disbelief. Little did anyone know that such a stock, which was not favored by anyone, was a dark horse. Seeing that it is directly ahead of all the stocks, those who reacted fast have already gone to the trading center and operated their purchases on top of the machine. Chen Xian looked at the non-stop bouncing board noodles without panicking, and then looked at Qian Xiong with a smile on his face. Qian Xiong looked like he had eaten a fly, as if he couldn't believe he had lost. Chen Xian deliberately said sarcastically, "What do you think of the result? Are you surprised?" Wang Gong saw this scene and was happy in his heart. He had just followed Chen Xian and bought some stocks. This time he was considered to have earned a lot. Wang Gong instantly felt a sense of relief through his body, looking at Qian Xiang's frustration and disliking him unmercifully, who said so loudly just now that they would definitely win. Ha, now they're being slapped in the face? I'll tell you, there are people outside the mountain people. In the future cannot be like this. Listen to my brother, a word of advice. In the future to go to the road or to be more cautious. After all, the night road to walk more. Always see ghosts. Chen Xiong's face instantly turned the color of an eggplant, but he had no way to refute Wang Gong's words. He gritted his teeth and cursed Chen Xian. You must be cheating. I'm not convinced. If you're capable, you can bet with me again. Chen Xian felt that Qian Xiong's thinking was really laughable. His brain was probably in the water. How could there be a way to cheat inside this securities hall? At this point, the people on the sidelines could not help but praise Chen Xian when they saw his great victory, and then gathered around and kept saying that they wanted to worship him as their master. Boy, you're good. Can you teach me how to read stocks? And me, please teach me along the way. However, Chen Xian still had to resolve the conflict with Qian Xiong nowadays and did not pay attention to everyone's requests. There were also people who fought for Chen Xian and spoke up for him. How can the lad cheat when everyone is here with their eyes open? That's not it. You'd better not cheat. The truth of willing to gamble is so simple. Even a child understands it. You still dare to deny it? Qian Xiong was reprimanded by them, so he had no choice but to try to sneak away in a grayish manner. Before leaving, Chen Xian hurriedly called out to Qian Xiong and asked him for the bet. Qian Xiong was incredibly heartbroken about his $500,000, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the bet was what he had agreed to. He had to pay that one off with a heartbreaking look on his face. Lily, who had watched the entire process, thought that Chen Xian was the most powerful person she had ever seen, and deliberately walked over to him with an elegant stride, wanting to get close to him. Her voice was gentle and watery. Hello, my name is Lily. Are you a student at Dongshan University? Can you leave me your contact information? Chen Xian sniffed without saying anything and couldn't help but glare at Lily. He felt that this woman was really an unjust soul, and now she still wanted to come close to him, and he didn't know what bad intentions she had planted. Chen Xian directly rejected Lily's request before mocking. I'm not quite sure how many faces you have to actually dare to do this. If you weren't once a pair with my best friend, I'd be nonchalant. I don't have to respond to everyone who wants to get to know me. I'll be honest with you. I'm not interested in you at all. I don't even want to know you. Seeing Lily make such a humiliating move, Qian Xiong huffed and left, not wanting to take her with him. Lily ate the closed door, resentfully went to Wang Gong. I did wrong before. I want to get back with you, okay? Wang Gong gave her a blank look, turned around without a word, and left the securities hall with Chen Xian. Chapter 60, Athletic Meetings. The class president announced inside the group that registration for the games had begun, and all of a sudden all the people blew up. The students were able to start talking to see what programs they all needed to participate in. Still in constant discussion with his classmates, everyone felt much more confident about the games. All of them wanted to shine, and Chen Xian was the only one who appeared very calm there, seemingly without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. Everyone felt strange. Did Chen Xian not want to participate in the games this time? Just as everyone felt puzzled, Chen Xian's sudden actions surprised everyone. Chen Xian went directly to the class president's side, who asked excitedly after seeing Chen Xian, Chen Xian, what sport do you want to participate in this time? Hurry up and sign up. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Chen Xian looked at the squad leader with a slight smile and said, sign me up for 5,000 meters running, long jump, and high jump. The class president looked at Chen Xian in shock, not expecting Chen Xian to give a report for 5,000 meters of running, which was not an easy sport. Chen Xian, are you sure you want to sign up for the 5,000 meter run? There's no way to change this. The class president reminded Chen Xian in a bit of disbelief. Chen Xian nodded without hesitation and said, don't worry, it won't change. I've already considered it. Seeing that Chen Xian was determined, the squad leader did not say anything more. Seeing that he had already enrolled, Chen Xian hurriedly left as he had other things he needed to do. The news that Chen Xian had signed up for the game spread quickly, and Chen Xian's roommates heard that Chen Xian had signed up for the 5,000 meter run, the long jump, and the high jump. None of them were very optimistic about Chen Xian, and they even felt that this was not Chen Xian's strong suit. they all rushed to persuade Chen Xian, saying, "Chen Xian, why did you sign up for these programs this time? It's not your strong suit. You have other options, why don't you think about it?" Chen Xian heard his housemates' exhortations, but he merely smiled faintly and ignored them. This made the housemates feel a bit anxious, and at the same time, they also sweated for Chen Xian. They didn't want to see Chen Xian lose the match. Everyone still had hopes for Chen Xian, hoping that Chen Xian would be able to win for his class. Otherwise their class hopes would be reduced by half. Chen Xian knew how everyone felt, but he also had confidence in himself. It was impossible to lose to the others. These sports Chen Xian had been looking forward to them for a long time. How could he give them up? No matter how much the housemates tried to persuade him, Chen Xian was bent on having his way and did not stop their words. The housemates had nothing to say to Chen Xian. After all, this was Chen Xian's own choice, and no one else had the right to stop it at all. Everyone could only pray that Chen Xian would be able to achieve good results, and for this time, the games would allow him to make a splash. We all just comforted each other and waited for the day when the games would come. Time goes by day, and the games finally started just today. Everyone was more than excited to attend and watch the games. This is the happiest moment for everyone, because that uplifting moment is coming soon. When those sportsmen and women are playing properly on the playing field, it is the happiest and most heart-tugging moment for everyone. And on the very day that the games began, Chen Xian suddenly received a very important mission. His mission was to win first place in this games, and no matter what, he had to get it. If Chen Xian got the first place in the games, he would be rewarded for his cooking skills, which made Chen Xian a little excited in his heart. But on the other side, all the students in the class and his housemates, after seeing Chen Xian's opponent, they all felt worried for Chen Xian because at the start of the run, Chen Xian was actually in a group with the physical education department's schoolboys. This strong opponent really made everyone worry about Chen Xian. Because of these kinesiology scholars, who had participated in the national games, and having gained good rankings, this time when Chen Xian met them, they were truly Chen Xian's greatest enemy. However, Chen Xian acted very calmly, and he did not feel the slightest bit of fear towards these physical education department schoolboys, and always with a normal heart. His mindset surprised all the people in this room a little bit. For a moment, all the people began to speculate about this race, and they couldn't believe that Chen Xian would win this running race. After all, his opponents were too powerful, and it wasn't that easy to win this tournament. Chen Xian also understood in his heart that his opponent was very powerful, but in the case of powerful opponents Chen Xian would face them calmly. After Chen Xian's housemates saw this, they had all lost their confidence, thinking that Chen Xian was definitely not going to win the match this time. These physical education department schoolboys saw that their opponent was actually Chen Xian. One by one, they displayed a look of disdain as they looked Chen Xian up and down. Coldly sneering, he said, "So the one who participated in the competition with us this time is actually you. I hope you won't lose so badly that you won't let all those muscles grow on you for nothing. Otherwise, with so many people at school watching, won't it be ugly at the end of the day? You'd better be prepared for it. Don't end up not being able to accept this, then that would really be a bit awkward." The opponent belittled Chen Xian for having an empty set of muscles, and kept sneering there. Chen Xian, however, didn't pay any attention to what they were saying, and just concentrated on preparing himself for this competition. When these physical education department schoolboys saw how calm Chen Xian was, they too felt surprised, but they were not going to show any mercy and let Chen Xian get the first place in this games. But who knows? Chen Xian is determined to win first place in this games, and this is his mission that he must fulfill. Regardless of how powerful his opponents were, Chen Xian was undaunted and treated them as he always had. With a command, the game officially began, and at the start of the match, Chen Xian used his formidable strength to crush his opponent. Chen Xian's astonishing performance caused the entire school to feel surprised. They hadn't expected that Chen Xian's strength was actually so powerful. He was facing the schoolboys of the physical education department, who had participated in the national games and gained a very good ranking, and were already very powerful. Unexpectedly, the match started and was left behind by Chen Xian ruthlessly, and the chants continued throughout the match. The atmosphere was very active, and Chen Xian's name echoed within the entire campus for a long time. They were really impressed with Chen Xian, who had actually crushed the physical education department's schoolboys in this running competition. Having won the first place in the running competition, Chen Xian also smiled bashfully when this result came out. There was no hubris as a result, and in the other matches, Chen Xian played steadily and won first place. Chapter 61, Branch Door Opening. Chen Xian's performance at this games had left all of them feeling shocked. No one had expected that Chen Xian would actually win first place in the 5,000-meter run, and in the long jump and high jump competitions that followed. Chen Xian made a splash and won first place. Throughout the games, Chen Xian's name was instantly known by everyone, and some students even idolized Chen Xian as their idol. There was also a special cheerleading team for Chang Shui, cheering for Chen Xian. so that everyone felt very envious. Little Meng and dull little sister had been silently watching Chen Xian's race, seeing him waving his sweat as he ran through the games. Although he had won first place in every category, Chen Xian was sweating profusely under the scorching sun. It was really hard work, and this roster spot was a result of his own hard work. When Xiao Meng saw Chen Xian laboring so hard, she was somewhat unable to bear it, and it was not easy for her to wait for the moment when Chen Xian was resting. Mo pulled dull little sister and said, "Come on, let's go over and take a look." Dull little sister was pulled out by little Mo. She looked at little Mo dumbfounded and asked, "What's wrong? Where are we going?" Xiao Meng was really pissed off by dull little sister. She sighed helplessly and said, "Where else can we go? Didn't Chen Xian just take a break? Let's hurry and go serve him drinks. Can't you see he's tired and sweaty? I'm really convinced that you're still really dull little sister." Dull little sister was a bit embarrassed by Mo's words. She really hadn't thought of going to deliver drinks for Chen Xian. She probably wouldn't have done any of those things if Mo hadn't been around to remind her. Thus, under Xiao Meng's reminder, the two hurriedly brought Chen Xian drinks. The people from the sports department saw Chen Xian crush them and win first place, and now there was actually little Meng and dull little sister serving him drinks. They felt envious, and one by one, they couldn't help but drop their envious eyes on Chen Xian's body. Seeing Xiao Meng and dull little sister, Chen Xian said to them gratefully, "Thank you." Little Meng and dull little sister smiled in the face of Chen Xian one air, yet nothing was said. In his heart, he was always cheering for Chen Xian, hoping that Chen Xian would keep up the good work and achieve better results next time. They believed that Chen Xian would definitely be able to do it, and the game slowly came to an end amidst Chen Xian's wonderful performance. On the other hand, the branch of the famous gym was about to open, and Chen Xian and Xiao Meng and the girls had been busy going over preparations for the opening of the gym branch. With the opening of the gym branch, there were a lot of tedious things that Chen Xian needed to take care of personally, so he was very busy, and on the day the gym branch opened, Chen Xian took the opportunity to recruit people on that day. Seeing that people had surrounded the famous gym outlet, Chen Xian felt that this was an opportunity. So, he made a big announcement at the door, hoping to recruit people interested in the gym. It was really true that Chen Xian was not disappointed. In the course of his promotion of the gym, there was a young man named Fatty and Wangan. The two of them enthusiastically signed up to join the gym's team, and after Chen Xian's test, their conditions were very much in line with each other. So this young lads called Little Fatty and Wangan were recruited by Chen Xian in this manner. The opening of the branch kept everyone busy because there were so many people who came to watch. Chen Xian even felt a bit inconsiderate, and on the day their branch opened, Chen Xian also did a large-scale event. Chen Xian's purpose was to advertise the gym in hopes of recruiting more customers. Allowing the gym's business to flourish is what Naruto was all about. He didn't want the celebrity gym to be in his hands, and he had to bring the celebrity gym's performance up. Chen Xian had really put a lot of thought into this matter of the celebrity gym. In order to be able to compare himself to the gym across the street and not let them suppress him, Chen Xian would do everything he could to attract customers every single day. This was clear to everyone's eyes, and they were all very much in favor of what Sung Hyun was doing. All along they had been obedient to any of Chen Xian's decisions, because every time Chen Xian made a decision, it would bring good benefits to the gym. But no matter how well the gym had benefited from his own efforts, Chen Xian had remained consistent, never arrogant. He was always very calm and collected in the face of anything. This made everyone really envious. For some reason, Chen Xian managed to be so calm every single time. People didn't know what was going on in his mind as Little Fatty and Wangan were under Chen Xian's exercise. It also quickly joined the gym's ranks and their work slowly began to take off as well. When Chen Xian saw the progress of Little Fatty and Wangan, there was a hint of relief in his heart, but it never showed on his face. So everyone was oblivious to the fact that nerdy little sister had heard that the celebrity gym had opened and was having a huge event. She knew that Chen Xian must be busy, and she was idle anyway. Dorky then decided to go over and help herself. When Dorky arrived at the scene of the famous gym branch, the scene in front of her really shocked her. In front of the entrance of the celebrity gym branch, there was a sea of people in black. It was with great effort that dull little sister managed to squeeze her way to Chen Xian's side. When Chen Xian saw dull little sister arrive, he asked in surprise, "Why did you come over?" Dull Xiaomei said with a slight smile, "I heard that your branch opened and had a large event. I knew you were too busy, so I thought of coming over to help." When Chen Xian heard that dull little sister had come over to help him, he smiled happily and said, "Welcome aboard, and thank you for your help." "You're welcome." As soon as the words fell, dull little sister joined Chen Xian's team, still constantly busy. It was a real busy day for everyone and it was hard to sustain the day. By the end of the night all the men felt exhausted. They were paralyzed with fatigue. When Chen Xian saw how everyone was behaving today, he volunteered, "I'll cook today's dinner, so you guys just wait and enjoy yourselves." Everyone felt very excited, but at this time, dull little sister said happily, "Yes, you help us make food." I'll start the broadcast and we'll all have a good time and remove the fatigue of the day. Everyone clapped their hands and thought it was a good idea. So Chen Xian began to help everyone cook. Dull little sister was running a live broadcast from the side when Chen Xian's meals were prepared one by one. Everyone was excited to see these delicacies, and Chen Xian's cooking skills were instantly praised by the crowd. This allowed Chen Xian to show off fiercely in front of everyone again. Chapter 62, Basketball Practice. After returning to the school, this time the sky has been a little dark. Chen Xian looked at the sky. For the sight of Xiaoming said, "This day has been so late. Why don't you go back earlier to rest it? Or else I don't rest assured that you come to this school inside. Although it is quite safe, but then again how it looks like. After all, no matter how it looks, although the school is said to be quite safe, but it is not inevitable that some of the gangsters who go to school will see that Mo will be out of the way. And he himself is quite worried about this. So he looks on with some concern. Though that being said, with his physique made it a bit of a misunderstanding as well. Could it be that this guy was trying to make a move on the girl next to him? And some of the passers-by in the neighborhood could not help but silently spit in their hearts that, with this physique and this face, we are surprised that you don't bully others little girls. Not to mention that you are also afraid of others to bully have you in. Who dares it? And as long as we know that this girl knows such a man, I'm afraid that no one dares to bully, which is equivalent to say that behind the back of a backer. But now Xiaomeng cannot think so much. He was a little nervous to look to the side of Chen Xian. Little face or a little shy carefully said, "Things are not in a hurry for the time being. The main thing is that I have a small request. I don't know if you have agreed to it or not, because recently the basketball exams will start soon. And you know that I'm not very good at this aspect of basketball or at all at this aspect of sports, which makes me so distressed that I don't even know what I should do to be good at it." Hearing this, Chen Xian is put down. Now he thought there is something, but so late in the day to play basketball may also not be safe. Although it is said that they do not matter. Night vision is very strong. Can also see clearly. But Mo is not the same. Originally a girl beginner is a bit of effort. This if in case of twisted feet, then not only the basketball cannot be selected, but may also have a lot of trouble when the examination. So he thought for a moment and then said to Mo, "Why don't I come and teach you tomorrow? This little thing is certainly fine. It's really too late tonight, and it's not safe for you little girl. By then if you twisted your foot or something it would also affect your exams very much. Wait until tomorrow, I'll teach you. Absolutely put you can be taught. Absolutely can get a high score on the test. Just don't worry about it." And hearing this, Xiaomeng also nodded her head happily and said, "Then in that case simply, thank you so much. I don't even know how to express my gratitude properly." Chen Xian is not indifferent to waved his hand, smiled and said, "Can teach you have been quite good, and are between friends should do what I send you back to the dormitory, or else I'm afraid that the road you're not safe. Have I in? Then how to look those people also dare not come over to make trouble." The sense of security brought about by her tall body made Xiaomeng blush, and on the sidelines, she could only whisper, "Then this way I'm too thankful to you. I don't even know what I should do. I will definitely treat you to dinner when it's done. I'm simply too grateful." Said this just in time to also arrive at the dormitory floor. Just finished, this side shyly glanced at Chen Xian, and then trotted inside his dormitory, and Chen Xian see him give up back, although say feel where not right, but also did not think carefully will go back directly. After all, the second day still have to teach little Mang learn basketball. Although say teach girls to learn basketball do not have to be so too concerned about it, but after all, still have to teach. After all promised people, and how to look cannot be taken lightly. Go back to the must be to save energy. Waiting until the second day to see the heavily armed Xiaomeng, Chen Xian couldn't help but laugh out softly like he was joking. "I didn't expect you to be so relieved about this. I originally thought you girls wouldn't be interested in basketball. After all, there are a good number of just because of disinterest, simply do not even practice, resulting in the end also directly failed all, not put in mind." Mo, on the other hand, spat out her tongue in a somewhat adorable manner, saying that I'm the one who has to do everything right. After all, it's only right to go all out, and I'm quite interested in basketball. Teach me quickly. I don't want to wait until it's time to flunk out, or else I'll be absolutely disgraced to death. He said this when Xiaomeng also cute spit out his tongue. With the clothes, is simply pure and lovely, but Chen Xian now at that time put all the attention on how to teach Xiaomeng to be able to quickly learn to shoot the ball, and Mo brought him a surprise far more than that. Did not expect him to be able to catch on so quickly. Maybe he is really quite suitable for learning basketball, right? True, hanging in his heart so thought. It is also a morning time has been so effective, which also let Mo more surprised. He originally thought in how to look, which also need a period of time, did not think so fast on their own can get started, so he somewhat happily said to Chen Xian, "Simply fantastic. If the exam can be passed by then, I must treat you to a good outing. Otherwise it's all very difficult to express my gratitude. Just wait for me to have a good result by the time the exam is taken." Chen Xian quite funny words but also did not shirk, smiled and nodded to rub his hair, said, then since so I will wait and see, but you really also quite surprising. I originally thought how to look again is also just simple to be able to get started. Did not think you will be so quick to know some of the action, not to mention some of the action standard also let me more surprised it. It was certainly nice to hear the compliment, especially coming from the mouth of his favorite boy. So Mo went on to say, then next time the exam will wait for my good news. The two are again in the basketball court non-stop training for a whole day, but also let Mo for the exam results more confident. By the day of the exam, he played an unusual performance, so that the physical education teacher could not help but marvel. He has not sneakily hired some powerful coach, how can have such a fast level and the ability to progress? While Xiaoming heard the speech is a little shy to think of Chen Xian, the heart cannot help but be a little happy. After all, he has asked his favorite boys to be their coach. Surely the ability to learn is particularly powerful. Waiting to find out that his test scores can be completely counted as excellent, he hurriedly found Chen Xian first to give him an anxious wait under the dormitory. Seeing myself immediately a little shy too, the results have come out, especially excellent, and the teacher are marveled at. All want to ask me what coach I hired myself. Simply to thank you. Let's go to the zoo to play this time. Let's go to the zoo this time. I'll treat you to a meal to show my appreciation. Chapter 63, Tiger Raid. Chen Xian thought for a moment and then agreed. There was nothing going on this weekend anyway, not to mention that he was so insistent. If he didn't agree, he might also have unnecessary trouble. So he nodded his head and rubbed Mo's hair and said, so much for that piece. Then make sure you have a good time and tell me the time and place. I'll be sure to be there then as well. And hearing this, Xiao Meng was also shyly blushing, and after telling Chen Xian the time and place, she also immediately ran home to prepare properly. After all, this time he was planning to confess to Chen Xian to completely pierce this window paper, and when the time comes, he must also try to succeed. After all, such a good man is looking for, cannot be found. After making up her mind, Mo started for this time, dating to do enough preparation, so that the day also almost late, looking at their own carefully dressed very thick makeup, plus clothes and confidence. This time can definitely will take Chen Xian down. And Chen Xian see dress up so good looking little Meng also can't help but praise a sentence. You today this body also really good look, especially set off your temperament. You girls on this aspect is awesome, unlike us casually sometimes kid clothes on the way out. And Chen Xian this time to wear is also a suit. Wearing in his stout body looks especially like the princess's bodyguard, which also makes the people around are a little scared, want to stay away. But Xiao Meng who cares so much he looked at such a tall Chen Xian next to him. The deer in his heart also kept banging around. When the date was all about to end, Mo just couldn't help himself. He looked around and there didn't seem to be many people directly saying that I have something I want to tell you. And the moment this was said to also cause Chen Xian to stop in his tracks. He was a bit puzzled and said, say what you have to say directly. And the little budding face by this time was already red, but did not know what to say, so that when he was about to say what was in his heart, suddenly next to a cry of alarm, so that the two people's eyes directly shift over. The result of a look almost put Mo scared enough. It turned out to be a tiger at this time to run out. For some reason, the cage, which should have been locked, was wide open at the moment. The tiger has already run out under they. Little Meng directly let out a scream. Her legs couldn't help but start shaking a bit. And at this time, Chen Xian was the one whose gaze coalesced on that tiger. He but did not think about him after all than this dangerous things he has experienced. This tiger although it is also true that it is dangerous, but it also makes him more inwardly cannot actually more not to mention that there are so many innocent people next to it. Coupled with Mo himself must be serious about this matter. At this time, the task also came with it, which was to assist the administrator in capturing this tiger. Looking at this task, Chen Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh, looked at Mo while Mo also immediately understood what he meant, and on the sidelines directly turned the live broadcast on, while he himself also tried not to drag the male lead back. As soon as the live broadcast was opened there was an immediate influx of people, and they couldn't help but be a little awed as they looked at the sights inside. What the hell? I can't be wrong. Is this a real tiger or a fake tiger? Is this a real tiger or a fake tiger? Because it's stupid. It looks real. What's going on here? It's not going to be anything we can't understand, is it? This is too scary. Whether it is the anchor or the man inside should be careful but on my side, I always think that this man can defeat this tiger. This is also too scary. This body's such appearance. You have to say this meal does not eat a few tigers or not with the letter. Not that this is the physique I'm simply afraid of or not allowed. So that the tiger in front of the front may also be the feeling of the big orange cat, but I can still believe that this big brother will certainly be able to subdue the tiger. What happened to the first few? This person is no longer how powerful is not so powerful no limit it. This tiger again how look. That is also let a person so afraid. How can this be said to be restrained not to be restrained in how look? There is also the species gap is not make up for it. Hurry up and let that person run. Don't show off the hero here. The front of a look at the unintelligible. Cannot recognize this person. This is not a ruthless big brother? I can certainly believe that. Anyway, the big brother can be subdued. By the time the tiger's stomach to eat I do not feel surprised. The front is simply too small. You will wait for this big brother how to power it. I can only say a tiger now dangerous. The hustle and bustle of the live streaming room Chen Xian didn't even know about it. He only knew that his most important issue right now was to get rid of this tiger in front of him once and for all. And naturally, he was not in a position to say anything. Although there was definitely a species gap between man and tiger. But who was he? He had long since been unable to make up for that. So he went straight to the eyeballs. At the very beginning, the tiger surprisingly couldn't even resist backing up a little bit. This beast's intuition let him know that this human in front of him was definitely not to be messed with, while Chen Xian was looking directly at him, fearing that moment to press him hard on the ground. A moment of surprisingly his enabling power actually overshadowed the tiger, and the keeper on the side saw this and hastened to follow him towards the beast to put on the yoke and subdue it fiercely. And the sight of this appearance, nearby administrators cannot help but marvel and say, this is what is going on. This thing can people send out? This is also too cow-right. Hard to hold down a tiger on the ground. You have to say that this is in the shooting of science fiction movie I believe. But the fact is so the live broadcast room was also blowing up at this moment. Who can tell me whether this is true or not? This is even more sci-fi than sci-fi, right? That person directly suppressed the tiger, and at the very beginning, did I see it right? The tiger was scared and took half a step back. No, you did not see wrong. Really should be the words. You back half a step is serious? This is simply too much to let a person look at once. Let a person's 3 views exploded once. Worthy of the ruthless, big brother. This power, this speed is simply said to be superhuman or not too much. The boiling of the live broadcast room had already made Chen Xian unable to take care of it. At this moment he had already completed his mission, and watching the mission objective get rewarded inside the top level of gaming awareness had also made him very happy inside. The fact that this mission could give such a good thing was already something he didn't expect, and the tiger could honestly be because it was inside a cage for too long. To be honest, wild wasn't that great, so it wasn't as strong as one would expect, the king of the forest aura having long since disappeared. If it was wild, Chen Xian was also terrified in his heart. Chapter 64, Touched. Dull little Meng could only put down the thought in her mind that dull little sister was going to participate in the Jedi Survivor Game tournament, and Chen Xian and dull little sister were going to participate together. When they got to the tournament field, the game hadn't gone on for long when dorky little sister was defeated by a team. Seeing this situation, dull little Meng's heart was incomparably self-condemning. Had he known that he shouldn't have let dull little sister participate, so dull little sister planned to attend in person. However, at this time, Chen Xian said that he would go on by himself. Dull little sister was in front of a crowd of skeptics when Chen Xian took the stage. The team was defeated by Chen Xian. Dull little sister was surprised, and the whole crowd cheered. It was only at this time that dull little sister realized that Chen Xian was her best partner, her partner in crime. Chen Xian was a very strong person and she believed in his strength. Thus she was looking forward to this duel, the fight between Chen Xian and the stronger team. And that's when Dorky was already preparing for her participation in the Jedi. Dorky wasn't exactly in the best of health, something that made Dorky a bit embarrassed, something that wasn't uncommon in the modern world. And this time the Jedi is to increase the difficulty in the Jedi survival in the middle of the impossibility of any rest time. So the dull little sister must grasp all the time to enhance the strength, otherwise it will be eliminated out of the game. This is the dull little sister absolutely cannot accept. She can accept all the difficulties, but only cannot accept the elimination. Therefore, she has been practicing her physical fitness hard. In the middle of a mission, she was sneak attacked by the enemy's expert, and was seriously injured and almost died. It was Chen Xian who saved her. Chen Xian is a hot-blooded man. Although he is a male in the modern society, he is a hot-blooded warrior in the ancient times. He is a man who loves his life and his duty, and in order to save his beloved sister, he resolutely chose to fight. When Chen Xian stood out from that team and came to Stay Little Sister's side to take care of Stay Little Sister, Stay Little Sister was grateful. At this moment Stay Little Sister finally determined Chen Xian's position in her heart. Chen Xian is a real hot-blooded man, is a person worthy of their own life entrusted to the life and death of a man worth their own trust. How could she have missed Chen Xian in the first place? Dull little sister began to reflect on herself at this time. If she had discovered Chen Xian's feelings for herself earlier, what would she have done? Dull Xiaomei was in a deep state of confusion. This change in dull little sister made Chen Xian very happy. He knew that dull little sister had developed a love for him, and this was something to be happy about. Chen Xian began to constantly pursue dull little sister and even proved himself with his actions. Dull little sister began to slowly develop a sense of dependence on Chen Xian, but she had yet to determine what kind of feelings she had for Chen Xian. But Chen Xian's adoration for herself had already created a touching feeling in dull little sister's heart. Under these circumstances, she gradually accepted Chen Xian as well, and even took the initiative to help Chen Xian during one of the training sessions. Chen Xian's ability was very impressive, and he was much stronger than dull little sister. But he was still very happy when dull little sister was helping him, because dull little sister was helping him, and the relationship is one that is kept in the mind of the nerdy little girl until the very end. Dull little sister told herself in her heart, she likes not only Chen Xian, but also this relationship. She likes the relationship between the two of them, so that they will not be criticized by others, so that she will not be disturbed by the gossip on the network. She hopes that this time in the Jedi survival among her and Chen Xian's performance can let her fans see her strength. But her fans were not very satisfied with her performance. After all, dull little sister did not put out too many bright performances during this period of time, and those of her fans felt that dull little sister was not qualified enough to enter among the Jedi. But at this time Chen Xian suddenly stood out. Chen Xian yelled at the netizens who were denigrating dull little sister on the internet. Chen Xian's face was unusually grim as he said this. Chen Xian's words had completely changed dull little sister's mindset. During this period of time, dull little sister had been practicing hard in order to enter among the Jedi to be able to achieve the best rankings. She did not want to disappoint her fans, and she did not want others to say bad things about her. She was hoping for a win. The rules of Jedi survival are simple. Whoever gets the most points wins. And if there is a big difference between two people's points, then even if they lose the game, there is no difference between the two places. In the midst of this competition, there were other players besides dorky little sister, and these people were all international players. At this time, all the people were waiting for this Jedi, waiting for the match between dull little sister and the other players. If dull little sister won this time, she would become the player who won the overall championship among the Jedi. In the midst of everyone's attention, dull little sister and a few other team members entered this battle space. When dull little sister saw these people, she had a sneer on her face. Are these your team members? How come they're all such losers? I can't even beat the three alone. Such losers. It's better to go home and wash your hands. Dull little sister's words were very arrogant and cocky, making all of them very annoyed when they heard them. But at this time, these people didn't dare to seize out. After all, what dull little sister said was the truth, and she was the fourth-ranked existence among the Jedi. Her strength was indeed stronger than them, and dull little sister also had a boyfriend. She had a boyfriend, so these members of their team didn't dare to mess with him at all. Moreover, dull little sister's boyfriend is also a very powerful person, and this person is not below dull little sister's strength, so they can't have a seizure at all. They can only tolerate it. Seeing dull little sister so untouchable, these people's eyes were on fire, but they didn't dare to snap out of it. At this time, there was a girl among these people who glanced at dull little sister, then sneered. This is the legendary dull little sister, really an uneducated vase. You really think you're so powerful? You're just about as strong as an ordinary person. What do you think you are? How dare you compete with us for the title of number one as well? I'll see what you do this time. The girl's words drew the others to follow suit. Yes, I really don't know where dull little sister got the courage to compete with us for this number one title. That's right, just by virtue of her, she can get this number one title? Such trashy strength and still wants to enter among the Jedi. What a fool's errand. These people, you and I taunted dull little sister. Although dull little sister wanted to get mad, but in the face of these people, she couldn't have an attack, because if she did, it would cause a great burden to herself, because her strength was too weak, and she was still a girl. She couldn't lose face in front of so many people. Humph, that's right, I think they're fed up. Another girl followed suit. Don't get angry, let's just not bother with them. We just need to do our job. Dull little sister advised her fans not to get angry. Chapter 65, Mocking the Dumb Little Sister. Dull little sister, grateful to Chen Xian, said that in the future you can live game together. Chen Xian said that his gym branch will soon open the door, so that dull little sister to do publicity. Wang Gong was arranged by Chen Xian as a store manager. Open the store, crowds come to run the card. Dull little sister's competitor Lulu is also a red female anchor, envious of the dull little sister, came to find Chen Xian, said that you can live with their own, the money is doubled. Chen Xian refused. Lulu angry. Dull little sister had no choice but to agree. As the time got closer and closer, dull little sister's heart became more and more anxious, because at this time, dull little sister had already seen those team members in front of her. In these teams, there is a very large team. There are 285 people. All of them are internationally renowned players. Each member of the team's strength is not weak. One of the members of the comprehensive strength is very strong. All the members of their team are all the elites in the elite of the countries. Their strength is much stronger than that of the people in the team of the small sister. The strength of their team is very scary. The strength of this team is very horrible. Can be said to be the top power of the whole of China. The captain of this team is called Lion. Lion, this team of people. All of them are members of the Thunder International. Lion, this team in the world of fame. Although it is not comparable to some of the top companies in the international community, but it is also not an ordinary company can be comparable to. When she saw Lei Ming's team, dull little sister's face became very ugly. This day, is it finally coming? All of the members of Thunder's team, all of them looked towards dull little sister, and when they saw dull little sister, many of these people showed disdain. Seeing dull little sister, it was as if they had seen a clown, laughing at dull little sister. Dull little sister, you little girl, I really don't know where you got such big guts. That's right, you're not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue off. The competition in this world is not for you juniors to play around with. If you want to win in this competition, then you have to show your strength. If you little dolls are so strong that you still want to participate in the competition, then you will have to prove yourselves with true strength. I would like to see how many firsts you can get amongst this competition. Hearing these people's words, dull little sister's face was filled with anger. Looking at these people, she said, "You people don't want to be too rampant. Today I'm going to teach you a good lesson, letting you know that I, dull little sister, am not some soft persimmon." Looking at dull little sister's exasperated appearance, these team members laughed out loud and said, "Fine, since you want to compete with us, I'll accompany you to the end. Humph, I'll definitely teach you a good lesson today. You stinky girl, we've all seen your strength before. We'd like to see what kind of strength you really have." A member of the team among these people said, "Since you all want to see it, then I will let you all see my strength. I want you all to know that in this world, no one can be better than me. In my case, no one can defeat me. I am a genius. I am the best genius in the world." Dull little sister said, "Ha ha ha, just by you, a tiny recruit, you still want to compete with us? It's simply ridiculous. Among us old birds, not a single one of us is weaker than you. Ha ha, this little brat actually wants to challenge us old birds. It's simply a daydream." When these players heard dull little sister's words, a few of them, all of them laughed out loud and looked at dull little sister as if they were looking at an idiot. Looking at dull little sister, they all felt in their hearts that dull little sister was a brainiac. "Humph, you people are all trash," dull little sister said coldly. You stinky girl, you dare to insult us." Hearing dull little sister's words, this team member was instantly furious. This team of theirs were all the best among them, and possessed an extremely high reputation in the entire world. But this girl, she even said that they were garbage, insulting them, the old birds. "What's wrong with me calling you old birds trash? Do you guys have a problem with that? Let me tell you, in my eyes, you guys are trash. You old birds, just a bunch of trash." Dull little sister scolded without mercy, and she had no good feelings towards Lian's team. The members of this team of Rain International were all very angry. These people, they were usually invited by the top international companies to participate in world-class online games internationally. But now, to be insulted like this, the temper of many of their members, were all very grumpy. When they saw dull little sister, they all wanted to immediately rush up and teach this little brat a hard lesson. Teach this girl a lesson. However, they all held back because they didn't want to expose themselves to the media. Good line. No one in this world is as good as these hackers of yours. Thunderbolt International. Seeing that none of the Thunder International's team members had moved, amongst the Thunder International, a person walked up and turned to dull little sister, smiling sarcastically. "But even if you say it well, so what? Right now, your strength is nothing more than a new recruit at the bottom of the ladder, not worthy of participating in today's match at all." Looking at this Thunder International's team member, Lian's people, a trace of mocking smile emerged on their faces. The corners of this Thunder International's team member's mouth, all emerged a trace of ridicule. Looking towards dull little sister, this Thunder International's team member sneered at dull little sister. His tone of voice was thick with mockery, and he said to dull little sister, "Didn't you say that you wanted to challenge these veteran birds of ours? Now you can challenge one of us. I will let you know how weak you are amongst these people. Even if you defeat him, you are not my opponent, because you are not the strongest one amongst these old birds of ours. There is no one in this world who can defeat me, and the same goes for you, because you are not my opponent." After this member of Thunderbolt International said these words, he looked towards dull little sister with a strong disdain in his eyes. Hearing the words of these Thunder International's team members, dull little sister's face instantly sank. "Humph, in my eyes, you old birds, you're just some jumping clowns." Hearing dull little sister's words, The faces of these members of Thunderbolt International were filled with ridicule. Let me tell you this, amongst all of us, you are not my opponent at all. Moreover, just by virtue of you, you don't deserve to compete with all of us at all. I know that amongst brats like you, there must be many gifted geniuses. However, in our eyes, those gifted geniuses are nothing more than mole crickets in our eyes. Ignore them. Let's go home. It was at this time that Chen Xian arrived, directly pulling the heroine around to leave. Chapter 66, Don't mind them. Chen Xian the next day received a dull little sister notification, said he stopped broadcasting, because in Chen Xian live with the reason, so that Lulu's people reported, Chen Xian and dull little sister to go together to find Lulu. Lulu pleased, let Chen Xian sign to their own company in public, and then in the company in public to give Lulu a slap in the face. Chen Xian's slap knocked Lulu to the ground. Lulu fell to the ground, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She pointed at Chen Xian and dull little sister and shouted, you too, I'm not done with you, you pariahs, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to let my mom and dad break you two into pieces. I will make sure that you all die without a burial place. Chen Xian and dull little sister didn't take this Lulu to heart at all, so the two of them didn't pay any attention to this Lulu, directly passing by her and continuing to walk outside. Lulu climbed up from the ground, her lips trembling a few times before pointing at Chen Xian and dull little sister, saying, just wait for me, I'm going to make sure that you guys die without a burial place. Seeing Lulu's appearance, the members of Thunderbolt International, while jeering, walked away. As she said this, Chen Xian turned his head to look at him and directly said with a slight smile, if you ever look for trouble again, I don't mind blossoming your face, making it as ugly as your heart. Hearing what Chen Xian said, Lulu was terrified and didn't dare to say anything else. Don't worry, I'll find a way, Chen Xian said as he gently touched dull little sister's hand. I believe you. Dorky little sister was incredibly relieved to hear that. Hey, the live streaming privileges are gone as well, and I even messed with Lulu, so I guess I'm in trouble. As Chen Xian and dull little sister were leaving, they passed by the squad that Lian was in, only to be ridiculed by the other side. I'll hold you all accountable for your behavior today when you wait for the Jedi. Watch yourselves, dull little sister said. Looking at dull little sister, she smiled coldly and said, you don't need to worry about our safety, you'd better mind your own business now. If you are able to defeat us people, we will admit defeat. If you are not able to defeat us, I advise you to get lost right now. Fine, since you guys are willing to admit defeat, then there's no need for me to force you. After hearing these words from dull little sister, this team of Chen Xian's members, all of them laughed coldly as they looked towards dull little sister and said derisively, ha ha ha, we thought that you had some kind of special tactics, but it turns out that you just want to concede defeat. Ha ha ha, it really is too much fun. I know. You guys must be wondering why I would choose to admit defeat. I've just said that my strength, compared to you so-called veterans, is still far from being able to defeat you guys, so of course I can't possibly fight you guys hard. Looking at the members of Thundering International, dull little sister said indifferently. After hearing dull little sister's words, the members of Thunderbolt International burst out laughing and said to dull little sister, little girl, I'll see what excuse you have to convince us this time. I advise you to leave immediately before it's too late. Otherwise, when the time comes, you'll be the one to suffer. Alright, there's no need to talk so much nonsense with her. Seeing these members of Thunder International constantly mocking dull little sister, Thunder's captain, Thunder, finally spoke up. Little girl, did you hear that? Our captain of Thunder Rumbling is telling you to get lost. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, you'll definitely be beaten up by our Captain Thunder. Hearing the words of Thunder's captain, Thunder, this team of Thunder's members immediately said to dull little sister. When dull little sister heard these words from Lei Ming, she didn't give any indication. She just looked at them with a cold smile and then said, are you guys really sure that I'm going to leave? However, if you guys are sure, then I'm leaving. Oh, hearing dull little sister's words, these members of Thunderbolt International froze. No, didn't we agree that we weren't allowed to leave? A Thunder International team member said, oh, I'm just saying, I didn't say that I would definitely leave. Dull little sister said with a light laugh, but, if you don't leave, do you want to continue to lose face here? Do you want to continue to lose our international face? The members of Thunder International said, it doesn't matter if you lose face, but if you guys continue to talk like that, I'm afraid that our captain won't be able to help it, and will take action against you. Dull little sister said to these members of Thunderbolt International with a smile. What? Our captain will make a move? Hearing these words from dull little sister, all of Thundering International's team members shrieked in shock. How could they not expect that dull little sister would dare to threaten their captain? I'm telling the truth, if your captain really made a move, then it means that he can't hold back any longer, dull little sister said indifferently. Hearing dull little sister's words, the members of this team from Thunderbolt International were a bit scared. After all, their captain was Lei-In, a strong person who could easily beat and kill more than a dozen of them. Rain, an unsurpassable presence in their hearts. If Rain did make a move, I'm afraid that his own captain would, indeed, make a move and beat himself up. To think that their captain would be angered by a girl, and a frail one at that, they all felt extremely shocked. What to do? Are we really going to listen to this infirmity, leave this place, and return to our own international? No, I'm not willing. I'm not willing to leave this infirmity like this, a member of the team said, his heart very indignant. Since you're not willing, then don't leave. We don't need your help anyway. I'm sure we'll be able to defeat this frail one, another team member said. That's right, no matter what, we can't be intimidated by a girl. If we're defeated by such a girl, how can we be human beings in the future? We're going to win this battle, defeat this infirmity, and then ruthlessly humiliate her, making her kowtow and beg for forgiveness in front of us, making her kneel for us, another team member said through gritted teeth. That's right, I agree with this one thing as well. We can't be bullied by a girl, and I can see that this frail is like a person who doesn't understand a single movement. We don't even need to make a move. The other team members agreed with this captain's proposal. Hearing the murmurs from this team of Thunder International's members, dull little sister smiled faintly and said, since you guys want to fight me one-on-one, then I'll accompany you now. Yeah, we'll definitely teach you a hard lesson, then humiliate you and beat you to the ground begging for mercy. That's right, let's do it now and beat this infirmity to death, letting her know how powerful we are at Thunderbolt International. We can't be bullied by a girl, no matter who you are. Today you must kowtow and apologize to our Thunder International. Otherwise, don't blame us for not being polite. Hearing the words of these members of Thunder International, dull little sister sneered and said, just by you guys? Not to mention me. Even if your Captain Lei Ming were to appear in person, he wouldn't necessarily be my opponent. Chapter 67, Gathering Evidence. And after returning inside his home, Chen Xian immediately turned on his computer as he wanted to investigate Lulu on the internet. She'd like to see what this Lulu really is. How on earth could she be so capable? It was because Chen Xian knew that only if this matter was investigated clearly, then dull little sister's live broadcast would have an outcome afterward. This matter was originally he was sorry for dull little sister, so he must investigate this matter clearly, for dull little sister to find a justice. Chen Xian himself was clear in his heart that only if this matter was investigated clearly, then dull little sister would be able to go back on air. If dull little sister could never go live again because of him, then Chen Xian would really feel very guilty. If dull little sister hadn't gone live with him in the first place, then things wouldn't have happened to this point. So he had to be responsible for this matter to the end. Even if he was clueless now, he had to work hard to solve this matter. And it was at this time that Chen Xian found something about Lulu inside a software. So he clicked in to see it and eventually found the evidence. And what he just didn't expect was that he'd be rewarded for this happenstance. After all, he was just taking a test drive, but he didn't expect that he would actually succeed. This made Chen Xian very excited. After all, this result was very important to them all. After Chen Xian clicked on it, he found that this Lulu had actually forced someone to take out a loan to broadcast plastic surgery. If those fans knew about this, they would never like him again, and his reputation would be in tatters. By then, there wouldn't be so many people to back her up, and she wouldn't have a reason to bully dull little sister anymore. When he thought of this, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel happy, wanting to hurry up and tell this result to dull little sister. But before that could happen, he had to have all this evidence ready. They must knock Lulu down once and for all, and never let him have the chance to get up again. So this time they must punish him properly. However, Chen Xian also knew in his heart that if he wanted to completely bring him down, these alone were simply not enough. So he had to find stronger evidence to prove this matter of Lulu forcing someone to take out a loan for live cosmetic surgery, and he had to prove this matter out. However, this matter is very much related to the cosmetic surgery hospital, so if you want to investigate this matter, then you must go to the cosmetic surgery hospital to investigate properly. So, Chen Xian immediately put down the computer in his hands and immediately went to the plastic surgery hospital. After all, he really didn't want to waste any more of his time right now. He had to hurry up and get this thing out of the way. He hoped that dull little sister would get the right to live broadcast sooner rather than later. After all, that was something that dull little sister loved to do. He also knew that a lot of things had really happened in the recent past that made even dull little sister feel very unhappy, and they were all just because of him. Chen Xian just kept sitting in the car, thinking about these things. After an unknown amount of time, he finally arrived at the plastic surgery hospital. He then rushed to the plastic surgery nurse and doctor to confirm the truth of the matter. May I ask if you recognize this man? I'm here today to ask for confirmation of something that, I trouble you to be able to answer me truthfully. After all, this matter is of great importance. Chen Xian took Lulu's photo and asked the doctors and nurses everywhere. Seeing Chen Xian so anxious, these doctors and nurses probably guessed that this matter might not be ordinary, so they told everything they knew. After all, they were just trying to feed their family, so they didn't want to get involved in any legal issues. They just hoped that if they said those words, nothing would involve them again in the future, and that would be the best outcome for them. Chen Xian finally collected a lot of evidence. Chen Xian looked at his hands inside these evidence very happy. He did not believe that so much evidence that Lulu can still turn over. After collecting this favorable evidence, Chen Xian planned to expose this matter, and just at the same time, he saves Peach, who has been deceived all along, and Peach knows that it was Chen Xian who saved her. If it wasn't for Chen Xian, then she would have been kept in the dark. So when she realized this matter, he was extremely grateful to Chen Xian, and she always felt that Chen Xian was her savior. So Peach found Chen Xian. Chen Xian, this is you. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'd still be in the dark until now. You really are a good person. However, Chen Xian did not think that he had done anything, and all these things he did were just for the sake of staying little sister. This thing of saving Peach, that's just a coincidence, and, after all, he wasn't the type to stand by and do nothing, so he just raised his hand. Chen Xian smiled. Peach, actually you don't need to say that. After all, this matter isn't a big deal, so there's no need for you to be so grateful. Besides, I'm all just lifting a finger. I didn't do anything. Even though Chen Xian had already said so, Peach was still very grateful to Chen Xian. After all, if it wasn't because of Chen Xian, that he is still being deceived, he knows it in his own heart, so if he doesn't thank Chen Xian, then who should he thank? Momoko just looked at Chen Xian sheepishly. Well, anyway, thank you for this matter. You're the one who made me see what kind of person he really is. Not being lied to by him all the time stopped my losses in time, and I know you don't even need me to say this, but now that you've helped me, I have to show my gratitude to you. After all, these things really mean a lot to me, so I sincerely thank you. Seeing that Peach was so persistent, Chen Xian couldn't say anything else. After all, the thing did take credit for itself. It was just that it felt like a big deal. Well, if you put it that way, then I won't say anything else, and I'll accept your gratitude to me. And it was at this time that Peach suddenly thought of the need for staff inside Chen Xian's gym, so he mentioned this matter to Chen Xian. I recently heard that you need staff inside your gym. I wonder what you think of me. If it's okay, then I'll work at your place? Peach just said with such a sincere face, leaving Chen Xian feeling baffled. But Peach wasn't wrong. He did need staff. After all, there simply weren't enough people inside the gym. Since you're willing to come, then I'm always welcome. So Peach worked inside Chen Xian's gym. Chapter 68 Lulu Begs for Mercy. Originally, on that day, Chen Xian had wanted to go look for Lulu, but there was no way around it, as he was simply too tired these past few days, and it was also already very late in the evening, so it wasn't the right time at all. So Chen Xian thought to take a good rest before going to find Lulu to get this matter cleared up. Waiting for the next day, Chen Xianbei went to find Lulu with all this evidence that he had worked so hard to find in the past few days. At this moment, Lulu didn't even know what was inside Chen Xian's hands, so he didn't give a damn about Chen Xian coming to her. Why are you here looking for a scolding? Why don't you get the hell out of my way? At this moment, Lulu was planning to go out, and Chen Xian just stopped him hard in front of him. In this way Lulu felt very angry. He always felt that Chen Xian was just playing dead, but Chen Xian just kept staring at him with a cold smile. What? Aren't you curious about me coming here today? What exactly is the reason for that? At this moment, Lulu did not fear Chen Xian at all. He thought that Chen Xian did not have any skills at all, so there was no need to put Chen Xian in his eyes. What good can come from you looking for me? Hurry up and get out of my way. Don't get in the way here. It's bad luck to meet someone like you so early in the morning. What? Could it be that you want to take it out on dull little sister? You don't even look at what you're really capable of yourself? Just with you wanting to fight me, you'd better go and look in the mirror first. See if you're worthy? Lulu said in such an exasperated manner. And even though what he was saying right now was indeed very hurtful, Chen Xian still didn't take it to heart, because he was about to get the punishment he deserved. The thought of it made Chen Xian's heart feel extraordinarily relaxed. After all, the effort he had spent for so long was not in vain. I wish you could stay this arrogant, but it doesn't seem to be working. Chen Xian suddenly raised the evidence inside his hand higher, and Lulu felt that this matter was not right. After all, Chen Xian's tone of voice wasn't right today, so he began to panic a bit. Chen Xian, make it clear to me, what exactly do you mean by that? Lulu just looked at Chen Xian suspiciously. After all, she really couldn't figure out what exactly Chen Xian meant by the words he said just now, so he had to ask for clarification. And just at this time, Chen Xian handed the evidence inside his hand to Lulu's face, and Lulu hurriedly took this Chen Xian handed over. The results had surprised him. But it hadn't occurred to him that all of these things he had done in the past had actually been detected by Qin Xian. So after Lulu saw the evidence was very afraid. If this matter is exposed, then he will now be a drop in the bucket, maybe even become the object of abuse of the netizens. He then began to change his attitude. Chen Xian, I know that I was wrong about what happened earlier, and I will immediately go and clarify it now. I hope you'll be kind enough to let me off the hook. I know how much I went overboard with those things I did in the past, so now I've been at fault, and I'll make it up to you. I'm just begging you to never let anyone else know about this, or else I'll really break down. Lulu then said so pleadingly. After all, she really didn't want these things to be exposed. If these things were exposed, then he would be completely ruined. It was not easy for him to manage himself so well. He did not want to. It is because of his own slip, and so fall into 1,000 feet deep cliff. Then he can never climb up. What? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? How did you end up like this now? Chen Xian felt very disgusted when he looked at him like this. After all, when he thought about how he had treated dull little sister over the past few days, Chen Xian was furious, and at this time, Lulu probably guessed why Chen Xian would send so much effort into investigating this matter. The reason being that he wanted to help dull little sister out. I could have kept dull little sister on the air. I begged you not to do that. Good, then hurry up now and go and tell the netizens what's going on in this matter. Hearing Chen Xian say this, Lulu would later rush off to deal with this matter. Okay, I will definitely take care of this matter. You must not send that thing out, even if I beg you. Even before she left, Lulu still instructed Chen Xian to say what she said. She was really afraid that those things would be exposed just like that. However, Chen Xian also returned inside his own gym, tallying up his gym's turnover. What he hadn't expected was that it had surpassed 500,000, a number that really came as a shock to Chen Xian, coupled with those original deposits from before. So now he had a total of $5 million inside this deposit. How could Chen Xian not have imagined that he would one day earn so much money? This made Chen Xian feel very happy, so he planned to treat himself. After all, this himself had spent a lot of effort for this gym, so now he had to appease and soothe his broken heart. So Chen Xian planned to go and buy a luxury car. Chen Xian immediately went inside the 4S store to pick out a luxury car. As soon as he thought of himself he was going to buy a luxury car, Chen Xian couldn't wait. When the manager saw Chen Xian coming, he took Chen Xian as a VIP customer and greeted him warmly. After all, they don't have big customers like Chen Xian every day. The manager then began to carefully introduce every car here to Chen Xian. He must not lose this big customer. If Chen Xian were to buy a luxury car here, then his sales for the month would be greatly increased, and he would receive a lot of bonuses as a result. When he thought of this, the manager was very happy and even more excited to recommend these cars for Chen Xian. Sir, these you are looking at are the latest new models from our store, and they are also very good to use. Sir, can you try them to see how they feel? At this moment, the manager of the S store was recommending a new luxury car inside their store for Chen Xian. Very good indeed. Any other recommendations? I'll watch it together. Hearing Chen Xian say so boldly, it made the manager feel very happy. Okay, sir, you come with me. Let me slowly recommend these cars for you. I guarantee you'll be absolutely satisfied. After all, the cars inside our store can be very excellent. Chen Xian nodded and followed. After all, once he arrived he also wanted to see what kind of luxury car this manager recommended for him, and in the end, Chen Xian booked a luxury car of $10 to $20 million. After all, he had earned all this money to come here so that he could live a better life. So Chen Xian thought that he had to buy a very good car for himself. Chapter 69, the basketball team concedes defeat. After Chen Xian ordered the luxury car, the manager was very happy. Sir, the car you purchased from our store will be delivered by our store to the address you reserved tomorrow. The manager said so very politely. After all, he could make a good impression on this big client of his. Only if that was the case. It was only then that he was able to attract this big client. And Chen Xian was that so-called big client of his. I'm very satisfied with your service attitude today. Don't worry, I'll give your boss a favorable review. After saying that, Chen Xian inserted his hand inside his own fanny pack and walked out in such a domineering manner. The next morning this car was indeed delivered to the entrance of the school, because everyone is still just a student now, so they can't afford such an expensive car at all. So, when these students were very surprised to see it, they took out their cell phones and started taking pictures. They were very curious as to who this car actually belonged to. After all, they hadn't realized that there would be someone so rich inside their school. And among those people taking pictures were those who had had problems with Chen Xian on the basketball team in the first place. Chen Xian glanced at this person, who was taking pictures of his car, so he felt very irritated. So then he motioned for the men to get out of the way. Move over, you guys, let me through. But these people didn't give a damn. They completely disregarded Chen Xian's words within their ears. I'm afraid you're too funny for your own good. Why should we make room for you? Who do you think you are? They always felt that Chen Xian was really very boring. Why should they give him a seat? Who does he think he is? The crowd's indifference made Chen Xian very angry. He hadn't expected that these people would be so oblivious to him. Chen Xian then went straight through the crowd and arrived in front of this person. Chen Xian just went straight over and punched this person, thus making the basketball team very angry. They didn't understand why Chen Xian came looking for things again like this for no reason, so they took out their own cell phones to film this scene. Get out of the way. Who gave you guys permission to shoot my car? Don't you guys realize that this is wrong on your part? Everyone present had heard Chen Xian say these words, so they were all particularly shocked. They hadn't expected that this luxury car in front of their school was actually Chen Xian's, which made everyone a bit surprised. You mean this car is yours? The crowd asked with great suspicion. After all, right now they were somewhat less convinced that this car even belonged to Chen Xian. But Chen Xian said disdainfully, why isn't it mine? Could it be yours? The crowd all began to talk in droves. How could they not believe that Chen Xian could afford such a luxury car? After all, this car looked like the kind that wasn't cheap. But they took another look at Chen Xian and felt very out of place. I really think some people are particularly bored, seeing a luxury car parked here and coming to say it's themselves, but there's no evidence to prove it to everyone. Someone began to say mockingly as he very much couldn't even look at Chen Xian's behavior. Moreover, they always felt that Chen Xian's behavior just now was very reckless. After all, he just ran over to beat up the basketball team for no reason at all. Of course, these people knew that they had had a past in the beginning, but they hadn't expected that Chen Xian would be so bold. After hearing this man's uproar, more people began to talk about it. Yeah, what makes you think this car is yours? Just because you have no proof? Well, in that case, we can also say that this car is ours, and you don't have any proof anyway, right? At that moment, all the people present laughed absurdly. They found this behavior of Chen Xian's very boring. They just said that how could Chen Xian afford this kind of car with his appearance? They felt as if Chen Xian was daydreaming. If I say it's mine, it's mine. Do you think I have to lie to you? How are we to believe empty words? We're not cuties either. Unless you come up with proof now. Faced with the crowd said so, Chen Xian also looked very helpless. After all, now the forest store people have not sent the formalities to him, so he does not have any evidence to prove. When the crowd saw that Chen Xian hadn't been able to produce any evidence, they became even more reckless. You can't even produce any evidence, and you still have the nerve to say that this car is yours. I really don't know how there can be people like you. It's really disgusting, isn't it? Just really don't know how to have the face to stay here, and even beat up people here. We really are also speechless. How can there be such a person? Just when everyone still wanted to say something, suddenly the people from the forest store sent over the formalities for Chen Xian to buy a car. They respectfully walked up to Chen Xian as they also knew that Chen Xian was their big client. Sir, this is the paperwork for your purchase of our car. I'm sorry for holding it up for you until now, but I hope you'll be satisfied with our car. The forest guy just said guiltily that they did come a little late after all. It's okay, it's good that it's being delivered now. Just as well to show certain people who this car really belongs to. Chen Xian kept staring at these people as he uttered these words, and all of these people were silent as they already knew about this matter. Just as Chen Xian had said, Chen Xian took over the formalities in such a haughty manner, which made the people who had just said those words very much slapped in the face, so the entire room was now silent. After all, they were really embarrassed to say anything else, and they knew that the car really belonged to Chen Xian, and they were beginning to regret a bit the words they had uttered in the first place. They began to silently envy Chen Xian in their own hearts. After all, for Chen Xian to be able to buy such a luxury car, it was truly remarkable. And just at this time, Xiao Meng also walked over. She was very happy after seeing Chen Xian. However, when she had just walked into Chen Xian said to him, "Let's go. I'll take you to dinner. I'm really starving right now. It just so happens that I can also let you experience how my new car really is." This bring Xiao Meng feel a little surprised. After all, Chen Xian's newly purchased car he would be able to sit in. Thinking about it was a very happy thing. Yeah, it just so happens that I haven't eaten right now either, so why don't we just go eat together? So Xiao Meng agreed to Chen Xian, and Chen Xian took Xiao Meng to dinner with him. The people from the basketball team saw Chen Xian drive the luxury car away just like that. Everyone silently lowered their heads as they admitted that they were simply no match for Chen Xian. Chapter 70 Video Explosion. However, just at this time dull little sister also went to find Chen Xian. Seeing dull little sister rush to find herself just like that made Chen Xian feel very puzzled. Dull little sister ran to Chen Xian's front and just panted heavily. After all, just now she had really run in too much of a panic, so he was really a bit tired right now. Dull little sister, are you alright? Chen Xian patted dull little sister's back and said with such worry. Dull little sister looked at Chen Xian and shook her head. I am fine. I came to find you because I have some things to say to you. At this moment, Chen Xian's heart was filled with great doubt. What exactly was the urgent matter? Surprisingly, it made dull little sister run to find herself in such a hurry. What the hell is going on? You say it slowly. With that, Chen Xian comforted dull little sister as he spoke. I need to make a video with you for the Anchor PK competition. If it's just me, it probably won't be as eye-catching, so I was hoping you could help me out for once. Chen Xian was really also a bit speechless. He hadn't thought that dull little sister was about to come looking for herself in a hurry, but was actually only doing so in order to get herself to shoot a video with him. But then it occurred to him that this Anchor PK tournament must be very important to dull little sister. That's why dull little sister did it, right? Okay, I promise you. But where are we going to shoot? There aren't any good places left for us to film, so we still have to find a location to film. Chen Xian spoke in such a meaningful manner, and it was at this time that dull little sister was suddenly struck by a bright idea. We can shoot inside the nearby park. I've been there. It's quite nice and it's quite suitable for the theme of our shooting this time. Chen Xian was a bit puzzled. They were the subject of the shoot. What exactly was it? Why did they need to shoot inside a park? And she always felt that there were just too many people inside the park, and it might be a little less than ideal if she just went ahead and filmed it. So he repeatedly checked with Nerd Girl to make sure. Are you sure we're going to shoot inside the park? Dull little sister nodded. That's right. This time we'll shoot inside the nearby park. After all, we have a lot of filming instruments. And what's wrong with this place being close and fitting the theme of our shoot? Facing such a reply from dull little sister caused Chen Xian to be a little embarrassed, so he didn't say anything more. After all, he knew clearly in his own heart how important this video shot this time was to dull little sister. So after discussing everything, they began to go together to the nearby park to shoot inside. And only after arriving at this park did Chen Xian realize. It turns out that he's shooting a Beauty and the Beast series with Dorky this time around, which is why Dorky said it would be a great theme for them if they were inside the park. When this video was sent out, what Chen Xian and Stay Little Sister did not expect is that this video was bursting into flames. In the forum, the number of clicks up to hundreds of thousands, which makes Stay Little Sister very happy. Dull Little Sister also got the first place in the company auction, but Dull Little Sister's own heart is also clear about this matter. The reason why it can be accomplished so perfectly. That was all a joint effort between her and Chen Xian, so he felt compelled to thank Chen Xian properly. If Chen Xian hadn't cooperated with him this time, it might not have been possible for him to get the first place in the company's auction at all. When she thought of this, Dull Little Sister came in a hurry to find Chen Xian, who at this moment was checking out the instruments inside his gym. Faced with the sudden arrival of Dull Little Sister, Chen Xian felt very shocked, as Dull Little Sister had been very busy all this time, and thus had no time to come over here at all. This also led to the fact that Dull Little Sister hadn't come to Chen Xian's gym for a long time, and it was the sudden sight of Dull Little Sister's Chen Xian that caused him to look a bit shocked. Chen Xian put down the things within his own hands and just walked over to Dull Little Sister. Could it be what's wrong? What gave you time to come to my place today? After seeing Chen Xian, Dull Little Sister directly ran up in excitement and hugged Chen Xian. Chen Xian, do you know? This video that we shot this time has surprisingly exploded on the internet. And now that there are already over 100,000 hits on the forums, I'm really happy. Thanks to you, I was able to get first place in this company auction. Nerdy Little Sister was just so very excited about the thought of his video blowing up on the internet. After all, those videos he had shot before had never gotten this many hits, and this was the first time he had won first place in the company's bidding, so his feelings at this point were really unspeakable. Seeing Dull Little Sister excited into this state, Chen Xian didn't know what to say. In short, as long as this matter hit the effect that Dull Little Sister wanted, that would be fine. After all, he was also helping Dull Little Sister. It turned out that way, so that's good. I was afraid the video wouldn't catch fire, so what should I do? Chen Xian said in such a serious manner. After all, he hadn't expected this video to explode like this, but from the tone in which Dull Little Sister spoke to him now, he knew how excited she was right now. Seeing Dull Little Sister so happy, Dull Little Sister pushed Chen Xian's shoulder. It's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, then this video wouldn't have been able to explode so much. I told you, I'm looking for you to be the Chen Xian character in my video. That's definitely the right thing to look for. No, you've done me such a great favor this time. I have to thank you properly. Dull Little Sister suddenly began to be serious. Let Chen Xian feel that she was a little less adaptable. He did not need Dull Little Sister to make any repayment to him. He felt that he was able to help Dull Little Sister. That was already a very happy thing. What a strange thing to say. Do I help you make a video just so you can repay me? Chen Xian said in such a serious manner, leaving little sister Dull somewhat helpless. Yeah, I also forgot that you don't need anything at all. So since that's the case, I'll continue to do promotional work for your gym from now on. I just can't believe that you don't need to do promotional work inside your gym. Chen Xian knew that if he didn't agree to dull little sister at this point, then dull little sister would definitely think of something else, so he nodded. Well, since that's the case, then you'll help me continue to advertise inside my gym from now on. So the two of them made a happy pact, and now dull little sister was really happy, but the thought of getting first place in the company's auction was thrilling beyond belief. Chen Xian just looked at dull little sister with such relief. After all, he hoped that dull little sister could always be this cheerful. Chapter 71, Voting at the Gym. And in the time since then, this video shot by Chen Xian and dull little sister had been a hotspot on the internet and was getting more and more hits. However, it was at this time that someone started an online poll on choosing the #1 gym in the city. Just the owners of the super run gyms are very excited. After all, if they get this vote to the first place, it will provide them with better publicity. Among them were a dozen or so gyms that had come to participate in this competition, and Chen Xian had inadvertently learned about it. That's all because her roommates brought it up in front of her. Why is this online campaign even coming out now? And gym polls? Chen Xian's housemates just swiped their phones, and they felt very puzzled by these newly introduced polls now. However, it was only after they looked at it that they reacted to the fact that Chen Xian seemed to run a gym as well, so they hurried to Chen Xian's face, asked Chen Xian if he knows about this poll or not. Chen Xian, you also run a gym. Have you gone to this poll yet? But Chen Xian's reaction shocked them all greatly. What are you talking about? What vote? Chen Xian spoke in such a puzzled manner, as he simply didn't understand what kind of vote his housemates were talking about. The housemates felt very shocked. Geez, I can't believe you didn't know about this poll, and you're still the owner of the gym. Nah, let me show you. Don't say brother, I'm not being righteous. With that, Chen Xian took over the cell phone that his roommate handed over. It turned out that someone had started a poll online to choose the #1 gym in the city. Chen Xian was very confused that he didn't know about this. After watching the commercial, that started to play out in your own mind as it were. He also knew about it, and if he won first place, it would definitely help her own gym. After all, she wanted her gym to grow bigger and bigger as well. Thus, Chen Xian posted his family's home gym. When Chen Xian posted his home gym, the vote soon rose to first place. Of course Chen Xian saw the results after the very happy, because these results are in Chen Xian expected. After all, this gym was once known as the Net Red Gym, so the face of this result is not too shocking. Chen Xian was very proud of himself. She always felt that he was in the running for the first place this time. The #1 gym in the city is not his gym, because Chen Xian thinks that there is no better gym than his gym. However, in fact, all gym owners are very concerned about this matter. After all, it is still very important to them. There was a gym called Constant Power Gym, which was very disgruntled after realizing that Chen Xian's family's gym was consistently ranked in first place. Because he had never heard of the name Chen Xian Gym before, he concluded that Chen Xian's gym was definitely new. But what qualifications did a new gym have to be ranked first? So the owner of this Everpower Gym, San, was very dissatisfied and thought that the #1 gym in the city should be his own Everpower Gym. Therefore, after Chen Xian's gym appeared, he became very dissatisfied. He was not happy that a new gym had just surpassed the gym he had owned for many years, and San always felt very humiliated. So San sought out his handlers. Boss, what exactly did you call us for? San's men then said in a very puzzled voice, as they hadn't done anything for quite some time. San directly handed this voting result into these people's hands. Then he said meaningfully, call for people to brush up the votes, and think of any means to make sure that our Constant Power Gym comes in first place. Looking at the results of this vote that their boss handed to them, these henchmen immediately understood exactly what San meant. So they said with confidence, Boss, just don't worry about leaving this matter to us. We will definitely handle it for you exceptionally beautifully. Listening to the answers made by these men made 30 very satisfied. Well, since you've all gotten my point now, you should hurry down and get ready for this thing. If you do a good job on this, then I won't treat you badly. After all, I believe in the importance of this matter. You guys know it in your own hearts. This is about the future development of our Constant Power Gym. With that, San said meaningfully, he was reminding these men of him. If the Everpower Gym went out of business, it doesn't do them any favors at all. So they're going to pay whatever it takes to make Constant Power Gym #1. These henchmen that San sent out lived up to their name, and after a couple of days, they found a lot of people to swipe votes and increase their exposure. In a split second, Chen Xian's gym had become second place, and this one had originally made Chen Xian very puzzled. This makes Chen Xian very puzzled. Obviously yesterday are still the first place, but now all of a sudden even more than a few dozen votes of the gap. Chen Xian always feel that these votes come too fishy but they cannot find any evidence. Chen Xian began to comfort himself with the possibility that these people's votes were just a bit more volatile, so this situation could not be said. But then a few days inside, this situation is more and more serious. Chen Xian very also cannot understand This constant power gym tickets why grow so fast? Led a person very suspicious. But helplessly he didn't know where to start investigating this matter. Chen Xian could only wait and see what else would happen. However, right at this time, someone on the internet actually started to smear Chen Xian's gym, which caused the number of votes for Chen Xian's gym to drop drastically. But still, Chen Xian's gym was still ranked second. However, it was still smearing Chen Xian's gym, and Chen Xian was afraid that if it continued like this, then his own gym will be taken off the shelves. After all, these problems are now very serious. Chen Xian was very angry, as he was now certain in his heart that this matter was definitely being operated by someone. Chen Xian began to have some doubts as to whether or not it was the current number one constant power gym that was up to no good. After all, these votes of theirs were coming in just a bit too fishy. Chapter 72 Participating in Bodybuilding Competitions. Chen Xian saw these netizens smearing their gyms. His heart was particularly upset. He did not understand why these people would do this. Is this does them any good? Chen Xian was very incomprehensible, but he couldn't stop these people's right to speak. Could he? So this is the only way this thing can be, and now that it's in this situation, we have to find another way in a hurry. Otherwise, if this continued, it would definitely not be beneficial to Chen Xian's gym. Inside the days that followed, Chen Xian had been thinking hard at night about what exactly could be done to resolve this matter. So Chen Xian thought of an absolutely beautiful and good way. Chen Xian secretly resolved to make sure to use this bodybuilding competition to clean up his gym. Chen Xian directly went to participate in the city's bodybuilding competition. In the middle of the competition, can meet a variety of masters. Have to admit, they are very good. But Chen Xian is not inferior. Although these people were very powerful, he himself was not a good bully. Chen Xian secretly vowed in his heart that he would definitely use his full strength while winning this match. By the time Chen Xian performed, the fitness moves Chen Xian performed were very graceful, and these fitness moves were all very difficult, so it wasn't something everyone could do. And just like that, Chen Xian had won the admiration of the big man. After seeing Chen Xian's performance, the big brother couldn't help but clap warmly. She hadn't expected Chen Xian to have this ability. It was really too much of a surprise for him, wasn't it? With that, the big brother walked up to Chen Xian and patted his shoulder. Your kid can't even tell that you have this kind of skill. It's really too shocking for us, isn't it? These difficult fitness moves, maybe even we don't necessarily do them well, but you made it look so out of this world. It's really amazing, I have to say. You really are a good fitness prospect. Chen Xian was very happy in his heart when he heard these words from the big brother. After all, being recognized by others was a thing to be happy about for himself. Chen Xian looked at the big man somewhat sheepishly. What you're saying is serious. It's actually nothing. These are all moves that I usually do. That's why I'm able to do them with such ease and comfort. If it's you who wants to do it, I'm sure you feel that you can do it as well. And if you continue to praise me like this, then I'll really feel very shy. However, the big brother still felt that Chen Xian was just very impressive, so he couldn't help but praise Chen Xian there all the time. I say don't be modest. Well, at least I'm an old pro inside the gym. How come I don't know how difficult this bodybuilding move of yours is? So I advise you not to fool me here. With this little bit of skill of yours, if you want to fool me, then you're simply whimsical. Chen Xian smiled cheerfully as he listened to what Brain had said. Of course he knew that Big Brother was an old expert within this fitness industry, so he spoke with a certain amount of influence. So these words that he was now praising Chen Xian with were also of great help to Chen Xian, which made Chen Xian feel very grateful as well. And Chen Xian took advantage of this good time to publicize his gym. After all, there were a lot of spectators on the scene as well. Coupled with the bodybuilding moves he had just performed, the audience on stage was now very enthusiastic about him. After all, Chen Xian had come to this bodybuilding competition for the sake of his own gym, so he had to capitalize on every good moment. Never relax. Maybe this could be the key point where his gym comes back from the dead. Thank you all for being able to like me so much and for enjoying the show that I bring. I personally own a gym right within the city and welcome you all to go and exercise anytime. My gym is fully equipped with all the amenities inside, and I can guarantee that all the facilities inside the gym are state-of-the-art and the environment is the most elegant. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with choosing my gym, and please be able to support me. Chen Xian just like this said all the words he wanted to say in his heart in one go, but just this was simply not enough. He had to pull in these onstage spectators and get them to vote for his gym, in which case it could be returned to its original number one position. So after Chen Xian took a breath, he continued, recently, my gym is participating in a voting competition online, so if you all support me, you can vote to the inside of my gym. After saying those words again, Chen Xian suddenly let out a sigh of relief, and the heart hanging in his own heart fell. He didn't know what would come next, but at least then she wouldn't have any more regrets. After all, he had also given so much to his gym and had been working on it for so long that he was sure it would be absolutely unexpected. And just at this time, Dull little sister was also watching the live stream of Chen Xian's bodybuilding competition. He hadn't expected that Chen Xian would even go to a bodybuilding competition. This made dull little sister feel very shocked. After all, within her memories, Chen Xian did not like these things. So after dull little sister investigated the matter herself, she realized that it was because Chen Xian's gym votes had plummeted. Moreover, there were quite a few people who were bursting blackmail inside Chen Xian's gym, which made nerdy little sister very helpless as well. He didn't understand what kind of idleness these netizens had gotten into, that they were here all day long with nothing to do. Dull little sister felt that this matter was definitely not simple. After all, Chen Xian's gym was very sought after in terms of the city. How did the gym suddenly drop so many votes? It must be that someone is making underhanded moves here. So nerdy little sister clicked on the homepage of this first place gym, and nerdy little sister found that it was actually a constant power gym. However, he had never heard of the gym, Constant Power, so he found it very fishy. Besides, he hadn't even seen this Constant Power gym in the top 5 before, so how did it suddenly become number 1? This made dull little sister feel very puzzled. She always felt that this matter was not simple, so he had to get to the bottom of this matter, even if it was for Chen Xian's sake. After all, he didn't want to see Chen Xian feel confused because of this matter. He also knew how sad Chen Xian's heart was right now. After all, this gym was carefully operated down by Chen Xian. And dull little sister also knew how much thought Chen Xian had spent for the inside of this gym. So dull little sister definitely wouldn't let these people just go crazy hacking Chen Xian's gym. So dull little sister hurriedly went to find a master hacker. Nerdy little sister thought that since the Constant Power gym is so fond of finding hackers, let him see what it's like. Because by now at this time nerdy little sister already knew that a lot of power gyms were swiping votes, which is why he soared to the number 1 spot. Chapter 73, Gym Explosion. Dull little sister couldn't wait to tell Chen Xian after she found out the news, knowing that Chen Xian must be extremely anxious right now. After all, his gym was really very important to Chen Xian. He couldn't tolerate anything happening to it. But what made dull little sister feel very disgusted was that these people were using these underhanded tactics here without the ability to do so. Dumb little sister feels the need to expose all these evil deeds of theirs. In that case, let's see if they still dare to do such things. Dull little sister knew that Chen Xian probably didn't even know what was going on with this matter right now. So dull little sister planned to hurry up and tell Chen Xian all of these things that she knew. He just couldn't wait to find Chen Xian and told him all of this information that he had found out. Chen Xian, the reason why your gym's votes have dropped so drastically like this is because the current number 1 Constant Power gym is looking for someone to scrub their votes. That's why they turned out to be number 1. We can't just let them go on forever. After all, it wouldn't be fair to us. If it wasn't for them, our gym would be number 1 and their gym wouldn't even be number 1 because their gym is not as popular as ours at all. Dull little sister was just saying this very angrily. How could he have never thought that these people would use such despicable means in order to get the first place, going out of their way to tarnish the reputation of Chen Xian's gym, so much so that all those netizens were hacking Chen Xian's gym. After listening to what dull little sister had said, Chen Xian unexpectedly smiled involuntarily. He knew that this matter was definitely not simple. However, he did not expect that these people would be so despicable as to find those hackers to swipe the votes. If this was discovered, then they would definitely die a horrible death. Chen Xian sighed in his heart as he lamented that their guts were really a bit too big as well, right? Chen Xian looked meaningfully at what dull little sister said. Since they like to do it, then let them keep doing it. Hearing the answer Chen Xian made to himself, it made dull little sister very shocked. After all, she had spent a lot of effort to find out these things. But dull little sister felt that Chen Xian did not take this matter to heart at all. Dull little sister then directly opened her mouth to ask Chen Xian what exactly he meant. Don't you want to seek justice for your gym? Since we all know the truth of the matter now, why don't we go and take care of it? Chen Xian knew that dull little sister must not have understood his meaning, which was why she was in such a hurry. So he patiently explained to dull little sister, because I was going to report them directly, there was no need to do it myself at all. After all, Chen Xian himself was clear in his own heart that this matter was not something that could be handled by his own abilities alone, so he did not intend to intervene. Chen Xian then reported it directly, and because Chen Xian's report of this thing had whacked it dead, the constant power auction was cancelled. In the face of such a result, Chen Xian felt very happy, finally taking a breath of fresh air for his gym. It seemed that all those efforts he had made earlier had not been in vain. Because of Chen Xian's participation in this bodybuilding competition, Chen Xian's gym just went with the flow, becoming number 1, and his popularity directly skyrocketed. Even the other 2 stores were full of people, which made Chen Xian feel very helpless, but this was also a good thing. It meant that his gym was very popular with others. Chen Xian always felt that it wasn't a solution if it went on like this. After all, he didn't have so much time or so many staff inside his gym, so it was simply too busy. So Chen Xian was planning to start quotas, stipulating the number of people per day. Although he knew that it might be a little bit not so good if he did that, there was nothing else he could do. He had to do it. Otherwise, he was just too busy inside his gym. So now inside Chen Xian's gym, even if you had the money you couldn't necessarily get a card. This made everyone feel very upset, but they all really admired Chen Xian. Otherwise they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to want Chen Xian to feel inside the gym. Nowadays, if you want to get a card in advance inside Chen Xian's gym, then you have to book it well in advance, because there are just too many people, and even Chen Xian himself is almost too busy to be dazzled. Once all of these trainees had arrived at the gym, the trainer inside the gym realized how many people there were. They felt very helpless. After all, it was also a very difficult thing for them to bring so many trainees, because before they had taken 1 or 2 trainees, and suddenly it was such a large group. It makes them feel very helpless, and they always feel that they are really too tired, so they are simply unwilling to continue with their work. And Coach Lu Gang was the first to speak. Brothers, are you just willing to stay here all the time? Before we stayed here, it's only because we are easy here, and the treatment is not bad. But now don't you guys realize that this job is really too tiring? The boss doesn't give us a raise either, and he still lets us take on so many trainees. He's not treating us like cattle and horses, working as hard as we can. Coach Lu Gang then said angrily, because he always felt that Chen Xian's treatment compared to him was just too bad. After all, he was also very observant of those things on the internet during this period of time, so he thought that now Chen Xian's gym has been so hot inside, but Chen Xian still didn't give them a raise. So Coach Lu Gang felt very angry with Chen Xian for this. She felt that since Chen Xian had already done so, there was no need for her to stay in this place. Anyway, with this ability you have now, aren't you afraid you won't be able to find a better gym? Why do you have to work yourself to death here? Moreover, Chen Xian's gym was very demanding inside. If it wasn't for the fact that in the past, he felt that the treatment here was quite good, how could he possibly stay in this place for so long? After all, he had never heard of a gym that would be so demanding, and if they couldn't achieve the moves that Chen Xian wanted, then Chen Xian would still blame them. Coach Lu Gang just rambled on like this, spitting out all those displeasure in his heart to several other coaches, and a couple of his coaches were listening with rapt attention at the moment, as Lu just spit the words out to them. They also knew that what Lu Gang had said was indeed not wrong. Chen Xian's demands on them were indeed very high, because they were the trainers of this gym. If they couldn't do the fitness moves that Chen Xian wanted, then Chen Xian would think that they were of no use whatsoever. Chapter 74, The Gym Instructor Leaves. At the same time, several other coaches inside the gym were also looking at what Coach Lu Gang said to them, and they also felt that what Coach Lu Gang said made perfect sense. After all, they were clear about what kind of rules this place, Chen Xian, had, and they were calculating in their own minds. If they can't accept it now, then they might as well leave while they still can, and that would save them the trouble. With so many trainees to face, how could they just train through? So they really don't want to do this dirty and tiring job anymore, so they don't feel the need to continue to stay in this place. These coaches have been looking at their own students, looking at the fact that they have so many students. Their hearts are really very hard. After all, they had never trained so many trainees before. They used to take 1 or 2. Now that they were taking so many, it would surely wear them out. So these coaches came to Lu Gang. I also think what you just said is very reasonable. So I think this place is not suitable for us at all. I think it would be a waste of time if we continue to stay here any longer. How could Lu Gang not know what was going on in their minds? They must have resented the fact that they had brought too many trainees with them. That's why he was too tired to continue to carry on here, because even he was thinking that way, so he didn't think it was strange. Since the big guys are thinking like this, let's go find Chen Xian to make this matter clear and tell him that we're not willing to do it here. Lu just so drummed up the courage to say. A few other coaches also nodded their heads in agreement. So they came together to find Chen Xian, who hadn't expected these trainers to do this late at night inside his gym, when it was just all getting better. He didn't understand why these trainers didn't want to stay inside his gym. Was he not treating them well enough? However, Chen Xian still wanted to hear what they had in mind. No matter what is on your minds right now, I will now give you all a few days to think about it. Your own thoughts on whether you want to go or not. If after a few days you still insist on getting out of here, then I'll let you go. Chen Xian spoke indifferently like this, and he hoped that these few coaches would utilize this time to think it over. After all, these few coaches, he had brought up with his own hands, and Chen Xian also hoped that they would be able to stay and work for him. After hearing Chen Xian say this, these coaches hung back and agreed. Since that's the case, let's consider it for a few more days, and we'll give you an answer after a few days. But over the next few days, these few coaches were very lazy, and they didn't take what Chen Xian said to their hearts at all. They just keep hanging around all day and don't train those trainees properly. All of these circumstances of theirs were seen by Chen Xian, who hadn't thought that they would actually do this. Chen Xian had originally thought that if he had given them a few days, they would have thought it through, but now it seemed that they had simply failed to live up to the high hopes he had placed in them. Since they were in this state now, Chen Xian felt that there was no need for them to remain in this place. It would be better to answer them than to force them to stay here. Chen Xian then approached these fitness trainers with a flourish. Since you guys want to leave so badly, there's no need for me to keep you guys. I've already made up my mind to dismiss you outright, so you can now pack yourselves up and leave this place. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate for you all to continue in this place. These few coaches had not expected Chen Xian to do this. They thought that Chen Xian was retaining them by giving them a few days to think about it, and that was why they were so unrestrained. However, what he didn't expect was that Chen Xian would directly dismiss them. Lu Gang looked at Chen Xian very angrily and roared, "I'm telling you, leave now. Except for us, one day you're going to regret it, and one day you're going to be begging for us to come back." Lu Gang and the others said so arrogantly. After all, they also knew that after they left, Chen Xian would not be able to find a good coach like them at all. But Chen Xian didn't give a damn, as he always felt as if these few people were talking big. After all, his own gym was on fire like this right now. It was only a matter of finding a few fitness trainers. How could such a small thing be difficult for him? At the same time, however, Li Gong tells Chen Xian that without a coach, there could be problems in a short period of time. After all, this is a proper gym we have. So if we don't even have a couple of proper trainers, then how are people going to be convinced? If this keeps up, the gym we've worked so hard to get going will surely collapse. And now that so many people are coming to enroll one after another every day, should we just let these trainees wait there all the time? Do you think they would have so much leisure to wait there all the time? So, Chen Xian, you have to face this problem head on. You have to realize how serious a matter it is to not have a trainer inside the gym, Li Gong said with such urgency. After all, he was also aware of the seriousness of the matter of not having a coach, so he hoped that Chen Xian would be able to hurry up and take care of this matter. He didn't want anything else to happen to the gym, and if it did again, that would surely break him too. Chen Xian comforted him and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Just run the gym properly. You can trust me, I will absolutely take care of this. Don't you see who I am? And I know how difficult it is for us to run this gym, so I'll be careful." However, at this moment, Chen Xian's heart was also very anxious. After all, he didn't know how he should deal with this matter, because he can't find anyone more suitable right now, and he doesn't want to just find someone to take his gym instructor's place. Just when Chen Xian was very anxious, the big man from the previous bodybuilding competition overheard such a problem at Chen Xian's human gym and came straight to part-time substitute classes. After all, he had greatly admired Chen Xian in the beginning, and he genuinely wanted to make friends with Chen Xian, so when Chen Xian was in trouble, he would extend a helping hand to Chen Xian. Chapter 75, Promising to Help. And so the big man Chen Xian had met earlier in the bodybuilding competition had been helping Chen Xian in this way, acting as this part-time job as Chen Xian's gym instructor. He told Chen Xian that he could stay here and help him until Chen Xian had found a new fitness trainer, because he truly admired Chen Xian as a person. He also sincerely wished to become friends with Chen Xian. Therefore, Chen Xian was very grateful to this big brother, because if it wasn't for the fact that he had come to his aid in a timely manner, then he wouldn't even know what to do now. However, at this time on the other side, Lu Gang and others to see that they are not in the gym after the gym is still hot. They feel very strange. Is it possible that they made this decision as wrong? They were starting to get a little anxious. After all, they hadn't found a job until now, and if it continued like this, then what little savings they had on them would all be spent. So they decided that they were going to find Chen Xian. After all, the gym was the best place for them to be right now, and the gym was doing such a hot business. Are you still worried that Chen Xian won't give them a raise? They were cultivated by Chen Xian, so if they went back now, Chen Xian would definitely still want them. They were so kind of self-congratulatory thinking. So Lu Gang took these people and went back to look for Chen Xian without doing anything. And at this moment, Chen Xian was inside his gym counting the accounts of the past few days when Lu Gang walked in early. At this moment, Lu Gang's eyes were a bit evasive because he simply did not dare to look directly at Chen Xian. After all, he had spoken so decisively when he left in the first place. Chen Xian raised his head, and after seeing that it was them, he directly ignored them and went about his business there again. This one act of Chen Xian's caused Lu Gang to start panicking. "Chen Xian, we know that we were too reckless in the beginning, so we're going to come back now to make up for the mistakes we made. I hope you'll be kind enough to let us come back. We promise we'll definitely work hard when we get back and never hang around again." Chen Xian felt very sarcastic as he listened to what they were saying. After all, when they had left they had spoken their words in such a desperate manner. How could Chen Xian not understand how they still had the nerve to come back? Chen Xian sneered as he looked at these few people. "Do you think that I would still let you guys come back after it's already come to this point? Besides, when you guys said you were going to do it, I gave you guys time to think it over, right? As a result, you guys insisted on leaving, so there's not much I can do about it." After saying that, Chen Xian intended to turn around and leave the place, as he really didn't want to entangle with these people any further. She always felt that it was just too much of a waste of his time if that was the case. Lu Gang and the others did not expect that Chen Xian would reject them outright, so they were very angry and planned to make a move on Chen Xian. Luckily, Chen Xian's swiftness in turn gave Lu Gang a punch, and Lu Gang fell heavily to the ground as those pals around him rushed over to help him. They hadn't expected that Chen Xian had struck out so hard, so Chen Xian just like that, left the place without looking back, because he was so disgusted with these people. He hadn't thought that these people he had promoted would be such snobs. Seeing Chen Xian's back as he left, the crowd felt very disheveled. They didn't know what to do with themselves, as they were now clueless about their job search. Everyone started to blame because they felt that this matter was because of Lu Gang. If Lu Gang didn't compel them in the first place, they wouldn't leave Chen Xian's gym either. So now they didn't have to be so condescending. If you hadn't insisted on leaving this place in the first place, then we wouldn't be in the situation we're in now. And now it's okay. Just a few people, just like that, said with a sigh. Lu Gang can only be silent. He also does not know how he should explain to these people. After all, this matter was indeed too reckless in the beginning, and he is now also very remorseful. But now he himself realized that wanting to come back inside Chen Xian's gym was simply impossible, and Chen Xian simply couldn't forgive him anymore. And it was Chen Xian who had already returned to school to attend. Now Chen Xian was already a little famous in the school. After all, he had been as hot as he was on the internet before, so all the people inside their school knew him. So Chen Xian arrived at the school a little while later. The president of the National Arts Club, Chang Liang, came to find Chen Xian, which made Chen Xian feel very strange. After all, he used to have nothing at all to do with Chen Liang, the president of the National Arts Club, and he didn't understand what Chen Liang was looking for him for. Although Chen Xian didn't really want to go, he did so out of politeness. He still went to ask the president of the National Arts Club, Chang Liang, what exactly was going on when he was looking for him. What is it that you're looking for me for? Chen Xian said with such suspicion. After all, he really couldn't think of any other reason. However, Chang Liang, the president of the Chinese Martial Arts Club, was a bit shy and stammered and refused to speak. But after a good fight with her own mind, she finally opened her mouth to speak. In fact, I came to find you today because I have something I want to ask for your help. I know that your influence on the school right now is very powerful, so this matter is only more suitable for you to do. Looking at Chang Liang's eyes with such sincerity, this made Chen Xian feel very puzzled. In the end, what was it that he had to let himself help? Chen Xian was starting to get a little curious as to what exactly the favor was. Why don't you tell me first, so I can see if I can do it myself? Chang Liang was a bit happy because he concluded from the tone in which Chen Xian said this that Chen Xian would definitely help him with this favor. Taekwondo tournament. This tournament is really important for us, so please also help me. Chen Xian was very surprised. Although he was in fitness, he didn't know anything about this Taekwondo thing at all. So Chen Xian was going to refuse. Student, I'm sorry, but I don't know Taekwondo, so you'd better find someone else. Chang Liang began to panic. You must help me in this matter. If we lose, then the national art will be closed. The national art is my heart and soul. If he really shut down, then I do not know what I should do. When Chang Liang finished his sentence, he slowly lowered his own head, and Chen Xian also clearly felt that Chang Liang's mood was changing. After all, he was the president of the National Art Club. Chen Xian thought carefully again. He was fitness anyway. It was only a mere taekwondo. How could it be difficult for him? Chen Xian then directly agreed. Fine, I promise to help you. Chapter 76, Winning the Race. After Chen Xian agreed to go to the competition, it made Chang Liang feel very happy, and instantly, he rekindled the hope in his heart. He thought that this time, since he had Chen Xian to help him, he would definitely win this match. The tournament started soon after, and Taekwondo had hired foreign help, foreigners from the beautiful country. But Chen Xian did not think so. After all, Chen Xian very much believed in his own strength. A mere Taekwondo was simply insignificant, but these foreigners from the beautiful country were very arrogant. It's a breeze to compete with people like them. It's a waste of our time, so to speak. I don't think there's even a point in comparing this race, because the winner at the end of the day is going to be us no matter what. So what's the point since the outcome is obvious? These foreigners from the beautiful country spoke with such pride and arrogance. They simply did not place Chen Xian and the others in their eyes. They always felt that Chen Xian and these people were simply weak in their eyes. They simply looked down on Chen Xian and the others, and even looked down on Chen Xian's school. Some of them even said maliciously, all the people inside this school are trash. Should we be allowed to compete with these people? It really pulls us down. Chen Xian felt very angry as he listened to what they said. He really hated these foreigners from the beautiful country. Chen Xian silently vowed in his own heart that he would definitely beat these foreigners to a pulp, letting them see that he wasn't easy to bully, and see if they still dared to call the school's people trash. he had to get out of this bad breath. After all, Chen Xian wasn't the type to hold back his anger, and he couldn't stand to see what these foreigners from the beautiful country were doing. And it was at this time that the president of the National Arts Club went up to the stage to compete with these people first, but to the surprise of everyone in the room, the president of the National Arts Club had just gone up and was backstabbed by these abominations, so he just lay helplessly on the ground. However, these foreigners from the beautiful country were very pleased with themselves because this would have been the result they wanted. What they didn't expect was that their opponents would be so untouchable, completely disregarding the fact that they were using underhanded tactics since they themselves were using underhanded tactics. Just as the foreigner was still trying to lift up the president of the National Arts Club and beat him up, Chen Xian just couldn't stand it any longer, so he stopped the foreigner. "This is foul behavior on your part. You bunch of scumbags. How dare you get underhanded here? In that case, don't blame us for being impolite." Chen Xian thus attached the president of the National Arts Club to his back, his eyes filled with ferocity within them as he kept staring at the foreigner. But this foreigner was unimpressed. He thought that Chen Xian was a weakling who was simply unbeatable, so he became very provocative. "All of you are trash, not worthy to be our opponents at all. Competing against you guys simply brings us down. What a bull ******* national art. That's all simply unbearable. Compared to our taekwondo, that's simply really trash." Chen Xian was very angry right now, but it did not occur to him that this was a foreigner just insulting their national art here in front of so many people. No matter what, he must find this justice. "Since you're looking down on national arts like this, then I'll let you see what's truly awesome." After Chen Xian had successfully sent the president of the National Arts Club out, he immediately returned to the stage, and he wanted to duel for supremacy with this man. Chen Xian used the 8 Extremes fist of the Chinese Martial Arts Society to attack this foreigner. After all, he really couldn't think of any good moves. He didn't know any other complicated ones, so he had no choice but to use this one. But he was sure that if he used this trick to the fullest, then it would definitely achieve the effect he wanted, and these foreigners would not be a match for him at all. He didn't believe in how good those so-called bull ***** taekwondo really was, and she was going to beat the out of these guys. That's what she called it. Let these foreigners from the beautiful country see who is the real trash. He must find some dignity for the National Arts Club. But now this foreigner still didn't feel the danger coming and was still there provoking Chen Xian to say so. "What? Could it be that you're scared? It has been refusing to make a move. If you give me a plea for mercy now, maybe I'll even consider letting you off the hook, and, after all, I also think it really doesn't make sense to play against garbage yet, and I don't want to waste this time of mine." This foreigner just looked at Chen Xian and said provocatively, carrying insults both inside and outside the painting. However, Chen Xian didn't say anything as he wanted to beat all of these insults into this foreigner's body. "Stop bull ***** ting here and take the fight. I'm going to show you what a true national art is." But the foreigner was unimpressed. "How is it that you don't have much ability but you don't have a big mouth? Let me see what kind of tricks this trash of yours can get up to." And so the exciting match between them began. Everyone was very nervous as they were afraid that Chen Xian would be used by this foreigner to use backstabbing. If that was really the case, then they really would have lost completely, and there would be no reason to continue competing with these people. And that would mean that their National Art Society was about to close down. That was why everyone was very nervous as they hoped that Chen Xian would be able to win this match. After all, this is really too important to them. It is not only about their dignity, also about whether or not the National Arts Club in charge of them can continue to survive. However, Chen Xian had utilized the National Martial Arts Society's level 8 fist to the fullest, so he directly defeated the foreigner. Looking at this proud foreigner lying at her feet, Chen Xian was very satisfied. She had finally gotten out of this bad breath. It wasn't in vain that he had spent so much effort. If he hadn't defeated this foreigner just now, then what he had said before would have been a real slap in the face. Chen Xian was very pleased with himself. After everyone saw that Chen Xian had won the match just like that, they became very happy and everyone began to applaud. And at this time, Zhang Liang, who was very seriously injured, was also very excited. He knew that sure enough Chen Xian would never let her down. This time he could be considered to have found the right person. He knew that Chen Xian was definitely a very powerful person, and that Chen Xian wouldn't just stand by and watch these foreigners insult his school like this. After all, he more or less knew a bit about Chen Xian's temper before he dared to come and find him. In the face of such a result, the crowd was so relieved that they couldn't help but start shouting. Chapter 77, Climbing the Mountain for Adventure. Because Chen Xian won this match with the foreigners from the beautiful country, so all of a sudden, Chen Xian became very famous in the school. Everyone felt that Chen Xian was very much a face for their school. After all, those foreigners had insulted their school like that before, and now they were too angry to say anything. After all, they didn't have much of a reason to do so, as they had flirted with Chen Xian like that earlier. But in the end, it was Chen Xian who emerged victorious. and what they had said before instantly slapped them in the face. These foreigners also knowingly withdrew. After all, now they do not have any face to continue to stay in this place. They also know that if they stay here by themselves, they will only bring shame to themselves. The entire school admired Chen Xian greatly, and there were even some who directly took Chen Xian as their idol. This made Chen Xian feel very shy. After all, he had done what he could. Besides, this kind of thing of getting credit for the school was what he was supposed to be doing, so he thought these people were really exaggerating, right? And just at this time, little sister Doll ran over with a bounce, which made Chen Xian feel very puzzled. He didn't understand what was going on with little sister Doll coming to her at this time now. Seeing that you're happy as you are now, what kind of good thing did you meet? Tell me and share it with me as well. With that, Chen Xian said slowly, while Doll little sister slowly walked to Chen Xian's side. I want to go mountain climbing with you. I wonder if you have the time now. Doll little sister said with such wide-eyed sincerity. After all, this matter of climbing the mountain with Chen Xian was something that he had been premeditating for quite some time now. Chen Xian felt very shocked. He didn't expect Chen Xian to be looking for him to climb the mountain, so Chen Xian was very hesitant. Doll little sister obviously saw that Chen Xian was thinking about something, so she bit the bullet and said, since I'll take it as your default if you don't say anything, I'm going to go prepare the things we'll need to use if we climb the mountain now. Hurry up and get ready too. And when we're done, let's get going. After saying that, Doll little sister left without looking back, and Chen Xian felt very helpless. So forget it. It's no big deal anyway. So Chen Xian also began to go back to pack their own immediately to go climbing to the tools. After all, this cannot be sloppy. Soon it was the day they had agreed to climb the mountain together. Doll little sister and little Meng gleefully walked to their previous, agreed upon meeting place, where they were quietly waiting for Chen Xian. Doll little sister believed that Chen Xian would definitely come, because Chen Xian would definitely not cheat him. Surprisingly, if it was something he had promised, he would definitely do it. As expected, they saw Chen Xian's back as he was rushing over from a long distance away, thus making Doll little sister very happy. Seeing that the Doll little sisters and the others were waiting for him here early, this caused Chen Xian to feel very shocked. Obviously, he hadn't expected that the Doll little sisters would come this early. I can't believe you guys left from home so early in the morning. I thought you were going to be leaving late. Chen Xian said incredulously just like that, which made Doll little sister feel very speechless, but she couldn't say anything else herself. Since all of us are here now, let's hurry up and get going. I really can't wait now. Doll little sister just said with such gusto, because he's been so richly prepared for this climb, so she really can't wait any longer. Yeah, I can't wait any longer either. Xiaomeng then responded to Doll little sister by saying that Chen Xian was also really speechless of the two of them, but since he had already promised them before, he had to do it. It was his own style. So just like that, Chen Xian and Doll little sister and Xiaomeng and the other three went on a mountain climbing trip together, and along the way, Doll little sister was on live streaming. After all, he was a netizen, so the live streaming thing is really important to him and he really can't afford to miss a moment. He was also sure that his fans would love what she did with this installment. After all, most people loved adventure these days. Originally, Chen Xian disliked this feeling, but then he thought that this was Doll little sister's job, so he didn't say anything more. Just as they were going up the mountain, they met the difficulty of choosing, not knowing which way to go. It was only after half a day of Doll little sisters thinking that she slowly said, since we're here to climb the mountain and explore this time, we should take the back path. That way, we can explore. Yeah, we can't miss out on this kind of good opportunity. After all, the chances for us to come out in the future will be rare. Master Little Meng echoed Doll little sister and said, after all, he also felt that what Doll little sister had said was very reasonable, and since the two of them had now reached a consensus, it was now just a matter of waiting for Chen Xian to make his choice. Chen Xian thought that since he was accompanying the two of them out this time, he would listen to them for once. I'm all for it. Feel free to do as you please. Facing such an answer from Chen Xian really made Doll little sister very happy, so they chose the back mountain path without any distractions. The thought that they were about to have an adventure made Doll little sister very excited. After all, it was the first time he had ever climbed a mountain for an adventure when he was so old, so they were very cheerful all the way. But the good times didn't last long. What Doll little sister didn't know was that there were a lot of hidden dangers that awaited them on this backwoods trail. I don't know how much time had passed or how long they had been walking. In short, Doll little sister felt very tired. So Chen Xian glanced at his watch and said to Doll little sister, based on the time we set out, to the present to deduce that we're probably halfway up the mountain by now, so you guys can make it if you hold on a bit. We've been walking for so long, how come we're only halfway up the mountain? How long do we have to walk until then? I'm really exhausted. I can't walk anymore. Doll little sister just like this bitter wail. After all, he has already really has been walking for a very long time, so she now really does not have the energy to continue to walk. Now he has to do things is to hurry to stop, take a good rest. Chen Xian also felt very helpless, but once Chen Xian thought that they were girls after all, he agreed to stop and rest. However, right at this moment, Chen Xian heard some movement coming from inside the bushes next to him, which caused Chen Xian to raise his guard. Suddenly there was a sound of a wolf howling, which made dull little sister feel very scared. Dull little sister just hugged Mo together and kept trembling. Did we need a wolf this time? No way. How could I be so unlucky? Mo just said with a crying tone. Before they could think of any countermeasures, it was the wolf that just walked out from inside the bushes across from them. They wouldn't be able to escape now if they fled any further, so Chen Xian decided to face it personally. So Chen Xian was so calm and persistent in thinking of a solution and stepped in to solve the wolf, which made both dull little sister and little Meng admire Chen Xian greatly. After all, this kind of dangerous moment, but Chen Xian was surprisingly not afraid at all, and just like that both of them were secretly in love with Chen Xian. Chapter 78, The System's New Task. All these things they had experienced this time had really brought back memories, and it seemed that this time their climbing adventure had really been a raging wave. In his own heart, he thought to himself, if Chen Xian wasn't by their side when they first met danger, then what would they be like now? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she admired Chen Xian. After all, Chen Xian was really very handsome when he defeated the wolf. With that, this climbing adventure of theirs ended up being a perfect one, so they started down the mountain and back to their school. After they returned to the school, Wan Yanyan, the schoolgirl of the Department of Economics and Management, was very much in awe of Chen Xian because of all the things that had happened at the school before. Thus, she came to Chen Xian's side as soon as he entered the school. Just like this, he looked at Chen Xian in a very domineering manner, which made Chen Xian feel very puzzled. He did not understand what exactly Wan Yanyan was looking for himself. Besides, so it was true that this economics department schoolgirl was quite famous in their school, but he or she never cared for it. Or maybe it was just a passing acquaintance, but for the sake of being polite, it was always impossible for Chen Xian to just directly copy Wan Yanyan, so he still politely gave a response. Classmate, I wonder what you're looking for me for, because as soon as he returned to the school he saw Wan Yanyan waiting for him. Chen Xian himself was curious as to what was going on. Wan Yanyan was about to smile at Chen Xian like this. Actually, there's no big deal for me to come and find you today. I'm sincerely inviting you to be my own bodyguard for a day. Don't worry, I definitely won't let you do it for nothing, and I can also give you a very good reward. As long as you promise me, we can discuss the price again. Looking at Wan Yanyan's appearance, Chen Xian found it very funny. He didn't understand why Wan Yanyan invited himself to be his bodyguard. Was it just because of those few things that happened in the school before? Since he already had the leisure to find a bodyguard here, he could have found a better one, so why put effort into his own? So Chen Xian smiled and responded politely again. Classmate, I'm sorry, I'm afraid you're looking for the wrong person, right? I won't be working as a bodyguard for someone else. But Wan Yanyan didn't care, as he continued to look at Chen Xian and spoke seriously. You don't have to turn me down in such a hurry. I can give you time to think it over and, after all, being my bodyguard is something that many people dream of. And now that this opportunity is in front of you, it's up to you to cherish it or not. Listening to Wan Yanyan speak these words, Chen Xian found it very hilarious. What made him think that he wanted to be a bodyguard for Wan Yanyan just like the rest of the people? Just as Chen Xian was thinking of refusing, the system suddenly gave the quest. If one agrees to Wan Yanyan's invitation, then Chen Xian will be able to obtain the bonus martial skill. In the face of the conditions given by the system, Chen Xian was really very distressed, but he really wasn't willing to work as a bodyguard for Yanran Wang. But there was nothing he could do about it now. Only by completing the tasks given by the system could he get the rewards he deserved. Thus, Chen Xian gritted his teeth and then walked over to Wan Yanyan. Class, I've just had a good think about it, and I realized that I'm allowed to try it. So if there's nothing else, then we can get started. Chen Xian angled himself in a very awkward manner, so he lowered his head in some shame. After all, he had just thought of rejecting him, but now that he was here again saying these words, he really felt very shameless, but there was nothing he could do about it. It was all because the system gave those tasks. Wan Yanyan smiled. Indeed, you are a smart person. Since that is the case, then you will stay by my side today and be my personal bodyguard. Don't worry, the payoff piece is definitely not going to be less for you. Chen Xian nodded. Good, don't worry about it, I will definitely accomplish those things that I should do myself. Wan Yanyan was very satisfied with Chen Xian's performance and walked over to Chen Xian's side. Hooking her hand on Chen Xian's shoulder, and into Chen Xian's ear, she gently said, in that case, why don't you accompany me to a party now? Because I'm still missing a male companion at my side right now. I need you to pretend to be my male companion because I just can't find anyone better than you right now. Chen Xian was very reluctant. but now he was after all someone's bodyguard, so he didn't have any right to refuse. Good, since it's a request made by Ms. Wang, then I will definitely go and do my best to fulfill it. Very good, it's true that I wasn't wrong about you. I'm really very satisfied with your current performance. You really have the demeanor of a personal bodyguard, Wang Yanyan said in such a very pleased manner. After all, he was really very appreciative of Chen Xian's personality, and he also secretly thought in his own heart. It seemed that just once she had found Chen Xian absolutely not wrong. After a while, Wang Yanyan's car came to pick them up. Chen Xian then went to the banquet with Wang Yanyan in this manner, and only after waiting until they reached their destination did Chen Xian realize that Wang Yanyan was actually an upper-class person. This was because all of the people attending this banquet were some of the upper echelons of society. Even Chen Xian himself had come to this kind of occasion for the first time, so he couldn't help but be nervous. In this way Chen Xian felt very shocked. After all, she used to only know that Wang Yanyan was just the school flower of the Department of Economics and Management, but what he did not expect was that Wang Yanyan would still have such a strong background. No wonder she was able to participate in this kind of banquet meeting organized by the upper-class people. Chen Xian couldn't help but admire Wang Yanran, so young to be able to mix so well. Then he must have spent a lot of thought and effort. Chen Xian was like this, silently accompanying Wang Yanyan until the banquet ended. Just as they were planning to leave, a group of mysterious people suddenly came prepared to kidnap Wang Yanyan, which made Chen Xian feel very shocked. After all, she couldn't figure out how this group of people could be so bold as to dare to strike right here in broad daylight. He himself was now Wang Yanyan's bodyguard, so he had to do his best to protect his boss, because is what a personal bodyguard should do. Since he had already promised Wang Yanyan, he would make sure to make this matter right, is Chen Xian's usual style, so Chen Xian just did his best to keep protecting Wang Yanyan, not letting this group of mysterious people touch Wang Yanyan at all. How could he just watch this group of mysterious people kidnap Wang Yanyan away in front of him? Chapter 79, Befriending the Schoolgirl. And at this time, the school flower Wang Yanyan was already scared. After all, he didn't know that this group of mysterious people would be so bold. How dare you try to kidnap yourself in broad daylight? No matter who it was, who wouldn't be able to stand it? Who wouldn't be able to stand it, right? Looking at Chen Xian, an imposing figure who had been doing his best to protect himself, Wang Yanyan began to be glad that it looked like she had this bodyguard. Sure enough, he had found the right one. If Chen Xian hadn't been there today, he probably would have been kidnapped by these mysterious people a long time ago, right? If he really fell into the hands of these mysterious people, the consequences would definitely not be unimaginable. After all, there must be some reason why these mysterious people kidnapped themselves so recklessly. And right at this moment, the schoolgirl's body had been trembling continuously as she was really scared, even though she knew that Chen Xian had always been by her side to protect her, because she couldn't suppress the fear in her heart. Just like that, the schoolgirl passed out due to excessive fear. At this time, those mysterious people had already begun to retreat, and because of the reason with Chen Xian, they were unable to enter the schoolgirl's body at all. If it continued like this, then it would definitely bring this matter to a head, so they must retreat now. Facing the unconscious schoolgirl still inside her, Chen Xian felt very helpless. She didn't know what to do. It was impossible to just leave the unconscious schoolgirl on the road. Moreover, he didn't know exactly where the schoolgirl's home was, so Chen Xian had no choice but to bring the schoolgirl to the middle of the hotel, because he couldn't think of a better way right now. The two of them couldn't just sleep on the streets like this, and besides, the schoolgirl was still in a coma. I don't know how much time passed before the schoolgirl slowly opened her eyes and slowly woke up. He felt very scared when he saw all this unfamiliar environment around him. She turned her head to realize that Chen Xian, who was sitting beside her bed, was dozing off, and suddenly relaxed quite a bit, because as long as there was Chen Xian around, that meant that nothing had happened to him and he hadn't fallen into the hands of that group of people. His heart was suddenly relieved. So the schoolgirl was very grateful to Chen Xian because she knew that if it wasn't for Chen Xian, he was afraid that he would have long since lost track of what kind of person he was by now. After all, if that group of people had caught him, there was absolutely no way that they could just let themselves off so easily. Although schoolgirl herself didn't understand exactly why that mysterious group of people had kidnapped her. In any case, schoolgirl knew that they must not have good intentions, no matter what, because the schoolgirl made a noise when she woke up. This also caused Chen Xian, who was dozing off, to wake up. After Chen Xian woke up and saw that the schoolgirl was already awake, he was quite relieved. I really thank you for yesterday. If it wasn't for you being there for me, then I don't know what I would have done. The schoolgirl just looked at that kind of gratefully and said, her eyes all filled with gratitude. Chen Xian laughed nervously. It's not much of a thing. Besides, I'm doing what I can do for myself. And since you hired me to be your bodyguard yesterday, it's up to me to protect you, or else I'll be sorry for what you paid us. Hearing Chen Xian reply in such a manner, the schoolgirl involuntarily laughed. The schoolgirl looked up at the time and realized that it was no longer late, so she hurriedly got up and washed up. With that, the two of them walked out from inside the hotel together. But what they didn't realize was that there was a camera facing them at that moment, so they were just being filmed as they came out of the hotel together. I don't know what kind of person had uploaded this photo to the school's forum, so the school's forum was now in a very hot chat. Everyone was saying that Chen Xian was threatening the schoolgirl. After all, they always felt that Chen Xian didn't deserve the schoolgirl at all, and that the schoolgirl wouldn't even look at Chen Xian. Although he is now famous on our school, how could he be worthy of the school beauty? If it wasn't because he had something to threaten the schoolgirl, then how could the schoolgirl go to the hotel with him? Someone inside the forum just kept spitting out the words, because they simply didn't believe that the schoolgirl would go to the hotel with Chen Xian. There was no way that the schoolgirl would be willing to do so, so they all thought that it was Chen Xian who was threatening the schoolgirl. After the schoolmarm saw these messages on the forum, he was really speechless. These people on the forum, this kind of thing they do to guess what others are like with the dirtiest thoughts in their hearts. The schoolflower always felt that she was the one dragging Chen Xian down. If it wasn't because of herself, Chen Xian wouldn't have been hacked into the current state. So he planned to step in and explain for Chen Xian. After all, he couldn't let these people keep letting Chen Xian continue to misunderstand him like this. In that case, it wouldn't be fair to Chen Xian. So the schoolgirl stepped in personally. I see you people have this kind of time, why don't you go and read a few more books properly? Don't make blind guesses here. This kind of behavior of yours is really disgusting. This made everyone very shocked. What they didn't expect was that the schoolgirl would personally come out to explain this matter. If I ever hear you guys say something like this again in the future, then I definitely won't let you off the hook. That thing where I went to the hotel with Chen Xian was just an accident. It's not at all what you guys think. And Chen Xian is my good friend. So I'm asking you all to treat her with a bit more respect in the future. And don't say such bad things about her behind her back, or else that would be working against me. The schoolgirl just warned these people in such a very domineering manner, because she really very much disliked these people's style like this. He felt that these people were really very boring, simply bored out of their minds, and that was why they did these boring things every day. But he simply didn't want these things they did to involve himself in Chen Xian. After all, he was really grateful to Chen Xian right now. If it wasn't for Chen Xian, I'm afraid that he would have been taken away by that mysterious group of people long ago, right? When she thought of this, the schoolgirl became even more grateful. Everyone hadn't expected that the schoolflower would personally come out to explain this matter for Chen Xian. That's why they were all very envious, because the school beauty had very many suitors, but the school beauty had always been very cold to them. But this time, the school beauty would even care about such trivial matters of Chen Xian? That's why everyone felt very shocked and envied. And the schoolgirl was a very high-strung kind of person, so it was impossible for him to make friends with anyone at all. But now that he had personally admitted that Chen Xian was her good friend, the school's forum had become very hot, all discussing this matter. Chapter 80, A Sudden Confession. So everyone was discussing this matter, so this matter spread very hot, and naturally it also reached Xiao Meng's ears. After Mo saw this news, he actually somewhat involuntarily started to get jealous. He didn't know what was going on with him, but his heart was in the wrong place as he looked at this information. But he couldn't find a reason to be jealous for Chen Xian. After all, she and Chen Xian were just friends, and for him to be jealous like this seemed a bit nameless and unprofitable. But he really couldn't hold back the breath in his heart, so he had to find Chen Xian to make it clear so that things like this wouldn't happen again in the future. He really didn't want to see Chen Xian having this kind of ambiguous relationship with any more girls, so Xiao Meng decided not to hide it anymore. He decided to confess his inner thoughts to Chen Xian. At least then, he himself wouldn't have to hide here and be quietly jealous. So after making up her own mind, Xiao Meng called Chen Xian out at night. After Chen Xian came out in a hurry, he found Xiao Meng waiting for him under the big tree. Chen Xian thought that Xiao Meng was in some kind of hurry, which was why she was so anxious to find herself out, so she hurried here in a hurry. Chen Xian panted heavily. What exactly is the matter with Xiao Meng? You were in such a hurry to find me out. Little Meng was a bit shy, so he didn't even dare to look straight into Chen Xian's eyes, and little Meng just lowered his head. After all, his face was turning all red right now, and he didn't want Chen Xian to see her like this. Chen Xian felt very puzzled. Why was Xiao Meng so anxious to find him over without saying anything to him? Why don't you just tell me what's going on? Don't make me anxious here. Chen Xian was starting to get a little anxious. After all, he didn't have that much time on his hands, so if there's nothing important, he's good to go about his business. Little Meng was starting to get anxious, so he looked up at Chen Xian only after he had gathered enough of his own courage, and somewhat stammered towards Chen Xian. Chen Xian, actually, I called you out today because there are some things I want to make clear to you. After all, I don't want us to misunderstand each other like this anymore, or this will cause me lifelong regrets. In the face of these problems that Xiao Meng spoke of, Chen Xian felt very strange. She didn't understand what kind of misunderstanding things were going on between them. Why was Xiaoming saying this? Mo, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand any of it? Xiaoming suddenly ran over very excitedly and pulled Chen Xian's hand. You don't need to understand anything. I'll slowly explain to you what's going on. I'm resigned to the fact that we've just been at this stage of our relationship where we're friends, so I had to get that off my chest. I've been holding this sentence in my heart for a long time. I really can't stand it anymore. Every time I see those girls hooking up with you, my heart is sad. I don't want to just go on being jealous of you without a name, so I have to make it clear to you today. Chen Xian, listen to me. I like you. With that, Mo said all of these words hidden in his heart with a flourish. After saying those words, Xiaoming hurriedly lowered his head as he didn't dare to look directly at Chen Xian at all. After Chen Xian heard these words, as long as he was very embarrassed, he froze and just stopped straight in place, keeping on recalling what Mo had just said. He felt very strange. Wasn't it just a simple friendship between them? How did it come to this? He doesn't know how to handle this anymore either. Xiaoming was also too embarrassed to stay any longer. After all, he was afraid that Chen Xian would reject him. So he took advantage of the time Chen Xian froze and hurriedly left the place. Chen Xian then remained frozen in place for a long time before coming back to his senses. So he returned inside his dormitory worriedly. The next day during class, Chen Xian received news that was told to him by the other people inside the gym. Because the people at the Henderson gym were not convinced before, they are now making things happen inside their own gym. So Chen Xian, fearing that those people from the Hangdian gym were simply too excited, dropped everything he was doing inside the school and hurriedly ran inside his gym. After all, if these people were really excited, then they would do anything. So Chen Xian had to hurry over and stop the damage. But what Chen Xian hadn't expected was that just as he was on fire and planning to go out, he came face to face and bumped into Chang Liang. Because of what happened last time, Chang Liang was very grateful to Chen Xian, and he also knew that if it wasn't for Chen Xian, perhaps their national arts club would have already closed down. He then greeted Chen Xian enthusiastically, not even realizing that Chen Xian had something very important to take care of right now, and stopped in front of Chen Xian like this. What a coincidence to meet you again. I haven't been properly last time. Thank you. Thanks to you, we were able to keep our national arts club. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what I would have done, and the club would have ceased to exist by now, wouldn't it? So I should have to be grateful to you. Chang Liang was like this, eyes full of gratitude as he kept staring at Chen Xian. At this moment, Chen Xian was really very anxious, and he no longer had the time to spend here. He was afraid that if he delayed this time it would be too late to stop Ever Power Gym from messing up inside his gym. So Chen Xian said in such a very anxious manner, Chang Liang, I can't talk to you so much right now, but I really have something very important to do right now. It would have had unforeseen consequences if my time had gone late. Chang Liang seemed to understand and nodded. No wonder when she saw Chen Xian just now, Chen Xian ran to such a nervousness, so it was something very important. But since Chen Xian had helped him, now Chen Xian was meeting difficult things. He should help him too, Naruto thought in his own mind. He then directly stopped Chen Xian. What exactly is the tricky matter? Why don't you just tell me about it? Maybe I can even help. Chen Xian was also very helpless. He knew that if he didn't tell Chang Liang today then Chang Liang wouldn't be able to stop. So he told Chang Liang about the difficulties he had encountered. Who knew that Chang Liang was very happy, and told Chen Xian that he could help Chen Xian with this matter. Chen Xian was just half convinced, but he always felt that Chang Liang didn't have to lie to him either. So he trusted Chang Liang. Chapter 81, Mo's Disappearance. Chen Xian began to calm down and carefully recall what Chang Liang had just told him. If Chang Liang could really help her, that would really be great. After all, he wouldn't know how to handle this if he just went ahead like that. He then looked at Chang Liang with great excitement. Was what you said just now true? Can you really help me? You must realize that this matter is really very important to me, so don't make me happy for nothing. Chang Liang walked over to Chen Xian's side and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. This matter I will absolutely take care of it for you. Besides, we're all friends now, and you've helped me in the past, so don't say such polite things to me. Chen Xian nodded, finally gaining a bit of comfort in his heart. Turning around, Chang Liang called all of the people from the National Arts Club and headed to the gym with Chen Xian. However, at this moment, all of the people from the Ever Power Gym were inside Chen Xian's gym. They were very upset about what happened last time, so they decided to come and mess with Chen Xian properly. They had originally fantasized that Chen Xian would definitely beg for mercy. After all, they had come with so many people this time. If Chen Xian saw it, then he would have been scared. The brain of the Constant Power Gym just smiled smugly. Who made Chen Xian have to go against them? Wasn't he just asking for his own death? After a while, the people from the Ever Power Gym were dumbfounded when they saw that Chen Xian had brought so many people over. They hadn't expected Chen Xian to bring so many people over. They had originally thought that Chen Xian had come alone. After all, They believed that there weren't this many people inside Chen Xian's gym, but the current formation made them feel very shocked. Chen Xian hadn't expected that these people from the Hengdian gym would actually come inside his own gym to cause trouble. It seemed like they really didn't want to live. After the Chen Xians walked in, the people in the Everpower gym were trembling, and Chen Xian observed these subtle changes in them. He was then very pleased with himself, and also began to sincerely appreciate Chang Liang from the bottom of his heart, because Chen Xian himself was also clear in his heart. If it wasn't for Chang Liang's words, then it would have been impossible to call in so many people, and it would have been impossible to get down to these people in the Everpower gym. After all, they must have all come with good determination. Only what they hadn't expected was that Chen Xian would come with so many people, so they didn't dare to make any noise now. Chen Xian led his men up to beat up the people from Heng Dynamic and warned them that if they came back to rush inside their gym to cause trouble in the future, it would not be as easy as beating them up. All of these beaten up Everpower gym guys just their pants and ran all over the place. After all, they didn't want to continue to stay in this place any longer, and if they continued to stay in this place, they would only be beaten up by others. Chang Liang thus naturally became good friends with Chen Xian, and even had the feeling of hating each other. Chen Xian also felt that they were very compatible, so he was very happy. In order to thank the crowd, Chen Xian then invited them to go ahead and have dinner with him. After all, for Chen Xian to deal with all these matters, it was now evening, and none of them had eaten yet, and their stomachs were already rumbling with hunger. Chen Xian wanted to show his appreciation, so he planned to treat the crowd to dinner. There was no way they could just let them go back hungry like that, when they had just helped themselves with that mess with all their might. Sometimes the crowd then went to eat together, and it was at this time that the phone inside Chen Xian's pocket rang. Chen Xian looked at Chang Liang and smiled somewhat embarrassed. "Sorry, I'll take a call first." Chang Liang nodded. "It's fine, go answer the phone. I'll take care of you here." Chen Xian then couldn't wait to pick up the phone, as this call was from dull little sister, and after the call was picked up, a very anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Chen Xian, where are you now? Is Xiao Meng with you?" As dull little sister asked anxiously like this, Chen Xian could hear that dull little sister was really very anxious right now, so he concluded that dull little sister had definitely met something, so he soothed his dull little sister. "Don't be in a hurry, if you have anything to say slowly, I'll be beside you listening all the time." But dull little sister had been crying, so dull little sister hadn't even answered Chen Xian's question just now, and Chen Xian just mumbled to himself, "Could it be that something is happening now? Mo isn't with me either, but whatever has happened, don't be anxious for now, I'll always be by your side." But what he then didn't expect was that his comforting words had caused dull little sister to become a bit tense, and so she began to cry in a small voice. "Chen Xian, think of something. Now that Xiao Meng has disappeared, I can't find him anywhere, and I don't know what I should do." Listening to what dull little sister said, Chen Xian felt very strange. This big night, where could Xiao Meng go alone? Besides, why did Mo just disappear like that in the middle of the night? Did he meet something? Chen Xian then thought silently in her own heart. Suddenly, she just thought of the matter of Xiao Meng confessing to her a few days ago. Could it be because of this matter? Is that why Xiao Meng didn't answer? Chen Xian wasn't sure if it was because of this matter, but the most important thing right now was to hurry up and find Xiao Meng. After all, she was a girl, and it was really very unsafe to be out in the middle of the night. In fact, dull little sister's crying voice was getting louder and louder. Chen Xian knew that she was really anxious right now. After all, it was already nighttime, and Xiao Meng hadn't even come back yet. Dull little sister, don't cry for a while. It won't do you any good if you keep crying like this. Don't worry, I'll definitely use my own best efforts to look for Mo, and don't forget that we're good friends, so I'll definitely not care about her and leave her alone. Well, I'm going to go find him now. I'll call you later. Be good and don't cry. Nerdy little sister nodded as she tried to comfort herself. You must give me a call when you find it. I haven't seen him all day today and I'm really very anxious. Chen Xian was also a bit flustered, and after hanging up the phone with dull little sister, Chen Xian called for everyone to join her in searching for Xiao Meng. After all, he had guessed in his heart that Xiao Wang's departure from home this time might be because of the incident that he had confessed to her a few days ago, so this matter was directly related to him, and he had to find Mo in a hurry. Chapter 82 Mo has been found. Chen Xian had brought all the brothers that he could. After all, since it was dull little sister who had called him, he didn't dare to be ambiguous. Chen Xian's heart didn't want anything to happen to Xiao Meng, so he told all the people to hurry up and search with him, and also said to them that if anyone had news of Xiao Meng, please tell him as soon as possible. Then Chen Xian will be the first to come to his aid when he needs help afterward. But the gang that came with Chen Xian were his brothers. How could they possibly seek anything else from Chen Xian? Even if Chen Xian didn't say anything, they would still do their best to help Chen Xian search for Xiao Meng. Chen Xian the whole person has been very anxious, but simply is not a little bit of news of Xiao Meng. And in this period of time Dai Xiaomeng also has been constantly calling to ask, there is news about Xiaomeng. But Chen Xiandu didn't want him to worry after that. He was speaking kind words on the side, comforting him, don't worry, as long as I'm here Xiaomeng he won't happen. You don't have to think much about anything either. But in fact, Chen Xian's heart has been very panicked, but still no news at all. So Chen Xian had to seek the help of more people, taking the picture of Xiaomeng bit by bit to ask. But all of them were disappointing news to Chen Xian. Many of them just shook their heads and left directly. Some of them directly didn't even look at them and walked towards Chen Xian's side. Chen Xian didn't have anything extra to say when he looked at them like this. Just when Chen Xian was already about to plan to give up, he didn't expect to receive a message from another brother, which seemed to be the back of Xiaomeng going to the bar. But that brother wasn't so sure because it was dusty and the place he went to was very bad. That brother didn't dare to confirm it, but he felt a slight resemblance in the back. So he took the photo over to Chen Xian to have a look, hoping that it was the person Chen Xian was trying to find. Moreover, in the early days that brother had heard Chen Xian say something about being a good girl who couldn't possibly go to that kind of cluttered place, so that brother's heart also has no bottom. But now the matter is urgent. He does not dare to think more about what, so he directly found the picture of the similar person, and sent it directly to Chen Xian. As soon as Chen Xian saw that back on the photo he was even more certain that this person was Kitten. But after seeing where that place was, Chen Xian has a little indescribable feelings. Also do not understand why Xiaomeng wanna go to that kind of place, if by the bad guys bullied can do, and how he and dull little sister to explain. Chen Xian also couldn't figure out what was wrong with Xiaomeng. Why did he suddenly want to go to the bar? Could it be that there was something he was unhappy about? But why couldn't he say it out, and preferred to go to that kind of mixed place? Chen Xian couldn't think of anything else, so he took a random cab on the side of the road and headed for the bar on the picture his brother had taken of him. Okay, that bar is not too far away from here. So Chen Xian didn't waste much time, almost a few minutes to arrive. Chen Xian waited for the car to stop. After he was very flustered he went straight down, and randomly threw a $100 bill to that driver and left. The driver got the money, proudly left, leaving a car exhaust. But Chen Xian has long left. The place did not affect anything, but the roadside pedestrians suffered. They have been cursing. What kind of quality is the owner of this car? Is it hard to step on, dog? So happy. On the other side, Chen Xian had already arrived at the entrance of the bar, but there was some hesitation. He was also debating whether he should go in or not, whether he should wait for the other brothers to arrive. But Chen Xian is also afraid that if he is late, if Xiaomeng suffers an accident, Chen Xian will never forgive himself for the rest of his life. He also stopped thinking about what to do, and took a big step to go in. As soon as Chen Xian entered the bar, the red and green lights flashed and stung. Chen Xian's eyes hurt, but Chen Xian walked in towards it regardless, and saw a familiar figure. And at the moment he didn't know what it was because Chen Xian sensed that the person was already very drunk, and his speech was also slurred. But Chen Xian wasn't sure what he was saying, only his mouth could be seen moving. Not to mention that this place was just too noisy. The people around him were talking very loudly. Chen Xian tried to shout a few times towards that familiar back, Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng, is that you? But apparently the man didn't even hear the bottle of wine in his hand and drank it with a gulp. So Chen Xian then stopped shouting, prohibited away. I went over and found that this person is exactly what they have been looking for a long time, Xiaomeng, and at the moment his side also do other men. Those people are ready to move Xiaomeng to move their hands and feet. Seeing this, Chen Xian stopped. What do you guys want? This is my friend, go away a bit or else don't blame me for being impolite to you. As soon as those people saw Chen Xian coming, they instantly lost interest and left. But after those people left, Chen Xian was very angry and looked at the giddy drunk Xiaomeng, loud and furious. What the hell are you doing? Xiaomeng, do you know that your little sister is very worried about you, and we have been looking for you for a long time? If I hadn't come over just now, where would those guys have taken you? How old are you? Can't you think for yourself? But originally dizzy little Meng suddenly became awake directly toward Chen Xian, said, I like you. Do you know that I have liked you for a long time? But you always reject me. I hurt here. I need to vent. And why did you come? If you hadn't come, I could have been happier. But now that you're here, I feel like I'm getting more and more unhappy. And I've told myself not to like you, but I can't stop myself. Mo pointed to his heart. Is difficult to go. See also do not know how to, but at the same time also showed a very shocked. Chen Xian suddenly also realized why Xiaomeng had become like this, and it was also because he was momentarily in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. But after thinking about it for a while, he still felt that he should first send Xiaomeng to his school before saying anything else. And since Xiaomeng had slept directly after confessing his love for him to Chen Xian was very helpless, so he very freely sent him to his school. The next day, the next school, there is a rich second generation called Hui Xiao. No Chen Xian, no dull little sister. He at the moment also see dull little sister, so want to through Chen Xian to get to know. so he came directly to find Qin Xian and said his purpose. I heard that you seem to know dull little sister, so I'll give you a chance to perform and introduce dull little sister to me. The tone was very arrogant. Qin Xian was in a very upset mood seeing this, but still calmed down and refused to. I'm very sorry, I can't do that. If you want to go and get to know him, then you should go and ask for his personal permission first. But did not think that this Hui Xiao unexpectedly and Qin Xian two people clashed, so Hui Xiao called to his gang of fox friends. But it was obvious that they simply couldn't beat Qin Xian, who had directly knocked out all of his minions. Chapter 83 MS. Shan Shan wants a divorce? Qin Xian felt a mouthful of bad anger come out of his heart and said very arrogantly, come again if you have the ability. With this much strength you also want me to take you to know dull little sister. Just die of this heart, and if there is nothing else then hurry up and get lost, or else I will beat you up once I see you in the future. Qin Xian also thought that this group of people have how hardy it, did not think that under his hands are not able to hold out for a few seconds to be beaten wailing. On this point of their guts also want to go to know the dull little sister, is simply delusional. But what Qin Xian is most displeased with is still that Hui Xiao. He is simply too unselfish, really think he is the sun anyone wants to surround him. That's the kind of person I despise the most. Isn't it just that his family has a little bit of money? What's the big deal? If his family goes bankrupt, he's just a rags to riches guy with nothing to lose. Really, what is there to brag about? Still thinking that all the women in the world should be his? Simply the scum of the men's pile. Qin Xian didn't give a damn and didn't even bother to make a move with him. But that Hui Xiao was obviously very unconvinced, so he rushed up and wanted to make a move with Qin Xian. But his gang of juniors immediately rose up and came to main block Hui Xiao up, fearing that Qin Xian would be hurt, because so many of them couldn't even beat Qin Xian. So if Hui Xiao went, wouldn't it be another part of the disgrace? If they let Hui Xiao lose his face here, it would be impossible for them to still want to mix here in the future. Qin Xian also didn't expect that Hui Xiao to still have so much guts. His brother had already been knocked down and he even wanted to come and attack himself. So Qin Xian arrogantly said towards Hui Xiao, why don't you submit to it, come on, we two fight individually against each other. But it didn't occur to me that the next second his group of minions took him away, and they were gone in a puff of smoke on their bikes. Seeing this scene, Qin Xian had a little laugh in his heart as he spoke a few words directly towards the back of their car's ass. A bunch of cowards, and pay attention to me next time you see me, or else I'll beat your parents out of you, especially that Hui Xiao amongst you, simply the coward of cowards. Qin Xian could vaguely see that Hui Xiao's clenched fists, but Qin Xian didn't care to strut away. He also didn't want to waste any time here with these people in excess. After thinking about it for a while, he still felt that he should go back to school, but it didn't occur to him that Qin Xian would see the beautiful teacher Shan Shan in the middle of going back to school. But Qin Xian always felt that there is a little bit wrong. Before the separation of a little far, Qin Xian cannot see, so they came closer to see, found that the corner of the eyes of the beautiful teacher even hidden tear stains, two originally very good-looking eyes. At this moment, it was surprisingly red and swollen that one couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Even Qin Xian couldn't help but want to care for a few words. After all, the beautiful teacher Shan Shan he also quite respected. He was also quite good to Qin Xian and the others on weekdays. Qin Xian also wanted to know what exactly had happened to the beautiful teacher Shan Shan. After all, if in the past Qin Xian had never seen him this upset, and also wanted to figure out what exactly had happened here. If someone bullied the beautiful Ms. Shan Shan, Qin Xian would not let that person go. After all, if such a beautiful person was bullied into this state, anyone would be saddened to see it. Out of concern, Qin Xian still politely went up to ask a few questions. What's wrong with you, teacher? I look like you're extremely upset. If there's something going on, you could have talked to me about it. Maybe I can even help you out a bit. But it didn't occur to the beautiful Ms. Shan Shan to look a little nervous, hurrying to cover those two eyes of his with his hands. Qin Xian did not understand what the hell he was doing. After all, Qin Xian had seen it from a distance, but Qin Xian also knows that beautiful woman, Ms. Shan Shan is no longer sad and does not want Qin Xian, who is a student, to see this. Qin Xian acted as if he didn't see it, and then spoke again. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Don't hide anything, I will help you. You won't be able to solve any troubles like this, okay? We are teacher and student. The beautiful Shan Shan teacher, but suddenly the pretense of strong effect a bit. Do not worry about it, teacher, alright, only the wind is a little bit big. The teacher's eyes blew pain. This kind of bull Qin Xian how can believe? But Qin Xian also know the beauty. Ms. Shan Shan certainly does not want to talk to him. What also do not want him to know what they did not poke through his lies. Said, well, then be careful when you walk in the future. Indeed, the wind and sand are a little strong at this time of year, and it wouldn't be good if such beautiful eyes were to get hurt. Don't worry, teacher will pay attention. Now teacher has something else to do, so I won't chat with you. You also quickly go back to study. The beautiful Shan Shan was always urging. Chen Xian didn't have the intention of continuing to inquire any further, so he returned to his own dormitory. Chen Xian began to organize his clothes. After all, there were already several pieces that hadn't been washed for several days, and it was a rare occasion that he intended to let them go for a cleaning. Although Chen Xian hadn't worn them much, the weather had been a bit heavy lately, and Chen Xian wanted his clothes to be clean and dry. However, it did not occur to Chen Xian that he had heard news that shocked him. After all, he was not the only one in his dormitory room. There were other people there as well. Chen Xian had no intention of listening to all this gossip they were idly chatting about, but it did not occur to him that just as Chen Xian picked up a piece of clothing to fold it, just out of the blue, I heard the man say, "Did you know? It seems that beautiful Ms. Shan is getting a divorce from her husband." Hearing this news, Chen Xian was like a thunderbolt, suddenly remembered that he had met the beautiful Ms. Shan before, and instantly understood why Ms. Shan's eyes would be hung with tear stains on this day. It turned out that it was because she and her husband were in the middle of a divorce. This thing affected him, but Chen Xian also couldn't figure out, was her husband sick? Letting such a beautiful teacher Shan not want, but even thinking of divorce. But after thinking about it for a moment, this matter didn't have anything to do with Chen Xian at all. But it didn't occur to me that the person added, it seems like after Ms. Shan divorced that person actually took all the property, and I've seen Ms. Shan very upset before. Hearing this, Chen Xian's heart is a little overwhelmed. I did not expect Ms. Shan's ex-husband to be so excessive, even if the divorce is over, but also took all the property. Just when Chen Xian fell into the dust, the sudden phone rang. The man above shows warrior, beautiful, Shan teacher. Chen Xian did not delay, directly picked up. It turned out to be a teacher looking for him to help move. Without hesitation, Chen Xian went straight to help Ms. Shan moved to that newly rented room of his rental house. Chapter 84, Beat Up Hui Xiao. And Ms. Shan had very little, except for some clothes and the usual daily necessities. After that, the reason Ms. Shan's stuff is so small, most of the valuable stuff was taken by her ex-husband and he kicked Ms. Shan out. Seeing this, Chen Xian was also very angry, but he didn't want to make Ms. Shan even more upset, so he helped Ms. Shan to bring all those things together. But there are still a few things in here, very heavy. You Shan teacher, such a small body cannot bear. Chen Xian is also in the mood. Fortunate Shan teacher called him over, otherwise he alone will be busy for a long time. But this place was really small, and probably Chen Xian couldn't help but feel heartbroken for this beautiful teacher in front of him when he saw it. And this place is small, there even if, but also very dirty, even a place to land. Chen Xian also do not know how Ms. Shan found this place. He live where is really too aggravating. But all these words Chen Xian just put in the heart, also dare not say out, afraid that Shan old will be sad because of it. So Chen Xian was very considerate and found tools to clean the place instantly. But there were other places that were still dirty, and Ms. Shan didn't let Chen Xian do all of them. When she saw this scene, he also felt a little embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry. I just found this place today. Time is really too tight. I'm really sorry to bother you to clean it with me." Instantly a sudden blush appeared on his face. Chen Xian, however, shook his head and stated, "Received, it's nothing. Moreover, it's nothing more than an unusual trifle. Moreover, teacher, what exactly happened to you guys? Can you talk to me about it?" But Yama-sensei showed a great reluctance to talk about the situation, because he had not yet eased up from that grief. If it is not very love, his ex-husband will not be married to him, but did not think that the two only married not long time. Her boyfriend suddenly had a new love, but also his old love to drive out, so that he was penniless. Shannon's heart ached very violently at the thought of this. What had he been living through all his life? Why did he meet such a big scum? Why did God want to torture him like this? But now there is still Chen Xian here. He had to endure the discomfort in his heart, shook his head and said, "It's fine. What big storm old has not seen? Only just left. The teacher has not yet adapted to it." Seeing Ms. Shan's saddened appearance afterward, Chen Xian was even more heartbroken, but it wasn't good to show it. If he really showed that sympathetic expression, then the beautiful teacher Shan would probably get even more upset if she noticed. And Chen Xian didn't want to stick another knife in his upset heart. But Chen Xian also want to understand what is happening. Why Ms. Shan suddenly want to divorce his ex-husband, and divorce even bring all the property. There must be some unknown secret that Chen Xian corner wanted to figure out. If Chen Xian knew that it was that person who had negatively impacted Ms. Shan, he would definitely not let him go. But Chen Xian was still a student now, and there wasn't much he could do for Ms. Shan, and Ms. Shan as a teacher wouldn't want a student to have anything to do with his own ex-husband. By the time the two had pretty much cleaned up this home and had everything in place, the whole place was instantly prettier. It was as if she was seeing a place where she belonged. And Ms. Shannon's mood seemed to slow down a bit. Chen Xian had no intention of asking about him anymore, but it didn't occur to him that it was only at this time that Ms. Shan Shan suddenly spoke up. Originally, I didn't want to talk to you about this matter because it has nothing to do with you, but now I really can't find anyone else who is clear about it, and I also hope that you won't tell anyone else about it. Teacher Shan Shan looked at Chen Xian with a shy face. Don't worry, teacher. I'm definitely not the type to talk too much. If I can make it easier for a teacher to speak out of their heart, I'd also like to be a listener to the teacher in this moment. Chen Xian smiled. Well, teacher, and you say, you must really don't say it to anyone else, right? Teacher face is too thin. My ex-husband and I just got divorced, and he got hit with a thing that I really hate. Instantly Ms. Shan Shan's expression became hideous. Seeing such Ms. Shan Shan, Chen Xian had an indescribable feeling, as if there was a story here. Teacher, what exactly did they do that you were so upset that you even want to divorce him? Chen Xian inquired. He cheated on me, you know? He and I weren't divorced at that time. What did he think of me? Sam cried out in pain. Chen Xian, as soon as he heard this news, is also very shocked. I did not think that Shan Shan teacher's ex-husband was such a scum. Even in their marriage time also cheated. Even a penny is not left to him, also threw him out of the house. This in the end, what talent can do this kind of thing? Is there any other woman more beautiful than Ms. Shan Shan, this kind of beauty? Chen Xianjing thought that amongst all the women he had seen, Ms. Shan Shan was considered to be the pretty one, but he hadn't thought that such a pretty woman would be disliked by the other puts. It's just as well that her ex-husband had the eyes to recognize gold and jade, and had to think of other women who couldn't pull their weight as jewels. Hearing this, Chen Xian was also very angry, so he comforted and said, Ms. Shan Shan, don't be angry. You're so pretty, you'll definitely find a better one in the future. With your ex-husband's kind of vision, what kind of woman can he find? You don't feel bad anymore. But at the moment Mr. Shannon is crying again, but he's not crying because his ex-husband kicked him out, but he's unraveling his heart and crying bitterly for that first half of his life that he himself missed out on. He also for the first half of his life feel worthless, wasted most of the youth, but even met such a scum, in the end ended up in such a situation. This can be blamed on who is still not to blame for his own eyes blind. Chen Xian could see how sad he was, so he didn't say anything. Besides, the two had been packing up here for a long time, and Chen Xian knew that it was assumed that Mr. Shan Shan hadn't eaten for a long time, so Chen Xian went to the kitchen to cook himself. At least the pasta ingredients here were still quite complete, and made a whole bunch of delicacies. The teacher was in a better mood, so Chen Xian left. What I didn't expect was Hui Xiao from the foreign school to find someone to cause trouble, and just as they were about to fight, dull little sister went out. As soon as he saw dull little sister, Hui Xiao's eyes couldn't move, staring straight ahead, and it's cheeky to go up and say you want to get acquainted and try to drag the dorky little sister away. But Chen Xian appeared and blocked the way, beating Hui Xiao severely and warning him, in the future, you stay away from your little sister. Chapter 85, the deposit is in the $10 million range. Hui Xiao was beaten to death, but also at the same time was very afraid of Chen Xian in front of him. He did not think that Chen Xian's fighting strength was so strong before. Seeing his own brother beaten to that state, he was indifferent, not expecting that now that he had been beaten, his other brothers would not dare to come forward, and no one would come to help him, because his previous brothers had already learned of Chen Xian's strength and didn't dare to try it again so easily. No one dared to step forward to help him. However, they also realized that they were going to suffer soon because they had gone so far as to save Hui Xiao from death. But Chen Xian's side wasn't one to be messed with, and they didn't know who to help, so they took the opportunity to run away. Hui Xiao was beaten on the ground, wailing, but no one dared to come and help him. But soon two men took him away, men from inside his house. Chen Xian looked at his departing back and scoffed a few more times. You brat really is living out of patience. Even dare to dip into my woman. Go back where you came from. Don't let me see you again in the future or I'll see you once and beat you up. Saying this, Chen Xian even rushed towards his car and gave a middle finger with a very arrogant expression. But in fact, Chen Xian was also getting angry. He had only left for a little while, and he didn't expect Hui Xiao, the dog skin, to have found dull little sister. Surprisingly, he even wanted to force dull little sister away from here. If he hadn't appeared himself just now, then dull little sister would have been pulled away by him by now. I don't know what that is going to do to dull little sister. Chen Xuanjiao is angry with his teeth at the thought. Returning to his senses, Chen Xian looked at the dull little sister next to him and said, You're not alright. He didn't do anything to you, did he? It's all my fault for coming back too late. There was a bit of a delay just now. Otherwise you wouldn't have encountered that scum. But next to the dull little sister, but face hard to say. Chen Xian, just now you should not be on him so hard. Do you know that his family is very background as we cannot afford to mess with the existence? He wants to associate as such ordinary people as simply a matter of minutes. I do not want you to be hurt. Dull little sister knows the identity of the homecoming. also know that he is home inside the enterprise, and the network is not low. Want to deal with their kind of people is simply 10 points easy. Chen Xian alone cannot resist. He is afraid that Chen Xian will happen something. Although dull little sister also knew that Chen Xian was coming out of the square for him, the price he had to pay was just too great, and he was extremely worried about Chen Xian. He also thought that Chen Xian had just acted too impulsively. Why didn't he even consider the consequences first? You should know that at the meeting that person is very vindictive. If you put it in the past, there is a person who hit him. The result is that he was given a grudge, and in the end was hit by the hand, not to say that even the life is gone. That tragedy simply leaves one at a loss for words, and his family has no place to go to the police even if they go to report it, because Hui Xiao's family directly took a large sum of money to plug his family's mouth. But how can money make up for the pain of losing their son? But what can they do? Their family is small and their family is big and they can't even compare. It's not like they only had that one son. They had other children to support, and on balance decided to put the matter to rest and take that money and run off to live in another city. Therefore that Hui Yun became more and more arrogant. No matter how much he is spoiled, there is always his parents behind him. So many people see him just hide, dare not say anything. Even if his girlfriend was bullied by Hui Xiao, he wouldn't dare to stand up for his girlfriend. He simply couldn't fight with Hui Xiao. Seeing dull little sister's pained expression, Chen Xian comforted. It's fine, you don't have to be afraid, as long as I'm here. If he dares to make a move against you, I'll be the first to not let him go. Dull little sister, however, was very angry and said, do you know what his family does? Do you even know how many connections his family has? You're just stirring up trouble. Don't ever get into that kind of foolishness for me again, okay? I don't want to see you get hurt either. It's hard to beat 4 fists with 2 hands. And do you know what happened to those who bullied him in the past? Is it hard for me to watch him bully you? I can't do it. I'm not a coward, even if there's something in the future. So what if he comes at me in battle? I'll beat him up a few times if he comes a few times until I've scared him off. Chen Xian clenched his fists and said, Dorky said with red eyes, I just don't want to see you get hurt. Chen Xian also realized that his tone was a bit too impulsive. Alright, don't worry about it. Just now I didn't mean to try to be mean to you. I was just a bit angry. When I thought of that scene just now, I wanted to beat him to death with all the impulses I could muster. He even dared to take your hand. He really had a lot of guts. I wanted to cut his hand off. Just beating him to that state. I've already hit him lightly. But the people around listening to what Chen Xian said, these words are spitting in your face. That call underhand are called. Scared pro people, bones are broken by you a few. I guess you'll have to sleep on the bed in the future. You'll just wait for his family to come and settle the score with you. Those people couldn't listen to anything else, so they had to leave in a hurry, afraid that Chen Xian would find them in trouble. But Hui Xiao, his family's business is so big, how could he lie in bed forever because of such a small injury? No matter what method was used, Chen Xian also believed that his parents would do everything they could to bring Hui Xiao back, so Chen Xian wasn't worried about this place at all. Lily reported gym turnover to more than 1 million. The deposit has reached 10 million. Boss, what should we do next? Inquiring about Chen Xian's opinion. After all, this was also the first time he had received such a large turnover. He was really a bit at a loss for words and Chen Xian hadn't taught him anything, so he wanted to come and discuss with Chen Xian what he planned to do with the money. But Chen Xian did not even blink when he heard about the gym's turnover to 1 million, thinking that it was still too little, but felt that this amount of money should be enough if he went to open another branch. Chen Xian wants to make more money. Then if other people want to come to their trouble, want to weigh a little. Chen Xian then replied, you don't have to worry about this matter. I'll take care of it. Chen Xian intends to go and open a 3rd branch. After all, there are only 2 gyms now, which is really too little. If you want to open all over the world, this amount of money is still obviously not enough. Chen Xian wants to open more branches to earn more money. This time the store was twice the size of the previous one, and a visit to the store revealed that the owner was selling it off at a low price. Chen Xian observed it and realized that there was nothing wrong with it, and it was nice to buy it with a big hand. Chapter 86 Live Broadcast. Having just finished solving the matter at hand, Chen Xian hadn't had the time to spare for long, and his butt had just touched the sofa cushion when a message from the system suddenly popped up. Live Broadcast gets 100,000 followers, rewarded with a supercar. Chen Xian heard a supercar, eyes straight out of the golden light. Yo, the system turned out to be so rich. Supercar are given the whole out. He definitely wants to get this supercar in his pocket. No, what else did he just hear? 100,000 fans. Wasn't this just embarrassing him? He was a 2-meter tall man, and he was going to go live to gain 100,000 fans. First of all, he wasn't a competent live streamer, and furthermore, in what form was he going to attract these 100,000 fans? It's still a question that deserves a deeper look. System, you're not playing with me, are you? 100,000 fans. How do you expect me to get them? Chen Xian only felt his brain sink. This was just making things difficult for him. But a supercar was really tempting. How could he possibly resist the temptation of a supercar? Live on cell phones, live on computers. You're saying the same thing you didn't say. Who doesn't know? Chen Xian exclaimed. He now felt that this was definitely toying with him. Damn it! But the supercar was too tempting. If he gets a supercar, will he be able to go out in it? Never mind. Bear with it for a while. You'll have something to show off when the time comes. Making up his mind, Chen Xian accepted this challenge from the system. But think is to think well. Then what to do in the end? Live broadcasting, and he has not been exposed to. Even if he has not live broadcasting, then he also knows that this 100,000 fans is not at all easy to obtain. Even now live broadcasting people want to save up to 100,000 fans is also very difficult. Never mind, the prize is a supercar anyway, and having a supercar is kind of nice. Right, I can find someone to learn live streaming. Dull little sister. Isn't she a competent person in this area? Couldn't we still find her to learn how to learn? This can't be considered a difficult task. Chen Xian suddenly remembered little sister Dull who was live streaming that day, and now, he could only look for little sister Dull to learn this aspect of the skill. But I'm afraid Dull little sister doesn't have 100,000 fans. Then this seems to be a sky-high number, but this number and a supercar are nothing. You know, a supercar can be much harder to obtain than 100,000 fans. Soon, Chen Xian found Dull little sister. Ha, you're going live? Dull little sister carefully sized up and measured Chen Xian. She didn't feel that Chen Xian couldn't do it. She just felt that it was a bit unbelievable, especially because Chen Xian was such a big guy. At the very beginning, she was intimidated by Chen Xian, and I'm afraid that if she were to broadcast live, many people would have the exact same reaction as her. Dull little sister was surprised for a while before she finally reacted. She shouldn't have this expression. It would be too unfair to Chen Xian, especially with this expression. It could easily be perceived by Chen Xian as discriminating against him. No, I don't mean that. Dull little sister was afraid of being misunderstood by Chen Xian. She quickly explained. She was also surprised for a while now. Immediately slowed down and said, "Do you want to go live? Let me teach you. I'll open an account for you first, and for the account, you'll need to go to the certification, and then you can go live afterwards. But what kind of live streaming are you going to do? Food blogger? A gaming blogger? Or what kind of blogger? You need to give yourself a niche and then find a style of your own, preferably one that the public will remember you by so you can gain fans." Dull little sister didn't know why Chen Xian suddenly wanted to go live, and she also found it strange that he suddenly had to pull such a stunt. But Chen Xian hadn't told her either, so she was too embarrassed to ask Chen Xian about it. Style? What do you mean? What kind do I fit into? Chen Xian really didn't know what kind of style he was suited for. It couldn't be some kind of fierce man, could it? He seemed as if he could only be worthy of such a name now. It wasn't what he wanted the most, but it was the only title he could currently touch at the moment, and he didn't have any other redeeming qualities other than being this big and perhaps attracting the attention of others. He didn't want this either, but reality was so cruel. Forget it, I might as well just have this sub to catch other people's attention. Chen Xian recognized himself. He thought to himself, the current bloggers, surely no one would be like him, right? This height, this sub, especially his system power. This is not something that ordinary people can compare to, so he didn't have anything to worry about. Dull little sister nodded approvingly. She hadn't dared to say so. That is, she didn't feel too good about opening her mouth and felt a bit offended. But with Chen Xian's own cognizance being so clear, there was no need for her to open her mouth. Originally still hesitating on how to open his mouth about this matter, but Chen Xian was cognizant of the distinctness himself and said it himself, so as not to offend anyone. Soon enough, little sister Dull helped Chen Xian get an account. Do you want to try? Rather looking forward to it. She wanted to see what Chen Xian was live streaming. It was entirely out of curiosity. I'd quite like to see you live stream. Chen Xian scratched his head. He didn't know how to live broadcast, but he usually saw the scene of Dull little sister's live broadcast. It shouldn't be considered difficult, as long as he learns the words that Dull little sister usually says live, or some of Dull little sister's actions. He might be on the verge of harvesting his first fans. Don't ask why it's the first fan. After all, it's hard to start everything, so as soon as you take the first step, as soon as you gain your first fan, the rest shouldn't be such a challenge. Okay, I'll try. And you can help me, by the way. I have so many questions I need to ask you later. After all, he wasn't a competent person in this area and wasn't familiar with it, so he was afraid that he wouldn't know what to do on his first live broadcast and then make a joke. At first, there weren't many people inside the room, but after Dull little sister linked over, the people inside the live broadcast room went up, but the number of fans was still only in the single digits up until now, which made Chen Xian fret. What's this? Nerdy little sister is there too? What does this big brother do? There were many questions that popped up, and they were all extremely curious about Chen Xian, a person with no more than a single-digit number of followers. But in the very next second, Chen Xian gave himself a long shot, revealing his body, and the comments section began to explode. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's going on here? How tall is the blogger? Why does it look like a giant? Does this not have any special effects on? That can't be right. It was clear that everyone was intimidated by his height, especially the moment he stood up, and the comments section went from a handful of words. Chapter 87 Audition. It becomes a screen swiping, language-filled box. Wow, you're that good? Dull little sister took a look at Chen Xian's number of fans and the number of people in the live broadcast room. What's going on? Isn't it just revealing a figure? It suddenly attracted so many people. The number of fans has risen straight up, and now it's about to break through 1,000. And also, what's going on with the number of people inside the live broadcast room? With so many people suddenly flooding in, the live stream had broken 10,000. Miracle! She wasn't even that popular at first live. At the beginning, Dull Little Sister was still at a point where no one asked for her, until she later broadcast very many live shows, and she is now unable to remember exactly how many live shows she broadcasted to save up to the number of fans she has now. However, right now, Dull Little Sister's number of fans was about to be surpassed by Chen Xian. She had to marvel. Big brother is awesome. You must be the official's own son. It had to be said that Chen Xian was that great after this was only his first live broadcast, so wouldn't he be flying straight up in the future? Dull Little Sister thought in her mind. Chen Xian hadn't bothered to pay attention to his fan count yet, as he was already fully committed to live broadcasting. If he saw the number of fans, at first he might have been the idea of staying a little sister, but it didn't take long for him to feel that it was nothing. After all, it was still much worse than 100,000 fans, which wasn't considered a large number. Would a blogger be interested in becoming a fitness instructor? A sudden flash of comments on the screen attracted Chen Xian's attention. Fitness trainer. He hadn't thought of this. What fitness trainer? He hadn't thought of it before. If there wasn't a task from the system, then he definitely wouldn't have chosen the path of live broadcasting. At least not right now. After all, he is not interested in this aspect now. Also did not taste the sweetness. How can he head into the live broadcast industry inside? Certainly still have to wander for a while days. The fitness instructor one appeals to him though. Fitness instructor and all. That would probably be his choice. If not live his current physical condition. It seems that he can only engage in the industry of fitness instructor. And he can be sure that if he is a fitness instructor, then it is estimated that not many individuals can surpass him. No, it should be a person who has not. This point, Chen Xian can be very confident. After all, Chen Xian had the capital and the conditions and the system. What kind of fitness instructor? Could you elaborate on that? I'd be somewhat interested. Chen Xian was so close to crisis that he was live streaming, but that was fine. It was treated as if he was live streaming and chatting with his fans anyway, but the man wasn't talking anymore. Chen Xian thought that this was nothing more than a joke, and what he didn't expect was that in the very next second, the person sent a private message over. Hello, not really a fitness instructor, just a character within the movie. I think you'd be perfect for the role, and it's just a matter of fitting in for an outtake. What do you think? The director introduced himself. His name is Zhang Yan. This time is to choose the role. But on the network suddenly saw someone in the live broadcast, clicked in just happened to be Chen Xian's live room, not yet watched for a while, found that the original Chen Xian's body condition is so good, tall, enough to be a fitness trainer inside the movie. Out of a shot is not too much difficulty. Good. Chen Xian didn't think much about it and directly agreed, regardless of whether he was a real fitness instructor or a fake fitness instructor. Anyway, together with the fact that he didn't have anything important to do, it wasn't that difficult to go and make an appearance. The next day, Chen Xian went to the agreed-upon location after getting off the air. Seeing Zhang Yan himself, Zhang Yan also saw Chen Xian, and his heart could not help but be shocked. Tian, what the hell is this person? What did you grow up eating? Eat hormones? How can you grow so tall and powerful? Not only tall, but also the body muscles and everything is proper, which makes Zhang Yan feel inferior at once. He is not really how short. Right, he thought his height is still good, but once he saw Chen Xian, at least it must be more than 2 meters. He had thought that his 1.85 meters is already considered good, but the result is that once he stood next to Chen Xian, he is a short man. It's a whole head shorter. This gap had to make Zhang Yan feel self-prepared. Hello director, I'm here to audition for a movie today. Chen Xian saw Zhang Yan's general expression of surprise and instantly knew what was going on. Everyone who saw him had this expression at first. He was now immune to it and didn't find it strange. Only this director's reflex arc was really too long. So far he hadn't remembered that he had come here for an interview, and just left him out to dry, fuming by himself. Oh, Sorry. Read the script. Here are your lines. All you need to do is to cooperate with us to shoot a scene. Let me see how well you fit the role. Whether you pass the audition or not still needs to be assessed by our directing team. Although he was surprised in his heart, the steps that should have been taken were not skipped. By the looks of it, Chen Xian should be a first-time actor. So he explained some more to Chen Xian, and he was very optimistic about Chen Xian. After all, Chen Xian was the person he had picked at first glance, whether or not he had passed the audition. It seemed like it didn't matter much in the director's mind. What mattered was that this person was indeed very much in line with his standards. Alright, I got it. Let's get started. After reading the script for a while, Chen Xian felt that he had no problems, so he told the director to start. The results came out, and Zhang Yan did think he had a good eye. The people looked good, and the audition went very well. All of this was seen by Fan Liangtian, who looked on with disdain as the director smiled at Chen Xian. What was this? Wasn't it just a dragon set runner? What's wrong with that? It's just a drag queen. It's just a drag queen role that passed. Can you be that happy? Fan Liangtian was puzzled, and a hint of hostility towards Chen Xian grew. When Chen Xian came out after the audition, Fan Liangtian specifically told Chen Xian, "I'm Fan Liangtian. You should have heard of me, right? Don't recognize." Where would Chen Xian know about this? Especially since Fan Liangtian was nothing more than a third-tier starlet. Honestly, even if the other party was a first-tier star, probably Chen Xian wouldn't recognize a few of them. But this is a theater group, and the people here are supposed to be minor celebrities. Chen Xian did not intend to say anything more to Fan Liangtian. His current live broadcast fans were just a few short of 100,000. He did not want to say anything more to Fan Liangtian. He only wanted to quickly save up to 100,000 so that he could fulfill his dream of a supercar. Where is the Fan Liangtian or not Liangtian? Regardless of whether it was Fan Liangtian or Fan Darktian, it was not relevant to him. Chapter 88 Supercars. You, go and get me a cup of tea. Fan Liangtian was sitting on a lord's chair, and there was also a parasol belonging to him, and if it mainly looked like that, it was indeed still quite a model. Only, who was he to condescend to instruct Chen Xian? Chen Xian immediately became unhappy, originally thought that it was just an ordinary passerby, but did not expect that the other party would actually instruct him. Could it be that his name is Fan Liangtian? Is he some kind of big-name immortal? Chen Xian didn't believe in any immortals yet. What does it mean to ask him to serve tea and water at this time? He came here to interview for a fitness instructor, not to serve tea and water to others, especially this kind of unknown people. Why can you casually tell him to do things, or this kind of insulting behavior? He's not one of Fan Liangtian's minions or assistants, so why should he just find a passerby and order him around? What kind of reasoning is this? On what grounds? I refuse. Chen Xian would not bow down to this kind of black power. Moreover, in Chen Xian's eyes, what did this thin, weak, dry Fan Liangtian amount to? It was just a person, and he didn't recognize any reputation or fame. Chen Xian recognized the strength, but a glance can be seen. This Fan Liangtian, simply not their own opponent, not to mention the opponent. I'm afraid that nothing can be counted. This is not Chen Xian look down on Fan Liangtian. This is only the truth. You, Fan Liangtian was completely and utterly enraged this time. He thought to himself, although he wasn't considered to be a big-name star, but at least he was also a third-tier star. And this tall and strong man in front of him, what did he count as? Only is taller than him, only is more brutal than him. Because Fan Liangtian's current belief was still that Chen Xian was a runner who had come for an interview. He didn't look at it in his heart at all. You are nothing but a drag queen. What right do you have to tell me no? Do you have any extraordinary ability? Then let me take a look and see what you have. You're just a drag queen. You dare to talk to me like this? A third-tier star. You weigh your own fingers. Whether it's you or me, that's bullish. Fan Liangtian couldn't stand Chen Xian's behavior and directly belittled Chen Xian, making him out to be as disdainful and weak as he was. However, what he couldn't have imagined was that Chen Xian wasn't even a person in the acting circle. He was at most a live streamer. Moreover, he viewed Fan Liangtian's wave of provocations as nothing but a dog barking at him. Doesn't matter what you say. Chen Xian looked at his cell phone. Ooh, the number of fans had arrived, and he wasn't going to waste any time here babbling with Fan Liangtian about anything. He'd be able to leave this place with his supercar in no time. Chen Xian laughed, not taking Fan Liangtian's provocation in the slightest, and said mockingly to Fan Liangtian, I'm leaving, so you can be your own lord here. The number of live fans has reached 100,000. Mission accomplished. Chen Xian gets a supercar. The system popped up once, and this time it was a good thing. Chen Xian's sports car was immediately in his hands. With fast, Chen Xian got the car keys of the supercar and the supercar appeared in front of Chen Xian. Chen Xian got into the supercar, didn't bother with Fan Liangtian, and walked away. What? That one he's driving is a supercar? This, how is this possible? Isn't he a drag queen? Are all drag queens that good these days? No way. Is he not a runner? Could it be that this person is a relation? Damn it, he hadn't thought of that just now. If he was a relation, then wouldn't that be a solution to what the director had just nodded to him? Turns out it wasn't that this runner was high-minded. Turns out it was that the other guy had it in the first place. Suddenly, Family Tian felt that he had been dealt a blow. Why could a small character who came to run the show drive a supercar? Nope, he wasn't a drag queen at all. He must be a connected person from somewhere. Now Family Tian was even more certain. Chen Xian, who had already gotten his hands on a supercar, had long since left any fan bright sky fan dark sky behind. And the fact that he now owned a supercar was a different change. Finally, got the supercar I've been longing for. System, old me loves you too much. At first, he was complaining that the system was making things difficult for people, but in the end, he still found out that what other people couldn't give him, the system could give him, such as this 1 or 2 supercars, and his power, all of which were bestowed by the system. His knowledge of the system was now much richer. Turns out it wasn't to spite him. It was to save him. Chen Xian came with a supercar to the dormitory floor. The dormitory people have seen Chen Xian can be powerful. The supercar, adrift, simply do not be too perfect. Provoke the dormitory inside the 3 people or Chen Xian I read. Chen Xian, in the few days that your kid has been missing, how come you've changed your supercar? What kind of great luck have you gotten? Why don't you bring your brothers? After everyone saw Chen Xian's supercar, whether they couldn't help but go up and touch it, the texture, claiming the price. It was worthy of being a supercar worth its weight in gold. But Chen Xian, this kid, is indeed when developed, with the boomers, suddenly open a supercar to, and their brothers 3, just every day to live with the beggars. To what nothing, there is only the red-eyed part. It's not much, you guys just don't ask. Just think of me as that thug you're talking about. Indeed, it was true that there was no difference between him and a thug right now. A thug was like that, and so was he. But then again, he had relied on his own hard work to get here. So it wasn't really anything dishonorable or unseemly. Alright, no more questions, no more questions. They didn't ask any further questions. Although they were red in the face, Chen Xian was still their good brother, so they definitely wouldn't make things difficult for Chen Xian. Moreover, having such a rich man as Chen Xian's brother was considered good luck for them all. Come on, take us out for a ride. We haven't been in a supercar yet. Right, why don't you lend us a drive? And I'll drive you guys out for a ride in this supercar. How about it? I'm a very good driver. Don't you guys doubt my skills. Forget it, Wang Gong, just that skill of yours. Don't all what time to break Chen Xian's car. By then you won't be able to afford to pay for it even if you lose all your money. Because of Chen Xian's sports car, a few of them were boiling over. Chapter 89, The Hero Saves the Beauty. Alright, then let's go to the nearby clubhouse and have some fun. Chen Xian had also come back to show off a bit, and with his purpose achieved, it was now time to show off their brotherly love. There was no way he could arrange a sports car for everyone, but he could treat them. Consider it as him getting this supercar today to curry a happy head. Good, Chen Xian, enough of a brother. We've agreed that you'll pay the bill today. Brothers recently poor even cannot afford to eat every day in the dormitory to eat instant noodles. Eat all tired. Now you're back. Can let us improve the food. Never go back to gnaw on instant noodles again. Otherwise I'm going to vomit. Chen Xian got into the supercar, pointed to the position behind him, and said boldly, okay, get in. Today brother will take you to eat a wild meal, and improve the food for you, lest by the time you guys starve to death in the dormitory you can't say brother didn't take you well. Chen Xian brought the 3 to a nearby clubhouse. Just as he entered, he heard a familiar voice that couldn't help but make Chen Xian stand still. The 3 saw Chen Xian standing in the doorway of a clubhouse compartment. Motionless, the 3 were puzzled, went up and asked, what's the matter, you kid? Not to say that you want to bring us over to improve the improvement. How come you don't go by yourself? How? Suddenly crisis with money? But it doesn't look like it should be. Supercars have it. Is not there a few free money? That's not true. It couldn't be that Chen Xian wanted to renege on the debt. That won't do. The 3 of them will drag Chen Xian over even if they have to. Shoo, don't talk, you guys listen. This was not, but rather Chen Xian heard a voice similar to dull little sister's. But how could dull little sister appear in this place? This couldn't help but make Chen Xian stop his steps. He stood outside the compartment and listened to the movements inside. But the more he listened to the voice, the more he felt that it looked like dull little sister. It couldn't be that coincidental, could it? Moreover, how did he feel that dull little sister was in danger? Especially since she was in a very bad situation right now. You could actually hear it just by listening to her voice. Sister, why don't you come over and drink with brother? Do you still want to go against your boss's words? Are you not afraid? Another male voice came from inside. Ergo, as soon as this male voice came out, Chen Xian immediately felt the dull little sister was in danger. No, she should be under duress. He couldn't wait. He wanted to go in and see what was going on. However, the three people around him would not know the relationship between the two, and thought that Chen Xian wanted to mess up the good deed, and hurriedly stopped Chen Xian. Hey, you kid, brain is not into the water? You also do not see what the situation is going to be a brain to rush inside. Are not afraid of what happened? You cannot take it easy. Said to bring us out to improve the food, you cannot go around provoking right and wrong. Be careful to cause trouble. The three of them kindly pulled Chen Xian back. Chen Xian, who was about to rush in, was pulled back and did not go in to stop it in time, missing an important moment. The voice of the dull little sister was also heard. I am not here to accompany the wine. You guys stay away from me, or I'm going to yell for someone. Dull little sister also knew that even if she shouted her throat out, no one would come to help her, especially in this place. But she looked at these big and thick men in front of her, not to mention what escort. She did not want to stay for a moment, but if it was not for her own moment of confusion fell into the trap, she would not have to be so stifled now to stay in this tight place, but also to look at other people's faces, and also have to listen to other people. What are you guys doing? I'm not going out of my way to make a scene. The person inside is my friend. I think she must be in some kind of trouble. I'm going in to save her. It was only after hearing Chen Xian say this that the three of them reacted to the fact that it was not at all what they had imagined. Well, Chen Xian, he alone, going in, the chances of winning should still be considered great, right? After all, Chen Xian, this big guy, alone could top several people. The three of them felt that Chen Xian alone could take care of the minions inside, so they pushed Chen Xian inside. Who are you? Why are you here? Get out of here. The few bosses inside saw Chen Xian, who suddenly barged in. Good things being delayed. The few bosses were furious and cursed at Chen Xian. But this is not much for Chen Xian. Originally thought that this inside coercion of dull little sisters people, how terrible, how difficult to deal with it. Come in to see. Is only a few empty, a beer belly obese disgusting man. On this, he is not in the eyes. Dumb little sister, come here. Chen Xian directly ignored those few disgusting men and let dull little sister go over. Dull little sister was so anxious that tears were falling down her face. She simply did not expect things to turn out like this. Nor did she expect Chen Xian to come to her rescue. She was touched in her heart. What are you? Dare to ignore me? A few men couldn't help it. This tall guy was instructing them as soon as he came in. Where could they look at the few big bosses? So they started a verbal attack on Chen Xian. But there was no use over here. Dull little sister still hid behind Chen Xian. Now that Chen Xian was around, she didn't need to be afraid of these fierce old men, because Chen Xian was even more fierce than them, which was something that little sister Dull could still be assured of, and she could trust Chen Xian with complete peace of mind. What do I count? Then today, let you see what I count. Chen Xian, without saying a word, stepped forward and gave a beating to these few old men who wanted to force Dull little sister to accompany them. A few people together, not as powerful as Chen Xian. By the looks of it, it's nothing more than a paper tiger. Bah, it's really growing fat for nothing. With this it hadn't taken him long to beat up a few people, although he didn't hit them hard. In a short period of time, these few people would definitely not dare to look for trouble from dull little sister. After beating the few people away, Chen Xian turned around and asked little sister Dull, why are you here? And why are you still mixed up with these guys? They don't look like goodies at first glance. It's better for a girl to be careful out there. Seeing that dull little sister was in a hurry and crying, he knew that this was definitely not what dull little sister wanted. And dull little sister wasn't some girl who didn't love and respect herself. So there must be something to all of this. Well, that person in the middle is the boss of this clubhouse. It's all by necessity. Dull little sister briefly said her situation. She was embarrassed when she said these words. After all, this kind of stupid thing was still being bumped into by other people. But today, if there was no Chen Xian, then she would definitely be. Chapter 90, Old Neighborhoods. You can terminate your contract. You don't have to commit yourself to staying in that place at all. Chen Xian was puzzled as to why dull little sister would be in so much pain by staying in that place, but still want to stay there. Why in the world was that? Could it be that there was something unspeakable about it? By the look on dull little sister's face, it seemed that she had guessed correctly 9 times out of 10. Dull little sister sighed. She didn't want to be like this, but she shouldn't be able to do anything about it. That breach of contract, she simply couldn't afford to pay for it. Breach of contract, it's too expensive. With my current salary, there's no way I can compensate for the breach of contract, but I don't want to stay in this place anymore. After experiencing today's events, she profoundly felt that she was just stupid to sign up for this Thai place in the first place, making it so that now she had to bother herself with these things all day long, and be poor, and worry that someday she would be forced to go to accompany a drink again, just like today. This is a black-hearted place. This is a place of cannibalism, and unfortunately, from the beginning, she was trapped. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. I think that this matter is definitely not simple. Just the way those people acted just now. I think that there is definitely something fishy about this. Not to mention any liquidated damages. In the end, the other party might even have to compensate you. Chen Xian could see that this was definitely not some serious business. Then in that case, he has a chance. At night, Chen Xian secretly investigated the boss of the clubhouse, and sure enough, without checking, found that the original boss of the guild was cheating anchors to cooperate with him. No wonder, there will be such a phenomenon as a dumb little sister. It seems that the owner of this club will not live long. Soon, he contacted those who were pitched the anchor, added their contact information and pulled them into a group. What kind of group is this? Who pulled it? Chen Xian counted the number of people. Well, no more, no less. 15 just right. It seems that these 15 people plus stay little sister are all cheated by the black-hearted club owner over. The information above is also so some people, but those are a lot of people, so at least they can take down the club owner. Everyone listen to me? I understand your current situation. The owner of the clubhouse tricked you into this setup. Don't you want to fight back? Are you willing to be cheated by this scum? And then every day with the contract with the threat of liquidated damages then do those things you do not want to do? Girls, the most important thing is to protect yourselves. And now that you're caught in this trap, it's not like you don't have a chance to save yourselves. So are you choosing whether you want to stay on in this black nest, or escape and return to the regularity of your lives? I believe that all of you were tricked into coming here. And surely you all want to leave this black nest, so that the scum of this society can be duly punished. Chen Xian sent out several paragraphs of text, and the group instantly went cold. What's going on? Shouldn't be. Chen Xian looked at his phone and kept refreshing it, and finally, the group was finally active. All of the bloggers chose to jointly appeal the clubhouse and have the appropriate evidence in hand. Soon the owner of the clubhouse was taken away and the girls were freed. Dumb little sister, what are you going to do from now on? What are you going to do? The termination of her contract was equivalent to her not being able to make a living inside the clubhouse. And although it was a place she couldn't wait to leave, but when she actually left, she had to plan for the future, right? Dull little sister had also thought it over. She planned to stay on the live platform. The clubhouse job was nothing anyway, and it didn't really affect her work on the live stream. I still have to leave the live streaming platform to do a live stream. By the way, tomorrow, I want to go live in the wild. Do you want to go together? Little sister Dull looked at Chen Xian. She felt safer if she brought Chen Xian along. Otherwise, when she went to that place, she didn't know if she would be scared off during the live broadcast. What place? Chen Xian was now interested in live streaming as well, especially since the supercar that he had obtained after the last live broadcast was still making him feel heartfelt, and he was now really getting more and more passionate about live streaming. Dull little sister thought about it. This time, she definitely had to find a place that was more eye-catching. Right, didn't she say before that she was going to go live in the wilderness? Then let's go to a wilderness. It's better to be a more scary place. By the way, recently there was a rumor of an old neighborhood on the internet, and it attracted a lot of hotspots. This might be a good place. Let's go to that old neighborhood that's been so hot lately. It's been sucking up a lot of attention lately. If we go live streaming there, we should be able to suck up some fans. Dull little sister was now also bent on her live broadcasting career. The current Chen Xian was no longer a newcomer to live broadcasting. The current Chen Xian was simply a veteran. The number of fans had long since broken through 100,000. She now only felt that the gap between her and Chen Xian was getting further and further away. Fine, then go to that place. Chen Xian was indifferent. He wasn't afraid of anything anyway. If he encountered danger, wasn't there still a system in place? What was wrong with that? Anyway, if it didn't constitute his well-being, then it wasn't a big deal. Besides, Nerdy Girl said that place is hot, so if you go there, you'll definitely be able to suck up. Then go to that old neighborhood. The two sneaked into the old neighborhood in the middle of the night. Since this place has been deserted for a long time, all the rooms are already in disrepair. On the table, on the floor, everywhere is dust, and there are dense cobwebs, and there are even some unspeakable things. Nerdy little sister at the beginning of the opening of the live broadcast, staring at the screen themselves, were shocked. Due to fearing too dark she could not see the room, so she brought a flashlight. Is this the old neighborhood that was recently haunted? I'm looking forward to it. Bloggers should be careful. Watch out for a ghost coming out of nowhere while you're walking. You're so cute. It could scare you to death, right? Don't let the blogger cry when he gets there. A lot of people look at the dull little sister's scared expression. All of a sudden their minds are not on the recent rumors of ghosts above. All staring at the dull little sister half crying, cannot help but feel more than the ghosts of the eyeballs. Chen Xian himself to the other rooms to check out some. He was already tall and bold, so he casually did not expect he unexpectedly found inside a leaning room, but also clean unusually. Wasn't this place deserted for a long time? Why were there still traces of people living here? No way. This place is definitely not haunted. Maybe it's just a marketing ploy. Ding. System mission, smash the inferior food processing plant. Rewarded with a set of villas. Chen Xian was instantly galvanized when he received this mission. No wonder. He felt strange here. So that's how it was. There's also a set of villas. Isn't this earning? Chapter 91, Places. Eerie looking place. Nothing will happen to my precious dull little sister. Anger. How to bring my treasure to such a place. It's so exciting. Anchor. Punch the duck. Let's see what's inside. I think this place is very familiar. Seems to be in the vicinity of my home. There is always some movement at night. The whole of my strange fear. But also heard that the place is haunted. Is upstairs really haunted? Don't you scare me, dude. It's the 21st century. There's no such thing as ghosts. I don't believe it. Back to the upstairs words. The world is really a ghost. This factory once appeared to be haunted things, the details of which I am not convenient to say more with you. You can talk to me privately. Have the idea of adding my WeChat fork? Soon enough. That one phishing comment upstairs was blocked by the administrators. That was totally a phishing expedition on his part. And you can tell by looking at the tweets that it's not a good one. Dull little sister, after brushing the comments inside the live broadcast room for a while, her heart also felt very scared. Even though her heart was not willing to believe that this factory was haunted. But in such a dark night herself and a man ran here. It was really too dangerous. But for the sake of the heat in her live room, dumb little sister persisted. She followed Chen Xian a few steps forward, then stopped. It turned out that Chen Xian in the front stopped first, and when dull little sister one directed her gaze to the front, the crowd inside the live broadcast room could see what exactly was in front of them. What a horrible scene! Originally the floor of the factory is wet and gloomy, and then that wet ground surfaced a white bone. To look in, found that there is actually hollow. Link to those who have seen the film and television drama is very obvious. This is the appearance of a person's skull. A white piece of the top has been eroded by the wind and frost, obvious traces, and the bone above the broken traces are clearly visible, but still can be recognized. That is definitely the human head bone. What the hell is that thing? Is it what I think it is? I'm a medical student, and I can assure you that that thing you're looking at is a human skull. What upstairs? Seriously? Is that really a human head? That's scary. Such a deserted factory can actually have a human skull. If this place is not haunted, I'll wash my head upside down. This is too scary. Right? How can someone's skull here won't really be haunted? Or else this place has been dead. Then this place is too scary. Big night that must not come to this kind of place. Who says it isn't? My heart is just clenched right now for fear that something will happen to the anchor. Saw live inside the people are saying this place is haunted. Originally stay little sister is not believe. But until see this eerie skull stay little sister. Now the heart also seized into a ball. Also feel horror. She looked up to Chen Xian, who was standing by the side, and asked towards him in a low voice. What on earth is this thing? It can't really be a human skull, can it? Chen Xian looked at the white bones on the ground and nodded without the slightest bit of hesitation. Yes, it's what you think. Hearing that Chen Xian had also confirmed her words, even those with the best mental abilities could not stand this horrifying atmosphere. And of course, dull little sister could not stand it either. And all of a sudden, she jumped into Chen Xian's arms, saying in a trembling voice, there can't really be ghosts here, can there? I'm so scared. Being pounced into the arms of a beauty like this, Chen Xian was also blessed with a lot of lust. He naturally wouldn't be frightened by these skulls, but after taking a step back from the impact of being pounced in by dull little sister, he heard a snapping sound, as if he had stepped on something, and turned his head to see that it was another clearly visible skull. Hearing the sound, dull little sister also looked over in the direction of the stampede, and naturally found the skull that had been picked. Why are there so many skulls here? Is it really haunted? Why don't we go back? I feel like there are a lot of secrets hidden inside. Let's just go in and take a look. It's fine. I'll protect you and won't let anything happen to you. Chen Xian Reborn pacified his dull little sister. For the sake of his own set of villas, he naturally would not give up on the task of exploring this abandoned factory. If the anchor can't stand it, let's go back. This place is scary to look at. Don't listen to that smelly man talking nonsense there. If something really happens, he's definitely the fastest one to run away. Yeah. I had thought that watching dull little sister live is to relax, and now I'm still eating, and now my heart is already clenched up. I dare not eat. It is really difficult to swallow, for fear that an accidental ghost head will come out. Let go of that nerdy little sister. Let me do it. The live broadcast room was still continuously brushing the screen, but now dull little sister's mind had not been placed inside the live broadcast room at all. He this carefully came down from Chen Xian's arms. After all, just now it was really too impulsive, and all of a sudden jumped into Chen Xian's arms. Chen Xian believed that the skull or whatever he had seen was just something that this food processing plant had done to cover up. In fact, there were no ghosts in there at all. It was just a horrifying illusion that had been created in order to deceive people. Therefore, Chen Xian chose to proceed forward, but dull little sister had some fear. So again, he was unwilling to walk alone, so he followed behind Chen Xian, carefully walking forward step by step. Immediately after there is a strange sound sent out. That is the kind of harsh sound, like some kind of metal scratches on the top of another kind of metal sound extraordinarily discreet. Rip, rip. The voice sounds like a catnap, and if you listen closely, it sounds more like die, 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 die. Only ghosts can make that sound, right? It's creepy. That's it, that's it. I'm quitting the booth. Whoever you guys have the guts to watch, why don't we just not go inside? Hearing the voice, dull little sister also felt scared. He already didn't dare to go further inside, but Chen Xian grabbed dull little sister's hand to give her strength. It's okay, let's just keep going in. Trust me, okay? I will protect you. Chen Xian firmly looked at dull little sister, a confident smile on his face, causing dull little sister, who was initially scared, to not be able to help but be convinced that she believed in Chen Xian. Chapter 92 Food Processing Plants. So she chose to firmly follow Chen Xian's side, and the two of them walked forward step by step, and also walked faster and faster, and saw that she was about to walk to the building in the northwest corner of the building, and explored the secrets of the food processing plant just ahead of her. A big man suddenly appeared from inside the corner. He appeared. The two men were startled. After all, such a big night. In addition to them, who else would come to such an abandoned factory? But I didn't realize that there were people here. However, the two men soon slowed down and realized that the man was not a ghost, but a living human being, yelling in a northeastern voice, "You're not allowed to enter here. Hurry up and go." Originally stay little sister also feel here is very scary. Suddenly see a big living person in the heart. Suddenly feel not scary. He also extended the curiosity, so blinking a pair of big eyes to look at the big man, puzzled to ask, "Uncle, this place is not already deserted? How come you're still here?" The big man saw that the two of them were not only not afraid, but also looked at themselves with a calm face and asked for advice. His brow furrowed as he looked at the two men unkindly, issuing a warning, "You two get the hell out of here. This place is not for you. Don't force me to say it a third time. Who are you? Why are you so arrogant? Do you own this place? I can come here if I want to. I just want to enter this food processing plant and see what's wrong with it. Who are you to tell me what to do?" Listening to the man's tone of voice was so unfavorable. The dull little sister was not happy. Originally, dull little sister was still curious about this big man who suddenly appeared. Seeing him say this, dull little sister just wasn't convinced. This place has been deserted for so long. No one has come at all. It's a masterless land. Anyone can come. Who is this big man to control them? The more dull little sister said, the more she had the courage to say it, then crossed her arms and glared at the big man. How could that big man have received such anger? Seeing that the one who countered him was just a girl, he could put her down with a single finger. He also didn't put him in his eyes. His face had already gone cold. "I've already warned you guys that you can't set foot here again. If you guys still don't listen to me, don't force me to take action against you guys." Dull little sister still think that this big man is talking to them in jest. Smiling provocatively, "You try to do it. Who is afraid of who? Who's afraid of who? Who can't threaten with their mouths?" The big man was obviously provoked by dull little sister. The veins on his face showed, and he glared ferociously at dull little sister, his gaze looking like it carried substantial killing intent. If eyes could turn into knives, dull little sister would be cut up by 1,000 cuts right now. The big man clenched his fists and took a few steps in dull little sister's direction. Seeing that this big man was harboring mischievous intentions towards himself, dull little sister hurriedly took a few steps backward and hid behind Chen Xian. Chen Xian hurriedly stopped the big man. "It's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Don't make a move." Hearing Chen Xian say this, the big man stopped, his expression still cold and hard. "Are you leaving or not?" "We'll leave now. We definitely won't disturb you." Chen Xian pulled over dull little sister, her eyes signaling her, and dull little sister turned obedient as she followed behind Chen Xian, the two of them walking a bit farther in the direction of the food processing plant. Only then did Qin Xian stop. The dull little sister behind her didn't react and all of a sudden bumped into Qin Xian's back, hitting him on her nose. She rubbed her nose with a bitter face and said in aggravation, "What the heck? Why did you stop all of a sudden? Didn't you say you were leaving? Let's go around through the back door." After Qin Xian finished speaking, he walked straight in the direction of the back door. Seeing that Qin Xian didn't even wait for him, dull little sister hurriedly followed, not caring about the pain in her nose for fear that she would lose him. Going through the back door, the two of them went as far as they could to stay hidden, not letting the big man from before spot them, and then quietly walked back inside the building at the northwest corner. The two walked into the building and realized that it wasn't what they thought it would be. It was supposed to be an abandoned food processing plant, but instead they found something inside that wasn't supposed to exist inside this plant. The two walked in and looked around, and since it was so dark now, all they could see was a group of people huddled together making something. Because of the distance, they could only vaguely see that it was some dirty oil being processed into another kind of food in the hands of those people. Dull little sister couldn't help but tug on Qin Xian's sleeve. What are they doing? It's not like they're using gutter oil to make junk food, is it? Although he spoke in a low voice, Qin Xian was afraid that dull little sister's voice would be heard by those people, so he hurriedly covered dull little sister's mouth, signaling her to keep quiet for now. Looking at Qin Xian, who had been gesturing towards himself, dull little sister also understood what Qin Xian meant and obediently shut her mouth. It was a good thing that the group of people who were making junk food out of gutter oil didn't care about the commotion over here at all, but instead a few people started chatting because of the big guy who had walked in earlier and then told them about someone coming by. Just now there was a man and a woman just beating around the neighborhood of our workshop. It was not easy for me to get rid of the two of them. I'm worried that what we have here will be discovered, so we should hurry up and pack up our things after getting done with it today, but don't let anyone catch us in the act. The one who said this was the big man who was at the door before. His face was so dark that he couldn't see the color of her face. It's working just fine, and we've already put out a rumor that this place is haunted, so why would anyone dare to come here? Really? The group of people who were making food stopped and spat on the ground, their faces impatient. After all, if the small workshop here was discovered, then their financial path would be equivalent to being cut off. Cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents. How could they endure this? Right at this moment, Qin Xian hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and filmed the evidence of them using gutter oil to make junk food, recording their words inside the video as is. But after all, the distance is too far away. Many images cannot be taken too clear, so he must go further, only to take clear evidence. He can completely expose this dark food processing plant. You stay here first, I'll go to the front to shoot the evidence. Be good and don't make any noise, Qin Xian whispered in dull little sister's ear before getting up and walking towards the front. Qin Xian headed closer to the group, taking out his cell phone and filming. His corner stayed hidden, so the entire process of them making junk food was thoroughly recorded. When the evidence was finished, Qin Xian was about to leave, but the little sister accidentally touched a tin can next to her, making a crisp bang sound. Chapter 93, The Big Man Appears. The movement was just too obvious, and the group of people who were still chatting away suddenly looked vigilantly in dull little sister's direction. Only the big man from before could be heard yelling, "Who is it?" Qin Xian slapped his own head. Originally things were going smoothly, but it was at this final departure that he made a bit of a commotion. He ran in the direction of dull little sister and said to her, "Hurry up." Dumb little sister was also made out of their own movement to the silly. He did not mean it, just squatting legs a little numb. Want to move a little? Who knows, just stood up on the side of the things hit. Seeing her standing there motionless for half a day, Qin Xian was helpless as he watched those people walk over in their direction. Gritting his teeth, he then gave dull little sister a hard shove and said commandingly, "You run out right now. Don't worry about me. I can fix everything." "Okay, then I'll call the police as soon as I run out of here and get my police uncle to help you." Dull little sister also came back to her senses, realizing that the current situation was very bad, and if she continued to stay here, she would only drag Qin Xian down with her, so she rushed off in one direction, the kind that her head doesn't bring back. Qin Xian, on the other hand, was surrounded by the group of big men, and there were some people who wanted to go after dull little sister, but dull little sister ran really fast, and it was too late to go after her now. So simply, a group of people surrounded Qin Xian in a circle, not allowing him a chance to escape. "You hurry up and call that companion of yours to come back now, or else don't blame us for being rude to you," the big man in the lead said threateningly, looking viciously at Qin Xian. "I didn't realize that when I told these two to hurry up before, they fudged themselves a bit and did end up sneaking in and finding out about the junk food they were making with gutter oil. Neither of these two can be spared, or they'll lose their. Why should I listen to you? Since she ran out, none of you will be able to escape." A confident smile appeared on Qin Xian's face. He was now holding the evidence of these people in his hands, and soon, he would be able to bring these people to justice. "Brothers, What's the matter with talking nonsense with him? This kid won't even listen to us if we don't clean him up a bit. Let's beat him up first, and then let him call that girl back. One of the guys in that group came up with an idea. Soon enough, they got a response from their gang. A group of people looked at Chen Xian with unfavorable faces before copying their guys and heading towards Chen Xian. A thick and long wooden stick struck towards Chen Xian's face. But Chen Xian, who was tall and big, did not panic at all, and very nimbly stooped down to dodge, before quickly neutralizing the other party's attack. Then again, iron bars, and take gutter oil barrels, have thrown towards Chen Xian's body. No weapons on the swinging fists towards Chen Xian, but Chen Xian faced this group of people, is also the slightest bit of panic, swimming in the crowd of people in the gaps in the shuttle. Froze, not a single person was able to hurt Chen Xian. This kid actually has some skill? Those big men were a bit surprised. They didn't expect Chen Xian to be a practiced fighter. If he was an ordinary person, he would have been knocked down by them long ago. Even if he's great, so what? There are so many of us. How can we say that we can also beat this brat? Down, all of you. Give me on. The man at the head had already been swept away. Seeing that Chen Xian was so difficult to deal with, he couldn't help but redden his eyes as well. And with a command, a group of people swooped over in Chen Xian's direction, punching and kicking without even caring about his life. Beat this brat to death, or else he'll give away the secret. The man at the head of the group finished his speech and walked towards their small workshop again. At the place where the small workshop was making food, they took out the gutter oil they used to make junk food, kicked all those tin cans with gutter oil over the ground with their feet, and poured it on top of the food they had made. The little brother at his side had a lighter over, and the leader of the group set the lighter on fire and then lit it on the food that had been doused with gutter oil. In an instant, the junk food that had been made good turned into a huge burst of flame. Although Chen Xian's strength was strong, but he could not resist the other party's too many people, and he also consumed a lot of physical strength under the wheel battle. And finally he was sneaked into by one of the big men, and the iron stick struck Chen Xian's head fiercely. Chen Xian let out a muffled grunt in pain as his uncontrollable body fell to the ground. Those people were not merciful people. Seeing that Chen Xian had already appeared to be at a disadvantage, so they were even more of a snake on a stick, punching and kicking at Chen Xian, so that he could not stand up and resist at all. Ended up with a lot of blood on his body and was knocked to the ground. Could it be that my life is going to be accounted for here? Chen Xian frowned as he thought before passing out, the pain coming from his body making it difficult for him to accept. Just then, the sound of a siren could be heard from outside. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Nobody move. Hands on your head. Crouch in the corner. A group of people dressed in police clothes walked in. It was a group of patrolmen. Thankfully, Dorky escaped the dark food processing plant with no problem with the help of the crowd on the air. As the crowd on the air saw the dark little food processing workshop and were willing to offer Dorky their help, Chen Xian is still alive or dead in the factory, and the people inside the live broadcast room are worried, sending out pop-ups one after another. I don't know how Chen Xian is doing right now, but don't die. He's a big hero. Please, I hope he's safe. I will lose 10 years of my life in exchange for Chen Xian's safety. Chen Xian, who had fallen to the ground, was helped up from the ground by those patrolmen, and dull little sister hurriedly came up and looked at Chen Xian heartily. Chen Xian, are you alright? Wake up, open your eyes and look at me. The unconscious Chen Xian only vaguely heard dull little sister's voice coming from his ears, but his injuries were simply too severe and he simply did not have the strength to open his eyes again to look outside. The people inside the live broadcast room had been moved by this heroic behavior of Chen Xian, and without being stingy with their wallets, they started, one after another, rewarding Chen Xian. I'll give you 1,000 for deep-fried fish. Wake up, I'll also contribute 1,000. As medical expenses for Chen Xian, Big Rich rewarded 100,000. Wishing Chen Xian to wake up and regain consciousness soon, Autumn Rain rewarded 100,000. Wishing Chen Xian an early recovery. God forever. If Chen Xian were awake right now, he would be able to see that the inside of the live broadcast room has already been brushed up. All kinds of gifts. Looking forward to Chen Xian to hurry up and get well. Chapter 94, Small Workshop. The crowd in the live broadcast room tonight hoped that Chen Xian would get better quickly, but all of this was invisible to Chen Xian as he had already passed out. Those big men had all been caught in the net, and Chen Xian was the big contributor to the detection of this dark little workshop. Those patrolmen certainly wouldn't forget about Chen Xian, taking the unconscious Chen Xian along with them to the police car, and then sending Chen Xian to the hospital. When Chen Xian opened his eyes again, he realized that he was lying on a pure white hospital bed. Head on top of the head is hanging drip, which little by little delivered into their own bodies. Chen Xian originally chaotic thinking also gradually become clear. He remembered that when he was unconscious, as if he heard the sirens hooting, I think it should be dull little sister who has brought the police here, and I should be saved. As expected, Chen Xian. The next second, Stay little sister pushed open the door of the room and walked in, hand also carrying a steaming chicken soup with a thermos cup emitting a tantalizing aroma. Chen Xian could not help but feel that his stomach had become a little hungry. Chen Xian, you're awake. Little sister doll called out in delight as she realized that Chen Xian's eyes were open. Yes, I feel that my head hurts a bit, but it's mostly better. Chen Xian touched the back of his head where the sore spot had been wrapped in gauze by the nurse. Hearing Chen Xian say this, dull little sister looked at Chen Xian with even more heartache, placing the chicken soup in her hand on the side of Chen Xian's bedside table, and thoughtfully said to Chen Xian, I made chicken soup for you. I hope your wounds can heal faster. And finished by pouring the chicken soup into the bowl that she had brought with her as well. She gently scooped a spoonful to her mouth and blew the steaming chicken soup to cool before sending it to Chen Xian's mouth, saying gently, drink some of this while it's hot. You've been unconscious for a whole night. You must be very hungry right now. Chen Xian nodded quietly before drinking the chicken soup that dull little sister brought to his mouth. Feeling the warm chicken soup sliding down his esophagus and into his stomach finally had something in it, but it didn't stop the feeling of hunger. Instead, he grunted even louder. Feeling that it was too slow for dull little sister to feed her chicken soup one bite at a time, Chen Xian directly took over the chicken soup that was placed on top of the nightstand and drank it all in one gulp, slowly nibbling and eating the rest of the chicken inside. Finally, he had recovered some stamina, and at that moment, the system's prompting voice rang in his ears, obtaining a villa. Chen Xian secretly said that his efforts had not been in vain, and that beating yesterday had not been counted in vain. And now, the reward from the system had arrived, which was a villa. Thinking about the heart is very beautiful. Originally beaten hard heart also pleasurable. Face also cannot help but bring up a smile. After drinking the chicken soup, do you feel any better? Dull little sister inquired with concern, but seeing that Chen Xian's appetite was so good, one would think that the wound should have recovered well as well. As expected, Chen Xian could be heard smiling and saying to dull little sister, I'm fine. I'm feeling much better now. Thank you for the chicken soup. It's good that you're fine. Yesterday really scared me to death. I was afraid that something had happened to you. Good thing you're fine. Dull little sister looked at Chen Xian with complexity within her eyes. Yesterday, if she hadn't made that commotion, those bad guys wouldn't have found their trail, and Chen Xian wouldn't have been beaten up by those people in order to cover her stay. So dumb little sister was guilty. I blame myself for yesterday. If it wasn't for me. Right at this moment, Chen Xian interrupted dull little sister and comforted. It's fine. This can't be blamed on you. It's me who felt that place must be hiding some secret, so I brought you there this time. Instead, it's me who dragged you into this. Dull little sister's eyes lit up, knowing that Chen Xian hadn't blamed himself. Waving her hand, she said, No. Yesterday was really exciting. You would actually find it exciting? Chen Xian was surprised, not realizing that dull little sister, who looked like such a soft and tender person, would actually find it a thrill to throw off that abandoned dark food processing plant last night. Yeah. Last night's live broadcast was surprisingly good. If you hadn't taken me there, it wouldn't have brought in such high traffic. I gained so many fans in one night yesterday. Really? That's good. Chen Xian laughed. Now at this time, another movement sounded from the doorway. May I ask if Chen Xian is here? Then the nurse's voice came back. That's right. He's in this ward. You go in. Then, the door was pushed open and in walked a cute girl dressed as a student. Chen Xian glanced over. Wasn't this Xiaomeng? Xiaomeng. Why did you come over as well? Chen Xian didn't expect so many people to visit him when he was hospitalized. Xiaomeng red eyes toward the direction of Chen Xian came over, saw at the sight of the thoughtful clean up the dishes of the dull little sister. She bit her lower lip, a look of difficult to speak. It was only after a long time that she said in a trembling voice, Chen Xian, are you alright? Chen Xian pretended that nothing had happened, and just like comforting his dull little sister, he consoled Mo, saying, I'm fine, I'll be able to leave the hospital in a few days. Xiaomeng's eyes were evasive, not daring to make contact with Chen Xian at all, as if she was hiding some secret in her heart. Chen Xian naturally knows what it is because of, but this kind of thing is really not good to say. Moncler Outlet Store can only pretend that really nothing has happened, just like unusual classmates, and communicate with Xiaomeng. Little sister Doll didn't even know about the dark tide between the two of them, and asked curiously, what kind of person is this sister Chen Xian to you? It seems to care about you quite a bit. Chen Xian hurriedly explained to dull little sister, she's my friend. A few days later, the injuries on Chen Xian's body were finally almost healed, and the doctors at the hospital announced that Chen Xian could be discharged from the hospital. He had been staying on top of the hospital bed, and he'd been idle enough to panic. He only hoped that he could be discharged quickly, so as soon as this doctor said that he could be discharged, he just did the discharge paperwork and left. Back at school, Chen Xian was naturally getting a lot of attention, especially from Ms. Shan, who even called Chen Xian to her office on purpose. Chen Xian, How is your injury healing? Teacher Shan Shan looked at Chen Xian with concern, her eyes filled with worry. Chen Xian was her student, and the school was also more concerned about Chen Xian's injury, specially instructing her to take good care of him. Teacher Shan Shan, the injuries on my body have healed and I can return to school normally. Chen Xian told the truth, and even made a point of showing his sturdy muscles to Teacher Shan Shan, indicating that there was really nothing wrong with him now. Ms. Shannon then let her heart drop, and then spoke about something else. By the way, because of your outstanding performance and being a great role model, the school has decided to give you a scholarship. Chapter 95, Signature. Scholarship? Chen Xian's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this. Teacher Shan Shan smiled and nodded, then took a piece of paper from her own desk and handed it to Chen Xian. You sign this. Chen Xian took the piece of paper and saw that it was the review sheet for the approval process of the scholarship. So without hesitation, he picked up a pen and wrote the word Chen Xian on it with a dragon's flourish. When he was done, he capped the pen and handed the paper back to Ms. Shan Shan. Teacher, I've signed it. Shan Shan teacher took the paper, and then nodded. Well, drawer scholarship handed to Chen Xian's hand. This money you have to keep. Do not get rid of it. Chen Xian nodded. Will be the former hand stuffed with his pants? Pockets look at her such a move. Shan Shan teacher frowned, but did not say anything. After getting the scholarship, Chen Xian returned to the classroom. Today's classes were pretty much over, and the teacher's knowledge was so boring and tedious that it had long been packed into his brain. Listening to the lectures was a painful thing for him. Thinking about the villa he had already arrived at, Chen Xian couldn't wait to review it. Having managed to survive until the end of class, Chen Xian quickly packed up his school bag before taking a cab and preparing to head over towards where the system said the villa was located to take over his villa. After arriving at the villa area that he had never set foot in before, Chen Xian got down from the top of the cab and felt satisfied as he looked at the luxurious villas here that also came with a 100 square meter back garden. Just then, Chen Xian suddenly saw a familiar figure. Wasn't that person his classmate? He was in class with him just now, so why did he appear here as well? So Chen Xian walked up and greeted that fellow classmate. Hey, why are you here as well? When fellow classmate Xiao Hei saw that it was actually Chen Xian, the class man of the hour, she greeted Chen Xian somewhat shyly. Hi Chen Xian, what a coincidence. I'm working part-time here. Do you come here part-time too? Hearing Xiao Hei say this, Chen Xian sort of understood why he was here. So you're here for a part-time job. Ah, I just happened to be going in as well. So why don't you show me the way by the way? Xiao Hei froze and then reacted, thinking that it was Chen Xian's first time to come here for a part-time job. So he showed Chen Xian the way, and the two of them headed towards the place where Xiao Hei worked. I've always worked part-time here. Since my family doesn't have much money, the wages are higher over here. It's just that the manager at the top is too fierce, so be careful if you run into him afterward. Xiao Hei reminded Chen Xian, but Chen Xian did not take this to heart. There was a middle-aged man in a black suit sitting there with a crew cut, and when he saw that Xiao Hei had brought another person over, his brows furrowed in time. How dare you bring a stranger in here? Do you know the rules? Xiao Hei was smiling as he was about to introduce the work inside the villa to Chen Xian, but he didn't know that as soon as he walked in, he was criticized by his own superior, and for a while, he was a bit confused and didn't know what to say. Seeing that Xiao Hei didn't dare to speak, the manager felt even more that Xiao Hei was deliberately bringing people in, so he became even more angry as he pointed at Chen Xian. This isn't a place you should be in. Hurry up and get out of here. Xiao Hei looked at Chen Xian, and when Chen Xian saw that Xiao Hei was in a difficult position, he spoke of the graveyard that he had come to the villa area for today. I came over here to look at my house, not to work here as a part-time job. Ha! When these words came out, not only that manager froze, even his fellow classmate, Blackie, froze as well. How could I have never imagined? His own classmates will actually have a house of their own in the villa area. Who would dare to believe it? So, in the next second the manager reacted with a disdainful snort. Just you, and you still have a house here. He scornfully scanned Chen Xian up and down, looking at him wearing ordinary clothes, and did not look like a rich man, and he had not seen him at all since he had worked in the villa area for so long. So the manager decided that Chen Xian was just lying. Why can't I have a house here? Maybe you're the one who looked away. Chen Xian clasped his hands to his chest and looked at the manager with a wild, domineering, bottomless look. Then, he looked around again. I came here today specifically to sign the contract, and since you have this attitude, I think I can file a complaint against you. Just you still sign the contract, said with a nose. Don't know, really think you have a set of house here. The manager, in any case, did not believe that this poor boy in front of him might have a villa here. Can have a set of villas here? Either the family opened the company, is a big boss with strong assets, one looks like a very broad, or it is possible to be in front of so look no as a poor boy, can have. So the manager was puzzled by Chen Xian's attitude, and also felt that he just didn't have any money and had to pretend in front of himself. The two people in front of them were just a bunch of students. What could they do to themselves? Chen Xian watched as the manager was not dead until he reached the Yellow River. He sneered and took out a contract from inside his own school bag, directly flung in front of the manager. 1 second. The manager was still smugly saying that there was no way Chen Xian could be the owner of the villa here, and the next second saw that the contract had Chen Xian's name clearly written on it, and it was labeled with the address of that villa. His pupils violently dilated. How would not think? Chen Xian is the person who bought the most luxurious set of villas in the villa area. Originally this set of villas sold out. They are still guessing in the end which mysterious big brother will be the villa to buy down. How could it be imagined? It was the seemingly unknown student in front of him. The smug smile on the manager's face instantly froze. How is this possible? Please open your doggy eyes and take a good look. Am I the owner of the villa here or not? Chen Xian had a confident smile on his face, but the words he spoke were extraordinarily mocking. The manager was by now fully aware that he had offended a likely big shot. He, who had always seen the wind in his sails, reacted at this time, directly flopping down to his knees and performing what was called a light speed face change to Chen Xian. It was my eyes that were blind to the fact that I bumped into you. I'll apologize to you right now. A dogged smile appeared on the manager's face, as if all that disdain for Chen Xian earlier was not something he had shown. Now it's a completely different face, looking like the puppy that craves its master's pity and puts itself in the most humble position. Chapter 96, dismissed as a fart. You just treat me like a fart and let it go. Looking at the manager with such a dog-licking demeanor, Chen Xian didn't intend to continue to bother with him. After all, it would be beneath him to bother with such a villain, so he straightened out the ash on his clothes. In that case, hurry up and get the contract to me. I'm going to go look at my house. The manager fawned and took Chen Xian's contract, then quickly signed and re-stamped it. Quickly, he handed over Chen Xian's house with him, and then respectfully handed the key to the villa in front of Chen Xian. This is the key to your villa. Please also keep it. Chen Xian nodded and took his own. If he sought his classmate Xiao Hei, who was standing to the side, already dumbfounded, beckoning towards Little Black. Little Black, come with me. Xiao Hei has not reacted for a while. Still immersed in the original his classmates in the villa area has a luxury villa thing shock. The manager looked at Xiao Hei is still there in a daze. Forcefully pat Xiao Hei's shoulder. Those rules that I taught you before are all forgotten. If the owner has any orders, you have to reply quickly. Why are you so dumb here? Xiao Hei took Chen Xian to see the villa he owned, which was one of the few most luxurious villas in the city. Looking at the luxurious furnishings inside the villa, every place was made exquisite, not to mention the large garden, which was now arranged as an exquisite flower garden. Walking inside, one felt as if he was in a fairyland. When walked into their own villa, Chen Xian was villa inside the luxury furnishings. Get satisfied. Villa design style is used in the European side of the style. Look at the high noble on the grade. Open their bedroom. That a big bed that all people dream of. In front of their eyes, Chen Xian cannot help but lie up. Feel the big bed to bring the softness of the touch. If you can sleep here at night, it is inevitable that the night is good dreams. If he could sleep here at night, it would certainly be a good night's sleep. As Xin Xia became more and more satisfied with this villa, Chen Xian felt that the injuries he had suffered for this villa were worth it. Next time, bring some friends to hang out inside this villa of theirs so that they can grow up as well. Although Xiao Hei has not been the first time to bring people to see the villa, and Chen Xian this villa he also came in to see, so the introduction to Chen Xian is very clear. Took Chen Xian inside the villa to stroll around. The two people so looked down. After walking around so look at the villa, it took them an afternoon. One could imagine how big this villa was, and after strolling around, Chen Xian felt tired as well. While it's good that the villa is big, this is too big to walk around. He still preferred to live a normal life. So Chen Xian went back to school and continued to live his normal life, completely unable to see that she was someone who owned a villa. The Huishao that Chen Xian had offended earlier was thinking of plans to frame Chen Xian at this moment. He wanted to avenge Chen Xian's offense against him before. In this campus, the only one who can dominate is her Huishao. But it just came out that Chen Xian is such a guy. Huishao gritted his teeth. Chen Xian, I won't let you go. So he called one of his juniors and gave him an order. Wait, you call the Chen Xian to this side of the wigwam. I'll have my own way to clean him up. Little brother naturally obeyed Huishao. Jian Huishao gave the order, so she did as she was told. Chen Xian got out of class and was sitting on top of his seat when a boy ran over and mysteriously spoke to him. Brother Xian, I'm looking for you for something. Can you come over with me for a bit? Chen Xian was puzzled as he looked at the person in front of him, feeling that there was something familiar about him, but he didn't recognize who this person actually was for a moment. Still, it was only after the reminder of the people around him that he realized that this person was the little brother beside that Huishao. Could it be that Mr. FAI is up to something again and wants to take action against himself? Chen Xian's eyes flashed with a flash of amusement. He was naturally not afraid of young Gray's machinations, so he followed the little brother of Hui Xiao to the back of the wigwam. But here, he didn't see the group of people that Hui Xiao had called, and even the little brother beside him, after bringing Chen Xian here, immediately ran away. Chen Xian did not see anyone else, but instead saw a girl. That girl looks just average, right, combing 2 ponytails, looks like an ordinary schoolgirl, and look horrified at the sight of himself, as if he were some kind of a decapitated man, calling me here. What on earth is it for Chen Xian was even more puzzled at this point, looking behind the wigwam. He didn't see anyone else but this girl, so Chen Xian went up 1,000 and struck up a conversation with the girl. Hey, classmate, have you seen anyone here? The girl shook her head and then started moving again, removing the school uniform she was wearing. When Chen Xian saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. He hadn't realized that this girl was counting on him, and only stood frozen in place, shouting, "Hey, classmate, what are you doing? Your behavior is not good." He had intended to stop this girl, who knew that after the girl had finished undressing, she actually walked over in his direction, something that Chen Xian had not expected her to do, and his eyes glazed over. Chen Xian was so shocked by her behavior that he took a few steps back, and the girl began to scream loudly. The voice was so loud that Chen Xian's ears, who was standing next to her, were almost deafened by her. The screams attracted a large group of people over to watch. Most of them were classmates, recognizing the school's man of the hour, Chen Xian, and there was a girl with her clothes off next to the store, so they excitedly grabbed their phones and started taking videos. Chen Xian knew that he had been counted, but it was already too late. That girl rumored that Chen Xian had molested her, and stood to the side crying bitterly, looking very pitiful. A girl with righteous indignation rushed forward and draped her jacket, which had fallen to the ground, over the girl's body. The video was soon posted under the impetus of Hui Xiao. It soon exploded on the internet. Hearing that Chen Xian molested someone, the internet began to attack Chen Xian's such behavior, and some people recognized Chen Xian as the previous uncovered the case of the food processing plant. He has even more accusations. While everyone was still praising him as a hero, now Chen Xian had become a smelly hooligan who molested women that everyone was shouting at. For a while on the internet, all of them were affected by this trend and began to bash Chen Xian. Chapter 97, Investigating the Truth. The message area below the various online videos slamming Chen Xian was left full of netizens' infinite sympathy and concern for the girl who claimed to have been molested by Chen Xian. In addition to this, there was also the spurning and abuse of Chen Xian's sordid behavior, and with the passage of time, rather than weakening, this spurning and abuse became more and more intense. Xiaoming finally couldn't stand it anymore after seeing this. She didn't hesitate to stand up and dislike the netizens unceremoniously. Chen Xian could never be such a person. That's what Mo said, and that's what she had in mind, and there's no difference between the two. The time she had known and spent with Chen Xian was neither long nor short, but it was enough time to allow herself to come to a serious understanding of Chen Xian's entire person. Although Chen Xian was 2 meters tall and anyone who saw Chen Xian's appearance would be intimidated, Chen Xian was indeed a person with superior strength, helpful and full of a sense of having justice. Therefore, Chen Xian will never molest a girl, must be someone deliberately planted to frame, even if someone will suddenly come forward to say that witnessed it. But this Chen Xian must not be. Chen Xian is indisputable is that there must be someone in the impersonation of Chen Xian. But the netizens didn't buy Mo's sudden dislike, instead they were very dissatisfied, and soon they pointed some of them back at Mo. Netizen 1, are you a lewd man's trumpet? Don't try to prove your innocence here, disgusting or not. Netizen 2, you're the water army paid by the lewd man, aren't you? Shame on you for speaking up for him. Netizen 3, draw a circle and curse you. At this moment the netizens have all come to the side of the girls. They have been completely convinced that the girls are the real victims of the party. Anger has blinded them, for a moment, so that they lost the ability to distinguish between truth and falsehood. This is not a very rare phenomenon. Imagine, which person, no matter who he or she is in his or her place, is still able to sit down calmly and quietly and spend some time to carefully consider the causes and consequences when emotions are particularly agitated. I am afraid that not even the gods in the heavens are able to do so. At the same time, this girl who claimed to have been molested by Chen Xian kept posting videos on the internet pretending to be pathetic, asking Chen Xian to return her innocence. Netizens also followed the strong demand to let Chen Xian return the poor girl an innocent, and some even let Chen Xian kneel down to apologize. The excessive words and behavior of this girl and the netizens did not cause Chen Xian to instantly lose his separation. Chen Xian was a very calm and collected person. He would not lose his most basic reasoning and judgment because of any one thing. Chen Xian firmly believed that the body is not afraid of the shadow slant. The cleaner from the turbid. They have not done things is not done. Let others to throw more dirty water on themselves. That is not done. as long as they have not done things, even if he let him die, he will not be forced to admit that they have never done things. Thus, Chen Xian decided to investigate the truth of this matter in order to clear his name as soon as possible. Chen Xian's attention was drawn to the fact that this girl frequented a nightclub after much investigation. At first, Chen Xian learned that this girl in and out of nightclubs did not care too much, but the number of frequent entries and exits made Chen Xian have to pay attention. Regardless of who is changed, all know that the nightclub is a mixed place. What kind of people are inside? Often go out here people must not be simple. Their back must hide a lot of unknown secrets, and this girl is one of the many people. This girl for no reason will dare to jump out on the internet openly framed himself. Must be behind what people in the mastermind, and this person must be with their own acquaintance. So like this kind of hate their own people, Chen Xian a moment has not yet had an eyebrow. The fact that this girl was being used as a gun, yet she acted as if she was still oblivious to it, made Chen Xian feel miserable and sorry for her. Although she was pitiful and innocent, she had slandered herself like this, and he would definitely not be soft, and would definitely find out what happened. Chen Xian found this nightclub, and when he arrived at the entrance of the nightclub, he was thinking about how he was going to inventory when he entered inside, when he encountered a person, who was no one else but the third-tier actor, Fan Tianan. When Fan Tianan saw Chen Xian at the entrance of the nightclub, he couldn't help but have a look of surprise on his face, but he quickly regained his composure. Fan Tianan was surprised that he had never thought that someone like Chen Xian would come to a nightclub, but then he regained his composure after thinking that they were all men and it was normal for them to come and have fun. He smilingly went up and tapped Chen Xian's shoulder, waving his hand in greeting, saying, "Chen Xian, do you still remember me?" Chen Xian skimmed his lips and said, "Of course I remember. Your name is Fan Tianan. Aren't you asking a question knowingly?" Fan Tianan said, "Look, you're a person. Why are you like this? Didn't I just want to joke with you and liven up the atmosphere?" Fan Tianan finished and then began to look up and down in front of the 2 meters tall Chen Xian. See, Chen Xian did not say anything. Fan Tianan's heart cannot help but shiver a few times. This guy will not be angry, right? This is also too careful. If it starts to fight, I am not his opponent. Thinking of this, Fan Tianan hastily added, "Chen Xian, you will not really be angry, right? I was really messing with you just now." Chen Xian frowned and said, "I'm not angry. Where are you thinking yourself? Uneasy?" Fan Tianan confirmed to Chen Xian again. "Really not angry?" Chen Xian returned again. "I'm really not angry with you. I'm telling the truth. I'll guarantee it to the heavens." After saying that, Chen Xian revealed a helpless smile. He himself is not a careful person. Not to mention that this Fan Tianan had not said anything else. Why would he be angry? This Fan Tianan can really be associated. Seeing Chen Xian say this, Fan Tianan put his heart down and asked, "Chen Xian, what wind blew you here?" Chen Xian said, "There's something that I want to look for someone here." Fan Tianan suddenly became interested and said, "Looking for someone? Coincidentally, I'm also here to look for someone." He. Chen Xian said, "I'm really here to find someone." Fan Tianan said, I know the manager here, and I'm familiar with the manager ruthlessly. No matter who you're looking for, I'll make sure you'll be able to find them." Saying that, Fan Tianan patted his chest with his hand again. Of course, Chen Xian knew that he and Fan Tianan's looking for someone weren't the same thing, but since Fan Tianan had asked, it would be better to let Fan Tianan help, and save himself the effort. Thinking of this, Chen Xian said, "Then I'll trouble you." Fan Tianan said with a happy face, "You're welcome. Go, I'll take you to play." Chapter 98, The evidence is conclusive. Chen Xian entered the nightclub with Fan Tianan, where the lights were red and the fish and dragons were mixed together. Chen Xian carefully swept over every face, trying to spot the traces of the girls who claimed to have been molested by him. "Hey, Chen Xian, stand still here. I'm going to ask that barista over there to see if their manager came to work today." Fan Tianan patted Chen Xian's shoulder and said, Okay, thank you then." Chen Xian politely returned. Fan Tianan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Look at you. You have said that you don't need to say thank you, and you are still so outgoing with me. That's fine. You wait here, but don't move or else turn around. I'm afraid I won't be able to find you." After saying that, Fan Tianan walked towards the waiter at the bar. Looking at Fan Tianan's back as he gradually walked away, Chen Xian's heart couldn't help but mutter, "I don't know whether this Fan Tianan is reliable or not, but as it is, even if something happens, it's nothing more than a piece of cake for himself. There's nothing to be afraid of. If one could really find this girl through Fan Tianan, that would be excellent. On the contrary, if one couldn't find it, one had nothing to lose, and it would all be taken as a visit to the nightclub to have some fun." After a short while, Fan Tianan walked back with a smile and said, "Come with me, Chen Xian. I'll bring you to know the manager of this nightclub, so that you can see the world as well." "Fine, let's go then." Chen Xian returned. At this moment, Chen Xian's heart is crying and laughing. See, the manager of the nightclub counts what kind of see the world. Let Fan Tian see his own invincible system that is called to see the world. However, Chen Xian was just thinking that way. He did not want to expose the secret that he possessed the absolute barbarian king system, nor did he want to attract unnecessary trouble to himself. Thus, Chen Xian followed Fan Tianan to meet the manager of this nightclub. A courteous man, the manager greeted both Chen Xian and Fan Tianan politely. Hello, too. Hello, manager. Chen Xian politely returned. Manager, long time no see. This is a buddy of mine who wants to ask you something. Fan Tianan said smilingly. Oh, what is it? The manager's brow flicked upward in an alert question. The manager is so alert and no reason of his own. Chen Xian pestle in front of him, 2 meters ahead. It is hard not to let himself feel afraid. In case it is to find trouble, how to do. If not to find trouble, that is okay. On the contrary, if it is really to find trouble, then a fight certainly is not Chen Xian's opponent. It's not a big deal. It's just that I want to ask you about someone. Chen Xian said. Looking for someone? Looking for what? What do you want? The manager's face changed several times. It was ugly. The manager's reaction did not surprise Chen Xian, as the people here were very sensitive, especially when they heard that they were looking for someone. If the person is in a big mess, then informing or not informing yourself could get you into unnecessary trouble. Just wanted to inquire about a girl with you. There's really nothing else, Chen Xian said. Hearing Chen Xian say this, the manager's hanging heart was slightly lowered by half. He looked down and pondered for a while before looking up and saying, do you have a photo or something? Let me see if I recognize it. The manager actually does not want to manage, but he is from the bottom of his heart to Chen Xian fear. So upholding the one more thing is better than one less thing attitude. Want a quick battle? Hurry to answer Chen Xian's questions so as to slip away. Chen Xian pulled out his cell phone, pointed at the girl in the video playing on his phone, and asked, may I ask if you recognize this girl? Is she here? The manager took the phone and looked at it carefully before nodding his head and saying, I know this girl. She works here and has been adopted by Li Hui. Chen Xian said, alright, then I know. By the way, please keep the secret that I came to ask you about this. The manager was busy saying, yes, I will never mention it to anyone. Don't worry. By now, beads of sweat were beading on the manager's head. Chen Xian didn't stay at the nightclub, but rather returned to the school quickly after getting enough evidence. For one thing, he didn't like places like nightclubs per se, and for another, he wanted to settle this defamed matter as quickly as possible. Chen Xian, who had returned to the school, was thinking about how to find this girl to negotiate the matter, but unexpectedly, he was able to find his way to Chen Xian's door with the help of the crowd. This is a case of speak of Chow Chow arise and no coincidence. What should have come, and what should have been faced, and even the God in heaven could not choose and stop it. Chen Xian was not surprised. On the contrary, wouldn't it be a beautiful thing to save himself the effort of looking for it? The girl said, I don't think I need to introduce myself to you much. What about my coming here this time? I want you to compensate me for my damages, and I don't want to have too much to do with you anymore. Yes, you pay up and apologize. You scum, why don't you kneel down? A good girl with a dirty reputation. The crowd surrounding the girls spoke up as they joined the girls in their crusade against Chen Xian. Chen Xian felt helpless towards the girls in these crowds. They were so pathetic. They didn't know that they were being used until now. Chen Xian calmly said, just as well. I don't want anything more to do with you. The girl faced the 2-meter-tall Chen Xian in front of her. Her heart involuntarily shivered a few times, but because of the ghost, she continued to mess around. Then you are still not quick to compensate me for the money. Chen Xian said, if you leave now, this matter will be settled and I won't pursue you further. The girl said, no, I won't leave unless you pay for it. My good name has been ruined by you. Who am I going to reason with? You must give me a clear and explicit answer. The girl said, thinking in her heart, humph, I don't believe that you can still play other tricks. Today I have to make you pay me back. Otherwise be careful, I'll make you unable to get a foothold within this school. Chen Xian immediately sank his face and reminded the girl, I advise you to leave now. The girl said, I'm not leaving, let's see what you can do to me. Chen Xian said, are you sure? In fact, Chen Xian did not want to make a big deal out of this matter, but rather wanted to resolve it as early as possible and put things to rest. But the girl in front of him seemed to be possessed, and had to make a big deal out of this matter. Chen Xian had thought that he had held back many times, wanting to give this girl some face, but this girl just wouldn't go along with the steps he gave her. The heroine repeated aloud, I'm not leaving. As soon as the girl's words fell, Chen Xian took out the evidence, and the crowd was surprised. How could they not expect the truth of the matter to actually be like this? Chapter 99, Kidnapping Xiaomeng. Chen Xian did not expect that his warnings were actually ignored by the girls, and now they were starting to intensify. Chen Xian hadn't wanted to publicize the evidence he had gathered because the news was too shocking. The fear of a momentary sensation can be devastating for the girls. Chen Xian did not hold back, only thinking that it would be fine for the other party to not be used by Hui Xiao, to be able to not go against himself and clarify this matter. Chen Xian didn't want to be talked about as a perverted maniac. When did he become so obscene that even Chen Xian couldn't accept it? However, the girls had been unrepentant, which instantly angered Chen Xian. Chen Xian looked at the girl angrily and said, "Since you're so shameless, then I can't give you any face. You have to think about it. Can you bear this consequence or not?" The girl still thought that Chen Xian was threatening herself and did not get his substantial evidence. The girl then looked at Chen Xian with an aggrieved look and said, "How can you be like this? Obviously you took advantage of people, and now you're actually hitting them with a rake, not being responsible for them even though, but also threatening them. Do you have a conscience or not? Since I found my way here today, you have to give me a statement or I won't stop." Chen Xian saw the girl's sad and sorrowful appearance in that dress and pretended in front of everyone that she was the victim. Chen Xian sneered and said, "Fine, since you want the truth, then I'll give you the truth, making you beg me on your knees. I won't even give you a chance. You're going to have to keep your eyes open for me to see what this is." Chen Xian handed the video he had collected of the girl being adopted by Hui Xiao in front of the girl and reminded her to let him see it clearly. When the girl saw the video, her whole body froze and she sat on her butt, grabbing onto Chen Xian's coat. He began to beg around non-stop. "It's my fault. It's my dog's eyes. It's me who doesn't know how to be honorable. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Please, don't release the video or I'm really screwed." Chen Xian saw that the girl who had just been high and mighty in front of him was now actually kneeling in front of him, begging for forgiveness non-stop. Chen Xian is a little heart, but think back. He has already passed the girl opportunity. It is her own, do not cherish. Have to force themselves to this point. It was no one else's fault. It was her own fault for having the eyes to let the whole thing evolve to this point. Chen Xian then said with ruthless determination, "Get up. Don't kneel here and beg me. I've already reminded you and given you a chance before. It's you who had to do this, had to push everyone to the brink, and that's all I could do. People like you already have no credibility with me, so that means that your pleas for mercy don't do anything, and if you're not allowed to be punished, you'll still be doing wrong, and I can't afford to give you that chance." Chen Xian directly released the video despite the girls' pleas for mercy, and all of them instantly knew about Hui Xiao's adoption of the girl. The whole school was abuzz with the news, and it was a bomb that blew the girls to pieces in one fell swoop. Once the school found out about it, they quickly found the girls to talk to, and the girls instantly became the subject of discussion at school. This made the girl an instant target at school, and all the people accused her behind her back and even called her shameless, to actually be adopted and used by others to falsely accuse Chen Xian. All of a sudden, all of the public opinion fell to the girl's side. Some even fought for Chen Xian, feeling that Chen Xian had been wrongly accused and was truly too unworthy. Soon the school, unable to withstand the pressure of public opinion, expelled the girls, who lost everything at once. Feeling a bit unwilling, she went to find Fai Xiao, wanting him to help her out with this bad anger. And Hui Xiao was already at odds with Chen Xian, and now Chen Xian had actually publicized those illicit affairs between him and the girls. After getting the school to expel the girls, Hui Xiao became even more dissatisfied with Chen Xian, and Hui Xiao saw that he had failed in his mission, deciding to target Chen Xian once again. He wanted to win back around for himself and gain a little bit of leniency. But all of this, Chen Xian didn't notice. He didn't realize that Hui Xiao was behind all of this. Therefore, while Chen Xian was unprepared, Hui Xiao's plan was secretly underway. Mo had just gotten out of class and walked out alone in a good mood. She wanted to go for a walk, but he didn't expect that just as soon as Xiao Meng left the school gate, she was already being watched, and the person who was following Xiao Meng was the one that Hui Xiao had sent over. Mo didn't pay attention to observing the situation around him. He just kept his head down and kept walking towards the front. Just shortly after the school gates went out of the campus, at a corner, a few people suddenly appeared to stop in front of Mo. When Ming saw that they were coming, she was a bit scared and took a step backward. When Mo realized it, she herself had been surrounded by the group, and Mo was terrified. She questioned loudly, "Who the hell are you people? I don't know you. What do you mean?" Mo wanted to know each other's identity, but when Mo didn't expect it, these people didn't say anything. Come up and take Xiaoming directly away. No matter how Xiaoming struggles, all to no avail. Mo was kidnapped by Fai Xiao, but when Fai Xiao saw that his men had brought Mo here, he laughed happily. "Chen Xian, I would like to see how you are going to escape my control this time. Don't you really care about her life? I'll just wait for you to deliver yourself." Chen Xian was busy over there when he suddenly received a call, and over the phone came Hui Xiao's voice. "Chen Xian, I'm giving you a meet and greet gift today. I hope you'll like it." Hui Xiao let out a sinister laugh. When Chen Xian heard that it was Hui Xiao's voice, he couldn't help but frown and said in an unfriendly manner, "I have nothing to say to you." After saying that, Chen Xian was about to hang up the phone when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Chen Xian instantly tensed up as he angrily questioned Hui Xiao. "What do you mean? What have you done?" "What? Can't you hear her voice? She's in my hands now. If you want to save her, come here yourself. Otherwise the consequences are yours to bear. I don't know if she'll be crippled or get killed. I can't promise you that." Hui Xiao's piercing voice reverberated in Chen Xian's mind over and over again. Once Chen Xian heard that it was Xiao Meng's voice, he hurriedly ran out, making his way to the middle of an abandoned factory. When Chen Xian saw that Xiao Meng was really in Hui Xiao's hands, he loudly questioned, "Hui Xiao, let her go. If there's anything you want to do, come at me. Get on your knees. Get on your knees and beg me." Chapter 100 Rescuing Little Meng. When Chen Xian saw that Xiao Meng was being controlled by Hui Xiao and the others, his entire body looked extremely angry. "I feel that Hui Xiao is a scumbag. There are things that can just come at him. Why should he drag Xiao Meng to suffer such aggression?" Chen Xian was a bit unable to accept this, but the main thing at the moment was to hurry up and save Xiao Meng. Chen Xian did not like Xiao Meng to suffer a bit of harm at the hands of Hui Xiao. Hui Xiao was heard saying loudly, kneel down and beg me." At those words, Chen Xian couldn't wait to slash Hui Xiao with his palm, but Xiao Meng was in his hands now. Chen Xian felt that he mustn't be impulsive, or else he would let Xiao Meng get hurt. Chen Xian could only endure, but Hui Xiao making him kneel was something Chen Xian could not accept. Even if it took his life, Chen Xian wouldn't kneel down and beg him. Little Meng saw Hui Xiao bullying Chen Xian. She angrily cursed loudly, "Hui Xiao, you despicable villain, you are not to die. You've done so many bad things. Do you know that you'll get your retribution? You want Chen Xian to kneel down and beg for you? Go ahead and dream, right?" When Hui Xiao heard Xiao Meng curse him, he turned around angrily and looked at Xiao Meng angrily. "Shut up, watch out for your own little life. Don't come out strong here." Seeing that Chen Xian was unwilling to kneel, Hui Xiao signaled his men to come forward and teach Chen Xian a lesson, because Xiao Meng was still in Hui Xiao's hands. No matter how much Hui Xiao's men kicked and punched Chen Xian had no way to fight back, only able to let Hui Xiao's men punch and kick him. Without a moment's time, Chen Xian had already been beaten and bruised all over his body. Xiao Meng saw Chen Xian being beaten by Hui Xiao's men, and Chen Xian actually didn't fight back and had to let them punch and kick him in order to save his life. Xiao Meng couldn't hold it and all of a sudden she cried out loudly and said, "Chen Xian, just go away. Don't worry about me. If you don't go, they'll beat you to death. Go now. I don't want to see you beaten like this by them." Xiao Meng cried so hard that she wanted Chen Xian to get out of here quickly because Chen Xian had been seriously injured. When Chen Xian heard Xiao Meng's crying voice, he looked up at Xiao Meng and reluctantly smiled, wantonly telling Xiao Meng not to worry about herself. But by this time, Xiao Meng had already cried into tears. Her heart was troubled and distressed by Chen Xian. Chen Xian had never been so aggrieved before, actually allowing Hui Xiao's men to be seriously injured. Xiao Meng saw blood oozing from the corner of Chen Xian's mouth as Xiao Meng tore her heart out and cried. However, Hui Xiao's men were not merciful at all, and Chen Xian, who had been lecturing him non-stop, Hui Xiao, on the other hand, watched and laughed, feeling that Chen Xian had planted himself in his hands this time, and that he had finally gotten his revenge. That was why Hui Xiao looked like a smug victor in front of Chen Xian. Hui Xiao looked at Chen Xian with a big smile and asked, "Chen Xian, do you still dare to go against me in the future? I can tell you that if you make me uncomfortable again, I'll beat you up once I see you. I'll see how long you can take it. I'll see how capable you Chen Xian are of protecting all the people around yourself. Don't ever let me, Hui Xiao, catch you again, or I'll let you die without a burial place." Hui Xiao spoke viciously, wishing for Chen Xian to die in front of him immediately to ease his hatred. When Chen Xian heard these many words from Hui Xiao, his heart trembled with anger, thinking that Hui Xiao was really too hateful to actually dare to kidnap Xiao Meng. Chen Xian was waiting for an opportunity, and he deliberately pretended in front of Hui Xiao that he was dying. Blood kept flowing from the corner of Chen Xian's mouth, and Chen Xian had begun to stagger. It made Hui Xiao think that Chen Xian really couldn't make it this time, being punched and kicked by his own men for such a long time. Even iron should not be able to withstand it, let alone him, Chen Xian. In the end, what is so great? Hui Xiao came to Chen Xian defiantly and looked at him with a very disdainful look. Just as Hui Xiao wanted to humiliate Chen Xian jumped up from the ground as if he had come back to life with full blood, a chokehold on Fai Xiao's neck, making Fai Xiao a hostage in his own hands. In this way, Chen Xian easily took control of the entire situation, and Hui Xiao looked at Chen Xian with horrified eyes. He couldn't believe how he suddenly became so powerful when he was clearly on the verge of being killed by his own men. Hui Xiao was trying to break free from Chen Xian's hands, but he was being held by Chen Xian's death grip on the throat area. Chen Xian said angrily, "I'm warning you, don't try to escape from my hands. Let my partner go first, or I'll make you bury him with me." I, Chen Xian, am true to my word, don't think I'm joking, or you can try it. Saying this, Chen Xian increased the strength in his hands. Hui Xiao felt as if he was suffocating a bit, his breathing instantly becoming unstable. Hui Xiao was instantly scared. He was afraid that the angry Chen Xian would really kill himself. Thus, Hui Xiao began to beg for mercy non-stop as he strained to say to Chen Xian, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll let your partner go right away. Don't kill me." When Chen Xian saw Hui Xiao's treacherous and villainous appearance, it made Chen Xian feel a pang of nausea in his heart. Chen Xian sneered and said, "Very well, I'll watch you release her. I hope you don't speculate, or else your little life will be hard to protect." Hui Xiao anxiously ordered his men to release Xiao Meng, who rushed to Chen Xian in a flash, grabbing Chen Xian's arm forcefully. The entire person was still sobbing non-stop. Chen Xian hurriedly comforted Xiao Meng, saying, "It's fine, don't be sad anymore." Seeing that Xiao Meng had returned to his side unharmed, Chen Xian finally let go of his heart. Against one of Hui Xiao's legs, Chen Xian stomped down without hesitation. Only Hui Xiao could be heard letting out a miserable scream, and instantly his face turned pale as bean-sized beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. Chen Xian was ruthless enough to break one of Hui Xiao's legs to ease his hatred, and to give Hui Xiao a warning to stay away from himself and his family and friends from now on. If he dared to violate it again, he would definitely take Fai Xiao's life. Chen Xian heroically rescued Xiaomeng from Hui Xiao's hands. Xiaomeng looked at Chen Xian with an aggrieved look and said, "I'm sorry, it's all because of my own ignorance. If I didn't come out and run around, Fai wouldn't have this opportunity to threaten you. It's all because I caused you to be seriously injured. You can scold me all you want. I don't have any complaints." Xiaomeng really blamed herself. She didn't expect Hui Xiao to lay hands on her. Xiaomeng looked at Chen Xian bruised and battered. It was very hard on her mind to take all the blame for everything and feel that it was all her fault. She was the one who caused Chen Xian to suffer. And even though Chen Xian had broken one of Fai Xiao's legs, it was all because Fai Xiao deserved it. Chapter 101, Making Things Difficult for Chen Xian. Chen Xian saw Hui Xiao, who was lying on the ground now, screaming miserably. Chen Xian ran out of the abandoned factory with Xiao Meng without looking back. Soon, Chen Xian was free from Hui Xiao's control, and Xiao Meng saw the severely injured Chen Xian. She was extremely worried that Chen Xian had been bracing his injured body because he wanted to get rid of Hui Xiao as soon as possible. After running out this distance, Chen Xian was really a bit uncomfortable, so he couldn't help but frown. When Xiao Meng saw that expression on Chen Xian's face, she pulled Chen Xian and said, "Hurry up, hold on a little longer. I'll send you to the hospital right away." Chen Xian braced himself and came to the hospital accompanied by Xiao Meng. For the next few days, Chen Xian had been recuperating in the hospital, slowly conditioning his body. Every single day, it was little Meng who was by his side to accompany him, and seeing Chen Xian recovering day by day, little Meng's heart only gradually felt better. However, from start to finish, Xiao Meng wasn't very happy because he felt that Chen Xian's disaster this time was all because of her. Xiao Meng had been blaming herself for this matter, so in taking care of Chen Xian, Xiao Meng was really careful and thoughtful. Chen Xian was also very thankful to Xiao Meng, and he knew that he couldn't blame Xiao Meng for this matter. It was Fai Xiao who wanted to deal with himself, so he grabbed Mo as a hostage, and Mo was hurt because of himself. Thinking that they had dragged Mo down with them, the two felt guilty for each other. After resting in the hospital for a week, Chen Xian's injuries had all recovered, and Xiao Meng discharged Chen Xian. The first thing he had to do before Chen Xian was discharged from the hospital was to make arrangements for Xiao Meng and get her to a safe place. Otherwise, Chen Xian was afraid that Hui Xiao, that treacherous villain, would definitely take another shot at Xiao Meng. Chen Xian thought before thinking. While looking at Xiao Meng, he said, "Let's put it this way. In order to be safe during the period, you'll first live amongst my villa so that Hui Xiao won't seize the opportunity, and I'll be able to rest assured of some of this." Mo felt a little embarrassed. But, think about how Fai Xiao would control himself if he did it again. The one who suffered was still Chen Xian, so Xiao Meng helplessly agreed to Chen Xian's request. Starting today, Xiao Meng had moved into Chen Xian's villa, which made Xiao Meng very grateful to Chen Xian. They were also very harmonious with each other. Seeing that Mo was safely in and out of their presence, only then did Chen Xian's psyche have a trace of relief. Waiting until Chen Xian had recovered from his injuries and was discharged from the hospital, he then dove headfirst into his studies and work. And during this time Chen Xian fell behind on so many things, needing him to deal with it as soon as possible. When Xiao Meng walked into Chen Xian's villa, she felt really a bit stunned, because the inside of the villa was really luxurious. This was the first time that Mo had lived in a villa, making her heart very excited. After Xiao Meng had organized her things, she walked around Chen Xian's villa, a sort of appreciation and visit, because Xiao Meng was really curious. The things inside this villa, and all the arrangements, were all carefully selected by Chen Xian. It's really very nice to look at, and the decoration of the villa is very soothing and gives a very cozy feeling. Although Mo had arrived here, She didn't have a strangely familiar feeling about the place. Instead, she felt somewhat familiar. Chen Xian was still afraid that Xiaomeng would not be able to adapt, and had been worried that there would be a phase of adaptation in which Xiaomeng would be uncomfortable. Dull little sister had somehow heard about Xiaomeng, and when she heard that Xiaomeng had moved to Chen Xian's villa, Dull little sister also followed and moved in. And upon seeing that Dull little sister had also appeared in Chen Xian's villa, Mo felt a little surprised as she looked at Dull little sister and asked, "Why are you here too? When did you move in?" Dull little sister said with a slight smile, "Why, is it not okay for me to move in? Just came not long ago." "No, I didn't mean that," Mo hurriedly explained. Dull little sister said in a nonchalant manner, "With such a big villa, it wouldn't hurt for me to move in. Maybe I can even give you some company and not make you so lonely." Little Meng was a bit embarrassed as she glanced at Chen Xian and said, "Yes, such a big villa. It should be lively for everyone." Dull little sister and Mo briefly exchanged pleasantries. Dull little sister still had her own things to do. "Don't say too much more. Since nerdy little sister has just moved into the villa and has a lot of things to accomplish, she's going to start by going shopping for some everyday items. Otherwise, there was still something missing here, and one could not rely on Chen Xian for everything. At the very least, they would find a way to arrange their own lives and not lick trouble for Chen Xian." On the other side, Hui Xiao was in the middle of a hot livestream when he overheard Dull little sister and Chen Xian together. When he saw this scene, Hui Xiao looked very angry. He angrily scolded, "Chen Xian, you actually stayed with Dull little sister again. I won't let you go. You wait for me. All the insults and grievances I've suffered today, I'll get them all back someday." Hui Xiao was very angry, so Chen instructed his men to ask around for news about Chen Xian. Hui Xiao's men, in order to take revenge on Chen Xian, had been collecting any news about him. Not a single trace was spared, and it was under their dragnet search that they finally learned that Chen Xian had a gym with a good business. When Fai Xiao's men told Fai Xiao about this, Fai Xiao had a bad idea in mind. "Chen Xian, you finally let me catch my chance. This time, I'll make you beg for it." There was a hint of viciousness in Hui Xiao's eyes. The next day, Hui Xiao directly paired up with the mall's administrator and headed to Chen Xian's gym. Just like that, casually went in and around. The administrator don't order Chen Xian's gym hygiene is not in compliance with the rules. It must be immediately shut down and reorganized. This sudden change let Chen Xian gym employees feel a little unbelievable. This gym was open fine and there was never any talk of hygiene irregularities. All of a sudden, they were told to shut down their business and rectify their movements, which really left them with no way to give Chen Xian an explanation. However, the gym had been ordered to shut down, and this matter had to be told to Chen Xian, so that he could step in as soon as possible to handle this matter. "What? Gym was shut down? What the hell is going on?" Chen Xian asked suspiciously. The administrator suddenly came for an inspection, saying that the hygiene was not in line with the regulations and ordered the business to be shut down. The employee hurriedly reported it to Chen Xian. "Alright, I'm aware of this matter. I'll deal with it as soon as possible," Chen Xian said indifferently. Chen Xian also did not expect that the gym would suddenly be ordered to shut down. Chen Xian always felt that this matter came in a strange way. It hasn't happened since he opened the gym. Now that something like this had suddenly happened, Chen Xian had to find out what the hell was going on. Chapter 102, Finding the Cause. After Chen Xian heard about this matter, he immediately put down his work and rushed over to the gym as quickly as possible. Chen Xian didn't believe that his gym would have a hygiene failure, and he had to get to the bottom of this matter. Ever since employee Wang Gong had informed Chen Xian of this matter, Chen Xian had always felt some doubt in his heart. By the time Chen Xian arrived at the gym, he saw that the mall's administrator was already there arguing with his own employees. One by one, the employees struggled from a distance, just wanting to stall for time until Chen Xian arrived. Let's see exactly how this matter is going to be resolved. This sudden decision, not to mention Chen Xian, even the employees have no way to recognize it. They had done their best to take care of the gym, so if there was another reason to close the business, they would have been able to accept it. But give them a hygiene fail and the employees say nothing. Just as the employees were theorizing with the mall administrator, Chen Xian hurriedly arrived at the gym. When Wang Gong saw Chen Xian's arrival, he immediately rushed out to Chen Xian's face. "Boss, you're finally here. We can't stand it anymore." Wang Gong spoke anxiously. "What the hell is going on? How could something like this happen all of a sudden?" Chen Xian asked in confusion. "Yes, it's very sudden, and we don't know what's going on." Wang Gong also said that he couldn't understand what was going on. Chen Xian, accompanied by Wang Gong, walked into the gym, and the employees were relieved when Chen Xian arrived. Chen Xian came to the mall administrator in large strides, turned around and looked around and asked, "Administrator, why are you shutting down my gym room? You have to give me a reasonable reason, right? How can you say that it can be shut down? I'm doing business, not playing house. Never be this hasty." Chen Xian reminded this mall administrator. Didn't your staff tell you? Your gym's hygiene doesn't meet the regulations, so it's ordered to shut down and reorganize. Do you hear me? The administrator said righteously. Hygiene is out of compliance. And now that you're in my gym, you tell me where my hygiene is out of compliance? As long as you can point it out, I can correct it right now, right away, and until it's to your satisfaction, and we can settle this matter face to face. Chen Xian forced the mall administrator to point out the problems with his gym, because Chen Xian knew in his heart that perhaps he was intentionally looking for trouble. Chen Xian had to be a little tougher in his attitude. When the administrator saw Chen Xian's attitude, he said in embarrassment, "This is not under my control. You'd better go to the people above you. I'm also just doing what I'm told." The mall administrator shrugged the matter off, and Chen Xian really had no choice. After sending the mall administrator away, the employees began to speak their thoughts as Chen Xian paused quietly on the side. But after all that, there is still no exact solution to this problem. Chen Xian just couldn't be a good boy anymore. He couldn't stand by and watch his gym get shut down. If it does close, that's more of a problem. Chen Xian pondered for a while and said, "Don't you guys be in a hurry. I'm going to find the manager of the mall. This matter has to be resolved by someone stepping forward. Are they just going to push and push? This is something that someone always says, and now no one is actually admitting to it." Chen Xian was really a bit angry. His own gym was open properly. Whose idea was this? Regardless of whose idea it was, Chen Xian had to settle this matter. Soon enough, Chen Xian found the manager of the mall. Chen Xian came to the manager and politely said, "Manager, hello, I am the owner of the famous gym. My name is Chen Xian. I'd like to ask a question. I just received a gym sanitation non-compliance and an order to shut me down. I want to know exactly who is responsible for this and who I should go to resolve this. I want to know exactly what the problem is with my gym so I can treat the problem and fix it as quickly as possible. Otherwise the gym is shutting down and reorganizing and it's really affecting me and how I should want to answer to my customers." The manager of the mall heard Chen Xian say those words, and he sensed from Chen Xian's words that this matter was rather tricky. Chen Xian's attitude had always been shown to be rather tough. He didn't want to be at the mercy of others, nor did he want to cower and make these people really think that he was easy to bully. The manager of the shopping mall was really good at reading people's words. After he heard Chen Xian speak about these things, he looked up at Chen Xian and smiled. "I don't know. This matter isn't something I'm in charge of either. How about this? You go and look for the leaders above you. I don't know anything about this at all. Go ask them, maybe you'll know why." To Chen Xian's great surprise, the manager of the mall actually shrugged this matter off as well. Chen Xian felt more and more that this matter was outrageous and fishy, since his own gym had been suspended and reorganized. What kind of logic is it that the mall administrator came to notify about this and as the manager of the mall was unaware of it? Chen Xian found out what was wrong in there, but he didn't question him in front of Ray. At the very least, we have to give people a little bit of mercy, otherwise, we will all feel very embarrassed. Chen Xian could only politely bid farewell to the manager, and when he walked out of the manager's office, Chen Xian made up his mind. He must go to the highest management of the mall. Chen Xian just couldn't believe that no one had given him a statement on this matter. Chen Xian then asked his own men to inquire, and in the process, Chen Xian realized that the original shopping mall was under the Ida Group. Knowing that the mall was the property of the Ida Group, Chen Xian quickly prepared everything, no matter which group's property it was. Now as Chen Xian's gym was closing, Chen Xian had to resolve this matter in the shortest possible time. Otherwise the gym would suffer. Chen Xian then thought of going to find the chairman of Ida Group. No matter how much it cost, Chen Xian must meet the chairman of Ida Group. He would have to ask the chairman of the Ida Group face to face who had ordered this. He had to be given accurate information or there was no way he could run his gym anymore. Chen Xian made up his mind, so Chen Xian came to the Ida Group and tried to find his way up one level at a time. Chen Xian believed that as long as he didn't give up, he would definitely be able to meet the chairman of the Ida Group, no matter how mysterious he was. This time Chen Xian had to ask him face to face. As the head of the entire group, he should be very clear about this matter, and to whom else would he shirk it? This matter was pushed around, and in the end, no one acknowledged it. Chen Xian felt that it was unclear, making him very unwilling. Chapter 103, The System's New Task. After knowing that these things had happened to his gym, Chen Xian thought that he must make this matter clear. After all, this matter, but it's his gym that's at stake, and he doesn't understand why his gym just shut down somehow, so he must get this thing straightened out. He didn't understand what in the world he was messing with the Ida Group. They were doing this to their gym as such a thing. With that, Chen Xian went in a hurry to find the Ida Group, and when he arrived at the entrance of this Ida Group, he took a glance at this high-rise building. He sighed and silently read in his own mind, "Most of all, no matter what, I have to ask this matter clearly. I must find out what is going on." So Chen Xian gathered the courage to go inside the Ida Group. He today, no matter what, he has to enter this Yida group inside, ask clearly what is going on in his gym, but what he didn't expect was that he was stopped at the door like this before he could even reach this. Chen Xian felt very helpless. After all, he didn't have much of a reason to enter this group. Looking at the security guards of this group stopping themselves at the door just like that, Chen Xian felt very embarrassed. He wouldn't have come to this place to humiliate himself if it weren't for the fact that he was afraid that his gym, from then on, would just shut down. But Chen Xian didn't want to lose this opportunity just because of that. He still wanted to try it anyway, so he came back to the security guard. I'm looking for your chairman. There's really something going on. Just do me a favor and let me in. I promise I'll never shoot in and make a mess. But the Yida group's security guard was very impatient. She always felt that Chen Xian was like that kind of liar. So how could Chen Xian just let it in? If anything happened after he put Chen Xian inside, then he wouldn't be able to stay in this place anymore. It had been hard for her to get this good job, and he didn't know what he should do if something like this really happened. After all, he had an old man and a young man waiting for him to raise, so he must do his job well and never let anyone in without authorization. After all, that was his job, and there was nothing he could do about it. The security guard shook his head. Sir, if you don't have an appointment, then it's impossible for you to get inside our company, so I advise you to go back earlier and not waste your time here. Chen Xian simply didn't want to let go of this opportunity that was placed in front of him. I don't have an appointment right now, but I really do have something very important to do when I go in, so do me a favor and let me in. The security guard saw Chen Xian's such a tough attitude he phased. Chen Xian went to this inside. There was indeed something very important, but even if that was the case, there was no way he could let Chen Xian in. If he did, he wouldn't be able to keep his job. Sir, I'm sorry, this really won't work. Sir, just don't waste everyone's time here. I can't do it well if you're like this, can I? Besides, that's my job. If that's the only way I can put you in without authorization, then I'm sure I'll be duly punished. Sir, so don't make it hard for me. It's not easy for me, the security guard said in such a very embarrassed manner, and as Chen Xian listened to what he said, he also felt that it made perfect sense. Although what he was experiencing on his own right now was indeed very important, there was no need to disrupt people's work, so he silently turned around and left. However, it was at this time that dull little sister found Chen Xian, and she saw Chen Xian just sitting there self-absorbed inside a nearby park. Without even thinking about it, dull little sister hurriedly ran over. Why are you in this place? I've been looking for you for a long time. Dull little sister just said anxiously. He thought Chen Xian was out of something. After all, how he contacted Chen Xian could not be contacted. Chen Xian just lifted his head helplessly and looked at dull little sister, and he just told dull little sister all of the things that had just happened to him, and tell dull little sister that he's in a very bad mood right now, and he doesn't know how to deal with this anymore. Seeing him like this, dull little sister was very distressed. After all, in her heart, Chen Xian was all about being a very confident person. Now that it would be in such a state, it had to be said that this incident this time around was still a really big blow to him. So dull little sister thought about it and summoned up the courage to say to Chen Xian, I wonder if you could do me a favor? Right now, you're the only one who's the most suitable. Other than you, I really can't think of anyone else. With that, dull little sister stammered, and after listening for a while, Chen Xian felt that dull little sister had often helped him before anyway. Besides, they were friends, so what did it matter if they helped dull little sister? So without thinking, he said directly, you name it, and I'll do whatever I can. Nerdy little sister got shy and stammered. Actually, I want to ask you to help pretend to be my boyfriend, which I don't know if you can accept. Dull little sister then said with such anticipation. In fact, in his heart, he was still quite looking forward to Chen Xian being able to agree to this matter. It was just that she also knew that she couldn't fall on her sword. It was better to respect Chen Xian's opinion. Chen Xian was very hesitant. She always felt that if she did this, it would be a bit unfair to dull little sister. Dull little sister didn't really want to make things too difficult for Chen Xian, so she pretended not to care and said, forget it. I also know that this matter isn't that easy for you to decide. I'll give you some time to think about it. If it doesn't work by then I'll go find someone else who's okay. After saying that, dull little sister lost his mind and left this place. He really didn't want to continue staying in this place. However, it was at this time that Chen Xian unexpectedly received a new quest given by the system. The system told Chen Xian to promise dull little sister that it would give him a bonus medical skill if he promised dull little sister. Chen Xian was very moved, so he went over there and found dull little sister. He told her that he was willing to pretend to be his boyfriend, and she was very happy. But Chen Xian is very puzzled and asks her why on earth she would want to do that. Upon his questioning, dull little sister told him it was because her family was forcing her to get married, but she didn't want to go on a blind date. So tell her parents. They look for already have a boyfriend. So his parents now asked to go to the hotel inside the meeting. Stay little sister really cannot think of any way out. So this is the next trick. So just like that, Chen Xianchang and dull little sister came inside this restaurant. And just at this time, dull little sister's parents also appeared. At this moment, Chen Xian was very nervous, as she had never participated in this kind of occasion before. Chapter 104, Meeting the Parents. After seeing Chen Xian, the parents of dull little sister very much disdained Chen Xian, thinking that Chen Xian was just a poor student, not worthy of their daughter at all. Is this your so-called boyfriend? Why don't you introduce us? Dull little sister's parents said so arrogantly, which made Chen Xian feel very embarrassed. Mom and Dad, this is Chen Xian who I introduced to you earlier. He's my boyfriend, and after we graduate, we're getting ready to get married. Dull little sister said very happily, holding Chen Xian's arm, but in fact, his parents' faces had long since sunk. Hello uncle and aunt, I am dull little sister's boyfriend, Chen Xian. This bit of stuff is what I brought to honor you. It's not a token of respect, so I hope you can accept it. Chen Xian had thus sent out the things he had prepared in advance, but dull little sister's parents simply couldn't look at this little thing, even though they were a couple out of zone. This situation was also very embarrassing for Chen Xian, who just remained frozen in place. After little sister Doll saw this, she hurriedly took down the things inside Chen Xian's hands and placed them to the side. Well, let's eat. I'm starving after such a long drive. After hearing dumb little sister's suggestion, everyone started moving their chopsticks, and during this process, dull little sister's parents kept staring at Chen Xian, and when the meal was about to pass its end, his parents just couldn't help themselves. They then looked at Chen Xian in a very serious manner. What happiness do you think a poor student like you can bring to our dull little sister? With the way you look now, you don't even look in the mirror to see if you are worthy of our daughter or not. I think you're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. Stop having those delusional dreams. Chen Xian was dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say. After all, his status was just a student now. Besides, this relationship between him and dull little sister was originally something they faked, so he didn't know how to handle this. And at this moment, dull little sister felt very embarrassed at the side. She always felt that she was really very sorry for Chen Xian, and it was not good for him to say something when his parents were actually mocking Chen Xian right here. But his parents are getting more and more aggravated, and the words they say are getting harder and harder to hear. Arigato really couldn't listen to it anymore, so he said somewhat angrily, Mom, he's marrying me, not you guys, and besides, can he give me happiness? I still don't know. Can you guys not meddle in my personal matters? Dull little sister just looked at her parents angrily. She felt that this time his parents had really gone too far, but her mother was not convinced. Silly child, what do you know? He's just a poor student now. He can't give you anything at all. Listen to your mom. Give him a break before it's too late, right? Dull little sister really didn't want to bother with them anymore, although she did know that his parents were only doing it for her own good. That's why they said that. It's just that she really didn't understand why they had to meddle in the affairs of their own relationship. However, just at this time dull little sister's blind date unexpectedly appeared, and dull little sister's parents went up to welcome him with a smile. This made Chen Xian feel very embarrassed, and would recall the way he had entered the door just now, which was truly incomparable. Chen Xian carefully sized up this person. From the person's clothing, he could tell that this person was a rich second generation. After all, the clothes and shoes she wore were not cheap, but this person was simply too old. And after Chen Xian heard his age, he was simply too surprised to speak, as this person was simply dozens of years older than dull little sister, which meant that he was just richer. She suddenly felt some heartache for dull little sister. It didn't occur to her that dull little sister's parents would think like this, but Nerdy's parents were very happy, because that's what they wanted. They always thought that if they had money it would be fine, so they were one after another introducing this person to dull little sister, hoping that dull little sister would get together with him, and even felt that Chen Xian, who was sitting on the sidelines, was very much an eyesore, so they looked at Chen Xian impatiently again. Why are you still sticking around? I say, why are you so thick-skinned? You've eaten your meal. Why are you still sticking around? I'm telling you, wanting to marry my daughter, that's just a dream. Dull little sister was very anxious. He really didn't expect that his parents would say such hurtful words. What shocked her even more was that he hadn't realized that the person his parents had introduced him to on a blind date was a couple dozen years older than her. Is it for his parents? Is money that important? At this time, dull little sister was very sad. Chen Xian really couldn't look away, so she wanted to take a breath of fresh air for dull little sister, and sort of grow a face for herself. Auntie, I'm sorry I probably didn't introduce myself clearly just now, so now I need to reintroduce myself. I've opened to a gym in Magic City, and business is not bad, so I probably have tens of millions of dollars inside my savings. After hearing what Chen Xian was about to say after staying little sister's parents surprised speechless, they did not expect. Their eyes of this poor student is actually an invisible rich man. but based on Chen Xian's side of the story alone, how could they possibly believe what Chen Xian said? They simply did not believe that a student could have tens of millions of dollars in savings. It was simply impossible. So dull little sister's parents taunted Chen Xian like this. I think you're just crazy for money, aren't you? With this appearance of yours, you're really going to make people laugh if you can still open a gym. Chen Xian smiled helplessly. What she hadn't expected was for dull little sister's parents to be so unconvinced by what he said. However, Chen Xian saw a glance at his own clothes and then glanced at dull little sister's blind dates. It was no wonder that dull little sister's parents didn't believe what they were saying, as dull little sister's blind date wore very luxurious clothes, while what he wore was just ordinary. Chen Xian didn't explain anything more, but instead, he investigated through Zhang Yi and found out the identity of this blind date of dull little sister's. It turns out that this guy is just a con man, here to cheat on his food and drink, so all of his identities are in disguise. Chen Xian instantly felt ridiculed. After all, dull little sister's parents had gone to such lengths to introduce him to this person, and only thought that this person was extremely wealthy. I wonder how they should have behaved if they had known that this person was just a liar. However, Chen Xian knew that they didn't even believe what they were saying right now, thinking that they were just talking nonsense there. Therefore, Chen Xian directly placed the evidence in front of the parents of the dull little sister. The dull little sister's parents saw it. They felt very shocked. How could they not think that this person would be a liar? Chapter 105, Treating Yida's Old Boss. Right at this moment, dull little sister's parents thought about Chen Xian's self-introduction to himself just now. So it turned out that he really did have tens of millions of dollars in savings, and he also really did open a gym in Magic City. If that was really the case, then their daughter really did have too much of a vision. They rolled their eyes and thought that they had to hurry up and get dull little sister to browbeat Chen Xian. After all, it was so hard to find such a rich man. How could they just let go of him? They then smiled and apologized to Chen Xian. Little Chen, we know we were wrong about what happened just now. We still hope that you will be generous and not take it personally. But we just wanted to try you out and see how committed you really are to dumb little sister. So we really don't mean anything by it? You guys promised that the two of us must be good together. At this moment, dull little sister really felt very humiliated. He hadn't thought that his parents would be humiliated like this. He was really embarrassed to raise his head to look at Chen Xian. However, Chen Xian still felt very mocked as he thought about what dull little sister's parents had just said to him. Although I didn't even put it into my heart, those words had to be really, really hurtful. Auntie, don't say that. Besides, I'm just a poor student in the first place. Hearing Chen Xian say this, later on, dull little sister's parents became even more anxious. They thought that Chen Xian was holding a grudge against what they had just said, so they hurriedly apologized to Chen Xian. What happened just now was our fault, so don't take it personally. Dull little sister is our daughter. Of course we want her to marry the person she likes, so we've decided to let dull little sister choose her own happiness, and we definitely won't interfere anymore. Dull little sister's parents then said against their will. In fact, what they wanted was for dull little sister to hurry up and grab this golden son-in-law of Chen Xian. As long as they hang on to Chen Xian, then they can live the rest of their lives without worrying about food and clothing. Tens of millions of dollars? That's not a small amount. It's really out of reach for them. Dull little sister really didn't want to continue staying in this place, so she turned around and left with Chen Xian. But there was really no face to continue here. What she didn't expect was for her parents to be such snobs, completely disregarding his feelings. He really felt that he had lost all his face in front of Chen Xian, and he didn't know how to face Chen Xian in the future. So after they exited the restaurant, she ran off in a panic. At this point, Chen Xian hadn't even reacted yet, and he hadn't even had the time to call out dull little sister's name. Dull little sister then disappeared without a trace, and Chen Xian sighed, feeling very helpless, so he walked away silently on his own. And with that, Chen Xian had successfully completed the task given to him by the system. So of course, he had successfully acquired the medical skill as well, and coincidentally, he had also learned that the old president of the Yida group was seriously ill and was now in a great hurry. So now was a good time for Chen Xian. He had to utilize this medical skill he now possessed. Chen Xian rushed to Yida group in such a hurry, but the security guard felt very impatient after seeing Chen Xian. How could he not have thought that Chen Xian had once again come to this place once again? Could it be that what he had just said to him was not working? I really have something very important. I heard that your chairman is sick. I can heal you, let me in. But the security guard didn't believe what Chen Xian said at all. He thought that Chen Xian had lost his mind and that's why he was talking such nonsense. Therefore, he did not place Chen Xian in his eyes at all, and just let Chen Xian keep talking there without paying attention to him. Chen Xian also felt very helpless, but there was nothing better he could do. He could only request the security guard to let him in, but no matter what he said, the security guard simply ignored him and just completely ignored what he said. Chen Xian felt that it was probably because this security guard thought that he was sick right now. and that was why he was harping on him like this. So Chen Xian explained to her, I really can cure your chairman now, so just hurry up and let me in. And I'm not sick. Even though Chen Xian had made it a point to emphasize that he was not sick, this security guard assumed that he was. Chen Xian really felt very helpless, so he was on the verge of breaking down. Just when he was planning to leave this place, he didn't expect that what he said just now was heard by the secretary of the old president of Yida Group. The secretary of the old boss of Yida Group felt very shocked. After all, their old boss was now very seriously ill. Even the doctors were at their wits' end. Since Chen Xian was able to say that he could cure this disease, then why not let Chen Xian give it a try? It was better than dragging it out like this. He then hurriedly pulled back Chen Xian, who wanted to leave the place. Just now, you said that you know healing arts, right? Since that's the case, then you should hurry up and make a trip for me. Chen Xian doesn't even recognize who this person is? I realize that you people are really funny. Why should I go with you? I'm warning you, hurry up and let go of me. In this public day, are you not going to kidnap me? This person smiled helplessly. I'm the secretary beside the old president of the Yida Group. Just now I heard that you know medical skills. Besides, didn't you want to meet our old boss just now? Since that's the case, then I'll take you there. With that, Chen Xian carefully surveyed the person's attire, and Chen Xian thought that this was in the Yida Group. Then this person couldn't have just lied to herself, and she was dressed in an unusual way. Maybe it really was the secretary of the old boss of a dozen groups. No matter what, one had to take advantage of this opportunity. So he followed this person. Since you said you're the secretary of Yida's old boss, then you should hurry up and take me to see him. If you go late by then, it will be useless. With that, this secretary brought Chen Xian to the Yida's old boss's place. At this time, the old boss of Yida was really very seriously ill. There was nothing more anyone could do, and when these few Shiyuan heard Chen Xian say that he could cure the disease, they felt very puzzled. Even they felt helpless to do anything. How could a nobody like Chen Xian alone have a solution? They thought that Chen Xian was just here to cheat them out of their money, so they didn't place Chen Xian in their eyes at all. Chen Xian, however, was very confident and had improved the 5-animal play. In this way, Chen Xian cured the old president of the Yida Group, causing all of these people to shut their mouths. Chapter 106, Opening the Door. How could the owner of Yida Group disagree at this moment? Chen Xian in front of him is the big benefactor who saved his life. He immediately agreed. Let his lawyer under his hand immediately draw up a contract. Transfer part of the equity to Chen Xian. Chen Xian looked at the numbers on the contract and hooked his lips in satisfaction. Now he was also the one who owned the shares of Yida Group. From now on we can all be brothers. If there's anything as long as you open your mouth, brother, I definitely won't excuse myself. The boss of the Yida Group patted his chest. Now he was truly determined to be a brother to Chen Xian. After all, although this person Chen Xian looked like a pugilist, he was able to sense that Chen Xian still had a mind of his own. For someone so smart to be his brother, he felt that it was possible that he had still earned it. Maybe Chen Xian would become more and more powerful in the future and surpass himself. Chen Xian looked at his appearance and was also very proud of himself. Anyway, now that he had called himself a brother to the people of the Yida Group, wait until he returned to the gym and see if those people still dared to make things difficult for themselves. Good. From now on we're brothers. I'll leave first. There are other things waiting for me to take care of. The boss of Yida Group nodded and put away the contract that Chen Xian just gave him. And after Chen Xian left, the boss of Yida Group was still continuing to work out according to the tricks that Chen Xian had taught him. After Chen Xian returned to the mall, he ordered the others. Open the door. Although there were only 2 short words, everyone was able to feel the firmness coming from Chen Xian's words. Now no matter who came to stop it, there was no way to stop Chen Xian's heart that wanted to open the door. Although everyone had some worries, they were infected by Chen Xian's words. It's not good for us to just open the door now. After all, the administrator said we can't open the door for violating the rules. After hearing the words of the others, Chen Xian frowned. At this point in time, even if the administrator was standing in front of him, he would definitely not make any concessions. And Chen Xian's words did not budge in any way. Don't mind him, we're open as usual. And if the superintendent comes over, tell him to come straight to me. After Chen Xian said this, he stood in front of the door of his gym. He was waiting for the administrator to arrive. And after the mall realized through surveillance that the gym was even open, each one of them looked at each other and immediately told the administrators about the news. The administrator learned of this news after the face of the expression is very ugly. They have repeatedly advised them not to be able to open the door. But these unruly people are simply too much. Do not put their own words in the ear. He immediately quickly arrived in front of the gym, seeing Chen Xian with a look of heavenly fear. Seeing the muscles on Chen Xian's body again, he couldn't help but feel a surge of fear, but he quickly calmed down. This is a legal society. Besides, there is a monitor on the sidelines watching. Chen Xian, even how powerful, cannot be able to hit people. Otherwise, he could only be arrested by the police, and after thinking of this he came to a bottom. What's the matter with you people? Did you listen to my words in your ears or not? Didn't I already tell you? Your gym is in violation of the rules and you can't open the door for me now. The administrator's attitude was very arrogant, and while saying so, he was about to close the gym door that had just been opened for a short time once again. Chen Xian, however, took the first step to stand in front of him, his attitude undoubtedly very cold. You said my gym is in violation of the rules. What rules? Who was it that said the rules were violated? You get him out here and I'll confront him about it all. Looking at Chen Xian in such an imposing manner, and the fact that Chen Xian was such a large man really brought a huge oppressive force. The administrator wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, not forgetting the words he had given himself earlier to cheer him up as he said word for word, I'm the administrator here. What I say is the rule. If I say you violated the rules then that's what you violated. Are you guys trying to go against the grain now? Chen Xian couldn't help but laugh after hearing his words. He thought who was behind this, but it turned out to be this administrator. How dare he, a small administrator, stop himself from opening the door? It was simply delusional. Chen Xian didn't talk nonsense to the administrator in front of him. He wouldn't make a move towards him either. He could already tell that the administrator was bluffing in front of himself. He was actually very scared of himself. Chen Xian took out his cell phone. This action startled the administrator. He thought that Chen Xian was going to pull out some kind of murder weapon from behind himself, and immediately looked at Chen Xian with great vigilance, shivering in fear. However, when he saw that Chen Xian had only taken out his cell phone, he breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately felt that the way he looked just now was too embarrassing. Chen Xian immediately dialed the headquarters and told them about what had happened to him, before assuming an air of calmness. Now there was no need to bother himself with another soldier or deal with the administrators. Someone would naturally rein him in. The administrator looked at Chen Xian strangely with an air of victory, and it was at this time that the phone he was carrying rang. Hello, manager? Why do you have this time to call me? Is there something I need to do? The manager's stormy voice came from the other end of the line. You accomplished son of a, do you have any idea who you've offended? Get out of my way and stop blocking the opening of the gym. The administrator frowned straight away at that. Cold sweat came out of his forehead at some point, and he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded his head. Manager, you? What do you mean? Do you mean the gym is open normally? Are you stupid? Did I not make myself clear enough just now? Why don't you quickly get out of my way? Do you know who you've offended? From now on you don't need to continue working at the mall. The manager couldn't help but get a headache when he thought of the immense oppressive force of the call he had just connected. At this moment, he took out all his anger on the administrator. The administrator was immediately dumbfounded to hear that he was going to be fired, and the angry manager had already hung up the phone. The administrator immediately turned his head towards Chen Xian. He begged for mercy as he knew that it was the phone call Chen Xian had just made that had worked. Big brother, I am sorry. Just now it is me who has eyes and does not recognize MT. Chen Xian didn't pay any attention to the administrator at all, instead arranging for the staff to open the door. Chapter 107, The Landlord. Chen Xian returned to the school and happened to run into Ms. Shan. He was about to say hello to Ms. Shan, when he realized that there was something strange about Ms. Shan's state. Normally Ms. Shannon is very approachable and always has a smile on her face that seems to bring warmth to people. But today, Ms. Shan's face wore a visible fatigue, and even her skin seemed to have dulled from poor rest. Ms. Shannon, what's wrong with you? Did you not get a good rest? After seeing that it was Chen Xian, Ms. Shan came back to her senses and smiled at Chen Xian with some reluctance. It could be seen that she was in a very bad state, making Chen Xian even more worried. It's been a while since I've had any rest, so that means I'm a little tired. Don't worry, it's no big deal. What's going on? Is there something on your mind? Or is something else bothering you? Looking at Ms. Shan's seemingly unwillingness to mention more, Chen Xian couldn't help but ask after her, wanting very much to know what exactly had happened to Ms. Shan. Teacher Shan sensed Chen Xian's kindness and couldn't help but smile right back. She also knew that this was Chen Xian trying to help herself, so he told Chen Xian everything he had experienced during this period of time. This period of time I do not know if it is my psychological reasons. Always feel the house is very uncomfortable. As soon as I come back to the side of the house, I feel chest tightness and shortness of breath, so that naturally, I cannot sleep well when I go to bed. After hearing Ms. Shan's words, Chen Xian nodded in understanding. No wonder it looked like Ms. Shan was in such a poor state, so it was because she hadn't rested well. It is important to realize that the most important thing a person can do in a day is to rest, whether it is a machine or a part. It needs to be rested in order to be able to get back to work, and today Ms. Shannon is a very dangerous state. Ms. Shan, I have a villa under me nowadays. You can stay at my place first. Chen Xian looked worriedly at Ms. Shan Shan as he spoke. He was truly worried about her current state. Teacher Shan Shan looked at Chen Xian with some surprise after hearing his words, but she was able to feel the kindness that Chen Xian brought with him. Unlike the boys she usually met, Chen Xian was always able to give her a very peaceful and calm feeling, and Chen Xian's offer brought a hint of anticipation to her heart. Indeed, she hadn't been resting well all this time. Ms. Shannon felt that a string she had been tightening inside her heart would explode one day if it reached a tipping point. Will this be somehow less convenient? Although there was some anticipation in her heart, but now she had some hesitation. She was a teacher living in a student's house. Would it not be too good to spread the word? However, looking at Chen Xian with a very frank look on his face, she felt that it was really not a good idea for her to think this way. Ms. Shan Shan, now that you're like this, of course I as your student should provide you with an accommodation. It's a help I'm rightfully able to provide you with, so don't excuse yourself. Chen Xian's words were righteous, and he was truly thinking of Ms. Shan Shan from her perspective. After hearing Chen Xian's words, teacher Shan Shan also nodded. Indeed, Chen Xian's words made perfect sense. To hesitate like this now would be to let down Chen Xian's good intentions, so she raised her head and smiled at him, as if she had reverted back to the gentle teacher Shan Shan of old. In that case, I'll be polite. But soon enough, Ms. Shan Shan frowned again. Nowadays, if she were to move into Chen Xian's villa, there were still a lot of things inside her room that needed to be packed up, and it would be a bit difficult for her to do so alone. As Chen Xian watched her frown, he asked curiously, does Ms. Shan Shan have any other concerns? You can say so, and I'll help you if I can. Teacher Shan Shan nodded. Now that she was moving into Chen Xian's villa anyway, she was no longer afraid that she would owe Chen Xian more favors, so she said, I was thinking, it seems a little inconvenient for me to move out the inside of the rental by myself. Can you help me along? Chen Xian immediately agreed after hearing this, patting his chest and wrapping it around his body. It was just moving some things. It was a breeze for him. Seeing Chen Xian's obliging demeanor, a smile appeared on teacher Shan Shan's face as well, and after knowing that Chen Xian didn't have any classes, she brought Chen Xian along with her to her rented neighborhood. It was obvious that the place where Ms. Shan Shan rented on weekdays was still in a good environment. If it wasn't for the fact that living here was uncomfortable, Ms. Shan Shan was also afraid that she wouldn't have moved out so easily. Chen Xian thought wistfully while looking at his surroundings. After the landlord saw Ms. Shan Shan, he immediately came to greet her warmly. Ms. Shan Shan, why are you back so early today? Didn't you go to class? It looked like the landlord was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a pair of eyes that kept staring at Ms. Shan Shan colorfully, which looked very uncomfortable. From the moment Ms. Shan Shan saw the landlord, she took the initiative to retreat behind Chen Xian, as if she had a great dislike for this landlord as well. After the landlord came into contact with Chen Xian's gaze, he subconsciously felt some fear of such a tall man. I want to come back and move my stuff. The landlord immediately frowned in displeasure after hearing Ms. Shan Shan's words. He was not willing to let Ms. Shan Shan move out, so he blocked Ms. Shan Shan's way. Ms. Shan Shan, at first I saw that you were a teacher and such a young and beautiful girl. It must be very difficult to live alone. That's why I rented out my house to you. Why are you going back on your word now? The landlord was very tough, and Ms. Shan Shan couldn't help but look at how tough he looked, so she said helplessly, Big brother landlord, didn't we already agree before? I can move out whenever I want to. Didn't you promise me that at the time? Looking at the landlord with such a strong attitude before him, Chen Xian narrowed his eyes. From Ms. Shan Shan's words he was probably able to hear that he guessed that this landlord had said such things before in order to trick Ms. Shan Shan into living here, but now after watching Ms. Shan leave, the landlord will naturally disagree. Just because the landlord was so colorful, he felt that this landlord would not be a good person, and it would be better for Ms. Shan Shan to move out of here as soon as possible, or else something else might happen subsequently. Chapter 108. When did I say such a thing? You go out and ask around to find out if you have to rent a room here for a long time. There's no such thing as just renting it for a period of time and then leaving. You're in breach of contract. The landlord was relentless and very forceful, blocking the door to the room, just not letting Shan in to pack her things. Ms. Shan Shan looked at the situation, remembered are about to cry. She remembered clearly, when the landlord said the words as their own can move out at any time, but now the landlord backtracked, so she did not know what to do for a moment. Are you misremembering? Big brother landlord, at that time you really promised me that not only would you let me leave whenever I wanted, but you would also return the deposit to me. After hearing these words, a cold smile immediately appeared on the landlord's face. At this point in time still dare to mention the deposit. He is absolutely impossible to return to her. Once upon a time, he and Ms. Shannon were on good terms, but now that he's heard that mess, Shannon is moving out. The landlord has decided to tear her apart. I'm telling you, let's not talk about the deposit now. You have to compensate me. Otherwise, who's going to compensate me for the loss of this house? It's you who breached the contract in the first place, and you dare to make up blind lies to deceive people here. After hearing those words, Ms. Shan Shan's good-looking face couldn't help but wrinkle together. She was a girl renting an apartment in this place. She was supposed to be careful, and she had agreed to rent here before because the landlord seemed honest. But she did not expect that the landlord would actually be such a person. Caught her off guard. She was a girl facing the landlord, and for a moment she felt a little helpless, and it was at this time that Chen Xian, who hadn't said anything, blocked in front of Ms. Shan Shan, his gaze very coldly looking at the landlord. Don't you dare lie here. Chen Xian said word for word, his such a tall body blocking in front of Ms. Shan Shan's face, immediately giving her a little more sense of security. She had almost forgotten that she had followed Chen Xian here. The landlord stuttered in fear when he saw Chen Xian's intimidating appearance, but he didn't move a step when he thought of all that money he had. What are you guys going to do? Don't try to bully. I'm telling you, I'm never going to give her a refund on these. She has to compensate me. As soon as the landlord's words fell, Chen Xian's punch landed solidly on his nose, an acidic and numbing sensation that instantly caused both of his eyes to go black. After a long while before he slowed down, he covered his nose and crouched on the ground, only feeling that he was just about to be knocked unconscious by Chen Xian's punch. Looking at the blood coming out of the landlord's nose, Ms. Shan Shan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just a moment ago, this landlord was so tough, but now he was only able to crouch on the ground in a sorry state. I'm asking you for the last time, do you need compensation? And will you give a refund on the deposit? The landlord had been solidly beaten by Chen Xian by such a group of people, and had already been very scared. Looking at the way Chen Xian's hand was still clenched into a fist and not unclenched, he immediately begged for mercy. No, Ms. Shannon, just move your stuff, and I'll refund your deposit right away later. Is that okay with you? He was afraid that if he didn't beg for mercy now, Chen Xian's fist would once again land on his face without mercy. If he took another punch this close to the truth, he wouldn't necessarily be able to see tomorrow's sun with his eyes open. The thought of it gave him a pang of fear. He was actually ghostly. To be reckoning with this ferocious man, he was simply tired of living. Ms. Shannon nodded in satisfaction as she watched him plead for mercy, not willing to say a word to her landlord right now. Ms. Shan Shan immediately went back to the inside of her room and packed up all her things, asking Chen Xian to help bring them along with her to the car she had called ahead of time. The landlord just stood there covering his nose, which was still oozing a steady stream of blood, and dared to speak. He minimized his presence as much as he could, since watching Ms. Shan Shan move everything away before he accompanied a smiling face and returned the deposit he had collected immediately and completely. Ms. Shan Shan grunted coldly, and after taking all her money back from his hands, she felt very comfortable and free. It was fortunate that she had Chen Xian by her side, otherwise she would have been infuriated to death if she had faced such an unreasonable landlord on her own today. After the landlord saw that the two people had finally left, he was relieved, and his entire body collapsed to the ground like a deflated leather ball. It was fortunate that these two people had already left, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to hold out, and he shivered in fear at the sweep of Chen Xian's gaze. These few trips back and forth with Chen Xian carrying things just now had already scared him to the point where his legs and stomach had been trembling, and it was only when he relaxed now that he felt his legs immediately cramp up. Chen Xian helped Ms. Shan Shan carry all of her things down, and then introduced each other to dull little sister and little Meng. Ms. Shannon greeted the two of them with a smile on her face, and dumb little sister and Mo raised their hands to welcome Miss Shannon to stay with them. Learning that there was such an episode with the landlord in their midst, he was also furious, and followed along and cursed for a long time. A smile appeared on Shan Shan's face. Her nerves had been taut for so long, and when she entered the villa, she saw the two of them looking warmly at her. Ms. Shan Shan, which dispelled all her concerns. Sister Shan Shan, you're older than me. I'll call you Sister Shan Shan from now on. Dull little sister winked as she said that. She was usually a person who loved to make friends very much, so she said that she immediately struck up a good relationship with Ms. Shannon without 3 words. Yeah, Ms. Shannon said with a smile. She was very interested in dorky little sister's livestream, and the two sat around yakking for quite some time. A few women got together and chattered non-stop, completely ignoring Chen Xian. Chen Xian was only able to helplessly watch the news alone on the sofa. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw one of the latest news items that had come out. The news was saying that the Li family had recently developed a new cosmetic product that would be launched soon. It seems that recently the Li family has not been idle, even developed a new cosmetic products? And look at the news said. It seems that the battle is extremely big. Look. Originally, He hadn't known what he was planning to do lately, but now this news had brought Chen Xian an inspiration. Now that the Li family was all about researching cosmetics, and he didn't know what to do yet. But fortunately, this news from the Li family now gave Chen Xian a very great inspiration, and he already had a hint of what he wanted to do. Shouldn't he be thinking about starting a company too? Chapter 109, Bringing Chen Xian Home. The early morning sunlight shone into the rooms of the villa. Chen Xian got up early and went outside to run for half an hour until he was refreshed before he returned to the villa in style. He was about to go back to his room to take a shower when Mo stopped him in the hall of the villa. Chen Xian stopped in his tracks as he looked at Xiaomeng with some doubt. What's wrong? Is there something you want to tell me? Chen Xian's chest rose and fell slightly, and after running for half an hour, a thin layer of sweat beads emerged on his forehead and ran down his neck. Wiping a handful of sweat from his forehead, Chen Xian asked with a smile. Only. Xiaomeng's pretty face was slightly red, seemingly a little embarrassed. She bit her red lips, and finally mustered up the courage to speak to Chen Xian. Chen Xian, I'm going to take a trip home today. Can you accompany me? After saying this, Mo's face suddenly turned even redder. Accompany you home? No problem, Chen. Chen Xian looked at the Dongshan University schoolgirl who had confessed her love to him twice before, and he agreed in one gulp. What's so difficult about it? Boys don't lose out even if they meet girls' parents. Although the two sides did not have a clear couple relationship, but in fact after two confessions, Chen Xian and Xiaomeng's middle is actually just a piece of paper left. At this time, upon hearing Chen Xian's straightforward reply, Xiaomeng instantly revealed a joyful expression on her face. Well then, we'll leave together almost at noon, just in time for a lunch at my place. When it was almost noon, Chen Xian drove his sports car out of the villa and left with Xiaomeng, heading to Xiaomeng's home. By the time the sports car had traversed the streets and alleys and arrived at a tree-lined villa area again, under the guidance of Xiaomeng, Chen Xian parked the sports car in front of a large villa with a private swimming pool. It seems that Mo's family is quite well off. Chen Xian could tell that this schoolgirl's family must be very rich. At least this villa was worth tens of millions of dollars. Compared to dumb little sister, Mo's family is much more privileged. Seemingly hearing the sound of the sports car's engine, the villa's owner had taken the initiative to welcome Chen Xian out after he had driven the sports car into the garage. Ha ha ha, I said who would be Xiaomeng's first time bringing her boyfriend to the house, and sure enough, it's you. A middle-aged man in a suit was all smiles as he took the initiative to shake hands with Chen Xian who had just walked out of the garage. Hello uncle, the first time I came to visit, I forgot to buy a gift in advance. I'm so sorry. It was only then that Chen Xian remembered if he had forgotten something. Arriving empty-handed, it was the first time I'd ever made a house call with Mo. What kind of gift do you need? I'm very happy to be able to come. Quickly please come in. That middle-aged man looked at Chen Xian, who was a full 2 meters 1 and had an unusually swarthy figure, and was very enthusiastic in his mouth. You really are just as strong as a Vajra as you were in the live broadcast on the platform. The middle-aged man couldn't help but squeeze Chen Xian's thick arm. The maids at home have already prepared the noon meal. I'm afraid you two young lovers are hungry as well? The middle-aged man greeted Chen Xian very warmly. Chen Xian also didn't expect that Xiaomeng's father actually liked to watch the platform's live broadcasts as well. In that case, I'm afraid that there wouldn't be much of a generation gap between the two sides. At this time, Xiaomeng held the middle-aged man's arm with a petulant look. Dad, we're not really a couple yet. Don't talk nonsense, we're still just good friends for the time being. Xiaomeng peeked at Chen Xian and said with some embarrassment. Alright, I know you guys are just good friends for now, the middle-aged man said with a big grin. His own daughter had never brought any boy home since she was a little girl, and this time, she had so solemnly led Chen Xian home. So was there any need to say anything about the relationship between the two parties? Moreover, my own daughter is so beautiful. As long as she takes a little initiative, even if the big man brought back is more capable, he will definitely end up being under my daughter's skirt. Soon, the three people sat down at the table, and the middle-aged man greeted very warmly, Chen Xian, this daughter of mine is the first time I've brought a boy home. It's just a bit of an unfortunate coincidence that Xiaomeng's mom is currently negotiating a business deal abroad, and I'm afraid she won't be back until next month. On the edge of the dining table, watching Chen Xian begin to wolf down his food, the middle-aged man had a kind face. A table with a dozen pots of mountain delicacies and seafood, and the portion of each plate was very large. I'm afraid that this middle-aged man had long anticipated that the friend that Xiaomeng had brought back was Chen Xian. How is it? My family's meals are still to your liking, right? Xiaomeng stuck close to Chen Xian, carefully adding 1 or 2 chopsticks of food to Chen Xian from time to time. The smile on the middle-aged man's face grew even wider when he saw the pair of young children in front of him. As the three men talked and laughed around the table, Chen Xian quickly heard that Xiaomeng's family were all in the real estate industry and could be said to be worth a lot of money. The real estate company is also a minor name in this city. By the time Chen Xian had gorged himself, this luncheon was about to come to an end. Xiaoming's father looked at Chen Xian with a somewhat serious expression. Chen Xian, although you've only just entered the university now, you can come to our group on a daily basis for part-time work. Not only can you earn some pocket money, but you can also learn quite a few new things. He was sincere. How about, even though we're in the real estate business, you can work as a manager, usually half-time, and it's not really too hard. Chen Xian hesitated a bit once Xiaoming's father's words fell. The other party actually persuaded him to join in the family business now. I'm afraid that he recognized his identity as his daughter's boyfriend, and wanted to purposely cultivate him, perhaps as half a successor to cultivate. Sitting beside Chen Xian, Xiaoming's beautiful eyes were also filled with anticipation. If Chen Xian joined his family's real estate company, then both parties would have more opportunities to spend time together in private in the future. Thank you very much, uncle, for your kind invitation. Only that my career has also taken off now and I have to go to school, so I'm afraid that I no longer have the extra time to spare during the week. Chen Xian pondered for a while, but still directly opened his mouth to decline. There is no need to go into the other side's real estate company to work out when you have a system in place yourself. I'm afraid that before long, he could forge a huge conglomerate out of himself, and working for the other side didn't make much sense at all. Ha! Upon hearing Chen Xian's straightforward reply, the middle-aged man was somewhat taken aback. After thinking about it, he still spoke. I actually appreciate you very much. Now you don't have to make a decision so early. If you change your mind later, I welcome you to join our company anytime. He glanced at Mo and smiled again. We'll all be family in the future, so don't be polite. When her father said that, Xiaoming's face turned red, but she was happy to see Chen Xian being recognized by her father. Chapter 110, A Slap of the Palm. After lunch, the two quickly said goodbye to Mo's father. The afternoon sun was particularly warm as Chen Xian and Xiaoming wandered around a boutique street, but the two of them ended up empty-handed after going in and out of one luxury store after another. After having lunch, the two of them bid farewell to Xiaoming's father and then came outside to roam around. Due to the fact that he had just rejected Xiaoming's father's invitation, Chen Xian was more or less apologetic in his heart and simply accompanied Xiaoming here to roam around plus do some shopping. It was only that Xiaoming was enjoying the pleasure of wandering around with her beloved. Her mind was not on shopping at all, and with Chen Xian accompanying her with laughter and conversation, Xiaoming was already very happy. Of course, one by one, the clerks of the luxury stores could be said to be unruffled when they saw this Chen Xian, who was even taller and stronger than an unusual basketball player, walk into the store. If it wasn't for the company of a young girl of national color beside them, and the two of them talking and laughing, I'm afraid that the first thing they would have thought was that a big gangster had come to the store to look for trouble. The clerks of these luxury stores were usually very enthusiastic in treating their customers, but looking at Chen Xian, these clerks could never muster the courage to go forward to serve their customers. Even after Chen Xian and Xiaoming left the store, they immediately let out a huge sigh of relief. There was no way around it. As long as Chen Xian was still in the store, the pressure in their hearts was too great. However, neither Chen Xian nor Xiaoming cared about the strange gazes. Moments later, Mo's eyes lit up and he rushed to the front of a milk tea store. Soon, she joyfully bought 2 cups of milk tea and shoved one of them into Chen Xian's hands. Here, this pearl milk tea is especially good. I had to order one almost every day when I was in high school. Looking at Xiaoming, who was sucking on the milk tea and smiling like a flower, Chen Xian smiled faintly and also grabbed the milk tea and drank it beautifully. The two huddled in a street chair, enjoying the cozy atmosphere. Only, as the two chatted about interesting things in school, an angry voice rang out in the distance. Hell, Mo, why are you here? Who is this man? How come I haven't seen him before? A young man in a suit, but in his mid-20s, ran down from a Ferrari sports car and angrily rushed up to Xiaoming and Chen Xian. His face was very ugly. Hearing this young man's questioning voice, Xiaoming's pretty face was equally gloomy. Wang Xiantang, it's none of your business where I am. As for who I'm with, it's even more none of your business, Xiaoming said coldly, not giving this sudden young man the slightest bit of face. That young man was instantly even more displeased, only that he didn't dare to lash out at Xiaoming at all, so his gaze had to be directed towards Chen Xian. Could it be that this guy is the boyfriend you're looking for? Little Meng, what, you're just not willing to accept me as your boyfriend. Instead you're looking for this kind of person who looks like trash. Sweeping Chen Xian up and down, this young man named Wang Xiantang was extremely exasperated. His eyes were filled with mischief as he looked at Chen Xian. Before his words fell, Chen Xian's face also sank as he coldly stood up, and it was not until then that Wang Xiantang realized that Chen Xian, who was sitting on a chair that took up most of the chair, was actually almost 2 heads taller than him, and was unusually strong. What did you just say? Calling me trash? Chen Xian frowned and spoke coldly. Wang Xiantang hesitated slightly, only he gritted his teeth and said loudly instead, that's right, the trash I'm talking about is you. How come you think you're powerful just because you're tall and look very strong? I'm a taekwondo expert. I don't know how many opponents as strong as you have been easily defeated by me in the ring. Chen Xian grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. Needless to say, this young man named Wang Xiantang was bound to be just bragging. Being able to have a big man as tall and strong as himself, if he had practiced punching and kicking, how could this Wang Xiantang possibly deal with it? Wang Xiantang, what are you talking about? I already said a long time ago that it's simply impossible between us. Chen Xian, let's ignore him. Saying so, Xiao Meng was about to pull Chen Xian's arm, wanting the two of them to leave together, unwilling to continue to ignore Wang Xiantang. Only, when he saw Xiao Meng's white jade arm resting on Chen Xian's wrist, Wang Xiantang became even more jealous and immediately chided. Wait, kid, you're not afraid, are you? I'm warning you, you hurry up and get lost. If I see you in the future, then I'll make you look good. Saying that, Wang Xiantang took a big step forward and pushed vigorously towards Chen Xian's chest, wanting to separate Chen Xian and Xiao Meng. This guy is also a rich second generation, and has always been the pursuer of Xiao Meng, except that while this guy is pursuing Xiao Meng, he also has a very intimate relationship with several women. Mo knew all about it, and was lucky he didn't roll his eyes, let alone accept the other's advances. Only Wang Xiantang holds on to the idea of stalking and eventually holding a beautiful woman, and also harasses Xiao Meng from time to time. When I drove by in my Ferrari today, I just happened to see Xiao Meng and Chen Xian sitting rather intimately together drinking milk tea. Wang Xiantang of course is burning with anger, thinking that he has a certain attainment in Taekwondo. Wang Xiantang is not afraid of the tall and big Chen Xian, and directly moved his hand. Only, an irresistible force suddenly suppressed the arm that Wang Xiantang had pushed towards Chen Xian. Immediately after, it felt like his body violently flew out horizontally, and before he could react, Wang Xiantang ruthlessly fell to the ground several meters away. Then after rolling around several times and becoming dusty, this time he leaned back and looked very confused. It couldn't be helped. Although he had a certain amount of strength in Taekwondo, Chen Xian's strength was simply too great. Just by grabbing his wrist and slapping it directly, Wang Xiantang simply couldn't withstand it and fell backwards. The two were not even on the same level, and even if Chen Xian had only used 2 or 3% of his strength, he had still dropped Wang Xiantang to the ground. After a moment of heavenly rotation, Wang Xiantang struggled to stand up as he gasped for air and stared viciously at Chen Xian. Only this time, he didn't dare to get close at all. Bastard! You actually dare to wrestle me? Aren't you just a little bit stronger? Have the guts to play something else with me? Race car, do you dare? Seemingly feeling that there was no trace of certainty that he could defeat his goddess's new boyfriend if he struck again, Wang Xiantang launched a new proposal. What do you mean? You want to race me? But why would I want to play this with you? Chen Xian pulled Xiao Meng's hand and sneered towards Wang Xiantang. This little white guy in front of him was also bold and actually dared to take a shot at him. Chen Xian of course knocked him to the ground with a palm strike, only for this guy to actually propose to compare it to some kind of racing. Chapter 111, The Racetrack Race. Kid, is it that when you hear about racing cars, you immediately get weak? This is an area that I specialize in. If you don't dare to compete, then just admit defeat now. Seeing Chen Xian's somewhat intentional appearance, Wang Xiantang continued to open his mouth to provoke. Racing is your area of expertise? But still, why would I want to compete with you? Chen Xian shook his head and said in an unenthusiastic manner. The other party came up and made a move, and now that he can't fight but has to race the car, Chen Xian doesn't have the heart to accompany the rich second generation to continue to play on. If you don't dare to compete with me, then you should honestly leave Xiaomeng and not continue to pester her. Wang Xiantang loudly scolded. Chen Xian almost laughed out loud as he intentionally wrapped his arm around Xiaomeng's shoulders, putting on an extremely intimate appearance. At that instant, Xiaomeng's pretty face turned red. Although Chen Xian was doing this on purpose to piss off Wang Xiantang, Xiaomeng didn't mind being so close to Chen Xian at all. But Xiaomeng was also advising in a low voice, don't take him on. This guy is an amateur racer who has been practicing for years. Don't fall for his agitation. Xiaomeng knows the bottom line of Wang Xiantang. Even if he is an amateur racer, he has been professionally trained, and certainly has a great advantage in racing over ordinary people. Xiaomeng was afraid that Chen Xian would get hot-headed and accept the other party's challenge, so she reminded him early on. However, Xiaomeng didn't even know that there was a system in place, and the system had already issued a task when Wang Xiantang initiated the challenge. Accepting the challenge of Wang Xiantang and winning the battle, a customized super luxury sports car will be rewarded. With the task issued by the system, of course, Chen Xian will never refuse to compete with each other in a race, and Wang Xiantang is only an amateur racer. I am afraid that the strength is just average. With the system's addition, Chen Xian is almost impossible to miss. At this time, seeing Chen Xian and Xiaomeng being so close, Wang Xiantang was instantly on fire, itching to tear the two away from each other in a hard way, only that he had suffered a big loss before. He simply didn't dare to do it again. Kid, do you dare to compete with me or not? Let's put it this way, if you are willing to compete with me and win, I can give you $10 million, and if you lose, as long as you can never get close to Xiaomeng again in the future, how about it? Wang Xiantang simply opened his mouth to tempt. Of course, he is an amateur racing driver. In terms of racing skills is only one step away from the professional racing driver. Think he has a full grasp of the victory, so simply throw out a very exciting conditions. A reward of $10 million. I'm afraid that even a little cutie would all be moved. Only, it was just a carrot that could never be eaten. But Wang Xiantang was clear in his mind that after several years of professional training, he had a huge advantage when facing ordinary people. Alright, since you're willing to take out $10 million as a bet, and seem to be very sincere as well, then I'll promise you. Chen Xian smiled faintly and agreed directly. The system had already sent down the quest, and with Wang Xiantang taking out a $10 million bet, how could Chen Xian possibly refuse? At this time, after glancing at Chen Xian, Xiaomeng instead stopped speaking. Chen Xian is usually not a person who was not tuned in, since he is willing to agree to Wang Xiantang's challenge. I'm afraid that he really does have a very large grasp of the situation. Soon enough, Chen Xian took Xiaomeng on a sports car and followed the smug Wang Xiantang to the racetrack, while at this time, Wang Xiantang, who was driving the Ferrari sports car in front of him, was gripping the steering wheel with one hand and the phone with the other, calling out to his friends and summoning more piggy friends to the racetrack to go and watch the race between himself and Chen Xian, and point out the identity of the opponent. As long as it is widely publicized, then wait until after the loss of the match. This big man will certainly not have the face to continue to stay by the side of Xiaomeng later. As long as this big man with very good hands is embarrassed to pester Xiaomeng, then Wang Xiantang's opportunity will come. Half an hour later, on a racing track, Chen Xian and Wang Xiantang's sports cars lined up side by side on the track, both cars' engines roaring loudly, and at this time, many well-dressed young men and women sat in the audience, pointing towards the two sports cars. Almost all of them were Wang Xiantang's piggy friends. Hearing that Wang Xiantang was going to race with Xiaomeng's new boyfriend and the bet was as high as $10 million, of course they were happy to rush to watch the fun. Moreover, Wang Xiantang was an amateur racer, and when facing ordinary people, he could almost easily crush them. For the outcome of this race, no one would think that Mo's new boyfriend would have much of a chance. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, a young girl in a short skirt waved the flag, and the two sports cars immediately started on the starting line. Wang Xiantang drove a powerful Ferrari and rushed out ahead of the others. At this time, Xiaomeng, who was sitting beside Chen Xian, was holding the door of the car with some nervousness in her heart, but she soon realized that the sports car that Chen Xian was driving was actually not willing to show any weakness, and after a corner, it was soon neck and neck with the Ferrari, and was not lagging behind in the slightest. Damn, is this kid also after a certain amount of professional training impossible? I know every amateur racer in this city. Wang Xiantang on the Ferrari immediately changed his face and desperately stepped on the gas pedal in an attempt to gain a lead on the straightaway. His Ferrari was modified and had a considerable advantage in terms of speed, and soon pulled away from Chen Xian's sports car by a distance. However, a few seconds later, he quickly realized that when he came to the next turn, Chen Xian's sports car had once again caught up with him, and this time, instead of just running neck and neck, he had directly overtaken it. Until then, Wang Xiantang was shocked to find that the other party's racing technology is even far above him. That is, the vehicle has not been modified. The performance of the vehicle is slightly weaker, and the strength of the two sides is not at all in the same class. The two sports cars drove lap after lap on the 2-kilometer track, and gradually, even the young men and women in the audience noticed that something was wrong. The Ferrari could only catch up a little bit on the straightaway. However, as soon as it arrived at the corners, it immediately pulled away again. The lead is always Chen Xian and Xiaomeng's sports car. Wang Xiantang exerted all his strength, but he was never able to let the Ferrari catch up with the other side. This is really a hell. Is Wang Xiantang going to lose this game? Who the hell is Mo's new boyfriend? Is he a professional racer? That's impossible. The crowd of young men and women in the audience were talking, but these foxy friends of Wang Xiantang could never figure out Chen Xian's true identity, and could only watch as the sports car that Chen Xian was driving crossed the finish line and won the race. Finally, when the Ferrari stopped on the track, Wang Xiantang's face turned pale and he grabbed his helmet and smashed it hard on the track. It's unbelievable that he lost the match. Chapter 112, Solving Problems. Pay up, $10 million. That's what you promised Chen Xian before the match. You can't cheat. In full view of everyone, Xiaomeng dragged Chen Xian's hand away and arrived in front of Wang Xiantang, smiling coldly as she opened her mouth. The race was a contest between amateur racers and ordinary people, but from the entire course of the race, Chen Xian's driving skills were far stronger than Wang Xiantang's, which meant that Wang Xiantang drove a modified race car that barely managed to salvage a bit of a disadvantage in terms of performance, but still lost the race. Wang Xiantang's face was extremely ugly. How could he not expect that he would actually lose this match? Looking at Chen Xian's steel-like body, Wang Xiantang opened his mouth, his eyes filled with confusion. Although he said that he would give the other party $10 million if he lost, even if he was a second-generation rich man, he simply couldn't get that much money at one time. Seeing Wang Xiantang look like a defeated dog, not daring to answer his question at all, Xiaomeng instantly revealed a look of disdain and spoke. What? You spoke loudly before, saying that you would give Chen Xian $10 million if you lost the match. Do you intend to play tricks now? At this time, Wang Xiantang's foxes and dogs also came over with curious faces, and they didn't dare to make random jokes when they saw Chen Xian, who looked like a small giant. Isn't it just $10 million? Although I can't come up with it alone right now, but my friends are all here, so I can get it together again and get this $10 million together. In front of so many people's friends, Wang Xiantang could not lose, and could only open his mouth with a hard head. In front of so many friends, he can't afford to lose that person. Saying that, he opened his mouth to his friends. Brothers, help me out. First help me put together this $10 million. Later I will return to you. The young men and women on the scene were almost all rich second generation. Although Wang Xiantang unexpectedly lost the match, they were also a bit upset, but at the moment, they could only curse and use their cell phone to transfer money to help Wang Xiantang to make up the $10 million. Not bad. Your name is Wang Xiantang, right? In the future, if you have practiced your car skills, I welcome you to continue the challenge. After Chen Xian saw the $10 million arrive, he smiled and said to Wang Xiantang, he owed his friend $10 million, and he didn't know when he would be able to pay it back, so Wang Xiantang had a belly full of fire. And when he heard Chen Xian's words, his face became even more ugly. Only he didn't have the face to stay here right now. Quickly greeting his friends and ignoring Chen Xian and Xiaomeng, he turned around and got into his Ferrari, driving off in his sports car. After this match, Wang Xiantang knows that the gap between himself and Chen Xian in terms of car skills is simply the same as the moat. There is no possibility of catching up with the other party, which dares to launch a new race. Is it too much money for him? This is a whole $10 million. Even if he is a rich second generation, losing such a large sum of money, his heart is very upset. After Wang Xiantang left, the other fox friends also quickly left the scene. Let's go home. Dad said dinner is almost ready. At this time, Xiaomeng answered a phone call, and was instantly happy and opened her mouth. Chen Xian was able to win the match and deal a blow to Wang Xiantang's arrogance. I'm afraid that Wang Xiantang would be too embarrassed to continue stalking him in the future. So of course, Xiaomeng was extremely satisfied. As for Chen Xian, on the surface, he did not move, but in fact, he was also very happy, because not only did he earn $10 million from Wang Xiantang, but at the same time, the system also gave him a customized version of a luxury sports car, which I am afraid is worth far more than $10 million. Except that at the moment, he was not in a hurry to mention it. Before the night had even fallen, Xiaomeng and Chen Xian had already reappeared in their home. Only, once they returned home, Xiaomeng quickly realized that there was a hint of something wrong. Her father seemed to be a bit dejected. Nothing big, that is, there are some plots of land in the hand that have not been sold, and may not be rotting in the hand. Mo's father was straightforward in his explanation, without the intention of hiding it. Uncle, you have some land parcels in your hands that are not selling well. In that case, I happen to have an idea. Chen Xian listened to the conversation between Xiaomeng and her father. His expression moved and he immediately interjected. Now he is a small fortune, and just now he got 10 million from Wang Xiantang, so he has a lot of money in his hand. If you can't get a large amount of land and buy a certain amount to make a farmhouse, you can make use of it. It could also help little Meng's father resolve some of his difficulties. And Chen Xian believed that it wouldn't be long before he could get quite a bit of money again and continue to buy more plots of land from little Meng's father. Of course, right now it's just the right time to try your hand with agritourismo. What? You're planning on purchasing some land to make a farmhouse? Do you have that much money on hand? Upon hearing Chen Xian's suggestion, Xiaomeng's father was stunned. It was only at this time that he realized that Chen Xian was not only the omnipotent hunk on the live broadcast, but was also richly endowed and could casually take out $20 to $30 million to buy land from him. We should know that even if he is running a real estate business and has a huge company under him, it is not possible for him to casually come up with $20 million to $30 million in working capital. Since that's the case, I can make a discount and trade directly at cost. Xiaomeng's father immediately agreed. Hearing Chen Xian's promise to buy the land and resolve the difficulties currently encountered by the company for her father, Xiaomeng's beautiful eyes were filled with love. Fine. Let's put work aside and enjoy this family feast first. Knowing that Chen Xian wasn't just talking out of his ass, but actually had tens of millions of dollars on hand, and was also the owner of the gym, and was planning to move into other areas. Xiaomeng's father of course did not continue to invite Chen Xian to work in his real estate company. In his company, Chen Xian would at most be a middle-level manager for exercise. However, he was a wealthy man. He could casually take out $20 to $30 million to buy a plot of land. And in the future, there might be a deeper level of cooperation. Xiaomeng's father looked at Chen Xian with a gaze that was even more satisfied. Their own daughter's in the other side. That not only has enough security, even the financial aspects do not need their own to support, and even now can feed the family. Xiaomeng's father couldn't wait for Chen Xian and his own daughter to get married right now. And under this atmosphere, this dinner party was certainly a joyous affair for both the guests and the hosts. Tomorrow, we will go to see the place and sign the contract, so I hope that this farmhouse of yours will be able to make a lot of money smoothly. Finally, Xiaomeng's father raised his glass to Chen Xian in advance. Chen Xian smiled faintly and drank the wine in his cup. With the help of the system, he is not afraid of failure. And just a farmhouse, he has enough confidence to do well. Chapter 113, System Tasks. Chen Xian and Xiaomeng went to look at the land under their father's leadership, and after helping their father settle this matter of land, the two of them returned to school satisfied. After a whole busy half-day, Xiaomeng still felt a bit tired and just wanted to take a rest. Ding dong! With a prompt, Chen Xian glanced at Mo and knew that it was, the system has released a quest. Chen Xian hurriedly opened it up to look at it, wanting to know what it was. Xiaomeng couldn't sit still and was only able to follow Chen Xian over. The two men plopped down there, scrutinizing this task that the system has released to Chen Xian. Xiaomeng could not see clearly for a bit, so she asked anxiously from the side, Chen Xian, how is it? What the hell is the mission? There's no hurry. After Chen Xian finished reading this task, he slowly got up and said, there's nothing, it's just that I hope that my live streaming account's fans will reach 1 million. That's all. Gosh, Mo couldn't help but let out a gasp, feeling that it was still really a bit difficult. This 1 million fans are going to go up there. Xiaomeng is starting to fret a bit, feeling that this time Chen Xian's task is a bit daunting. However, Chen Xian still continued to look as calm as ever, without a single ripple, and Xiaomeng couldn't tell what exactly Chen Xian had in mind. Chen Xian was still busy with his own affairs as usual, and what was on his mind was unknown to anyone. Seeing this, Xiaomeng was a bit anxious for Chen Xian. If he didn't make preparations earlier, and the content of this live broadcast didn't have the slightest bit of attraction, how could he accomplish this task? There's always a need to go ahead and make preparations. Xiaomeng began to plan all of this for Chen Xian. Xiaomeng's hand resting on her chin as her entire body fell into deep thought. Chen Xian had been busy in front of Xiaomeng, not stopping for a moment. Suddenly, Xiaomeng pulled Chen Xian and asked, if the account fans of this live broadcast can rise to 1 million, is there any reward? Chen Xian nodded and said, yes, what's going on? Hurry up and tell me, what kind of reward? Mo asked impatiently. Chen Xian thought about it and said, reward in office building. Xiaomeng was simply shocked, not realizing that this reward was really a bit tempting. This office building was not a small thing. It seems that this time it really is time to plan properly. This office building Chen Xian must get it. Xiaomeng also wanted to help Chen Xian and make it easy for him to take it. Mo thought for a moment and asked, do you have a better idea? Or an idea of what exactly we're going to broadcast live this time to make it more appealing? It was only after Xiaomeng asked this way that Chen Xian put down the work in his hands and began to consider the issue. However, after half a day of discussion between Chen Xian and Xiaomeng, they just couldn't come up with a better idea. It always seemed like the ones they came up with were too commonplace to be eye-catching. By then the amount of fans will definitely not go up. And if the task is not completed, everything will be for nothing, so it is better not to do it. The discussion went on, causing Chen Xian and Xiaomeng to have a bit of a headache, feeling that they had to put in some effort this time around. The two contemplated for a long time. Neither of them could come up with a good idea of how this could work. Mo was in a bit of a hurry and felt that this was not going to work, so he did it on his butt and felt something spacing himself out a bit. Mo reached out and touched it. When he saw the leaflet that appeared in his hand, Little Mo's eyes were glowing with joy all of a sudden, because Little Mo thought of a good solution all of a sudden, a solution that would definitely be able to accomplish this mission. There was absolutely no problem in getting Chen Xian's live streaming fans to rise to 1 million. Xiaomeng simply looked like she had picked up a treasure as she smiled and glanced at the promotional page, happily arriving in front of Chen Xian. I've got an idea, and there's absolutely no problem with this one, Mo said excitedly. What's the idea? Tell us. Chen Xian was also a little anxious, suddenly hearing Mo say this. His heart was definitely looking forward to it as well, something Mo knew very well. Xiaomeng handed the publicity page in her hand in front of Chen Xian and said, are you interested in coming together? Let's go to this study evening together. Wouldn't it be a good idea for the two of us to perform a program together at the top of the study party? What are we still planning here? There's this opportunity. We can't afford not to take advantage of it. Don't you think so? Chen Xian looked at the publicity page in Xiaomeng's hand and felt that this idea of Xiaomeng's was still good as well. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and they should not be able to miss it. While Xiao Meng saw where Chen Xian was considering, she was already thinking about what exactly she and Chen Xian were going to perform. Xiao Meng was confident this time. She and Chen Xian could definitely do it. After considering it for a moment, Chen Xian looked at Xiao Meng and said, "That's fine, but what program are we going to perform? I'll leave this to you to plan it out properly for us. I'll just cooperate with you when the time comes. This is not my strong point. It's a bit difficult for me." Chen Xian spoke his thoughts, and Xiao Meng nodded her head in agreement with Chen Xian. Within the next few days, Mo was planning this, hoping that she and Chen Xian would be able to win the eyeballs at this study party. Xiao Meng then thought of a good program that could only be kept secret for the time being so that it could have a certain sense of mystery, giving people an urge to unravel the mystery. Xiao Meng would then drag Chen Xian to do rehearsals for the program every day. In order for this live broadcast to come out, Xiao Meng and Chen Xian had really used a lot of thought. Mo, in particular, was using all his talents on top of this program, arranging everything he could think of, just in case there was a slight oversight at that time, and Chen Xian brought about trouble. In fact, Chen Xian's heart was very grateful to Xiao Meng. Regardless of whether or not we can get the job done this time and which office building we can get, Xiao Meng were all creditable. This point Chen Xian had in his heart, and never blamed Xiao Meng for a single bit. But luckily, Xiao Meng's idea this time was really good, and the programs prepared were all very good, and the results of Chen Xian and Xiao Meng's rehearsals were exceptionally good. This made both Chen Xian and Xiao Meng not expect to see the results so quickly, and the two felt that their hard work had not been in vain at all. Xiao Meng's confidence doubled. Chen Xian's heart was also very happy. As long as there was a certain effect, the two people persisted, they would definitely be able to see the dawn of victory. Xiao Meng and Chen Xian then, in order to be able to better appear in the learning party, the two of them took out more time to rehearse the program. Chapter 114, Invited. During this period of time, Chen Xian and Xiao Meng had been busy until very late every single day in order to study for the program for the gala, and the two would not be able to return to the dormitory to rest until very late in the evening. This behavior of Xiao Meng and Chen Xian instantly caught the attention of the green tea schoolgirl, Lily. Seeing Chen Xian and Xiao Meng together all day long, his heart just feels uncomfortable. This is probably what every green tea's heart thinks. Xiao Meng and Chen Xian didn't even notice in the slightest, still rehearsing their program feverishly wherever they were. When Chen Xian finished rehearsing his program and was on his way back to the dormitory, he was caught by green tea Lily, who had already been waiting there. "Chen Xian!" Lily suddenly yelled as she jumped out from the side. Chen Xian was startled and hurriedly looked up at the person who appeared in front of him. Chen Xian was a little unhappy in his heart. Suddenly running out like this, he was really taken aback. Chen Xian was thinking about the program, and all of a sudden, his thoughts were interrupted by green tea Lily. This made Chen Xian's heart uncomfortable. But, in front of Lily, Chen Xian did not directly blame him. "Why is it you? Appearing out of nowhere like this startled me. Is there something wrong?" Chen Xian asked indifferently. Lily lost a little bit of her heart when she saw Chen Xian's nonchalant look when he saw her. But, thinking back, hadn't Chen Xian always been like this? There was no need to count too much. Lily inclined her head, carefully sizing up Chen Xian, and said, "Of course I have something to look for you. What else would it be? Just say what's going on. I still have things to do," Chen Xian said dryly, as if he didn't want to stay with the girl in front of him for a minute longer. This attitude of Chen Xian's made green tea Lily feel very dissatisfied in her heart. Feeling that Chen Xian was just belittling himself and putting himself out of sight, he didn't even wait for her to finish her sentence before he could hardly wait to leave. Lily was a bit dissatisfied as she asked, "Chen Xian, are you looking down on me? Why are you treating me with a cold attitude? Where exactly did I offend you?" When Chen Xian heard what Lily said, he looked down at the aggrieved Lily. Chen Xian faintly smiled and said, "Which is true. You're overthinking it. It's not like that. I really have something going on." Only then did Lily not bother with Chen Xian as she looked at him and said, "Alright, since you have something to do, I'll make it short. I came to see you today about the study party, and I was hoping that you could be my dance partner and we could attend this study party together." Lily finally stated her purpose for coming to find Chen Xian. In fact, Lily had been thinking this way for some time now. It was just that he hadn't come looking for Chen Xian to put this idea out there. Chen Xian heard Lily invite herself to the study party. This had surprised Chen Xian a little. This green tea schoolgirl Lily was a popular figure in the school. There were a handful of handsome men surrounding her, so she wondered why this Lily alone had to come looking for herself. Chen Xian didn't want to have any excessive interactions with her, and besides, for this study party, Chen Xian had already promised Xiao Meng that both of them had been rehearsing their programs for many days. It was about to be a success, so how could Chen Xian agree to Lily and go be her party dance partner? Without hesitation, Chen Xian looked at Lily and said, "I'm really sorry about this. I already have important arrangements for this study evening. So that said, thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it." Chen Xian rejected Lily just like that, not giving her a wiggle room at all, making Lily feel a bit awkward. This was the first time she had ever gone to invite someone and been rejected, and which of those who followed Lily did not expect Lily to give them this opportunity? However, Chen Xian was just different, not interested in Lily's invitation at all. Lily said a bit unhappily, "Chen Xian, you have to think clearly, this is a good opportunity for you, don't be impulsive. I still want you to think it over before answering my question." After saying that Lily was ready to leave, Chen Xian considered it for a moment, not wanting to give Lily this opportunity. "Wait," Chen Xian said. Lily then stopped in her tracks, hoping that Chen Xian would change his mind and be her dance partner for the study party. Lily calmed her nerves and turned to look at Chen Xian and asked, "What? Is it that you want to change your mind?" Chen Xian looked at the school flower in front of him that was recognized by everyone, even though they all thought it was good looking. However, it was nothing in Chen Xian's eyes, and he never looked forward to attending the party with her. Chen Xian smiled faintly and said, "Lily, you're overthinking it. I just wanted to tell you that I really can't agree to your request, so you'd better find someone else. I'm really off the hook, so you might as well get ready early." Chen Xian still refused Lily's invitation. Lily was really upset this time. She didn't expect Chen Xian to give her any face at all. After saying that, Chen Xian turned around and left regardless of Lily's mood. Lily looked at Chen Xian's determined attitude as he left, and his mood was really very lost. Originally, Lily felt that Chen Xian would agree to this request of hers. After all, this was a good opportunity for Chen Xian. Lily stood there helplessly, seeing Chen Xian for a long while before she left in a disgruntled state. Lily knew that in fact, Xiaomeng had always been very fond of Chen Xian, and this time, Xiaomeng had asked Chen Xian to accompany her to attend the study party again. This made Lily's heart feel even more uncomfortable, feeling that the reason Chen Xian had rejected her was because of Xiaomeng. Lily then had an idea in her mind that since Chen Xian was making herself uncomfortable, she would make Xiaomeng experience this heartbreaking feeling as well. Lily turned away in anger, and by the next day, Lily went looking for an opportunity early in the morning, because she had a new idea. She had to find a way to get close to Chen Xian and make Mo's heart feel bad as well. Green tea. Lily utilized her photo-taking skills and actually lent a hand in taking intimate photos of her and Chen Xian. Seeing herself and Chen Xian appear on the photo, a sly smile appeared on Lily's face. She thought silently in her heart, "Chen Xian, Xiaomeng, wait for me, I will have good news for you next. Since you guys don't want to make me happy, of course I have to give you some gifts." Chen Xian and Xiaomeng, however, did not notice in the slightest this behavior of Lily. She was really smart and knew that she could not get close to Chen Xian. Then he used this method to take some intimate photos with Chen Xian, which really did blow Chen Xian and Xiaomeng's minds. They never knew there was such a technique. Chapter 115 wants to take a break from school. Lily looked at these photos synthesized by her skills and her heart was happy. After organizing these photos, Lily excitedly took them to Mo. Xiaomeng, however, was still in the dark, where she was confidently preparing for her and Chen Xian's program for the study party. Seeing Lily come looking for herself, Mo looked a bit surprised and knew that this green tea whore was looking for her, and surely nothing good could come of it. But what Mo didn't expect was that Lily was actually looking for herself because of her and Chen Xian. As soon as Lily saw that Mo was busy there, she said to Mo in a conspiratorial manner, "Mo, you're still doing all those unhelpful things here. Let me show you something." Mo didn't want to pay attention to her, but when Lily saw that attitude of Mo, she went up and directly pulled Mo away. Mo helplessly followed Lily toward the front, and when they came to the rest area together, Lily handed the photo in front of Mo. "Take a look for yourself and see what it is," Lily said with a happy smile on her face. Mo curiously took the photo in Lily's hand, and when it was opened, Lily was simply stunned, because all that appeared in front of Mo were some intimate photos of Lily and Chen Xian. The two were cuddling together, looking very close, but how could Mo know that none of this was real? It was all because Lily had created all this on purpose, purposely in front of her to make her feel uncomfortable. In order for Chen Xian to be able to return to his side and for Mo and Chen Xian to be separated, this was Lily's destination this time. Lily looked at the photos and said, "I've already had intimate contact with Chen Xian, and Chen Xian has said that he likes me, so that means that I don't need to say that you should know what comes next. I'll just open up and say it. Don't be staying by Chen Xian's side. I'm better suited for him." Lily's words were like a sharp knife, hopefully sticking in Mo's heart. All of a sudden, Xiaomeng felt so much pain in her heart. She had never thought that Chen Xian would one day be with another girl. Ignoring herself, Mo couldn't accept it in her heart. Looking at these pictures Lily gave her, Chen Xian happily stood beside Lily. The two people lacked talent. Look at the heart of Xiaoming sad. Lily's heart was really happy when she saw that pained expression on Mo's face. Xiaoming thought about how yesterday Chen Xian was all still rehearsing the program with himself in high spirits and didn't know when he had taken these pictures with Lily. Lily took those photos from Mo's hands and walked all the way to the dormitory in high spirits, leaving Xiaoming alone and sad. Xiaoming felt so unproductive. As long as she thought of that image of Chen Xian and Lily together, Xiaoming then could not help but burst into tears. Xiaoming slowly squatted down, hands replaced to embrace his body, silently crying alone there. She had already liked Chen Xian for a long time, she just didn't say it herself. But Chen Xian had always been in Xiaoming's heart, always the one who was Mo's favorite and most important person. Thinking about it, Mo completely broke down. She felt that she could no longer accept such a thing from Chen Xian, and Mo left the chaperone's grounds alone and silently. Alone, she returned to the dormitory sadly, sitting there dumbfounded toward all the things that had happened along the way between her and Chen Xian. Xiaoming had never expected Chen Xian to leave her, but this time, Xiaoming had to accept it because all of their intimate photos had been placed in front of her. Xiaoming didn't know how long she had been sitting here. She really didn't want to face Chen Xian anymore. Xiaoming simply packed up her things and went alone to the principal, who saw Xiaoming's haggard look. He asked a little nervously, "Xiaoming, what's wrong with you? Is it somewhere you're not feeling well? Why does your face look so bad?" Mo sighed and looked up at the principal and said, "Headmaster, I have some things that I guess I can't be in school for a while. I want to take some time off from school. Is that okay?" The principal was stunned by Mo's request. He didn't know what Mo was up to, but seeing that look on Mo's face, he knew something was definitely up. The principal was too embarrassed to ask more questions, but just tried to inquire, and Mo didn't tell the principal exactly what the reason was. The principal felt helpless, but was a little worried about Mo, worried that she wasn't feeling well. Chen Xian was delayed by some matters and arrived at the chaperone venue slightly late. However, when Chen Xian arrived at the rehearsal venue, he could not find Xiaoming's figure at all. This made Chen Xian a bit puzzled as he silently said, "Strange, where did Xiaoming go today? Every day she comes here early. Why is she late today? Is there something going on? Or is she angry?" Chen Xian was a bit anxious and had been waiting for Mo's arrival at the rehearsal grounds, but time passed quickly, and Xiaoming still did not appear in front of Chen Xian. Chen Xian then felt that something was wrong. He rushed to call Xiaoming, but how can not contact Xiaoming? Xiaoming's phone has been in a state of shutdown. Just when Chen Xian was very anxious, Lily suddenly walked towards Chen Xian. Seeing Chen Xian's anxious look, Lily smiled and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why do you look so anxious?" Chen Xian looked at Lily and asked, "Do you know where Xiaoming went? Why didn't she come to the rehearsal site today? Did something happen?" When Lily heard Chen Xian ask this, she feigned a look of surprise. "You don't know yet. I thought Mo told you," Lily said deliberately. "What's going on? What did Xiaoming tell me? Speak quickly." Chen Xian looked a little nervous, because listening to that tone of Lily's voice, Chen Xian felt as if something was going to happen to Xiaoming, and he had a bad feeling in his heart, which made Chen Xian very nervous and scared. "Don't you be nervous first. There's actually nothing wrong with Xiaoming. She just left already. As for your learning about the party program, it's better to be with me. This will solve your current problem." Lily looked at Chen Xian and said seriously. When Chen Xian learned from Lily's mouth that Xiaoming had left, it left Chen Xian somewhat confused. He had no idea why Mo had to leave. The two who were okay yesterday were there to accompany the program, suddenly disappearing in front of him today, without even a single greeting. Chen Xian felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Good old Mo had never mentioned in front of him that he was leaving the matter. What in the world had happened to Mo that she had to be like this? Chapter 116, Going to the Ball. Chen Xian felt that there was something fishy about this matter. With Xiaoming's character, if there was something that compelled her to leave before, Mo would definitely tell himself. There was no way he could just quietly leave without saying a word, and it was also the time when they were rehearsing their program, so Mo certainly wouldn't have done such a thing if it wasn't unexpected. Chen Xian's heart had been worrying about Xiaoming, but Xiaoming couldn't be contacted at the moment. With all this news that he had gotten from Lily's mouth, it would only make Chen Xian even more nervous, but other than that, Chen Xian didn't know where to go to inquire about Xiaoming. Chen Xian was silent for a moment as he looked up at Lily who was standing in front of him. Chen Xian then walked over and asked with a serious expression, "What exactly happened? Do you know something?" Lily saw that tense look on Chen Xian's face, and her heart was not in the right place. But in front of Chen Xian, Lily hid it very well. It didn't let Chen Xian notice the slightest bit of it. Still pretending to think there, he said, "It's fine if you want to know about this matter. I do know what's going on. Then tell me quickly," Chen Xian anxiously inquired. Lily, however, had an attitude of disbelief, which made Chen Xian anxious and angry, but he had no way with Lily. He couldn't fight with Lily over this matter. It would also look like he was too graceless. Chen Xian could only forcefully suppress that anger in his heart and calmly asked, "What exactly are your conditions before you can tell me the truth about this matter?" A small smile immediately appeared on Lily's face. Hearing Chen Xian ask this, Lily felt that the next thing in her request should be justified. Chen Xian also had to follow his request, or else he wouldn't be able to find out the reason why Xiao Meng had left. Thinking of this, Lily got carried away and said, "As long as you accompany me to the ball tonight and be my party date, I'll tell Mo the reason why she left here. If you don't agree with me, we have nothing to talk about, and you might as well find out why for yourself. This is something I want you to think over. Don't be so quick to reject me." Chen Xian frowned as he looked at Lily, his heart simply going crazy. This female classmate in front of him was really too scheming, actually threatening him with this matter. Chen Xian felt that Lily had gone a bit too far, but he didn't know what to say. With Xiao Meng now disappearing, this was Chen Xian's greatest concern, and the most important issue right now was to understand the reason why Xiao Meng had left. Beyond that, nothing else mattered. And for Lily to make the request, wasn't it just to get herself together for tonight's dance? This was not difficult for Chen Xian either. As a dance partner, Chen Xian was still confident. Lily also made it very clear that as long as Cheng Shui agreed to her request and would tell the reason why, otherwise Lily would not tell Chen Xian the result. Chen Xian considered it for a moment, and for the sake of little Meng, Chen Xian agreed to Lily's request without getting carried away. Lily observed the change in Chen Xian's demeanor, and seeing that hesitant attitude of Chen Xian, there was a hint of sadness in Lily's heart. But hearing that Chen Xian had finally agreed to his request, whether he was willing, he was forced to do so, it was the same result for Lily. Lily looked at Chen Xian with a smile and said, "Good, since you've agreed to my request, then go and make some good preparations. We'll see you at the ball tonight." After saying those words, Lily turned to leave, and Chen Xian looked at Lily's departing back. He couldn't wait to tell Lily to come back as soon as he could and tell himself about it in detail. But Chen Xian knew he couldn't do that. This was a school and he couldn't be so violent. Chen Xian looked back at the field where he and Xiao Meng had accompanied him, always feeling that Xiao Meng had been smilingly accompanying him. Chen Xian stood here thinking for a long time, unable to think of a reason for Xiao Meng's sudden departure. Very helpless, Chen Xian could only walk back alone and silently, having already promised Lily to attend the evening's ball. Chen Xian had to make some preparations because the entire school was watching them, and even if he was forced to do so, he couldn't afford to lose face in front of everyone. And after Lily went back, she also dressed up carefully. This was the first time he had performed with Chen Xian, and it was also something she had been looking forward to for a long time. Lily mustn't be careless. She had to show her most beautiful self to Cheng Shui and let Chen Xian know that she was much better than Xiao Meng. The more Lily thought about this, the happier she became, and she thought she was still too smart for her own good. Mo was simply no match for her. Just a few pictures made her break down and leave the place. This girl's mind could be really too simple, and Lily didn't realize her mistake at all. Throughout the ball, Lily specifically invited Chen Xian to dance, and Chen Xian's heart was reluctant to accept though. He felt that dancing with such a heartfelt woman made Chen Xuanjue uncomfortable anywhere and feel awkward. But for the sake of Xiao Meng, Chen Xian had no choice but to agree to Lily's invitation to attend the study party together as Lily's party dance partner. And this video of Chen Xian accompanying Lily to dance had long since been filmed and sent to the school's platform by Lily. For a while this video had a much higher hit rate, and Mo, who had locked himself away, didn't go to the study party though. However, she was still silently paying attention to this party, which was actually paying attention to Chen Xian. Xiao Meng wanted to know Chen Xian's attitude, what Chen Xian would actually do after he left and this study party. But when he could actually see Chen Xian accompanying Lily to attend at this party, he saw a video of the two dancing together. Xiao Meng was heartbroken. She felt that Chen Xian had really gone too far. Xiao Meng hugged her head and cried. That feeling he had for Chen Xian, although he didn't say it out loud, was already engraved in Xiao Meng's heart. Now that Chen Xian was standing next to another girl, Xiao Meng didn't know where she should go with this relationship. This was something that Xiao Meng had never considered before. Looking at this Chen Xian Lily standing together, Xiao Meng's heart ached as if it was cut by a knife. Xiao Meng silently lying there, a person silent crying. Originally Xiao Meng still have a ray of hope, thinking that Naritsuga should be anxious to bra himself. He asked his classmates about his whereabouts through the party. What Xiao Meng didn't expect was that Chen Xian not only didn't do that, but accompanied Lily to the ball and was Lily's date. The more Mo thought about it, the sadder she became, thinking about what she had done for Chen Xian along the way. Although Mo didn't feel any regrets, but Xiao Meng felt that Chen Xian should be able to understand her feelings. But why did he still treat her like this? Xiao Meng was a bit confused, unable to figure out what exactly Chen Xian wanted to do. Chapter 117, Mo has an accident. Chen Xian's move completely broke Xiao Meng's heart, and Xiao Meng decided that she would leave the school and not continue to stay here. Chen Xian completely shattered all of her hopes, not even leaving her with the last bit. Mo felt that if she stayed any longer, in the midst of such an environment, she was going to completely break down. By then it would only cause people to laugh at her and provoke pitying glances, and Mo didn't want to be sympathized with or talked about by everyone, feeling like she was just climbing high. In comparison to the schoolgirl, Lily, Mo really gave it a lot of thought. She packed up her things in silence, alone, recalling the bits and pieces of her and Chen Xian's journey along the way. The more she thought about it, the more Xiao Meng's heart ached, and since Chen Xian didn't need herself, she didn't want to be that burden to Chen Xian. It was better to leave earlier and let Chen Xian make his own decision, perhaps so that it wouldn't affect him. After thinking about all this, Mo decided to leave the school late at night. She didn't want to see her classmates looking at her differently. After all the things were packed, Mo sat in the corner and silently waited for the time. It was hard to wait until it was late at night and everyone was resting, so Mo sadly took his luggage and quietly left the school, and it just so happened that this scene was seen by Li Hui's little brother. When he saw Mo walking out of the school alone, Li Hui's little brother hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Li Hui. When Li Hui learned that Mo walked out of the school alone late at night, he then got excited, and with his little brother leading the way, Li Hui finally arrived in front of Mo. When Xiaomeng saw Li Hui appear in front of her, she was a little nervous and scared. Xiaomeng looked at Li Hui with wary eyes and asked, "What exactly do you want to do? Hurry up and walk away from me." Li Hui said playfully, "Xiaomeng, don't be nervous. I don't have any malice. I just happened to run into you. Why are you here alone? It's already late. It's dangerous for you to come out like this. Did something happen to you? Or did you have a fight with Chen Xian? You mustn't be sad. Don't you still have me as your friend by your side? If there's anything you're unhappy about, you can tell me, and you'll feel a lot better after you say it." Li Hui purposely cared for her in front of Xiaomeng, in order to make Xiaomeng let down her guard, so that he could have a chance to strike. In Li Hui's heart, a hint of mischief had come out. He had failed to achieve his goal in Chen Xian's hands last time. How could Li Hui let go of such a good opportunity this time? He shall utilize this opportunity to make Chen Xian submit to his feet. Just the thought of Chen Xian made Li Hui gnash his teeth in hatred, and he had been working against Chen Xian. He had been trying to deal with Chen Xian in every way possible, but he hadn't thought that this opportunity would soon come to him. Li Hui had a fake look on his face, which made Mo feel a little annoyed. She hated Li Hui the most. Xiaomeng knew in her heart that Li Hui was not so kind as to run over to comfort herself. He definitely had a purpose. Although Mo was wary of Li Hui, there was no way she could help it as she was alone, while Li Hui had his minions by his side to help him, so it was really easy to deal with Mo. While Li Hui pretended to comfort Mo, quietly putting something in Xiaomeng's water, Xiaomeng did not even think that Li Hui would actually use such underhanded means. He actually drugged his water, and without Mo's knowledge, she picked up the glass of water and drank it. When Li Hui saw Mo finish the glass of water, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a sinister smile, because Li Hui knew that his next plan was about to succeed. After drinking the water, Xiaomeng, without a moment's time, felt that her head was groggy and her body was somewhat unable to support herself. Xiaomeng then realized that she was caught in Li Hui's trap. Xiaomeng looked at Li Hui with angry eyes and asked angrily, "Li Hui, you despicable villain, what did you give me to drink? Did you put drugs in the water? What exactly do you want to do? I can warn you, if you try to hurt me, I'll be a ghost and I won't let you go." After Mo braced herself to curse those words, she was unconscious. When Li Hui saw him there in front of Mo, he laughed out loud and took a step in front of Mo. Touching Xiaomeng's pink face, he said, "Just stay here obediently. I'll come back to see you after I've cleaned up Chengquan." And over there, Chen Xian and Lily's ball also ended, and seeing that the ball was over, Chen Xian couldn't wait to pull Lily and ask, "Quickly tell me, where exactly did Xiaomeng go, and why did she leave? That's what you promised me, and I expect you to keep your word. You know that's what I agreed to be your dance partner for." Lily looked at Chen Xian, who had an anxious face. Her heart was very angry, but she was not able to show it in front of Chen Xian. Lily sighed and said, "I don't know. Where did I find out where she went? I just want you to accompany me to this ball. Is that so hard?" Once Chen Xian heard what Lily said, his entire being was simply stunned. Chen Xian did not expect that Lily would actually deceive herself, using the matter of Mo's departure to trick himself into being the dance partner for this party. Chen Xian was simply furious. He looked at Lily with wide eyes and questioned in a raw manner, "Why are you acting like this? Is this matter to be used as a joke? If you didn't know, why did you do such a vicious thing?" Chen Xian angrily rebuked Lily, feeling that Lily had really gone too far this time. Xiaomeng left his heart more anxious than anyone else. Lily actually took this thing and joked with him, which made Chen Xian really cannot accept. Lily felt a bit aggrieved when she saw Chen Xian's attitude towards him, but she still didn't want to tell Chen Xian the reason why Xiaomeng left. If he were to reveal this matter to himself, Chen Xian did not know what he would do. Lily let Chen Xian scold her. She was not willing to open her mouth to tell the reason. Chen Xian looked at Lily, who was standing in front of him. He really had nothing to say to this green tea whore. Blaming himself for being in too much of a hurry to trust such a person, Chen Xian suddenly had a sense of regret for his impulsiveness in wasting all this time. Just when Chen Xian was particularly angry, his cell phone suddenly rang. Chen Xian felt a bit surprised. Who on earth would call him in the middle of the night? Lily suddenly remembered when she heard Chen Xian's phone call, and there was a hint of nervousness in her heart, fearing that if Xiaoming suddenly appeared and told Chen Xian about this matter, then she would be screwed. Chapter 118: A Hero Saves a Beauty. Chen Xian would be on fire, and took the phone without looking at the name on the screen and answered it directly. His tone was bad as he said, "Speak, who is it?" No sound came from the other side of the phone. Chen Xian could not help but feel surprised and asked again, only to hear no reply. He hurriedly took the phone off his ear and put it in front of his eyes to see that it was Mo calling. His heart couldn't help but get anxious. At a time like this, when Mo called him and didn't say anything, he was afraid that he was in danger. He immediately left the others behind and hurried outside, looking for a secluded spot. He asked in an urgent tone, "Xiaoming, is that you? What's wrong with you? Speak up." It was probably a few seconds before a faintly audible voice came from the other end of the line. "Indeed, it's Mo. Help me. Hurry up and help me. I'm at the hotel. I've sent you the address." Chen Xian felt strange as to why Xiaoming had to send him the address instead of being able to tell him directly on the phone. He didn't get a chance to ask, however, as the other person quickly hung up. Chen Xian thought carefully and immediately guessed that Xiaoming's current environment might not be suitable for talking. Without hesitation, Chen Xian went to rummage through his inbox, and sure enough, he saw a message with the address of a hotel. Chen Xian hurriedly walked out, and the people around him couldn't avoid him and were almost hit by him. Halfway through the run, it seemed that someone rushed forward and tried to pull him, but he pushed them away. Chen Xian was already a tall man, so no one could stop him at all, and could only watch Chen Xian leave. Chen Xian ran onto the road and quickly intercepted a cab. Luckily, there was no one else to compete with him at this time, otherwise he would have resorted to uncontrollable violence. Chen Xian was filled with worry as he thought about Xiaoming, wondering how exactly she was in her situation. Since he was able to sneak out a phone to call for help, he might still be in a safe position. That was how Chen Xian comforted himself so that his heart wasn't so heavy. The cab driver probably sensed Chen Xian's mood and couldn't help but exit to comfort him. "Are you in a hurry to do something? Don't be in a hurry. I'm a fast driver, but I can't overtake at will, so please understand." Chen Xian nodded haphazardly. "It's fine, just follow your experience. By the way, if there's a shortcut, just take a shortcut for me and I'll double the fare." Chen Xian was most afraid that at this time he would still encounter the kind of driver that pits money. Luckily, this driver was quite good and quickly sent Chen Xian to the entrance of the hotel. On the other hand, Xiaoming was surprisingly discovered by Hui Xiao after calling Chen Xian. Her cell phone was kicked away by Hui Xiao before she could hide it. Hui Xiao stared viciously at Xiaoming. "You actually dared to call someone else to ventilate. You owe a beating, don't you? If you don't want to live, just say so and I can give you a hard time. You don't challenge my authority like that." Xiaoming looked at Hui Xiao with an unstoppable anger, her eyes full of rage. "What the hell do you mean you brought me here like this? Do you realize you're breaking the law? I'll sue you at the police station. You'll go to jail for sure." Hui Xiao laughed out loud and looked condescendingly at Mo. "Naive. Do you think that just because you go to the police that someone will care? Don't you know that there are some things that can be bought with money? I advise you to behave yourself, or if you suffer, I don't care about your subsequent problems." Mo covered his face, feeling pain in his face, but his anger was even greater in his heart. "I didn't expect Hui Xiao to be such a person. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone out with him. It would have been too tragic to fall into the pit." She only hoped that Chen Xian would be able to come over as soon as possible. In case Chen Xian wasn't able to make it, then she would be dead. At this moment, Chen Xian arrived at the lobby entrance and ran straight into the hotel without greeting the receptionist. The receptionist screamed in panic and told the security guard to stop him. However, the security guard simply couldn't catch up with Chen Xian's pace, and could only watch as Chen Xian ran upstairs in the blink of an eye. Chen Xian quickly found the location of the room that Xiaoming had sent, and raised his foot when he reached the door, kicking it towards the door. However, this door was quite sturdy, and it wasn't until Chen Xian kicked it a third time that the entire door fell off. And when Hui Xiao in the room heard someone kicking the door, he was anxious and his face was all panicked. This time he already knew that it must be the help Mo had found, so he couldn't help but slap Mo again. Xiaoming ate the pain and dodged back in fear, afraid that Hui Xiao would run up and punch and kick herself. Then she would never be able to fight. Xiaoming prayed that Chen Xian would come in quickly and clean up Hui Xiao properly. The next second, the door was slammed open. Chen Xian stood at the doorway like a giant, glancing at the scene in the room and directly striding in. His face was expressionless, yet a murderous intent unconsciously bubbled up in his eyes as he saw Mo fall to the ground. Luckily, although Mo's body was a mess, his clothes were still intact, just a little dirty, and I'm afraid that Mo was frightened. The whole person shrinks in a ball, like a small quail. Looks pitiful. Chen Xian stared indifferently at Hui Xiao, his voice as low as water. You're deliberately seeking death, aren't you? When Hui Xiao saw Chen Xian in this state, he had long since fallen to the ground in fear. He sensed Chen Xian's anger and scrambled up on his hands and knees, his entire body retreating backward. But this room was just this big, and there was nowhere for Hui Xiao to hide. He could only shout in vain. Don't come over here, I won't let you go if you mess up. Let me tell you, I have a lot of brothers outside. If you dare to hurt me, they will surely come after you. When Chen Xian heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and gave him a despicable look. Who really started it and who messed it up first? If you hadn't made a mess, how would I have sought out this place? And if you can do something like this, are you afraid that someone else will beat you up? Hui Xiao stalked his neck and said, I didn't hurt you, so why are you doing this heroic rescue thing? Chen Xian was exasperated by his shamelessness. Could it be that this person's mind had deteriorated to such an extent? It's simply mind-twisting. Chen Xian ran over angrily, directly picking up a seat and smashing it against Hui Xiao's body. Hui Xiao clutched his head and dodged all over the room, but he couldn't avoid Chen Xian's attack. He got hit directly in the leg by that seat and immediately ghosted and screamed. Clutching his leg, Chen Xian continued to smash over regardless, breaking Hui Xiao's legs in a few blows. Chen Xian pondered for a moment that this shouldn't result in a death, so he ignored Hui Xiao's screams. Well, you can go find your brother and have him come take you to the hospital. Chapter 119, Promising to be Together. Hui Xiao hadn't thought at all that he was only laying hands on Xiao Meng this time, only to have his legs broken by Chen Xian. He was so pale from the pain that cold sweat kept falling down his face. Chen Xian watched expressionlessly as Hui Xiao rolled on the ground without the slightest bit of guilt on his face. You have to remember that you brought this pain on yourself. If you want to come after me, I won't be afraid of you. Just let your horse come. I'll make it clear in advance that I won't show mercy next time. Hui Xiao was lying on the ground, holding his legs and screaming in agony, looking almost as if he was dying. However, he didn't want to listen to Chen Xian at all and glared at him ferociously. You wait for me. I'll get my revenge one day, and when I do, I'll make you kneel down and beg for it. Chen Xian sneered. If you were capable, you wouldn't be rolling on the ground crying right now. What's with the stiff upper lip? If I were you, I'd walk far away from each other from now on and never let the other person see. Although Hui Xiao was detestable, Chen Xian had not thought of taking his life. At this point, he couldn't care less about the other party's threat, and walked directly to Mo's side. Xiao Meng raised her head pitifully to look at Chen Xian, the inside of her voice full of aggression. That Hui Xiao is so bad, he slapped me twice. I'm in pain. Hui Xiao's eyes darkened when he heard Mo's complaint. God damn it, both his legs are broken. Compared to those two gentle slaps, who's really at a disadvantage? Nay, as Chen Xian was standing in the house, Hui Xiao didn't dare to say a word, and could only glare fiercely at the two. Chen Xian moved gently to touch Xiao Meng's face and whispered comfortingly, It's alright, I've already helped you teach him a lesson. When we get back, just get an ice cube and the swelling will go down tomorrow. After thinking for a while, Chen Xian dryly ventured out another compliment. Hey, don't be afraid, you must be that best-looking girl. Xiao Meng shyly lowered her head and slowly extended her hand to Chen Xian. However, halfway to her hand, she inexplicably remembered Chen Xian's time with Lily, and fearing that Chen Xian would ostracize herself, she subconsciously retracted her hand again. However, Chen Xian simply didn't let Xiao Meng have a chance to retract her hand, grabbing her hand and then bending down to pick up Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng moved a bit uncomfortably, and was stopped by Chen Xian within 2 seconds. Chen Xian deliberately teased her. You stay obediently and don't move around. I won't be able to save you if you fall down later. Little Meng was too frightened to move anymore, immediately reaching out her hand to circle Chen Xian's neck before burying her head in front of his chest. Chen Xian looked down at Xiao Meng's shy appearance and couldn't help but laugh in his heart, but he didn't say anything and directly carried Xiao Meng out of the room. Only after the two had left did Hui Xiao shiver and fumble for his cell phone, calling to notify his brothers to come over and rescue him to the hospital. When the two arrived outside the hotel, Chen Xian carried Xiao Meng to a bench in the garden and set it down, squatting down to look at her. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere else? Mo shook his head quickly. No, it's a good thing you came in time. Thank you. Chen Xian smiled. No need to be polite. There's no need to worry about small things. Mo responded with a low, aha. Chen Xian was silent for a while before asking the question that was stuck in his heart. I want to ask you something. Why did you agree to come out with FAI? Mo sniffed and then twisted his face, not knowing how to answer that question. In the end, she couldn't hold back the depression in her heart and said gamely, That's a question for you, isn't it? Chen Xian looked at her with a blank expression. Why? Xiaomeng felt there was no need to hide it and simply said directly, "Don't you like Lily? Then I'll just leave so as not to get in your way." Xiaomeng told Chen Xian all about what he had heard and seen. Not a single thing was left behind. Chen Xian couldn't help but let out a bitter smile after hearing her account. It turns out that it was all a misunderstanding. If it wasn't for Lily sending out the photos, Mo probably wouldn't have followed Hui Xiao out, much less been drugged by Hui Xiao and tricked into this hotel. Chen Xian was glad that he had arrived in time and didn't let Xiaomeng get hurt. Otherwise, he would probably never be able to pass this hurdle in his heart. He'd probably think about it for the rest of his life, knowing that he'd put Mo in this position. It's just a matter of misunderstandings that still need to be explained. Chen Xian quickly tells Mo about the photos and tells her that it was all Lily's plan. The pictures weren't real and he didn't get anywhere with Lily. Mo was a bit incredulous and looked at him dumbfounded. "Are you telling the truth?" Chen Xian sighed, looked up at the streetlight, and stretched out 3 fingers and joined them together. "Tell you what, I'll swear by the light, if I lie to you, then I'm sure it won't end well for me." Seeing that Chen Xian had said this, Xiaomeng naturally believed his words, but she was still a little embarrassed by what she had just said, so she couldn't help but blush. Mo bit his lip and thought for a while before saying, "That, I have questions I want to ask you." Chen Xian calmly said, "Ask, you're not with Lily, so can you be with me? I'll be good to you and I can take care of you later." Little Ming's sincere and simple confession touched Chen Xian's heart. He looked at the petite person in front of him and couldn't bear to say no matter what. He smiled gently. "Okay, I promise you, don't worry, I will protect you in the future, and won't let you be bullied by others again." Hearing Chen Xian's assurance, Xiaomeng jumped up happily, her entire body pouncing towards Chen Xian's. Chen Xian subconsciously reached out and circled her waist, bringing her towards his arms. As a matter of fact, Chen Xian was a bit uncomfortable with the change in identity, but at this point, he knew he shouldn't push Mo away. Mo took his hand and gleefully said, "Great, it's a good thing we didn't miss each other." Chen Xian was quite happy to see her so happy, and was just about to speak when he realized that his cell phone had rung several times. Chen Xian was worried that there was an emergency, then asked Xiaomeng to wait for him. "I'll read the message first." Chen Xian pulled out his cell phone and looked at it, realizing that it was a message from dull little sister. The message said that a foreigner team participated in the game of Jedi survival and they ended up cursing arrogantly in the game, and clamoring that no team in this country can beat them. This was a big deal, and everyone was outraged when they heard about it, causing numerous players to complain about them, but unfortunately to no avail at all. Dull little sister finally mentioned that she had messaged Chen Xian to tell him that she wanted to invite Chen Xian to join her in a live broadcast against the group of foreigners. Chen Xian quickly agreed. "Alright, no problem with the live broadcast, I'll be right there." Chapter 120, Saving the Day. With that, Chen Xian agreed and they opened their live stream. There were a very large number of people inside the live broadcast room watching their match at this time, as it was very intense at this time. And just at this time, they saw Chen Xian on the field, feeling very shocked. After all, within their impression, Chen Xian wouldn't be able to play Jedi survival at all. Heavens, how could I not expect Chen Xian to personally take the field? It's really too unbelievable, isn't it? Everyone just kept talking feverishly inside the live broadcast. After all, none of them believed that Chen Xian would actually go on. But this was the truth, even if they didn't believe it. These netizens simply didn't believe that this person was Chen Xian, as Chen Xian had no reason to attend this live broadcast, so it's only natural that these netizens don't believe it. After all, within their impression, Chen Xian wouldn't have participated in this kind of live broadcast at all, so this time around, they obviously didn't quite believe it either. Just really Chen Xian? Why don't I feel like it's quite the same? The pop-ups in the live broadcast room had been discussing this matter. At this time, Chen Xian had long since entered the inside of this live broadcast room, so he clarified to himself that this person was himself. But after these people saw Chen Xuanfa's words, they felt very shocked. "Oh my god, this person is really you." After a while the game started and everyone quietly quieted down to watch the game. After all, the more important thing now is to watch the game. They come to this in the live room of the reason is also very clear. That is just to watch the game live. There are few things more important to them than watching the game live. The game started, and the foreign team started to finish off the ordinary players, and those ordinary players were no match for them at all, so they are simply a piece of cake for those foreign teams, and those foreign teams simply don't put these ordinary players in their eyes. They even taunted these ordinary players inside the broadcasting room. "You don't even deserve to play this game. All of you are a bunch of little chickens. Why don't you get the hell out of here before it's too late and stop making a fool of yourself?" It made Chen Xian feel very angry, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, even the 5 people in his group were already missing 3. But what I didn't expect was that these foreign teams would not put these people in their eyes even more, and would intensify their efforts. And he also talked big inside the broadcast room, saying that any of the people in here were not his opponent. It just made Chen Xian feel even more angry, but dull little sister kept comforting her to hold back. After all, if they found out anything now, it would be just what these foreign battle teams wanted. Some people inside the live broadcast room also began to coax Chen Xian that they didn't deserve to play this game at all. It's a disgrace to lose face here and still have the face to continue playing here. It's a disgrace to their Chinese people. However, due to the fact that after dull little sister consoled herself, Chen Xian didn't take it too much to heart. After all, Chen Xian didn't even take what these people said at his place seriously. Chen Xian felt that as long as he did his own thing well, it would be enough, and there was no need to care about these people talking here. At this time the game was going on very intense. The netizens have been staring at Mr. Live streaming with their eyes, afraid of missing any intense scenes like. At this point, everyone on the foreign team still existed, and the other teams were only left with Chen Xian, their team, but Chen Xian and their team was also only left with dull little sister and Chen Xian. I really don't know how they should be able to hold on. The netizens are sweating for them. In fact, the netizens are hoping that they can win this game. After all, that would make their China grow a little bit. Otherwise, these foreigners are just too proud of themselves. I didn't think that our Chinese team would be left with only 2 people. This is too embarrassing. We can't even beat the foreigners. The netizens didn't have a flurry of words, and there were even some netizens who started to withdraw from the live broadcast, because they really didn't want to continue to stay in this live room. They always felt that if they continued to stay here, that's really humiliating. After all, they don't want to hear those foreigners say those sarcastic things anymore. Even dull little sister thought that there was no need for our match to continue this time, because if it went on, they would definitely lose, so they might as well surrender before it was too late. After all, how could the 2 of them possibly beat the entire foreign war team? That is simply impossible. This point stay little sister own heart still have a little self-awareness. Why don't we just surrender before it's too late? After all, there are so many netizens who have been watching our operations. If we lose this match then they'll definitely be cursing us. At this moment, dull little sister was privately chatting with Chen Xian, so those netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't see it at all, and he was really worried in his heart that these things he was talking about were happening. But Chen Xian always felt that this matter hadn't developed to an unmanageable point, and he wasn't willing to surrender just like that. He believed that surrendering was the behavior of useless people, so she comforted dull little sister. Don't worry, I'll never let us lose this match, just trust me. Dull little sister sighed. So to speak, he had already known in his heart the outcome of this game, but he still didn't want to give Chen Xian a blow. Since Chen Xian wanted to try again, let's accompany her to try again. Seeing dull little sister silently accompanying him like this, Chen Xian's heart was grateful. This time, no matter what, he was going to win this match back beautifully so that he could slap those arrogant foreigners in the face. Let's see if they still look down on their own team. In the end, Chen Xian directly forcefully won the match. While on the bed, some people were all very shocked. After all, they saw that this match was clearly going to be a success. However, Chen Xian had actually turned the situation around in the end. This was something that was simply impossible for them, but Chen Xian had actually managed to do it just like that. So that's why they don't believe it in their hearts right now. But the facts are right in front of them. They also had to believe it, and suddenly all of them admired Chen Xian greatly. So Chen Xian's fan base increased rapidly. At this moment, dull little sister was also very happy. She thought that Chen Xian was just talking, not thinking that Chen Xian had really won this match. He was really overjoyed. He knew that indeed it was the right thing for her to find me Chen Xian as a helper in the first place. And at this point, dull little sister was already so excited that she didn't know what to say. Chapter 121, Decline in Physical Condition. The fans just kept rising non-stop as they felt that Chen Xian's wave of maneuvers was just too bullish. Even professional players weren't necessarily capable of such maneuvers. So this was the reason why these netizens greatly admired Chen Xian. At this point, they regarded Chen Xian as their idol. That's why the number of fans in the livestream continues to rise. At this moment, Satisfaction was really very excited. After all, he hadn't thought it would turn out like this. He was just fighting to the death, because even he himself wasn't sure of winning this match. But the end result was pleasing. After all, such a result was still very satisfying. And just at this time, everyone was celebrating their success when suddenly Chen Xian received a message. That was Li Li's message to Chen Xian. Chen Xian hurriedly opened this message, and found that it was Li Li who reported to herself that many members of the gym's physique had declined very seriously. Chen Xian's heart also began to shake. He hadn't thought that this matter would develop into the current situation, and he also knew the seriousness of this matter. Chen Xian's brows stayed locked like this, as he also knew how much of an impact this matter would have on his. Inside the gym, and just at this time, Chen Xian's phone rang, and as expected, Chen Xian was not surprised. This phone call was from Li Li, who saw that Chen Xian hadn't returned his messages. His own heart is also very panicked. After all, this matter is not something he can solve alone. That was why he had to make this matter clear to Chen Xian, who was the owner of the gym, so that they could also resolve this matter together. Chen Xian, listen to me right now. Many of the members inside the gym are starting to lose their physical fitness. So this matter is really very serious and we have to think of a solution in a hurry. Lily just said that, very nervously, because he just couldn't find any way out. I know. I'll hurry back right now. Don't worry. I'll definitely get to the bottom of this matter. I'd like to see what the hell is going on. Why would he want to cross me inside my gym? At this time, Chen Xian was silently speculating in his own heart about who exactly was it. Why did you do this? However, even if he thought about it in this way, he could not guess who actually did this thing. Now he could only put aside his own matters at hand to deal with this matter. After all, this matter could be related to the survival of his gym. If this matter just spread out, then it would definitely affect his gym. Besides, he had so many rivals who were eyeing him. If they let their rivals know about this matter, they would not be able to give him an exaggerated description of this matter. If things really developed into that, then it would not be easy to handle. So after hanging up the phone again, Chen Xian hurriedly returned to his gym. She thought that since she wanted to find out about this matter, she had to start with the coach inside the gym. After all, everything about the trainees was under the coach's control. Chen Xian then called the coach out in such a very serious manner. And at this moment, the coach was in a daze as he had no idea what was going on. But seeing this unsightly face of Chen Xian, his heart was also a little scared. Boss, I don't know what you're looking for me to come out today. Since I've already come out, then why don't you hurry up and tell me? The coach tried in such a small voice, as he really couldn't recall what exactly he had done wrong that Chen Xian was so angry. Go and bring me the curriculum you've arranged for the trainees. Chen Xian guessed if there was something wrong with the curriculum. If it was a problem here, then find this trainer to settle the score again. After hearing Chen Xian say this, the coach didn't dare to refute, so he hurriedly went to find out the course. Respectfully handed this course inside Chen Xian's hand. At this time, Chen Xian's expression was very tense, and the coach didn't know what kind of things Chen Xian was actually thinking about. In short, right now he didn't dare to say anything because he was afraid. If Chen Xian implicated his anger on himself, then he would simply be unable to take the heat. He didn't want to ask for trouble. Chen Xian carefully observed the course and found that there was nothing wrong with it. Since this was an ordinary gym course, the problem definitely wouldn't be here. At this time Chen Xian also do not know what he should do. He really cannot find how to start to check this matter. After all, their own gym inside there is no problem at all. But what he couldn't figure out was why the posts of these trainees had even started to drop, and all of them were members inside the gym. Could it be that someone was deliberately targeting the members inside her gym? But why would they do that? What good would it do to them if they did so? Chen Xian's heart truly couldn't figure out these things. Chen Xian in this life was very despondent. She was at a loss. She simply didn't know how to investigate this matter. Chen Xian was sitting alone inside her gym like this, because right now, she was really very irritated in her heart and didn't want to say anything to anyone. However, right at this moment, Chen Xian suddenly saw a person sneaking out, because Chen Xian didn't even turn on the lights when he lived here. That person also didn't even realize that Chen Xian was actually still inside the gym. Chen Xian always felt that something wasn't right about this, so he quietly followed him out. Maybe the clue is in this person, and if we find out who this person is, we might be able to find out why this is happening. After Chen Xian followed him out, he discovered that someone was actually buying a type of gym privately for the many members. Chen Xian then said that there was nothing wrong with his program at all. So why did these members' inscriptions start to drop? Turns out it was these fitness supplements that were the problem. At this time Chen Xian's heart is very angry. She did not think that it is really his gym inside the ghost. Usually their own bring them are not thin. But why did they try to put themselves to death 3 times? Since they did so, then don't blame yourself for being unforgiving. Chen Xian had already clenched his own fists at this point. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to get into the deeper investigation of this matter, then he would have already rushed over to give that person a punch in the face because he just couldn't tolerate it anymore. After all, these people had already framed him. If he left them behind, it would be like raising a tiger. So he had to find out exactly who had organized this thing? Chapter 122, Fish Death. Chen Xian just quietly went over and listened to all of their conversations and saw the transaction process between this person and the other. After getting his stuff, the man went back inside the gym contentedly, and Chen Xian just kept following him carefully. She wanted to see who this person really was. After entering inside the gym, Chen Xian finally got a good look at the man's face, and Chen Xian realized that this man was actually a supervisor inside the gym, Li Li's brother. How could Chen Xian not expect that Li Li's brother would do this to himself? Because of the consideration of his relationship with Li Li, he had made his brother a supervisor inside his gym, but it didn't occur to him that his brother would use such a relationship to do such a thing inside his gym. Chen Xian was very angry. He really couldn't bear this breath, making him have to ask this matter clearly. Why did Li Li's brother want to be gracious to himself? So he clenched his fists and just charged over. Meanwhile, Li Yan also saw Qin Xian, but she expressed great disdain, because he thought, even if Qin Xian knew, then what could he do? He didn't believe that Qin Xian would be able to curse him like this. After all, Qin Xian didn't have the right to do so either, so he wasn't afraid of Qin Xian at all. Instead, Li Yan looked at Qin Xian, who ran over, in a somewhat fishy manner. When Qin Xian saw this look on his face, he became even more furious in his heart, so he went up and punched him. If it wasn't for her, then the physical fitness of the members of his gym wouldn't have continued to drop and there wouldn't have been all this trouble. How could Qin Xian not have thought that it would be Li Yan who was responsible for this? If he had known that Li Yan was like this, then Qin Xian definitely wouldn't have allowed her to come inside his gym. Qin Xian was very angry, so he grabbed Li Yan's collar. Why are you doing this? I have treated you well, but why are you doing this to me? Don't you know how bad this is for our gym? In the face of Qin Xian's behavior, Li Yan very much not put in the face. This was originally my own home gym, so what do I want to do? You don't have any control over it, and even if it was sold to you, then you're still an outsider. Qin Xian couldn't bear it anymore. He was too angry at this point, so he gave Li Yan another punch. He didn't understand why Li Yan said such asshole words. Since this gym had been sold to him, this gym was his own. After all, he had already signed the contract, so Li Yan didn't have these rights at all. He was just a supervisor inside the gym now, so there is no right to do any of this at all. And one is fully justified in firing him and making it impossible for him to ever get a job again. If it wasn't because he was concerned about his relationship with Li Li, then he would definitely not let Li Yan go. But no matter what, since such a thing had happened, then he definitely wouldn't let Li Yan stay in this place anymore. After all, he didn't want to raise a tiger. So after thinking for a long time, Qin Xian made a very big decision to dismiss Li Yan. After all, Qin Xian didn't think that Li Yan had any qualifications to continue carrying on here at all. And since he had already done something to apologize for the gym, she didn't have the face to stay here. After hearing this news, Li Li was very shocked. He didn't expect that his brother would do such a thing. What he also didn't expect was that Qin Xian would get angry and want to dismiss Li Yan. Li Li then hurriedly begged for forgiveness from Qin Xian. After all, she really didn't want his brother to be sacked. It was their only hope. And if they were both sacked, then they really didn't know how they were going to get on with their lives. So the only saving grace for the two of them now was to pray that Qin Xian would spare them this time. Li Li just timidly walked up to Qin Xian. Boss, I beg you, don't kick my brother out. If you drive it away, then she really doesn't know what to do. He really already knows he's wrong, and he'll never do anything like that again. So just give him another chance. But at this time, Qin Xian was very angry, so she couldn't even listen to these words. The only thing he wanted to do now was to hurry up and dismiss Li Yan. After all, he didn't want to keep a hidden danger inside his gym. Since he was able to do this once, it also meant that he could make these mistakes again and again. Qin Xian then ruthlessly rejected Li Li, and this time, even with Li Li's friendship with Qin Xian, they couldn't protect Li Yan. Hearing Qin Xian reject himself just like that, Li Li's face began to change. He hadn't expected that Qin Xian would give a direct rejection just like that, so he no longer had the same attitude he had just now, and looked at Qin Xian coldly as if he was a different person and spoke. Since that's the case, then I'll tell you the truth. All those fitness supplements I sold before were questionable, so I'm involved in this matter. Why are you doing this? I haven't been mean to you, have I? But why did you do this to me? Did it do you any good? At this point, Qin Xian was really close to breaking down. After all, he used to trust Li Li. After all, Li Li is also a very hard-working person. For the gym is also the kind of heart and lungs, but he did not expect is that Li Li will do such a thing? Not yet. Waiting for Qin Xian to say something, Li Li slowly spoke again. But if you dare to fire me, then I'll expose this matter and make this gym untenable when the time comes, and I'll see what you should do then. So I advise you to be quiet and pretend you don't know about this. After all, it won't do you any good that way. You take a step back, I'll take a step forward. That way it's better for everyone. At this moment, Qin Xian felt very unfamiliar when he saw this appearance of Li Li. He remembered that Li Li wasn't like this before, and he didn't know since when Li Li had turned into her current appearance. In fact, Qin Xian's heart understood that Li Li was threatening herself like this because she was afraid that she would expel him and his brother. Qin Xian also clearly felt that Li Li was very agitated at this time. If he said any more stimulating words to irritate Li Li, perhaps Li Li would really do something overly aggressive. So the only thing Qin Xian could do right now was to go along with Li Li, as he really didn't dare to risk his gym. Chapter 123, Making Reparations. The more Qin Xian looked at Li Yan, the more disgusted he felt. He could not wait to spit on his face. The way he saw that, it was really abominable. But in the face of everyone, he did not pursue you speech what, just told him not to. and then such unblocked nonsense. But I do not know the sky-high ground after Li Yan thought it was Chen Xian snapped. He is more stomping on the face. Directly beat the table to call the board glare and Chen Xian confrontation. Li Yan so make Chen Xian very embarrassed. In front of so many colleagues deleted. Immediately feel face lost. Can be seen from his eyes. He is now extremely angry. Aside Li Yan saw Chen Xian motionless. Words also do not say. He thought Chen Xian really afraid of him. So he laughed and said, "You this soft egg. Take a higher salary than me, but the author of the thing than I even lower. You don't deserve to stay in this position. Sooner or later, you should step down." Chen Xian this time, directly cannot bear it. Go up as to give him a punch. By the sudden attack of Li Yan, instantly fell to the ground. Then Chen Xian a jump, directly mounted Li Yan's body, aimed at his head as a beating. Lying on the ground of the woman, was Chen Xian beat wailing. Sensing that the situation was not good, Li Yan pretended to beg for mercy as he quietly retreated to the side of the gym where the equipment was stacked, and then quietly pulled out a piece of iron gym equipment, which he struggled to swing and heavily smashed into Chen Xian's hand, who, seeing that he was still so persistent, decided to teach him a good lesson. In this way, Chen Xian bare hands and Yu Yan wrestle up, although you also have an iron gym equipment, but compared with Chen Xian, he is still slightly inferior. Not long, Li Yan due to physical exhaustion, action becomes a little slow. Then Chen Xian sees this weakness. An arrow step ran to the back of Li Yan. A hand will be in his hands of iron gym equipment snatched down. Chen Xian said, "With this measurement of yours, weren't you quite wild just now? Now you show me again." Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Yan engaged in relief again and begged Chen Xian for mercy. But this time Chen Xian didn't pay any attention to Li Yan. He directly went up and beat Li Yan violently, only to hear Li Yan's screams. Then Chen Xian jiang Li Yan threw it directly out from the entrance of the store. Then he stood inside the store and yelled like Li Yan, "Kid, don't let me meet you in the future. You also see you once and beat you once. When the time comes, don't say that I'm hard-hearted." Li Yan knows that he is not an opponent. 5 painful asses ran away. While running mouth and cursed, Chen Xian and the customers in the store look at the laugh. Chen Xian first convened the customers inside the store, and said to them, "This store is quite black store. They do business as basically some water business. The actual effect, not at all as good as they say." He hoped that the customers will be their own hand inside the business all put off, and demanded that the store to put forward 10 times the compensation. Chen Xian also reminded the customers in the store, asked them to help tell if there are still around relatives and friends who do business in this store. Teach them, hurry to come to the refund business, and asked for 10 times the compensation. This time, Chen Xian did not intend to let go of Li Yan. Now it was Chen Xian who had single-handedly taken over all the stores that Li Yan had opened before. And he had offered some relevant incentives to each and every customer who had come for a refund and promised to give each and every one of them a set of special training programs as well as relevant guidance. And he had done so in order to punish Li Yan on one hand, and on the other hand, in order to help him to make up for the deception that he had done to his customers before. Soon all the people who had previously applied for membership in this store came back one by one for their refunds, which was exactly what Chen Xian wanted to see. He took a long sigh of relief and finally filled back the building that Li Yan had united under before and cleaned up all these messes of his. The other side of Li Yan in the next door not far away from the place to rent a house, quietly observing Chen Xian's every move, saw his previous hard work to cheat the money, and now buy Chen Xian a sum of money back. The heart of the heart that is not a taste, he gritted his teeth, quietly scolded. At night, Chen Xian came alone to the riverside to take a walk. The abominable Li Yan hit Chen Xian's bad idea. He thought to himself that this time he must take revenge on Chen Xian, who told him to target himself so much before, or so he said, and went to the hardware store and purchased some steel products. He trailed Chen Xian all the way, and our Chen Xian at this time is at the riverside alone to disperse and drink, because the hole left by Li Yan before is really too big, resulting in now are still a lot of things lost. Hiding aside Li Yan, quietly waiting for the time, not long, a running woman came over to inquire about Chen Xian, who fell to the ground, asked him how he was, and at this time the princess, because of drinking a lot of wine, consciousness is a little fuzzy, limbs began to be uncontrollable. The woman saw Chen Xian in the middle of the night, alone here, a little uneasy, and assisted him up. Then the two of them limped towards the inside of the city. Seeing that his plan is about to fizzle out, Li Yan is a bit furious and decides to just get on and forget about it. Then, he puts his prepared stockings over his head and jumps out from inside the grass, pointing a hammer directly at the woman's head to tell her not to mind her own business. This is the prey he's been waiting for a long time, or else he'll just let you save it for nothing. But you did not expect this woman in front of him, actually a police officer. The woman did not fear. Go up a grab. Will be Li Yan hands inside the hammer down, and counter voice greetings. What do you do? Actually dare to rob in broad daylight, and then reported their police number and administrative units. Li Yan's courage was originally small. Yi Jing so a fool, directly scattered legs to run. C also did not lose anything. The woman did not continue to chase you words. Subsequently brought Chen Xian to his residence, and painted a clean clothes for Chen Xian. Chen Xian was drunk and kept talking some nonsense in her mouth, but the woman didn't dislike her and gave her a good cleanup of the dirt that had been vomited out of her body. The next day, Chen Xian woke up from his dream and realized that he appeared in an unfamiliar place. In an instant, the whole person was alert. At this time, the woman came out from inside the kitchen and kindly called Chen Xian to come over to have breakfast. Chen Xian was very puzzled, so he questioned the woman, "Who are you? Where is this place? Why am I here?" The woman won by one will. Last night's experience all told Chen Xian. Chen Xian learned after thank you. Simply eat a little later. He rushed back to the store inside. Yes, he also have to deal with the previous did not deal with a group of customers. He has pushed open the door, saw a large number of customers, has been waiting for their own in the hall early. Without much ado, he took the customers directly to the conference room, and after a brief discussion, he came to the front desk to process the refund, and the customers were very agreeable to him to do so. Chapter 124, A Cruise on a Cruise Ship. Chen Xian's mood was on the verge of falling into a deep valley after experiencing this series of events. The recent classes at school weren't particularly hectic, and with others managing the affairs of the gym, Chen Xian naturally had quite a bit of time at his disposal. Originally, Chen Xian thought of going on a date with Xiao Meng, but before he could formally make the invitation, Dull Little Sister came to find Chen Xian first. Chen Xian was very curious about Dull Little Sister's reason for coming, so he asked, "What is it that you're looking for me for today?" Dull Little Sister smiled and said, "Thank you for coming to help with the game last time. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have won against that foreign team so easily." Chen Xian rubbed his chin in embarrassment. This is all a small matter, no need to keep it in mind. Chen Xian had been annoyed by other things for too long recently, and had almost forgotten about this one, only for Dull Little Sister to mention it now. Although Chen Xian wasn't sure of Dull Little Sister's intentions, he still felt that all of these things were not enough to worry about. However, Little Sister Dull thought that she needed to thank Chen Xian, so she made a suggestion. "I know that a cruise ship is organizing an event in the near future, thus I would like to invite you to join us on it, and as for the cost of participating in the event, it will be paid for from my side." Chen Xian pondered for a while, remembering that he wanted to date Xiao Meng, and instantly decided that this option was still acceptable. "I just don't know if Dull Little Sister would mind if he brought Mo along, but these two were pretty close, so she shouldn't mind." Chen Xian tentatively asked, "Why don't I bring Mo along to the event, and I'll take care of everyone's expenses?" Nerdy Little Sister replied without thinking, "Of course there's no problem, let's go play together. I can even give a live broadcast on it." She paused, then added, "Right, can you invite one more friend? More people are more lively, and I can have people to interact with when I'm live streaming." Chen Xian pondered for a moment and offered to go invite Miss Shan Shan to join him on a cruise. Dull Little Sister's eyes lit up. "It can be, Ms. Shan Shan is a great beauty. With her appearing in the live broadcast, everyone will definitely give face." Chen Xian cried and laughed a little when he saw that she hadn't changed her mind about the live broadcast in 3 sentences, and then went to contact Xiaomeng and Ms. Shan Shan. When Xiaomeng heard that she could go on a cruise, a thrilled look appeared on her face and she said excitedly, "Great, this is the first time we're going out." Chen Xian suddenly developed a guilty feeling and whispered, "I'm sorry, there's been so much going on lately that I haven't had the time to properly accompany you." Mo smiled and held his hand. "I know you're busy and tired, so I hope you get more rest." Chen Xian said gratefully, "I understand your feelings, thank you." On the day of boarding, Chen Xian brought the 3 beauties to the entrance of the cruise ship. Chen Xian's appearance was already striking, and with the 3 big beauties following beside him, it was even more so that people couldn't take their eyes off of him. There were quite a few people whispering about these people, speculating about their identities. Wow, one person with 3 beauties, really envious of the others. Well, don't say such sour words, you could do it if you had the money, or if you had someone's looks and body like that. Have you guys noticed that that pretty girl looks so familiar? I think I've seen her on the live broadcast platform. I know, that's Dull Little Sister. Don't you see the tools she's holding in her hand? Those are all essential for anchors. As soon as Dorky got on the cruise ship, she turned on the live feed, which would show everyone where she was. She greeted everyone with a big smile and a sweet voice. "Hello everyone, guess where I am?" I can see that some of you clever peeps have already guessed that. Yes, I am on a cruise ship, and a particularly luxurious one at that. Chen Xian heard Dull Little Sister's words while glancing at the people around him and laughed. "You're getting more and more popular. So many people recognize you." Mo chimed in, "My little sister is a celebrity now, so of course her popularity has to keep up." Dull little sister mischievously turned the camera in the direction of Mo and said happily, "Mo, say hello to your friends in the live broadcast room." Mo said slightly shyly, "Hello everyone, please support more." She thought for a moment and then popped up with another sentence. "New friends, please click on the attention. Click on the attention, do not get lost. The anchor to take you on the highway. Not right, on the cruise ship." Nerdy little sister snorted and laughed. "Good lord, you're so on top of things. You're more experienced than I am." Chen Xian gave a thumbs up in Xiao Ming's direction and complimented. "Honestly, I've never doubted your learning ability. It's too strong." Mo sheepishly ducked behind him to avoid the camera. "Stop it, so many people. I'm weirdly embarrassed." Seeing the two whispering, nerdy little sister asked Ms. Shannon to say hello to the viewers of the broadcast. Because there were 3 beautiful women present, it greatly boosted the interest of the audience, and everyone scrambled to squeeze into the live broadcast room to swipe the screen. "Today, we're all in for a treat. There are actually 3 beauties. Don't steal from me. I've booked these 3 sisters in advance. Don't be envious, you'll get another chance next time." The man upstairs is probably still awake. "Who has boiled water? First pour it over him. By the way, the beauties come to me to play Nerdy little sister smiled with arched eyebrows. "Everyone's enthusiasm is really overwhelming us. But this state of affairs is definitely getting better the more frequent we are. Guys, remember to point attention. Little sister immediately take you to see the activities on the cruise ship. After all, there are still a lot of handsome men and women in the room inside." Chen Xian was quite surprised as he watched the number of dull little sisters fans continue to rise and the number of people in the live broadcast room gradually add up. It seemed like people were quite interested in the cruise ship scene, probably because they usually have less opportunity to be on such occasions. Chen Xian couldn't help but want to check out the activities on the cruise ship, pulling on Mo's hand. "Do you want to go around a bit?" Mo nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll talk to the girls first." This would be Nerdchan and Ms. Shannon interacting with the audience and only waved casually when they heard the two go for a spin. Chen Xian led Xiao Ming towards the right side of the cruise ship and realized that it was a huge entertainment venue with a wide variety of games. Mo counted with relish. Darts, recreational balls, even flying chess. "It's amazing." Chen Xian's eyes were drawn to the casino on the far right and he couldn't help but frown. "There's actually a casino on a cruise ship?" Right at this moment, Chen Xian heard a familiar voice, and he immediately reacted to the fact that he had received a system quest. "Host, a new mission has arrived. You need to win $10 million in the casino. Mission reward, a limited edition sports car." Chapter 125, Obtaining a Sports Car. Knowing all of this, Chen Xian immediately led the crowd inside the casino below the tourists. I have to say that this casino is very lavishly dressed. It also seems that because of the scene switch, the pop-ups are instantly lively at this time. Wow, look at the decorations. It looks like a place where rich people go. I'm really looking forward to what's going to happen. I'm transferring all my lottery luck this year to Chen Xian. Undoubtedly. Seeing such a pop-up screen, one could directly guess that this was some of Chen Xian's little fangirls. But after Chen Xian and his group arrived inside the casino, things didn't go very well, and coincidentally, just after they went down there, they encountered Ms. Shan Shan's ex-husband. Ms. Shan Shan's ex-husband didn't see Chen Xian, the group of them, first. Instead, it was Ms. Shan Shan who saw her ex-husband first. Without questioning, seeing her ex-husband, Ms. Shan Shan naturally subconsciously wanted to dodge, so she tugged on Chen Xian's sleeve. Such a situation caused Chen Xian to feel very puzzled, so he looked back at Ms. Shan Shan. Teacher Shan Shan's face revealed a hint of embarrassment, and at this time, Chen Xian immediately realized that something was wrong and took the initiative to open his mouth with the question, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" As he said this, Chen Xian's tone was filled with worry within. "Wow, Chen Xian is too soft-spoken. I'm so envious. If only I were Ms. Shannon." Upon hearing Chen Xian's inquiry, Ms. Shan Shan then slowly spoke. "I met my ex-husband." As she said this, Ms. Shannon turned her head to her ex-husband's side. Coincidentally, at this time, Ms. Shan Shan and her ex-husband just happened to two people stare at each other. This time Ms. Shan Shan immediately moved her own line of sight away. The atmosphere for a while looked a little awkward. This scene was also all seen by Ms. Shan Shan's ex-husband. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smile as he took the initiative to walk towards Chen Xian and his group without saying a word. At this time, Chen Xian also looked over to Ms. Shan Shan's ex-husband's side, looking at him as he walked head-on. The expression on Chen Xian's face immediately turned serious. "My God, is this a war? The battle between two men is about to begin. Chen Xian will win. Chen Xian will win. I love you, Ms. Sandy." Ms. Shannon's ex-husband is a man named Chenin. Without taking a few steps, Chenin collapsed in front of Chen Xian and his group. Chenin's goal was very clear. He directly crossed over Qin Xian, who was standing in front of Mr. Shanshan, and walked over to Mr. Shanshan and smiled towards him. That kind of smile made Ms. Shanshan's entire body feel very uncomfortable. So before Chenin could say anything, Ms. Shanshan spoke first. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Teacher Shanshan's tone was very cold. Chenin looked at Ms. Shanshan with no intention of backing down at all with this look. He didn't answer Ms. Shanshan's question right away, but reached out his hand and cupped Ms. Shanshan's chin. All of this was seen by Qin Xian, who subconsciously frowned and directly pushed Chenin away without saying a word. There's no relationship between the two of you right now, so don't come here and move your hands. Qin Xian's tone revealed a hint of ferocity. It was also because he saw the reluctance on Ms. Shanshan's face that Qin Xian had acted in such a manner. Hearing Qin Xian say this, Chenin glanced at him, and Qin Xian said with a disinterested look, "You keep out of the affairs of the two of us." The expression on Qin Xian's face became very cold as he directly blocked in front of Ms. Shanshan, facing Chenin, and said, "I'll take care of this matter. What can you do?" Wow, Qin Xian is so handsome. Qin Xian wins this battle. Qin Xian, I'm going to give you a monkey. The live broadcast room began to get more and more lively, all because the drama between the two Qin Xian and Chenin was staged to a climax. In the face of this tough attitude from Qin Xian, Chenin seemed to be a bit scared as well. His tone was noticeably softer compared to before, and he spoke slowly. "If you want me to leave him alone, it's not impossible." After saying this, before waiting for Qin Xian's reply, he continued, "As long as you give me enough money, we can do it." Hearing that the man wanted money, Qin Xian's eyes immediately revealed an expression of disgust, then laughed coldly, and did not answer his words, but glanced behind himself and gave them a look. Everyone understood that Qin Xian meant this as a sign for them to leave. Everyone was also very obedient and directly intended to start and leave. Qin Xian did not have any hesitation to also raise his steps. Seeing that their group was planning to leave, Chenin instantly pressed on. He immediately tugged at Qin Xian's sleeve, saying anxiously, "I told you guys that if you don't pay you don't want to leave." Such behavior made Qin Xian feel very not, so he then directly shook Chenin off. Then he patted his sleeve with his hand and said with disgust in his tone, "Asking for money from us? What's the point?" After saying this, he let out a cold laugh. It seemed that it was also because Chen An's existence was a troublesome reason. In order to weed out the back change, Qin Xian then directly made a move to beat Chen An out. "Chen Xian, don't be overbearing. Honey, I love you so much. I'm here to announce the final victory of Chen Xian." Chen Xian's victory is inevitable. After dealing with the trouble that was Chen An, the group of them entered the casino. Chen Xian didn't have any hesitation either, and after identifying a good field, he immediately struck out. It wasn't clear whether it was due to a good hand or a natural talent, but Chen Xian had won a grand slam after only a few strikes. That was why the $10 million task given by the system was also simple for Chen Xian. It didn't take long for Chen Xian to get 10 million. Chen Xian to do this task itself is not for the money but for that a sports car. It is because Chen Xian has completed this task, so the sports car spontaneous combustion and combustion Chen Xian also obtained. I won't even say that Chen Xian, have good luck. It's really good. If I were to gamble, I'd like to have such a good hand. I have to say it's a big one indeed. I'll borrow your oomph. Ah, husband, I love you so much. Look at me. After Chen Xian obtained that one sports car, the pop-ups never stopped. Chapter 126 Envy. Dull little sister turned on the live broadcast and recorded everything, allowing the crowd in the live broadcast room to see Chen Xian making money non-stop all the time. Simply like a gambling saint. The audience inside the live broadcast room was also very cool to watch. After all, they brought themselves into Chen Xian. It was like they had made so much money on their own. Think about it and feel the blood boiling. So, the comments underneath the live broadcast kept brushing. Lao Tai, 666. This is simply the god of gambling. I envy Chen Xian's good luck. Give me some. $10 million. You can't even write a novel like that. I have the honor to watch the live broadcast for the first time. To see someone earn $10 million in anger. This wave brings me directly into the cool. And because Chen Xian kept on making money at the gambling table, like an outstanding gambler, he was always able to make money from the top of the table. And every time he didn't make a move, a large sum of money would arrive in his account. But Chen Xian was not the least bit moved by all that money. As if he didn't even have that $10 million in his sights. And if it wasn't for the fact that he was standing up for Ms. Shan, he didn't even seem to be willing to enter the casino. The people at the gambling table can easily gamble their eyes red. Chen Xian can maintain such calmness, proving that his heart as well as his eyesight is not comparable to that of ordinary people. After earning enough $10 million, Chen Xian did not intend to continue to make a move. After all, $10 million was already enough, plus all this money he had earned. It was also very eye-catching. If he continued to stay here, he might have to make a scene later. Looking at Chen Xian in this manner, the few beautiful friends surrounding him also showed admiration in their eyes. Looking at the left and right embraced the appearance. Will directly life winner this name engraved in his brain above the same. The live broadcast of the crowd have envied Chen Xian. If only I were Chen Xian. $10 million in my left hand and a beautiful woman in my right. This is like winning in life. Why doesn't this kind of luck fall on me? Probably only Chen Xian has the strength to become what he is now. I'm really envious of wow. Am I the only one who envies the beauties that follow Chen Xian around? I'm pretty good looking too. Grossly recommend adding me to V. I'm pretty good looking too. Grossly recommend adding me to V. We're almost done playing up there. Let's go. Let's go out. Chen Xian did not intend to continue staying here after earning enough money on top of the gambling tables, so he followed the dull little sister next to him and said. Dull little sister nodded as she temporarily closed the live stream before following Chen Xian up from the top of the cruise ship, walked to the cruise ship above. The oncoming sea breeze blowing too very comfortable. The two stood on the deck above to enjoy a moment. Salty sea breeze. Chen Xian will be before the casino above the creation of all the fire heat blown down, which remembered before the system to remind themselves that the limited edition of the hand of the sports car. His mind was only thinking about the sports car now, and he couldn't wait to see it now. He took Mo and the others off the cruise ship, ending their happy vacation above the sea, and then headed towards the 4S store. Xiaoming was still a bit confused about him entering the 4S store, so she asked, Chen Xian, why are we here? Her heart speculated, could it be that Chen Xian wanted to buy a car? Thinking about it made sense, because just now Chen Xian had earned enough $10 million on top of the cruise ship, and with that amount of money, it wouldn't be a stretch for him to buy a car. Thinking of this, Xiaoming looked at Chen Xian adoringly again, waiting for his answer. However, she heard Chen Xian say to her, I'm here to pick up the car, so come over with me and take a look. Xiaoming this is even more surprised. She thought that Chen Xian came to the 4S store to buy a car. Did not expect Chen Xian did come directly to pick up the car. When Chen Xian led the female second to the front of the counter, he then took the formalities that the system had given him and submitted them to the staff. The staff looked at him even more respectfully after reading the formalities he handed over, then said to Chen Xian, Sir, your limited edition sports car is ready. I'll take you over to take a look. Chen Xian nodded in a low-key manner, and then opened his own live broadcast. After all, such a limited edition sports car is of course to share it with everyone to see it together. It is better to be happy alone than to be happy together. Chen Xian originally has a fan base in. There is also a part of the audience after the earlier Chen Xian in the cruise ship above to earn a large sum of money. The video inside the live broadcast room was recorded by the people after the network began to frantically reproduce up. The spread was fast and wide, and in a moment it was on fire inside the circle. So the moment Chen Xian opened this live broadcast, he immediately attracted many people over to watch. This sports car from the system is truly a limited edition sports car. Understated but cool black and gold. This is how many people dream of the car of human love. After all, this kind of limited edition is that you have money but not necessarily be able to buy. Usually like this kind of car as soon as it comes out, it will be those who have the big names to order in advance. So Chen Xian can get such a limited edition sports car. I think Chen Xian's identity is not ordinary. It is estimated that it is the person of which low-profile family. The people inside the live broadcasting room looking at the sports car is another burst of envy. So Chen Xian's fan base was constantly brushing upwards. After all, there aren't many opportunities to spectate wild tycoons like this, and it's not often that you get a chance to see it. Plus the cool appearance of the sports car itself. It attracted a group of car lovers over to spectate even more. Inside there is no shortage of the kind of rich second generation. Saw the rich second generation in Chen Xian's live broadcasting room. Acidic said, I also want this sports car before, but the 4S store said it has been sold out. Alas, envy this word I have said tired. Soon, someone in the live broadcast room picked up this person through this ID. Is the rich second generation of the trumpet? So in the live broadcast room even more excited. Then so Chen Xian this is the wild tycoon upstairs, that can still be a fake. They said this kind of sports car is only for the rich. Chen Xian looked at the live broadcast. Someone urged to let himself hurry to try this limited edition sports car. Feel good? It was also right up his alley. So Chen Xian got into the sports car and invited Xiaoming to join him in the sports car as well. Treasure car with beautiful women. This is considered the standard match on Earth. Soon, the fans of the live broadcast room, even if the constant rise, quickly rose to 1 million. The growth rate is said to be sitting on a rocket. Just as Chen Xian was on his way to live broadcasting while driving, the system's voice came to his ears. Congratulations. You've successfully increased your powder to 1 million, rewarding you with an office building. I hope you'll keep up the good work. Strive to continue to increase your fans. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's heart rejoiced. The reward this time was actually an office building. Chapter 127, A gift for you. Chen Xian was in a particularly good mood lately. Not only did he successfully win the limited edition sports car, he also got the office building. In the eyes of an onlooker, this was the standard configuration of a high-flying handsome. Yet Chen Xian was overly calm, because the system could give him much more than that. It was just that the reasons for this were certainly not easy to tell outsiders. Anyway, others were envious of Chen Xian, and Chen Xian was happy in his heart. That was enough. On this day, Chen Xian pondered for a moment, and then proposed to Xiao Meng that the two of them go out shopping together. Xiao Meng looked at Chen Xian rather incredulously. In the past, when she had asked him to go out shopping, he had not been that cooperative. Or perhaps Xiao Meng had never imagined that a person of Chen Xian's nature would offer to go out shopping with herself. Yeah, just wait for me a little bit. Regardless, Xiao Meng was still very excited, thinking of dressing up properly before going out with Chen Xian. Chen Xian guessed that Xiao Meng was hiding in her room to put on her makeup, and thought that women were really different from men. If they are going out, they must go out looking their best. However, Chen Xian thought about today's plan and felt that Xiao Meng's current actions were very much to his liking. After all, he had a surprise for Mo today, so it would be best if she accepted it in a beautiful manner. Chen Xian thought that he and Xiao Meng had been together for a while, but he had yet to give the other party any gifts. He'd offered to go shopping with her specifically for the sake of giving Mo a gift. Although Xiao Meng didn't know about this yet, Chen Xian felt that it didn't matter and it wouldn't be too late to wait until he got to the place to talk to her. Xiao Meng was a smart person, and only when she reached the door, she took the initiative to ask, "You asked me out today. Is there something you want to talk to me about?" Looking at Xiao Meng's smiling appearance, Chen Xian was very moved, and for a moment, unable to stabilize his mind, he directly answered her question. "Well, I've been with you for quite a while and haven't bought you anything, so I came out here today to give you a gift." Xiao Meng was a little surprised, not having thought that a character like Chen Xian, who was usually a nervous wreck, would have such a delicate mind, and think of his own emotions. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Chen Xian in a moved manner, her entire body snuggling into his. "There's really no need to get me anything, just being with you is very satisfying for me. All the other things are just extraneous. I like you as a person, not those items." Xiao Meng spoke with affection, just wanting Chen Xian to understand his heart. She didn't choose to be with Chen Xian because of things like money. Chen Xian instantly understood her feelings, but one thing led to another, and this time, he had made up his mind that he had to give Xiao Meng a gift. "I understand, but you come with me first," Chen Xian said as he pulled Mo into a shopping mall. Shoppers inside the mall were hanging out and were caught off guard when they saw a thug in a suit walk in. Some couldn't help but let out a small gasp. There were even some children who were frightened at the sight of this tall man and went straight to the arms of their family members. When Xiao Meng saw everyone looking like this, she felt a little angry in her heart, thinking that they didn't understand Chen Xian's character at all. If they had actually spent time with Chen Xian, they would definitely know that he was a very kind and reliable person, not someone like the kind of person they were afraid of. Xiao Meng still decided that it was better to defend Chen Xian herself, regardless of what kind of opinion others had, and simply pulled Chen Xian's hand directly. "Never mind those people, let's just walk in and not worry about what people think." Chen Xian secretly laughed in his heart when he saw Xiao Meng take the initiative to comfort herself. He'd never actually cared about what other people thought, but he kinda enjoyed the way the other person defended him, so he stroked her hair. "Thanks for looking out for me." Xiao Meng shook her head in disbelief. "What are you thanking me for? You purposely accompanied me out to go shopping. It should be me thanking you." It just so happened that the two of them walked up to a luxury store, and the sight of the wide array of merchandise displayed through the windows filled their hearts with joy. Xiao Meng's eyes unconsciously drifted over, but fearing that Chen Xian would see them, she immediately turned away. However, Chen Xian's eyes were so sharp that he had long since read Xiao Meng's line of sight and pulled her into that store without thinking. "Come in and pick it out. I'll buy you anything you like. Just choose with confidence. I've got you." As soon as this was said, Chen Xian wanted to laugh at himself. How in the world can you make a scene with this overbearing undertone? How did it suddenly become like this? This was not Chen Xian's intention at all. Luckily, Xiao Meng was amused and joked with him. "You're so heartwarming like that. Did you forget what I told you? None of these things are what I need. Let's just go look at something else. See if there's anything that suits you and get it for you." Xiao Meng thought for a moment, then added, "Why don't we go buy you some clothes? You usually wear those clothes around. You want to get you a new outfit." Probably every woman is of the same mind and wants to dress up her date properly, but Chen Xian didn't need these things, pointing to the luxuries around him. "Tell you what, pick out 10 or 8 of these things and I'll go with you to see what other stores have to offer." Seeing Chen Xian in such a wealthy and generous manner, the employees of the store immediately greeted him and said, "Hello Mr. and Miss, welcome. Our store is full of the newest items for this season, and if you see anything you like, you can still get a discount, so both of you have a good time picking it out." Chen Xian smiled and said to Xiao Meng, did you hear that? Look at what people are saying. There are still discounts available, so hurry up and buy it. Mo lowered her head in embarrassment. But I really don't need you to break the bank like this, the employee said with a smile on her face. Look how nice your boyfriend is to you. This is all he has for you. Just say yes to him. Xiaomeng wanted to continue to push back, but she was pushed by Qin Xian towards the store. Little Meng was helpless and slowly picked her way through, asking Qin Xian for his opinion as she did so. Qin Xian hadn't studied much about these things, so he simply bought them all. Mo waved his hand dumbfoundedly and said that he didn't want to buy that much, only to be rejected by Qin Xian. Finally, the two carried the large bag of luxuries back to school. When they returned to the school, the students on the road saw the paper bag they were carrying, noticed the sign on it, and showed envy. Geez, how much stuff is this? It's not like we're going to dish out someone's entire store, is it? Gee, it's good to be rich. Where can we people compare to? Oh. Chapter 128, A Clash of Titles. Chen Xian and Xiaomeng walked through the campus, harvesting countless gazes along the way. Chen Xian frankly accepted everyone's baptism of gazes, but he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. But Xiaomeng always felt a little uncomfortable. She was sometimes quite worried that people would misunderstand her and think that she was with Chen Xian because of his money. Of course, Xiaomeng had never told Chen Xian about this kind of thought, and he probably wouldn't have thought about it either. Mo sincerely thanked. Thank you for the gift you gave me. I'm very happy today. She hesitated for a moment and continued. Next time it's better not to buy so much. If we're going to go out shopping, we can just go eat something delicious. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow and added, oh, is there another sentence to add? Or maybe a trip to the amusement park would be good? This would be the time when Chen Xian had already seen through Xiaomeng's mind and probably guessed what she was thinking. I guess I'm quite embarrassed to see that I've spent so much money now. Sure enough, Xiaomeng smiled sweetly and returned. Anything, just listen to you and don't spend too much. For some reason, Xiaomeng just wasn't too happy about spending so much money on Chen Xian. She feels that when two people are together, having fun is most important, rather than having to buy a lot of things. And besides, she doesn't seem to have that very strong desire to buy for people to get along with each other. Material actually occupies a more important position, but in the relationship, Xiaomeng think it is better to be pure. Chen Xian nodded thoughtfully and did not speak as he continued to walk forward. When he reached the downstairs of Xiaomeng's dormitory, Chen Xian told her to go back and rest first before turning around and going to the office building himself. Originally, Chen Xian had planned to take Xiaomeng with him to the office building, but he was worried that Xiaomeng was quite tired after going out for a stroll, so he didn't bring her along. It was fortunate that he didn't bring Mo with him this time, because Chen Xian encountered something very breathless when he went to the office building. If Mo had been there at the time, he might have been pissed off too. When Chen Xian thought about it later, he still felt that he had made the right choice at that time. When Chen Xian went to the vicinity of the office building, he subconsciously glanced at the surroundings and felt that the office building that the system had rewarded him with was quite good. It is situated in the center of a busy strip, surrounded by first-class transportation and environment. Regardless, the value of this office building is certainly in a more upstream location in the business district. Chen Xian slowly walked downstairs, intending to go upstairs for a tour, but before he could even enter the door, he ran into two unexpected people. At the very beginning, Chen Xian hadn't noticed these two, but he heard a sneering voice from the side. Who did I think it was? Such a tall man standing here in the way of others. Dear, don't be angry. Let's take the side road just fine. Don't bother with this kind of people. Angry for a long time, easy to become unattractive. Oh, obviously, there is such a big road, so I have to say such things, and I don't know what these people are trying to do. Chen Xian thought without any good humor. Could these two be pointing fingers? He looked back and realized that it was the two of them, Lily and Richie. Behind him, the expression on Chen Xian's face changed as he wondered how these two appeared here. It just so happened that a few people met narrowly, and no one wanted to let anyone in. Chen Xian didn't want to make such an ugly scene in public, so he simply moved a step forward, wanting them to pass first. But Richie was unforgiving and stood still. What do you mean by that? We don't need you to get out of our way. Just get out of here, Chen Xian said in a calm tone. I'm not in a hurry. If you guys are in a hurry, you should go first. Lily spat. Someone didn't appreciate the opportunity before, so what's the point of pretending to be nice now? Chen Xian pretended not to understand what she meant and queried. Strange, is it wrong for me to give way? Lily couldn't help but snort coldly when she saw Chen Xian's appearance. She looked at him condescendingly and said slowly, my boyfriend and I are visiting his family's company and are in no hurry at all. We're not like you. We have to be busy soliciting clients everywhere all day long. My boyfriend? Ah, but the real thing is a rich second generation. Chen Xian frowned as he thought of something. And then a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. listening to Lily, that rich kid's family's company is inside this office building. It was assumed that Lily did not know that Chen Xian had already acquired ownership of this office building, which was why she dared to clamor in front of him. Lily, on the other hand, thinks that Chen Xian didn't know how to appreciate the opportunity before and that's why he rejected her invitation. Lily thought to herself, it's just that, anyway, she can't look at each other anymore. And it's already a good thing that she was able to get a ride with a rich second generation. Not only could he mock Chen Xian, but he could also trample him hard under his feet now. However, Chen Xian hadn't said anything, making Lily's mood even more depressed. She couldn't help but squeeze the rich kid's hand, and the other party saw her expression and quickly understood what was going on, deliberately wrapping his arm around her waist and said, well, let's not delay. I'm going to have tea with my father later, and I specifically wanted to introduce my family's company to Lily today. Chen Xian's mind moved as he asked without humbling himself, your family's company is inside this office building, right? Richie was unsure, but pointed triumphantly upstairs. That's right, it's on the 8th floor, that best floor, a whole floor of my family's company. Probably because business people always have all kinds of superstitious ideas, many people associate the number 8 with getting rich. Therefore, when the father of the rich kid chose the address of the company at that time, he purposely chose the 8th floor. Richie remembered the incident clearly. After all, the rent on the 8th floor was a bit more expensive than the other floors, but his father didn't mind, and bit the bullet and rented it for the future of the company. Chen Xian said thoughtfully, so it's on the 8th floor, then I know. The rich second generation suddenly had a bad feeling, not knowing what Chen Xian was planning to do. However, at this time, he could not rashly ask the other party, and could only watch as Chen Xian pulled out his cell phone to make a call. Is this the management office? I would like to know what has happened to the 8th floor tenants over the years. Oh, the rent hasn't been raised all these years, is it? Then you can raise it for them now. I think it's good to raise it by 20%. It doesn't need to be too much, in case it scares people away. Chen Xian finished the call as if no one else was there, then hung up, leaving behind the dumbfounded Richie and Lily. The second generation of the rich man went to his father hand in hand and found out that what Chen Xian had said was true. The second generation rich man was so scared that his face turned pale as he hurriedly apologized to Chen Xian. I'm sorry, it's me who has eyes to recognize the mountain. Please be an adult and spare our family this time. Chapter 129, Meeting the Robbers. After taking care of this matter, Chen Xian took Xiao Meng with him to go on a date. After all, after normal they had been together. Neither of them had had a proper date alone yet. At this time, Xiao Meng was really looking forward to it, because it was the first time she went out on a date alone with Chen Xian, and her heart was very excited just thinking about it. So Chen Xian drove his own car to pick up Xiao Meng, and he planned to take us out for a good meal first. The two of them just drove merrily to their destination, but there weren't even a few cars coming and going along the way since it was so remote. Wait a minute, I'll go and take you a little something to eat first, then we can go play again. After all, I haven't even eaten anything this morning. After hearing Chen Xian say this, little Meng nodded her head understandingly. She felt that Chen Xian really took great care of her, so she didn't need to collect and ask for anything else. She felt that after she was with Chen Xian, he was especially happy. However, just at this time a black car suddenly blocked their way, which made Chen Xian feel very angry, because it's on a highway, and even though this stretch is somewhat isolated, there's no guarantee that those accidents won't happen, so no matter what, it was better to be careful. But these people had even just recklessly blocked her way. Chen Xian was planning to get out of the car to teach this person a good lesson when that kind of black car inside suddenly came down those several strong men. Looking towards Chen Xian them here, Chen Xian began to panic a bit in his heart. He always felt that these things were not right. After all, it was as if these few strong men were doing it on purpose. Not yet. By the time Chen Xian reacted to take Xiao Meng away, these burly men came in front of them and threatened to tell them to get out of the car. Get out of the car quickly, or else it's none of our business what kind of consequences you meet. Just let Chen Xian feel that he was very angry. After all, it was just broad daylight. The thing he hadn't thought of was that these people would be so bold. However, these few people were holding daggers in their hands, and Chen Xian was afraid that these people would do something unfavorable to them if they became agitated, so he had no choice but to comply with their wishes and get down from the car. Chen Xian just kept holding Xiao Meng's hand tightly as he could clearly feel it. Mo was shaking violently, but that was normal. After all, she was a girl and had never seen such a scene before. Facing these few strong men, Chen Xian, in his heart, he instantly understood that they were the ones who had encountered the robbers. Chen Xian began to curse himself incessantly in his heart. If they hadn't insisted on going this way in the first place, then they wouldn't have encountered this situation. Right now, Chen Xian's heart was really very guilty, and she was scared. If anything happened to Xiao Meng, then he would really feel guilty for the rest of his life. Seeing Chen Xian and the others walking down so obediently, these robbers did not say anything else, but they seriously sized up Chen Xian, and over again they and their companions signaled each other with their eyes. They saw that Chen Xian's identity was unusual, so this time, they wanted to blackmail him properly. After all, this is a very dangerous thing they're doing, so they have to be somewhat rewarded for it. Hand over everything of value you have on you, then I'll let you go. Otherwise, none of you want to leave here today. These robbers spoke in such a menacing manner, and at this time, Little League had just been quietly hiding behind Chen Xian. He really didn't dare to look straight at the continuing robbers. He always felt that these robbers were really scary. Chen Xian hadn't thought that these people were actually trying to extort money from him. But what about Chen Xian so willingly handing over the money into their hands? This was simply impossible for Chen Xian. Chen Xian then whispered quietly into Xiao Meng's ear. Wait, I'll go up and knock them all down, so just quietly hide behind the car. Don't ever fall into their hands. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you out of this place safely, and definitely won't let any danger come out of you. I dare to promise you. Hearing Chen Xian say this, in the future, Xiao Meng was still very scared though. However, he didn't want to be a burden to Chen Xian either, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. He wanted to see that if Chen Xian was already sure of doing so, then Chen Xian would definitely not let her down. After all, he also understood what Chen Xian's temperament was like. Taking advantage of the fact that these robbers were not paying attention, Chen Xian went up and knocked the group to the ground in 3 to 5 blows. At this point, none of these robbers had even reacted before Chen Xian's fists landed on their faces. After they had suffered this loss, they understood in their own hearts. They were simply no match for Chen Xian, so they turned their spearheads toward Xiao Meng, who was hiding inside the corner. Against a weak woman like Xiao Meng, these robbers were still particularly confident, so they ran to Xiao Meng's side as fast as they could, and tied Xiao Meng into their hands like this, and he also wanted to lighten up Xiao Meng. Little girl, little master sees that you are good looking, why don't you follow me? You see what's so great about this guy, I promise you can follow me. You'll be able to eat and drink whatever you want. After saying that, these robbers were laughing unashamedly, and at this time, Xiao Meng didn't know where to get the courage, and ruthlessly stepped on a big foot of these robbers. Bah! You don't even look at your own virtue. Get away from me. I feel very sick when I see you. After saying that, Mo even made a particularly disgusting appearance, and these robbers were able to get angry. What she hadn't thought of was that she had been bullied by a weak woman. In that case, how would she be able to mix in this circle in the future? Just as he was about to make a move to flirt with Xiao Meng, Chen Xian's quick eyes and hands rushed in front of them like this and broke the legs of this robber who was planning to flirt with Xiao Meng. Let me tell you, you've messed with the wrong person today. Since you want to die so badly, then I'll fulfill you. Dare to touch my woman. I see you don't want to live. Seeing Chen Xian's majestic appearance, these points didn't dare to say anything else, so they fled in droves, because they were afraid that if they stayed in this place any longer, they would be the only ones to suffer. In this way, Chen Xian has returned to Xiao Meng. At this time Xiao Meng looked at Chen Xian's eyes full of gratitude, because he himself is also clear in his heart. If I'm not because of Chen Xian this time, so that he really might just fall into the hands of these robbers. As the love between the two heated up, Xiao Meng took the initiative to hold Chen Xian's hand, albeit somewhat shyly, but this also makes Chen Xian very happy. The two just like this together home by others see after very envious of the two of them. Chapter 130, Jealousy. After returning inside the house, all the people kept staring at the two of them because seeing the two of them was just too sweet and their hearts were very happy. So the two of them just kept being talked about by the crowd, and everyone seemed to be having a great time. I really didn't expect the two of you to be together all of a sudden, and you're still so affectionate. Yeah, I didn't expect them to really be together either, but I think they're really very well matched. They're simply a pair of geniuses. Everyone just kept discussing about them here, while Xiao Meng was very shy and just kept pulling Chen Xian's hand in shame. Chen Xian could certainly see that Xiao Meng was shy, so he embraced Xiao Meng in his arms. Xiao Meng just squatted inside Chen Xian's embrace all the time listening to everyone's comments and didn't say anything. Instead, a happy smile appeared on her face. Alas, I really don't know when you guys are planning to get married. When that time comes, you guys must invite us to have a cup of wedding wine. After all, we've been waiting for this day for a long time. Everyone joked with each other like this, and Chen Xian responded to them with a smile. Everyone was very happy, but dull little sister was the only one whose face looked very bad, especially after everyone got to this joke. Dull little sister just couldn't hold herself together. You guys continue chatting here first. I'm a bit unwell, so I'll go back to the house to rest first. Seeing that this reaction of dull little sister was a bit abnormal, everyone found it very strange. After all, just now, before they talked about this topic, dull little sister was not the current appearance, but they didn't know what was going on, so they didn't dare say anything else. Since that's the case, then you should hurry back and rest, lest something happen then. That would be bad. Aha! Dull little sister nodded and turned her head towards the inside of her room. But all these behaviors of little sister Dull were seen by Chen Xian, who was very worried, because she was afraid that something would happen to her. She found a reason to leave the place and searched everywhere for her, because Dull little sister was his best friend. If anything happened to Dull little sister, then his heart would be very sad. Moreover, Chen Xian had just seen that Dull little sister was a bit out of sorts, so he felt that it would be better for him to go and take a look, and in that case, it would also put his mind at ease. Chen Xian looked at Xiao Meng in his arms and dotingly touched her head. I'm going to go buy some fruits for everyone first, so you take care of them here and wait for me to come back. Good, then you have to pay attention to safety. Oh, remember to always come back early, and yes, remember to buy a little bit of food back. Chen Xian nodded, so he turned around and left the place. At this moment, Xiao Meng was still immersed within their happy life, so she was not at all skeptical of what Chen Xian had said. After leaving this place, Chen Xian hurriedly arrived outside of Dull little sister's room door. Chen Xian just kept knocking on the door of Dull little sister's room without stopping. Dull little sister, where have you been? You should hurry up and open the door. But no matter how much that shouted, no one opened the door for him, as if the little sister was not in this room at all. Chen Xian then took out his cell phone and dialed Dull little sister's number. After realizing that the ringing of the phone had actually come out from the room of Dull little sister, Chen Xian instantly understood. So Dull little sister wasn't going anywhere at all? She was just avoiding herself. That's why she didn't want to open the door to see herself. Chen Xian turned off his own cell phone and just sighed, sitting quietly outside of that Dull little sister's door. I know you very much don't want to see me right now, but I'm really worried about you. So if you're inside your room, then give me a response. Is that okay? Chen Xian asked in such a careful manner. But the Dull little sister person still didn't give her a response because the current Dull little sister was really too angry, and he really didn't want to say a single word to Chen Xian. Hearing that no one answered him, Chen Xian's heart was very lost, so he sat quietly outside of Stay Little Sister's door like this for about half an hour. Little Meng was very worried about Chen Xian, so she called to find him. Chen Xian was also in the process of shrugging it off, so he got up and patted his clothes, looked at the door of Stay Little Sister's room, and left the place very helplessly. Only after hearing no movement outside the door did Dull little sister slowly walk out. Realizing that Chen Xian's figure had long since disappeared outside the door, Dull little sister became very lost. Reclosing the door, she walked inside her room afraid. Dull little sister brought a lot of wine from inside the refrigerator and just drank a mulled wine alone inside her room, because he was so sad in his heart right now. He would really not know how to face her and could only choose this method of escape. One was her favorite person and the other was her best friend. How could she possibly bear to break them up? But Dull little sister knew in her own heart that when he saw them close, how sad was his heart. But what reason did he have to talk about them? So there was nothing to do but to be here alone in his sadness, quietly drinking all this mulled wine. Dull little sister's own heart also understood that he was eating Chen Xian's vinegar. But this vinegar he was eating was really famous. He didn't know how Xiaomeng would treat her if she found out. After all, she and Xiaomeng used to be the best of girlfriends, and she really didn't want his friendship with Xiaomeng to be shattered just because of this. Dull Xiaomeng think more and more difficult in the heart. Tears cannot stop flowing out. Dull little sister also do not know how to release the sadness in their hearts, also can only gulp the wine. He hoped that when he got drunk, he would let all this alcohol paralyze him, so maybe he wouldn't feel all this pain. So dumb little sister drank lots and lots of wine, and no one ever came knocking on her door again, and 3 days passed in a stupor. Within these 3 days, Dull little sister had been jealous of Chen Xian, so he hadn't said much, because he really couldn't say anything. He didn't know who he should say these words to. Anyway, for now, Dull little sister's heart was really hard, but he didn't know who he should spit those words out with, so now he could only quietly smother these words within himself, rotting them all the way inside his stomach. Dull little sister had been in a very bad mood for the past few days, so she hadn't been live streaming, because Dull little sister himself understands very well in his own heart, he is now in this appearance. It's simply impossible to properly broadcast live, and maybe he'll even be spit on by netizens because of it. That's why he's not willing to broadcast live. Chapter 131 Awarding of Prizes. Just within 3 days, Chen Xian also felt that Dull little sister's behavior was very strange, as Dull little sister had never been like this before. After all, with Chen Xian's understanding of Dull little sister, no matter what could not stop him from broadcasting live. But now Dull little sister had even stopped broadcasting for 3 days, which was a particularly abnormal thing for Chen Xian. He also felt that Dull little sister was a bit soulful these days, and sometimes when he talked to Dull little sister was all lovey-dovey. Chen Xian was really very worried in his heart, so he planned to go and directly ask Dull little sister what was going on. Chen Xian walked up to Dull little sister like this, but Dull little sister didn't want to bother with him at all. intending to simply ignore him and walk past him. What she didn't expect was for Qin Xian to reach out and pull her back. What the hell is going on with you these days? Why aren't you broadcasting live anymore? Could it be that something happened? Tell me about it. In the face of these sudden concerns from Qin Xian, dull little sister's heart became even harder to bear. But at this moment, he really didn't want to talk to Qin Xian. He was afraid that if he talked to Qin Xian, then those emotions that he had been holding back in his heart would not be able to be taught. Leaving Qin Xian here puzzled, she realized that she simply couldn't understand what exactly these actions of dull little sister meant, and all these things that happened between them were all seen by Xiaomeng. Seeing this perverse appearance of dull little sister, Xiaomeng also knew what dull little sister's heart was really thinking. Mo knew that no matter what, he couldn't let dull little sister stay like this. So when it was midnight, Mo just quietly came to dull little sister's room, and she planned to channel dull little sister. After dull little sister saw Xiaomeng, she was first particularly shocked. After all, it was already very late in the evening. What she hadn't expected was that little favors would come to her so late in the evening. Then all the emotions that he had been suppressing in his heart broke out, because he couldn't control himself after seeing Xiaomeng, so he hugged Xiaomeng and bawled his eyes out. Alright, don't cry, I'll be by your side all the time. In the future, no matter what is going on, just talk to me, don't hang tough here all the time you fool. Mo just looked at dull little sister with great heartache, though he knew what dull little sister was doing with this look. But when he saw dull little sister in this state, his heart was very distressed. After all, he and dull little sister had been friends for so many years. After this detachment, the relationship between the two was reconciled. Dull little sister also figured out that no matter what, he was not willing to give up on little Meng as a good friend. The next morning, dull little sister and little Meng went out with senior Qin Xian to go shopping. At this time, dull little sister's mood has also been much better, and it is not as difficult as it was at that time. So he feels that he must face these life and reality. But what they didn't expect was that they would meet traffickers abducting children along the way. The boy cried out very miserably, and dull little sister and the others just kept their eyes glued to it, because at this point they didn't know what was going on. Stop, don't run, put that child down now and don't run. Then, they saw a police officer chasing after this person. Dull Xiaomei immediately understood in their hearts that the person just now was a human trafficker. But the trafficker ran very fast, so the police couldn't catch up with her at all. Dumb little sister and little Meng looked very nervous. They were really afraid that the trafficker would take that child away. Qin Xian was also very unable to look at it, so he put down what he had in his hand and chased after him in 3 or 2 steps. In any case, he couldn't let that human trafficker get away. Qin Xian was fit, so how could that weak human trafficker be his match? In no time at all Qin Xian had caught up with the trafficker. The child was snatched from the hands of the trafficker and handed over to the policeman. And behind this policeman, there was an old mother who was crying very hard. The mother of this child. As this mother watched her child return to her hands intact like this, she was truly very grateful to Qin Xian in her heart, seeing that this child was just brought back safe and sound, and that the trafficker managed to get caught by the police. Everyone present was very applauding. They really felt that Qin Xian was a particularly remarkable character. If it wasn't for Qin Xian today, then that human trafficker would have long escaped with this child. So this for that mother was really very excited. He walked to Qin Xian's front with great excitement. Thank you so much. I really don't know what I would have done if it wasn't for you. You really are a good person. Good people have good rewards. Good people have good rewards. This old mother just looked at Qin Xian with such great excitement and said, Big Mom, you can't say that. It's a show of hands, so it doesn't matter at all. As long as the child can come back to you, that's a good thing. But even though Qin Xian had already done so, this Big Mom was still very much attached to Qin Xian. And if it wasn't for Qin Xian, her child would never have been able to return to him. Even the policeman was in awe of Qin Xian. He really hadn't expected it. Qin Xian would actually have such strength, and in just a few strokes, he had subdued this human trafficker properly. Thus, after the police officers had unified their discussions, they planned to award Qin Xian with a certificate of appreciation to properly reward him. It was also good to motivate the crowd to learn from Qin Xian. After all, if there was someone like Qin Xian in existence, it would really be an honor for them. Qin Xian didn't expect that he would have to give himself an award for just doing a show of hands, so Qin Xian pushed back. There's really no need to get these things. I'm really just raising my hand, and I'm only doing these things when I'm strong enough on my own, so you guys really don't need to make a point of doing this for me. But the policeman was very insistent. Since you've done this, we have to praise you. Well, you don't have to push it. Qin Xian also felt very helpless, but since this police officer had already said so, Qin Xian couldn't say anything else. After all, if he continued to be thin, he would appear to be too petty. Qin Xian had thus received an award from the police, and the system revelation rewarded Qin Xian with 10,000 experience points, which made Qin Xian feel very excited. Chapter 132, Becoming Brother and Sister. After this incident, Chen Xian was then directly promoted 3 levels, because after Chen Xian had upgraded, his height had also become much taller than before, such that Chen Xian felt very happy. This was also considered a blessing due to a disaster. As soon as dull little sister began to gather his mind, he decided not to think about those things that happened before. After all, always remembering in the middle of the past is also a bad thing for him. Dull little sister then restarted the live broadcast, because these days dull little sister did not live. His fans are very worried. They thought that something had happened to dull little sister, and everyone was urging dull little sister to go back on the air. When dumb little sister reopened her live stream, the fans were very enthusiastic because they had missed dumb little sister so much. Oh my god, you're finally back, lol. I really missed you so much. I really don't know what I would have done without you. The fans were just so excited. After all, they really hadn't seen dorky little sister in quite some time. So now after dull little sister came back to their eyes, they really didn't know how to describe their current mood. A while ago it was because I had some things of my own, so that's why I haven't been broadcasting live yet, and I hope you'll forgive me. But I'm back now, so I'll be giving regular live broadcasts every day from now on, so I hope you'll keep supporting me. Cosmos just smiled and looked at everyone and said that he really felt very guilty towards these fans because she herself had caused him to not be able to go live during this time. Well, don't beat yourself up. Besides, we don't blame you, we're just worried about you. Dull little sister smiled and nodded, so she officially started her own live broadcast. It had only been a few days since he had gone live, and dull little sister was feeling a little rusty. However, at this moment, fans began to discuss the relationship between Chen Xian and Xiao Meng inside his live broadcast. During this period of time, Chen Xian and Xiao Meng's relationship was making a lot of noise, so it had also made these fans aware of this matter. That's why they began to discuss this matter to dull little sister. Isn't Xiao Meng your best friend? How is her relationship with Chen Xian going? How about you reveal it to us? Yeah, I'm also very interested in this matter, so why don't you tell us about it? Inside the live broadcast room everyone was discussing it feverishly. The master was very interested in this matter, which made dull little sister feel very entangled. It's between them, so I don't have his knowledge of the matter. If you guys really want to know about this, then you can go and ask them what the parties are really like. Dull little sister then spoke in such a meaningful way, as the current one really didn't want to discuss this matter. After all, it really didn't have much to do with her. However, right at this moment, a fan suddenly said, "Shouldn't the one with Chen Xian be you? Why did it turn out to be them together?" This fan was like a spark that ignited the fire. So everyone started asking about this matter and even helped dull little sister troll this Chen Xian. Pity our dull little sister. But don't be sad. This scum Chen Xian doesn't even feel sorry for you. He doesn't deserve you at all. Yeah, I also think that's particularly true. It's not worth it at all to get upset over a man like that. Dull little sister looked at these comments in the heart of mixed food. He really did not think that his live broadcast will also involve Chen Xian and Xiaoming. It really wasn't something she wanted to be able to see happen, and he didn't want to be able to involve himself in any relationship with them. At least in this case, that's what was thought. After all, he'd had a hard time easing himself back into it, and that was so much to hope that the same thing as those days would happen again. But no matter what, he absolutely could not tolerate these people to go and talk about Chen Xian like this. It was really very hard on his heart. Well, you guys need to stop saying things like that and just have nothing to do with him. It's probably just because she and I are destined to be together. Besides, there's no one else to blame for something like fate. What dull little sister said. In fact, at this time now, she had long since gotten over it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened the live broadcast. The fans, they didn't expect the dull little sister would be so honest with them about how she felt in her heart. So they felt the dull little sister was really an exceptionally nice person. So they really liked dull little sister as a person, which led to dull little sister's fan base increasing a lot. After all, there weren't many people nowadays who were willing to reveal their hearts for these fans. So for them, dull little sister is really a very special person, and that's why they've always supported her. Dull little sister was very happy later on when he saw that his fan base had increased by so much. Once he thought that there would actually be so many people supporting him, he suddenly felt very confident in his heart. All of a sudden, dull little sister also felt very touched. What she didn't expect was that there would still be so many people thinking about her. So he silently vowed in his own heart that no matter what in the future, he would definitely stick to the live broadcast. Unbeknownst to him, just at this time, Chen Xian's system announced that the increase in fans could improve his body's immunity. And in the face of such a special message, it made Chen Xian feel very shocked. Just like that, dull little sister had become a person of merit. If it wasn't for dull little sister, the amount of fans wouldn't have increased so much, and the immunity within his own body wouldn't have improved. Something Chen Xian himself was very clear about in his heart. So this also caused Chen Xian to sincerely appreciate dull little sister from the bottom of his heart. And at this time, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. He wanted to be dull little sister's older brother. Because it wasn't like he hadn't heard about all the internet trolling. He really didn't want people to talk about them like that, or else it would affect the relationship between him and dull little sister. After all, he also knew how delicate a girl's mind was, and couldn't stand such a thing at all. What he could do now was to go and properly protect dull little sister, but he had to have a proper identity, and that was to become dull little sister's older brother. And so it was that Chen Xian found dull little sister. I know that this period of time has been very depressing for you, but today I have something very important to say to you. I want to protect you. I want to be your brother. I wonder if you'd like to be my sister. Seeing that Chen Xian was just being sincere, dull little sister felt really grateful in her heart. So dull little sister nodded with tears in her eyes. I do. Chapter 133, sharing the same feelings. However, at this time, Ms. Shannon is also back inside the school, but is having problems educating her students. When Ms. Shannon came back to school, she had a brand new class, and Ms. Shannon walked into the class with such confidence. He hoped he could make a difference to these students. But what Mr. Shannon didn't expect was this. When he walked into the classroom was in disarray and completely ignored him. Mr. Shan raised his volume, but was still very gentle. After all, he wasn't the reckless type, so he certainly couldn't say anything that reckless. Class is in session. Please be quiet. We're going to start class next. Mr. Shannon just smiled at his classmates. He hoped that if he did that, he could make this student understand him a little more. But what Ms. Shan did not expect, even after she said this, these students are still very rowdy, completely did not put Ms. Shan in the eyes. This made Mr. Shan feel very embarrassed, but he still didn't say anything. After all, he was the robot's teacher and he couldn't say anything. Class is in session, so please be quiet right now. It's class time, not time for you to play around. Even now Ms. Shannon had raised her tone, trying her best to sound as serious as possible. But these students don't listen at all, and they don't think of Shannon's teacher as their teacher at all. Oh yeah? Is class already in session now? But I don't think we heard the class bell, so it's still time for class to end. One of the students even said so provocatively, which made Mr. Shan feel very sad. He hadn't thought that these students would be so bold. These students had never listened to him, and had even often gone against him, but even so, they had never been so licentious before. Facing such a group of students, Shan was feeling very helpless, and he didn't know what he should do. The group of students didn't even put Ms. Shan in their eyes. Ms. Shan just stood there awkwardly, and the students didn't care about her. Looking at these rowdy students, Ms. Shan just couldn't take it anymore, so she went back to her home and wept in agony, never imagining that she would one day encounter such a thing. Shan teacher, after returning to his home inside, hugged his pillow, began to cry bitterly. At this time she is really very aggrieved. If he is not a teacher, she has long been unable to stand this kind of day. And just at this time, unexpectedly by the dull little sister saw Shan are always crying in pain, feel very strange, so quietly followed up. It turned out to be just such a scene, so dull little sister walked over to comfort Miss Shan. Teacher, don't feel bad, this matter isn't your fault either, it's all those students. But no matter what dull little sister said, Mr. Shan just wouldn't stop crying. He just kept burying his head and kept crying, which made dull little sister also feel very helpless, because dull little sister didn't know what to do. Dull little sister just like this has been awkwardly frozen in place. After all, now at this time, if he left, it also seems a little bit not too good. It is impossible to just leave Ms. Shan here alone. However, right at this moment, Chen Xian walked up to the two of them. Dull little sister quietly told Chen Xian about this matter, and Chen Xian comforted dull little sister. It's okay, just stay on the side. I'll take care of this, you don't have to worry about it, just stay on the side for a while, Chen Xian said in such a meaningful manner. Even dull little sister didn't know what kind of things were going on in Chen Xian's mind, but even if Chen Xian had already said so, then it proved that he would definitely have a solution. So dull little sister half-heartedly retreated behind her. Chen Xian quietly squatted beside Ms. Shan like this. Chen Xian was really very empathetic right now as something similar had happened to him before. That's why she really understands Ms. Shan's feelings especially well now. And he also knows how sad she is right now. It's not really a big deal. It's happened to me before and I was very sad at the time like you are now. After hearing Chen Xian say this, Ms. Shan slowly raised her head. After all, it was only those who were able to feel the same way as herself that could be a good target for her to tell her heart's pain. So they had been talking like that for a long time. And Ms. Shannon's mood had slowly eased quite a bit, because of Chen Xian and dull little sister being by her side all the time. The current Ms. Shan had stopped crying. There's nothing we can't get through. As long as we face it bravely, then things will definitely move towards the best side. After all, no one's luck is bad all the time. Looking at this sun-filled appearance of Chen Xian, Ms. Shan's heart suddenly felt very comforted. What she hadn't expected was for her former student to be the one comforting her in the midst of something like this. His heart was really very grateful to dull little sister and Chen Xian. If it wasn't for dull little sister and Chen Xian saying these words to her, perhaps his heart would be very sad right now. Chen Xian just like this has been accompanying Ms. Shan chatting to ease her mood. Now Ms. Shan's mood has relaxed a lot more, has not been as depressing as just now. However, it was at this time that Ms. Shannon's ex-boyfriend suddenly found Ms. Shan, I was really wrong. After I broke up with you, I realized how much I love you. Let's make up. I really can't leave you. I don't know what I'm going to do after I leave you. Just give me another chance. I'll never be like that again. Shannon's teacher's ex-boyfriend just deadpanned, which made Shannon feel very disgusted. He had been quietly hiding behind Chen Xian like this, and Chen Xian had struck out to beat his opponent flat. I'm warning you, stay away from Ms. Shan in the future. If I see you harassing Ms. Shan again, then I will definitely not let you go. You better be careful. With that, Chen Xian said threateningly, and by now, Ms. Shan's ex-boyfriend had already been knocked to the ground by Chen Xian. He also knew that he could not defeat Chen Xian at all, so he fled. Little sister Doll felt very happy, so she praised Chen Xian. Chapter 134, Reclaiming Customers. After dealing with these things after it, the side began to restart the operation of the gym. After all, that is their own blood. How can they deny no matter it? When Chen Xian started his gym business from scratch, he found very tough opponents. What Chen Xian hadn't expected was that he'd encountered such a big twist and turn only after he'd restarted the gym's operation. But no matter what, he must face it bravely. The other side's prices were lowered and a discount was being offered on their gyms. This also attracted the attention of many people. After all, no one wants to spend their hard-earned money just like that. This also caused Chen Xian's gym to be devoid of customers inside, as all the people went that way. After all, that side had lowered their prices, compared to Chen Xian's side, which was very expensive. Chen Xian was very depressed these days. He didn't know what he should do. It was impossible for him to come back and run his gym again and just watch it slowly fall down. All of these little thoughts of Chen Xian were seen by Xiao Meng, so she was very distressed by Chen Xian. After all, Chen Xian was his favorite person. She also saw how thin Chen Xian had already lost weight over this matter, and if it continued like this, then she really didn't know what would become of him. She carried a bowl of soup that had been boiled for a long time and found her way to the male Chen Xian, handing it over to him. Eat a little. You haven't had a good rest in the past few days for all of this, and it's not a good idea for you to keep going like this. But the current Chen Xian couldn't eat anything at all, and as he glanced at the soup inside Xiao Meng's hand, he took it and smothered it in one mouthful. After all, he also knew that this was something that Mo had spent a lot of time making for him, and if he didn't drink it, then Mo would definitely be very sad. After seeing Chen Xian finish all the soup he had reported, Xiao Meng revealed a happy smile. No matter what happened, she and Chen Xian would face it together. With that, Xiao Meng quietly found her way to Chen Xian's face and stroked his head with her hand. I know you're in a bad place in your heart right now, but there's nothing you can't get through, and I'll always be there for you, so you mustn't be like this. You must pull yourself together, or else I'll be very heartbroken for you. After hearing these words from little Meng, Chen Xian was very grateful. Yes, he absolutely couldn't go on like this. If he is really in this kind of decadence, then his gym will not have no chance to continue to open. After all, now the competition is so big. Chen Xian suddenly stood up right there and hugged Xiao Meng in his arms. You're right, I decided that I can't continue to be so disheveled. If I'm like this, that's what my opponents want to see. I must let them know that I'm not one to be messed with either. Chen Xian then began his plan. He must not let those people get away with it just like that. Chen Xian began to choose to work out externally, so the two gyms competed in such a way that the match was very important to both of them in such full view of the public. Therefore, no matter what, Chen Xian had to achieve the victor of this match. Only then would there be any hope of rekindling his gym. Soon it was the day of the race and everyone couldn't wait to see what the results were going to be like, so a very large crowd came to watch. That was intense. I'd like to see who's the winner between them. The crowd was right there talking, and all of the things they said were heard by Chen Xian inside his ears. In short, this match was a fight to the death, so no matter what, Chen Xian must compete to show the crowd that their gym wasn't covered. Of course, at this time, the opposite gym had no idea of Chen Xian's strength, so they were very pleased with themselves, always thinking that Chen Xian was their defeated opponent. so they didn't take this tournament to their hearts either, because they knew the winner would definitely be them anyway, so they didn't feel like they had to spend so much time on this game at all. Seeing this smug look on their faces, Chen Xian's heart began to mock a bit. These people must not know their own strength yet, that's why they're being so smug. I'll make sure to make them talk their way out of this later. In that case, I'll take it. Chen Xian just wanted to look at her opponent respectfully, even though they were rivals to each other. Chen Xian felt that this bit of politeness was still necessary. However, this person acted in a very disdainful manner as he did not place Chen Xian inside his eyes at all. Well, you shouldn't be talking nonsense here since it's going to be a match, then hurry up and get started. Don't waste our time with each other here, after all my time is very precious. And so it was that their match began. But after the match went on, it was clear that Chen Xian won. The one who was competing with Chen Xian was very angry. He hadn't expected that he wouldn't be able to beat Chen Xian at all. It would really be a bit of a disgrace. After all, he had just said those big words, but now it was really just a very big slap in the face, and the crowd was just talking about her. Wasn't he quite capable just now? Still not losing the match. Sure enough, their gym is not good at all. Right. It turns out that just now he said he was talking big, so it seems that his words can't be trusted at all. Seeing the crowd talking like this person's heart was very difficult. After all, this is a very embarrassing thing, and seeing so many people discussing themselves, he really felt very embarrassed. He now wished there was a crack in the ground that he could drill into. After all, he really didn't have the face to stay here any longer. And so it was that the crowd trusted Chen Xian very much and re-entered Chen Xian's gym again. After all, after seeing the results of this competition, they knew who was the right choice for them. And so it was that business at Chen Xian's gym began to heat up again, and Chen Xian felt very happy. After this incident, Chen Xian's system rewarded the gym outlet. Chen Xian did not expect that the system would give himself such a large reward. However, at this very moment, Dull Little Sister was in need of a new environment to go live. After hearing Dull Little Sister say this, Chen Xian was struck by a bright idea. It was possible for Dull Little Sister to enter the branch to go live. After all, it was a good environment there. Therefore, Chen Xian felt that Dull Little Sister could utilize that place to broadcast properly. And besides, that place was quite suitable for Dull Little Sister to broadcast. Chapter 135, Boxing Match. Dull Little Sister also felt very reasonable. After all, he had been looking for a suitable location for live broadcasting in the past few days, and now wasn't this just right? So Dull Little Sister cannot wait to start live. Dull Little Sister began to live. Live inside the room turned hot pop-ups. But what made Dull Little Sister feel strange was that all of today's pop-up topics were wishing that Chen Xian could become a boxer for a day. We hope Chen Xian can become a boxer for a day. After all, she has the strength. In that case, it wouldn't be too hard for him. Yeah, it would be a shame if he wouldn't become a boxer for a day. Wouldn't it? After all, he really is too good for it. It would be great if he could take a boxing match. The netizens were just hot and bothered, discussing Dull Little Sister all the time inside the live stream, and of course they saw the comments. Thus, Dull Little Sister felt very puzzled. Although he was now in a brother-sister relationship with Chen Xian, it was impossible to make such a request with him. Although Dull Little Sister knew that Chen Xian would definitely agree to her, she was really embarrassed to ask. Besides, Chen Xian is fitness and not boxing. So the Dull Little Sister's heart does not know how to deal with this matter at this time, but the Dull Little Sister is really very entangled. He does not know how to deal with this matter, so his heart was really very torn, but she didn't know how to respond to these fans anymore. After all, it was impossible to let these fans down. They already had such high hopes. Then right at this moment, Chen Xian saw the request given by the system. If Chen Xian promised Dull Little Sister to complete the mission, then he could reward Chen Xian with 5 million in cash. This figure was really very tempting for Chen Xian, so Chen Xian was really very shaken in his heart. After all, 5 million wasn't a small amount of money, and besides, it was just a matter of agreeing to Dull Little Sister's request and completing the task, which wasn't too difficult for Chen Xian. Chen Xian then thought silently in his own heart. In short, no matter what, there was absolutely no way that he would willingly let go of this 5 million. He must have this 5 million in his pocket before he was willing to do so. Thus, Chen Xian walked directly to the inside of Dull Little Sister's live broadcast room. Since the fans have already made this request, I have to fulfill you as well, don't I? In the face of such an answer from Chen Xian, Dull Little Sister was very shocked, because she hadn't even bothered to ask Chen Xian yet, and Chen Xian had already promised herself. Dull Little Sister's heart at this moment was really very grateful that Chen Xian was willing to help her solve this problem. Great. I knew you wouldn't let us down because Chen Xian is the best. At this moment, inside Dull Little Sister's live broadcast room, everyone was discussing in a feverish manner. After all, Chen Xian's response had made them really too excited, so it caused their hearts to be unable to calm down for a long time. At this time, Chen Xian's heart was also happy. After all, the thought that he was about to be able to earn $5 million, that was a very happy thing. Just like that, Chen Xian was once again ushered into the tournament once more. But his coming to the tournament this time was very important to him indeed. Not only would he be able to get compliments from those fans, but he would also be able to get $5 million. But Chen Xian's heart was also a little worried. After all, this time the match was boxing. Chen Xian didn't think, oh, his opponent would be so powerful? Looking at this boxer in front of him, so powerful, Chen Xian silently swallowed a breath in his own heart. It seemed that he could only fight to the death this time. Since he had already agreed to it, he would definitely have to see this matter through to the end. Chen Xian fought for 3 rounds, but the boxer was very strong and still had a lot of energy left. At this point Chen Xian was panting, and this process, the nerdy little sister, the whole live broadcast, we all see very thrilling, even the nerdy little sister. What to do? What to do? I feel as if Chen Xian is going to lose. After all, that boxing opponent is just too powerful. Chen Xian is simply no match for him. Seeing this appearance of Chen Xian, the netizens inside the live broadcast room began to worry, and so they discussed this matter again in droves inside the live broadcast room. Yeah, I feel the same way. Could it be that Chen Xian really isn't suited for boxing? Seeing Chen Xian in this state right now, I feel as if this fight is going to be lost. In fact, dull little sister didn't even want to take care of them because right now, dull little sister's heart had been clenched tightly, and she hoped that Chen Xian would be able to win this match without any accidents. At this point, Chen Xian was already out of shape as he was simply too tired, and Chen Xian just panted heavily. However, it was at this time that the out-of-breath Chen Xian returned to his spot to rectify his state. He had to properly adjust his state before he could possibly get this match back. Anyway, no matter what, he mustn't let those fans down. He must win this match, because this match is very important to him. This process dull little sister had been staring intently, practically unable to take her eyes off of it for a moment. After all, Chen Xian had agreed to this match for her sake. If anything happened to Chen Xian, then dull little sister's heart would really feel very guilty. So she really didn't want anything to happen to Chen Xian, so she could only keep staring at the scene, and now dull little sister couldn't even take into account his live broadcast anymore. The match started again, and after straightening himself out, Chen Xian's energy recovered much better later on, so he knocked out his opponent with a single fatal blow. However, the opponent was very vindictive after getting up again. He thought that it was a very humiliating thing if he was reached by Chen Xian in this way, so he must take revenge. The opponent then began to quietly carry out sneak attacks, which Chen Xian simply couldn't defend against, and just as the opponent came in for another sneak attack, he was called off by the commander. Game suspended. Foul. The game is stopped. Both teams are at a standstill. The commander just kept on shouting non-stop, and at this point, the other party was very angry. He hadn't thought that his ploy actually didn't work out, and right now, she really hated Chen Xian very much. After all, he always felt that it would be a very humiliating thing if he lost the match, so she really didn't want it to be like this. But now this situation was even more embarrassing than losing the match, because his behavior at this time has reached foul. So many people, so many pairs of eyes, just like this, has been staring at him to see. He hated now there is a column scene here to hurry to drill in. After all, he really didn't have the face to continue here, and he really didn't want to see that smug face. Chapter 136, Becoming a Hot Anchor. The entirety of the match had been broadcast live by dull little sister, and all of the fans cheered and cheered for Chen Xian. Go Chen Xian, we'll be behind you all the way. We'll always be your strongest backing. The fans had been constantly brushing gifts inside the live broadcast room, and at this time, they were really very excited. The heart is really very excited, so they don't know how to express their inner excitement. Yeah, go Chen Xian, we'll always support you. No matter what happens, we'll be on a united front with you. Chen Xian, go 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 go. You can't let us down. We'll be watching you the entire time. The fans were very cheery, had been cheering for Chen Xian non-stop. They hoped that such words would bring Chen Xian a bit of motivation. However, now that another match had begun, Chen Xian was now in poor spirits, already very much out of form. It would have been great to stay in the game. Chen Xian's spirit was not in the right state, so he was just knocked down by his opponent, and the fans inside the live broadcast room were all very anxious, looking at Chen Xian, who had been lying on the ground. They kept calling out Chen Xian's name, hoping that Chen Xian would wake up earlier. Otherwise, Chen Xian would really lose the match. Chen Xian, get up quickly. I'm sure you'll be able to do it, so hurry up and get up, or else you're really going to lose this match. Yeah, hurry up. I'm sure you can do it. You'll never let us down. The fans were sweating for Chen Xian and were very anxious in their hearts. This was because they weren't sure if Chen Xian would be able to get back on his feet, and if Chen Xian just collapsed on the ground like that, then this match would really be lost just like that. With that, dull little sister clenched his own fists and looked at Chen Xian very calmly. no matter what. He believed that Chen Xian would definitely be able to get back on his feet. After all, Chen Xian was no ordinary person. The commander just stood next to Chen Xian, counting down the number 10-9-8-7. 3. Listening to the conductor, counting these numbers right next to him. Everyone was very nervous. They didn't know if Chen Xian could still stand up or not. If Chen Xian hadn't stood up after finishing these numbers at the command center, it would prove that Chen Xian had already lost the match. At this moment, right now, Chen Xian had been lying on the ground. No matter how much he used up his strength, he could no longer stand up. After all, he had already consumed too much physical strength. However, just at this time, the system once again upgraded Chen Xian. Chen Xian instantly became refreshed, and his body inexplicably came to have a lot of strength. And so it made Chen Xian feel very happy. And so just as the conductor counted to 1, Chen Xian but suddenly stood up. I haven't lost yet. Faced with the Chen Xian who had stood up again, everyone was very shocked. After all, just now she had been beaten to that state, yet he was still standing there. Well, now, everyone found it very unbelievable, as these fans had originally thought that Chen Xian would lose this match. After all, just now at a critical juncture like that, it was only then that Chen Xian got back on his feet. If he had been a second later, then he wouldn't have qualified for the match. So these fans were really sweating for Chen Xian. At this moment, Chen Xian became refreshed, so the person in front of him was not his opponent at all, only to see Chen Xian move very skillfully, and the opponent was killed by a single punch. The opponent just quietly lay on the ground, never able to get up again. After letting the conductor finish counting those 10 numbers, Chen Xian stood in the middle of the stage like this, raising his hand high. Thank you all for believing in me. I lived up to the hype and won this match. Seeing Chen Xian in this confident manner, dull little sister was truly very happy in his heart. He really hadn't expected that Chen Xian would even get back on his feet. After all, he had seen that look of that kind just now. So for Chen Xian to be able to get back up for a match and still win that match, that was really a very unexpected result. At this time, the dull little sister was already too excited to speak, and he just kept covering his mouth tightly so that he could calm down a bit. Chen Xian was very proud of himself right there on the stage. He had won the match, and that meant that he had done it and gotten the 5 million given by the system as well. It was even more intense inside the live room, with everyone clamoring for more. I told you that Chen Xian definitely won't let us down. He'll definitely be able to do it. See, my guess must not have been wrong. The fans just spoke vehemently. After all, they had just watched a thrilling live match, so they were actually unsettled. It's really so wonderful, so exciting. I still haven't gotten over it in my heart, and I don't know how to express the excitement in my heart. It's really awesome. The fans just kept popping up inside the live broadcast room, and now the pop-ups had filled up the entire screen of the entire live broadcast room, because their hearts were just too excited. They just couldn't hold it in any longer. That's why they were like this. I didn't think that the professional boxers were not even Chen Xian's opponents. Chen Xian is really a very powerful person. I knew it. Then it won't let us down. Everyone was in a flurry of admiration. After all, just now in the basketball game those opponents are all regular boxers, and Chen Xian hadn't come into contact with any of this at all. Chen Xian was just a fitness athlete, so he was faced with such a result. Everyone was truly shocked, although they also knew that Chen Xian was underpowered. What they hadn't expected was that Chen Xian would be so bullish. This match of Chen Xian's had also received a lot of fans for him, and Chen Xian's fan base had just skyrocketed. Everyone had come to follow Chen Xian. After all, this match had gained a lot of eyeballs. At this moment, Chen Xian was their idol on the side of these fans, and they no longer knew how to describe how much they adored him. All of a sudden, Chen Xian had become a hot anchor, and everyone had to watch his live broadcast every day. Chen Xian hadn't thought that these matches he had inadvertently made would lead to him becoming such a hot anchor, but that wouldn't do him any harm. After all, he owns a gym and wants his gym to have a very good business, and that can be recommended on here as well. This will also help him. So in the face of such a result, then you have to be still very happy in your heart. After all, that was the result that he had used his best efforts to achieve. So Chen Xian's heart was still very excited. Chapter 137, The Whereabouts Are Unknown. Although this match had achieved such a result, and the male felt very happy in his heart, Chen Xian was really very tired right now. After all of this had already wasted a lot of her stamina, so now he had to get some rest, or else he was about to feel like he was running out of stamina. If he didn't get a good night's rest, then maybe he was going to pass out on a road somewhere. So then he dragged his tired body back inside his home and started to rest, because he had no energy to do anything now. What he needed to do now was to get some rest and regulate his energy. He had to rest before he could do anything else. However, just at this time Xiao Meng went to the door in search of Chen Xian, and of course as Chen Xian lay on his own bed, he suddenly heard a sharp knock on the door. Knock, 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 open the door. Although right now, Chen Xian was very tired, so he didn't even want to bother with the person who was knocking on the door right now. But he could hear that the person was Xiao Meng. In order to make Xiao Meng stop worrying about herself, Chen Xian still forced himself to endure his body's discomfort and went to his door to open it for Xiao Meng. Just after opening the door, Xiao Meng saw the weak Chen Xian very distressed, so she hurriedly jumped into Chen Xian's arms. Seeing Xiao Meng in this state, Chen Xian dotingly stroked her head, as he knew in his own heart that Xiao Meng was like this because she was worried about him. "Do you realize how worried I was about you? Look at what you've become," Xiao Meng then said with a sobbing voice, causing Chen Xian to hear a great deal of heartache. So Chen Xian began to blame himself. "Well, look, aren't I fine now? I know it's wrong, just don't count me here. I'm really tired, I want to have a good rest." After hearing what Chen Xian was about to say, Xiao Meng's heart started to get anxious, so she brought Chen Xian back to the room. Chen Xian just kept hugging Xiao Meng like this, and the two of them were right there with each other, not being able to separate his appearance at all. Chen Xian just kept holding Xiao Meng tightly and slowly entered his dreamland, and Xiao Meng willingly let Chen Xian hold her like this. She always felt that it would be very reassuring if she did so. In fact, on the other side, Mo's younger brother fell in love with dull little sister. In order not to miss such a good girl, he started to pursue dull little sister with abandon. And just at this time, Mo's younger brother also followed dull little sister in a deadpan manner. "I really like you. Why won't you consider me for a moment? Am I really no match for them? You'll be very happy with me, so I'm asking you to give me a chance." Mo's younger brother said so very fondly, because he really did love dull little sister in particular. That's why he's been pursuing dull little sister so passionately all this time. But dull little sister doesn't like him at all, so dull little sister resents this pursuit of his as well. Dull little sister looked very seriously at Mo's brother, and with some impatience, but looked at him and said, "I really don't like you, and I just think of you as my brother, so I'd advise you to stop this. After all, we're really not right for each other. It's just a waste of your time if you keep this up. You don't have to spend all your precious time on me because I'm not worth it." At this moment, dull little sister was very annoyed. How could he not think that Mo's brother would even like himself? There was nothing overly impressive about herself, so dull little sister really didn't understand what Mo's brother liked about himself. But after hearing dull little sister rejected like that, Mo's brother didn't let go of it. Instead, he became even more intense. "Are you thinking I'm not sincere enough? I'm telling you, I'm serious for once, whether you don't believe me or what. I'll prove it all to you. I just need you to give me a chance. Don't be in such a hurry to reject me. Maybe if we take our time with each other, you'll fall in love with me?" Dull little sister felt very helpless. He really didn't think that he had already made it so clear. But little dragon's brother was still so persistent. "I really don't know what I'm supposed to say to you. The two of us really aren't right for each other. So it's better if you don't spend your mind on me. There are plenty of other girls for you. Besides, I can be your sister. How could I possibly be your girlfriend? Besides, I'm not good enough for you." Dull little sister really didn't like Mo's brother at all, so how could he possibly agree to be Mo's brother's girlfriend? He just hoped that Xiao Meng's brother would hurry up and drop this matter. After all, it was simply impossible between them, so there was no need to waste too much time on this matter. But Xiao Meng's brother simply refused to give up. "No matter what you say, I will never give up. I believe that one day my sincerity will definitely impress you. And will you stop saying those words about being worthy or not? If you keep saying that, then I'm really going to get angry." The two of them entered a dead-end cycle like this. And right at this time, Chen Xian and Xiaoming also knew about this matter and ran to see the fun, and also gave their brother an assist. Mo thought that it would be a really good thing if dull little sister and her own brother were together. After all, she really liked this person of dull little sister very much, and he knew in his own heart that his brother also liked dull little sister very much. That's why he did that. That's his brother. He really knows his temper and behavior too well. Actually, you might want to consider being with him. She's really a very nice boy. Don't bring those thoughts of yours into this relationship of yours. Since you're here, you might as well face it. What's the use of running away? Here Little Meng Circle said after the dull little sister corner get very angry. He did not think of his. Little Meng and Chen Xian even do not help themselves, still here for Little Meng's brother to help. So dull little sister got very angry and just left the place because he really didn't know what to say to these people. The crowd thought that dull little sister just didn't want to stay here, so she went out for a walk. But what they didn't expect was that they didn't have any news from dull little sister for a day like this. Therefore, at this time, Chen Xian's heart was very anxious. She did not know what to do. Chen Xian's heart began to repent. After all, he himself knew exactly what kind of temper dull little sister had. He really shouldn't have said that. And now Chen Xian was really very remorseful that he had said the wrong thing. Chapter 138 Accident at the Bar. The fact that Dorky was alone and angry, drinking in a bar, he just didn't want to go back and face these things. He always felt that these things were just too distracting. Rather than arguing with them there, then it would be more relaxing to stay here alone and have a drink. What dull little sister hadn't expected was that Chen Xian would actually say something like that. She clearly knew exactly what kind of mind she had, but he was actually still saying things like that there. So that was why she was very angry. After drinking several cups of vodka in a row like this, dull little sister's head was very drowsy. After all, his capacity for alcohol was not good, and vodka is the kind of strong alcohol. So with this small amount of alcohol, dull little sister can't hold back at all. Dull little sister kept his mouth groggy, but he didn't want to leave yet, and he didn't know where he was supposed to go, because he simply didn't want to go back and face something like that. He always felt very irritated in his heart right now. He just wanted to stay here, hoping that the alcohol would paralyze him. Instead, a few pugnacious hunks came in midway through, all of whom recognized dull little sister as the famous anchor and ran over to her, fiercely pursuing dull little sister. You guys see, that's the anchor that's on fire right now, right? I didn't expect to see her here. It's really amazing, isn't it? A few pugnacious hunks just saw what dull little sister said. What they didn't expect was that they would meet the anchor inside this bar. So now their hearts were really very excited. They couldn't hold their restless hearts anymore, so they couldn't wait to run to dull little sister. You really are that anchor. I didn't think that we would have the honor of meeting you in person. We're really so happy. At this moment, dull little sister was holding a wine glass in her hand. But because he had drunk these glasses of wine, she could no longer see clearly who this person in front of her was. After hearing this person say this, he thought it was one of his fans, so he didn't say anything else. Yes, that's right, I'm an anchor. Thank you for being able to like me. It's an honor to have you as fans. Dorky's face was flushed at the moment, as he'd had a couple shots of vodka, causing him to be a bit delirious now. These people were even more excited when they heard that it was dull Xiaomei herself, so they launched a fierce pursuit, and saw the dull little sister as a look. Want to let the dull little sister and they drink a cup of wine. If that's the case, then it's fate that we met here, or else, you'll drink a cup of cross-cup wine with us. Although dull little sister was now pretty much drunk, he also knew what these said words really meant, so he hurriedly refused. I'm sorry, I really appreciate you guys liking me, but drinking a cup of wine is really a bit inappropriate, so why don't I just have a glass of wine with you guys? Dull little sister just like this rejected them. These few big men did not expect. Dull little sister has already drunk into this way, but still able to refuse them, so they feel their face sweeping ground is very angry. So then he tried to force dull little sister to be with him. I really like you, so I think let's be together. Besides, I think we're a good match, so why don't we just get together on this? After dull little sister heard these words, he even felt a little nauseous and wanted to vomit. He didn't expect that these people would become even more aggravated. I respect you. You're my fan. That's why I didn't say anything. But if you continue to give an inch like this, then you won't blame me for not giving you face. Dull little sister just said angrily, even though he was drinking a lot right now, but he still knew these things. After all, he wasn't drunk to the point of delirium like that. But this big man simply did not listen to the words of the dull little sister. Just like this has been harassing the dull little sister. He not only said some unpleasant words, but even made some aggressive behaviors with his hands. This big man just kept tugging at dull little sister, wanting to pull dull little sister into his arms, but dull little sister kept struggling hard. Don't be like this, or else, I definitely won't let you go. I really appreciate you guys being able to support me, but if you insist on doing this, I'm definitely not going to stop either. And let me tell you, I'm not the kind of person to be messed with, so I'd advise you to stay away from me. I didn't think that after hearing dull Xiaomei say this big man directly laughed. He thought that dull Xiaomei, a weak woman, can do what? And now dull Xiaomei has already drunk a little dizzy, so it is still more than enough. So he is not afraid of dull Xiaomei said these words at all. Don't say such boring things here. You have this time. Why don't you come with me? Dull little sister felt very helpless, because this big man just like this has been pulling himself, and his own strength is simply not as strong as this big man's strength. So this makes dull little sister very uncomfortable. Dull little sister felt very helpless, so she made a move. But what I didn't expect was that the big man skillfully dodged the dumb little sister's hand, and also backhanded a slap on the dumb little sister's face. Dumb little sister felt very dizzy all of a sudden, probably because the strength of the slap was a bit too strong. Surprisingly, dull little sister felt as if he could see the stars, and dull little sister just dropped the wine glass inside his hand on the ground. He kept covering his face, as his face was now in great pain. After a while, dull little sister's face began to swell, and the big man hadn't expected that his slap would have so much power, but he really didn't mean to be like this. It was because the little sister had been there and refused to cooperate with him. He did so because she refused to cooperate with him, and he was very distressed after seeing her like this, because he just wanted dull little sister to be with him, but that was simply impossible, so he had no choice but to use brute force. Dull little sister felt very helpless, and he didn't know what he should do. He was simply no match for these big men. If it continued like this, then the only one who would suffer would be himself. And just at this time, her phone rang. Do. Dull little sister of course heard the phone ringing, but the cell phone was now inside the big man's time, so he didn't have the chance to answer the call at all. But unluckily, the call was accidentally answered by a few big men. Dull little sister began to secretly rejoice in her own heart, hoping that Qin Xian would realize that she was now meeting danger. He was able to rush over to save himself. After all, he didn't want to fall into the hands of these big men. Chapter 139, Looking for Dull Little Sister. Qin Xian's heart still felt a bit happy when he heard that Dull Little Sister had actually picked up his call. Qin Xian then anxiously asked Dull Little Sister inside the phone, but to Qin Xian's surprise, no matter what he said, the phone never responded even though it was connected. Qin Xian held the phone in his hand and frowned in his mind, thinking, what's going on? How come there's still no sound when he connects? Qin Xian didn't hang up the phone in a hurry, but kept on trying to find a way to talk to Dull Little Sister on this side of the phone. He knew that Dull Little Sister was in a bad mood and wanted to go and comfort her properly. But now that Dull Little Sister wasn't speaking, Qin Xian was patiently comforting her all the while. But after 2 minutes, suddenly Stay Little Sister's crying, but also some big man punching and kicking sound from the Dull Little Sister's cell phone came out. Qin Xian listened clearly and heard the Dull Little Sister crying very sadly, and the screams were very miserable. Qin Xian anxiously shouted over the phone, Dull Little Sister, what's wrong with you? Speak up instead. Where are you people now? Did something happen? Why are you crying? However, no matter how Qin Xian shouted, Dull Little Sister never responded to Qin Xian, and there were miserable cries coming from her all the time. It was only at this moment that Qin Xian realized that perhaps something had happened to Dull Little Sister, otherwise she wouldn't have kept quiet and kept crying on the phone. There seemed to be the sound of being beaten. These Qin Xian heard clearly, but not knowing the exact location of Dull Little Sister made Qin Xian a bit anxious. As Qin Xian thought about it, he hurriedly went on his own cell phone to locate Dull Little Sister's specific location. Upon discovering that Dull Little Sister was in a bar, Qin Xian felt that something big was wrong. Something must have happened to Dull Little Sister. Qin Xian didn't even have time to bother with anything else, but instead directly grabbed a piece of clothing and rushed out, all the way to the bar where Dull Little Sister was running furiously. He was afraid that if he delayed for a minute, Dull Little Sister would be in danger by then. Qin Xian felt very anxious in his heart. A girl had gone to a bar and now she was crying non-stop. Qin Xian didn't dare to imagine what that outcome would be like. He just stifled his head and ran frantically towards the bar. And at that moment, Dull Little Sister, who had been curled up there, kept getting punched and kicked by those big men. The body was already wounded in many places and was so bloody that it looked very serious. And there were a lot of onlookers beside them, but none of them went to stop. Just watch these few big men bullying Dull Little Sister. Dull Little Sister felt so helpless in this moment, and she was also a little disappointed in the hearts of people nowadays. If someone had come out to help her a little, Dull Little Sister wouldn't have been so miserable. But no, everyone didn't want to get into trouble, didn't want to get themselves into trouble. So it's all just a few gathered around watching the fun, none of them going to help Dull Little Sister, who moans in despair. Dull Little Sister had already been injured very badly and had no way to react, only able to let them beat her severely. Dull Little Sister curled up there, covering her face with her hands over her head, unceasingly weeping. When Qin Xian rushed in, he saw Dull Little Sister lying on the ground with blood everywhere. It was really a bit miserable, which made Qin Xian extremely angry. He didn't know why these people had to lay such a harsh hand on Dull Little Sister. Stop! If you guys go and hurt her again, I won't let you go, Qin Xian shouted angrily. When Dull Little Sister heard Qin Xian's voice she joyfully struggled to look up at Qin Xian. But at this moment, Dull Little Sister did not know what kind of mood she was in. All of them were shocked by Qin Xian's appearance. As for the few pugilists, when they heard that someone was throwing his head out and meddling in the business, don't look at Qin Xian with disdainful eyes. AI young, to actually come out and meddle in other people's business again. This is really an eye-opener for me, a burly man said to Qin Xian in a very mocking tone. Qin Xian glared at the pugilists and ignored them, directly running towards the Dull Little Sister who was on the ground. Upon arriving in front of Dull Little Sister, he saw that Dull Little Sister's entire body was already somewhat out of shape. Qin Xian gently helped Dull Little Sister up and anxiously asked, "How are you? Let me take you to the hospital." Dull Little Sister kept her head down and kept crying. She didn't want to appear in front of Qin Xian with such a wolf-like appearance. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? The brawny man had a very arrogant attitude. Qin Xian did not want to get entangled with them, and now that dull little sister's injuries were more serious, he had to go and help dull little sister not deal with her injuries first. However, when the other party saw that Chen Xian did not speak, they thought that Chen Xian was afraid of them, and their attitude turned even worse. He directly stopped in front of Chen Xian, aggressively preventing him from leaving. Chen Xian was truly enraged now, as he stepped forward and grabbed the big man's arm. Using only 7 points of strength, the pugilist was dropped behind Chen Xian in an instant, only to be heard shouting a miserable scream. Chen Xian had an over-the-shoulder drop, and his obese body had been viciously dropped on, which really made it a bit unbearable for him. Those minions surrounding the pugilist, after seeing Chen Xian's strength, one by one, they all slipped away, and the pugilist was somewhat defiant, struggling to get up from the ground, still confronting Chen Xian. Chen Xian couldn't stand to see such bullies of women, and he had no qualms about punching this pugilistic man with a vicious punch. Only the pugilist shook his body, the soles of his feet trembling as he was viciously thrown to the ground by Chen Xian again and again. Chen Xian only wanted to take the heat for dull little sister, not wanting to let dull little sister suffer such an indignity for nothing. What right did they have to beat someone to this state? Chen Xian's heart was truly unbalanced, and the pugilist's stubbornness only rewarded him with endless pain. Chen Xian beat the pugilistic man severely. Seeing the big man's look of submission, Chen Xian went up and directly laid down a vicious hand, wasting the big man's arm and a leg. Seeing the big man lying there hissing in pain, only then did Chen Xian feel so much more refreshed in his heart. As long as he dared to bully dull little sister, Chen Xian would not let him go. Today, it was also his bad luck that he actually laughed at the idea of competing with Chen Xian. It was really too self-indulgent. When dull little sister saw the pugilist's arm and leg being wasted by Chen Xian, he stared at the big man angrily, thinking that even so Chen Xian had been merciful. If it was herself, she had to kill this evil thief in front of her, so that she could borrow the hatred in her heart. All those present were shocked by Chen Xian's ferocity, not expecting Chen Xian's strength to be so astonishing. Without wasting a bit of time, he directly subdued the other party, and also left him branded from then on. Although everyone did not say anything with their mouths, but in their hearts they all applauded and applauded. To the pugnacious man, such an evil person really deserved retribution. Chapter 140, It's Too Late to Know Each Other. While Chen Xian was tangling with this pugilistic man, dull little sister had been sitting there, secretly opening a live broadcast. The process of Chen Xian and the pugilist two entangling themselves was directly broadcast live for everyone to see. What Chen Xiaoxiao and dull little sister hadn't expected was that Chen Xian's over-the-shoulder wrestling maneuver had already risen up a great deal of controversy in the live broadcast room. All of them praised Chen Xian for his smooth movements, which were really handsome, and dull little sister's popularity rose in the live broadcast room because of this matter. All the people came around to see this thing, and it was all some of the better reactions. Nerdy little sister then seized the opportunity to rub it in, and her fans grew quite a bit, seeing that the pop-ups were all in favor of Chen Xian, and that the gifts kept brushing throughout the live broadcast. This made dull little sister simply too happy, which was an effect she didn't usually have when she was on live. Unexpectedly, when she was bullied, Chen Xian stepped in for her, and it also allowed her to seize a good opportunity to grow a lot of fans. While the entire live broadcast room was buzzing with activity and all the people were high in confidence, Chen Xian did not yet know that dull little sister had gone to do all of these things, and there, concentrating on the pugilistic man, in order to be able to take a breath of fresh air on behalf of dull little sister. Chen Xian was also truly ruthless. The pugnacious man's insouciance had thoroughly enraged Chen Xian, so his end seemed a little miserable. Dull little sister was in some physical pain, but seeing such a high atmosphere seemed to have eased those pains she was feeling. By the time Chen Xian had finished dealing with this matter, in dull little sister's live broadcast room, someone had actually brushed a yacht out. This simply stunned dull little sister, because this one yacht value is going to be $1 million. Not a small amount of money. Just what kind of person would be so generous? Dull little sister hurriedly checked the other party's information, finding out that it was a bigot still looked good, and Chen Xian's such wonderful moves instantly pleased the bigot, having him swipe $1 million worth of yachts for Chen Xian in one go. Dull little sister exclaimed in alarm and shouted towards Chen Xian, "Come over here for a moment, there's a situation over here." Chen Xian was also a bit surprised, not knowing what exactly the matter was that dull little sister was looking for him. What was the situation that made dull little sister look so alarmed? Chen Xian then hurried to dull little sister's side, only to see that dull little sister had been live streaming there. "What's wrong?" Chen Xian asked in surprise. "I couldn't be happier that your wonderful maneuver just now actually attracted a big shot and swiped a yacht worth $1 million. Dull little sister said with a smile. "What? Is this true?" Chen Xian also felt very surprised. Dumb little sister nodded happily, and the two of them began to focus on the big guy. In Chen Xian and dull little sister's observations, he didn't seem to be an evil person, but instead, he was very approachable. This made dull little sister and Chen Xian feel really happy in their hearts. At the very least, the occurrence of this unlucky thing had brought them a good result. It also brought some comfort to dull little sister's heart, and since Chen Xian had already taken this breath for him, dull little sister was in a very good mood at the moment. After Chen Xian heard dull little sister speak of this matter, he silently made a decision in his mind. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Xian looked at dull little sister and said, "Can you add to his private message? I would like to have a good chat with him in private. Maybe we can even meet up. I do feel really curious about this character. I see that he can swipe a yacht at once. His strength isn't small. Befriending such a character might be of use to us." Chen Xian looked at dull little sister and spoke his thoughts. After considering it for a moment, dull little sister felt that what Chen Xian said made sense, so the two of them privately decided to meet with the big brother. Nerdy little sister quickly contacted Biggie. They private messaged each other, and then made an appointment to meet Biggie. When the big brother knew that Chen Xian wanted to ask her to meet, he didn't hesitate to gladly agree. This once again made dull little sister and Chen Xian feel pleasantly surprised, and when the time and place had been agreed upon, Chen Xian and dull little sister then hurriedly set off to the agreed upon location to meet with big brother. During this entire process, Chen Xian's mood was a little apprehensive, and so was dull little sister, feeling that this first meeting felt a little tense. By the time Chen Xian and dull little sister arrived at their agreed upon location, they saw that the other party was already waiting for them there. Chen Xian walked up quickly, extending a friendly hand and said, "I'm really sorry, I'm a bit late. It doesn't matter, I just got here too, let's sit inside." The other party was very polite. Moreover, the initial meeting with Chen Xian made them feel that they both had a heart-to-heart, leaving a good impression on each other, and feeling pretty good about each other. Dull little sister saw Chen Xian and big brother chatting so well. He was also really happy for Chen Xian, not expecting this big brother to be so gracious. It didn't give off an unapproachable feeling, and in the course of chatting with Chen Xian, they left each other's contact information. Chen Xian and the other party both had each other's business to attend to, and the side hurriedly bid farewell to the other party, albeit with some reluctance. All of this, dull little sister watched all of it, and during the course of Chen Xian's chat with the other party, they had actually discovered a very important secret from each other, and that was that this big brother was actually just like Chen Xian. They are both descendants of this system, which brings them one step closer. The more the two people talked, the more they talked, it felt like the two people had endless topics to talk about, and dumb little sister felt like she was just redundant. Dull little sister didn't dare to disturb them, wanting to leave all the time for them to have a good chat. Maybe the time between them was very precious. Chen Xian was having too much fun chatting with the big brother to even forget about the time they had with each other. Moreover, both Chen Xian and big brother were at similar stages in the system, which made Chen Xian feel that the two of them had a lot of similarities. It made both Chen Xian and big brother feel very happy, not realizing that an unintentional gift swipe would actually be able to explain to Chen Xian. After each of them had finished their own business, Chen Xian plopped down on his computer and kept chatting with big brother, saying some of these more knowing words. It simply made dorky little sister a little envious. Chen Xian and the big man felt a little bit of a late acquaintance. If they had met earlier, it might have been even more perfect. This may be their destiny. Dull little sister quietly sat beside Chen Xian. Seeing the chatting mesmerized Chen Xian, dull little sister, but did not know what to say. It was really hard for them, the descendants of the system, to meet someone similar to themselves. This time, it was also considered Chen Xian and big brother's luck that the two had connected unintentionally, and for a moment, the kind of excitement in their hearts was something no one could understand. Chapter 141, Karate. Perhaps it was because dull little sister and Chen Xian's live broadcasts had once again put the gym under a great deal of scrutiny. The entire gym was packed, crammed, and kept filling up again and again. Mo kept busy with all these things alone at the gym, but she didn't have a bit of a break because there were too many people. Physical strength was a bit overdrawn, and the whole person was very pale and looked very weak, because ever since the gym opened in the morning and all the people swarmed in, Mo hadn't had a break at all, even have no time to eat breakfast, has been there non-stop busy, until the noon moment. The gym is still overcrowded. Mo simply cannot draw away. There wasn't even time for a phone call, and you had to make time for a sip of water, let alone lunch. In this way Mo stayed up until the afternoon, and she felt like she didn't have a bit of strength left in her body. Her entire head was dizzy, making Mo feel very uncomfortable, and her mouth was dry to the point of cracking. But see, these customers still, they're constantly crowded. Mo's heart is also very anxious. After dull little sister saw this, he rushed to care for Mo. "Xiao Meng, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Why does it look as if you're weak?" Dull little sister asked anxiously. Xiao Meng slowly shook her head and said, "I'm fine, maybe I'm too tired. I'll be fine after a rest." Dull little sister turned around to see the scene and really felt a bit shocked. not realizing that Chen Xian's influence was actually this great. All at once, the entire gym was filled to capacity, and the tired Mo was so physically exhausted that he looked as if he had fainted. This was Chen Xian, who had also arrived by Xiao Meng's side, and seeing how exhausted Xiao Meng was, he was instantly heartbroken. Chen Xian didn't want Xiao Meng to be busy with the gym all day and wanted her to have a little more time to rest. Then he quickly recruited a lot of employees for the gym, hoping to help share some of the burden with Mo and give him a good night's rest. Once again at the same time, Chen Xian looked at Xiao Meng with concern and said, "You've really worked too hard. Tomorrow we'll suspend business for a day, so you can have a good day's rest at home. It's not too late for us to open for business when we've gotten well. At this rate, your body won't be able to take it." Chen Xian's concern made Xiao Meng's heart feel very warm, and she was really very grateful to Chen Xian for putting himself in her shoes. Chen Xian had suspended business for a day to dedicate himself to live streaming at home, and the fans had been clamoring to see Chen Xian perform karate. After that incident last time, everyone was rushing towards Chen Xian's karate. When this matter was brought up, Chen Xian seemed to be a bit hesitant. He felt that it was just a chance encounter, not realizing that these fans would be so persistent and keep following him because of this matter. Chen Xian didn't seem to be sure. He didn't know if he could perform this matter well. Seeing such a high level of confidence from his fans, Chen Xian was afraid that his karate would disappoint his fans, and that was why he was a bit hesitant in his heart. However, he did not expect that at this time, Chen Xian would once again receive a command from the system. The system ordered Chen Xian to do so, otherwise it would reduce the money value, which made Chen Xian feel somewhat helpless. Originally, he was very worried about what his fans would think of him in case he didn't perform well. What happened that day? Chen Xian was also because he was too angry and too anxious. Now that he was being asked to specialize in this matter, Chen Xian really didn't have some certainty. However, now that the system had issued an order, Chen Xian had no choice but to not do it, and the helpless Chen Xian had no choice but to obey the system, promising the fans to do karate again themselves in front of them. I hope they enjoy it. The whole broadcast room was buzzing with activity. All the people there were clamoring and the screen was swiping non-stop. Chen Xian gathered enough courage to go and perform karate in front of his fans once again, but to Chen Xian's surprise, it was as if his body was uncontrollable as he skillfully swung his karate again and again. Every movement was so standard and in place, and fluent, without a single lag. This made Chen Xian feel surprised as he silently said in his heart, "Strange, what the hell is going on here? I've never practiced karate before, but how can these movements be done so familiarly and so smoothly?" This created doubt in Chen Xian's mind, and his skillful movements made Chen Xian himself a little afraid to accept it, as if he had been practicing for a long time. This karate was successfully martialized to the highest level by Chen Xian, and Chen Xian was enjoying the pleasure in it. Chen Xian was somewhat skeptical of himself. When did this karate workout get so good? The worries that Chen Xian had originally had but were now gone, which made Chen Xian feel that this karate was really a bit of fun, and seeing Chen Xian struggling with his karate there, all the fans marveled at Chen Xian's smooth movements, and the fans were frantically swiping gifts across the screen, which made Chen Xian feel a bit surprised. The fan dream was like magic, and that gift instantly began to skyrocket. The popularity of the entire live broadcast room had also risen quite a bit all of a sudden, and Chen Xian had momentarily received everyone's attention, and they were all very complimentary of his karate, which made Chen Xian feel a little embarrassed. Even dull little sister and little Meng, who were at the side, were stunned by Chen Xian's smooth movements. Dull little sister looked at Mo and asked, "What's going on? When did Chen Xian learn karate? And it's like a successful person without a single snag. This is simply too surprising." Xiao Meng looked at Chen Xian in surprise and said, "I'm not sure. I've never seen him fight karate before. I didn't expect him to be really deep." Dull little sister and little Meng were on the side, secretly praising Chen Xian, while Chen Xian stayed invaded in his live broadcast, not stopping there to interact with the fans and answer this fans' concerns. Dull little sister and little Meng were on the side, assisting Chen Xian in his live broadcast, and they were not in a good position to bother Chen Xian about some issues. Only when the live broadcast was over could they ask whatever they were curious about in front of Chen Xian to figure everything out. Although their hearts were curious, they still endured it. Seeing that Chen Xian was doing very well in all of his normal live broadcasts, the system also kept prompting Chen Xian, praising this Chen Xian for doing all of this. This gave Chen Xian's heart some comfort, and there was still dull little sister and little Meng behind him to support him. Chen Xian was under no pressure at all, only wanting to develop well along the way and make the best of everything. The entire screen allowed the gifts to dominate the screen. Sometimes even the fans' questions Chen Xian was somewhat unable to see. Chapter 142, Jealous of Each Other. On the very day that Chen Xian had closed down his business, Xiao Meng took a break, and she felt her body gradually recovering somewhat. Chen Xian saw that Xiao Meng's body recovered. His heart was happy and relieved. As long as there was nothing serious wrong with Xiao Meng's body, Chen Xian wouldn't have to think about it all the time. Chen Xian smiled as he looked back at Xiao Meng, and it was Xiao Meng who also looked at Chen Xian with fiery eyes. That look in Xiao Meng's eyes seemed to be suggesting something to Chen Xian, who was somewhat unable to hold back that passion in his heart. He slowly walked over to Mo and tenderly took Mo's hand. After the two of them stared at each other for a while, Chen Xian really couldn't help himself, so he gently kissed down towards Xiao Meng's red lips in the ward. This sweet scene between Chen Xian and Xiao Meng was seen by dull little sister, and her heart felt very bad. It felt like Chen Xian should like himself, but he didn't expect Chen Xian to kiss Xiao Meng in front of himself. But the little sister's psyche instantly felt a pang of sourness, and she then complained to her fans on the live stream of the self, feeling a bit aggrieved and not in the best of moods. When the fans realized that Chen Xian was actually with Xiao Meng, everyone was a bit disillusioned with Chen Xian and Xiao Meng for a moment, thinking that Chen Xian should stay with dull little sister. They were the golden children, a match made in heaven. If Chen Xian and dull little sister were together, they would definitely be happy, because they shared the same hobbies, and because dull little sister was naturally beautiful. She was a perfect match with Chen Xian. All of the people in the live broadcast room began to set Chen Xian and dull little sister up, hoping to make them a happy couple soon. And throughout the live broadcast, the topic of Chen Xian and dull little sister instantly began to be chatted about. After Chen Xian saw this question, he didn't want to answer these questions from his fans, and the relationship between him and Xiao Meng was only clear in his heart. Chen Xian knew what she needed for herself, and he had some plans as to who exactly she would be with. He wasn't a promiscuous person, so Chen Xian didn't want to explain too much about these clamors from his fans, because it was his own personal matter after all. He didn't want his feelings to be talked about by his fans straight on the air. Just want and Xiao Meng's simple love can be loan. Just want them to be able to accompany together to go on. So Chen Xian feel enough. But that wasn't what Xiao Meng thought. She saw Chen Xian not responding to the fans' questions. It was also seen that the fans did not look favorably on her relationship with Chen Xian, and all of them were in favor of Chen Xian and dull little sister being together. This made Xiao Meng's heart feel very uncomfortable, as Xiao Meng's feelings for Chen Xian had already reached an unmanageable point. She didn't want to leave Chen Xian for a moment, only wanting this relationship between her and Chen Xian to remain this strong. As for the matter of Chen Xian ignoring his fans, Xiao Meng had her own opinion. Xiao Meng was a bit angry as she came to Chen Xian and questioned him loudly. Why don't you go and answer the fans' questions? Do you also think that there is nothing wrong with what they are saying? Is it that you also think that I'm not good enough for you? And think that you should be with dull little sister, and that you're made for each other, right? Xiao Meng was instantly jealous, feeling that Chen Xian was just defaulting that he liked dull little sister and didn't like himself at all. Xiao Meng's instant change in attitude made Chen Xian feel a bit embarrassed in front of his fans. He originally didn't want to take his feelings and say things in the live broadcast, but he didn't expect that Mo would actually take this matter of his fans and mess with him. Chen Xian didn't know how to explain to Xiao Meng that he and dull little sister didn't have any other relationship at all. As for what dull little sister thought, Chen Xian was not sure. He only treated dull little sister as his friend. For a moment, the scene is thrown into chaos as dumb little sister is over there complaining to the fans. The fans were again on Chen Xian's side, pulling for Chen Xian and dull little sister, while Xiao Meng was again constantly giving Chen Xian a hard time. This left Chen Xian caught in the middle, and it was really a bit difficult for him to know what he should do. Fans saw Mo lose his temper over this matter and they watched on the air, and the whole screen started talking about this Xiao Meng and Chen Xian, and dull little sister? They had been setting up dull little sister and Chen Xian, yet they were comforting little Meng's feelings and looking on as they advised the fight. This makes Chen Xian feel a bit stifled. A good live broadcast actually made this way. Chen Xian felt very angry in his heart, but it's not good to let it out on the air, so I have to keep holding back for now. But Xiao Meng kept playing a little temper there. Chen Xian frowned as she looked at Xiao Meng and said, "Can you stop being irrational here? I'm live streaming, not joking. Can you curb that temper of yours?" Perhaps it was because Chen Xian's tone was a bit bad. Xiao Meng saw that not only did Chen Xian not coax her, but his tone was somewhat scolding him. This made Xiao Meng even more angry. She looked at Chen Xian and said angrily, "I didn't expect you to do this to me. I'm never going to ignore you again. You'd better do your live broadcast and listen to your fans." After finishing those words angrily, Xiao Meng turned around and ran out. Chen Xian felt that Xiao Meng was really being unreasonable and looked a bit helpless. The fans had been urging Chen Xian not to get angry, and some of them said that Xiao Meng was really too pretentious, saying anything for a while. Although Chen Xian didn't want to accept it, there was no way for anyone to plug the mouths of the people who were talking, so he could only let them vent their emotions in the live broadcast. Chen Xian could only pretend to be blind to some of the problems, and Xiao Meng left Chen Xian's home in anger. Has not been back. Chen Xian counted the time. Have been 2 days' time. Still no little Meng a little news. Chen Xian didn't know where Mo had run off to and why she was giving herself a hard time. Did Mo just have no faith in their relationship, like that? getting mad at herself for a fan's words. This was also a bit too much for Qin Xian to accept, and Chen Xian was also a bit worried about Xiao Meng running out alone. He kept dialing Xiao Meng's phone, but Xiao Meng kept her phone turned off and ignored Qin Xian. Xiao Meng felt that Qin Xian had really gone too far this time, actually blaming himself in front of everyone. This made Xiao Meng feel like she didn't have a bit of face. As long as Chen Xian could have defended her at that time, she wouldn't have been so angry. However, Chen Xian did not do so, but kept a neutral attitude, which made Xiao Meng suspicious of her and Chen Xian's feelings. This was where their conflict lay, and perhaps Chen Xian hadn't realized it yet, which was why he felt that Xiao Meng was making a big deal out of it. Xiao Meng's heart was very angry, feeling that this was Chen Xian. This was belittling himself again. Chapter 143, 2 Feet on 2 Boats. Chen Xian hadn't been able to contact Xiao Meng, and as Xiao Meng hadn't returned for 2 more days, Chen Xian was also very worried. At this moment, Chen Xian however thought carefully about the relationship between him and Xiao Meng, and from this incident, Chen Xian's view of Xiao Meng had changed. Also have doubts about this relationship between them. Xiao Meng ran out for 2 days in a fit of anger, and actually gave Chen Xian a text message did not return. Where exactly could she have gone? Chen Xian kept guessing with an uneasy heart. Ding dong. Just at this time, the system however suddenly told Chen Xian the exact location of Xiao Meng, which caused Chen Xian to be somewhat surprised. After seeing this position, Chen Xian however couldn't sit still for a moment. Immediately, he ran out the door to look for Xiao Meng, because Chen Xian was still worried in his heart that Xiao Meng alone would suffer, so that Chen Xian would feel a little self-conscious in his heart. But when Chen Xian came to the bar where Xiao Meng was, the scene in front of him completely made Chen Xian explode, because he saw that Mo was actually lying in the arms of another rich boy, kissing the other with affection. This scene made Chen Xian see it clearly. He angrily came to Xiao Meng's side and loudly questioned her. What are you doing? Is this how you treat me? No wonder you didn't have to go home for 2 days. So you're here enjoying yourself and blaming me for worrying about you all the time. You're really shameless. Feeling somewhat unable to control his emotions, as he said these words, Chen Xian rushed out at once and grabbed that rich kid, with a vicious punch towards his face. Chen Xian vented all his anger on this rich kid. He was punched and kicked, not showing the slightest bit of mercy, and without a moment's time, this rich kid was beaten by Chen Xian to the point that his nose was bruised and swollen, and the corners of his mouth were oozing out a trace of blood. After Xiao Meng saw this scene, she looked a bit scared and hurriedly separated Chen Xian from the rich boy. In order to beg for Chen Xian's forgiveness, Xiao Meng actually put on an aggrieved look and cried as she hugged Chen Xian's thigh. It had been there apologizing to Chen Xian non-stop, only to see Xiao Meng say with a pitiful look, Chen Xian, can you forgive me? I also had a momentary impulse. I love you with all my heart. I will never make such a mistake again. Chen Xian looked at Xiao Meng angrily, feeling that the woman in front of him really made him a little sick. Chen Xian had never dreamed that Xiao Meng would actually kiss another man in order to take the heat off of herself. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Xian felt uncomfortable, and he felt that he had really regretted giving into this relationship too much. He also blamed himself for being really blind, actually looking at such a woman. The scene just now, Chen Xian would never forget it. It was simply a humiliation for him. When Chen Xian saw the teary-eyed Xiao Meng, he did not have a trace of compassion in his heart at the moment. Instead, he felt a bit disgusted with this woman who was pretending to be pathetic in front of his eyes. Chen Xian had never hated someone like this before, but he didn't expect Xiao Meng to touch his bottom line at once. Having this relationship of his turned out to be so awkward, Chen Xian angrily kicked Mo away. Looking at Xiao Meng, she said angrily, I really didn't expect this. It seems that I really don't understand you too well. Just because of a few words from the fans, you actually dared to betray our relationship. I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. I never want to see you again. I hope you behave yourself, and from now on, whoever you wish to be with has nothing to do with me. Chen Xian. After saying this, Chen Xian angrily left the bar, and just when Chen Xian was particularly angry, once again, the system informed Chen Xian that it turned out to be Chen Xian who had never realized that Xiao Meng she had always had her foot in 2 boats. Not viewing Chen Xian as the only one, when Chen Xian learned of this news, his entire being completely broke down somewhat, not realizing that the woman he had treated with single-mindedness actually had other men in mind. Chen Xian felt really desperate for this feeling for Xiao Meng. This scene was simply really comical, as if it was all mocking Chen Xian, thinking that he was a big fool, letting people cheat him around and he was still there treating them with single-mindedness. Chen Xian angrily pulled Xiao Meng's contact information into his blacklist. From now on, never want to see this name again. And after this happened, Xiao Meng really felt very regretful. She didn't want to lose Chen Xian. However, how could she not contact Chen Xian? Xiao Meng wanted to confess to Chen Xian and apologize to Chen Xian, but helplessly, Chen Xian simply did not give her this opportunity. Mo really had no choice but to go and ask for dull little sister's help. Dull little sister also heard about this matter and felt that Xiaomeng was really too undeserving. Since she had Chen Xian's affection, why was she still so unfocused? To go looking for another man is a bit unacceptable to dull little sister as well, and she feels that she has misjudged Mo. Dull little sister felt a bit surprised when she saw that Mo had come to look for herself and asked, "What exactly is it that you're looking for me for?" Xiaomeng hesitated for a moment and said, "I would like to ask for your help. Help me contact Chen Xian. I would like to apologize to him face to face to confess to him. I know that it was me who did the wrong thing. I hope that he can forgive me." When little sister Dull realized Xiaomeng's purpose, she sneered and said, "I'm really sorry. I can't help you with this matter. Since Chen Xian doesn't want to see you, it means that he has already made a decision on his own, and I don't want to try to influence him on this decision. And I also hate people who are emotionally unfocused. I really didn't think that you are actually such a person. There are some things that make mistakes. There is no way to forgive in this lifetime." Because in dull little sister's eyes, Xiaomeng had completely hurt Chen Xian's feelings and insulted him this time. It was justifiable for Chen Xian to treat someone who was emotionally unfocused in such a manner, and Chen Xian had already given Xiaomeng the maximum amount of mercy. Nerdy little sister scolded her severely in front of Mo by being explicitly sarcastic. It didn't agree to Mo's request to help Mo with his appointment with Chen Xian. When Xiaomeng heard dull little sister say these words, her heart was not happy, but there was nothing she could do about it. Because of these things, he was the one who really went for it. She was the one who really apologized to Chen Xian. She had her foot in two boats. Although Xiaomeng really regrets it, but this result has already been caused. Xiaomeng still does not die. Want to go to salvage this relationship with Chen Xian, hoping that Chen Xian, in view of their past love, can forgive her. Dull little sister, however, had been looking at Xiaomeng with disdain. She felt that Xiaomeng was really too stupid to have someone as good as that around her that she didn't know to cherish. Having to reveal the Ouroboros before feeling regret. Perhaps it was already too late now. Chen Xian would not give her this opportunity. Chapter 144, Forgiven. Xiaomeng did not expect the dull little sister would actually say such words, although she had done something wrong. These words from dull little sister Xiaomeng did not love to hear. Whatever happened between her and Chen Xian was between her and Chen Xian, and had nothing to do with anyone else. She was just unwilling to let dull little sister go and help her persuade Chen Xian. But she didn't expect the dull little sister would seize this opportunity to endlessly humiliate her. This made Xiaomeng a bit furious. She looked at dull little sister angrily and said, "What gives you the right to say that? Forget about it if you don't want to help. Why do you have to hurt people out of your mouth? I want you to take back what you said or I'll be rude to you." Dull little sister saw Xiaomeng's brutal and rude attitude. She also did not show any weakness and said, "What? You did something wrong, and you are still afraid of people saying bad things about you. These words are what I said. What can you do with me? Is it hard to believe that you still want to beat me?" Hearing the dull little sister not only didn't apologize to her, Mo Sang was so angry that she wanted to beat up dull little sister. However, it did not occur to him that this scene was seen by Chen Xian, who had just gone to look for dull little sister. Seeing Xiaomeng swinging her fists towards dull little sister, Chen Xian loudly chided, "Stop it for me, what do you want to do?" After Xiaomeng heard Chen Xian's voice, she froze slightly and stopped herself. Slowly, he turned to look at Chen Xian, who stood behind Xiaomeng angrily. When Xiaomeng saw Chen Xian come to her, she said with tears of joy, "Chen Xian, you're finally willing to see me. I know I was wrong. Will you forgive me? I swear to you that from now on, I will never do anything like that again. If I break my oath, the heavens will strike me down. Will that be alright?" Little Mo swore with conviction in front of Chen Xian, and dull little sister looked at little Mo with disdain. Until this moment, dull little sister did not see the true face of Xiaomeng, so she is such a heartless person. It really makes the dull little sister a little bit afraid to accept. Once that big and bold Mo in the end where has gone, why nowadays will be such a face? Chen Xian glared at Xiaomeng and hesitated for a moment, saying, "I can forgive you, but I don't want to see you again in my life. So hurry up and leave. I don't want to see you." Xiaomeng begged bitterly, but Chen Xian didn't give her the slightest chance, which made Xiaomeng very sad as she watched Chen Xian reluctantly leave. When Chen Xian saw Xiaomeng's back as she left, his heart ached like a knife stabbing him. From this moment onwards, Chen Xian decided to let go of this relationship between him and Xiaomeng, so that he could get out of this hurt as soon as possible. What should be forgotten, and his life had to go on. There were some things that had no meaning to Chen Xian at all anymore, and if he continued to indulge in them, he would only cause himself more pain. Chen Xian came to the bar alone, wanting to drink away his sorrows and not allow himself to think about this matter again. Just as Chen Xian was drinking away his sorrows, the system reminded Chen Xian once again, making him drink 3 shots of vodka, in which case he would obtain the Taekwondo Grand Master. Was very good news for Chen Xian. Right now, For the programmer, only his career is the most important thing to him, and he doesn't want to wallow in this grief, only to paralyze himself with his career. Chen Xian was a bit impressed with this taekwondo daihatsu, and he looked at the 3 glasses of vodka in front of him, unable to tolerate that curiosity in his heart. Chen Xian downed 3 shots of vodka in one gulp. As for the incapable Chen Xian, after these 3 shots of vodka were downed, he felt that he had begun to drift off to sleep and his entire head was in a daze. Everything in front of him had been an illusion, and Chen Xian was somewhat unable to see what was in front of him. But Chen Xian had been holding on hard. He didn't want to let himself fall down. But where was he able to control this? The strength of this vodka was really too much, and Chen Xian passed out without a moment's notice. Dull little sister had been following behind Chen Xian, fearing that something would happen to Chen Xian, and seeing Chen Xian's sorrowful appearance, dull little sister's heart was also really bad. She had always blamed Xiao Meng for hurting Chen Xian like this for no reason. Seeing the drunken Chen Xian, little sister Dull quickly came to Chen Xian's side and painfully helped Chen Xian up. Along the way dull little sister stumbled and stumbled, very strenuously helping Chen Xian towards his home. Dull little sister didn't want to see Chen Xian slumped over in pain alone. She really couldn't bear to do so. Although dull little sister was exhausted and panting, dull little sister didn't want to give up. At this time, Chen Xian's side needed someone to take care of him the most, and dull little sister wanted to stay by Chen Xian's side and take good care of him, so that Chen Xian could quickly come out of this grief. And just as dull little sister and Chen Xian were walking towards their home with their arms around each other, the scene was seen by fans. They took pictures of this intimate behavior between dull little sister and Chen Xian and posted them on the internet. By the next day, the entire internet was abuzz with photos of Chen Xian and dull little sister. Everyone was talking about the relationship between Chen Xian and dull little sister for a while, and this matter was spreading like wildfire, making dull little sister and Chen Xian feel a bit helpless. They also didn't expect that just such a minuscule gesture would be overinterpreted by fans. Dull little sister didn't know how to explain under Chen Xian that she didn't do this on purpose. She didn't mean for her fans to see it. Chen Xian certainly understood what dull little sister meant, and he had never complained about dull little sister. Anyway, he was already like this, so let them make a big deal out of it. Chen Xian, however, did not care about any of this, and regarding this relationship between dull little sister and Chen Xian, it hit the Netflix headlines for a while. And to their delight, none of this was actually black material. Instead, some fans had returned to dull little sister and Chen Xian because of this incident. They were strongly supportive of them, and also felt curious about this relationship between Chen Xian and dull little sister. It had also been quietly supporting them behind the scenes, and all the fans were favorable to Chen Xian and dull little sister. This time Chen Xian was hurt by Xiao Meng, making all the fans see Xiao Meng's true colors as well. In order to not let Chen Xian be sad, all of his fans didn't mention Xiao Meng in front of Chen Xian and just kept setting him up with dull little sister. Hopefully, the two of them will be able to mend fences and spread some good news soon. This made dull little sister feel a bit embarrassed. Chen Xian had just broken up with Xiao Meng and had yet to get over that hurt. Now that the fans were actually taking the relationship between them and overinterpreting it, it seemed to feel as if they had deliberately gone about it this way. And dull little sister felt a bit unable to speak clearly in front of Chen Xian. However, the renewed attention from the fans caused Chen Xian and dull little sister's side to become so popular that it was a lively moment. Chapter 145, Reservation. Chen Xian and dull little sister saw that their relationship had actually brought such good popularity to the live broadcast room. Thus, Chen Xian and dull little sister decided to start the live broadcast once again and go have a good chat with their fans to cultivate a relationship with them. They were also thanked for their support along the way. And despite what happened, they will definitely keep going. As dull little sister and Chen Xian turned on their live streams, their fans directly doubled. This caused both Chen Xian and dull little sister to be ecstatic, and the originally sad atmosphere was instantly alleviated. Dull little sister was also silently happy for Chen Xian. At the very least, this matter was able to make Chen Xian feel slightly better in his heart. As long as she could make Chen Xian forget about these sad things for a while, dull little sister felt willing and worthy of doing anything. In fact, Chen Xian's heart knew that dull little sister had been silently accompanying him, and no matter what kind of a feeling she had for him, Chen Xian was extremely grateful to her. After turning on the live broadcast, the entire broadcast room began to talk about what Xiao Meng wasn't after seeing Chen Xian and dull little sister. Some fans even said that just at the beginning, she felt that Xiao Meng wasn't a good girl, and that she didn't deserve Chen Xian at all. Since she had now left Chen Xian, she should make Chen Xian feel happy, and shouldn't indulge in all that pain, as it was simply unnecessary and pointless. As Chen Xian heard these words from his fans, he also felt some regret in hindsight. In this relationship between Chen Xian and Xiao Meng, Chen Xian did not realize until now that he had been placed in the position of a spare tire by Xiao Meng. Chen Xian, as long as he thought of this matter, his heart was very regretful, very painful, his own sincere dedication in exchange for the betrayal of Xiaoming. He never wanted to bring up this matter again, and after losing his love, Chen Xian put all his energy into the gym business. He spends all his efforts to run the gym now, and also to find joy in his work, to make himself forget this unpleasantness for a while. And with Chen Xian's tireless efforts, the gym's business was getting more and more popular every day, and it was simply overcrowded. It became famous around the area for a while and everyone just had to nominate the service gym and all of them started raving about it. They were all in awe of Chen Xian's way of doing business, praising him for being very economically astute, and that the famous fitness gym would surely flourish under Chen Xian's leadership. And it's very good to the customers, and it does a great job in the area of service, and it makes the customers very happy. So the reputation of the famous gym has spread, literally, from one to the other. This was one of the things that Chen Xian had felt happiest about in recent times, seeing his gym getting better and better day by day. Chen Xian's heart was only slightly comforted. The matter of Xiaoming also gradually faded away in Chen Xian's mind, and Chen Xian was no longer that sad. Instead, he was a very positive and happy person. Dull little sister had been accompanying Chen Xian, slowly seeing these changes in Chen Xian. She really felt very happy for Chen Xian. As the fame of the famous gym grew, some celebrities wanted to join Chen Xian's famous gym. They also want to have a good experience in this gym, whether the people's legend is true or not. Experiencing how thoughtful Chen Xian's service was done, perhaps out of curiosity, they wanted to come here and try it out. However, when Chen Xian realized that these celebrities wanted to join his famous gym, he said nonchalantly, "I'm really sorry, there's nothing special about the customers who come to my place. I'll be treating them all the same, so follow our rules here. You have to book in advance to get in or there's no way to get into the gym." Chen Xian gave these stars no face at all, because in Chen Xian's eyes, all customers were the same. They all came here with their hard-earned money to spend, no matter if they were celebrities or whatever. Chen Xian would treat them all the same. It's not going to be special than the rest just because you're a celebrity, which makes other customers attractive and feel very comfortable. On the contrary, when the stars saw this attitude of Chen Xian, they were very dissatisfied in their hearts and felt that Chen Xian was a bit condescending. This caused the star to shine a team behind his back to deal with Chen Xian, wanting to teach him a lesson. But Chen Xian was not something they could bully just because they wanted to the surprise of these stars when they didn't expect it. They had formed a team yet they allowed Chen Xian to take 1 against 10 and directly put them down, which was really a bit humiliating for them. Chen Xian hadn't thought that these stars would actually do this. Wasn't it just making an appointment? Could it be so difficult for them? There was still a big effort to deal with himself. Chen Xian's heart was a bit puzzled, but he didn't want to bother with these stars. Just want to follow their own rules and systems and don't want their customers to be aggravated. These were the ones who had been supporting him all along, and were much more important to Chen Xian than these stars. Although the addition of stars was not something Chen Xian rejected, as long as they followed his rules, they were his Chen Xian's customers, and he would still treat them the same and not differentiate between them. The stars were dumbfounded when they saw Chen Xian's strength, making them feel very surprised as well. It seemed that all those legends outside were true. Chen Xian's strength was truly not to be underestimated. It was so easy to subdue their team. How did he do such a thing without real strength? The stars instantly admired Chen Xian, and after being surprised, these stars had no choice but to follow Chen Xian's arrangements. If you wanted to enter the gym, you had to follow the gym's rules to make an appointment so that you could enter the gym properly. Otherwise you would be turned away by Chen Xian. Their identities did not serve any purpose to Chen Xian, and Chen Xian did not feel that he had done anything wrong. After the rest of the customers knew about this matter, they applauded Chen Xian for doing so as clapping their hands, and even more so, they were secretly supporting Chen Xian and taking care of Chen Xian's gym. This was perhaps the secret of Chen Xian's business. He was always able to consider his customers carefully and thoughtfully, even for the customer to put themselves in the shoes of the customer to consider, so that the customer will be convinced, all the way to follow him. The gym business will be more and more hot day by day. Dull little sister was also very cognizant of Chen Xian's attitude in dealing with this matter, feeling that Chen Xian's kind of attitude in doing things was truly rare. To be able to maintain one's principles in the face of enormous benefits is really not an easy thing to do. However, Chen Xian he wouldn't be tempted by these benefits, and would follow his own rules and his own principles in everything, which made dull little sister very impressed. Chapter 146 System Update. After such a thing happened at the gym, not only was Chen Xian extremely happy, even dull little sister felt in a very good mood. It was because Chen Xian had almost walked away from the sad relationship he had with Xiaoming. Dull little sister never saw a trace of sadness from Chen Xian's face again, only that Chen Xian worked hard every day to run the gym and do what he loved to do. Dull little sister also never mentioned Xiaoming in front of Chen Xian, wanting to let this matter pass as quickly as possible. Everything starts from scratch, and that's not what Mo thinks, as she keeps calling her nerdy little sister non-stop. wanted to let dull little sister help her and Chen Xian get back together. Things have been over for such a long time. I believe that Chen Xian's anger has subsided, and I hope that Chengquan will be able to give him a chance. Dull little sister said angrily over the phone. Xiao Meng, what exactly do you think? I really doubt your feelings for Chen Xian. If you truly love him, you wouldn't keep hurting him. You did such a thing. Chen Xian has managed to come out of his earthly injuries with great difficulty, yet you still won't let him go. And you're here messing around again. What on earth do you mean? Dull little sister angrily questioned Xiao Meng. She really scoffed at this kind of behavior from Mo, thinking that it really disgusted him that Mo was able to do such a thing. From this matter, dull little sister could clearly see that Xiao Meng she wasn't into Chen Xian at all. Rather, he liked Chen Xian's status and position, as well as money, and such a little Meng made dull little sister really look down on him. Why don't you go and work on your own for what you want? You have to pester Chen Xian. Since you look at Chen Xian's money, then why didn't she stay by Chen Xian's side properly all the time, but also had her feet in two boats? And now this matter. Let Chen Xian find out. How could Chen Xian give her a chance to have a chance to do harm? Dull little sister really hadn't expected that little Meng wouldn't die even now, and was still obsessed with the idea of going together with Chen Xian there. This incident made dull little sister really angry. Even when dull little sister opened the live broadcast, deliberately bringing up this matter in the live broadcast, driving fans to keep blaming Xiao Meng, saying that Xiao Meng's purpose was impure and that she approached Chen Xian just for his money. Dull little sister wanted the truth of this matter to come out, and simply didn't give Xiao Meng a chance to hurt Chen Xian either. If this matter was not thoroughly resolved and cleaned up, it seemed that Xiao Meng was always planning to pester Chen Xian without stopping. Dull little sister also really went out on a limb, while driving her fans to chastise Mo. The fan pop-ups kept flashing, and Dorky didn't notice it at first. She was a bit angry for a moment, but she had just been so engrossed in driving her fans that she hadn't noticed the situation on Chen Xian's side. But her pop-ups kept flickering non-stop, which also caught dull little sister's attention. When dull little sister went to take a closer look only then did dull little sister realize that it was Chen Xian's system that had been updated, such that dull little sister really felt very surprised. At this time Chen Xian's system update, there was no telling what kind of good news it would bring to Chen Xian. Dull little sister felt a bit curious. She wanted to be the first to know. When Chen Xian and dull little sister went to check it out, they actually found that after the system update, Chen Xian had a large portion more functions. This caused the two to be ecstatic. Even dull little sister squealed in delight as she drove Chen Xian to say happily, "It's really great. This makes it even more convenient for you." Chen Xian gently nodded and went to check the system, which had actually opened the store. The hero, however, has only 50 gold coins in the store, which has many valuable items as well as household goods, and a lot of martial arts truths. If Chen Xian wanted to get these things, he had to raise the store's gold coins first. This is how you can exchange gold coins for these valuable items, household goods, and martial arts truths. In particular, the true scriptures of martial arts were really too tempting for Chen Xian, and he desperately wanted to obtain them. Chen Xian happily looked at dull little sister and said, "It's really great that there are actually so many goodies in the store. However, to redeem these things, I don't have that many gold coins right now. So the most important thing at the moment is to increase the value of the gold coins. And what should we do?" Chen Xian began to seek help, wanting to understand what exactly was required of him to increase his gold coin value. Chen Xian and dull little sister began to scrutinize the matter there, and for that matter, Chen Xian truly had a very high level of confidence. Dull little sister also just wanted to genuinely help make it happen, to grow the gold coin value of his store as quickly as possible, so that Chen Xian could get what he liked. This way, dull little sister would also be able to feel at ease. But right in the middle of Chen Xian and dull little sister's research, Chen Xian slowly realized that if he wanted to grow these gold coin values, he had to do the quests first, and only if he completed these quests well would he slowly go on to grow. Instead of growing these gold coin values in 1 or 2 clicks, Chen Xian and dull little sister figured out these things. Looking at the system was a bit dumbfounding, as all of these quests were randomly posted by the system. There's no set time and it's not something you can control, so it's time to grow the gold value at once. It was also the system's call, and all Chen Xian could do was to complete these tasks issued by the system on time and with quality and quantity. And when the system released a quest, there would also be automatic prompts, none of which Chen Xian had to worry about. Only letting him wait would do, so that dull little sister and Chen Xian felt a little disappointed. Right now, Chen Xian wanted to go and do quests right away to increase his gold coin value, as he had something he wanted and saw that there was no way to redeem it, which made Chen Xian's heart very itchy. Dull little sister was also unable to help Chen Xian, and was only able to watch as Chen Xian fretted on the side. Chen Xian's psyche was really very happy. This update to the system had allowed him to see what he wanted to see. Those expensive items, although not what Chen Xian wanted the most, but for Chen Xian, they were all things that were very much needed. It seemed that the next task, for Chen Xian, was also very important to him, and he was not to be sloppy in the slightest. Seeing Chen Xian seriously thinking there, little sister Doll did not dare to disturb Chen Xian. At this moment, Doll little sister didn't know what was going on in Chen Xian's mind. She could only silently accompany Chen Xian's side, and when Chen Xian was in need of help, she could always appear at Chen Xian's side. In this way, Doll little sister felt very contented, and he didn't ask for much extravagantly, just hoping that he would be able to help Chen Xian a little bit more or less, not letting Chen Xian show so much hard work. He also did not want Chen Xian to be thankful to her, just doing what he himself was willing to do to make himself feel happy, so that Doll little sister felt that it was enough. Chapter 147, Sitting on a Good Person. Chen Xian was really a bit unable to wait for the system to release the quest to him, and he had been sitting there quietly staring at the screen. When little sister Doll saw Chen Xian at this moment, she understood what was going through his mind. Ding dong! Just as the two of them, Chen Xian and Doll little Meng, were sitting there in a quiet daze, the system prompt sounded. Chen Xian and Doll little sister immediately got up and ran to the front of the screen, only to see that the system had really released a mission for Chen Xian. This made Chen Xian and Doll little sister instantly happy. In which case, as long as Chen Xian completed his quests with quality and quantity, the gold coin value of his store would grow rapidly. Getting closer and closer to his goal, Chen Xian was thrilled at the thought of this. He hurriedly went to check out the quest that the system had released to him, and it turned out that it required Chen Xian to do good deeds in the community for a whole day. In that case, the system would automatically grow the gold coin value of his store in exchange for what Chen Xian wanted. Chen Xian was overjoyed. He looked at Doll little sister and said, "I'm going to leave now. I'm going to do good deeds. I won't have to come back this whole day." Doll little sister nodded happily but didn't say anything. But the moment Chen Xian walked out the door, Doll little sister also packed up her things and quietly followed behind Chen Xian. He wanted to bring everyone to see the good deeds that Chen Xian had done, which was also one of the things worth proclaiming. If the fans knew about it, they would definitely like Chen Xian even more, which would help Chen Xian's popularity a lot. Doll little sister then had this thought, and she quietly trailed behind Chen Xian. And after Chen Xian arrived on the street, he saw a lot of people gathered in front of him and wondered what they were all doing. Curious, Chen Xian padded over, only to see several burly men bullying a weak woman. This made Chen Xian feel instantly uncomfortable in his heart. He had to help this weak woman stand up and stop letting these brawny men bully her. Chen Xian aggressively squeezed in, and said viciously to the few ferocious hulks, "Stop it all of you. What's the point of bullying the weak? If you have the ability to come at me." A few pugilists saw Chen Xian meddling in the matter and wanted to stand up for the woman forcefully. They looked Chen Xian up and down for a moment and said with a cold smile, "Just by you. You still want to meddle in the matter? How many pounds and tails of yourself? Don't you know?" Snap! Before the pugilist could finish his sentence, he was viciously punched twice by Chen Xian. The pugilist covered his obese face in pain and glared at Chen Xian with angry eyes. The brothers who were with the pugilist saw that their boss had suffered a loss, and they all surrounded them aggressively. However, Chen Xian was not the least bit fearful, and after a burst of punches and kicks at them, these few pugilists were knocked to the ground by Chen Xian. One by one, they were lying there groaning in pain, and seeing an injured pugilist, Chen Xian stood there unharmed, looking at them with a condescending attitude. The woman was crying unceasingly at the side, and when she saw that the pugilist was subdued by Chen Xian, she fell on her back and kept kowtowing to Chen Xian in gratitude. Chen Xian hurriedly came to the front of the woman and helped him up. Respectfully looking at the woman, he said, "Sister-in-law, you don't have to be so polite. To get rid of the strong and bully the weak is what we should be doing. You don't have to be afraid of them. Hurry back. If they dare to bully you again and let me know, I'll waste him." Chen Xian comforted the woman's frightened soul, and the woman was really very grateful to Chen Xian. After resolving this matter, Chen Xian took large strides forward. During this daytime, Chen Xian had really done a lot of good deeds. After rescuing this sister-in-law, Chen Xian also encountered many horny people who wanted to slight the students at the school. Chen Xian, however, showed no mercy as he directly went up to beat the other party flat so that the other party would remember what they looked like, and if they ever dared to do such a hurtful thing again, Chen Xian would definitely not let them go. And these female students remembered Chen Xian so fondly that they even took these things to the campus forums to talk about them. It had been talking about all these good deeds that Chen Xian had done, proclaiming that Chen Xian had helped the weak and the small. And for a while, these things of Chen Xian's had gotten a great response on the campus forums. All of the students drew attention to Chen Xian and praised him for the things he had done. For a moment, Chen Xian's heat level grew quite a bit more all of a sudden, which allowed Chen Xian and Doll little sister to gain quite a lot once again. As soon as one opened the school's forum, all that was talked about was this matter of Chen Xian's. Chen Xian's heat level rose once again, and just when Chen Xian felt that there shouldn't be anything going on, However, Chen Xian encountered another very strange thing. That is, on the side of the street, Chen Xian encountered his son and daughter beating his old man nonstop. Such a great disrespectful thing had even made Chen Xian see it, and his heart was extremely angry. To see such sons and daughters, not only do they not treat the elderly well, but also punch and kick them, is not what a son or daughter should do. Such retributive things, I don't know how they did it. For such people, Chen Xian is also very hateful. Regardless of whether the elderly are at fault or not, it is really not right for the children to treat them in this way. Chen Xian didn't even think about going up to the son or daughter who had assaulted the old man and just kicked him hard to the ground. The children of the accusing old man scolded angrily. "You ungrateful children, your parents brought you up. Is this how you repay him? Do you all have a conscience? Or do you not have children of your own? And are you not afraid that when you are old, he will treat you in the same way? People are doing what the heavens are doing, and it is better for you all not to do such heartless things. Take a close look. This old man with white hair once was so loving to you, but you have disregarded his love, and now you don't support him, but also bully him. Are you still not human beings or not?" Chen Xian gave these sons and daughters a hard lesson, and the sons and daughters begged for forgiveness from Chen Xian again and again, hoping that Chen Xian would let them go. Chen Xian was afraid that these sons and daughters would purposely act this way in front of him, and then punch and kick the old man when they got home. Chen Xian looked at the old man with pain in his heart and slowly sat down, grasping the old man's cold hand and said, "Elderly man, this is my contact information. If there is a need for me to help, you can just give me a call. Despite that, I will appear in front of you at any time to help you." Chen Xian left his contact information for the old man, and looked at the old man's trembling appearance. Chen Xian then reluctantly left. The old man was also touched by this behavior of Chen Xian. Tearfully watching Chen Xian leave, the old man left behind tears of sadness. Chapter 148 Obtaining Gold Coins. Chen Xian was also very fond of these good deeds that he had done, because as he helped people, he also experienced the joy of it. Seeing the happy smiles on the faces of those he had helped, Chen Xian also felt instantly so happy. It was at this moment that Chen Xian realized that he wasn't doing these things for the sake of obtaining these gold coins in a one-way manner, because these things were truly too meaningful. There should be more people in society nowadays to claim justice and fight these evils to keep people from getting hurt. And just as Chun was in the midst of this joy, the system prompted him to save 2 people and gained 100 gold coins. Chen Xian was also happy to see these gold coins in his heart. This was originally the purpose of doing these good deeds for himself. However, next, the system prompted Chen Xian that if he continued to continue on, the system would give him 100 gold coins for every person he saved next. With this, Chen Xian's confidence increased. He decided to go and do more good deeds to obtain more gold coins. Thus, Chen Xian looked for help as he walked, but his heart was very happy, thinking of all the people you helped. I hope they all learn from this and get on with their lives. Right at this moment, Chen Xian heard a miserable cry, so Chen Xian hurriedly ran towards the cry. Instead, they saw a man beating his wife over and over while she kept begging for mercy. The man, however, still did not stop, slapping his wife in the face and kicking her in the stomach. Chen Xian angrily came in front of the man and loudly questioned, "What are you doing? What gives you the right to hit someone? What exactly did he do wrong that you have to treat them so viciously?" After the man heard Chen Xian's voice, he indignantly looked up at Chen Xian and asked, "Who are you and why are you meddling in my business?" "I'm disciplining my wife. What does that have to do with you?" When Chen Xian saw the man's forceful attitude, he frowned and said, "It's nothing to do with me, but I just can't see past you bullying a woman like that. There's always a reason for hitting someone, right? What mistake did he make?" The man sneered and said, "I provide her with food and drink, yet she's at home this late without cooking. Can I teach her a good lesson?" Only when Chen Xian heard this did he realize that it was because his wife had been a little late in cooking, and the man was dissatisfied in his heart, and that's why he punched and kicked his own wife. This was simply unacceptable to Chen Xian. A big man actually did not pamper his wife even if that was the case, but also used such vicious means to treat her. Just as Chen Xian spoke, the woman cursed angrily, "You're just a drunkard. Every time you get drunk you have to beat me up and find more reasons to say what I'm not. Every time you're crowning. Aren't you going too far?" Before the wife could finish her words, she saw her husband viciously kick his wife to the ground. His wife was practically fainting from the pain, a scene that saw Chen Xian's heart skip a beat. He didn't expect a man to be so poisonous to his own wife, not knowing how to be compassionate at all. It seems that this woman has had a really rough time of it, and if she doesn't help him, maybe he will die today at the hands of her husband. This was a matter of human life and death, and Chen Xian could not allow for any other considerations. Furious, Chen Xian rushed out and grabbed the man's arm and threw it out viciously. The man was then thrown far away by Chen Xian, and due to the sheer force Chen Xian used, the man was instantly thrown into a fainting spell. Chen Xian did not bother to check the man's injuries, but instead directly picked up his wife who had been beaten half to death by the man, When the woman saw that her husband was unconscious, she flung herself down on her knees in front of Chen Xian and repeatedly begged Chen Xian, saying, "Please, help me. I don't want to live at his hands anymore. If he comes to his senses he'll really beat me to death. Please escape me. I never want to go back here again. I want to go back." After the woman finished speaking, she called out to Chen Xian repeatedly and kept praying for Chen Xian's help. Chen Xian just couldn't bear to watch any longer. He hesitated for a moment looking at the woman and said, "Okay, I'll help you and get you out of here. But where are you going?" Hearing Chen Xian ask this, the woman's empty eyes looked into the distance and slowly said, "You know what? I was first bought back as a wife by a drunkard, and I've tried to escape many times, but this place is always guarded, and they found me the few times I escaped. To be captured and returned is to be beaten. I fought tooth and nail to try to get out of here and I've been beaten by them over and over again. I just don't have any more options." Only then did Chen Xian realize that she was a traffic woman. So Chen Xian made up his mind to help her so that she could go back as soon as possible and return to a life of her own. The woman took advantage of the man's unconsciousness and finally had a chance to escape. Seeing Chen Xian's willingness to help her, the woman was very thankful to Chen Xian, and had been there constantly saying words of thanks to him. Chen Xian saw that she was really too pitiful. He didn't know how many beatings she had suffered here. She had bruises all over her body. It was shocking to watch, and during Chen Xian's questioning, the woman told Chen Xian that she had to go to the passenger terminal to be able to leave as soon as possible. Chen Xian did not hesitate to agree to the woman. As fast as possible to send the woman to the passenger terminal, Chen Xian instructed the woman to leave as soon as possible. "Live well from here on out." Just as Chen Xian and the woman were speaking polite words, the woman said in horror, "It's not good. They've found out. Those guards are chasing after me. You must help me. I don't want to be taken back by them. If they take me back this time, then I'm really dead, and I'll never be able to leave here again." Once again, the woman began begging to Chen Xian, who turned to look over, only to see several people aggressively walking this way. Chen Xian guessed that perhaps the woman wasn't wrong, and those watching quickly chased after him. When Chen Xian saw the faces of these people, he was furious, and the woman was already trembling with fear, hiding behind Chen Xian and not daring to come out. Chen Xian was able to understand the woman's feelings. If she was captured back by them, she would still be beaten alive by them. Since Chen Xian had decided to help her, this matter must be managed to the end by Chen Xian. No matter how much difficulty he encountered, Chen Xian must protect the woman's well-being. He could not let the woman suffer the slightest bit of harm again. Otherwise his good deed today would be in vain. Chen Xian stood there with his hands clasped in front of his fists, standing aggressively, waiting for these few people watching to catch up, wanting to see what they could actually do. Chapter 149, one wave after another. After a few people chased up, then stood at that place pointing at Chen Xian and rebuking him, saying that he should not make trouble out of nothing. If he is sensible, he should put down this woman, and then pay out some medical fees, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, speaking here, the other party did not say any more. Or else what? Chen Xian asked rhetorically with slanted eyes. That's toast. According to you guys, I'm minding a bit too much. If your daughters were beaten by others like this, wouldn't you also not care about it? Chen Xian didn't expect that when he asked. The other party would say something like a married daughter is like spilled water. What do we care so much about? People with more or less a sense of justice will be so angry that they will vomit blood when they hear this sentence. Besides, what era is it now? It's the 21st century, and there will still be people educating others with feudal dregs. It is really intolerable. Yuck. Chen Xian spat at the place where these few people were. Old Wang, I see that since this brat doesn't know the heights of heaven, if he doesn't know the heights of heaven, then it seems that we can only be bothered to teach him a lesson. Looks like it's just us. A few people's words of false compassion caused Chen Xian to snort. I'll give you this. There's no need for you to be in this place and make a show of it. So come on if you have what it takes. After hearing Chen Xian's words, he only saw a young man with a border come out from amongst the few of them. Looking at the man's height, it was just about 1 meter 8, but he was exceptionally spirited. One could only see this person first gesture in front of Chen Xian in an ostentatious manner before violently rushing towards Chen Xian's place, and when he arrived at Chen Xian's side, he took off with a whoosh. It was only at this time that Chen Xian realized that he should have practiced, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to jump so high. However, Chen Xian simply dodged it with a slight turn. The other party saw that this didn't touch Chen Xian, so he charged again from the opposite side again. However, coincidentally, it wasn't like it had touched a single hair on Chen Xian's head. This a back and forth not close to Chen Xian half a point. The other party also a little anxious. Chen Xian see this situation, so again the other party to rush over before a fist will whoosh sound to the other party's face. The other party was hit like this by Chen Xian, and immediately, as if in a dream, he saw gold glittering and flying about in front of his eyes before suddenly collapsing with a lurch of his body. A few people couldn't help but be taken aback by the sight. What are you afraid of? I don't believe that Wang Laosan, can be cleaned up by this brat. With those words, he yanked his shirt to the sides with both hands, and the buttons of his shirt flew out with a thud, and then tossed the shirt back. When Chen Xian saw such a situation, he understood a few things in his heart. He knew that although this person's height was not as tall as the body of the one just now, he could clearly see that this person's body was more flexible. In that case, he must pay attention to his movements when he fought with him. Before this image could come out of Chen Xian's mind, he saw this other male come to his front with a single healthy step. Two people like the kind of wrestling on the movie turned a few times. From the other side of the eyes, Chen Xian knew that the other side of this is looking for a breakthrough. But he himself gave him such a chance. If he gave him such a chance easily, he would definitely suffer a big loss. But just at this time, there was a sudden Chen Xian. Why are you in this place? Chen Xian didn't need to look. As soon as he heard the voice he knew that it was his friend Xiaoming and thought to himself, how did he come to this place? However, before Chen Xian had the chance to say the words for her to leave quickly, she arrived in front of the other party's personnel before the other party grabbed Xiaoming in 3 moves. What are you doing? Let go of me. I have no grudge against you guys. What are you grabbing me for? Xiaoming first struggled a few times and felt that he couldn't break free, so he roared at the few men who grabbed him. You and we have no enmity. It depends on the man in front of you. If your man obediently listened to our words, then according to the conditions just talked about what words are good to talk about. Otherwise, can only aggrieve you. You few big men are really a bit too shameless to take me up as a hostage. Mo continued to roar angrily. What's the point of having a face in a world like this now? As long as there's money, that's all that matters. After saying that, the men laughed out loud. The scene in front of him, Chen Xian did not anticipate. Now no matter what, it was most important that he saved Xiaoming. The only way to save little Meng was to compromise with the other party. What about the medical bills? Chen Xian took all the money he had saved and given to the other party as well, plus Xiaoming's money, before the other party gave up. This way the woman was given back to them. After they left, Xiaoming said to Chen Xian, I'm sorry, I'm the one who dragged you down. How could I have known that you were rescuing people? If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have even come over. Alright, don't say anything. What's the point of talking about this now? Chen Xian said expressionlessly. Do you see what other kind of law we have or don't have? It's all this time now. It's almost dark. What kind of law can there be? Just find a place to eat something and stay for a while. Then we'll think about it in the long run. Although Xiaoming had found Chen Xian, she hadn't expected such a thing to happen, so she had been mentally overwhelmed. Looking at Chen Xian's sullen appearance, she really wanted to exchange herself for that woman's freedom, thus making Chen Xian happy. However, these were just her own thoughts. Why don't we just eat something at this place? Otherwise it's more inconvenient if we go far away and then have to regarding that woman. Why are you still going to save that woman? Of course, save the day and deliver the Buddha. In the latter part of the night, they sneaked out of the hotel, came to the daytime the beaten woman's home, and found that the courtyard wall of their home even pulled the power grid, which is a state expressly prohibited behavior. It seems that the man, in order to prevent the woman from escaping anything to do out, what could be done about this? Suddenly, an idea suddenly flashed in Chen Xian's mind that he had to lure this male out, so he started to learn the sound of 2 dogs fighting. After a few barks, the man finally couldn't stand the dogs barking and then came out with a stick. Just as he came out, Mo dug into the house of and found the rescued woman tied up by the man.